Chapter 1. The Escaping Scion Princess. If you were to embark on a one-way journey through time and inadvertently transform into a girl, would you entertain a daring thought? Perhaps to escape? However, a certain white-haired lowly at this moment could only exclaim, "To hell with this time travel. To hell with this transformation." She yearned to return home. Time travel could be acceptable, and transformation might not be out of the question. Yet, could she, a mere office worker, navigate the realm of Dragon Ball? Her home planet had been obliterated, turned to ashes, and now, relentless foes pursued her without respite. This was truly absurd. "Princess Bellies, you can't escape." Ha ha ha. A sinister laughter echoed from behind, belonging to a creature who had devoured several elders of the Soul Palace. Here they came again. Just look at that classic villainous cackle. Does anyone who laughs like that ever turn out to be the hero? The white-haired lowly forced a smirk. She now resembled a little white rabbit, frantically fleeing from the big bad wolf, weak, pitiful, and utterly helpless. "I am not a princess, nor am I named Bellies. You must have mistaken me for someone else," she retorted loudly. Ha ha ha, mistaken? How could the great Jinyu ever be mistaken? The laughter continued from behind, emanating from a purple humanoid creature adorned with two long black horns. He flashed a menacing grin, raising his right hand to launch a purple energy blast. The only white-haired scion on planet Vegeta, a key target designated by Lord Frieza. "I would never mistake you." The white-haired lowly swiftly dodged, the energy blast whizzing past her ear. Hearing Jinyu's mocking tone, she nearly unleashed a torrent of invectives, if not for the decorum instilled in her during her college years as a working adult. So where she had white hair, did that somehow warrant his disdain? It was not her choice to be born this way. Was she to be labeled a Super Saiyan simply because of her hair color? Please, are Super Saions so easily identified? "Frieza, what did your ancestors tell you?" "Beware the golden-haired warrior." The emphasis was on the golden hair, not the white. As a weak and helpless white-haired girl, she bore no resemblance to a muscular Barbie. If you thought otherwise, she could change her appearance immediately. Boom! A deafening explosion sent plumes of smoke billowing into the air. The purple energy blast hurled by Jinyu struck a mountain several kilometers away, obliterating it entirely. The continuous surge of energy birthed a colossal mushroom cloud that ascended into the atmosphere, sending ripples of destruction radiating outward. Oh no! The white-haired lowly crossed her arms, summoning a barrier of energy to shield herself from the oncoming storm of explosions. Even so, the shockwaves still hampered her flight speed. "Ha! Now you can't escape." Seizing the opportunity, Jinyu accelerated his flight, gliding past the white-haired girl before gently descending before her. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, Jinyu looked down at the young maiden. Meeting his gaze, the white-haired girl tensed, her expression fierce as she exclaimed, "What do you intend to do? I've told you that I don't know you, nor do I know any Saions." Jinyu retrieved a photograph from the folds of his battle suit, flashing it before her eyes with a cold smirk. "At this point, do you still wish to quibble? A battle power nearing 60,000. If it weren't for the king's orders, I would genuinely consider recruiting you into my Jinyu force." The detector displayed a value close to 60,000, startling Jinyu. He had never encountered Bellies, the Scion princess, who had always maintained a low profile, her battle power only being around 2 to 3,000. However, as the only white-haired member of the Scion race, she stood out like a shining white point on a black canvas, prompting King Frieza to demand close observation. The photograph Jinyu held indeed depicted Bellies in her recent form. Before the extermination of the Scion race, Frieza had insisted on bringing this rare Scion princess back with him. "Is there a recording device aboard the spaceship?" Bellies furrowed her brow as she gazed at the photograph. Perhaps she had been captured before leaving the planet, but she had clearly dismantled the tracking device. "How did you find me?" At this juncture, quibbling was futile. This question amounted to an acknowledgement of her identity. "As for the princess of the Scion race, if you wish to know, I shall enlighten you. Your spacecraft has always been equipped with 2 tracking devices, a gift from the king. What you dismantled was merely the overt tracking system. However, because you removed the obvious tracking, it is I who has come to pursue you. Had it been someone else, I imagine you have swiftly dealt with them." Reflecting upon it now, the king truly is sagacious. He is deserving of the title, Emperor of the Universe, Jinyu remarked with a hint of admiration. "Who will prevail remains to be seen. Do not presume your victory is assured," Bellies retorted, assuming a combat stance. "A battle power of 60,000 indeed grants you a modicum of fighting capability," Jinyu remarked without annoyance at the Scion Prince's desperate struggle, pushing the ocular detector with his right hand. "Oh, you know what my battle power is?" Jinyu widened his stance, his hand forming a fist, pointing confidently at himself with his thumb. I am Jinyu, the captain of the Jinyu Force, the foremost warrior under the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, and my battle power soars to 110,000. Well, how does that make you feel? Is despair creeping in? Unmoved, Belly stood her ground, but Jinyu chuckled, stroking his chin. How about this? He'll stand still and let you attack me. For 1 minute, how does that sound? Bellies was taken aback, incredulously asking, are you certain? Is anyone truly foolish enough to allow her to strike without resistance? Rest assured, I speak only truth if I do not move, then whoever does is but a pup. Jinyu crossed his arms, and after speaking, he enveloped himself in a layer of energy. With a combat power of approximately 60,000, it was utterly impossible to even penetrate his skin. Do not regret this, Captain Jinyu. The energy emanating from Belly slowly began to ascend. Indeed, this is merely the extent of your abilities, though it exceeds those boastful wild monkeys who claim to be superior warriors. Observing the final reading on the power level scanner, Jinyu felt a wave of relief wash over him as he patted his chest. Come forth, Saiyan princess, who has garnered the attention of Lord Frieza. Allow me to witness your prowess. Bellies gradually raised her hands, slowly placing them before her forehead. What kind of technique is this? A look of confusion crossed Jinyu's face, yet he remained indifferent. Before absolute power, all tactics are rendered meaningless. You will surely suffer for your arrogance, Jinyu. Bellies cried out fiercely. The hands before her forehead emitted a blinding radiance, and she shone with an intense white light, radiating a terrifying energy akin to a burning sun. Solar Fist. The dazzling light shot towards Jinyu's widened eyes. In an instant, Jinyu was blinded, followed by an unbearable burning sensation in his eyes. Ah, my eyes, my eyes. Jinyu's face contorted in agony as he clamped his hands over his eyes, which were being pierced by the concentrated light. His mind became foggy, the piercing pain in his eyeballs connected to his nerves, leaving him feeling as if his head might split apart. Damn it, curse monkey, curse Saiyan. Jinyu moved one hand away from his eyes, aiming forward as he unleashed energy blasts. He no longer cared about retrieving Bellies. All that mattered now was eliminating the despicable Saiyan. This time, he would not hold back. Suddenly, a sense of deadly crisis surged within him. In a critical moment, Jinyu twisted his body to evade his original position. Section 2. Swish. The sound of a blade slicing through flesh echoed. My leg. My right thigh. A sharp pain shot through the root of his thigh, transmitting through his nerves directly to his brain, compounding with the agony in his eyes, causing beads of cold sweat to form on Jinyu's furrowed, purple forehead. Ah, Jinyu howled, his furious voice resonating through the sky, his energy erupting in layers, as a terrifying energy cyclone formed around him, tearing apart everything in the vicinity. Several kilometers away, leaning against a massive rock, Bellies took heavy breaths. The solar fist had disrupted his vision, followed by the chi blade for the finishing blow. This was one of the strategies she could conceive to confront Jinyu. Yet, it ultimately fell short. The chi blade failed to sever Jinyu's head and merely clipped his right leg, as he managed to evade it. However, this was within expectations. Jinyu's combat power exceeded 100,000. It was not an era where power levels inflated beyond numerical comprehension. Even a difference of 1 or 2,000 was a chasm between heaven and earth. Bellies took a deep breath, simulating the comparison of strength between herself and Jinyu in her mind. The advantage lies with me. I merely need to be cautious of Jinyu's body-switching beam. I can win. Bellies possesses one final, formidable trump card, a significant factor contributing to the Saiyan's reputation as a warrior race, with a battle power nearing 10,000. Transformation. Upon transforming, a Saiyan's fundamental battle power multiplies tenfold. Although utilizing an artificial moon diminishes the transformation's efficacy, she still boasts a battle power of 3 to 400,000, more than sufficient to vanquish Jinyu. Her reluctance to transform previously stemmed from a lack of opportunity. Furthermore, her enlarged form post-transformation posed a risk in confronting Jinyu. With Jinyu possessing the ability to exchange bodies, Bellies had to exercise caution. Currently, Jinyu is in a half-disabled state, having lost a leg and blinded, unable to sense energy, making his defeat an effortless task. Jinyu, I am unlike those Saiyans who perish foolishly. I am composed, and will afford you no chance for a comeback. But a smirk graced Bellies' lips as she slowly raised her right hand, revealing the incompletely crafted artificial moon. Bellies furrowed her brow, her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of the sky. In an instant, a breathtaking scene unfolded before her eyes. That a colossal energy wave pierced through the clouds, descending at a steep angle. It drew ever closer to the ground, The landing site was exceedingly distant from Beerus' position, and the speed was overwhelming. She could not hope to pursue it, let alone intercept it. Beerus fell into silence. With a firm grip, she crushed the artificial moon into dust. "Curse you, Jinyu. You lack honor." As the energy waves struck the horizon, a billowing cloud of smoke rose, darkening the sky. The devastation wrought by the explosion, infused with terrifying energy, rapidly spread outward. The ground collapsed at a visible pace, the area of destruction expanding relentlessly. The planet entered a countdown to annihilation. Beerus had no time for any remedial action. The energy released by the planet's cataclysm completely engulfed her body and consciousness. In the final moments before her awareness faded, she faintly perceived a sound ding. Energy replenishment acquired chat group loading. Chapter 2. The God of Destruction and the Death Notice from the chat group. In a vast cosmos, a planet on the brink of demise. Endless warfare serves as the dominant theme of this world, with flames of conflict and smoke rising in ceaseless succession. A deity descends quietly. Her arrival signifies the final punctuation mark for this irreparable planet. The God of Destruction, a divine being tasked with annihilating planets to maintain cosmic balance. This is the mission bestowed upon her by the universe. Destruction. Her voice, devoid of emotion yet slightly youthful, resonated throughout every corner of the planet. The beings inhabiting this world ceased their endeavors. Even the warring factions, engaged in the fiercest of battles, momentarily distanced themselves from the chaos. In unison, they raised their gazes to the sky. The fractured atmosphere, adorned with a violet halo, painted a breathtaking aurora across the sky. Before long, the earth too was cloaked in shades of purple. Every living being was enveloped in a delicate veil of violet, an undeniable sense of trepidation stirring within. Have we angered the divine? A voice quivered as it uttered this question, perhaps the final words of life on this planet. The ground began to crumble, and the once bright sky dimmed, as far as the eye could see. Purple energy consumed all in its path that it eroded, disintegrated, and ultimately faded into nothingness. In mere seconds, not a trace of this planet remained. This line of work is truly unappealing. A girl in the cosmos observed the planet's demise. Her long, snow-white hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she donned an Egyptian pharaoh-style garment that lent her an air of solemnity. Slowly, she lowered her hand, the violet destructive energy within her palms swiftly dissipating. It is time to depart. With a soft sigh, the girl's figure vanished into the expanse of the universe. In the realm of destruction gods, at the edge of the cosmos, a unique space awaited. The girl reclined lazily on a lawn, her form sprawled in an X, and no longer clad in the pharaoh-style attire. She now wore a light white pleated sundress, exuding a relaxed, almost neighborly charm. 20 years, she mused, counting on her fingers, having traversed into the Dragon Ball world and become the princess of the Saiyan race. The name Beerus had accompanied her for 2 decades. 5 years prior, she transitioned from a candidate for the role of a destroyer to a full-fledged destroyer, and since then, her appearance had remained unchanged. The shift in gender from before and after her journey mattered little to her. In truth, she had scarcely given it much thought. When one traverses to a world where the planet they inhabit is destined to explode within a few years, the question of gender becomes trivial. In a perilous realm where one can annihilate a planet with a mere wave of the hand, gender pales in significance that I wonder if Jinyu is still alive. Even after all this time, Beerus vividly recalled Jinyu's notorious habit of flipping tables when he faced defeat. However, if Jinyu hadn't destroyed the planet, the chat group might never have awakened. She would not have found herself in this universe, nor become a candidate for the destroyer and subsequently the new destroyer by chance. The chat group system had saved Beerus in the final moments before the planet's explosion, transporting her to the current universe, and since then, it had perpetually displayed a loading message. Years had passed from her time as a candidate to becoming a destroyer, yet the chat group remained in a state of loading that I wonder when this will come to an end. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Beerus' mind. Ding! The chat group has successfully loaded. Beerus. With a spring-like motion, Beerus sat upright. What had she just heard? In the chat group of idle souls, the time has come to commence work. Once again, the mechanical sounds of the chat group reverberate in my mind. Ding! Inviting members. Ding! Elderly Spot has joined the chat group. Ding! The Unfortunate Priestess has joined the chat group. Ding! I am not a spider has joined the chat group. With 3 consecutive notifications, Beerus noticed the activity within the chat group. She briefly perused its features before her gaze fell upon the newly added members. Well, what peculiar names they have. Within the chat group, apart from herself, 3 avatars were illuminated. Belly sent a message into the chat group. World's first princess. Hello, is anyone there? If so, please respond. I am Bellies, the administrator of this chat group. Ah, my nickname seems rather odd as well. Dragon Ball. Acquiring the autonomous Ultra Instinct realm at the story's inception Chapter 1. Awakening Immunity Ding. The sign-in system has awakened. In order to ensure the host's survival, a beginner's gift package has been granted. Immunity. A task has been issued. Please sign in before the god of destruction, Beerus, to receive the reward, the embryonic form of the autonomous realm. Hiss. Ling Xian clutched his head, the agonizing pain making him want to bash his skull open. It turned out that Ling Xian was not originally from this world. In his previous life, he had inexplicably transmigrated to this realm after drinking cold water. Ling Xian felt helpless, but had no choice but to accept the reality of his reincarnation. Fortunately, he had awakened a sign-in system upon arriving in this unfamiliar world. Listening to the electronic voice in his mind, Ling Xian was momentarily stunned. The god of destruction, Beerus. Ling Xian's pupils constricted sharply as his entire body trembled. System. Is this the world I think it is? Yes, host, came the reply. Hiss. Ling Xian gasped in shock. The god of destruction Beerus was indeed a character from Dragon Ball. Did that mean he had transmigrated into the Dragon Ball universe? Ling Xian swallowed repeatedly. If it had been any other ordinary world, he might have felt more at ease, for such realms typically posed little threat to life. Yet, the Dragon Ball universe was different. It was a realm of immense power, where planets and entire universes could be obliterated in an instant. As an ordinary individual, he had little say in such dire circumstances. Commoners were unlikely to escape such cataclysms and would merely perish alongside their planets and universes. Could I survive in the Dragon Ball world? Ling Xian's face was etched with bitterness. Of all worlds to be reborn into, he had landed in this high-powered realm. Despair. Just as Ling Xian was on the verge of hopelessness, he suddenly noticed something. A tail. He possessed a tail. I am a Saiyan. Yes, host. The beginner's gift package is now being distributed. Please be attentive. Before Ling Xian could revel in his newfound excitement, a sudden convulsion coursed through his body, contorting his face in agony as he seemed to endure immense suffering. Moments later, a divine aura erupted from Ling Xian. Boom. The aura swept across the entire planet, radiating outward, reaching the Kaioshin Realm, reaching the god of destruction realm. Upon reaching the sixth universe and arriving at the palace of the Omni King, all deities within the Dragon Ball realm abruptly lifted their heads, each furrowing their brows, their thoughts shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, after receiving his novice gift pack, Ling Xian lay upon the ground, the pain coursing through his body rendering each breath a heart-wrenching ordeal. System, am I dead? Host, unless your lifespan has been entirely depleted. Death is not an option for you. What do you mean? The novice gift pack is titled Immunity, which, as the name implies, grants immunity to all negative effects. Please clarify. This means that you will henceforth be impervious to any damage within the Dragon Ball world. So, I can disregard Goku's Kamehameha? Indeed. I can disregard the destructive energy of the gods of destruction? Yes. I can disregard the erasure by the Omni King? At this point, Ling Xian, still on the ground, held his breath, paralyzed by a wave of anxiety. After a prolonged wait, as the electronic voice echoed in his mind, he disregarded the pain in his body, sat up, and laughed heartily like a fool. He had initially feared that his journey to this realm would mirror the fate of the expendable characters on Earth. Who could have anticipated that fortune smiled upon him? With immunity bestowed upon him, who could possibly harm him now? Moreover, in addition to his newfound immunity, Ling Xian also discovered that he was a Saiyan. With immunity coupled with the Saiyan physique, if cultivated to its zenith, it would not be mere fantasy to envision himself delivering powerful blows to Beerus or kicking the Omni King. However, despite acquiring immunity, Ling Xian possessed a sense of self-awareness. He understood that he could merely withstand all negative effects. It did not imply that he could disregard the deities such as the god of destruction. The Dragon Ball universe is inherently one of formidable martial prowess, where, alongside immense strength, there exist various peculiar techniques, such as Master Roshi's Mafuba. If Ling Xian were to mistakenly believe that his immunity granted him the liberty to act recklessly, he would inevitably encounter techniques far superior to the Mafuba. Such techniques merely bind an individual and do not inflict any negative repercussions on the person, rendering his immunity ineffective. Having pondered these insights, Ling Xian finally calmed down from his state of exhilaration, and the pain in his body subsided. He stretched his limbs and rotated his neck, organizing the memories within his mind. It turned out he was still on planet Vegeta in the year 76 of the age, with merely 1 year remaining before the planet's destruction at the hands of Frieza. At this moment, he was merely 6 years old, still a child, known as Lewis. Observing his short legs, he found it amusing, realizing he had to relive his childhood once again. However, there was a silver lining. He was an elite Saiyan warrior with a battle power of 500. Ling Xian recognized that the categorization of warriors into upper, middle, and lower tiers was somewhat flawed, much like the protagonist Goku from the original text, who was classified as a lower-class warrior at birth. Yet, he ultimately surpassed his limits time and again, evolving into the legendary Super Saiyan within Saiyan lore. Nevertheless, possessing the status of an elite warrior certainly provided advantages, particularly in the early stages. With this elite status, despite still being a child, he could navigate planet Vegeta with remarkable confidence. After all, elite warriors were a rare breed within the Saiyan race, each one considered immensely valuable. Aware of his strength and the significance of his status, Ling Xian recalled the mission issued by the system to sign him before the god of destruction Beerus, with the reward being the embryonic form of the autonomous realm. Upon seeing the reward, Ling Xian's mind spun in exhilaration, not out of fear, but sheer excitement. The state of ultimate freedom is a realm of angelic caliber, one that even the god of destruction finds challenging to comprehend. In the realm of anime, only Sun Wukong has ever attained such a state. During the Tournament of Power, Sun Wukong, through his flawless mastery of the Ultra Instinct, rendered Jiren breathless. Ultimately, had it not been for Sun Wukong's exertions, Jiren would have faced defeat long ago. Ling Xian, filled with excitement, could not help but furrow his brow. Before Beerus, with his current battle power of 500 points, he lacked even the qualification to meet the North Kai, let alone the supreme deity of the seventh universe. System, does this task have a time limit? No. At this, Ling Xian's brow eased slightly. The absence of a time constraint was a relief, allowing him the opportunity to wait until his strength had sufficiently grown before seeking out Beerus. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed through Ling Xian's mind. It seemed he had a chance. Overcome with joy, he realized that the destruction of planet Vegeta was not solely Frieza's design. There was a hidden truth behind it. In the original narrative, Beerus had instructed King Vegeta to find the finest pillow in the world for him. However, King Vegeta retained the best pillow for himself, offering Beerus only the second best. As the strongest deity in the universe, Beerus was understandably enraged by such deceit. Thus, before his slumber, he commanded Frieza to annihilate the Saiyan race. Ling Xian then recalled the current timeline. At this moment, Vegeta was of the same age, and it was noted in the anime that Vegeta was present when Beerus trampled King Vegeta. At that time, Vegeta seemed to be of the same age as he was now. A sharp intake of breath escaped Ling Xian. This suggested that Beerus might very well be arriving on planet Vegeta in the near future. If that were the case, the task of signing in could indeed be accomplished. As Ling Xian reveled in his elation, a wave of destructive energy enveloped the entirety of planet Vegeta. It had arrived. Chapter 2. Sign-in successful. Reward. Prototype of the state of ultimate freedom. Ordinarily, the aura of a deity is imperceptible to ordinary mortals, yet Ling Xian, perhaps due to his immunity, sensed this energy. The divine aura inherently imparts a sense of oppression upon mortals, a pressure that belongs to the higher echelons of existence. Such oppression is, in essence, a form of negative influence. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. If Ling Xian's intuition serves him correctly, the god of destruction, Beerus, along with his attendant, has indeed arrived on planet Vegeta. This day marks a pivotal moment, destined to alter the fate of planet Vegeta. The destinies of the Saiyans and their planet are matters for later contemplation. For now, Ling Xian yearns to meet Beerus. Securing this encounter would ensure the successful completion of his task, granting him access to the nascent form of the transcendent realm. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. In pursuit of his objective, Ling Xian exited his chamber and made his way towards the royal palace of Vegeta. Along his path, the surrounding architecture exuded an industrial ambience, leading him swiftly to the grand edifice of the palace. It was an imposing structure, with a pair of Saiyans stationed at the entrance to its staircase. Ling Xian approached them. Lewis, King Vegeta has decreed that no one is permitted entry into the palace. One of the guards declared. I have urgent matters to discuss with King Vegeta. Ling Xian protested, his youthful voice rising with fervor. "No one is allowed inside." The guards reiterated firmly. "I must enter. It pertains to the fate of our Saiyan lineage." Ling Xian insisted, his eyes wide with determination. In truth, he held little regard for the malevolent Saiyan race. Yet this pretext seemed his only recourse to gain entry into the palace. The guard's power level, as indicated by the scouter, was an impressive 1200, and given that both were adult Saiyans, their formidable combat strength was hardly surprising. Ling Xian, possessing only 500 power points and still in his youth, knew that a forceful entry was out of the question. His earnestness momentarily stunned the guards. "Is that true?" They mused, perceiving Ling Xian as merely a child, incapable of grasping the intricacies of Saiyan fate. However, it was uncommon for a typical Saiyan to jest in such a manner, and Ling Xian was regarded as a promising elite warrior. "Very well, I shall inform someone. Please wait here," one of the guards replied, preparing to retreat into the palace. "This matter is urgent. I shall enter first and explain everything to King Vegeta," Ling Xian declared, stepping boldly past the guard. "Wait," the guard attempted to intervene. "Enough. He is an elite warrior, beyond reproach. Let him be. If there are repercussions, they shall fall upon him. Besides, I sense that what Lewis has said may hold truth," the other guard concluded, allowing Ling Xian to proceed. Unbeknownst to the guards, Ling Xian swiftly traversed the corridor, soon arriving within the opulent confines of the palace. Rich carpets and ornate lighting adorned the interior, reflecting its grandeur. "King Vegeta, you dare to deceive me?" "Lord Beerus, I would never. That pillow I provided you is of the finest quality. Do not attempt to feign innocence." A chilling voice echoed throughout the entire palace, an aura of murderous intent enveloping the space, causing the temperature to plummet abruptly. In a corner, a small boy trembled as he beheld his father being trampled beneath a foot. "Vegeta, you have greatly disappointed me," Beerus declared, his foot pressing down harshly upon King Vegeta's head. Suddenly, he raised his gaze, his brow knitting in slight irritation. Beside him, shifted his attention towards the entrance of the palace, where a small child appeared. The child blinked with round, innocent eyes, his tail wagging incessantly behind him. "Lewis, what are you doing here? Get out." King Vegeta, crushed beneath the weight of his foe, couldn't help but regret his defiance against the will of the god of destruction. Now, with Beerus undoubtedly enraged, the emergence of the higher-ranking warrior Lewis from their clan posed a dire threat. Should Lewis provoke Beerus further, the fate of planet Vegeta would indeed be sealed. However, King Vegeta suddenly noticed that Beerus had gone silent. At that moment, Beerus fixed his gaze intently upon the small figure by the entrance, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing second. How peculiar. Why did this little one dare to meet his eyes directly? Beerus glanced again at the corner where Vegeta lay, slumped and quaking. Shouldn't this child resemble King Vegeta's son? Whis, too, was taken aback. He instantly discerned Ling Xian's power, realizing that such an extraordinarily weak mortal could disregard the pressure of superiority. In truth, angels exist in a state of natural simplicity and do not exert a hierarchical oppression upon mortals. However, gods of destruction differ. They inherently emanate an aura of dominance that can overwhelm lesser beings. Upon encountering a god of destruction, a common person may faint or even lose control of their bodily functions. At that moment of confusion for Beerus and Whis, a notification chimed, successfully signing in before Beerus. The reward was the embryonic form of the state of freedom. Suddenly, the once menacing palace was suffused with an ethereal essence, the sound of flowing springs dispelling the icy aura of malice. Boom. Seeing this, Beerus and Whis appeared as though struck by divine lightning, their eyes widening in astonishment. Utterly flabbergasted. The state of freedom. No, wait. It is merely the embryonic form of the state of freedom. They realized. It was far from the ultimate state. Yet, how could this little one have grasped such a realm? The state of freedom comprises two distinct realms. One is freedom, and the other is ultimate intent. These realms are complex, yet without a doubt, they are beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. Compared to Beerus, Whis found it even harder to believe. As an angel, he was acutely aware of the difficulty in attaining the state of freedom. Yet, this little one had inexplicably breached into this realm, a notion that seemed impossible. "Lewis, get out. I command you to leave." At this moment, King Vegeta seized the opportunity while Lewis had yet to provoke Beerus, urging him to leave promptly. "Silence. Speak again, and I shall obliterate you," Beerus coldly declared, lifting his foot from King Vegeta's head. He advanced forward, with Whis closely following. Chapter 3. The candidate for destruction. Upon reaching Ling Xian, Beerus regarded him and inquired, "Young man, have you just comprehended the state of Ultra Instinct?" Whis remained silent. Yet his mind pondered another matter. Prior to their arrival on planet Vegeta, a divine aura had emerged in the universe. Could it be connected to him? "What are you saying, Big Kitty? I don't understand." Ling Xian blinked his round eyes, shaking his head. Hearing Big Kitty, King Vegeta, sprawled on the ground, felt darkness descend upon him, muttering before losing consciousness, "This is the end." Ultimately, he had provoked Beerus. Indeed. Boom. A wave of destructive energy erupted from Beerus, transforming the entire palace into a myriad of starlight, dissipating into the void. Beerus's eyes blazed with fury as he struggled to suppress the impulse to eliminate Ling Xian, gritting his teeth and warning, "Do you have any idea whom you are facing?" "I don't know. I just think, Big Kitty, you seem quite strong," Ling Xian replied innocently, embodying the essence of a child's naivety. Although he had paid Beerus a compliment, in Ling Xian's eyes, he remained simply the Big Kitty. Uncle can tolerate, but Aunt cannot. Do not think that having grasped the rudiments of Ultra Instinct grants you license to behave recklessly. This little rascal must be taught a lesson. The title of Destroyer God is not to be taken lightly. Buzz. The divine aura suddenly erupted, forming two colossal hands in the void. One hand reached for Ling Xian, while the other landed a resounding smack on his backside. Slap, slap, slap. Beerus refrained from immediately destroying Ling Xian for two reasons. First, he was curious as to why Ling Xian could disregard the pressure of divine status. Moreover, he was intrigued by how this little fellow could suddenly comprehend the rudiments of Ultra Instinct, a state that even he had yet to master. Second, he had encountered geniuses before. Frieza was a prime example, a being with a battle power exceeding 100 million from birth, undeniably a genius. However, no matter how brilliant, in the eyes of the divine, they remained mere mortals, ultimately inconsequential. Yet Ling Xian was different. This young lad had grasped the angelic level of Ultra Instinct, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person like Frieza. As the god of destruction, Beerus was capable of annihilating all without flinching, yet faced with such talent, he couldn't help but feel a sense of appreciation. Slap, slap, slap. The colossal hand continued to deliver blows to Ling Xian's rear, striking over 100 times. Beerus deemed it sufficient. Truly eliminating this little fellow would be quite the jest. However, "Big Kitty, why are you hitting me?" Ling Xian found himself suspended in midair, his expression one of indignation. You, how could you be unscathed?" Beerus, taken aback by the scene before him, was momentarily speechless. As the god of destruction, he had unleashed over 100 light smacks on Ling Xian's rear. While the force was not overwhelming, it was still an attack from a divine being. How could a mere mortal with a paltry combat power of 500 withstand such treatment? Why would I be harmed? Ling Xian retorted, feigning anger while inwardly reveling in delight. The unfolding events were precisely as he had anticipated. Firstly, signing in before Beerus guaranteed a meeting with the deity. Ling Xian could sense the divine presence, and naturally, the gods could perceive his uniqueness, specifically, his immunity. If Ling Xian did not take action, it was likely he would not escape the palace. However, this did not imply he would be destroyed on the spot. With his immunity, no one could inflict harm upon him. Yet, the inability to harm him did not equate to an inability to subdue him. Ling Xian understood that it would be quite simple for a god of destruction to deal with him, such as by confining him and withholding sustenance. In his mortal form, he would ultimately perish. Thus, leveraging his distinctiveness, Ling Xian piqued the curiosity of Whis and Beerus. When the reward for the nascent realm of freedom was bestowed, it was akin to a royal flush. Such a rare occurrence would undoubtedly be irresistible to any god. The divine aura erupted near planet Vegeta, and suddenly, Whis, who had been silent for some time, widened his eyes as if struck by a realization. He leaned close to Beerus and whispered something that caused the latter to react with surprise. Ling Xian, observing this, paused in confusion. What was happening? Moments later, Beerus and Whis turned their gazes back to Ling Xian, who remained suspended in midair. Beerus spoke earnestly, "Kid, would you be interested in becoming a candidate for the role of God of Destruction?" What is a candidate for God of Destruction? Is it edible? A candidate for God of Destruction is not something you can eat. No. It is a divine position. If you agree, you will become one of the most esteemed beings in the universe. That big cat, can becoming a candidate for God of Destruction make me stronger? We Saiyans yearn for power above all. Ling Xian clenched his small fists and declared, You called me Big Cat again. Beerus's lips twitched slightly. Though he nodded, yes, indeed. If you agree, you will soon surpass King Vegeta. Then I accept. Ling Xin chuckled, expressing his thoughts. After sharing so much, he initially believed that Beerus would merely regard him as a prodigy, allowing him to be free in consideration of the average level of the universe's inhabitants. Who could have anticipated such an unexpected outcome, being considered as a candidate for the role of a destroyer god by Beerus? Ling Xian had indeed underestimated the impact of the nascent state of mastery on Beerus. It was, after all, remarkable for a mere Saiyan to comprehend a level of power akin to that of an angel. Good, good, good. Beerus laughed heartily, repeating the word thrice, causing the anger that had brewed in King Vegeta due to his deception to dissipate in that moment. Little one, I had originally intended to annihilate your Saiyan race. But for your sake, I shall spare you. However, the inherent malevolence of the Saiyan lineage, if left unchecked, poses a significant threat to the seventh universe. One Frieza is quite enough. At this juncture, Beerus cast a cold gaze towards Vegeta, who was slumped in a corner, and commanded, You appear to be King Vegeta's son. I order you to have the Saiyans join the Galactic Patrol. Young Vegeta trembled in fear, unaware of Beerus's origins. It was only after this incident that King Vegeta revealed everything about Beerus to him, making him realize the perilous situation the Saiyan race had narrowly escaped. Of course, that was a matter for another time. Hearing Beerus's words, Vegeta quickly nodded his head vigorously. Ling Xian, upon hearing this, glanced at Beerus. It turned out that the destruction of the Saiyans was not a trivial matter. Their inherent wickedness was the crux of the issue. They had followed Frieza in committing heinous acts, even surpassing the malevolence of Frieza's own army. Such a union between this race and Frieza's forces would undoubtedly wreak havoc on the stability of the seventh universe. Allowing the Saiyans to join the Galactic Patrol was a measure to restrain Frieza's power while also granting the Saiyans a chance at survival. Weiss, let us depart. Beerus lifted Ling Xian with a firm grasp and turned to Weiss. With a gentle tap of his staff, Weiss activated a spell that caused the three of them to vanish from planet Vegeta. Only then did Vegeta manage to rise from the ground, hastily making his way to stand beside King Vegeta. Following Beerus's decision to recruit Ling Xian as a candidate for the role of a destroyer god, shock reverberated through all quarters. In the Grand Palace, the Grand Priest inquired, What was that aura just now? Your Majesty, I am still investigating. But that divine presence seems to have originated from the seventh universe. From that slender cat in the seventh universe, I presume? Indeed, I will have Weiss uncover the truth. Excellent work, Grand Priest. Do ensure a thorough investigation. I am off to indulge in some stargazing. In the sixth universe, Kampa inquired about the peculiar aura, suggesting that one should direct their questions to his brother. It was revealed that this divine presence emanated from the universe of a certain slim figure. In the fourth universe, the god of destruction, Quitella, was tasked with investigating why this sacred aura had manifested in the seventh universe. Chapter 4. The slumber of Beerus. The reactions from the various universes were uniform. They were bewildered by the nature of this divine energy. Yet they discerned that it originated from the seventh universe. Subsequently, the seventh universe announced the appointment of a new candidate for the position of god of destruction, surprisingly. A mere child. Initially perplexed by the aura's origin, the gods found amusement in the news from the seventh universe. Kampa, the god of destruction from the sixth universe, mockingly questioned if the seventh universe had no one else to appoint but a child as a candidate. Quitella, the god of destruction from the fourth universe, also chimed in, suggesting that if necessary, he could spare some individuals from his universe to prevent the embarrassment of having a child inherit such a significant role, which would indeed provoke laughter. All 11 gods of destruction shared similar sentiments, with none siding with Beerus, instead choosing to ridicule him. This reaction was expected, as since the infamous hide-and-seek incident, few held any affection for Beerus. Faced with the derision of his peers, Beerus chose not to retaliate, much to their delight, as their laughter intensified. Given Beerus's personality, one would expect him to respond to mockery, perhaps even seeking out opponents across universes for a confrontation. However, his silence suggested they were indeed correct in their assumptions. As the seventh universe began to decline, Beerus struggled to find a suitable successor among the strong, resorting to nurturing a child from a young age. The other gods of destruction reveled in this development, oblivious to the fact that Beerus was too preoccupied to engage with them, as he was currently intimidated by Ling Xian. In the realm of the seventh universe's gods of destruction, a month had passed since Beerus brought Ling Xian back. At that moment, a child stood in the center by the lake, enveloped in a silvery radiance. The waves of energy radiating from him caused the surrounding divine trees to rustle. Beside them stood Beerus and Whis, with Beerus sweating profusely. "Child, you are in a state of tranquility," Beerus remarked. "Lord Beerus, I am unaware of what a state of tranquility is," Ling Xian replied, flailing his little arms innocently. Beerus was left dumbfounded. He had just shown Whis footage of his childhood battling, only to be astounded by how effortlessly Ling Xian had dismantled it. How could this be? After all, he was a god of destruction. Throughout his life, he has engaged in countless battles, whether in his formative years or after attaining divinity. He has never tasted defeat against any opponent of equal standing. Moreover, the manifestation summoned by Weiss possesses a power that surpasses even that of Ling Xian. Ling Xian has triumphed against the odds, and he has done so against the god of destruction. How utterly astonishing. Weiss, have I truly won? Ling Xian turned to Weiss, who, wiping the sweat from his brow, replied with a smile, "Lewis, you have emerged victorious. Ha ha ha, Lord Beerus is no match for me." Ling Xian, hands on his hips, beamed with delight. In truth, his ability to defeat the youthful Beerus was greatly attributed to the nascent form of the state of freedom. It is not that immunity is ineffective, rather, it is merely a passive skill that prevents him from taking damage, yet it does not enable him to inflict harm upon others. In contrast, the nascent state of freedom is different. Upon entering this state, not only does his combat prowess increase dramatically, but he also gains the ability to react spontaneously and in harmony with the natural flow. This reaction is remarkably extraordinary, allowing him to perceive his opponent's attack patterns in advance. It is not a matter of clairvoyance. Instead, it is an instinctive response that senses the tremors in the opponent's muscles, enabling him to counter accordingly. In this state, regardless of whether it is the youthful Beerus or the current one, if Ling Xian's power is comparable, he could, through the nascent state of freedom, make Beerus bleed. Ling Xian, with his hands on his little waist, laughed heartily, while Beerus felt a vain throb on his forehead. "You little rascal, have you laughed enough? Ha ha. Do you believe I won't give you a beating? Huffed. Lord Beerus cannot harm me. I am unafraid." Ling Xian, now a mere child, fully embraced his youthful nature, scrunching his nose and sticking out his tongue at Beerus. "You little brat." Beerus chuckled in jest. During the month he had spent bringing Ling Xian to the realm of destruction, he had long since realized the uniqueness of Ling Xian's physique, which could disregard all negative influences in the world. He inquired about the matter with the young lad, Ling Xian, but the child claimed to know nothing. With no response from the boy, Beerus found himself at a loss. He cast a glance at Whis, recalling the words spoken by Whis on planet Vegeta. That divine aura seemed to have erupted near planet Vegeta, hinting at Ling Xian's extraordinary origins. It was precisely for this reason that Beerus entertained thoughts of appointing Ling Xian as a candidate for the role of Destroyer God. There were two reasons for this consideration. First, Ling Xian was indeed unique. Should he exhibit any peculiar behavior, Beerus would be able to respond promptly by keeping him close. Second, the other Destroyer Gods were not mistaken. Universe 7 had truly fallen into decline, beyond the generally low average level of its inhabitants. It was rumored that the mightiest warrior in Universe 7 was none other than the wretched Frieza, a most disheartening revelation. In such a vast universe, it was lamentable that a being with a combat power of merely 120 million was its strongest. In reality, Frieza was not the ultimate powerhouse. There were numerous hidden bosses yet to be revealed. Should the time come, any one of these bosses would far surpass those from other universes. However, Beerus was unaware of these truths. He simply yearned for his universe to produce a formidable warrior, and Ling Xian was his chosen candidate. Ling Xian was undeniably a prodigy, likely connected to the divine aura from a month prior. If such a talent could flourish, Universe 7 would thrive. "Very well, Whis, instruct him well." "I shall retire for the night," Beerus declared, glancing at the mischievous Ling Xian, who tempted him to deliver a playful reprimand. Yet, he knew he could not harm the boy, which was quite vexing. Whis then remarked, "Lord Beerus, are you attempting to evade the inquiry regarding the divine aura that erupted near planet Vegeta? Surely, it has captured the attention of all the deities in the multiverse, and they will undoubtedly come to investigate. Why mention it if you already know?" Beerus yawned, vanishing from the lakeside, uninterested in engaging with the other Destroyer Gods. Upon witnessing Beerus's abrupt departure, Whis approached Ling Xian, patting his small shoulder. "All right, Lord Beerus has left. Why do you still smile?" Ling Xian ceased his laughter, only then realizing that Beerus had truly vanished. Where did Lord Beerus go? He has taken a break. Now that you have been appointed as a candidate for Destroyer God, you must undergo the training befitting such a position. Indolence and slumber suggest that the saga of Dragon Ball is about to unfold. Ling Xian squinted, acknowledging that the narrative of Dragon Ball commenced with Beerus instructing Frieza to obliterate the Saiyan race. However, due to his influence, the Saiyan lineage remains intact, and planet Vegeta has not been destroyed. Thus, will Son Goku still be dispatched to Earth? Chapter 5. Signing in at the Kaioshin Realm. Reward, Super Saiyan 1. As Beerus fell into slumber, the mockery from other universes towards Universe 7 gradually waned. Nevertheless, the angels from various universes began to contact Whis, inquiring about the origin of the divine aura that had manifested. Whis admitted ignorance. In truth, he was indeed unaware of the source of that sacred presence. Without any answers, the angels from the other universes were left in a state of helplessness. Just when Whis thought the matter would fade away, the projection of the Grand Minister appeared in the realm of the Universe 7 Destroyer. The Grand Minister similarly inquired about the origin of that divine aura. Faced with his father, Whis again stated he did not know. However, he divulged everything concerning Ling Xian, including his immunity to negative influences. Upon finishing, Whis sensed something amiss, as the Grand Minister's projection raised a hand and called out to Ling Xian, who was in the midst of training. Eradicate. Ling Xian was struck by a beam of white light, yet remained unscathed. Whis had always known that Ling Xian could disregard all worldly negative impacts, but he was still taken aback by this spectacle. Ling Xian's constitution truly enabled him to achieve such feats. Finally, the Grand Minister left behind a profound statement. Teach him well. With that, the projection of the Grand Minister vanished. Whis, in a state of astonishment, resolved to comply with the Grand Minister's directive. In the ensuing time, Whis commenced the training of Ling Xian, emphasizing the need to excel in 3 areas to become a true candidate for the Destroyer: strength, dimensions, and rules. The rules referred to here naturally pertain to the rules of destruction. Ling Xian diligently engaged in training across these 3 domains. As time flowed, a decade passed. In the realm of the Destroyer, a silvery radiance flickered across the sky. Bang! Bang! The phantoms collided with Whis, generating shockwaves that swept across miles, shattering the ground, fracturing the divine tree, leaving chaos in their wake. After the clash, panting heavily, a slender youth hovered in midair, gasping for breath. He had black hair, dark eyes, and striking features, exuding a handsome radiance in the sunlight. A brown tail coiled around his waist, his physique resembling that of a character from the anime. Appearing slight, yet the muscles beneath his attire were robustly developed. Whis, taste my technique. The youth was none other than Ling Xian as he raised his hand, gathering a purple energy orb in his palm. Buzz! The sky suddenly boiled over, as if a red-hot iron block had plunged into icy water. Well done, my friend. When did you come to comprehend the essence of destructive energy? Not long ago. Weiss, be careful. Ling Xian laughed heartily and threw with great effort. A pearl-sized orb of destructive energy cut through the sky, causing even the robust fabric of the God Realm to tremble. Come on. Weiss smiled slightly, waving his staff, and the approaching purple orb disintegrated instantaneously. Then, Weiss's figure vanished without a trace. Ling Xian, relying on the instinctive reactions of his nascent state of freedom, abruptly looked up to see his staff swinging towards him. He raised his hand to block. However, the power wielded by Weiss belonged to the angelic tier, and the overwhelming force shattered the entire canopy of heaven. Transparent shards of void fell from it, merging back into the abyss, mending the torn sky. At that moment, the God Realm of destruction erupted, with only Beerus's slumbering palace remaining unscathed. Boom! Struck by the power of the angelic tier, Ling Xian was propelled like a cannonball, hurtling deep into the cosmos. Unbeknownst to how many stars he shattered, in the next moment, he was transported back by Weiss. The destruction wrought upon the God Realm was reversed, restored to its former state by Weiss's manipulation of time. Ling Xian hovered in the air, gazing down at Weiss, and with a bitter smile remarked, Weiss, you are truly formidable. I cannot hope to match you. On the ground, Weiss, with a furrowed brow, replied, Lewis, I too cannot compete with you. Even the erasure from the High Priest could not vanquish this fellow. What can I do? It is utterly absurd. Yet, battling Ling Xian is quite enjoyable for Weiss. Unlike the cautious approach required against Beerus, he could unleash his full strength without worry, for Ling Xian would not perish. Well, I'm not certain what is happening. All right, stop pretending to be coy and come down. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Ling Xian descended from the sky, approaching Weiss. Since you have become a candidate for the god of destruction, you now bear responsibility for the destruction of celestial bodies across the universe. But I have only recently grasped destructive energy. Is it not too soon to assign me such tasks? Ling Xian was taken aback. Employing a minor for labor is against the law. You are already a candidate for the god of destruction, Weiss replied, shaking his head with a smile. Regarding your training, I have always encouraged you to balance the cultivation of power with the development of your dimensional realm. You have excelled in this regard. In terms of dimension, you have attained the level of a Kai, and in terms of power, measured by the combat strength standards of the 7th universe, you have reached 1 billion. Although your strength is still far from that of a deity, your understanding of the state of freedom and destructive energy leaves few in the 7th universe capable of contending with you. The current state of Universe 7 is well known. The average level of humanity within this universe ranks among the lowest of the 12. As a candidate for the role of god of destruction, it is your duty to alter this reality. Moreover, who else but you has been burdened with the indolence of Lord Beerus? If you do not take action, who will? Whis stifled a chuckle. Beerus may be the most powerful god of destruction, yet his laziness is undeniable. Ling Xian's lips twitched slightly as he remarked, in my youth, I was naive. Can I now retract my desire to be a candidate for god of destruction? Whis, with a smirk, retorted, what do you think? Ling Xian covered his eyes in a wry smile, lamenting, what ill fortune has befallen me? Without needing Whis to elaborate, Ling Xian was acutely aware of the current predicament of Universe 7. In its earlier days, the strongest adversary was Frieza, whose combat power of 120 million indeed justified his title. It must be said that Universe 7 has truly faced dire challenges. The fact that it has not been obliterated by the Omni King speaks volumes about its luck. Ding. Please check in at the Kaioshin Realm. Reward, Super Saiyan 1. After a decade of silence, the system finally stirred to life, and Ling Xian felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. He understood that the transformation into Super Saiyan could be achieved through the channeling of profound rage, awakening the latent power within. He had attempted the transformation before, but had always come tantalizingly close, which he found perplexing. However, with the system now issuing a task and offering Super Saiyan 1 as a reward, Ling Xian was exhilarated. In terms of cosmic combat power, Ling Xian possessed a strength of 1 billion, which was merely his base power. Should he successfully transform into Super Saiyan 1, his strength would amplify by 50 times. This means that his combat power would soar to an astounding 50 billion. Observing Ling Xian's foolish grin, Whis inquired with curiosity, Lewis, what is amusing you? Nothing, Ling Xian replied. Let us depart to undertake our mission. First, however, we must make a stop at the Kaioshin Realm. What purpose do we have there? Whis pressed. Why concern yourself with such matters? In Lord Beerus's absence, I am the god of destruction. You shall heed my command. A vibrant cascade of colors enveloped the two individuals, propelling them skyward. The cosmic expanse above was extraordinarily resplendent and surreal, with twinkling stars scattered from north to south, forming an exquisite celestial river. Within this river lay a sacred domain, permeated by a milky white aura emanating from a colossal planet. This immense orb, bathed in lush green, radiated beams of divine light, invoking a sense of sanctity, as though it were a realm inhabited by deities. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, a sense of unease washed over Supreme Kaioshin as he sat by the lakeside, clutching his chest, his mind suddenly plagued by restlessness. His attendant, Jebet, hastily inquired, Supreme Kai, what troubles you? I do not know. An ominous premonition has seized me. Could it be that Majin Buu has broken free from his seal? Supreme Kaioshin's countenance shifted dramatically as he rose, preparing to investigate the site of Majin Buu's confinement. Upon hearing this, Jebet's face drained of color. If the legendary Majin Buu had indeed escaped, the universe would face dire peril. In that moment, a thick stream of multicolored light descended from the heavens. Ding. Successfully checked in at the Supreme Kai realm. Reward, Super Saiyan 1. A warm surge coursed through Ling Xian's body, as if rectifying the flaws within him, leaving him in a state of delightful euphoria. A subtle smile graced Ling Xian's lips. So that's it. My inability to transform into a Super Saiyan before was not due to a lack of talent, but rather the insufficient activation of S cells within me. Now, the system's reward has replenished those S cells, finally allowing me to master the Super Saiyan state. Feeling elated, Ling Xian surveyed his surroundings. Whis. The environment here surpasses that of the god of destruction. Perhaps we should propose a change of residence to the Supreme Kai. Master Beerus would not take kindly to your suggestion, Whis responded. Let him be angry. He cannot kill me regardless. Ling Xian retorted nonchalantly. Whis, exasperated, pondered. This young man is infuriating. Perhaps I should confine him for a couple of days to teach him a lesson. Shaking his head, he reflected on the Supreme Kai realm, realizing it had been at least several million years since he last visited. I wonder how the old Supreme Kai is faring now. At that moment, who are you to dare intrude upon the sacred realm of the Supreme Kai? By the lakeside, Jebbet was startled by the sudden burst of colorful light, only to discover two unfamiliar men. Their auras appeared rather ordinary. One was immortal, while the other seemed to possess a dimension that reached the level of a Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai, sensing their presence, felt his inner turmoil dissipate. It was indeed these two that had stirred his curiosity. Yet who were they? Supreme Kai, Jebbet. Ling Xian smiled faintly, recognizing the identities of the two by the lakeside. The Supreme Kai and Jebbet approached, and before the Supreme Kai could utter a word, Jebbet, with an icy glare, demanded, Which Supreme Kai are you? Do you not realize that trespassing in the realm of the Supreme Kai is a grave offense? I am a Supreme Kai, Ling Xian replied, momentarily taken aback, before recalling that his dimension indeed matched that of a Supreme Kai. It was understandable for the other party to think so. However, Jebbet's tone was exceedingly irksome. Weiss also furrowed his brow. Could this individual truly be the current Supreme Kai? Yet, that could not be right. Why did the current Supreme Kai not exhibit the creative rules, while the diminutive figure beside him possessed a rich aura of creation? Ling Xian replied coldly. Do you know who I am? Jebbet was indeed as arrogant as he appeared in the anime. Those unaware might assume he was the Supreme Kai himself. Chapter 6. Release the old Supreme Kai. Is it not merely a minor Supreme Kai? Speak, which Supreme Kai are you? Utterly ignorant. Ling Xian shook his head. I am ignorant, Jebbet retorted with a scoff. Without the Supreme Kai's permission, entering the realm of the Supreme Kai warrants appropriate punishment. Given your status as a Supreme Kai, you may escape death, but not the consequences. As Jebbet raised his hand, preparing to act, the Supreme Kai intervened. Jebbet, cease. He approached Ling Xian, observing him and Weiss closely, sensing that these two were indeed extraordinary. Jebbet, not being a Supreme Kai, could not perceive this. Supreme Kai? They are immortal and a Supreme Kai. How could such a sacred realm be tread upon by them? Enough. Listen to me, Supreme Kai. You ought to hear me. This realm is not for them, and they must face punishment. Jebbet turned away, glaring at Ling Xian and his companion, a fierce glint in his eyes. In his mind, the realm of the Supreme Kai was the most sacred place, untainted by mortals. Weiss finally grasped the situation, looking at Jebbet with a furrowed brow. After all that, it turns out you are not the Supreme Kai. I nearly believed you were the master of the Supreme Kai's realm. Ling Xian stood to the side, arms crossed, his expression impassive. You, be silent. I am merely the servant of the Supreme Kai. A sense of alarm surged within Jebbet as he processed Weiss's words. It dawned on him that his previous conduct had, indeed, crossed certain boundaries. However, one cannot entirely blame Jebbet for his actions. The Supreme Kai, having recently assumed his role, was still quite youthful and possessed a rather timid disposition. Consequently, many matters fell into Jebbet's hands, leading to the development of his current character over time. Supreme Kai, please believe me, I truly have no. Jebbet stammered, drenched in cold sweat, bowing deeply before Supreme Kai Xin. Enough, enough, I understand you mean no harm. Supreme Kai Xin interjected, turning his gaze toward Ling Xian, as if he recognized him as the true authority in the matter. Who are you, and what brings you here? Ignoring Supreme Kai Xin's inquiry, Ling Xian's icy stare remained fixed on Jebbet, the chilling aura of menace causing Jebbet to flinch. What do you intend to do? Do you not realize that ignorance is, in fact, a sin? Ling Xian proclaimed, raising his hand to reveal a violet orb of energy that materialized at his fingertip. The realm of the Supreme Kai was suddenly enveloped in a darkness as the aura of destruction swept through every corner, as if a harbinger of death had descended. What kind of power could a Supreme Kai possess? Jebbet exclaimed in panic. Supreme Kai Xin was equally taken aback, positioning himself protectively in front of Jebbet and urgently calling out, Stop! A warmth coursed through Jebbet's heart. The The Supreme Kai was risking his life to save him. Observing the Supreme Kai's intervention, Ling Xian hesitated, retracting his hand poised to unleash destructive energy. Garbage, consider yourself fortunate this time, as I spare you for the Supreme Kai's sake. Ling Xian remarked coldly, casting a glance at Jebet. Weiss maintained an impassive expression. As long as Ling Xian refrained from harming the Supreme Kai, he had no qualms about Jebet's fate. Greetings, Supreme Kai, my name is Luis, the current candidate for the God of Destruction. Ling Xian finally offered a bow to Supreme Kaioshin. Greetings, Supreme Kai. I am the servant of the God of Destruction. My name is Weiss. Weiss respectfully bowed as well. The unexpected actions of Weiss and Ling Xian left Jebet and Supreme Kaioshin momentarily stunned, particularly Jebet, who recalled that the young Supreme Kai had previously seemed intent on ending his life. How could he suddenly be bowing to the Supreme Kai? Oh, but that youth was indeed a Supreme Kai. Regardless of his strength, reverence was due to the highest deity of the universe. Both Supreme Kaioshin and Jebet shared the same thought. However, what exactly was this candidate for the God of Destruction? Kaioshin, I know you are puzzled. You shall find out shortly, Ling Xian stated, directly addressing the Supreme Kai by name. Kaioshin, Supreme Kaioshin, Jebet, and even Weiss were taken aback. How audacious to call the Supreme Kai by his name. Jebet instinctively wanted to reprimand him, but upon meeting Ling Xian's murderous glare, he quickly fell silent. Yet, it was too late. Ling Xian unleashed a powerful punch, his formidable force penetrating the void. Jebet felt a sharp pain in his chest, which indented by 5 centimeters, and was subsequently hurled thousands of miles away by the residual shockwave. Jebet, the Supreme Kaioshin's face fell in alarm as he attempted to soar towards him. Fear not. He is not dead. Follow me. I am aware that you harbor many questions, and soon all will be revealed. Ling Xian retracted his fist, having already shown considerable respect to the Supreme Kaioshin. Is everything all right? Shin glanced towards the direction where Jebet had vanished, then turned his attention back to Ling Xian and Weiss. In truth, he was quite perplexed about the identities of these two individuals, who had instilled a sense of unease within him even before their arrival. Upon entering the realm of the Supreme Kai, the youthful Kai's unleashed power left him astounded. It was astonishing that this young Kai's strength surpassed even that of the Supreme Kai himself. Furthermore, the young Kai had declared himself a candidate for the God of Destruction. What exactly did that entail? The Supreme Kaioshin was engulfed in confusion. Weiss, let us depart. We must first unseal the old Supreme Kai. Ling Xian's purpose for coming here extended beyond merely fulfilling a task. He sought to liberate the old Supreme Kai. Weiss was indeed correct. Having become a candidate for the God of Destruction, the seventh universe's fate was intricately linked to him, and he bore the responsibility of altering its condition. The old Supreme Kai was pivotal to this change. Ling Xian ascended into the air. However, a voice filled with profound implications resonated from the ground. How do you know of this matter? Weiss had initially pondered how Ling Xian would elucidate everything to the oblivious Supreme Kaioshin, but he was taken aback when Ling Xian directly mentioned the old Supreme Kai. Ling Xian's body stiffened midair as he recalled that Weiss had never communicated this information to him. Oh no, let us be on our way. Weiss smiled faintly, his eyes filled with profound meaning as he gazed at Ling Xian. It seemed that this young man's peculiarity extended beyond merely disregarding all negative influences of the world. Weiss refrained from inquiring how Ling Xian came to know about the old Kaioshin, and Ling Xian, feeling relieved, hastened to fly towards the center of the Kaioshin realm. According to the original narrative, the place where the old Kaioshin was sealed lay there. As Ling Xian and Weiss soared through the sky, Kaioshin Shin ultimately chose to follow them. His curiosity regarding the identity of the candidate for the God of Destruction was insatiable. As for Jebet, the young Kaioshin had asserted that he was not dead, and it was reasonable to trust him. At the heart of the Kaioshin realm, a shimmering silver lake unfolded, with a stone tower rising majestically at its center. Embedded within the tower was a sword, with only its hilt protruding from the stone. What brings you here? Kaioshin Shin inquired, observing Ling Xian and Weiss with increasing intrigue, sensing their inscrutable nature. Ling Xian pointed to the sword as he hovered above the lake's surface. Weiss remained silent, his gaze fixed on Ling Xian, astonished by the depth of his knowledge. The sword was known as the Kaioshin sword, and legend had it that pulling it from its sheath would grant the wielder the most formidable power in existence. As the master of the Kaioshin sword, Kaioshin Shin was well aware of its origins and suddenly realized, exclaiming, Are you attempting to pry into this sword? Do you seek to obtain the mightiest power in the world? With a cautious demeanor, Kaioshin retreated to the side, preparing for battle. Though internally he felt a wave of helplessness, could he truly contend with them? Ling Xian and Weiss exchanged glances, their expressions darkening at the absurdity of such claims. How naive. Furthermore, if they truly sought this so-called supreme power, did they believe that merely retreating a few meters would render them safe? Without further explanation, Ling Xian ascended to the stone pillar and grasped the sword's hilt with one hand. Stop! Kaioshin shouted. Ignoring him, Ling Xian unleashed a destructive aura. Exerting a slight force. Boom! The Kaioshin sword was instantly drawn from its resting place, causing the stone pillar to shatter into fragments that plummeted into the vast lake, creating towering waves. Gulp! Kaioshin swallowed hard. Historically, no Kaioshin, including himself, had ever succeeded in drawing forth the Kaioshin sword. Yet this young man had managed to do so. It was unbelievable. Ling Xian held the Kaioshin sword, feeling a faint destructive aura emanating from it. No wonder previous Kaioshins had been unable to pull it out. It was the work of Beerus. It was over. Kaioshin felt a surge of despair, realizing that the adversary had drawn the Kaioshin sword, undoubtedly securing the most formidable power in existence. He could only hope that the individual was not malevolent, otherwise, the universe would be in peril. After a while, there was no sign of energy fluctuation emanating from Ling Xian. The god of the realm, Saiyan, furrowed his brow, pondering whether the legend was indeed false. How fortunate it would be if that were the case. Then, no one would possess the so-called ultimate power. Just as the god of the realm, Saiyan, found solace in this thought, Ling Xian declared, "Break it." Grasping the hilt with one hand and the blade's tip with the other, he startled the young god of the realm, who could hardly believe that the boy intended to snap the god sword in half. Had he lost his senses? The god of the realm, Saiyan, realized the legend was indeed a fabrication, but how could anyone dare to break the god sword? Yet, in the next moment, he stood dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning, suspended in midair. To his astonishment, the god sword in Ling Xian's hands shattered into two pieces. All right, Saiyan, come down, Ling Xian said, holding the broken sword as he descended to the lakeside, with Weiss closely following. Come down. My treasured sword is shattered. This was the legendary god sword, passed down through generations. Above, the god of the realm, Saiyan, gazed at the broken sword in the boy's hands, his nostrils flaring as his eyes reddened. The god sword, which had endured for so long, was destroyed in his generation. He felt like a sinner. The god of the realm, Saiyan, descended to the lake as if he were a soulless puppet. The god sword was in ruins, and the young god of the realm still commanded him to come down. Was he not intended to let him off easily, but rather to face his demise? The god of the realm, Saiyan, resigned himself to fate. Though he realized there was no alternative, he was utterly outmatched. The overwhelming aura of destruction emanating from his opponent rendered him breathless. Ling Xian and Weiss remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the mind of the god of the realm, Saiyan. Had they been aware, they would have assured him, "Child, you are overthinking." Ling Xian then spoke. "Oh, venerable god of the realm, please appear." Chapter 7. The astonishment of the old god of the realm upon hearing this. The god of the realm, Saiyan, blinked in confusion, his vacant eyes flickering with intrigue. Venerable god of the realm? As soon as Ling Xian's words faded, a plume of smoke erupted from the broken god sword. Cough, cough, cough. I have finally emerged. A lecherous old man, garbed in the attire of the god of the realm, appeared seemingly out of thin air at the lakeside, stretching his back and relishing the taste of freedom. Who is this old man? How did he come to be here? The god of the realm, Saiyan, was left in utter disbelief. The old man, the venerable god of the realm, unleashed a torrent of curses. "I am your ancestor." Amidst his tirade, the old god of the realm furrowed his brow and remarked, "I thought it was some descendant who had freed me. I never imagined the current god of the realm had fallen to such depths." The old Supreme Kai gazed at the attire of the ancient Supreme Kai and the patera earrings dangling from his ears, his body jolting with a sudden realization. Could it be that this elder is the former Supreme Kai? Indeed, it must be so, for the young Supreme Kai had mentioned releasing the old Supreme Kai, clearly referring to this venerable figure. "Are you truly my ancestor?" The Supreme Kai Saiyan exclaimed joyfully, clenching his tiny fists tightly. The old Supreme Kai glanced at the scrawny figure before him and ultimately nodded in affirmation. "Ancestor, You must be incredibly powerful. Will you assist me in punishing him? He just bullied me. The Supreme Kaioshin felt a newfound sense of security as he pointed at Ling Xian. Ling Xian. Weiss. Oh dear. Just as the Supreme Kaioshin finished speaking, he was struck with a sudden pain in his head, clutching it as he squatted on the ground, howling in distress. Silence. You have no idea who he is. What a dismal performance for a Supreme Kai. The old Supreme Kai, filled with exasperation, delivered a sharp rap to Xian's head. Turning his attention to Ling Xian and Weiss, he remarked, Mr. Weiss, it has been quite some time. Weiss nodded with a smile. Indeed, old Supreme Kai, it has been a while. The old Supreme Kai shifted his gaze to Ling Xian and said, This must be the current candidate for the God of Destruction. Yes, Lord Beerus discovered this young man a decade ago, and since then, he has entered a state of slumber. I am now rousing him to annihilate planets. It is a pleasure to meet you, old Supreme Kai. You may call me Lewis. Ling Xian replied respectfully with a bow. The old Supreme Kai scrutinized Ling Xian from head to toe, expressing his admiration. The power within you is quite extraordinary. And you have grasped the principles of destruction. Such remarkable talent. Wait, Lewis, what is this ethereal aura surrounding you? The old Supreme Kai suddenly appeared astounded, exclaiming, The state of absolute freedom. Hiss. From Weiss, he learned that this youth was only discovered by Beerus 10 years prior, which meant he had been trained by Weiss for at most a decade. To comprehend the principles of destruction and the angelic skill of absolute freedom in merely 10 years, such talent is not just good, it is astonishingly terrifying. Ling Xian looked at the old Supreme Kai in shock, realizing how fearsome it was that he could see through his fade with just a glance. Surely, he wouldn't be able to discern the system within him as well. Rest assured, host, this system cannot be perceived by those from the Dragon Ball realm. An electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ling Xian finally felt a sense of relief. The old Supreme Kai indeed possessed keen insight. However, Lewis had yet to fully grasp the absolute freedom, merely touching upon the nascent form of it. Weiss provided an explanation. The old Supreme Kai, still astonished, swallowed hard. Even in this rudimentary form, it was still immensely formidable. After all, this was a state that even Beerus had not comprehended. The old Supreme Kai was engulfed in a world of astonishment, while the Supreme Kaioshin found himself utterly perplexed. Hadn't the young Supreme Kai claimed that once the old Supreme Kai was released, he would possess all knowledge? Why then did he find himself increasingly bewildered? Old Supreme Kai, many universes are now eagerly awaiting the moment when Lord Zeno will obliterate our 7th universe. We require your assistance, Vados interjected. Why? The old Supreme Kai was taken aback. Even Ling Xian was unaware of this matter. Observing their expressions, Vados recounted events from a decade prior. A divine aura had erupted near planet Vegeta, prompting Beerus to select Ling Xian as a candidate for the God of Destruction. Initially, it seemed inconsequential. However, when other universes learned that Beerus's successor was merely a diminutive child of astonishing weakness, they seized the opportunity to mock him, questioning whether the 7th universe had no one else to offer. Their laughter echoed the absurdity of appointing a child as a candidate for God of Destruction. The average power level of humanity in the 7th universe was already dismal, and Beerus's poor decision only exacerbated their predicament. In truth, the multiverse once comprised 18 universes, not merely 12. However, due to the underperformance of many universes and some incurring the wrath of Lord Zeno, only 12 remained after destruction. If the 7th universe continued on this declining trajectory, it could very well face obliteration by Lord Zeno. The divine aura. The dwindling average power levels. It was astonishing to the old Supreme Kai that during his years of confinement, the 7th universe had fallen to such depths. He felt an urge to curse. It was all due to that scrawny troublemaker. Had he not sealed himself away, such calamities would surely not have befallen the 7th universe under his stewardship. Calm yourself, old Supreme Kai, Vados reassured. Indeed, our universe is in a dire state. But with Lewis's presence, the 7th universe shall rise again. Yes, with Lewis, and with your exceptional talent, our 7th universe will soon reclaim its former glory. The old Supreme Kai nodded, acknowledging this as the first piece of good news he had received since his unsealing. Meanwhile, Lewis scratched his nose, pondering, Is my talent truly that remarkable? How could it not be? Vados replied, In just 10 years, you have mastered the principles of destruction and grasped the essence of the state of freedom. Moreover, with your unique immunity, who in the multiverse could rival Ling Xuan's talent? Finally, Ling Xian spoke up. Old Supreme Kai. The current Supreme Kai lacks understanding. He will require your guidance. This, indeed, was crucial. After all, the role of Supreme Kai was no longer his alone. The management of the universe necessitated a Supreme Kai's involvement. As they conversed, Supreme Kai Shin found himself taken aback. Who says I know nothing? I know everything. What do you understand? The old Kai, feeling exasperated, gave the Supreme Kai a sharp rap on the head and sighed. Alas, it is all the mischief wrought by Beerus. This little sprout knows nothing, though I suppose it is not entirely his fault. The old Kai then recounted the tale of Majin Buu. Upon hearing the stories of the past, the Supreme Kai's eyes glistened with a hint of moisture. It seemed the ancestors were well aware of the matters concerning Majin Buu. Young one, from now on, allow me to guide you, the old Kai remarked, casting a glance at the Supreme Kai and then at Lewis. Lewis is indeed the pivotal figure of our time. Just imagining the astonished expressions of the gods of other universes upon witnessing Lewis brings me joy. Oh, venerable old Kai, since you have emerged, I shall entrust you with Asin. It is time for me to proceed with the destruction of several planets. Ling Xian expressed his intent to depart. Destroying planets? The Kaioshin, eyes wide with fury, retorted, why must you destroy planets? Reckless destruction renders you no different from Majin Buu. Alas, the Kaioshin felt a sharp pain in his head once more, marking the third time he had been chastised by the old Kai. Why are you striking me, ancestor? You know nothing. The old Kai began to impart the fundamental knowledge of the Omni King's divine duties to Asin. Meanwhile, Ling Xian glanced at Whis. His mission in the Kai realm had reached its conclusion, and it was time for him to take his leave. Whis, perceiving Ling Xian's expression, waved his staff, enveloping the two in a kaleidoscope of light as they ascended into the heavens. Not long after Ling Xian's departure, whispers echoed throughout the cosmos. What a destructive deity. The strongest in the universe, even more formidable than Majin Buu. The role of the destroyer is solely to wreak havoc. Chapter 8. Encountering Ties. Ling Xian exited the Kai realm and, in the ensuing month, commenced an unrelenting campaign of planetary destruction. One barren planet after another vanished at his hands, and his mastery over the principles of destruction grew increasingly adept. The destructive energy he conjured had evolved from the size of a pearl to that of a fist. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, he raised his hand, targeting a planet still in its primitive tribal stage, and hurled forth his destructive energy. A violet flash surged forth, and the planet transformed into a stream of light, dissipating into the celestial void. This particular planet had once harbored life. Yet due to a misstep in evolution, it failed to develop into sentient beings and was deemed a useless planet. Whis observed the youthful figure amidst the cosmic backdrop, a smile perpetually gracing his face. Lord Beerus has struck gold. What are you saying, Whis? Ling Xian turned his head. This was the 608th useless planet he had obliterated, revealing the extent of Beerus's negligence. Oh, nothing. By the way, Saiyans are not meant to survive in the universe. You. Haha. It seems that due to my disregard for negative repercussions, I can thrive even in the cosmos. You truly are extraordinary. Normally, only those who have reached the level of the Great Kai through dimensional training can survive in the universe. Yet here you are, subsisting in the cosmos beneath the Kai dimension, thanks to that exceptional power of yours. It's all good. Ling Xian touched his head and said, Weiss, I have nearly completed my task. What should I do now? Weiss waved his staff and examined the substandard planets, observing that they had indeed been largely destroyed. He remarked, it is true. However, merely annihilating planets is of little significance in elevating the average index of human beings across the universe. Ultimately, the scarcity of formidable beings in the seventh universe is the crux of the matter. Furthermore, excessive destruction of planets could hinder the development of a universe. It is now time for Asing to take action. Only through balancing destruction and creation and allowing the universe itself to give rise to more powerful entities can we truly progress. Upon hearing this, Ling Xian nodded. Weiss, since I have no further tasks, may I indulge in some relaxation? Certainly. But where do you wish to go? A flicker of curiosity sparkled in Weiss's eyes. Ling Xian replied, I wish to return to planet Vegeta and see how the Saiyans are faring. Ling Xian had never harbored much fondness for those malevolent Saiyans, yet for some inexplicable reason, over the years, he found himself persistently curious about their development. Moreover, with the alteration of their fate, his intrigue regarding their current state only deepened. Lewis, I regret to inform you that you may not be able to return to planet Vegeta. What? Was planet Vegeta destroyed by Frieza? You are aware of this. Weiss regarded Ling Xian with a knowing look. Oh no. Ling Xian swallowed nervously, realizing he had inadvertently spoken out of turn. Weiss did not press for further inquiry, instead glancing at Ling Xian and stating, "Do not worry. While planet Vegeta has indeed exploded, the Saiyans have not perished." This revelation left Ling Xian perplexed. Do you recall Lord Beerus's command before he departed from planet Vegeta? Yes, I remember. Lord Beerus instructed the Saiyan race to join the Galactic Patrol. That is correct. Lord Beerus's decree was not to be defied by King Vegeta, who thus led the entire race to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Frieza, upon witnessing King Vegeta's betrayal, then took action to obliterate planet Vegeta. What? Ling Xian instinctively exclaimed, urgently asking, "So my Saiyan kin are now at the Galactic Patrol headquarters?" Indeed, the Galactic Patrol headquarters is no ordinary place, which is why Frieza has not dared to invade it. Currently, the Saiyan race is thriving. Weiss nodded, reviewing the information, his eyes widening in astonishment. I never imagined that a decade has passed, and your Saiyans have made remarkable progress, with over a dozen having surpassed a battle power of 100,000. With a formidable battle power of 100,000, Ling Xian furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Could it be that the S cells within the Saiyan race had begun to awaken, leading to such remarkable growth over the span of a decade? Whis, please assist me in locating a Saiyan by the name of Kakarot. I need to ascertain his current whereabouts. Ling Xian's voice was laced with urgency. Whis raised an eyebrow. And who, pray tell, is Kakarot? Before long, he discovered that the Saiyan known as Kakarot resided on a planet called Earth, where he now went by the name Son Goku, undergoing training under a master known as the Turtle Hermit. To think Son Goku has made his way to Earth and commenced training under the Turtle Hermit, Ling Xian pondered. It appears that Son Goku indeed received guidance from the Turtle Hermit during this period. If the Saiyans have not perished, does this imply that Vegeta will also invade Earth? Will Son Goku transform into a Super Saiyan? Let us proceed to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Ling Xian declared. Given that Son Goku had arrived on Earth, and the planet had thus far remained relatively unscathed by the butterfly effect, Ling Xian was not inclined to interrupt Son Goku's training just yet. After all, Son Goku's future breakthroughs would be attributed not only to his innate talent and determination, but also to the martial arts training he received in his youth on Earth. Very well. Whis did not question Ling Xian's intentions regarding the Galactic Patrol headquarters and swiftly transported them through the cosmos. In the 7th universe, at the heart of the North Galaxy, a colossal planet floated amidst a cluster of smaller celestial bodies. On this grand planet stood the Galactic Patrol headquarters. In the mission hall, Gak sat on a sofa, observing the Saiyans coming and going, and could not help but exclaim, "Who would have imagined that the fearsome Saiyan race would join the Galactic Patrol headquarters? Are Saiyans truly that terrifying?" A woman with short golden hair and a curvaceous figure, exuding a mature aura, queried. "Indeed, they are quite fearsome. They once followed Frieza, the tyrant of the universe." Gak's words sent a shiver through the golden-haired woman, who recalled a harrowing encounter with Frieza's forces during their cosmic travels, narrowly escaping thanks to the advanced technology of Gak's spacecraft. How could this group of Saiyans suddenly decide to join the Galactic Patrol? I cannot say. Gak furrowed his brow. However, thanks to the Saiyans' involvement over the past decade, the workload of the Galactic Patrol has certainly become much more manageable. How peculiar. The golden-haired woman rested her chin on her hand, observing the Saiyans bustling about the mission hall. At that moment, two figures emerged from the mission hall, and to her astonishment, they were none other than Ling Xian and Whis. Could it be her? As Ling Xian entered, he immediately recognized the woman beside Gak, Tai. In the original work, Tai's is Bulma's sister, a novelist who follows Gak into the universe in search of compelling material for her stories. To her surprise, she encounters him at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Tai's notices Ling Xian's gaze, and her delicate brows furrow slightly. Tai's, what troubles you? She inquires. That person is staring at me. She points towards Ling Xian. Gak hastily presses her hand down, exclaiming in alarm, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Didn't you see that tail at his waist?" He is a Saiyan. It is only then that Tai's notices the tail and quickly covers her mouth. Oh no. It's too late. That Saiyan is approaching us. He must have heard what you just said. Gak is nearly in tears, lamenting how bothersome women can be. As Ling Xian draws nearer, the atmosphere in the hall grows tense. Gak and Tai's hold their breath, palms sweating, fervently hoping that he is not seeking trouble with them. Chapter 9. A reunion with King Vegeta. Excuse me, Miss, are you the daughter of Dr. Briefs? Ling Xian approaches Tais with a smile. He recognizes her, but refrains from voicing it, as he does not wish to attract Wiss's peculiar gaze. Tais, taken aback, points to herself with her slender fingers and widens her eyes in astonishment. You know my father? Her incredulous expression is rather endearing. Ling Xian scratches his nose and replies, I do not. Ah, could you relay a message to him for me? She asks eagerly. Of course. Tais breathes a sigh of relief, finding this boy quite polite. Perhaps Saiyans aren't as fearsome as Gak suggested. Unbeknownst to her, Ling Xian had obliterated over 5,000 planets, which might alter her perception of fear. Nevertheless, she cautiously inquires, what message would you like me to convey? Please ask him to create a gravity chamber with 100 times the normal gravity for Goku. Although Ling Xian had no immediate plans to return to Earth, the thought crossed his mind upon seeing Tais. After all, Goku's power had been increasing at an excruciatingly slow pace. A gravity chamber would undoubtedly accelerate his strength significantly. The prospect of battling alongside the protagonist of Dragon Ball filled him with exhilaration. All right, I will inform my father. Thank you, Tais responds, her voice tinged with excitement. As Ling Xian prepares to turn away, a sudden thought strikes him. He looks back at Tais and says, if you ever find yourself in peril, simply call out for Whis, and I will return to rescue you. Consider it my token of gratitude. In the original text, after Tai's departure from Earth, she subsequently lost contact with Bulma and the others. Ling Xian speculated that Tai had likely encountered danger and met with misfortune. Regardless of whether this conjecture would come to pass, it would be quite regrettable for such a beautiful woman to fall into peril. While Tai was lost in thought, Ling Xian had already turned to leave. Jike, observing Ling Xian's retreating figure, inquired, Tai, do you know this Saiyan? Not at all, Tai replied. Then how could he? Jike's subsequent words were unheard by Ling Xian, who had arrived at the Galactic Patrol headquarters alongside Whis. A green octopus sat in an office chair, its tentacles busily organizing mission requests. Beside it stood a youth clad in Galactic Patrol attire. Mels, have those Saiyans been behaving? The Galactic King asked. Your Majesty. They pose no issues, Mels assured. Oh, how do you know that so well? As Mels was about to elaborate, he suddenly sensed something and exclaimed, Your Majesty, my brother has arrived, and also the candidate for destroyer. Wow, what? The Galactic King turned pale, falling from his chair in shock. As the Galactic King was privy to many secrets, he was well aware of Mel's identity as a trainee angel, implying that Mel's brother must be a true angel. Furthermore, the arrival of a candidate for destroyer was unexpected. Wait, when did the 7th universe acquire a candidate for destroyer? Just as the Galactic King pondered this, the door swung open, and 2 figures stepped inside. Whis smiled and greeted Mels. It has been a while. Brother, it's been too long. Mels nodded, then turned to Ling Xian. This must be the esteemed candidate for destroyer. Whis nodded with a smile. Greetings, Mels, Ling Xian replied. Before arriving, Whis had briefed him on the peculiarities of the Galactic Patrol headquarters, particularly regarding Mels, who was his brother. This connection was why Frieza dared not trouble the Saiyans at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Greetings, esteemed candidate for destroyer. Mels continued to observe Ling Xian, noticing an ethereal aura surrounding the youth. Is this the state of being free? How intriguing. It seems that other universes wishing to witness the 7th universe's folly may be disappointed. The Galactic King approached and respectfully bowed before Ling Xian. Galactic King, summon King Vegeta to meet me. Yes. The Galactic King hastily summoned King Vegeta, disregarding the purpose of Ling Xian's visit. After the Galactic King departed, Whis and Meruz engaged in conversation. Ling Xian observed Meruz, who, like Whis, possessed pale blue skin and silver hair. According to the original narrative, Meruz would meet his demise during the Moro arc, only to be resurrected by the Grand Minister, albeit as mortal. Meruz, being an angel, maintained a neutral stance, refraining from excessive interference in cosmic affairs and from exerting his full power over mortals. Brother, villains deserve to be imprisoned. This is the very reason I joined the Galactic Patrol, he asserted. Meruz, such a stance will not qualify you as a proper angel, Whis remarked, gently patting Meruz's head. Meruz bowed his head in silence. Ling Xian listened to the dialogue between the 2 siblings. Noting how Meruz's character mirrored that of the original tale, gentle yet imbued with a sense of justice. Meruz's dream was to safeguard the universe he cherished. At that moment, a tall figure followed the Galactic King into the room. Ling Xian greeted, King Vegeta, it has been a while. Beerus and Whis halted their conversation and turned to look. Lewis, weren't you taken as a disciple by Lord Beerus? What brings you back, King Vegeta? He exclaimed joyfully. 10 years prior, upon awakening from his coma, Vegeta had informed him that Lewis had been chosen as a candidate for the God of Destruction. How are the Saiyans faring? Ling Xin inquired, taking a seat. For the past decade, we Saiyans have been relentlessly pursued by Frieza's army. In the early days, we suffered losses among our kin, but now, after an inexplicable surge in our combat prowess, Frieza's forces pose little threat to us, Vegeta replied. And what of Vegeta? Ling Xin continued, nodding thoughtfully. We joined the Galactic Patrol under Lord Beerus's command, but Frieza is unaware of this and believes we have betrayed him, which has led to our relentless pursuit. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz vanished 10 years ago under pursuit, and we have yet to hear any news of them. Lewis, you are the pride of our Saiyan race. Our planet, Vegeta, has been destroyed by Frieza. You must avenge us. Ling Xin was taken aback by the revelation. He glanced at Whis, who waved his staff to investigate and subsequently stated, Vegeta and the others are not dead. They are still evading Frieza's forces. King Vegeta was overjoyed. Is that true? Can Mr. Whis bring my son back? Whis turned to Ling Xin. Ling Xin, genuinely surprised by Vegeta's continued pursuit by Frieza, shook his head. Do not concern yourself with him. If he were to perish at the hands of Frieza's army, it would be a consequence of his own insufficient strength. As another protagonist in the Dragon Ball saga, is it truly so effortless for Vegeta to perish? One might speculate that Vegeta could even flee to Earth as a result. Who could have anticipated that Ling Xian's casual conjecture would ultimately manifest as reality? Yet, that is a tale for another time. Lewis, Vegeta is your kin. How could you be so callous? Vegeta's king exclaimed in distress. Ling Xian regarded him coldly and replied, in truth, I harbored no objections when Lord Beerus sought to annihilate the Saiyan race. I never imagined that his final decision would be influenced by me. Since you have survived, do not trouble me. The inherent malevolence of the Saiyan nature means not every Saiyan evolves into a being akin to Goku or Vegeta, ultimately adopting the ways of Earthlings. Ling Xian, being a native of this world, harbored little fondness for these wicked Saiyans. Upon hearing Ling Xian's words, Whis was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed Ling Xian had come to the Galactic Patrol headquarters to lead his kin in seeking vengeance against Frieza. Who could have foreseen such a twist? What then was Ling Xian's true purpose for being here? Whis could not help but cast a profound glance at him. Vegeta's king fell silent at Ling Xian's declaration. As a Saiyan, how could he utter such sentiments? His own kin refusing to assist him, while the tyrant of the cosmos relentlessly hunted their kind, left him feeling utterly constrained. Very well, if you will not aid me, I shall devise my own means. Vegeta's king clenched his fists, departing with an air of despondence. Chapter 10. The Saiyans have changed. Ling Xian rose from his seat, casting a lingering glance at the retreating figure of Vegeta's king. Why did it seem to him that the king had undergone a transformation? Was it merely an illusion? Lewis, do you truly intend to forsake your kin? Survival of the fittest, as you once articulated, is the natural law. Ling Xian's voice was ice cold. In truth, with his current strength, he could easily vanquish Frieza without even transforming into a Super Saiyan. Yet, he found little worth in assisting the Saiyans, especially knowing that Frieza would eventually meet his demise at the hands of the protagonist of Dragon Ball, rendering his intervention unnecessary. Nevertheless, Ling Xian felt an inexplicable agitation, as though Vegeta's king had indeed changed since joining the Galactic Patrol. Oh ho ho, Lewis, you possess remarkable insight, truly worthy of being Lord Beerus's candidate. Weiss gazed at Melis earnestly and inquired, have you comprehended the neutral regulations of angels? However, Melis, dismissive of Weiss, turned away and departed, much like King Vegeta. Without a backward glance, Weiss, left in silence, exited the Galactic King's office. Ling Xian wandered around the Galactic Patrol headquarters, his mind elsewhere. Only upon encountering fellow Saiyans did his attention sharpen, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. The Saiyans had indeed undergone significant transformations, particularly regarding their combat prowess, with nearly every individual surpassing a battle power of 8,000. This figure, reminiscent of the battle power exhibited during Vegeta's invasion of Earth, was noteworthy, especially considering it occurred in the early stages of the Dragon Ball narrative. A battle power of 8,000 was undeniably formidable. Could this be the awakening of the S-cells within the Saiyan lineage? Yet, how could these inherently malevolent Saiyans possibly awaken their S-cells? Wasn't it only during times of peace that Scions could unlock such potential? Ultimately, Ling Xian departed from the Galactic Patrol headquarters alongside Weiss. On their journey back to the realm of the destroyers, Weiss remarked, "Are you truly not inclined to assist your kin?" He noticed Ling Xian's distracted demeanor and chuckled behind his hand. "What's so funny? I said I wouldn't help, and that's final," Ling Xian retorted, placing a hand on Weiss's shoulder with irritation. Weiss chuckled lightly. "Someone is quite stubborn. You seemed so eager before arriving at the Galactic headquarters. I assumed you had a specific intention, yet your focus has remained on your fellow Scions. Enough with the circumlocution and the insults," Ling Xian countered, contemplating for a moment before asking, "Weiss, could you investigate the circumstances surrounding the Scion's integration into the Galactic Patrol?" Weiss nodded, momentarily pausing amidst the cosmic expanse before waving his staff. Moments later, he relayed, "After the Scions complied with Lord Beerus's command to join the Galactic Patrol, they ceased their invasions of other planets and began executing tasks assigned by the Silver Patrol. Over the past decade, the Scions have completed countless galactic missions, safeguarding 605 races, dismantling 408 cosmic pirate groups, and eliminating a total of 100,000 silver criminals." The more Weiss spoke, the more astonished he became, ultimately gazing at Ling Xian and stating, "Lewis, it seems your Scion kin have undergone a transformation." "Transformed?" Ling Xian furrowed his brow. "Aren't Scions inherently malevolent?" "No, that was incorrect. In the original narrative, Scions were not malevolent from the outset. Their wickedness emerged only after a civil conflict." Ling Xian recalled someone, Yamoshi. The tale of Yamoshi spoke of his escape alongside 5 benevolent companions during a civil strife, culminating in his transformation into a Super Scion at a critical moment. This marked the inception of the Super Scion legend, as well as the legend of the Super Scion God. A smile graced Ling Xian's face as he declared, "Weiss, should the Scions encounter peril, please inform me." "Lewis, didn't you say?" "Be quiet. Am I not thinking about the 7th universe? Just look at the Scions. In merely a decade, some have already surpassed a battle power of 100,000. If we grant them more time to evolve, wouldn't they effortlessly elevate the average power index of the universe's inhabitants?" "Lewis, I must admit, your reasoning holds merit," Weiss remarked, stroking his chin, his eyes gleaming with insight. "Indeed, it was this very thought that compelled me to urge you to keep an eye on the safety of the Scions. Otherwise, who knows how long it would take to cultivate a highly gifted race from the cosmos." Ling Xian haughtily lifted his chin. He spoke as if it were an undeniable truth, and Weiss chose not to contradict him, instead chuckling behind his hand. "Lord Lewis is correct. I have been overly cautious." "Humph," Ling Xian retorted with a feigned bravado, letting out a couple of scoffs. Just as Weiss was about to speak further, his brow furrowed suddenly. "Lewis, Miss Ties is in danger." "What? Already? We must hurry." Meanwhile, in another expanse of the universe, aboard a Galactic Patrol spaceship, 2 individuals wore expressions of urgency. 5 additional ships pursued them relentlessly. "What do we do? I never expected to be targeted by Frieza's forces so soon," Ties exclaimed, grasping Jack's shoulders and shaking him fervently. "Stop shaking me. If you keep this up, I might faint," Jack exclaimed, his gaze lost among the floating stars. Ties ceased her shaking and declared loudly, "You claim to be an elite of the Galactic Patrol, yet you can't even handle those few small Karamis behind us. What a liar." I did not deceive you," Jack protested, but suddenly his expression changed dramatically. "This is bad. The ships behind us are far more advanced. We can't shake them off. And they're about to launch an attack. Warning, warning. A powerful energy fluctuation has been detected behind you. Attention, pilot." The blaring alarm echoed, its shrill sound sending Ties into a panic. Could she truly not escape this time? No. She had yet to pen a novel that would echo throughout the universe. "Ties, do you remember what that Scion at the Galactic Patrol headquarters said? Desperate times call for desperate measures. Quickly, call Weiss." At the mention of Weiss, a memory flashed in Ties' mind. "If you encounter danger, just call Weiss, and I will come to your aid. Consider it my gratitude towards you." In a moment of desperation, Ties raised her voice, "Weiss." Buzz. The space surrounding the spaceship rippled as 2 figures emerged from within. Ling Xian, having received Ties' call for help, immediately urged Weiss to hasten towards their location. Fortunately, the distance was not great. Otherwise, with Weiss's spatial traversing abilities, they might have arrived too late. After all, the speed of space travel pales in comparison to instantaneous movement. It seems I must seek an opportunity to master this secret technique. Ling Xian materialized outside the spacecraft, where 5 electromagnetic shockwaves surged towards him. With a mere wave of his hand, the shockwaves were effortlessly deflected. Then, Ling Xian reached out into the void, and the 5 spacecrafts ahead were instantly condensed into a heap of scrap metal, their occupants reduced to mere pulp. Inside the spacecraft, Taisi shouted for Weiss and then kept her eyes tightly shut. In truth, she had lost all hope. For how could it be that merely calling someone's name would summon aid? However, after a while, the energy fluctuations dissipated and the alarm ceased. Taisi was taken aback. Slowly opening her eyes, Jaka pointed excitedly at the exterior of the spacecraft, exclaiming, "Taisi, look outside." "What is it?" Taisi asked, only to be stunned into silence. 2 figures floated outside the spacecraft, smiling down at her. These 2 were none other than the Galactic Patrol headquarters, having encountered that Saiyan and his servant. Gasping, Taisi realized that calling out a name could indeed bring someone to rescue her. Suddenly, the 2 figures vanished from outside, only to reappear inside the spacecraft an instant later. Ling Xian remarked with a smile, "I didn't expect you to find yourself in danger so quickly. It's you. You actually came to save me," Taisi exclaimed, leaping into Ling Xian's embrace, genuinely startled as she had thought her fate was sealed. Ling Xian stiffened for a moment. Taisi's figure was remarkably alluring, soft, and fragrant. Could you perhaps step down so we can talk?" As her intoxicating scent wafted into his nostrils, Ling Xian felt certain parts of his body stirring to life. If Taisi didn't descend soon, he would surely embarrass himself. Seemingly sensing something amiss, Taisi hurriedly hopped down, laughing as she said, "I'm so glad you came. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known what to do." She then lifted her pristine chin and glanced at Jaka, almost as if to say, "See? The peril you couldn't resolve was handled by that fearsome Saiyan you spoke of." "Humph." Jaka huffed in annoyance. At that moment, Ling Xian chuckled, "My lady, the universe is perilous. After this, shouldn't you return to Earth? Lady, just call me Taisi." She replied, her gaze resolute. "No, I will continue to traverse the cosmos until I pen a novel that resonates throughout the universe." Ling Xian. Weiss. You, an ordinary Earthling, dare to navigate the treacherous void of space even after encountering danger. Ling Xian fell into a moment of silence before speaking. "Since you have chosen to continue your journey, I wish you good fortune." With that, he prepared to leave alongside Weiss. "Wait, what's wrong?" Ling Xian paused, turning to gaze at Taisi. Can you protect me? I can pay you. My father is quite wealthy." Taisi's cheeks flushed. She was courageous in pursuit of her dreams, yet fearful of danger. This charming young man exuded an aura of kindness, and being a Saiyan, his recent display of power in rescuing her was a testament to his strength. If only he could shield her, it would spare her from the company of the weak Gak. "Taisi, I'm sorry, but I truly don't have the time." Ling Xian shook his head. Although Taisi was undeniably beautiful and adorable, he was not the type of man to be easily swayed by a pretty face. He had to return to the God Realm to continue his training. Otherwise, with his current battle power of 1 billion, he would be utterly unprepared for the challenges posed by the Dragon Ball bosses. "Please, Gak is too weak. He can't protect me at all." You. Upon hearing Taisi's plea, Gak could not help but roll his eyes. "Hey, I'm still right here. You can just call me Louis." "Louis, you're the strongest. Those Frieza Force members are no match for me. You're the best, please." Taisi blinked her big eyes playfully, flattered by the compliments. Louis couldn't help but smile slightly. He had to admit that Taisi's flattery was quite impressive. Weiss, witnessing this, merely scoffed with disdain. "Huh? Men." Chapter 11. Taisi's instant noodles. Ling Xian felt a sense of ease wash over him as he tilted his head and hummed, "Hold on. Although what you say is true, I am indeed quite remarkable. Louis, you're the best. Surely, you wouldn't refuse me, would you?" A barrage of sweet words bombarded him, leaving Ling Xian momentarily speechless. The spaceship fell into a quiet stillness as he regarded Taisi, suddenly inquiring, "Can you cook?" "Cook?" Taisi was taken aback. Weren't they just discussing her protection? However, she nodded, "I can." As the daughter of Earth's wealthiest man, she had never intended to learn cooking. Yet, after wandering the cosmos with Gak over the years, she had mastered the art of culinary skills. "I can protect you, but you must promise to cook for me. Can you agree to that?" Ling Xian proposed. He had also wished to decline Taisi's request, but how could he resist the praise from such a beautiful older sister? Moreover, he didn't know how to cook, and Wiss's culinary creations were rather unpalatable. If Tai Si could provide him with meals, protecting her would not be a burden at all. All right, it's a deal then. Tai Si turned around with a cheerful smile and said, Jayak, I have Lewis to protect me. We shall meet again in the future. Come on, let us go. Women can be so annoying, always burning bridges. Jayak was left speechless. Weiss, let us return to the realm of destruction. Ling Xian glanced at Weiss. Wait, Lewis. Do you intend to bring her to the realm of destruction? Weiss finally spoke up. Is there a problem? I have no objections. Weiss shook his head. But if Lord Beerus awakens and sees an unfamiliar face in the realm of destruction, he might become irate. Ling Xian retorted, Why concern yourself with that sloth? He is asleep, and I am the god of destruction. You shall heed my command. Weiss's lips twitched slightly, yet Ling Xian was indeed correct, with Beerus absent. He had to follow Ling Xian's lead. Moreover, it was uncertain whether Lord Beerus would even be angry upon waking. Ling Xian then turned his gaze back to Tai Si. Tai Si had golden short hair, which was both cute and beautiful, though she would likely appear even more stunning with longer hair. Oh. Why are you so sure that Lord Beerus won't be angry when he awakens? Weiss inquired, puzzled. If there's delicious food, will he be angry? Ling Xian turned to him. Delicious food. Weiss's eyes immediately lit up, declaring, I agree to protect Tai Si. Ling Xian responded with a smile, Speak your mind. Tai Si hesitated, then swallowed nervously. What you mentioned about the god of destruction and the candidate for the god of destruction, what exactly are those? Are they divine beings? Exchanging glances, Ling Xian and Weiss chuckled. You will find out in due time. Let us go. Ling Xian grasped Tai Si's wrist and glanced at Weiss, who promptly waved his staff, causing the three to vanish from the spaceship, leaving Jayak alone in a state of confusion. In the realm of destruction, the land bore a purple hue due to the lingering influence of destructive energy. In front of a lake, three figures suddenly appeared with a whoosh. Phew. After a month away, we're finally back. Ling Xian strolled to a nearby lounge chair beside the lake and reclined. Weiss contacted the old Kaioshin to report Ling Xian's accomplishments. Upon hearing that Ling Xian had destroyed over 5,000 useless planets, the old Kaioshin was overwhelmed with excitement. If those 5,000 planets had been entrusted to Beerus, it would have taken him at least a millennium to complete such a task. The old Kaioshin felt that Beerus's decision to accept Ling Xian as a candidate for the god of destruction was undoubtedly the right choice. Meanwhile, wow, this planet is so beautiful, Tai Si exclaimed, experiencing the realm of destruction for the first time, exploring with the curiosity of a little kitten, wandering here and there, marveling at the wonders before her. Ling Xian took a sip of the beverage beside him and suddenly recalled something. He inquired, Tai Si, do you still have instant noodles in your universal capsule? Yes, I do, Tai Si replied, returning to Ling Xian's side with a frown. That's good to hear. Just don't let Lord Beerus wake up and catch you here, or it would be disastrous. Who is this Lord Beerus you speak of? Tai Si tossed a universal capsule, which transformed into a warehouse towering several meters high, filled with provisions. Upon seeing this, Ling Xian couldn't help but spray his drink, wiping his mouth as he exclaimed, Are you preparing for a disaster? You are the one preparing for a disaster. As I traverse the cosmos, I must ensure I am fully prepared. Tai Si retorted with a huff. The universal capsule she produced was merely one among thousands. If all were revealed, Lewis would surely be struck with a heart attack. Suddenly, Weiss and the old Kaioshin returned after their communication, observing the warehouse beside Tai Si with curiosity. Weren't you the one who claimed it was delicious? Ling Xian stepped into the warehouse and retrieved 3 buckets of instant noodles. Weiss, hot water, please. Ah, yes, of course. Weiss waved his staff, and a kettle of boiling water appeared out of thin air. He picked up one of the unopened noodle buckets, scrutinizing it closely and sniffing it. Will this even taste good? Tai Si, could you assist Weiss? Certainly. Tai Si peeled away the plastic wrapping from the noodles. It was only then that Weiss realized the trick. The outer packaging had to be removed first. At times, he displayed an expression of astonishment, resembling a country bumpkin. But Ling Xian paid him no mind, anticipating further astonishment to come. Before long, Ling Xian and Tai Si poured in the hot water. They only needed to wait a minute or two before the noodles would be ready to enjoy. Ling Xian gazed at the noodles on the table, reminiscing about the instant noodles from his previous life, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Lewis, what about that so-called god of destruction and the candidate god of destruction? What are they? Tai Si, seated on a bench beside the table, broached the topic once more. The god of destruction is simply that, the god of destruction. However, the god of destruction governs the annihilation of the universe and is the highest deity across all dimensions. Ling Xian's voice was soft, yet it stirred a tempest within Tai Ci's heart. Are you serious? Absolutely. Why would I deceive you? Gulp. Tai Ci swallowed hard, sensing a secret through Ling Xian's earlier conversation with Weiss. She nervously asked, Lewis, are you the candidate god of destruction? Is Lord Beerus the god of destruction? Ling Xian turned to look at Tai Ci's fair, delicate face, smiling as he remarked, you truly deserve to be a novelist. You managed to deduce all this merely from my dialogue with Weiss. Indeed, you are correct. I am the substitute god of destruction, while the true god of destruction remains in slumber. Ling Xian understood that mere words would scarcely convince Tai Ci, so he raised his hand and hurled a fragment of destructive energy towards a distant mountain range. Buzz! In an instant, the towering peak, which soared 10,000 meters into the sky, vanished without a trace. Tai Ci's complexion turned ashen, rendered speechless by fear. Aren't you incredibly bold? Venturing alone through the cosmos, she stammered, retreating cautiously. Oh, substitute god of destruction, you wouldn't kill me, would you? She clutched her shoulders tightly, her anxious eyes betraying her genuine terror. Come now, if I had intended to kill you, why would I have brought you here? I promised to protect you, and I shall keep that promise, Ling Xian reassured her, adding with a playful chuckle, but you must speak more sweetly. Tai Ci exhaled a sigh of relief. The instant evaporation of the mountain was indeed terrifying. Fortunately, he bore no ill intent. Substitute god of destruction, you are truly magnificent, so handsome. Akin to the stars above, she began, returning to her seat in flattery. Yet before she could finish, both Ling Xian and Weiss shuddered in unison. Stop. Please just speak to me normally, Ling Xian retorted, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Meanwhile, Weiss, ignoring Tai Ci, gazed longingly at the instant noodles on the table. Swallowing hard. Ling Xian, do you smell that? It's delightful. Ling Xian checked the time. It's time to eat. No sooner had he spoken than a shadow flickered through the void, and one of the noodle cups on the table vanished in an instant. Slurp. Weiss eagerly took a bite of the noodles. Oh my, what earthly delicacy is this? It's simply divine. Slurp. Each noodle was enveloped in savory broth, releasing an explosion of rich aroma that tantalized the senses. Gulp. The broth was exquisite, undoubtedly crafted from a myriad of precious ingredients, condensed into a mere sachet of seasoning. It slid down his throat and warmed his belly. As Weiss savored each mouthful of noodles and slurped the broth, he expressed his culinary insights, his flushed expression resembling that of post-climactic bliss. Lewis, are these additives truly so delectable? Tai Ci asked, wide-eyed. Some people simply adore additives. We cannot concern ourselves too much with that. Come, let us indulge. Ling Xian replied, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he handed a cup of noodles to Tai Ci while taking one for himself. Just as he was about to take a bite, a thunderous boom erupted. A thunderous explosion reverberated from the god of destruction's palace. Chapter 12, The Awakening of Beerus. Taze, who was indulging in instant noodles, was startled. What was happening? Meanwhile, Whis hastily consumed an entire bucket of noodles, leaving not a drop of broth behind. The next moment, Whis, did you secretly indulge in delectable treats without me? A purple figure flashed through the void as Beerus, clad in pajamas, soared from the palace to the lakeside. Taze, eat quickly. Ling Xian felt a chill run down his spine. Who could have anticipated that such simple noodles could possess such power, awakening the slumbering Beerus? He promptly nudged Taze, urging her to eat before it was too late. Taze, momentarily bewildered, asked what was happening. But she complied with Ling Xian's advice and quickly resumed her meal. Beerus, upon arriving, had already discerned that the mouth-watering delicacy was the instant noodles in the hands of the two individuals. Whis had finished his noodles, leaving only a young boy and a woman grasping their bowls. However, the boy nudged the woman, prompting both to eagerly devour the noodles. Beerus swallowed hard, drawn in by the tantalizing aroma. He desperately wanted to taste the noodles, yet the thought of consuming what others had already touched was unappealing. Who are you, boy? Do you wish to perish? Beerus seethed, his chest heaving as purple light radiated from him, his gaze filled with murderous intent. He did not immediately recognize Ling Xian as Lewis, the boy he had brought back a decade prior. Indeed, men changed drastically over 18 years. After 10 years of slumber, Ling Xian had transformed from a child into a striking young man, leaving Beerus unable to recognize him. Ling Xian paid no heed to Beerus and continued to savor his noodles, finding them far more delectable than the instant noodles of his previous life. Taze, sensing the destructive aura emanating from Beerus, struggled to breathe. This must be the god of destruction Lewis spoke of. How terrifying. I feel as though I might perish. Someone save me. At that moment, Ling Xian held his noodles protectively in front of Taze. The overwhelming pressure vanished instantly, allowing Taze to breathe deeply and regain her composure. Ling Xian calmly stated, Lord Beerus, she is under my protection. Whis finished his noodles, a smile gracing his lips as he observed the unfolding drama. Beerus clenched his fists, not sparing a glance at Taze, and coldly addressed Ling Xian, a mere waste of a Kai, daring to steal my food on my territory. Who gave you the audacity? Steal food? This slothful creature still hadn't recognized him. Ling Xian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. How could one claim ownership over what others held? Might as well declare that everything within Universe 7 belonged to him. It seems there is no harm in saying so. Then let us engage in battle. Ling Xian chuckled heartily, tossing the instant noodles he held into the lake, where they vanished in an instant. Upon witnessing such delectable food being squandered, Beerus erupted in fury. Do you wish to perish? Very well, I shall grant you that. With a thunderous roar, his entire being enveloped in an aura of destruction. Purple lightning crackling around him, summoning the very forces of nature, radiating an extraordinarily menacing light. In a flash, Beerus's figure also disappeared, leaving Tai Si trembling in fear. Is this truly the so-called god of destruction? Whis brandished his staff, ensuring Tai Si's protection, lest the aftermath of Beerus's clash with Ling Xian should endanger her life. Which would be rather absurd. In the sky, two figures soared swiftly. Hey, kid, haven't you eaten? Your speed is sluggish. Beerus materialized suddenly behind Ling Xian. His voice icy. Didn't you just see whether I have eaten or not? Ling Xian retorted defiantly. Seeking death, are we? Beerus was genuinely enraged, showing no leniency. He condensed a sphere of destructive energy the size of a basketball and hurled it at Ling Xian, swiftly engulfing him. The destructive energy, upon contact with any object, would obliterate it at its very essence. Beerus's attack was terrifying. Even the air crackled ominously upon impact. Daring to compete for my food. Now you shall meet your demise. Beerus smirked, relishing the destruction of his foe, his mood slightly lifted. However, a voice echoed behind him, Lord Beerus. It would be remiss of you not to return the favor. Here, take this. What? Beerus's pupils constricted sharply as he turned quickly, only to see a fist-sized sphere of destructive energy hurtling toward him. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Beerus was struck by the destructive energy, the tingling sensation rendering him incredulous. That kid had survived his attack, and furthermore, was wielding destructive energy himself. Unbelievable. Suddenly, a small figure darted through Beerus's mind, followed by an ethereal presence in the sky, reminiscent of nature's essence. Upon glancing at Ling Xian once more, he was enveloped in a silvery radiance, the nascent form of the realm of freedom. This confirmed Beerus's suspicions, and a smile crept across his face. Well done, young man. I did not expect you to grow so formidable. Only those of divine rank, or above, could disregard the strike of the strongest god of destruction in the entire universe, aside from the heir he had once taken under his wing. Lord Beerus has finally recognized me, Ling Xian exclaimed with a grin. However, you intended to strike me just now, and now it is my turn to retaliate. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xian flickered through the air, dancing among the clouds. Beerus assumed a defensive stance, for his opponent was none other than that extraordinarily unique little fellow from back then. A slip in caution could lead to an amusing downfall. Soon, a torrent of destructive energy blasts cascaded from the heavens like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. In midair, Beerus shattered one of them with a single punch. Observing that his prince's combat methods were ineffective, Ling Xian altered his approach. Countless phantoms materialized in the sky, each resembling ancient behemoths, roaring menacingly towards Beerus. Bang, bang, bang. Naturally, Beerus was not deceived by these illusions. He discerned Ling Xian's true form. The two engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. A silver and a purple brilliance soared into the sky, entwining, then separating like twin dragons emerging from water, battling from the heavens to the earth. Each collision unleashed terrifying shockwaves. The overwhelming aura permeated the entire realm of destruction, causing it to begin to disintegrate. Protected by Whis, Ties, unable to see the details of their clash, sensed the intensity of the battle. Will Whis and Lewis be all right? Ties clenched her small fists. her palms slick with sweat from anxiety. Whis assured her with a smile, "There is no need for concern. Lord Beerus is extraordinarily powerful, yet he cannot harm Lewis. Not even I, for that matter, could inflict any damage on him." Of course, Whis did not articulate this thought aloud. He remained focused on the duel unfolding before him. Despite the battle's spectacular display, the astonishing visuals were not conjured by Ling Xian, but were entirely the result of Beerus exerting his full strength. For Beerus understood that even at full power, Ling Xian would not perish. Ling Xian was simply too weak. His power appeared like that of an insignificant ant before Beerus, utterly ineffective against him. Even in his perfected form, he was still overwhelmed by Beerus. Suddenly, Whis' eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed skyward. Ling Xian was undergoing a transformation. His aura shifted to a resplendent golden hue, and a voice resonated through the air. "Lord Beerus, behold the forthcoming metamorphosis." Chapter 13. Ties stabilizes in the realm of destruction. In the sky, Ling Xian clenched his fists as the silver radiance vanished, replaced by a brilliant golden glow. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his roar intensified. Boom! The ground trembled violently. A beam of golden light shot upwards, and in an instant, Ling Xian's hair transformed to a dazzling gold. He had become a Super Saiyan. His battle power surged from 1 billion to an astonishing 50 billion. "Goodness, what transformation is this?" gasped Ling Xian, panting heavily in midair. "This is a special transformation of our Saiyan lineage, known as the Super Saiyan." Super Saiyan. Beerus suddenly recalled a vision from a dream, where he would encounter a formidable opponent known as the God of Super Saiyans. However, Beerus gazed at Ling Xian, frowning as he remarked, "Is this truly the extent of your formidable power?" Indeed, despite Ling Xian's strength escalating 100-fold, it remained insufficient. In the realm of the super anime, a battle power of 100 billion should approximate that of Goku during his initial encounter with Beerus on King Kai's planet. Yet, when Goku challenged Beerus, he was crushed to the ground with but a mere fingertip. In Beerus's eyes, Ling Xian still appeared overwhelmingly weak. "Lewis, in just a decade, you have transcended dimensions to reach the level of a king, significantly augmenting your power, not to mention the nascent form of your mastery. Your talent is undeniably remarkable, yet you remain far too feeble at present. Perhaps a few more years of training would be prudent. For now, let us refrain from further combat." Beerus shook his head, opting to cease the battle, for prolonging it would lead to the utter collapse of the God of Destruction realm. At that moment, the realm was engulfed in torrents of lava, the acrid scent of sulfur pervading the air, resembling an apocalyptic scene. Soon, if 2 more minutes passed, Whis would be unable to restore the God of Destruction realm to its former glory. "Lord Beerus, allow me to deliver one final punch." Ling Xian felt an overwhelming sense of frustration during his bout with Beerus, as he had been on the receiving end of blows. Now, for the first time, he transformed, determined to experience the might of the strongest God of destruction in the entire universe. "Let it be so." Beerus, hands clasped behind his back, wore a serious expression. Lewis, rest assured, he shall remain unharmed." On the ground, with shielded ties from the surrounding lava's harm. Above, Ling Xian clenched his fist as a golden aura enveloped it, causing the surrounding space to quiver ever so slightly. "Concentrate your power." A force of 50 billion coalesced within his fist. "Be cautious." Ling Xian charged forward. A streak of golden light sliced through the sky, soaring towards Beerus. Unfazed, Beerus raised his index finger and gently gestured forward. Boom. The collision between Ling Xian's fist and Beerus's fingertip emitted a blinding flash, the resounding impact reverberating throughout the God of Destruction realm. The ground's lava surged like an ocean, whipped into towering waves by the overwhelming force. The God of Destruction realm began to crumble, disintegration accelerating rapidly. Reeling from the backlash, Ling Xian was propelled backwards for thousands of kilometers, his upper body exposed. The attire of the God of Destruction unable to withstand the might of the strongest deity, shredding to pieces. Remarkably, Ling Xian remained unscathed, a testament to his immunity. This is truly astonishing. Ling Xian swallowed hard, realizing that despite employing every conceivable tactic, he was unable to even ruffle a single hair on Beerus. Soon, the God of Destruction realm reverted to its original state, restored by Whis' manipulation of time. Tice, witnessing this astonishing temporal reversal, could not help but glance at Whis, sensing that he appeared even more formidable than the two gods of destruction combined. By the lakeside, the battle between Ling Xian and Beerus had concluded. and 2 buckets of instant noodles had appeared on the table. Beerus sat in his chair, fixated on the bubbling noodles, swallowing repeatedly. Whis, too, was not faring much better. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, fixating intently on the noodles, wishing for the minutes to pass swiftly so he could indulge once more. The disheveled appearance Ling Xian had just moments before had vanished, and he looked at Beerus with a teasing grin. Lord Beerus, these instant noodles were brought by Tice. Is she permitted to reside in the God of Destruction realm? Whoever dares to send her away, I shall confront them. Beerus did not glance at Ling Xian, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the noodles. Ling Xian exchanged a look with Whis, as if to say, see, I told you Lord Beerus would not object. Whis rolled his eyes. With such delectable fare present, not only would Lord Beerus not oppose, but even if he did, Whis would ensure he could not voice his dissent. Hey, Tice, how shall I be rewarded for this? Ling Xian, having secured Beerus's tacit approval, looked triumphantly at Tice. She covered her mouth, chuckling softly. Lord Lewis is the most handsome and remarkable. Indeed, indeed. Ling Xian lifted his head, reveling in the moment, his tail nearly lifting him off the ground in delight. By the way, as a condition for your protection, we shall entrust our future dining arrangements to you. Of course, when I embark on missions, I will take you along to seek inspiration for novels, rest assured. All right. Tice sighed in relief, finally feeling her safety was assured. 2 minutes later, Beerus and Whis were voraciously consuming the instant noodles. After savoring his first taste, Whis could not help but exclaim that the noodles were simply exquisite. Meanwhile, Beerus, experiencing these noodles for the first time, was nearly brought to tears, reflecting on the meager fare he had previously consumed. After a while, once both were satiated, Ling Xian inquired, Lord Beerus, how much more power must I attain to reach the divine realm? Beerus, lounging in his chair and sipping the beverage Tice had provided, pondered thoughtfully. The distinction between mortals and deities lies within dimensions. Although you have transcended to the realm of the Kai, if we are to be candid, you still reside within the mortal tier. For a mortal to confront a god of destruction solely through strength is quite a formidable challenge. As the power of a god of destruction is imbued with divine essence, which ordinary mortals cannot withstand. Beerus turned his gaze toward Ling Xian, stating, however, there are exceptions. It seems that in Universe 11, there exists a being named Jiren who, remarkably, can contend with a god of destruction despite being immortal. Lewis, if you wish to challenge me, you must elevate your Super Saiyan state by at least 100,000 times to even qualify for a confrontation. 100,000 times. Ling Xian was left utterly astonished. The Super Saiyan transformation only enhances power by 400 times. If we were to base it on 1 billion, then elevating it 100,000 times would yield an unfathomable battle power. And this is merely to qualify for a mere skirmish. Lewis, in the eyes of the gods of destruction, battle power has become an inadequate measure of strength. Weiss, perceiving Ling Xian's bewilderment, explained, the dimensions are categorized into King of the Underworld, King of the Universe, deities, and angels. Strength is divided into mortals, divine realm, and angelic realm. Moreover, the divine realm is further subdivided into 5 tiers. Lord Beerus resides at the 5th tier of the divine realm. As for the other gods of destruction across the universes, apart from Quitella from the 4th universe, who has just touched upon the 5th tier, the rest are all at the 4th tier of the divine realm. At that moment, Tice exclaimed in astonishment, wow, does that mean Lord Beerus is the most formidable of the gods of destruction? Indeed. Hearing Tice's admiration, Beerus felt a surge of vanity swell within him. No wonder Lewis had persuaded her to stay. It turns out she is quite the eloquent speaker. Very well. Ling Xian, feeling somewhat at a loss, inquired, Weiss, how can I transcend to the divine realm? Weiss replied, to elevate your strength to the divine realm, there are 2 methods. The first, as Lord Beerus mentioned, is that in the 11th universe, there exists an individual capable of contending with a god of destruction using only mortal strength, due to the extreme refinement of their mortal abilities. From what I gather, that fellow named Jiren possesses mortal strength that surpasses even the 4th tier of the divine realm. Observing the astonished expressions on Ling Xian and Tice's faces, Weiss continued, the second method involves cultivating dimensions, elevating them to the level of deities. By doing so, your inherent power will undergo a qualitative transformation, shifting from mortal strength to divine strength. Divine strength is imperceptible to mortals, and its might far exceeds that of any mortal. Take Asin, for example. Although he is merely a creator deity and not particularly powerful, his dimension is of divine caliber, and thus his strength is divine power. making him more formidable than Frieza. Upon hearing this, Ling Xian had an epiphany. I understand now. Does this mean that under equal conditions, divine power surpasses mortal power? In other words, if I transform my current 1 billion battle power from mortal to divine strength, would I not then transcend to the divine realm? Indeed, that is the essence of it, but your current 1 billion battle power is still insufficient. Therefore, if you wish to ascend to the divine realm, you should expedite your cultivation of dimensions to the divine level. Weiss smiled, but suddenly his expression turned serious. By the way, Lewis, that transformation you just performed was indeed a mistake. You should refrain from using it in the future. Before Ling Xian could respond, Tai's interjected. But why? Lewis's golden hair after the transformation looks magnificent. We must understand, Tai's, Weiss explained. Maintaining that form requires an immense expenditure of physical energy and imposes a significant burden on the body. The moment Weiss witnessed Ling Xian transform into a Super Saiyan, he discerned the inherent drawbacks. Beerus set down his drink and remarked, Lewis, Weiss speaks the truth. True strength lies in one's own power. Your path of transformation is misguided, abandon it. Is it truly a mistake? Ling Xian recalled the flawless state from the original tale, Super Saiyan 4. No. This transformation is unique to our Saiyan lineage. In time, you shall understand. Chapter 14. Ding, Frieza's headquarters check-in. Reward. Instant transmission. You rascal. Beerus shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. On the path of cultivation, many prodigies tend to be self-assured, yet their decisions often prove erroneous. Only when they recognize their mistakes will they genuinely relinquish those paths. While this may waste some time, Ling Xian is exceptionally talented. Even if he were to squander 10,000 years, it would not be a substantial issue. Weiss shared this sentiment, believing that youthful errors could forge deeper memories rather than detract from growth. Beerus's unexpected awakening, coupled with Tai's arrival, had turned the previously serene god of destruction realm into a lively place. Beerus learned from Weiss that Ling Xian had recently destroyed over 5,000 planets. He felt exhilarated. Indeed, his decision to accept Ling Xian as a candidate for god of destruction had been astute. Now, he could finally enjoy some well-deserved leisure. Upon hearing Weiss's words, Tai's developed a new perspective on Ling Xian. The boy had destroyed over 5,000 planets. Clearly, he was not as gentle as he appeared. However, this realization did not instill fear in Tai's. After all, he had saved her in her most perilous moment and promised to protect her. How could she possibly fear him? In the ensuing days, Ling Xian resumed his training, while Beerus refrained from returning to slumber. With Tai's presence in the God of Destruction realm ensuring a constant supply of delectable food, he could hardly bear to fall asleep again. Aside from guiding Ling Xian in his training each day, Weiss has now taken on an additional task, to introduce Tai Si to the wonders of the universe. Initially, Tai Si couldn't fathom that anyone could possess such extensive knowledge. However, as she continuously tempted Weiss with Earth's culinary delights, she realized he was akin to a living encyclopedia. His vast understanding inspired her creatively. While Ling Xian devoted himself to rigorous training, Tai Si engaged in her artistic pursuits, and Weiss, alongside Beerus, indulged in various delicacies. This peculiar tableau within the realm of the god of destruction was quite amusing. A year has passed. Ling Xian has spent another year in training. Yet his strength has not significantly increased, as he has been focusing on dimensional cultivation. Alas, it seems he has hit a bottleneck, making further progress exceedingly difficult. Come on. Tai Si, I must embark on a mission to destroy a planet, and I shall take you along to gather inspiration for your novels. Ling Xian stood up from the grass by the lake, stretching his limbs. Here they come. Tai Si, who was cooking some dishes at a distance, brightened up. She dropped her utensils and rushed towards Ling Xian by the lakeside. Lewis, you finally decided to take me out. She had been in the realm of the god of destruction for a year without venturing outside. Although she had been captivated by Weiss's tales of the outside world, nothing compared to the experience of being there herself. The prospect of finally stepping outside filled her with joy. I'm supposed to be training. Please bear with me. I can at least take you out for a stroll this time. Ling Xian scratched his head, appearing quite innocent at the tender age of 17, looking nothing like a candidate for the role of god of destruction. All right, I forgive you, Tai Si giggled, covering her mouth, finding the young boy rather endearing. Wait, Tai Si, if you're going out, what about my lunch? Beerus suddenly sprang up from his lounge chair by the lake, exclaiming loudly, Lord Beerus, you can have instant noodles. I'll prepare a meal for you when I return, Tai Si replied, gesturing towards the nearby storage. Beerus remained speechless at her response. Meanwhile, over with Ling Xian, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Check in at Frieza's headquarters. Reward. Instant transmission from the Kaioshin. Instant transmission. Ling Xian was overjoyed. He had long contemplated when he might learn this skill, as being a candidate for the god of destruction meant he always had to rely on Weiss for transportation, which was rather inconvenient. Moreover, aside from travel, instant transmission could prove invaluable in battle, a divine skill for swift escapes. Truly, it seemed that he was receiving exactly what he needed. Weiss, please take us to Frieza's headquarters, and then you needn't worry about us any further, Ling Xian urged, looking eagerly at Weiss. Very well, Weiss replied. Weiss did not inquire about the reasons. He departed from the god of destruction realm, accompanied by Ling Xian and Tai Si. They arrived at the headquarters of Frieza in the North Galaxy. Upon their arrival, Weiss returned to the god of destruction realm. A notification chimed. Successfully checked in at Frieza headquarters. Reward. Instant transmission of the King of Worlds. A surge of energy coursed through Ling Xian, filling his mind with the knowledge of instant transmission. He realized that with coordinates, he could manifest anywhere at will. This differed fundamentally from the instant transmission of Yardrat, which required merely sensing energy to arrive at its source. Louis, what troubles you? Tai Si waved her hand in front of Ling Xian's eyes. Nothing, just reminiscing, he replied. Oh, is that so? Then what brings you to Frieza's headquarters? Tai Si recalled the time when she was pursued by Frieza's army, a shiver running down her spine. Fear not, I shall protect you, Ling Xian assured her, though he refrained from revealing that his purpose here was merely to complete the system's check-in task. He patted his chest earnestly. Tai Si, momentarily forgetting her fear, covered her mouth and said, all right, I understand you are formidable, Louis. Ling Xian suddenly remembered. By the way, weren't you once hunted by Frieza's army? Would you like to seek vengeance? Vengeance? Tai Si paused, then shook her head. It's all right. I have nearly forgotten about being chased by Frieza's army. It cannot be simply brushed aside. I have vowed to protect you. And how can we allow others to bully you? Ling Xian grasped Tai Si's hand and led her toward Frieza's palace. Though still a youth, Ling Xian's earnest demeanor as he held her hand made Tai Si smile. She found him increasingly adorable. Since the god of destruction was willing to assist her in avenging her past grievances, she no longer resisted. Remembering her past was indeed infuriating, and in this universe, no one could rival the boy beside her, so she decided to let him proceed. The headquarters of Frieza was indeed heavily guarded, with aliens patrolling the vicinity. Along the way, Ling Xian encountered numerous patrols. They approached to question him, and Tai Si could not suppress her fear. Without hesitation, Ling Xian unleashed a destructive energy blast, eliminating them. A boy was rampaging through Frieza's headquarters with a human girl by his side. Tai Si, witnessing this fierce side of Ling Xian for the first time, felt no fear. After all, he had promised to protect her and was currently aiding her in seeking revenge. Soon, they arrived at a grand palace. Frieza's palace was far more imposing than the former palace of King Vegeta. Halt! Who are you? Two aliens at the entrance demanded coldly. Summon your King Frieza to meet me. Ling Xian paused, pulling Tai Si to a stop, and said with a hint of mockery. Impudent! How dare you request an audience with King Frieza? Have you a death wish? The cosmic being shouted, attack. Two guards soared into the air, raising their blasters, from which two streams of azure light erupted. Ling Xian, with a serene smile, raised his hand and gently pointed, enveloping the blue beams in a violet aura of destructive energy, which promptly dismantled them. The two extraterrestrials stared in astonishment, then howled towards the heavens. Enemy attack. Within the palace, Frieza lounged in a baby carriage, listening to Jinyu's report on the Saiyans, when suddenly the cry of enemy attack jolted him from his reverie. Have I, Frieza, been idle for too long? How dare someone invade my headquarters? His sinister voice reverberated throughout the palace, causing the temperature in the grand hall to plummet, as though frost were about to crystallize in the next instant. Jinyu stood trembling in the corner, terrified of Frieza's wrath. Come, follow me, and let us see which fool dares to challenge us. Frieza commanded, propelling his carriage towards the palace exit, with Jinyu hastily trailing behind. Outside, Ling Xian grasped Tai's small hand, surveying the multitude of extraterrestrials surrounding them. There must be thousands. Tai's, feeling the warmth of Ling Xian's protective grip, was enveloped in a sense of security, showing no signs of fear. Frieza, if you do not show yourself, your minions will perish, Ling Xian declared, his gaze sweeping the area, baring his teeth. Eliminating this pathetic bunch all at once should please King Vegeta. Ling Xian recalled the melancholic figure of King Vegeta he had seen a year prior at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. From the moment the Saiyans transformed, he had resolved to never abandon them. He glanced at Ties beside him, acutely aware that she was being hunted by Frieza's forces. Old grievances and new vendettas stirred within him. A raspy voice echoed from the palace entrance as Frieza, seated in his baby bed, approached the extraterrestrials, with Jinyu closely behind. "Who are you, boy?" Frieza inquired, arms crossed, his gaze chillingly cold. Ling Xian remained silent, simply observing Frieza. His skin, a blend of purple and white, was encased in a layer of hardened bone. His triangular eyes radiated malevolence, a perfect likeness to his animated counterpart. "Boy, my lord is inquiring about your identity. Are you deaf?" Jinyu barked. Chapter 15. Avenge Tai's Jinyu, captain of the Special Forces. Ling Xian recognized the purple-skinned figure beside Frieza. "You know me?" Jinyu scoffed, but then noticed something, pointing in horror at the tail behind Ling Xian. "Frieza, he is a Saiyan." It was no wonder Jinyu was so terrified. The Saiyans had undergone tremendous transformations over the years, with some even nearing his own power. This was a Saiyan. If the adversary were to transform into a great ape, that would augment their combat power tenfold. A Saiyan. Frieza squinted his eyes, troubled by the persistent issues posed by the Saiyans over the years. To his astonishment, the Saiyans dared to invade his headquarters. "Let me witness his power," he declared, eager to discern the extent of his strength. "Indeed, I shall see how formidable he truly is for daring to breach the domain of Lord Frieza." Guldo activated his scouter. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power, 100,000. Guldo gulped, astonished that this individual possessed such might. Frieza, reclining in his crib, noticed Guldo's expression and narrowed his eyes. "What is his battle power?" Wiping the sweat from his brow, Guldo replied, "Reporting to Lord Frieza, he possesses a battle power of 100,000. A gasp echoed as the surrounding aliens recoiled in fear. After all, Captain Jinyu's battle power was merely 120,000. Yet this newcomer boasted a power of 100,000. Frieza raised an eyebrow, his murderous intent dissipating as he smiled. "This gentleman possesses considerable strength. Why not serve under me? If you agree, I shall overlook your transgression of invading my headquarters." Frieza, a connoisseur of talent, could not resist the allure of a formidable warrior. Ling Xian smirked, teasingly asking, "What if I decline?" Tais, holding his hand, quietly listened to the exchange between the boy and the Cosmic Emperor. It felt wonderful to be protected. "If you refuse," Frieza's countenance darkened, "then you shall not leave my headquarters." Upon hearing their lord's words, the surrounding aliens stepped forward, the atmosphere thick with tension. Whether one could exit this place would be determined later. Ling Xian chuckled. "Frieza, I am here to seek some individuals." "Seek individuals?" Frieza paused, then coldly retorted, "It seems you are courting death." Guldo attack. As the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza could no longer contain his fury at the invasion of his headquarters and the repeated provocations. "Yes." Guldo twisted his body, vanishing from sight. The next moment, he materialized behind Ling Xian. "Kid, the disparity between 100,000 and 120,000 battle power is significant. Prepare to die." Guldo concentrated a volatile energy sphere in his palm and hurled it at Ling Xian. Ling Xian remained expressionless, and Tais, still in his grip, showed no sign of fear. It appeared he had chosen to forego resistance. Frieza, from his crib, frowned. At that moment, he mused, 100,000 battle power is weak. What about 100,000? Ling Xian smiled, unleashing his power. In an instant, boom. Boom. The scouters of all the aliens present exploded. Thunderous roars filled the air. A formidable blast of energy dispersed Jinyu's energy attack, subsequently sending him hurtling through the air, crashing down onto the ground. No, it cannot be. Jinyu's pupils constricted sharply as the scanner by his side was rendered utterly useless. The events had transpired in the blink of an eye. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the data of battle power soaring dramatically, only for the scanner to succumb to the pressure and explode. "Tais, were you frightened by that?" Ling Xian inquired with a smile. "You promised to protect me, so I am unafraid," Tais replied, a radiant smile illuminating her face. With her alabaster skin and golden hair, Ling Xian paused for a moment before saying, "I believe you would look even more lovely with longer hair." Tais touched her hair, contemplating a question. But Ling Xian had already turned to face Frieza, leaving her no choice but to keep her thoughts to herself. Very well, my time is precious. Frieza, summon all your subordinates here at once, Ling Xian stated coldly. Or else what? Frieza leapt down from his pod and approached, seething with anger. You cannot possibly think that a battle power of 1,000,000 grants you the freedom to act as you wish in my headquarters. Frieza had just overheard the exchange between Ling Xian and Jinyu and was taken aback by the revelation of the boy's hidden strength. Jinyu, lying on the ground, felt a flicker of hope. It was rumored that Frieza had always concealed his true power. Could it truly be the case? Tais, who was pursuing you? Do you remember? Ling Xian inquired, disregarding Frieza's advancing presence. Tais pondered for a moment and replied, I believe it was a gang called Chioi. Chioi? Ling Xian frowned, recalling that this group was supposedly vanquished by Vegeta in the anime. You're courting death. Frieza roared in fury, incensed at being disregarded by one with merely 1,000,000 battle power. Frieza prepared to unleash his transformation. Suddenly, Ling Xian vanished from Tais' side, reappearing before Frieza, and delivered a knee strike to his abdomen. Bam! Frieza was sent sprawling. Ugh! Frieza lay on the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. Everyone present was left in stunned disbelief. This cannot be real. This is Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor, and he has been struck to the point of bleeding by a stranger. Ah, you have successfully enraged me. I shall end your life. Frieza bellowed as he rose, his fury erupting and his power surging forth. The first stage of his transformation was complete. Frieza's form altered, becoming more imposing and resembling King Cold. His strength surged beyond 1,000,000. The aliens present were thrilled. Their king had indeed concealed his capabilities. However, enough of this prattle. In the next instant, Ling Xian appeared before Frieza and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The terrifying force shattered Frieza's teeth. With a splatter, broken teeth and blood mingled in the air. Ack! Frieza was hurled aside, helplessly crawling on the ground. How could this be? Why, despite having the same combat power of 1,000,000, was he unable to defeat his opponent? Frieza, behold this! Ling Xian instantaneously appeared before Frieza, gripping his head with one hand and lifting him up. In the other hand, he conjured a destructive energy orb. The aura of destruction engulfed the entire Frieza headquarters. The wind howled. Thunder rumbled. The surrounding extraterrestrials were instantly toppled, their souls quaking in fear. Destruction, the god of destruction. As the destructive energy loomed before him, Frieza's pupils constricted, his entire being trembling from within. He recognized this power. It was the power of a god of destruction. Who is this Saiyan? Wasn't Beerus the god of destruction of the 7th universe? Why did this individual possess such destructive power? Humph, summon Shui. Ling Xian casually tossed Frieza aside as if discarding refuse, the destructive energy in his hand dissipating alongside. Yes. Frieza clenched his shattered teeth, humiliation gnawing at his heart. Yet uncertain of the identity of this individual, he dared not voice any grievances. Rising from the ground, he shouted to his subordinates, Let Shui come to me. Jinyu hurriedly used the communication device to summon Shui to Frieza's palace. This, esteemed sir, you are. Frieza wiped the blood from his lips, cautiously approaching and bowing to inquire. He feigned terror, yet a shadow of malice flickered in his eyes. Ling Xian regarded Frieza, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Are you feeling quite discontent? Ling Xian towered over Frieza, his devilish smile exuding dominance. Taisi clutched her chest. Lewis thought he was incredibly handsome. No, I dare not. Frieza clenched his fists, forced to utter insincere words. Haha. You truly are worthy of being Lord Beerus' representative. Frieza, you are quite amusing, Ling Xian remarked. A glimmer of confusion passed through Frieza's eyes. This person knew Beerus. By his words, it implied that Beerus was still alive. Thus, this individual could not be the new god of destruction, yet he wielded destructive energy. A flash of insight illuminated Frieza's mind. He timidly inquired, You must be Lord Beerus' disciple, am I correct? Oh, you've guessed correctly. Having met the candidate for the god of destruction, I failed to recognize your identity earlier. Please forgive me. Frieza trembled, fearing that this candidate for the god of destruction might have come to avenge his persecuted kin. Ling Xian seemed to penetrate Frieza's innermost thoughts, declaring, Let us dispense with the trivialities. I have no interest in your affairs with the Saiyans. I am here solely to avenge Taisi. Beside him, Taisi gazed intently at Ling Xian, a warm current flowing through her heart. She longed to inquire of Lewis why he treated her with such kindness. Yet the sight of the grotesque extraterrestrials surrounding her stifled her words. Unbeknownst to Ling Xian, who remained fixated on Frieza, Tai Si's expression spoke volumes. In truth, Ling Xian had come to Frieza's headquarters not only to fulfill a mission, but also with the intention of annihilating Frieza and his minions. However, thoughts of Son Goku, Vegeta, and the Saiyan race lingered in his mind. How could they be allowed to endure without facing some trials? Perhaps, under Frieza's relentless pursuit, the Saiyan race might even give birth to more Super Saiyans. Thus, Ling Xian chose to spare Frieza and his entourage. Frieza cast a glance at the woman beside Ling Xian, realizing that her vengeance had stirred such a commotion. A profound fury simmered within him. Yet he maintained a careful demeanor. Lord Candidate Destroyer, you assert that you will not interfere in my matters with the Saiyans? At that moment, a figure descended from the heavens, landing at the entrance of the palace. It was Chiu Yi. What has transpired? Chiu Yi suddenly noticed Tai Si's presence, erupting into laughter. King Frieza, this woman possesses a most extraordinary capsule. If one were to acquire the technology behind it, immense fortune would follow. However, he quickly sensed something amiss. The atmosphere was thick with silence, and every gaze was fixed upon him with peculiar intensity. Tai Si, is that you? Indeed. Tai Si's thoughts drifted back to the days of her persecution, her teeth gritted in anger. Then perish. Ling Xian raised his hand, unleashing destructive energy. A violet blast collided with Chiu Yi, causing him to evaporate instantly, without even a moment of struggle. Gulp. The extraterrestrials present swallowed hard, their fear palpable. Tai Si, let us depart. After eliminating Chiu Yi, Ling Xian utilized the instantaneous movement granted by the system rewards, whisking Tai Si away from the scene. Only a group of astonished extraterrestrials remained. King Frieza, shall we continue the pursuit of the Saiyans? Let us hold our position for now. Frieza clenched his fists. It was one thing for the Saiyans to hide within the Galactic Patrol headquarters, but he had not anticipated the emergence of a candidate destroyer among them. However, the earlier assertion that he would not meddle in Frieza's affairs with the Saiyans resonated in his mind. The destroyer, known for their merciless nature, might indeed have spoken the truth. Nevertheless, the opponent is a Saiyan. He wonders if the Saiyans truly disregard their fate. Departing from Frieza's headquarters, Ling Xian led Tai Si to a planet enveloped in primitive forests. This planet, deemed unworthy, was destined for destruction at Ling Xian's hands. Lewis, he called, pausing to glance back as he traversed the forest. Tai Si, clad in a form-fitting outfit, accentuated her alluring figure. Ling Xian absent-mindedly touched his nose and inquired, "What is the matter?" Tai Si hesitated, her thoughts caught between words. Ling Xian chuckled, "Feel free to speak your mind." "Nothing. I merely wanted to ask if you think my long hair looks nice." She contemplated expressing her concern about his promise to protect her and his desire for vengeance on her behalf, yet the words remained unvoiced. "I believe it would look splendid," Ling Xian affirmed, nodding. "With those golden waves, how could it not?" "Very well. I am prepared to obliterate this planet," he declared, casting a destructive energy towards the ground before teleporting away with Tai Si. They systematically annihilated several hundred planets, thus completing their mission. Ling Xian then returned with Tai Si to the realm of the destroyers. Once back, Ling Xian resumed his training, while Tai Si remained distracted and pensive. Chapter 16. Vegeta invades Earth. After Ling Xian's return to the realm of the destroyers, 3 years had elapsed. During this time, the 7th universe underwent monumental changes. With the Saiyans' integration into the Galactic Patrol, the organization flourished, thereby suppressing Frieza's forces in the North Galaxy. The primary issue was Frieza's dwindling manpower, with his strongest subordinate, Jinyu, possessing a mere battle power of 120,000. Conversely, the Saiyan race, since joining the Galactic Patrol, experienced an unprecedented surge in power for various reasons. Today, each Saiyan boasts at least 15,000 battle power. The mightiest among them, a Saiyan named Bardock, has surpassed 150,000. King Vegeta, too, is formidable with a battle power of 120,000. The Saiyan population exceeds 2,000 individuals, presenting a formidable collective strength. However, despite their might, should Frieza personally intervene, the Saiyans, even in their grade 8 forms, would find themselves at a disadvantage against his overwhelming power. 3 years prior, when Ling Xian and Tais visited the Frieza headquarters, Frieza became aware of Ling Xian's true identity and thus refrained from acting recklessly. He dared not openly pursue the Saiyans. which is one of the reasons the Saiyans have been able to steadily enhance their strength. The transformations within the 7th universe are significant, not only due to the aforementioned factors, but also because the average human capabilities have markedly improved, rising from second to last to third from the bottom. This shift has left the gods of destruction from other universes astounded. Over a decade ago, Beerus made a regrettable decision by appointing a young boy as a candidate for the position of God of Destruction. Now, 14 years later, it is remarkable that the 7th universe has yet to be annihilated by the Omni King. Furthermore, its ranking has ascended. The 7th universe is evolving, and Earth is undergoing changes as well. Although Earth has not been directly influenced by Ling Xian, its narrative continues to unfold normally. However, it remains susceptible to the butterfly effect. For years ago, Ling Xian instructed Tais to request Dr. Briefs to construct a gravity chamber for Goku's use. With the gravity chamber, Goku experienced a substantial boost in his combat abilities. Nonetheless, Goku belongs to the slowly growing type of Saiyan, and his power increase is not particularly remarkable. 14 years after arriving on Earth, the now 17-year-old Goku possesses a combat strength of merely 5,000. Aside from this alteration, today, for years later, Earth is visited by 3 extraterrestrial invaders. Their invasion occurs a full 3 years earlier than depicted in the original storyline. On Master Roshi's island, Krillin stands at the entrance, intently gazing at the sky. Goku, these 3 energies are extremely malevolent and particularly formidable. Can you handle them? Goku, likewise fixated on the heavens, replies in a youthful tone, I'm not sure, but if they intend to harm Earth, I won't let them get away with it. At 17, Goku is still quite young, a characteristic of his slowly growing Saiyan nature. He will not experience a sudden growth spurt until he reaches adulthood. This is in contrast to Ling Xian and Vegeta. To his surprise, on the very day Goku was set to train in the other world, adversaries have invaded Earth. Master Roshi's expression reveals concern. You all stay here. I will go and assess the situation. Goku then ascends into the air, heading towards the direction of the 3 spacecraft descending from the sky. Meanwhile, outside West City, Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa emerge from their spaceship. Each of them is disheveled, their clothing tattered and stained with congealed blood, appearing quite disheveled. Damn it, Frieza won't even allow us to return to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Raditz grumbles while lying on the ground, gritting his teeth. At least Frieza's elite forces did not come personally, otherwise. Nappa bitterly interjects, what now, Vegeta? After 14 years of fleeing, are we to continue running? Shut your mouth. Vegeta clenched his fists, exclaiming, it has been over a decade. Why has Luis not returned? If he does, Frieza shall undoubtedly meet a dreadful fate. He vividly recalled the scene from 14 years ago when Ling Xian was chosen as a candidate for the God of Destruction by Beerus. A candidate for the God of Destruction. Who would dare to provoke him? Indeed, if Luis were to return, we would not find ourselves in such a dire predicament. Raditz and Nappa nodded in agreement. Enough of this futile chatter. This planet is where Kakarot was exiled. We must seek him out. The more allies we have, the stronger we become. Vegeta shook his head and activated the scouter by his ear. Beep, beep, beep. To the southeast, power level 2000. What is this? A power level of 2000? Vegeta was taken aback and scanned again, confirming the reading was accurate. Could this possibly be Kakarot's strength? How could a low-class warrior possess such power? Nappa also scanned, equally astonished. It is worth noting that among the 3 of them, Vegeta was the strongest, boasting a power level of 10,000, while he himself had 8,000, and Raditz stood at 2,000. Their readings surpassed those from the original narrative of the invasion of Earth by a significant margin. This increase was due to the relentless pursuit by Frieza's army, forcing them to constantly confront life and death situations. A power level of 2000 was indeed astonishing. If it truly belonged to Kakarot, it would mean an additional strength on their side. Vegeta lifted his gaze towards the sky in the southeast. Here he comes. Raditz clenched his fists, sensing that the approaching power was identical to his own, prompting him to proceed with caution. Suddenly, a beam of white light descended from the heavens. Who are you? Son Goku inquired, gazing at the 3 ragged figures before him. His youthful voice contrasting with his diminutive stature, momentarily stunning Vegeta and his companions. However, Raditz quickly recognized the identity of Son Goku. Vegeta, he is Kakarot. He looks just like my father. Vegeta soon deduced the reason for the other's small stature, stating, at birth, he possessed a mere power level of 2. Low-class warriors grow at such a slow pace. However, I estimate that within a year, he will mature into adulthood. Who are you and what is your purpose on Earth? Son Goku inquired, furrowing his brows. The Earth. He must be referring to this planet. Vegeta checked the scouter once more, discovering many pitifully weak readings. Kakarot. You have not exterminated the inhabitants of this planet? Naba exclaimed in surprise. Is it possible that you have not killed them all? But with a power level of 2000. You should have eradicated these natives long ago. Raditz bellowed, Kakarot, what is the meaning of this? Goku gazed at the three of them in confusion and inquired. What brings you here, and who is Kakarot? Upon hearing this, Vegeta and the others exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of bewilderment in their eyes. You are not Kakarot, Raditz exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Yet, upon observing Goku's appearance, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Bardock, he insisted, no, you must be Kakarot. Vegeta and Nappa nodded in agreement. As Goku's likeness to Bardock was unmistakable, Goku scratched his head, utterly perplexed. He was indeed Goku. So why did these three refer to him as Kakarot? Vegeta posed a question. Are you aware that you are a Saiyan? Goku blinked his small eyes and replied, what on earth is a Saiyan? Raditz and his companions exchanged glances once more. It was evident he had forgotten all about the Saiyans. Raditz hurriedly asked, did you sustain a head injury in your childhood? How do you know I suffered a head injury? Goku retorted, pouting as he recalled. I fell off a cliff when I was little and hit my head. It was my grandfather who saved me. These were the tales his grandfather had told him. Remembering Gohan, Goku's spirits dipped slightly. Indeed, Raditz rubbed his head, turning to Vegeta with a look of exasperation. What shall we do now, Vegeta? If we are still aligned with Frieza's forces, I would not hesitate to annihilate the inhabitants of this planet and sell it off. Vegeta's gaze sharpened as he responded. However, as Saiyans who have joined the Galactic Patrol, we can no longer act in such a manner. Raditz and Nappa recalled this fact. Once the Saiyans had heeded the commands of the god of destruction, Beerus, and joined the Galactic Patrol, they ceased to follow Frieza's orders. Now, as members of the Galactic Patrol, they resembled mercenaries, undertaking tasks assigned by the Galactic Patrol headquarters rather than pillaging and plundering. At that moment, Raditz looked at Goku and said, your true name is Kakarot. I am your brother, and we are not Earthlings. My name is Goku, and I am an Earthling, so I am certainly not your brother. Goku clenched his fists, angered. He was undeniably an Earthling. Why were these individuals asserting otherwise? In response to his fury, the dormant power within him began to surge. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power, 000. Battle power, 500. Battle power, 5,000. Goku's battle power soared dramatically, eventually halting at 5,000. Nappa's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Raditz swallowed hard. This must be a deception. Isn't he a lower-class warrior? How could his strength surpass mine, a higher-class warrior? Vegeta's gaze sharpened. This should be his true battle power. Previously, it was only 2,000, concealed until now. Vegeta discerned Goku's secret with a single glance and stepped forward, stating, Saiyans do not employ such tactics. This planet possesses some intriguing attributes. It was evident that Goku's ability to conceal his power was acquired on this planet. Kakarot, where did you learn this technique? Vegeta swiftly appeared behind Goku, grasping his shoulder. Goku unleashed a surge of strength, shaking off Vegeta's grip and leaping several meters forward, indignantly declaring, my name is Goku, a human from Earth. Tell me, do you intend to harm my planet? Rest assured, we will not harm Earth, Vegeta replied, twisting his wrist, still stinging from Goku's force. Really? Goku inquired innocently, his anger dissipating. Indeed. Vegeta's lips twitched slightly. This boy was surprisingly gullible. However, he was truthful. He had no intention of harming Earth and had developed a newfound interest in its martial arts. Then allow me to take you to learn about energy control. To be honest, I haven't fully grasped it myself, and I was just about to ascend to the other world for training when you arrived from the skies. Goku tilted his head, blinking his large eyes adorably. Soaring into the sky, Goku caught the attention of Vegeta and the others, who exchanged glances before following suit. Thus, through a series of unforeseen events, the three invaders arrived on Earth. However, unlike the original narrative, they did not wreak havoc. Instead, they accompanied Goku to the other world to receive guidance from Bubbles. Chapter 17. Something is amiss with ties in the God of Destruction realm. A striking figure sat by the lakeside with eyes closed, deep in meditation. Beside him, A captivating woman lounged on the grass, resting her chin on her delicate hand, muttering, "It's been 3 years of training. Why hasn't he awakened yet? Ties, it's time to prepare the meal." A commanding voice echoed from a distance. Ties, without turning her head, huffed, "Lord Beerus, I'm not in the mood. You and Whis can have instant noodles." On a distant recliner, Beerus and Whis exchanged glances. Whis, when has this girl ever been in a good mood? Alas, yet another day of instant noodles. Lord Beerus, can't you see that Ties cares deeply for Lewis? Once Lewis awakens, her spirits will surely lift. Humph, who doesn't know that? If you know it, then why ask? Enough with the chit-chat. Hurry up with the noodles. I'm on the verge of starvation. Beerus licked his lips, having consumed instant noodles for 4 years without growing tired of them. Whis nodded and began preparing noodles, also making a bucket for Ties. By the lakeside, Ties sighed, recalling how Lewis had promised to take her to gather novel materials after training, yet 3 years had passed. She gazed at Ling Xian, who was meditating. His brows were sharp like swords, his nose straight and prominent, and his lips thin, compared to 3 years ago. He had grown significantly taller and more handsome. Ling Xian sat by the lake, exuding an ethereal aura, and Ties felt a sense of comfort beside him. When will you awaken? It had been 3 years since she last spoke to Ling Xian, leaving her somewhat melancholic. Suddenly, with a buzzing sound, a wave of silver energy erupted from Ling Xian, akin to boiling steam, surging violently in all directions. Ties nearly got burned by the intense heat, but fortunately, Whis swiftly shielded her, appearing alongside Beerus. Both Whis and Beerus, holding their noodles, stared in astonishment. The state of effortless mastery. Ties, startled by the energy wave, patted her elevated chest and exclaimed, "Whis, why are you both so surprised? Lewis could do this move, right?" Beerus swallowed a mouthful of noodles, his expression serious. "Ties, we are referring to the perfect state of effortless mastery," Whis added. Previously, Lewis only grasped the rudimentary form of effortless mastery. Who would have thought that in just 4 years, he would achieve the perfect state? Beerus gritted his teeth. Thank goodness it's not the ultimate form of effortless mastery. Otherwise, I would weep. Whis retorted, what of it if it's not the ultimate form? The perfect state of effortless mastery is impressive enough. When will you comprehend the rudimentary form of effortless mastery, Lord Beerus? Beerus looked up at the sky. Ties exclaimed excitedly, Whis, does this mean Lewis is about to awaken? The thought of finally speaking with Lewis filled her with joy. The repression of 3 years was released at this moment, and Ties smiled radiantly. However, Ling Xian remained with his eyes closed, unaware of her presence. He should be awakening. Let us stand back, Whis declared. With a thunderous roar, the lakeside erupted into enormous waves, and a figure spiraled above the crest. None other than Ling Xian. Lord Beerus, let us spar. With a splash, Ling Xian vanished from atop the giant wave and reappeared beside Beerus, delivering a punch. The strike was incredibly natural. Beerus' gaze sharpened as he discarded his noodles, countering with a punch of his own. Boom. The earth trembled and dust filled the air. Silver and purple entwined rapidly. Weiss, what is the current situation? Can Lewis defeat Lord Beerus? Taze inquired urgently. Taze, it seems you care quite a bit about Lewis. Weiss chuckled, covering her mouth. And no, I don't. Taze's heart raced slightly, her fair cheeks flushing. How could she care about Lewis? It was merely that they hadn't spoken in a long time. Yes, that must be it. Really? Indeed. Taze huffed. Hurry and tell me, how's Lewis doing now? Weiss laughed heartily before becoming serious. The perfect harmony realm is quite formidable. Even if there is a disparity of several times in strength, one who has comprehended the perfect harmony realm can still contend with, or perhaps even defeat, their opponent. However, Lewis has been cultivating the harmony realm without significant enhancement in strength or dimension. He currently possesses only 1.5 billion battle power. Even if he enters the perfect harmony realm, it may still prove futile. The primary issue is the vast difference in power. Noticing Tae's anxious expression, Weiss gently reassured her. But do not worry. Have you forgotten about Lewis's unique physique? He can disregard all negative influences. Lord Beerus cannot harm him. Indeed, above in the sky, Beerus and Ling Xian clashed for 2 minutes, shattering a gap in the heavens. Your physique is truly infuriating. Lord Beerus is remarkable. I stand no chance. Ling Xian descended from the sky, gazing at Beerus, who was also coming down. To be honest, entering the harmony state does not significantly amplify one's power. In fact, it's even less than that of a Super Saiyan. Yet, the harmony realm emphasizes going with the flow, allowing the body to move with the mind. When faced with an enemy's attack, one can anticipate their moves in advance. This is the essence of overcoming the strong with the weak. However, Beerus truly lives up to his reputation as the strongest destroyer. He entered the perfect harmony realm, and I am still no match for him. If your power were to break into the divine realm, it might become quite troublesome for me, Beerus said, crossing his arms solemnly. That is still a long way off. Lingxian shook his head, then turned to Weiss and Taze, waving. Weiss, Taze, it's been a while. Weiss smiled. It has indeed been a long time after 3 years of cultivation. That wretched Lewis, how detestable. He promised to cultivate for just a bit. Yet it has been so long. Taze pouted, rubbing her small canine tooth in annoyance. Well, I didn't expect to meditate for so long. Lingxian scratched his head, wondering why she was so upset. I don't care. You promised to take me to gather novel materials. 3 years ago. Did I not take you out? Lingxian finally comprehended why Tai Si was so irate. It was because his prolonged cultivation had deprived her of gathering material for her novel. You mentioned it was 3 years ago. Well, I will accompany you to explore the universe shortly. This is what you promised. Tai Si's pouting lips betrayed a smile, her corners lifting in delight. Weiss, Lord Beerus, come. I shall prepare a grand feast for you. Tai Si turned away from the lakeside, ready to cook. Beerus and Weiss exchanged glances. Beerus clicked his tongue and remarked, her mood has certainly improved. Of course, with Lewis awake, how could her spirits not be lifted? Weiss rolled his eyes. Ever since Lingxian took Tai Si out last time, she had returned, lost in contemplation of him. Even with her eyes closed, it was evident that something was amiss with Tai Si. Who doesn't know? I was merely inquiring. Beerus scoffed, then exclaimed with joy, now we are in for a treat. Tai Si's cooking is truly delectable. He bounced excitedly towards Tai Si. Lingxian scratched his head, looking at Weiss with confusion. Weiss, what are you talking about? Since I woke up, Tai Si's mood has brightened. It's nothing. Come, let us join her. Just the thought of Tai Si's grand feast is mouth-watering, Weiss said, blinking as he left the area. How peculiar. Lingxian observed Weiss's retreating figure and followed suit. Beside the god of destruction's palace, Tai Si had prepared the feast. Garlic ribs, steamed base. Weiss and Beerus devoured the meal with fervor. Lingxian's appetite was piqued. It must be said that Tai Si's culinary skills were impressive, entirely concealing her identity as the heiress of Earth's wealth. Tai Si, your cooking remains superb, Weiss remarked, satisfied as he sat aside. Hee. How could I traverse the universe for so long without some skills? Tai Si said, resting her chin on her hand, gazing not at Weiss but at Lingxian. Without this culinary talent, I would have been reduced to instant noodles every day, driven to madness. Lingxian lifted his head, perplexed by Tai Si's unwavering gaze upon him. He could not fathom why. He returned to his meal. Beerus, having finished, wiped his mouth and said, not at all. I find instant noodles quite delightful. Lingxian took a sip of his drink and retorted, that's just you and Weiss. Consuming those additives daily without growing weary is quite impressive. Upon hearing Lingxian's teasing of the two, Tai Si covered her mouth, stifling laughter. Lingxian glanced over, locking eyes with Tai Si. Her bright eyes and delicate lips were captivating. He noticed Tai Si's gaze fixed on him, his heart racing unexpectedly. Truth be told, Tai Si was rather enchanting. Chapter 18. Journey to Namek. Lingxian cleared his throat and shifted his gaze to Weiss. Weiss, what is the current situation in our 7th universe? Weiss, fully aware of Lingxian's inquiry, replied, for years ago, you eliminated a number of substandard planets, and with the intervention of Ashen, everything has been progressing steadily. However, the time has been too brief. The average human index ranking remains unchanged, still positioned 3rd from the bottom. What of being 3rd from the bottom? Even if Lord Zeno intervened, our universe would still not be prioritized. Beerus interjected, reclining casually while picking his teeth. Moreover, I vividly recall the ridicule we faced from other universes over a decade ago. Lewis, when shall we venture to other universes for some amusement? Amusement? I believe you are merely eager to flaunt your prowess, Weiss remarked with a knowing glance. Naturally, he did not deter Beerus, for he too had endured considerable mockery when Beerus appointed Lingxian as a candidate for a god of destruction. Lingxian stroked his chin thoughtfully. Lord Beerus, there is no rush. With my current strength, it would be difficult to assert dominance over the other universes. I shall await my dimensional breakthrough to the divine tier before proceeding. And Lingxian turned to Tai Si. It has been 3 years since Tai Si last ventured out. If I do not take her on an outing soon, I shall be plagued by her incessant pestering. In truth, aside from this matter, Ling Xian had another task at hand, a visit to Earth. According to the original story's progression, it would not be long before Vegeta invaded Earth, followed by the conflict on Namek. He was determined not to miss the clash between the protagonist and the Dragon Ball antagonist. Unbeknownst to him, Vegeta and his companions had already invaded Earth and were currently training with Sun Wukong in the other world. "Who are you calling annoying?" Tai Si retorted, her small fangs peeking out. "You lumbering fool, I am indeed annoyed. Hurry and eat, or I shall leave without you. Will you genuinely take me out? You don't think I would deceive you, do you? I wouldn't deceive Lord Beerus," Ling Xian said, laughing heartily as he glanced at Beerus. He felt a sense of guilt at the thought of deceiving such a beautiful woman as Tai Si. "Lewis, are you seeking death? What do you mean by saying I wouldn't deceive you but would deceive Tai Si? If we are to be serious, I am still your master. Is this how you treat me?" Beerus huffed, puffing up his cheeks in indignation. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the other three could not help but burst into laughter. The awakening of Ling Xian brought a joyous atmosphere to this gathering. It had been a long time since the god of Destruction Realm had seen such liveliness. After a while, everyone had their fill. Regarding Ling Xian's suggestion to visit other universes later, Whis and Beerus did not refuse. After all, Ling Xian was right. He was still too weak. If he were to venture into other universes, while others might be astonished by his talent, his current strength was insufficient to confront them. He could not even defeat the candidate gods of destruction from other realms. How could he expect to assert himself? Soon, Ling Xian took action regarding his promise to Tais, and he departed the god of destruction realm with her. In the northern galaxy, a spaceship traversed the cosmic expanse. Inside the vessel, Tais propped her chin on her hand, intently gazing at Ling Xian. For years ago, when she first met him, he was still a mere boy, carefree and eager for compliments. With just a few flattering words, she had secured his promise to protect her. Reflecting on that moment now, Tais couldn't help but chuckle. Lewis truly was a simpleton. Others had effortlessly gained his trust with mere words. Such naivety made her wonder if he would be easily swindled, perhaps even counting the money for those who deceived him. It was both amusing and infuriating. Unbeknownst to her, Ling Xian had long been aware of Tais' true identity. She was an inconspicuous character in the Dragon Ball universe. Yet she was a friend of the Z warriors. It would be a pity if anything were to happen to her. As Tais observed Ling Xian, he too noticed her gaze and glanced at her with a slight tilt of his head. "Tais, why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Ling Xian inquired, touching his cheek. He had sensed something unusual about her since his awakening. "And no, it's just that I haven't spoken to you in a while," Tais replied, her eyes darting away, clearly not being entirely honest. Over the years, she had resided in the god of destruction realm, with only 4 inhabitants. Whis was knowledgeable, and, aside from Ling Xian, he was the one she spoke to the most. As for Beerus, he was the true god of destruction. Tais had discerned Beerus's character. He was a tough exterior with a soft heart, akin to a large cat. However, he occasionally exuded an air of authority, which made her converse with him less frequently. In the god of destruction realm, when Ling Xian was not training, he would keep her company, his conversations often eliciting bursts of laughter from her. Yet when he trained, the number of people she could talk to diminished. Whis was too modest and respectful, while Beerus was overly dignified and serious. Without Ling Xian's companionship, Tais felt as though something was missing. She remained by his side while he trained, reminiscing about her first visit to the god of destruction realm when Beerus had intended to strike her, only for the young Ling Xian to declare, "She is mine." Tai Si gently brushed her long hair, a decision inspired 3 years ago when Ling Xian remarked, "I believe long hair would suit you beautifully." Thus, she let her tresses grow. "Oh, Tai Si, you've grown your hair long." Ling Xian finally noticed this change. Tai Si rolled her eyes, retorting, "I can grow it if I wish. Do I need your approval? You were the one who said long hair would look good on me, and now you ask about it?" She clenched her fists, tempted to give Ling Xian a punch. Unbeknownst to her, her heart had been quietly captured by this young man, who had now transformed into a strikingly handsome figure. Tai Si admitted to herself that she was smitten. Yet, the fellow before her remained as oblivious as ever. "By the way, Lewis, where are we headed now?" Tai Si changed the subject, uncertain of Ling Xian's feelings towards her, too timid to voice her own. Ling Xian observed Tai Si's peculiar expression, sensing something unusual about her, but he smiled and said, "I'm taking you to a rather entertaining planet." "What makes it entertaining?" Tai Si inquired. "Have you heard of the Dragon Balls?" No, she shook her head. Ling Xian chuckled and elaborated. Dragon Balls are miraculous objects that can grant any wish. He explained their powers. Such wonders exist in this world? Summon the Shinran, and one can have any wish fulfilled? Really? To fulfill any wish is quite unrealistic, Ling Xian countered. Shaking his head, even the Super Dragon Balls might not guarantee such outcomes. He added, can they truly annihilate the Omni King? You're gathering material for your novel, right? I believe the Dragon Balls would make excellent content for your story. Oh, you're right. Tai Si's eyes sparkled with inspiration as she unconsciously wrapped her arms around Ling Xian's. Louis, you're brilliant. Your suggestion has sparked a wave of creativity in me. Ling Xian glanced down, realizing his arm was nestled between her ample curves, so soft. He attempted to withdraw his arm, only to discover Tai Si's grip was surprisingly strong, making it difficult to escape without exerting force that might hurt her. Thus, he remained ensnared, his heart racing uncontrollably. Heavens! Tai Si is a handful. The spaceship traveled at a leisurely pace from the god of destruction's realm to Namek. A journey that would take 2 months. However, the two enjoyed a series of leisurely stops along the way, indulging in cosmic delights while Ling Xian discreetly obliterated a few substandard planets. In the company of one another, particularly with Tai Si's frequent unintentional displays, Ling Xian found his blood racing. Their relationship had subtly transformed over the months. Finally, after half a year, they arrived at Namek. Phew. The spacecraft descended from the heavens, its hatch opening wide, as Ling Xian emerged, cradling Tai Si in his arms. Tai Si pressed her delicate face against his chest, her petite hands tightly clasped around his waist. Ling Xian gently descended to the ground, yet Tai Si showed no inclination to release her embrace. She truly was a vision of beauty, with skin as smooth as jade and a figure most graceful. Holding her felt akin to cradling a fragrant cotton candy, soft and sweetly alluring. After a moment, feeling parched and aware of a stirring within him, Ling Xian gently patted her back and said, Tai Si, we have arrived. Have we? Tai Si bit her little canine tooth, seemingly annoyed at Ling Xian's interruption of their embrace. Nonetheless, she wriggled out of his arms. Wow, is this the planet Namek? The grass is blue. How peculiar, she exclaimed, though the environment was undeniably pleasant. Dressed in a flowing white gown, Tai Si strode across the verdant expanse, her long legs captivating Ling Xian's gaze. He absent-mindedly touched his nose, contemplating. Namek has recovered remarkably well from its past climatic disasters. The Namekians must have exerted tremendous effort. As he spoke, a faint energy signature wafted through the air, roughly equivalent to a combat power of 20,000. Tai Si noticed his expression and inquired, Louis C. What is the matter? Ling Xian chuckled. It seems the Elder of Namek is aware of my arrival. The Elder was a remarkable figure, rumored to possess various mystical arts, including prophecy. It was likely he had foreseen the coming of this candidate for destruction, prompting him to send a messenger. As Ling Xian elucidated the nature of the Elder to Tai Si, her small mouth formed aloof astonishment. When I was with Jekka, I never realized the universe harbored such extraordinary races. That was merely because you were in flight, and thus overlooked their existence. Chapter 19. Bestowing eternal youth upon Tai Si. Once Ling Xian finished speaking, a Namekian resembling Piccolo descended before him. Neru pays his respects to the esteemed candidate for destruction. The words momentarily stunned Ling Xian. He had not anticipated that the Elder would be aware of his identity. I wish to meet your Elder, he stated. The Elder has been expecting you, honored candidate for destruction. Please, follow me, Neru replied, observing Ling Xian closely. There was no overt display of power from Ling Xian. Could he truly be the feared deity spoken of by the Elder? Neru ascended into the sky, and Ling Xian lifted Tai Si into the air. With her feet no longer touching the ground, she instinctively tightened her grip around Ling Xian's waist. Unsure whether her fear of falling or her desire for closeness drove her action. Upon arriving at a quaint village, one finds at its end a stone tower crowned with a white dwelling. This abode is a vivid embodiment of the Namekian characteristics, resembling something straight out of an anime. Ling Xian descended upon the tower alongside Nailu, subsequently stepping into the house. Nailu contemplated advising the woman to wait outside, but hesitated, considering that Ling Xian was the formidable deity spoken of by the Elder. Ultimately, he decided against it. Upon entering the house and ascending to the second floor, Tai Si was confronted by the sight of a colossal Namekian, which startled her into seeking refuge in Ling Xian's embrace. Louis, he. Ling Xian was left speechless. He had never noticed how clingy Tai Si could be until now. It seemed that since his awakening, she had become notably more affectionate. Do not be afraid. This is the elder of the Namekians. Slowly, Tai Si emerged from Ling Xian's embrace to gaze at the elder. The elder was indeed immense. Towering at 3 meters, though his age was evident from his withered skin. He cast a glance at Tai Si before turning his attention to Ling Xian. I have the honor of meeting the candidate destroyer, the elder expressed with an apologetic tone. I am unable to rise due to physical constraints. I beseech your pardon for not standing to greet you. Not at all. Ling Xian waved his hand dismissively, smiling. It appears that you have anticipated my arrival. The elder was taken aback and quickly replied, Please forgive me, my lord. I discovered your presence while foreseeing the future of Namek. Beads of sweat cascaded down his face. The ability to foresee a deity's movements could spell doom for his entire race. Ling Xian, recognizing the elder's prophetic prowess, reassured him. Rest easy, elder. I harbor no ill will towards you. The elder exhaled a sigh of relief. Then, may I inquire what brings you to Namek? I seek to utilize your wish orbs. Very well, I shall have Nilo escort you to collect the wish orbs. Without hesitation, the elder acquiesced. Compared to his demeanor when facing Frieza, the elder was remarkably agreeable in Ling Xian's presence. How could he not be? Offending Frieza could result in mere death. But incurring Ling Xian's wrath would leave no opportunity for even rebirth. Following the elder's directive, Nailu led Ling Xian outside. Louis, that elder seems quite fearful of you. Tai Si, cradled in Ling Xian's arms, reveled in the warmth of his embrace. The elder is aware of my identity. Naturally, he is apprehensive. Have you forgotten the planets that have crossed my path in the past 6 months? Ling Xian referred to the worlds he had obliterated during their cosmic travels. Tai Si recalled these instances and gulped. Indeed, he should be afraid of you. A destroyer of worlds is truly a terrifying prospect. With a mere flick of a finger, a planet could be obliterated, leaving no trace behind. The trio set forth from the village of the Grand Elder, traversing through 6 additional villages, ultimately collecting the 7 Dragon Balls. In an open field, Neru gathered the Dragon Balls together and cast a glance at the young man. What incredible power must this deity possess to instill such fear in the Grand Elder? Taking a deep breath, Neru felt the weight of the unknown presence looming over him. Come forth, Purunga, he bellowed in the Namekian tongue. Suddenly, the sky fell silent. Tai Si held her breath. Ling Xian observed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground. This was the first time he had encountered them in this world. One must admit, the Namekian Dragon Balls were truly colossal, dwarfing the size of Earth-S, which were akin to a fist, while the Namekian ones resembled basketballs. Naturally, the wishes granted by the Namekian Dragon Balls far exceeded those of their Earth counterparts. As Ling Xian pondered the merits and demerits of the Namekian Dragon Balls from the original story, a thunderous roar erupted. Dark clouds loomed, and thunder rumbled. A thick beam of golden light suddenly burst forth from the 7 enormous Dragon Balls, shooting skyward. The darkened sky instantly illuminated, and the golden radiance coalesced into form. This spectacle left Tai Si in awe. Although Ling Xian had witnessed similar scenes in the anime, witnessing it firsthand was undeniably shocking. A massive green dragon of Western myth appeared in the sky. State your wishes, whatever you desire. I can, hissed the dragon. Wait, Lord Candidate Destroyer. What brings you here? Purunga, seemingly from nowhere, produced a handkerchief to dab the sweat from his brow. Neru's eyes widened in disbelief. What sorcery is this? That even the dragon must bow before this young man? Is my presence unwelcome? Ling Xian's lips twitched slightly. He wanted to ask Purunga where he had procured that handkerchief. Tai Si, witnessing the dragon's obsequious demeanor, covered her mouth and chuckled. Having emerged from the realm of destruction with Ling Xian, she had encountered numerous such subservient displays. And no, I am Purunga, honored to meet the candidate destroyer. Purunga's perspiration increased. Enough with the pleasantries. Grant my wish. Ling Xian declared, for my first wish. Let the Saiyans thrive in the universe. He understood that, having undergone transformation, he could no longer ignore the Saiyan race. For years prior, he had declined King Vegeta's request. Now, he would do something for the Saiyan people. Please, could you repeat that in the Namekian language? The Wheel of Time grew increasingly anxious. Expressing to the candidate destroyer got a concern about not being destroyed on the spot. However, it indeed required this step to fulfill its wish, otherwise, it would be utterly incapable of realizing that desire. Upon hearing this request, Ling Xian was momentarily taken aback. He had presumed that the Namekian dragon would recognize his identity and, due to the weight of his status, would forego the need to use the Namekian language for wishing. Yet, that was not the case. After a moment's reflection, he discerned the crux of the matter. The method of wishing employed by these dragons had already been codified by Salamanda, much like a program. The absence of any requisite step would ultimately render the execution of the program impossible. Nearby, Nyla hastily conveyed Wheel of Time's words in the Namekian tongue. Buzz. A red light flickered in Wheel of Time's eyes. Esteemed candidate Destroyer God, your wish has been granted. Ling Xian felt a slight tremor in his body, instantly sensing a remarkable change occurring within him. Henceforth, Saiyans would be able to alter their method of respiration in the cosmos, drawing breath through their own energy. Once their energy was depleted, survival in the universe would no longer be feasible. Strictly speaking, this did not equate to true survival in the cosmos. However, considering the caliber of the Namekian dragon, Ling Xian felt that the fulfillment of his wish in this manner was already quite satisfactory. Suddenly, bang! The miraculous power enveloping Ling Xian abruptly dissipated. Ling Xian paused in surprise. Tai Si inquired with concern, "Louis, what is the matter?" Ling Xian waved his hand and replied with a smile, "It's nothing." It turned out that the immunity had taken effect. Due to this immunity, he was inherently capable of surviving in the cosmos. The miraculous power bestowed upon him by the dragon had altered his means of existence in the universe. Nonetheless, this transformation bore weaknesses. For Ling Xian, this wish had a negative impact. The immunity would naturally purge the miraculous power that the dragon had conferred upon him. Please, esteemed candidate Destroyer God, articulate your second wish. The second wish, Ling Xian suddenly found himself at a loss. It seemed he truly had no wishes to make. He understood that the limitations of the dragon were substantial, and not every wish could be realized. Eternal life and immortality, these, regardless of whether Wheel of Time could grant them, had already ceased to pose any challenge for Ling Xian since becoming a candidate Destroyer God. In other words, he had no wishes left. Tai Si, do you have any wishes? At that moment, Ling Xian turned his gaze toward Tai Si. Tai Si, taken aback by Ling Xian's concern for her, smiled sweetly and replied, "Not at all, just wish for whatever you desire. There's no need to consider me." Ling Xian stroked his chin thoughtfully, then looked up at the sky and addressed Wheel of Time. May Tai Si remain forever youthful. Chapter 20. Confession. The voice was faint, yet to Tai Si's ears, it resonated like thunder, striking deep into her heart. She covered her small mouth, hardly daring to believe her ears. After Neru concluded his speech in the language of Namek, his eyes once again glimmered with a crimson light. Tai Si suddenly felt her skin become smooth and fair, as if she had reverted to the age of 18. Future God of Destruction, your second wish has been fulfilled. Please state your third wish. I have no more wishes. You may depart. Ling Xian clicked his tongue, struggling to conceive of any further wishes. Very well, I shall take my leave. Bola sighed in relief, transforming into a radiant beam of light, vanishing into the sky. Future God of Destruction, if there are no further instructions, I shall also take my leave. Neru pondered momentarily before speaking again. Wait. Please inform the elder that there is no need to worry about the impending crisis on Namek. Our Saiyan clan will intervene. Boom. Neru's body trembled as he sensed the looming danger facing Namek in the future. Thank you, future God of Destruction. Upon realizing the identity of the individual before him, Neru was overwhelmed with joy. Even if a crisis were to arise, with the promise from the future God of Destruction, Namek would surely weather the storm. As Neru departed, only Tai Si, still in a daze, and Ling Xian, wearing a bemused expression, remained. Ling Xian chuckled. Tai Si, what's wrong? Tai Si's nose tinged with emotion, her eyes reddening as she gazed at Ling Xian. How could you make such a wish? You said you wished to remain youthful forever. Well, can I say that I simply could not think of any other wishes, hence I made this one? Ling Xian teased her. Tai Si, initially touched, felt her heart stir with annoyance upon hearing his words. You scoundrel, Louis. Ha! Ling Xian stepped closer, ruffling her hair gently, and said softly, the days of training are exceedingly long. I want you to stay by my side always. Boom. An unfamiliar surge of emotion welled up within her, culminating in a burst of feelings. Tai Si's eyes brimmed with tears as she covered her mouth. You truly mean it? I'm not foolish. How could I possibly overlook your intentions? Ling Xian extended his hand, gently wiping away the tears from her face. 6 months ago, upon awakening, he noticed something was amiss with Tai Si. Initially, he dismissed it as inconsequential. However, during their adventures across the cosmos, he found Tai Si becoming increasingly clingy. Ling Xian was not oblivious. He understood her feelings. He also realized that he had begun to care for her in ways he had not anticipated. Every time he witnessed Tai Si's smile, a wave of joy washed over him. Conversely, whenever he saw her frown, he felt an unsettling agitation within himself. Do you like me? Tai Si asked, her head bowed, her voice timid. Silly girl, haven't I already said? I just want to be with you forever. Ling Xian replied, holding her tightly in his embrace, his tone earnest. I like you too, Louis. Tai Si beamed, her radiant smile seemingly halting the passage of time. She wrapped her arms around Ling Xian's waist and looked up at him with a playful grin. Louis, I am so happy. Haha, I am equally delighted. Who would have thought that the little sycophant I brought home all those years ago would become my wife? You are the sycophant, Louis. Tai Si pouted, playfully pinching his waist before exclaiming joyfully. So, does this mean I can retain this appearance forever? Indeed. Ling Xian gazed at Tai Si, admiring her delicate cheeks and long eyelashes, her shy demeanor exuding a charming innocence. Though she was a mature woman, her youthful spirit made her truly enchanting. Tai Si. Ling Xian cradled her small face in his hands. Their eyes met, and she slowly closed her eyes. After half an hour, Tai Si's face was flushed, and she touched her lips. Louis, it's your fault. They are all swollen. You cannot blame me. Ling Xian held her close, whispering softly in her ear. It is all because Tai Si is too captivating. Tai Si's heart raced. Ling Xian's sweet words had a devastating effect, making her feel weak at the knees. She lowered her head, nervously fiddling with the hem of her shirt, and shyly remarked, Louis, you are playing unfair. Previously, Louis was utterly clueless, blushing at the mere sight of a leg or a bear, but now, having confirmed their relationship, the formerly awkward Louis has transformed into a seasoned veteran. Louis, were you pretending all along? Could you truly not perceive my affections for you? Taas pouted, her voice a playful huff. At first, I genuinely did not notice, but gradually it became evident, Ling Xian replied, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. I never anticipated my Ta-S to be so bold. Within the confines of the spaceship, Ta-S often emerged wrapped merely in a towel, occasionally allowing it to slip to the floor. The thought of such a scene sent Ling Xian's heart racing wildly. I am not bold. I only act this way in front of you, she murmured, her head bowed, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples, while she accused him of misconduct. Little did she realize that her words struck a far greater chord in Ling Xian's heart. He cradled her delicate face and leaned down once more. After a moment, he declared, All right, my Ta-S, it is time for us to venture elsewhere. Ling Xian tightly embraced Ta-S, lifting her into the sky. In this world, he finally felt a sense of attachment. Being held, Ta-S felt a wave of joy. She could finally be embraced by Ling Xian without reservation. Upon returning to the landing site of the spaceship, the couple departed Namek. Meanwhile, Nailu returned to the residence of the elder, relaying Ling Xian's words. The elder murmured, So? The candidate for God of Destruction is quite knowledgeable. On Earth, the journey from Namek took an additional 3 months. Nearly a year had passed since Ling Xian departed the realm of destruction. The spaceship touched down in the West Capital Wilderness. Louis, what prompted your sudden desire to visit Earth? Ling Xian queried. My kin reside here. I simply wish to see your parents, he continued, guiding Ta-S toward the city of West Capital. You have relatives on Earth? Indeed, Ling Xian replied, suddenly gazing upward in disbelief. And there is more than one. For powerful presences emanated from the heavens, and based on their combat prowess, the strongest among them seemed to possess a battle power of approximately 80,000. One aura bore a striking resemblance to Vegetas. This timing was perplexing. Wasn't he supposed to invade Earth 2 years later? Ling Xian furrowed his brow in contemplation. Ta-S leaned against him, gently caressing his sharply defined cheek. What troubles you? She inquired. Nothing. I intend to take you to the heavens for a delightful experience. The heavens? You'll understand once we arrive. Ling Xian's flight direction suddenly shifted, soaring swiftly towards the heavens. In the celestial realm, beneath the brilliant sunlight, a figure resembling Bardock sat at the center of the temple plaza. This individual was none other than the recently matured Sun Wukong. Beside him were 4 gravity chambers, 3 of which were occupied by individuals engaged in intense training. At the edge of the celestial realm stood a Namekian, who, while observing the lower world, was suddenly beset by an unsettling sensation, beads of sweat streaming down his brow. This pressure, What is happening? It is becoming increasingly formidable. They have arrived. With a resounding crash, a beam of light descended from the lower realm, manifesting in the celestial domain, the powerful shockwave knocking the gods to the ground. Who? Who are you? The deities were taken aback, recognizing the extraordinary dimensionality of their visitors. Could they be the king of worlds? The commotion also roused Sun Wukong from his reverie at the plaza's center. Who are you? He assumed a combat stance, directing his gaze towards Ling Xian and Tai Si. Indeed, Kakarot was training in the celestial realm at this time. He would continue his training for 2 years before participating in the Tournament of Power, after which he would wait for Chi-Chi to marry and give birth to Gohan before Vegeta and the others could invade Earth. Ling Xian observed Sun Wukong, pondering to himself. Sun Wukong exchanged glances with the deity, curious about why this individual remained silent. Suddenly, Ling Xian inquired, Kakarot, is Vegeta inside? Gesturing towards the central gravity chamber. Kakarot? Sun Wukong, now matured and possessing a more developed intellect, had come to understand his heritage. Upon hearing Ling Xian call him Kakarot, he instinctively replied, You are a Saiyan. The deity also noticed the tail at Ling Xian's waist, which brought him a sense of relief. Wukong, he seems to belong to the same race as you. In his view, since Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa had come to Earth without malicious intent, this Saiyan should not pose a threat either. Sun Wukong, having noticed Ling Xian's tail, remarked, Vegeta is inside. You two have fled here? Vegeta and his companions had been pursued relentlessly by Frieza's forces, ultimately seeking refuge on Earth. Fled? Tai Si, stifling a laugh, mused, who would dare to make Ling Xian flee? He wouldn't allow anyone else to escape. Ling Xian momentarily paused, quickly recalling the words of Whis, who had mentioned Vegeta and his companions being hunted. He shook his head, stating, I did not come here in flight, just call Vegeta out. And you may refer to me as Lewis. Very well, I shall summon Vegeta. Sun Wukong approached the central gravity chamber and pressed the communication button from the outside. Vegeta, a Saiyan named Lewis has come to see you. A loud shout echoed through the communication device, followed by the opening of the gravity chamber, revealing a figure. With a high hairline and a shining forehead, clad in a snug training suit, it was Vegeta, who tightly grasped Goku and exclaimed, Is Lewis here? Where is he? Before Goku could respond, Ling Xian interjected, Vegeta, it's been a long time. Upon seeing the individual behind Goku, Vegeta staggered in disbelief. It truly was Lewis. Lewis, you have finally returned. Chapter 21. Arrival on Earth. Vegeta was filled with excitement. Upon meeting Ling Xian, he unleashed the pent-up frustration within him. From the great escape of planet Vegeta to the Frieza forces' interference preventing their return to the galactic headquarters, he and Raditz, along with Nappa, had no choice but to seek assistance on Earth. After recounting everything, Ling Xian understood why Vegeta had arrived on Earth. The historical necessity was indeed remarkable. Vegeta had come to Earth and was even training alongside Goku in the other world. Lewis, our planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza. You must avenge us, Saiyans, Vegeta shouted, clenching his fists. All right, I am aware of the situation regarding planet Vegeta. You may seek your own vengeance. I shall refrain from intervening. Ling Xian waved his hand dismissively. Weren't you appointed as a candidate for the God of Destruction? With a mere flick of your finger, you could obliterate Frieza. Why do you not take action? Vegeta shouted in frustration. Years ago, King Vegeta had posed a similar question to Ling Xian, who had coldly rejected the king's plea at that time. But now, I could indeed eliminate Frieza, but would you allow me to do so? Ling Xian replied calmly. This time, Ling Xian did not coldly refuse Vegeta's request. Since the Saiyans had joined the Galactic Patrol, they had transformed. Those once fierce and ruthless warriors had become the guardians of the universe, akin to the solid defense force of the Sixth Universe. Vegeta fell silent. Ling Xian inquired once more, Do you still wish for me to intervene? If so, I shall immediately seek vengeance for our Saiyan kin. Never mind. Vegeta's stoic expression unexpectedly softened into a smile. We will handle it ourselves. As the prince of the Saiyan race, he was proud and resolute. In the face of his people's enemies, he felt reluctant to rely on the candidate for the God of Destruction. He yearned for personal retribution. Kakarot, will you join me in seeking vengeance? Vegeta turned to the pensive Goku. In the past, he would have lacked the confidence to utter such words, considering Frieza's status as the Emperor of the universe. However, after arriving on Earth, he found newfound confidence. The methods of cultivation on Earth, along with the gravity chambers. Moreover, there exists one paramount individual. and that is the Sun Wukong before us. Very well, I shall accompany you when the time comes. Sun Wukong scratched his head, chuckling innocently. You fool, Vegeta remarked, gazing at the naive Sun Wukong with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Ling Xian was equally entertained by Sun Wukong's character. Vegeta had transformed. Yet Sun Wukong remained the same Sun Wukong. Quite well indeed. Suddenly, Ling Xian inquired, when do you intend to seek vengeance? Sun Wukong turned to Vegeta. Vegeta furrowed his brow and replied, in 2 years, I am certain that Kakarot and I will surpass Frieza's power. Very well, I shall personally witness your retribution then. Ling Xian refrained from informing Vegeta of Frieza's true strength. After all, one must encounter certain tribulations to achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Ling Xian took Tai Si's hand, preparing to turn away when he suddenly recalled something, saying, would you two like to learn a couple of formidable techniques elsewhere? What techniques? Sun Wukong inquired. The Kaioshin and the Spirit Bomb. Ling Xian elaborated slowly. If you wish to learn, I can have North Kai teach you. All right. Vegeta nodded in agreement. Recognizing that any technique esteemed by a potential god of destruction must possess exceptional merits. Sun Wukong grinned. Then, I want to learn as well. With their agreement, Ling Xian did not immediately take them to North Kai. Firstly, in his observations, Vegeta's fighting power stood at a mere 70,000, while Sun Wukong seemed to possess around 80,000. Vegeta remained the perennial second best. Secondly, their martial arts training was still inadequate, particularly Sun Wukong's. Ling Xian, under Whis' tutelage, could easily discern Sun Wukong's insufficient martial arts foundation. Only by fully embracing the teachings of that individual would Sun Wukong have the opportunity to enter the Ultra Instinct state in the upcoming power tournament. That individual, as Ling Xian referred to, was Bobo. Ling Xian suspected that Bobo likely belonged to the angelic race, for in the perception of others, Bobo had long served the Earth's deity. Beyond this, Bobo's demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of an angel, neither mournful nor joyful, devoid of desires. Training the young Sun Wukong, he could achieve a 50-50 outcome. Similarly, when training Son Goten and Trunks to transform into Super Saiyans, he could maintain that 50-50 balance. Ultimately, Ling Xian chose not to disturb Bobo for the time being. He led Tai Si away, allowing the 4 Saiyans to continue their training in the other world. Lewis, what was that place just now? That was the other world, the abode of the Earth's deity. How could I be unaware of the celestial beings on Earth? You are not the only one in ignorance. Many inhabitants of this planet remain oblivious as well. Moreover, your prolonged stay within the cosmos has certainly diminished your chances of becoming acquainted with such matters. This is indeed true. The two of them soared back to the West City. Time passed swiftly, and another year elapsed. Throughout this year, Ling Xian resided at Tai Si's home. Ling Xian was remarkably handsome and soon garnered Bulma's approval. As for the Briefs couple, they held no objections towards Ling Xian. In fact, they found the situation rather favorable. Tai Si, now with a husband, should be better safeguarded. After all, it is perilous for a woman to venture alone into the vastness of space. However, Ling Xian asserted that he would always protect Tai Si, allowing her the freedom to pursue her desires. Bulma did not believe that Ling Xian, with his slender physique, could adequately shield Tai Si from the dangers of the universe, unless he possessed the formidable powers akin to those of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. It was only when Tai Si revealed Ling Xian's true identity and urged him to demonstrate his abilities that Bulma realized her grave misjudgment. After Ling Xian obliterated a nearby planet, Bulma discovered that his noble lineage and immense strength far surpassed her expectations. At that moment, the Brief family felt a profound sense of relief. Chapter 22. King Kai's Fist, Spirit Bomb. On this day, 1 year later, in the Celestial Realm, Ling Xian arrived alone. Within the 4 gravity chambers, only 3 were occupied. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged in the center of the temple's plaza. I present my respects to the esteemed candidate for the God of Destruction. The celestial being approached, expressing his reverence. Over the past year, he had come to understand Ling Xian's true identity. There is no need for such formalities. Yes, how long has Kakarot been meditating? Sun Wukong had been in meditation for 6 months. The celestial pondered. 6 months, you say? Ling Xian stroked his chin, glancing towards the remaining 3 gravity chambers. It was apparent that the training methods of Vegeta and the others differed from those of Sun Wukong. One engaged in meditative reflection on martial arts. while the other utilized the gravity chamber to cultivate strength, tailoring instruction to individual needs. Ling Xian regarded the temple's interior with profound insight. It seemed to be a teaching from Bobo. I shall return later. Please notify me when Kakarot awakens. Ling Xian prepared to depart from the celestial realm. Suddenly, a faint ethereal aura emanated from Sun Wukong, only to vanish moments later. This lays the foundation for mastering the Ultra Instinct. Ling Xian observed Sun Wukong in the center of the temple plaza, his brow slightly raised. Sun Wukong's current state mirrored the earlier stages of Ling Xian's own cultivation of the Ultra Instinct. However, unlike Sun Wukong, Ling Xian had attained the initial form of Ultra Instinct as a reward from the system, and subsequently dedicated 4 years to achieving its perfected state. Sun Wukong truly lives up to his title as the protagonist of Dragon Ball. His innate talent is indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, Ling Xian reaffirmed his thoughts. It was evident that Bobo was no ordinary being. Sun Wukong rose to his feet and approached Ling Xian, smiling. Luis, what brings you here? Have you forgotten what I told you? You mentioned you would learn the Kaioken. Sun Wukong was elated. Go and summon Vegeta. What about Raditz and Nappa? They lack the necessary talent, so there's no need to call them. Off you go. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong nodded, saying little more. He called for Vegeta, who also wore a delighted expression. The Kaioken, revered by the candidate for the god of destruction, must surely be formidable. Ling Xian led the two of them, vanishing directly into the other world. The North Chaos planet is situated in the underworld, and for an ordinary person, it would be nearly impossible to locate it. However, Ling Xian was different. As a candidate for the god of destruction, he had attained a dimension equivalent to that of a KO. Thus, he was well aware of the underworld's location. Ling Xian, alongside Sun Wukong and Vegeta, traversed the barrier between the mortal realm and arrived at the front of the King of Hell's palace. Stop! A spectral guard from the King of Hell's palace stepped forward. You mortals dare to intrude into the underworld? Send them back to the mortal realm. Before he could finish, a voice of terror echoed from within the palace. Who is the KO that has descended upon the King of Hell's palace? A massive, bull-headed figure, resembling the Ox King, rushed out, his face a mask of panic. However, it quickly became apparent that the visitors were not the 5 KO he was familiar with, but rather a young man of equal dimensional status to the KO, accompanied by 2 mortals. You are the King of Hell, are you not? I have business with the North KO. Do not disturb me unless it is urgent. Ling Xian stated coolly, before leading Sun Wukong and Vegeta towards the Snake Way. The King of Hell, rendered speechless, was left pondering the identity of this new KO. As they traversed the Snake Way, Sun Wukong and Vegeta remained silent. Hey Vegeta, why are so many people afraid of Luis? Is that even a question? Who wouldn't fear a candidate for the god of destruction? Is the candidate for the god of destruction truly that powerful? One finger could extinguish your life. Do you need further clarification on strength? Luis, is what Vegeta said true? Sun Wukong asked, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Ling Xian's mouth twitched slightly. You fool, you're not thinking of challenging me, are you? Noticing Ling Xian's silence, Sun Wukong spoke again. Luis, can you fight with me? Absolutely not. Ling Xian replied decisively. Displeased with the slow pace, he seized both Sun Wukong and Vegeta, vanishing from the Snake Way in an instant. The next moment, they found themselves at the end of the Snake Way, where a small planet hovered above. Let us go. Ling Xian carried the 2 individuals to the North King Star. Upon landing, a formidable gorilla appeared before the trio. Beerus, cease your incessant pestering. Ling Xian recognized him instantly and swiftly sent him flying with a single slap. Sun Wukong and Vegeta swallowed hard, remarking on the rudeness of the creature. North King, come forth. Ling Xian's voice resonated throughout the entirety of North King Star. Awakened from his slumber on the far side of the planet, the North King opened his eyes in alarm. Who dared to disturb his rest? Enraged, he sprinted for a minute until he finally stood before Ling Xian. Who are you to interrupt someone? Hiss. The North King gasped, staring at Ling Xian. Who are you? How can your dimension be so elevated? And why do you bring 2 mortals? His eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening today that a divine being of such caliber would grace their realm? Enough, North King. I have come to request that you teach these 2 the King Fist and Spirit Bomb techniques. How do you know I possess those abilities? And who are you? The North King's brow furrowed in suspicion. Spare me the trivialities. Just teach them, Ling Xian replied curtly. I'd be willing to teach, but only if you tell me a joke first. The North King, perplexed by Ling Xian's identity, couldn't fathom when another king appeared, especially one accompanied by two mortals seeking instruction in such formidable techniques. However, sensing that Ling Xian's aura was not malevolent, he considered the request. Ling Xian, a vein of frustration appearing on his forehead, decided to share a joke. North King, do you recognize this? He raised his hand, revealing a purple sphere of energy. Suddenly, a tempest surged, shaking the very foundations of North King's star. Sun Wukong and Vegeta trembled at the display of power, feeling no inclination to resist. It was evident that should they be struck, survival would be impossible. They exchanged a glance, realizing the terror that this being embodied. How can you wield destructive energy? The North King stammered, recalling vividly the devastation wrought by Beerus upon his planet. Could it be? Has Lord Beerus met his end? No. You are the current god of destruction. The North King's face drained of color, his throat dry with fear as he trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, far away in the realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus sneezed unexpectedly. Who speaks ill of me? If Lord Beerus were to learn of such remarks, would North King's star remain intact? Lord Beerus is indeed alive. The North King, now on the ground, seemed to protect his planet as he quivered, his voice shaking. No. Please, this is my last remaining star. All right, I have no interest in your North Kaioshin. Just focus on teaching those two. Ling Xian dissipated the destructive energy in his hands. Lord Beerus is not dead, so you must be the current candidate for the god of destruction, exclaimed North Kaioshin, rising from the ground in astonishment. Goodness, that lazy fellow has actually taken on disciples. Ling Xian interjected, North Kaioshin, is that acceptable? North Kaioshin dared not oppose, swallowing hard. Rest assured, esteemed candidate for god of destruction, I shall ensure they are well taught. Very well, I leave them in your capable hands. Ling Xian then turned to Son Goku and the others. Focus on your training. I will return for you in a year. Just as Ling Xian was about to depart, he turned back to add, by the way, the spirit bomb may not suit everyone. It's fine if you cannot learn it. Just mastering the Kaioken will suffice. Before transforming into a Super Saiyan, the Kaioken is the most effective technique for them. As for the spirit bomb, it seems only those with a pure heart can learn it. Ling Xian was giving Vegeta a heads up to prevent any disappointment if he struggled with the spirit bomb. After speaking, Ling Xian left the scene. Chapter 23. Encouraging Louis. Ling Xian returned to Earth, where he spent time with Tai Si. Soon, he received a communication from Whis, requesting that he bring Tai Si back to cook. However, Ling Xian would not agree. He jokingly remarked that Tai Si was now his woman and should not be required to cook. This elicited eye rolls from Whis and Beerus, who found him to be a true scoundrel prioritizing romance over duty. At that moment, Tai Si suggested that they invite Beerus and Whis to Earth instead, as her culinary skills were nothing remarkable there, with many capable cooks surpassing her. Upon hearing this, Beerus and Whis immediately lit up with excitement. However, a pressing matter kept them from making immediate plans to visit Earth. When Ling Xian inquired, they remained tight-lipped about the reason. In the realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus and Whis stood before the god of destruction's palace, gazing up at the sky. Lord Beerus, are you truly not going to inform Louis about the candidate gods of destruction from other universes coming to the 7th universe? What purpose would that serve? Let us not forget that those fellows only seek to vex me. Upon learning that I have taken on a candidate god of destruction, they will undoubtedly follow suit. Beerus replied through clenched teeth. They will surely recruit some individuals with power reaching the divine realm. With Louis's battle power of 1.5 billion. Even transforming into a Super Saiyan would be of no consequence. Just the thought of it is infuriating. Whis chuckled. What can one expect when Lord Beerus has such poor relations? Every god of destruction in the universes wishes to mock you. Even your own brother wants to come and ridicule you. Humph, just wait 2 more years. We shall see who mocks whom. With Louis's physique, no one could possibly defeat him. Perhaps even Lord Beerus could retort. Whis chuckled. Beerus's eyes gleamed with realization. Indeed, the strength of the candidates for destroyer from other universes must possess divine prowess. If I were to engage in a battle with Louis and emerge victorious, I would certainly have the opportunity to mock them in return. Currently, Louis possesses a combat power of merely 1.5 billion. Yet, even with this figure, he remains unable to defeat Whis, and the candidates for the god of destruction from other universes stand no chance whatsoever. Fortunately, Whis remains oblivious to Beerus's thoughts. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly remark that not even his father could prevail in such a scenario. Beerus erupts into wild laughter. Come, let us first journey to Earth. Those rascals will undoubtedly come seeking me. Gulp. Whis swallows hard, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, Ties mentioned that Earth is abundant with delectable treats. This will be delightful. Let us hasten our departure. In the northern galaxy, at Frieza's headquarters. Damn it. A sharp and sinister voice echoed throughout the Frieza headquarters. The aliens within the hall dared not utter a word, fearing the wrath of the cosmic emperor who sat upon his throne. Frieza crushed the wine glass in his hand, gritting his teeth in fury. Cursed Galactic Patrol, why must you oppose me? The reason for the Science alliance with the Galactic Patrol was unknown to Frieza. He only comprehended that they had betrayed him. Betrayal was the one thing he loathed above all else. Thus, Frieza had relentlessly ordered his army to hunt down the Science. Initially, there was some success. He managed to eliminate a handful of them. However, as time passed, the Science grew wise, retreating to the safety of the Galactic Patrol headquarters whenever they encountered Frieza's forces. That headquarters was a place even Frieza dared not invade, especially following the incident 4 years prior, when a candidate for the God of Destruction had invaded his stronghold. Frieza was no longer willing to pursue the Science. Over the years, the Science had grown increasingly powerful, particularly that Bardock, whose combat strength had surpassed even Jinyu's. If he refrained from intervening, Frieza's army would find it impossible to restrain the Science. Yet, he had to remain wary of that candidate for the God of Destruction. At that moment, Frieza, I have heard a legend. An alien entered the palace, hastily approaching Frieza. Frieza, I have come across a tale regarding immortality. Upon hearing this, Frieza's expression shifted dramatically from fury to intrigue. Speak quickly. I overheard an ancient race stating that by locating the legendary Dragon Balls, one could grant any wish. To grant any wish, does that not imply the possibility of not only achieving immortality, but also acquiring immense power? If the ancient race spoke truthfully, such a feat is indeed attainable. Quickly, tell me, where are the Dragon Balls? Frieza's countenance brightened with anticipation. The alien wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, Frieza, I only heard of this. I do not know where the Dragon Balls are. As soon as these words left his lips, an icy aura of murderous intent enveloped the palace. Find out for me. You must ascertain the location of the Dragon Balls. Once I attain immortality and great power, the Galactic Patrol headquarters shall fall before me. Earth. Ling Xian reclined in the backyard of Tai Si's home, savoring a drink and relishing the pleasures of life. Tai Si was not present. She had gone shopping with Bulma, as the two sisters had not seen each other for many years. The bond of sisterhood was profound. Now, they were inseparable, spending every day together. Suddenly, a radiant spectrum of colors appeared before Ling Xian. Ah, enjoying life, are we? He remarked. Oh, is that you, Lord Beerus? Ling Xian opened his eyes and smiled. Weren't you busy? You didn't come to Earth when I called, yet here you are now. His tone was laced with playful mockery. Beerus gritted his teeth, irritated by the impudent young man. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Beerus replied, I have good news and bad news for you. Which would you prefer to hear? Whis stifled a laugh from the side. Ling Xian closed his eyes. Lord Beerus, I really don't wish to hear either. Beerus's forehead twitched in annoyance, while Whis burst into laughter. You shall hear it, whether you want to or not. Beerus huffed. The good news is, you're about to make a name for yourself. Ling Xian raised an eyebrow and reopened his eyes. And the bad news? The bad news is, you'll have to fight against the candidates for the God of Destruction from other universes. What? Ling Xian sprang up from his lounge chair, staring intently at Beerus. He finally grasped the implication of Beerus's words regarding making a name for himself. This meant he would be fighting against the other candidates for the God of Destruction. And with his immunity, he was certain not to be defeated. Thus, he would gain notoriety throughout the entire King S universe. Lord Beerus, your calculations are quite astute. He chuckled softly. Ah, the weather is splendid, Beerus whistled, gazing up at the sky. Ling Xian's mouth twitched slightly. The reason he deemed Beerus's scheming clever was that if he fought against the other gods of destruction, he would naturally be in a position of invincibility. This would allow him to retort against Beerus, mocking him for being a master of divine realms yet unable to defeat a mere mortal. Beerus, indifferent to the animosity that might arise from such a confrontation, was already disliked by all the gods of destruction and thus had little concern for any additional disdain. However, Beerus seemed intent on dragging him into this predicament. All right, you cheeky brat, as your master, I must ask whether you will assist me with this task. Beerus clapped Ling Xian on the shoulder, his expression betraying no sign of embarrassment or fatigue. Of course, I shall assist. Ling Xian gritted his teeth and appeared outwardly furious. Yet within him, there was a profound calm. The notion of flourishing and withering was deeply intertwined with his bond to the seventh universe. Moreover, in his eyes, Beerus and Whis represented a duality of mentor and friend. Should Beerus wish to retort, Ling Xian would undoubtedly lend his assistance. A slight smile graced Ling Xian's lips as he eagerly anticipated the forthcoming encounters with other candidate gods of destruction. Suddenly, Ling Xian furrowed his brow and spoke, Lord Beerus. Apart from the 11th universe, do other universes truly have candidate gods of destruction? Whis finally interjected, chuckling. Ah, long ago, when Lord Beerus accepted you as his candidate. Other gods of destruction did the same. Ling Xian shielded his eyes, finally discerning the extent of Beerus's unpopularity, while others had prepared in advance. They eagerly awaited the opportunity to mock Beerus. Beerus scratched his head, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. He had not anticipated that restoring his dignity would require the intervention of his successor. Very well, Lord Beerus, when will they arrive in the 7th universe? In 1 year. Indeed, but do you have something to attend to? Beerus questioned, puzzled by Ling Xian's demeanor. Ling Xian shook his head. Vegeta and Goku had gone to the North Kai to learn the Kaioshin technique, and he intended to retrieve them in a year. Moreover, it was in a year that both sought vengeance against Frieza. Little did he expect that the candidates from other universes would also descend upon the 7th universe at that time. There was a slight conflict in timing. Ultimately, Ling Xian refrained from elaborating further as Beerus and Whis settled on Earth. Upon their arrival, they quickly discovered that Tai Si had spoken the truth. Earth was indeed a veritable paradise of culinary delights. Even the most unassuming street food was a gastronomic experience unlike anything they had ever tasted. Beerus and Whis marveled, pondering why they had not discovered this planet sooner. Beyond its delectable offerings, they soon unearthed another peculiarity of Earth. In the northern region stood a towering stone spire, reaching towards the heavens, with a mysterious celestial realm above it. They had ascended to this celestial domain once, yet found nothing amiss, only recognizing that both the celestial realm and the stone spire were ancient. In the end, Beerus and Whis could only leave the matter unresolved. Chapter 24. Goku and Vegeta master the Kaioshin. While Beerus reveled in the world of gastronomy, Ling Xian embarked on his training. This marked his first foray into cultivation since departing from the realm of the gods of destruction, focusing diligently on 3 aspects: strength, dimensions, and the laws governing them. In terms of strength, his combat power is currently measured at 1.5 billion before transformation, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, it escalates to an astonishing 75 billion. Dimensionally, he stands at the level of a Kai. However, in terms of the rules governing destruction, he is limited to condensing energy into a sphere the size of a fist. Achieving breakthroughs in these 3 areas within a year is exceedingly unrealistic, barring any system rewards. With no sign-in tasks issued by the system, Ling Xian can only focus on one aspect, striving for a breakthrough by the end of the year. After some contemplation, he concluded that concentrating on dimensional advancement would be the most prudent choice. There are several reasons for this decision. Firstly, in terms of strength, Ling Xian has seemingly reached a bottleneck at his current level, making further enhancement exceedingly difficult. Even if he could improve, the increase would be minimal unless he were to break through to Super Saiyan 2, which would amplify his original power by a factor of 100, resulting in a staggering 1.5 trillion combat power. It is crucial to remember that Ling Xian has only recently ascended to Super Saiyan 1, and further advancement seems utterly unrealistic. This is why, after exiting the realm of the god of destruction, he chose not to train, but rather to accompany ties. Secondly, regarding the rules of destruction, the magnitude of the destructive energy sphere he can condense is directly proportional to his inherent strength. The adage "the size of the vessel determines the amount of water it can hold" rings true here. Ling Xian's ability to condense a fist-sized destructive energy sphere represents his limit. It is impossible for him to create a larger one. Moreover, he must not forget that other candidates for the position of God of Destruction have also mastered these rules. And even if Ling Xian manages to condense his destructive energy into a larger form, it pales in comparison to those who have trained for millennia. Thirdly, unlike the previous 2 aspects, dimensional advancement presents a unique opportunity. Ling Xian has already reached the Kai level in terms of dimensions. A subsequent breakthrough would elevate him to the divine level, where the gods of destruction and the Kai reside. Achieving this divine status would transform his power into divine energy. As previously mentioned, divine energy is fundamentally different from mortal energy. Under equivalent combat power, the threat posed by divine energy is exponentially greater. Furthermore, a breakthrough to the divine dimension would confer the significant advantage of an extended lifespan. Of course, even if Ling Xian succeeds in dimensional advancement, he would still be unable to defeat the other candidates for the position of God of Destruction. He acknowledges that while he may not be able to overpower them, they would also struggle to eliminate him. The outcome is destined to be a stalemate, and thus, weighing the three aspects, Ling Xian opts to dedicate himself to dimensional training. However, it is essential to note that dimensional cultivation is not solely dependent on talent. It requires substantial time, opportunities, and even a touch of fortune. Consequently, Ling Xian ascended once more to the heavenly realm. In the heavenly temple, the deities continued their vigilant observation of the mortal realm. One deity wiped the cold sweat from his brow, astonished at the realization that a true god of destruction had indeed arrived on earth. A radiant beam descended from the lower realms, and the figure emerging was none other than Ling Xian. The celestial being inquired with curiosity, "Honorable candidate for the destroyer god, do you require something?" Ling Xian replied with a smile, "I have come to request the use of your spirit time room. Might I ask for your consent?" The celestial being pondered, "If you do not grant this request, shall the earth face destruction?" After swallowing hard, the celestial, though perplexed as to how Ling Xian knew of the spirit time room, nodded affirmatively. "Of course, there is no issue." "Very well, please lead the way." "Certainly, follow me." The celestial guided Ling Xian into the divine hall, traversing the corridor. Along the way, the celestial explained the precautions regarding the spirit time room. Though Ling Xian was already well aware of its interior, he listened attentively. Upon reaching the entrance of the spirit time room, the celestial stated, "Honorable candidate for the destroyer god, please ensure you exit within 2 years. Otherwise, you shall be trapped within indefinitely." Understood. Ling Xian refrained from informing the celestial that, with sufficient power, one could breach the spatial barriers and return to reality. Ling Xian stepped into the spirit time room. Meanwhile, in another universe, "Ramsey, have you selected your candidate? I made my choice over a decade ago. And you, Xiangpa? Surely, you won't refrain from participating in this challenge simply because Beerus is your brother." "Humph, I would love to taunt that skinny skeleton daily. That's splendid. We have another year for them to train. Let us ensure no mistakes arise then." The 11 destroyer gods convened, plotting to challenge Ling Xian. On another front, the attendants of the angels gathered as well. "Beerus, have you uncovered the origins of that divine aura from years past?" "Sister, I have found nothing." "What about all of you?" "We found nothing either. We inquired with Whis, but he claimed to know nothing. He may indeed be unaware." "Very well. Let us seize this opportunity to investigate the 7th universe thoroughly." Understood. As time passed, a year slipped away. In the restaurant of the Tai's family in West City. "Louis, try this." Tai's forked a piece of meat towards Ling Xian's lips. Ling Xian smiled gently, opening his mouth to savor the morsel. Observing him finish, Tai took a napkin and tenderly wiped his mouth. On the other side of the table, Whis, "Do not snatch that, it is mine." "Lord Beerus, it is mine." Beerus and Whis were almost on the verge of a scuffle over the last chicken leg on the table. "Lord Beerus, I am full. I shall make a quick visit to King Kai of the North and return shortly." Ling Xian greeted and took Tai Si's hand, departing from the hall. Observing this, the two individuals in the restaurant paused. Beerus seized the opportunity to snatch a chicken leg from Whis, munching away while remarking, "Whis, don't you think there's something slightly off about this kid?" A year ago, Louis returned from that mysterious celestial realm after several days, and he seemed a bit different. Whis pondered, "It appears there is a dimensional discrepancy." "Indeed, I share that sentiment. It feels as though Louis is on the brink of transcending to the divine level." Beerus took another bite of the chicken leg, shaking his head. "I must be losing my mind. Louis has only been training for 16 years. How could he possibly ascend to the divine level so swiftly?" The North Kai planet. With a flash, Ling Xian and Tai Si instantaneously appeared there. Suddenly, 2 overwhelming auras surged forth violently. Tai Si's formerly rosy complexion turned pale in an instant. "Do not be afraid," Ling Xian reassured, tightly embracing Tai Si as a violet glow enveloped them. The destructive aura cocooned the pair, while the tumultuous energy waves collided with the destructive force, abruptly dissipating. "That startled me," Tai Si exclaimed, patting her chest. Tenfold Kaioshin. Tenfold Kaioshin. The two declarations incited a frenzy of energy waves, causing the North Kai planet to tremble incessantly, as if it were on the verge of exploding. You too, cease this at once. The North Kai clung desperately to a lopsided tree, while his pet gorilla and grasshopper clutched his legs. Who are they? Their power is astounding. Tai Si, sheltered, covered her mouth in astonishment. They're my kin. I never expected they would truly learn the Kaioshin technique. Ling Xian held Tai Si close, as the fierce energy waves battered against them. Yet they could not breach the protective barrier of destruction. After a moment, two crimson lights dimmed as Sun Wukong and Vegeta released their Kaioshin state. The North Kai and his two pets loosened their grip on the tree, collapsing helplessly to the ground. It's Lewis. Sun Wukong noticed Ling Xian, and of course, he also observed Tai Si beside him. Lewis, who is she? She is my wife, Ling Xian replied with a gentle smile, leading Tai Si closer. Beside them, Tai Si felt a surge of joy, gazing tenderly at Ling Xian. He squeezed her small hand and turned to Vegeta. How is the Kaioshin? Vegeta grinned, declaring, impressive. Truly impressive. Frieza is finished. Oh, Ling Xian sensed the auras of Vegeta and Son Goku. When Son Goku arrived at North Kai's planet, his power level was 80,000, while Vegeta's was slightly lower at 70,000. Now, as Ling Xian sensed, Son Goku's strength had presumably escalated to 200,000. As for Vegeta, he still lagged behind Son Goku, possessing a power level of approximately 170,000. Huh. It seems you both are quite confident in your revenge plan. Humph. I shall personally eliminate Frieza. Vegeta gritted his teeth, the image of planet Vegeta's explosion vivid in his memory. Perhaps, with his 170,000 power level, he was still incapable of defeating that cosmic tyrant. However, if he were to transform into a great ape, Frieza would undoubtedly be no match for him. At that moment, having met the candidate for the God of Destruction, North Kai regained his strength and hurried over to pay his respects. He wanted to avoid any potential anger from the other party due to improper etiquette, which could result in the obliteration of his remaining planets. Ling Xian nodded at North Kai and then turned to Son Goku and Vegeta, saying, The year has come to an end. Since you both have mastered the Kaioshin technique, let us return to Earth. Son Goku hesitated to speak. Kakarot, what troubles you? Why don't you ask if we have learned North Kai's other ultimate technique? Son Goku grinned, a hint of boastfulness in his demeanor. Humph. Vegeta, with his arms crossed, snorted disdainfully. Is it that Kakarot has mastered it while I have not? Ling Xian laughed heartily. How dull. Vegeta huffed again. Son Goku placed a hand on Vegeta's shoulder and smiled at Ling Xian, saying, Haha, Lewis, you are truly clever. This only darkened Vegeta's expression further, and he finally spoke up. What is so great about it? It's merely a spirit bomb, nowhere near as powerful as the Kaioshin. The word jealousy was practically stamped on his face. Well, didn't I mention that this technique is not something everyone can learn? You needn't take it to heart, Vegeta, Ling Xian interjected. Indeed. This technique can only be mastered by those with a pure heart, North Kai quickly affirmed. At this point, Vegeta's face turned darker than the bottom of a pot, feeling as though it was an insinuation of his impure thoughts. Finally, Ling Xian took Tais by the hand, departing North Kai's planet with the sullen Vegeta and the jubilant Son Goku. Chapter 25, Ding. Please sign in before the deities. Upon returning to Earth, Son Goku returned to his home on the Buns Mountain, while Vegeta settled in at Bulma's residence. Having just arrived, neither of them intended to immediately seek vengeance against Frieza. They decided to rest and recuperate first. In the backyard, Tais and Ling Xian sat on a swing, their heads bowed shyly. Lewis, could you please repeat what you said back on North Kai's planet? Ling Xian pretended not to understand, wearing a mischievous smile as he looked at her. What did I say? I seem to have forgotten. Tais lifted her head, puffed up with indignation, resembling an irate little lion. Her eyes sparkled with a delightful charm, especially when they widened in a captivating glare. Although she was a mature woman, the magic of eternal youth bestowed upon her by the divine dragon rendered her youthful and enchanting, truly a sight to behold. Ling Xian's heart raced. Tais grasped his hand and playfully bit him, huffing, Speak quickly, or I shall bite you to death. Ling Xian pressed his lips together, gently ruffled her hair, and replied, If you bite me to death, you shall be left without a husband. Oh, Lewis, how happy I am! Tais exclaimed with a radiant smile, leaping to the ground and then into his embrace, wrapping herself around him like a tree. The girl in his arms was soft, her fresh fragrance wafting into his senses, stirring an unusual sensation within him. It was a sweet happiness melting in his heart. Having arrived in the Dragon Ball universe, he had long fantasized about being able to strike Beerus with a fist and kick the Omni King. Who would have thought he would encounter Ties? The Dragon Ball realm was filled with many beautiful women, such as Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Android 18, yet Ties possessed a beauty unlike any other. She was both mature and intellectual, yet playfully adorable. Ling Xian placed his hands on Ties' back, embracing her, realizing he had found someone to care for. How ironic that he had once asked her to protect him, only to find himself deceived by her. Suddenly, Ties' voice echoed softly. What have I deceived you about? You've stolen my heart. Ties lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes reflecting Ling Xian's image. He clutched his chest, feeling as though he had been struck by a sweet arrow. Cradling her delicate face, he asked, Ties, how have you learned to tease? Her long golden hair cascaded down her back. Her fair and exquisite face illuminated as her lips parted and closed. How could I tease you? Besides, I am not your sister. I am your wife. Ties playfully stuck out her tongue, exuding an endearing charm. A gentle breeze swept by, yet it could not dissipate the heat coursing through Ling Xian's body. His Ties was simply too adorable. He tenderly held her face and gently nibbled on her rosy lips. Ties' eyes widened in surprise. He kissed me. Her mind went blank, momentarily forgetting to resist. By the time she regained her senses, she leaned in to meet his kiss, her boldness causing her ears to flush with warmth. After a moment, their lips parted. Ties suddenly felt an unfamiliar sensation wash over her, her face blooming with a rosy hue as she playfully tugged at the hem of Ling Xian's shirt. You did that? I am so sorry. Ling Xian stammered, his usual commanding presence as a candidate for god of destruction evaporating, leaving him looking rather foolish and dazed. He prepared to release Ties. Ties covered her mouth, bursting into laughter, then tightened her embrace around Ling Xian, still in her tree-hugging pose. After all, he was her man. Ling Xian found himself ensconced in the embrace of Ties, the intensity of the moment escalating, the atmosphere thick with the fragrance of hormones. Their gazes locked, and the air grew oppressively warm. Ling Xian lowered his head, while a faint smile graced Ties' lips as she closed her eyes once more. Suddenly, a resounding hum filled the air. A dozen vibrant beams of light danced across the sky, an overwhelming divine aura enveloping the earth. While mortals remained oblivious, Ling Xian perceived the shift. At that moment, a notification rang out. Task issued. Please sign in before the multitude of destroyers. Reward, Divine Dimension. Ling Xian paused, then erupted with joy. During his time in the realm of destroyers, he had diligently practiced the art of dimensional mastery. After 4 years of effort, he had seen little progress. Upon arriving on Earth, he devoted over a year to his training, supplemented by the years spent in the Spirit Time House, and at last, he had achieved a breakthrough. He was on the verge of entering the Divine Dimension, yet he had always faltered at the final step. Now, the system had presented him with this task, a delightful turn of fate. Ling Xian refrained from kissing Ties. Instead, cradling her delicate face, he spoke gently. Sister Ties, they are coming. Who is coming? Ties inquired, her eyes fluttering open, her lips pouting. The sensation of kissing was so delightful. She had almost experienced it once more. How infuriating. It is the candidate destroyers from other universes. They have come to find me. Those guys. How exasperating. Ties clenched her fists, her frustration palpable at not being able to kiss her young boy. Unable to contain herself any longer, she raised her head and pressed her lips against his. Still unsatisfied, her tongue ventured forth. After a moment, she pulled away. All right. Ling Xian playfully brushed her small nose and said, Wait for me to finish with them, and then I shall return to accompany you, Sister Ties. Go quickly. With that, Ling Xian departed the courtyard. In the northern region of Earth, 11 beams of colorful light materialized, revealing figures. Among them, 11 bore the halo of angels, while the remaining 22 exuded a formidable aura. The destroyer of the first universe, Ewan, spoke up. How could that fellow Beerus be on such a wretched planet? The destroyer of the 10th universe, Ramses, mocked. Indeed, the 7th universe has begun its decline. Ha ha. The assembly of destroyers erupted in laughter. The 11 angels remained expressionless, their gaze fixed intently on the towering structure within the northern forest of Earth. At that moment, 2 figures emerged. Beerus coldly remarked, so they have truly arrived. The sixth group of universe destroyers, Kampa, chuckled, thin ribs, are you prepared for a spar? What about your successor? With a theatrical flair, Kampa glanced around. Your successor? Oh, they wouldn't be too frightened to join us, would they? Ha. I suspect even Beerus is intimidated. Why else wouldn't he bring his disciple along? The fourth universe destroyer, Quitella, sneered. Laughter erupted among the destroyers. Emboldened by the notion that a mere child, merely a decade of training under his belt, could pose any real threat. Beerus huffed, laugh now. But I wonder if you'll still be able to laugh soon enough. The second universe destroyer, Hellas, interjected, anyone can boast. Let us see your successor step forward. The 11th universe destroyer, Vermouth, mockingly remarked at Beerus, come on, we agreed that our successors would spar. Let yours come forth. The assembled candidates for destroyer positions shared amused glances, having received orders to ensure that the 7th universe's heir would be humiliated in this encounter. At that moment, a ripple in space heralded the arrival of a figure beside Beerus. It was none other than Lingxian. Ding. Successfully signed in before the assembly of angels and destroyers. Reward, Divine Dimension. A surge of divine energy erupted from Lingxian, marking his ascension to a pivotal threshold. The essence of mortal strength had been entirely transformed into divine power. With his breakthrough to the divine dimension, Lingxian's lifespan now mirrored that of the Kaioshin and destroyers. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as the angels and destroyers sensed Lingxian's transformation, igniting a fervor among them. What in the world? The divine dimension? Who was this individual? How did he ascend to the divine dimension? Could he be the candidate destroyer from the 7th universe? It's impossible. Beerus has only trained him for a mere decade. And expecting to cultivate a child to the divine dimension in such a short time is utterly inconceivable. The array of destroyers stared at Lingxian in astonishment. Not just the others, but even Beerus and Whis were left speechless. Isn't this kid from the Kaioshin dimension? How could he have advanced so rapidly? Chapter 26. The God's Astonishment Greetings, esteemed destroyers. Lingxian remarked, brushing his nose, instantly recognizing the destroyers and angels present. However, among them were 11 others, their dimensions relatively modest. The highest being merely the king of Hell Dimension. Though their dimensions were low, their auras were undeniably potent. These 11 were undoubtedly the candidate destroyers from the other universes. Suddenly, Lingxian caught sight of a familiar figure among these candidates. It was Topo, in the realm of Super Anime. Topo serves as the captain of the Pride Troopers from Universe 11. During the Tournament of Power, he faced off against Vegeta, and ultimately, both were eliminated simultaneously. Remarkably, within just over a decade, he has achieved such prowess. His innate talent is indeed formidable. However, what is the use of such dimensional training prowess if one does not recognize the depth of his power? Wait a moment. He exudes an aura of destruction. He has comprehended the principles of annihilation. The god of destruction of Universe 8, Quitella, remarked, this young one's talent is truly terrifying. No wonder Beerus chose him as a candidate for the next god of destruction. The god of destruction of Universe 12, Jin, expressed disbelief. Incredible. Within a mere decade, he has elevated his dimensional training to the divine level and grasped the laws of destruction. Quitella shook his head vigorously. We were mistaken. I thought there was no way that a mere skinny fellow could be considered a candidate for a god of destruction. The other gods of destruction shared a similar expression of astonishment. As for the angels, their astonishment deepened. They observed Lingxian, who radiated a barely perceptible aura that the gods of destruction might have initially overlooked, yet it embodied the realm of the angels. How could the angels possibly miss such a state of transcendence? The candidate for the god of destruction of Universe 7 is merely in his 20s. This young man must have begun his training while still in the womb. No, even that would only grant him an additional year of training. This boy is utterly formidable. Didn't you just say to summon Luis? What do you think of my successor? Beerus placed his hand on Lingxian's shoulder and surveyed the assembly of deities. Laughing heartily, he reveled in the incredulous expressions on their faces, and years of frustration dissipated, leaving him feeling immensely satisfied. Do not become too complacent. Just because your successor possesses remarkable talent does not guarantee victory in this bout. Quitella glowered at Beerus and Lingxian. Beerus harbored a grudge against him, and his strength surpassed Quitella's, making him one of the few gods of destruction who wished to see Universe 7 fall into ruin. For a long time, Universe 7's fortunes had been dwindling, with the threat of annihilation by the Omni King looming ever closer. He relished this prospect until he unexpectedly perceived signs of revival within this young man. Indeed, this contest does not solely hinge on talent. True strength is paramount. Wei patted Topo beside him. Topo stepped forward, and with a thunderous roar, the aura of destruction surged skyward, fracturing the ground and obliterating the forest. How powerful! His grasp of the destruction laws is astonishing, making him a formidable adversary. The other candidates for God of Destruction voiced their concerns as the earth trembled increasingly. On the verge of disintegration under Topo's destructive force, Ling Xian remained beside Beerus, his expression unyielding as he observed Topo wreaking havoc upon the earth. "Young man, you are courting death." Finally, Beerus spoke. The earth was a rare culinary treasure he had painstakingly discovered. Anyone who dared to disrupt his planet was his enemy. An aura of murderous intent enveloped Beerus, and he vanished in an instant. The nearby Topo suddenly felt a constricting sensation in his breath, as if being targeted by a colossal primordial beast. The destructive energy surrounding him dissipated abruptly. "Stop!" exclaimed Whis, startled by Beerus's unexpected aggression. He quickly intervened. Positioning himself before Topo, muscles taut, fists clenched in readiness. With a surge forward, a purple fist materialized in the void, colliding with Whis' fist. Boom! The earth quaked, and the planet erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, causing the northern galaxy to cave in on itself. All the angels rushed to shield their respective candidates for the role of Destroyer God, while Whis pretended to protect Ling Xian. In the cosmic expanse, "Beerus, have you lost your mind?" Yuan exclaimed, utterly dumbfounded. "Destroyer gods are not permitted to engage in combat. Do you wish to be erased by the Omni King?" Hela shouted. A multitude of Destroyer gods stepped forward, condemning Beerus, yet none dared to confront him directly. Even Kampa could only voice his bravado, aware of the perilous situation. At that moment, Whis and Beerus separated, retreating to Topo's side. "If you seek a fight, then I shall oblige," Whis declared defiantly, though his trembling hand betrayed his bravado. Topo's pupils constricted as he noticed this unsettling detail, gazing intently at Beerus. The Destroyer God of Universe 7 was extraordinarily powerful. Even the mighty Whis could barely withstand a single blow. The other candidates for Destroyer God wore expressions of disbelief, realizing that there indeed existed a hierarchy among them. Beerus disregarded the other deities, turning to Whis. "Restore the earth." "Understood." Whis waved his staff, reversing time by 2 minutes, returning the earth to its prior unscathed state. Ling Xian smirked slightly, enjoying the spectacle. Why destroy the earth when you can merely jest? Isn't that courting death? However, he mused, Beerus was truly formidable. "Kid, consider yourself fortunate this time." Beerus regarded Topo intently, then coldly warned, "I caution you all. Whoever dares to harm my earth shall meet their end." The candidates for Destroyer God shuddered at his overwhelming malice, while beads of sweat dampened Topo's back, clearly shaken. "Enough with the chatter, Skinny. Are you ready? Let us commence our sparring." Kampa boldly stepped forward, the only one daring to confront Beerus' wrath, for he was, after all, Beerus' brother. "What's the rush?" Beerus concealed his icy demeanor, adopting a playful visage, as if the recent events had never transpired. "Lewis, you may speak. Let us decide when to engage in battle in a few days. After all, the esteemed gods of destruction have journeyed great distances to reach the 7th universe, and they deserve a moment to recuperate," Ling Xian finally interjected. The assembly of gods of destruction revealed smiles, with Jin mockingly stating, "Look at your successor, Beerus. How considerate he is towards others, unlike yourself. TCH, if you're dissatisfied, I can always engage in a skirmish," Beerus retorted, before vanishing alongside Whis. Ling Xian remained behind, accompanied by the divine beings. "Esteemed gods of destruction, please follow me," he beckoned, soaring into the skies. The gods exchanged glances before following suit. With the other candidate gods of destruction trailing close behind, their eyes fixed upon Ling Xian, whose talent was undeniably formidable. Yet, talent alone does not equate to power. They remained confident in their abilities for the upcoming sparring session. The angels hovered at the rear, astonished by the exceptional aptitude of the 7th universe's candidate gods of destruction. Indeed, that young man named Lewis seems to have grasped the perfect state of ease. It is no wonder Beerus selected him as a candidate. "The 7th universe is poised for ascendance," the angels remarked. At that moment, Bato suddenly furrowed her brow. "Sister, have you noticed the towering spire in the heart of the forest?" In the northern forest of Earth stood a majestic tower that pierced the clouds. The angels shuddered, now aware of the ancient structure adorned with myriad mysterious engravings. They turned their gazes toward Kes. With a grave expression, Kes replied, "Indeed, I see it. That tower is exceedingly ancient, and I cannot discern its origins. This planet is quite extraordinary." Upon hearing this, the angels were left speechless. If even their elder sister could not identify the tower, its significance was profound. "Let us allow these youngsters to finish their sparring before we consult Whis," Kes remarked. Her brows knitted in contemplation. "We must inquire about the origin of that sacred aura from years past, and see if he knows anything regarding the tower on this planet." Chapter 27. Sparring with the candidate gods of destruction. Unaware of the angels' astonishment, Ling Xian instructed Tais to arrange accommodations for the divine beings. Heeding Beerus's earlier warning, the gods of destruction and their candidates dared not act recklessly on Earth. Beerus was pleased with their conduct, yet Kampa could hardly contain himself. He had come to this place specifically to taunt Beerus. However, he would have to wait 2 more days. Thus, Kampa urged Bados to procure his favorite delicacy, the delectable bird egg. The 7th universe undoubtedly does not possess such delectable delights. Initially, Beerus was under the impression that he was about to savor a culinary masterpiece, until he took a bite and could not help but mock it, exclaiming, "What a load of rubbish!" With a grand gesture, Beerus summoned Whis to bring forth instant noodles. The angel, the god of destruction, and the candidate for god of destruction each received a bowl of noodles. Good heavens! Beerus, what is this? It's absolutely divine. Each noodle, each sip of broth, was a revelation of flavor. I've finished my serving, is there more? Upon witnessing this, Beerus erupted into hearty laughter. Kampa, shrinking away, quietly indulged in his noodles, too intimidated to speak. Days passed, and the deities remained enraptured by the earthly cuisine, nearly forgetting their purpose for gathering. In the backyard of the Tais family, Katra observed the gods of destruction relishing ice cream, pudding, and desserts, and exclaimed, "Have you all forgotten why we are here? We came to seek out Beerus's successor for a contest of strength." Thunderous realization struck as the 10 gods of destruction snapped back to attention. Kampa confronted Beerus, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "You, Beerus, truly had the audacity to tempt us with food. Do you intend to evade your duties so easily?" Helles took a bite of pudding, wearing a blissful expression. "Beerus, you have indeed gone too far." Lamses, after sipping a chilled beer, let out a hearty burp. "Thank the old mouse for reminding us, or we might have completely forgotten." The collective wrath of the gods of destruction bore down upon Beerus. He rolled his eyes. "You forgot, and now you blame me? Enough chatter, let us commence the contest today." "Humph, I was in a good mood, offering you delightful treats. And now you scorn me while feasting. Who dares to challenge me?" His Lewis was already in an undefeated state, and if they yearned for mockery, let it come. "Whis, summon Lewis. At once." With Whis's assistance, Ling Xian appeared in an instant. "Lord Beerus, what is the matter?" "They are eager for some banter. Let us begin without delay." "Very well, but I wish for 2 individuals to witness the caliber of a candidate for god of destruction." Ling Xian requested Whis to locate Vegeta and Goku, only to learn from Whis that Vegeta had departed Earth with Goku, Raditz, and Nappa. What? Where are they headed? It seemed they were journeying towards the direction of Namek. Ling Xian was taken aback. What was happening? Why were Piccolo and the Supreme Kai still alive? What brought them to Namek? It turned out that during the 3 years Vegeta spent on Earth, he had developed a relationship with Bulma. Aware of Bulma's sister's connection to Galactic Patrolman Gak, Vegeta established contact with the Galactic Patrol headquarters through ties. Far away at the Galactic headquarters, King Vegeta finally received news of his son and sent a message to Vegeta. Frieza had discovered the legend of the Dragon Balls on Namek and was heading there. If Frieza obtained the Dragon Balls, the Saiyans would be doomed. Consequently, King Vegeta led all the young Saiyans into action, with over 1,500 Saiyans launching an assault on Namek. In an instant, the 7th universe was thrown into chaos. On one side stood the cosmic Emperor Frieza, and on the other, the rising Saiyan race. A collision of these 2 great powers was imminent. Upon learning this information, Vegeta immediately departed Earth with Goku and the others. Through Whis' narration, Ling Xian understood the entire backstory. The blood within him surged with excitement. The Saiyan race was about to confront Frieza. Just the thought of it sent shivers of exhilaration through him. He longed to witness the grand spectacle. Yet he found himself unable to leave. "Lewis, what are you thinking?" Beerus inquired. "Lord Beerus, please begin." After the battle, I must head to Namek. Ling Xian suppressed his excitement. Beerus nodded and turned to Whis. Whis, prepare the void battlefield. Whis smiled and said, Sister, lend a hand. In a corner of the courtyard, Kess slowly set down her ice cream and soared into the air alongside Whis. They arrived in a vast void, and both waved their staffs simultaneously. Buzz! Two streams of colorful light erupted from the staffs, permeating the void. Instantly, the void was transformed into a battlefield spanning 100,000 square meters. The angels, gods of destruction, and prospective gods of destruction on the ground all flew into the arena. Ling Xian was the last to step onto the battlefield, and the area outside the battlefield froze instantly. The god of destruction from Universe 5, Yalak, spoke up. How shall we spar this time? The god of destruction from Universe 11, Wamid, replied. It matters not how you wish to spar, as long as you leave Lewis to me for Universe 11. The god of destruction from Universe 6, Zampa, fumed. What are you thinking? Lewis belongs to Universe 6. The gods of destruction began to bicker, each eager to challenge Lewis. After all, since Lewis had yet to mature, defeating him would allow them to taunt Beerus. Otherwise, once Lewis grew stronger, it would be too late to seek a rematch. Stop, 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 esteemed lords. Why not let your heirs face off together? Ling Xian, pressed for time, sought to conclude this farce swiftly so he could make his way to Namek. Upon uttering these words, the 11 prospective gods of destruction were enraged. What audacity! Do not presume that your innate talents are exceptional enough to bestow upon you a sense of superiority. Just because you can triumph over any of the substitute destroyers present does not make you a true destroyer. Your strength is still lacking, and it is rather audacious of you to adopt the arrogance reminiscent of Lord Beerus so swiftly. Beerus, visibly irritated, thought, I want to strike him. Keitra approached, landing before Ling Xian, and with a cold demeanor, remarked, You, young man, possess quite the audacity. Keitra had always found Beerus's personality unbearable, and now this young man mirrored it perfectly. Ling Xian narrowed his eyes, responding nonchalantly, Lord Keitra, do you harbor some grievances against me? His tone, seemingly indifferent, was laden with provocation in Keitra's ears. The other destroyers observed with amusement, marveling at Ling Xian's daring. He appeared unafraid of Keitra's wrath. Beerus nodded, perceiving no fault in Ling Xian's demeanor. If anything, he admired the boldness displayed. Keitra, having developed a disdain for him, naturally elicited the same sentiment in Ling Xian. Do you comprehend to whom you are speaking? Keitra's entire being radiated a murderous intent, causing the substitute destroyers to shudder. Lord Beerus, allow them to join. I am pressed for time. Ling Xian turned away, disregarding Keitra entirely. Keitra seethed with rage, feeling disrespected by being overlooked by someone he deemed insignificant. Raising his hand, he gathered a sphere of destructive energy. The atmosphere of the void battlefield was instantly disturbed. Keitra, you have crossed the line. Beerus materialized behind Ling Xian, standing face to face with Keitra, his expression devoid of any emotion. Crossed the line. The onlooker, Mei, grimaced, just days prior. Topo from his universe had caused minor damage to Earth, and now Keitra was prepared to annihilate Topo. Such behavior is hardly justified. The assembled deities expressed their disbelief. Very well, if he seeks his own demise, I shall grant it. Keitra retracted his hand and turned to the substitute destroyers of his universe, commanding, Troy, you shall join forces with the other substitute destroyers to eliminate that young man. Understood. Troy, the substitute destroyer of the fourth universe, nodded. The other substitute destroyers looked to their respective destroyers, who also acquiesced. Consequently, all the substitute destroyers ascended into the air. Witnessing this, the angels were left in astonishment. Bardos glanced at the composed Whis, puzzled. Whis, has your substitute destroyer lost his mind? The other angels echoed their confusion, wondering if Lewis had come to believe that mastering the perfect state of being rendered him invincible, daring to challenge Keitra and simultaneously confront 11 other substitute destroyers. Such behavior was either foolish or utterly mad. Faced with the inquiries of his siblings, Whis merely smiled in silence. Chi-Chi, tilting her little head in contemplation, pondered aloud. Could it be that he is emboldened by confidence? The only plausible explanation she could conjure was madness. Emboldened by confidence, the fourth universe angel, Konnik, chuckled softly. This lad possesses formidable talent, having transcended dimensions to reach a divine level, yet he is still far from matching in strength. How could he possibly be emboldened? The other angels, including Beerus, shared this sentiment. Very well, as you continue to observe, the truth shall reveal itself, Whis remarked. Ling Xian's uniqueness could not remain concealed. Inevitably, everyone would come to know. It would be prudent to seize this opportunity to make it known. Moreover, with the Grand Priest aware and encouraging the cultivation of Ling Xian, there was surely no cause for concern. Chapter 28. Ignoring the Heavens 1v11. Ling Xian gazed calmly at the 11 adversaries before him. Among them, Topo was the one he was most familiar with. Topo was indeed formidable. To be able to match the deep blue state of Vegeta in the anime was not something just anyone could withstand. As for the other candidate destroyers, he had neither seen nor heard of them. Ling Xian was uncertain who among them was the strongest, but without a doubt, none of these candidate destroyers could be defeated by his current power. Kid, you are quite arrogant. Troy furrowed his brows. He had been chosen as a candidate destroyer by Quatella over a decade ago, with the aim of defeating the 7th universe's candidate destroyer one day. Now, the moment had finally come. How can one be so brazen? Ling Xian's lips curled slightly upwards. Such arrogance was truly remarkable. Soon enough, there would be tears. What emboldens you to challenge all 11 of us simultaneously? The other candidate destroyers shook their heads in disbelief. Ling Xian, undaunted, replied, Enough of your prattle. Let us commence. If you seek an early demise, I shall oblige. Troy glanced at Quatella in the distance, who gave him a knowing look. The other candidate destroyers readied themselves for battle. At that moment, Topo interjected, Surrounding him is not an act of justice. It contradicts my principles. You may proceed. He shook his head and withdrew to the side. TCH, what are you posturing for? Forget him, let's engage. As the sparring began, the atmosphere in the void battlefield grew tense. The 10 candidate destroyers transformed into brilliant purple radiance. Slicing through the void, a torrent of destructive energy surged towards Ling Xian. In the distance, Destroyer God Zen shook his head. This lad is doomed. I am curious how he dares to take on 11 at once. Quatella laughed heartily. Beerus, your warriors are truly foolish. Ramses remained non-committal. Foolish they may be. Yet his talent is commendable, and his courage deserves praise. If only he were from my universe. Beerus cast a furious gaze upon Ramsey, exclaiming, You oversized elephant. What on earth are you thinking? Do you truly believe you are worthy? Anger surged within Ramsey, for he despised being referred to as an oversized elephant. If you wish to brawl, then so be it. Beerus approached Ramsey, his eyes chillingly cold. Startled, Ramsey promptly silenced himself. Facing Beerus alone was a daunting prospect, and he wished to avoid any confrontation. Suddenly, a voice proclaimed, It is time to begin. The destroyer gods turned their attention toward the distant void. With a rush, 10 purple beams shot toward Ling Xian. Although Ling Xian was confident that he would not be harmed, the thought of being ganged up on by 10 candidate destroyers sent shivers down his spine. Surrender was not in his nature. Clenching his fists, he summoned the power within. With a thunderous roar, his battle power surged to an astonishing 1.5 billion, transforming into a golden aura. His hair shimmered in both gold and black, flickering with intensity. The earth trembled beneath him as he ascended to Super Saiyan status, boasting a battle power of 75 billion. However, having recently broken through to the divine realm, his strength had evolved beyond mere metrics of battle power. According to Whis, while Ling Xian had not yet reached the first tier of the divine realm, he was perilously close. A colossal wave of energy surged outward, halting the advance of the 10 candidate destroyers. What immense power! No wonder he dares to challenge all 11 of us at once. They murmured, but one among them scoffed. Yet, this power still falls short of the first tier of the divine realm. Forward, Troy led the charge, with the others quickly following suit. The sky was soon cloaked in purple light. Troy materialized before Ling Xian, channeling the second tier of divine strength into his fist, launching a powerful strike. Ling Xian raised his hand to block, feeling the force of the blow. Though he experienced no pain, the sheer impact sent him reeling. Just a single encounter revealed his precarious position. Nearby, Topo furrowed his brow, observing the 7th universe's candidate destroyer falter under the pressure. The assembly of destroyer gods, witnessing this spectacle, erupted in laughter, clutching their bellies in mirth. Oh, Beerus, what a pitiful display. Did you truly believe that dyeing your hair golden would confer greatness? It appears he cannot even withstand a single punch from Troy. How amusing it is to genuinely believe oneself a master of the 5th tier of the realm of gods, only to reveal such incompetence. Your stubborn demeanor mirrors that of Beerus precisely. Instead of learning, You choose to emulate this obstinate attitude. What a waste of such undeniable talent. As the derisive remarks from the gods of destruction surrounded him, Beerus felt a slight flush of embarrassment. His strategy was never intended for Lewis to defeat the other candidate gods of destruction, but rather to endure until the conclusion of the sparring match. No one can vanquish Lewis. Thus, he could retort, a group of second-tier candidate gods of destruction, unable to triumph over a mere child who has yet to reach the realm of divine power, aware that any words he might utter would be futile rebuttals. Beerus chose to remain silent, awaiting the final outcome. Once the results were revealed, it would be his moment to speak. Noticing Beerus's silence, the other gods of destruction intensified their mockery. In stark contrast to their reactions, the angels were left dumbfounded when Ling Xian was struck by a single blow. Whis exclaimed, "This young man from your universe, how could he possibly emerge unscathed from Troy's full-force strike? It must be a ruse." In response to the inquiries from his brethren, Whis simply stated, "You shall soon find out." It became apparent to the angels that the young man, named Lewis, possessed an audacious confidence. Such utter rubbish. How dare he act so grandiose? After Troy's impact on Ling Xian, he crossed his arms and hovered in the void, laughing maniacally. The tremendous force of the blow caused Ling Xian's candidate god of destruction attire to shatter instantly, propelling him far away. The other candidate gods of destruction, heeding their own god's commands, quickly pursued Ling Xian, refusing to let him escape easily. Each one concentrated their energy to form a destructive energy orb. The heavens dimmed. This was no mere sparring. It was a matter of life and death. You think you can act so brazenly? Prepare to meet your end. The candidate gods of destruction hurled 10 destructive energy orbs, imbued with immense power, towards Ling Xian, overwhelming him. As Ling Xian was thrown against the barrier of the void battlefield, he found himself momentarily halted, gazing at the incoming destructive energy. "Once I break through to the realm of gods, I will obliterate you." Ling Xian gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Suddenly, the golden aura surrounding him dissipated. The distant gods of destruction assumed that Lewis had given up and began to deliberate whether they should command their heir to cease. After all, he was Beerus's successor. Should they truly kill Lewis, it would spell disaster. Only Quitella, with a maniacal expression, cared not for Beerus's potential wrath. Lewis's innate talent was simply too formidable. Should he fully develop, Universe 4 would surely find itself overshadowed by Universe 7. This simply could not be allowed. He bore a grudge against Beerus and was determined to eliminate Lewis. He cast a significant glance at Troy. Suddenly, in the distance, the golden aura surrounding Ling Xian vanished, and his hair reverted to its original black. However, in the next moment, Ling Xian exuded an ethereal presence, a silver luminescence soaring skyward. Centered around him, waves of silver energy surged forth, heralding the arrival of the perfect free realm. With a thunderous roar, a formidable power surged like a stampede of wild horses, distorting the magnetic field and warping space itself. The entire void battlefield was engulfed in silver waves, resembling a vast ocean. Ling Xian deftly maneuvered, evading the 10 destructive energies with fluid motion. This scene, witnessed by the gods of destruction, silenced those who had previously mocked Beerus. After a brief moment, the gods of destruction erupted in disbelief. Impossible. The free realm. How could this boy possibly attain the free realm? Beerus, tell me this is not true. All the gods of destruction were ensnared in a state of shock. It was terrifying. The free realm was a level akin to that of the angels, a realm exceedingly difficult to comprehend, with scarcely anyone present capable of grasping it. Even if someone could, only the mightiest god of destruction, Beerus, would stand a chance. Yet unbeknownst to the gods, Beerus himself had not mastered this realm either. He was still a step away from even touching the essence of the free realm. Haha. Beerus laughed joyously, relishing the sight of those who had derided him for over a decade now wearing expressions of dismay. It was hard not to feel pleased. So, what now? Still mocking me for taking a young lad as a candidate for god of destruction? Do not get too smug, I reiterate. Raw talent means little without true strength. Ketlik gritted his teeth, feeling a pang of envy. He himself had not grasped the free realm, while this boy had achieved a level akin to that of the angels. Such talent was undeniably enviable. How splendid it would be if he were his successor. At that moment, Ketlik completely forgot how he had previously mocked Beerus. Indeed, even if one possessed the free realm, what of it? Xiang Pa clenched his fists, declaring, "Which candidate for god of destruction here does not possess at least the second level of the divine realm? With a 1 on 10 disadvantage, even the free realm cannot guarantee victory. Stamina is his greatest weakness. Now go and subdue that boy, shouted Hellas and the other gods of destruction. If Ling Xian were allowed to endure, they would be unable to continue mocking Beerus. Instead, they would find themselves the subjects of ridicule. 11 against 10, and they had not yet achieved victory. Knowing Beerus's temperament, he would undoubtedly hold this over them indefinitely. What a disgrace. Upon hearing the commands of the myriad of destroyers, the bewildered candidate destroyer unleashed all of his power in a singular burst. Boom. The void battlefield trembled violently, reminiscent of a cataclysmic apocalypse, as a blinding purple radiance erupted. Fortunately, the battlefield was crafted by angels, preventing the slightest disturbance to the earth. 10 beams of purple light cleaved through the sky, hurtling towards him. Ling Xian twisted his body and charged forward. Having previously endured a full-force strike from Weiss, he was unfazed by these 10 entities of the second tier of divine power. Ling Xian swiftly entangled himself with the silvery beam. Bang! Bang! The tremendous force stirred the air, conjuring a ferocious tempest. With each punch and kick, Ling Xian, in a state of ease, effortlessly maneuvered between the 10 candidate destroyers, occasionally landing strikes on them. This left the candidates in disbelief. Could the state of ease truly be that formidable? Was it genuinely possible to face 10 opponents alone and emerge unscathed? The destroyers were astonished. Yet the expressions of the angels began to shift. Soon, they widened their eyes, turning to gaze at Weiss. Weiss, scratching his nose, inquired, "Why are you all looking at me?" With a grave expression, Kurz remarked, "Weiss, is it possible that Lewis can disregard damage?" The angels fixated intently on Weiss. They had long been aware that Ling Xian would attain the state of ease, and a perfect one at that, hence their lack of surprise when he entered this state. However, at the moment Ling Xian retaliated, they sensed something amiss. It wasn't merely that he had perfectly evaded the attacks of the candidate destroyers. Rather, he could outright disregard them. "Ha, did you not see? Why ask me?" Weiss replied with a faint smile. Boom. Indeed, he could truly disregard attacks. The angels swallowed hard, their skepticism wavering as they turned their attention back to the distant battle. Chapter 29. The departure of the destroyers from Earth. What does it mean to disregard attacks? Is there truly someone in this world capable of such a feat? Yet the scene before them confirmed the existence of such an individual. The angels' eyes widened in astonishment. The battle raged on. Ling Xian, utilizing his perfect state of ease, slithered through the assaults of the candidate destroyers like an elusive eel. Even when he did not evade, he simply disregarded their strikes. The candidate destroyers quickly recognized this unsettling truth, taken aback. Their attacks upon Ling Xian yielded no damage whatsoever. As time ticked away, Ling Xian's stamina began to falter. Ultimately, facing 10 foes was an overwhelming challenge. His energy could not sustain the state of ease for long, and once it waned, he would be rendered incapable of resisting the candidates. He has run out of stamina. Attack him now, exclaimed the candidate destroyers from the fourth universe. Troy erupted in laughter, feeling utterly frustrated. Despite his arduous efforts to strike the boy, the lad remained completely unscathed. It was evident that Beerus had bestowed some hidden advantage upon him. No wonder he dared to confront 10 opponents single-handedly. The other candidates shared the same sentiment, as they could conceive of no other explanation. They anticipated that once his stamina depleted, he would be unable to disregard their onslaught. With that thought, the candidate destroyers charged towards Ling Xian, who hovered in the void, utterly drained of strength. What a vexing predicament. Ling Xian glanced towards Beerus in the distance. Goodness. To preserve his dignity, he must endure a beating from others for a while longer. How infuriating. Enough. I shall not resist any longer. I am truly exhausted. Ling Xian relinquished his resistance, allowing the attacks from the other candidate destroyers to rain upon him. The candidate destroyers, witnessing this, rejoiced, and their unleashed power intensified. Boom. Boom. Ling Xian's figure was completely shrouded in thick smoke. Just as these 10 candidate destroyers believed they could vanquish him, within the obscuring smoke, their assaults struck Ling Xian, only to reveal a faint white glow emanating from him. Immunity to all negative effects. His garments were tattered from the blasts, yet he remained unharmed. In the distance, preparations were underway. As Ling Xian's silhouette was enveloped in smoke, Beerus, witnessing this, raised his voice, ready to unleash his mockery. His demeanor left the other destroyers momentarily stunned. Zampa furrowed his brow, questioning, "Skinny ribs, are you not saddened at all by the demise of your disciple?" Sidra of Universe 9 scoffed, "Beerus, surely you have lost your mind. Did you not see your disciple has perished? Weiss shook his head, lamenting. This serves as a reminder that arrogance should be tempered. What a shame for such a gifted talent. The other destroyers joined in the ridicule, especially Katra, who laughed heartily. He had long harbored a grudge against Beerus, and witnessing the demise of his rival's heir was immensely gratifying. However, Quitra's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by Beerus's roaring laughter. How could this be possible? Quitra's pupils constricted sharply. Jean, the destroyer of Universe 12, pointed skyward, exclaiming, Beerus, how is it that he remains alive? As the smoke gradually dissipated, a figure emerged, bare-chested. Ha! Beerus cackled, taunting the assembly of destroyers. Could it be that not even 10 against 1 can prevail? The eyes of the gods of destruction were filled with incredulity. Beerus approached Katra, poking his chest with a mocking smile, and said, You trash, do you really think that 10 of you can defeat my successor? Katra clenched his fists, seething with anger. But before he could respond, Beerus moved in front of God of Destruction Ewan. You ball of fur, do you think you are worthy to mock me? After taunting him, Beerus then sauntered over to Kampa, lightly patting his face. You rotund pig, your successor isn't impressive either. One after another, Beerus continued to mock. He approached God of Destruction Vermoud and remarked, Your candidate for destruction. Forget it, since he is not attacking, I want to mock you. Ha! This is utterly hilarious. What a bunch of worthless fools. After preparing for over a decade, you think you can ridicule my decision? Have you witnessed my vision? Beerus clutched his belly, laughing heartily. What a pack of ignorant fools. It's laughable that you dare to confront me, and there are 11 of you. Ha ha ha. As Beerus continued to ridicule them, the faces of the gods of destruction grew increasingly flushed, for he spoke the truth. They had spent years preparing to defeat the successor of the 7th universe today and to mock Beerus in return. Who would have anticipated that this Lewis would be so formidable, able to withstand the assaults of 10 second-tier gods without sustaining any harm? What a disgrace. At that moment, the 11 gods of destruction wished they could find a hole in the ground to hide in. They could only hope that their successors would manage to defeat Ling Xian in the ensuing melee. Yet, no matter the ferocity of their attacks, they had no effect whatsoever. Ling Xian remained impervious to their onslaught, suffering no injury. What in the world was happening? After a prolonged struggle, the candidates for destruction continued their futile assaults on Ling Xian, who remained unscathed. Ultimately, the 10 candidates, exhausted, plummeted from the sky. Well then, Lord Beerus, since our sparring is concluded, I shall take my leave. In the air, Ling Xian prepared to instantaneously teleport to Namek, but suddenly turned to gaze at the gods of destruction below. Now that you have sought trouble with me in the 7th universe, be prepared for me to bring trouble to your universe. With that, Ling Xian fixed his gaze on Katra, smirking coldly, while the other candidates have held back. Your universe's Troy has shown no mercy. Very well, very well. Having spoken, Ling Xian vanished without a trace, leaving behind a group of bewildered destroyers and angels with expressions of sheer astonishment. Regaining his composure, Quitra's eyes blazed with fury as he pointed at Beerus, exclaiming, Beerus, do your subordinates wish for death? It is infuriating enough to be mocked by a mere skeleton like you, yet you allow this worthless creature, who has not even attained the realm of a god, to issue threats. Do they desire death? Beerus scoffed dismissively. You just commanded your people to strike with lethal intent. You had better pray that Lewis does not reach our level of power, otherwise, your demise is imminent. He was acutely aware of the Saiyan's vengeful nature, and he knew that Ling Xian would inevitably seek retribution against Katra in the future. I am doomed. Ha ha ha, this is utterly hilarious. Had I not shown you some leniency just now, he would never have been able to depart from my presence. Quitra's face contorted with rage. He was nearly beside himself, infuriated that a worthless being had the audacity to threaten him with future trouble. The other destroyers were too preoccupied to concern themselves with the animosity between the two. They sought to question Beerus about Lewis and how he managed to disregard the attacks of a candidate destroyer. Just then, a voice interrupted, Lord Katra, we must take our leave. It was the angel of the 4th universe, Konik, who had brought the exhausted Troy to Quitra's side. In an instant, the three vanished from sight. What is happening? The destroyers could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety at the somber expression on Konik's face. Lord Weimei, we too shall depart. Lord Xiangpa, we are leaving. Lord Hellas. All the attending angels hurriedly escorted their respective destroyers away from the 7th universe, leaving only Beerus and Whis in the void of the battlefield. Beerus was in high spirits as he turned to Whis. You articulated Lewis's disregard quite well. Indeed. Whis replied nonchalantly. However, I merely mentioned Lewis's dismissal. I refrained from disclosing that divine aura and the words my father imparted to me. Quite right, quite right. That young Lewis. Beerus had yet to finish his thought when Whis interjected, Lord Beerus. They also inquired about the tower located in the northern region of Earth. And what did you say? I said I was unaware. Chapter 30. Prelude to the Battle of Namek in the vast expanse of the universe. A spacecraft emblazoned with the insignia of the Galactic Patrol sped through the cosmos. Within the ship's grand hall, King Vegeta occupied the highest seat, surveying the 15 Saiyans below him. With a grave tone, he declared, I never imagined that such a miraculous object as the Dragon Balls existed in this world. We must ensure that Frieza does not obtain them. King Vegeta, this may very well be our opportunity for vengeance. Bardock stepped forward, boldly declaring that the 16 Saiyans present in the hall had all surpassed a battle power of 100,000. With such formidable strength, they were certain they could vanquish Frieza. However, a premonition gripped him. Even in their great ape forms, they might still fall short against Frieza. King Vegeta, we must proceed with caution. A Saiyan, resembling Sun Wukong, emerged from the crowd. This Saiyan was none other than Bardock himself. He gazed at King Vegeta, astonished that he had once led the Saiyans to join the Galactic Patrol. Yet, it was precisely due to this that the Saiyans had undergone a transformative evolution. No longer were they mere pawns of Frieza. They had become the Cosmic Guardians, their battle prowess soaring to unprecedented heights. All these changes were the result of King Vegeta's decisive actions. Bardock, I too sense that Frieza's battle power is not confined to a mere 50,000. King Vegeta furrowed his brow. If we remain passive, once Frieza acquires the Dragon Balls, our fate as Saiyans will be sealed. From the crowd, Theodore spoke up, affirming, King Vegeta is right. If we continue to endure, Frieza will undoubtedly eliminate us at the first opportunity after obtaining the Dragon Balls. King Vegeta turned to Bardock, stating, Bardock, you are now the foremost warrior among us Saiyans. When we reach Namek, we shall rely on you. Among the 16 Saiyans, Bardock stood as the mightiest, boasting a battle power of 150,000. He vowed to defend the honor of the Saiyans with unwavering resolve. Bardock cast a determined glance at King Vegeta, recalling how the former king would never have heeded his commands. But now, King Vegeta had changed. Not only had he transformed, but every Saiyan had evolved as well. The once rampant aggression within them seemed to dissipate gradually, perhaps explaining the astonishing surge in their battle power. A profound silence enveloped the warship's hall. With the impending conflict, the Saiyans bore grave expressions, evidently affected by the recent exchange between King Vegeta and Bardock. Do not fret. King Vegeta's voice broke the tension, prompting the Saiyans to look up. In truth, we possess another remarkably powerful kin. The Saiyans furrowed their brows in skepticism. If such a formidable warrior existed, how had they previously fallen prey to Frieza? However, he has chosen to distance himself from us. King Vegeta recalled the image of Ling Xian he had encountered 4 years ago at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, shaking his head. Forget about him for now. What I wish to convey is that I have news regarding Vegeta. Where is Prince Vegeta? A throng of Saiyans was filled with exuberant joy, and even Bardock was no exception. After all, Vegeta was the elite warrior of the Saiyan race, a prodigy born with an astounding battle power of 1,000. If he were to return to participate in this monumental conflict, the odds of victory would increase significantly. Bardock exclaimed, not only do I have news of my son, but I also have tidings of Kakarot. King Vegeta recounted all that he had previously discussed with Bardock. Vegeta's power had surged to an impressive 170,000. Goku's strength had ascended to an astonishing 200,000. Raditz' power had reached 80,000, and Ba's strength had surpassed 100,000. Currently, the four of them were en route to Namek. Wonderful, 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 Bardock exclaimed in excitement, never anticipating that his second son would be found by Vegeta and the others, becoming the foremost warrior among the Saiyans. Theodore, Bibert, and the other Saiyans shared in the jubilation, for with their inclusion, the Frieza force would undoubtedly be eradicated in one fell swoop. In the vastness of the cosmos, besides the Saiyan spaceship heading towards Namek, another large warship was also making its way there. Inside the warship, Frieza sat in a baby carriage, laughing heartily. Once I locate the Dragon Balls, I shall swiftly eliminate the Saiyans, those substitute gods of destruction. That god of destruction Beerus. I'll take them all down. There can only be one ruler of the universe. And that is I, Frieza. Frieza believed the dragon could grant any wish, unaware that before a god of destruction, the dragon was utterly insignificant. Lord Frieza, reported one of his subordinates, we have received word that the Saiyan race is also heading towards Namek. They are likely attempting to thwart our acquisition of the Dragon Balls. Jinyu stepped forward. Frieza scoffed. So what if they come? As long as it is not that substitute god of destruction from 4 years ago, the more Saiyans that come, the more will perish. Jinyu displayed a hint of fear, but their strongest Saiyan now possesses a battle power of 150,000 if they transform into their great ape forms. Before Jinyu could finish, Frieza fixed a cold gaze upon him. Do you honestly believe that my transformation from back then was my full power? With a thunderous roar, immense energy erupted from him, causing the entire warship to tremble. Accelerate. I want to reach Namek swiftly. Yes. Jinyu broke into a cold sweat. Fearing to utter another word, 2 large warships raced towards Namek, while the entire universe was keenly observing the movements of the Saiyans and Frieza. A colossal battle was imminent. Following this confrontation, the cosmos would undergo a significant reordering. An insidious organization allied with Frieza hopes for his victory, while the righteous factions aligned with the Galactic Patrol yearn for the triumph of the Saiyan race. Amidst the unobserved expanse of the cosmos, a medium-sized spacecraft glides through the void. Within, 4 Saiyans are seated, their course directed towards Namek. In the northern galaxy, on Namek, Ling Xian had just concluded a fierce battle, his upper body exposed, as he hastily made his way to Namek. He paid little heed to how he would retort to Beerus or how Beerus would explain his immunity to the gods of destruction. Ling Xian's sole focus was on the impending conflict on Namek. Where are they? Ling Xian surveyed his surroundings, sensing the area but detecting no signs of invasion or combat fluctuations. With a thought, he vanished in an instant. The Grand Elder sat upon a colossal chair, a visage of concern etched upon his face. A great calamity was looming. Would Namek truly weather this impending disaster? As the Grand Elder murmured to himself, a figure materialized with a swift motion. Grand Elder, it has been a long time. Ling Xian waved his hand. Who are you? The Grand Elder was startled, lowering his gaze to find the young man familiar, as if he had encountered him before. Substitute god of destruction. The Grand Elder finally recognized the young man before him as the candidate from 4 years prior. He quickly offered his respectful greetings. I pay my respects to the substitute god of destruction. Ling Xian appeared disheveled, his clothing tattered, unaware of the events that had transpired. However, such matters were beyond the purview of the Grand Elder of Namek. Though Ling Xian's appearance had scarcely changed over the years, the aura he emanated seemed to have evolved significantly. Ah, another breakthrough. Do not stand on ceremony. Ling Xian gestured dismissively. The Grand Elder regained his composure and promptly implored. Substitute god of destruction, our Namek is on the brink of a great disaster. I will fulfill the promise I made back then. Rest assured, Ling Xian replied, recalling how he had borrowed someone else's Dragon Balls and instructed Neru to convey a message to the Grand Elder that he would assist Namek in overcoming the forthcoming calamity. Thank you, substitute god of destruction. The Grand Elder's voice, though aged, resonated with a palpable sense of relief. By the way, Grand Elder, have those who are invading Namek not yet arrived? Ling Xian inquired once more. Currently, we have not observed anyone descending upon Namek. Not yet. I must be too impatient. Ling Xian gazed at his tattered garments, a hint of amusement flickering across his face. Had he known better, he would have heeded Beerus's mockery of the other destroyers before venturing here. Yet, now that he had arrived, he had no intention of returning to Earth. He feared that if he left Namek, Frieza and his minions might descend upon this realm, leading to the inevitable demise of Namek. I shall remain on Namek, rest assured. Elder, Ling Xian declared before departing from the Elder's abode. Chapter 31. The Saiyan clan versus Frieza's army. A month had elapsed. In the northern expanse of Namek, a figure, bare-chested, sat by the lake, eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, an ominous energy permeated the atmosphere. A fierce wind howled, creating an atmosphere fraught with tension. Have they arrived? Ling Xian opened his eyes and beheld a colossal spaceship hovering in the upper atmosphere. With a resounding roar, another spacecraft materialized in the sky, adorned with the insignia of the Galactic Patrol. Have King Vegeta and the others also arrived? Ling Xian raised his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips. How exhilarating. The impending clash between the Saiyans and Frieza's army was enough to ignite excitement within him. Swiftly, Ling Xian returned to the Elder's side. The atmosphere on Namek was palpably oppressive. All Namekians had gathered in the Elder's village, sensing that a storm was on the horizon. Upon seeing Ling Xian, the Elder breathed a sigh of relief. The candidate for destroyer, you have come. Ling Xian nodded. Ensure that the Namekians are assembled to avoid any collateral damage during the battle. I have already gathered my kin in this village. That is sufficient, with my presence. You need not worry, Ling Xian proclaimed, soaring into the air and circling above, surveying the two vessels looming in the atmosphere. The hatch of Frieza's warship swung open. Frieza emerged, gliding out in a baby carriage, emanating an intensely frigid aura. Let us see just how formidable the Saiyans have become, he declared. Yes. The members of the Jinyu force in Frieza's army promptly exited the spacecraft. A total of 2,000 warriors from Frieza's forces had arrived this time. The hatch of the Saiyan ship opened. Frieza was nearby. He must not be allowed to seize the Dragon Balls. King Vegeta soared at the forefront, closely followed by Bardock, Bibidi, and Theodore, among a total of 500 Saiyans who had mobilized nearly the entirety of their race. In the skies, the two factions had just emerged from their battleships, colliding with one another. Ha ha ha! King Vegeta, how dare you lead your kin away from the Galactic Patrol headquarters? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? Frieza descended from his ship, spotting a group of Saiyans approaching, with King Vegeta leading the charge. At that moment, Jinyu leaned toward Frieza and whispered, Lord Frieza, should we not destroy the Saiyan spaceship? They cannot survive in the cosmos. Without their ships, they would be trapped on Namek. Frieza, fixated on the distant King Vegeta, did not turn his head. If you destroy the Saiyans' vessel, they will retaliate against ours. No need for haste. Their demise is inevitable. Jinyu nodded in agreement. At that instant, King Vegeta's voice echoed from the skies. Frieza, even as death approaches, you dare to speak with such bravado. Leading 500 Saiyans. He advanced towards Frieza. You do not think that a mere increase in strength over the years could enable you to confront me, do you, traitor? Prepare for your annihilation. To betray us does not equate to true treachery. Your myriad transgressions will eventually catch up to you. We Saiyans merely align ourselves with the prevailing forces. A verbal skirmish unfolded in the heavens. Even before the battle commenced, the tension in the air became palpable with their exchanges. Finally, King Vegeta and the Saiyans arrived before Frieza's legion. Upon seeing the cosmic tyrant who once ruled over them, the Saiyans gritted their teeth in fury. The two factions stood in stark opposition. King Vegeta, speak. Why have you betrayed me? I yearn to understand your true motives. Frieza circled in the void, coldly regarding King Vegeta. Your true motives? This inquiry sparked confusion among the Saiyans present. They, too, were unaware of the reasons behind King Vegeta's decision years ago. All they knew was that a distinguished guest had arrived at the royal palace, which subsequently exploded without explanation, leading to King Vegeta's declaration to join the Galactic Patrol. It was this decision that catalyzed the current circumstances. Why betray you? King Vegeta replied with a wry smile. To be honest, I was commanded to do so by someone you cannot contend with. Should I refuse, it would mean the extinction of my entire race. Upon uttering these words, a wave of astonishment swept through both Frieza's faction and the Saiyan clan. The mere thought of a being that even Frieza, the Emperor of the universe, could not confront was indeed staggering. As Frieza absorbed the implications of King Vegeta's statement, his mind raced back to the Saiyan who had infiltrated his headquarters 5 years prior. The only individual he could associate with such audacity was the candidate for the God of Destruction. It was not that there were no other formidable entities within the cosmos, for he was also wary of the legendary Majin Buu and the true God of Destruction. In truth, the one who commanded King Vegeta was Beerus. Yet Frieza would never entertain such a notion. As Beerus's representative, how could he fathom that the God of Destruction would instruct the Saiyans under his dominion to betray him? King Vegeta, who exactly are you referring to? Frieza seethed through clenched teeth. Did you not deduce it? Of course, it is that individual. He explicitly stated he would not interfere in Saiyan affairs, yet he secretly aided them. Frieza's fury erupted. It was clear that he had been misled by the words of that prospective God of Destruction. King Vegeta, filled with confusion, pondered Frieza's remark about Beerus not assisting the Saiyans. One believed that Ling Xian had aided the Saiyans, while the other questioned Beerus's motives. Clearly, they were not aligned in their thoughts. Shaking his head, King Vegeta responded, Frieza, even without that individual's command, We Scions would find a way to extricate ourselves from your grasp. Frieza's fists tightened. Why? At that moment, Bardock stepped forward, declaring, Frieza, do you truly believe we are oblivious to everything? Bardock, now the mightiest of the Saiyan race with a power level of 150,000, held Frieza's gaze intently. Impressive strength. It is hard to fathom how your kind has evolved so dramatically in merely a few years. Pray tell, what am I to fear? Frieza was not in a hurry to act. He was curious to understand why this group of Scions was so eager to break free from his control. Ha! Have you not always feared the emergence of the legendary Super Saiyan among us? Bardock's eyes gleamed with fierce determination as he regarded Frieza, who erupted in laughter. The term Super Saiyan was lost on the alien minions of Frieza, yet it ignited a fervor among the Saiyan race. Is this legend truly real? No wonder Frieza harbors such apprehension towards us. Thankfully, King Vegeta made that decision in advance. Otherwise, we would eventually fall to Frieza. Silence enveloped Frieza, who was utterly taken aback that these Saiyan warriors were aware of his long-standing trepidation regarding the Super Saiyan. However, Bardock spoke the truth, having exploited the Scions. He would undoubtedly annihilate their entire race. Indeed, this group of Scions narrowly escaped a calamity. Above the Grand Elder's village, Ling Xian circled. Observing that Frieza and the Scions were not far from this location, their standoff clearly visible. Kakarot and Vegeta had yet to arrive, and Ling Xian meticulously scrutinized the surroundings, noting the absence of Vegeta and his companions. Surely they had not arrived only after the Scions clashed with Frieza's forces. In the distance, the expressions of both factions grew increasingly cautious, the atmosphere thickening with tension, poised for action. Jinyu, go forth. Since they dare to emerge from the Galactic Patrol headquarters, let us seize this opportunity to eliminate them. Frieza's voice resonated with fury. Yes, Jinyu transformed into a streak of purple light, hurtling towards the Saiyan clan. Theodore, kill Jinyu. King Vegeta commanded with a sweeping gesture. Yes, Theodore launched himself from the crowd, racing towards Jinyu. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, shockwaves erupting in every direction, each impact resonating with earth-shattering explosions. The battle reached a fevered pitch, with both combatants sustaining injuries. Witnessing such an intense clash, Frieza furrowed his brow and activated his scouter. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power, 110,000. Battle power, 120,000. The 120,000 battle power undoubtedly belonged to Jinyu. But Frieza was taken aback to discover that the Saiyan named Theodore possessed a battle power of 110,000. Though inferior to Jinyu, he still held his ground. How infuriating! Why have the Scions suddenly grown so formidable? Curse that candidate for destroyer. He must be the cause. Frieza clenched his teeth, his mind in a tumult. He attributed all blame to Ling Xian, though in truth, Ling Xian had never aided the Saiyan race. What if our battle power is slightly lower? We are a warrior race, growing ever stronger through combat. King Vegeta tightened his fists, exclaiming with fervor, just wait. Jinyu is doomed. This scene was electrifying. After all, Jinyu was the captain of the Jinyu force. The Scions could truly contend with him. The spirits of all the Scions surged with excitement as the battle unfolded. Just as King Vegeta had predicted, Theodore grew increasingly formidable, quickly overpowering Jinyu, who sustained more severe injuries. Observing this, Frieza's breath quickened. He was aware of the Scion's combative nature. Yet he never anticipated such ferocity. He pressed his scouter again. Beep, beep, beep. Battle power, 125,000. Battle power, 90,000. Frieza gazed at the readings, his chest heaving with agitation. Damn it. Due to incessant trauma, Jinyu's combat power has plummeted to 90,000. Conversely, Theodore grows increasingly formidable, having gained an additional 15,000 in combat prowess. King Vegeta, you have successfully provoked my ire. Frieza erupted from his stroller, words barely escaping his lips. Suddenly, Jinyu shouted for an exchange. In the sky, a luminous white aura emanated from Jinyu, swiftly enveloping Theodore. One must be cautious lest they fall victim to it. Die. Bardock had long sensed the impending danger and concentrated a shockwave aimed at Jinyu. Boom. Jinyu was struck, his body contorting under the intense heat. He had no time to scream before melting away in Bardock's shockwave. How insidious, a sneak attack. Frieza seethed with indignation. It is a mortal enemy. Who cares about fair play? Vegeta wasted no breath, gesturing emphatically. All of you, charge forth. This time, we shall eliminate Frieza's forces. The Saiyan leader commanded. And the 500 figures behind King Vegeta erupted with white energy, rushing toward Frieza's army. The two factions quickly became entangled. Boom. The sound of explosions reverberated across Namek. A tempest howled, mountains crumbled, and riverbeds collapsed. It was as if the twilight of the gods had descended upon Namek, engulfing it in chaos and darkness. In the Elders' village, the battlefield was not far, and the aftershocks of the clash between the Saiyans and Frieza's forces soon reached this place. The calamity foretold by the Elder had arrived. Heavens, is this the power that mortals can wield? Our Namek is doomed. The Namekians were engulfed in boundless panic. At that moment, a purple light blossomed in the sky. As the incoming battle's aftershock met the purple glow, it dissipated rapidly. What is happening? Oh, the Elder mentioned that a powerful ally would come to assist us. It must be that being. Ling Xian's actions to protect the Namekians went unnoticed by Frieza and King Vegeta. Ling Xian had transcended to the divine dimension days prior. His power transformed into divine might. Mortals are incapable of sensing the presence of the divine, and naturally, the detection devices created by mortals are ineffectual. Chapter 32. Transformation into the Great Ape. On King Vegeta's front, the Saiyans and Frieza's forces clashed fiercely. Only Bardock and King Vegeta remained still, their eyes fixed intently on Frieza. Frieza, surrender at once. Your subordinates are no match for us Saiyans. Bardock spoke coldly. Frieza hovered in midair, casting a glance at his perishing subordinates. Each Saiyan before him possessed a combat power exceeding 8,000, with over a dozen boasting a staggering 100,000. The members of the Jinyu force had been dispatched in mere moments, and the remaining Frieza force soldiers found themselves unable to resist. It was a one-sided massacre. You rely solely on that candidate destroyer, Frieza remarked, his gaze filled with murderous intent for his subordinates. Once I procure the Dragon Balls, that candidate destroyer shall meet his demise. King Vegeta furrowed his brow, questioning the relevance of Lewis in this matter. Bardock was even more perplexed. Who was this candidate destroyer? With a thunderous roar, Frieza unleashed his power, causing Namek to tremble. The sheer terror of his strength made King Vegeta shudder. Indeed, Frieza's battle power was as rumored. 50,000. Bardock, be cautious. Very well, King Vegeta. Prepare to summon the artificial moon at any moment. In our normal state, we cannot possibly defeat Frieza. Bardock sprang into action, darting in front of Frieza and delivering a powerful punch. Boom. The air exploded instantaneously, and the overwhelming force shattered the ground below, causing the lake to surge. The combatants from both sides abruptly turned their heads. The climactic battle was about to commence. Frieza, struck in the chest, remarked nonchalantly. Is this all for a battle power of 150,000? Humph. Bardock ignored Frieza's taunt. Having chosen to confront Frieza head-on, he was mentally prepared. He quickly retreated, gathering a formidable wave of energy directed at Frieza. At the same moment, King Vegeta joined the fray. With a battle power of 120,000, King Vegeta and Bardock, with a power of 150,000, launched a simultaneous assault on Frieza. The heavens and earth dimmed. In the distance, Ling Xian shook his head. Compared to Bardock and King Vegeta, Frieza was far too powerful. Against 100,000 battle power, the 50,000 seemed an insurmountable chasm, devoid of hope for victory. Indeed, after only a brief skirmish, Bardock and King Vegeta were struck and sent plummeting toward the ground. King Vegeta, Bardock, after dispatching their opponents, Bibert and Theodore charged fiercely toward Frieza, followed closely by the other Saiyans with 100,000 battle power. As Bardock and King Vegeta crashed to the ground, they spat blood and soared back into the sky. In an instant, 16 Saiyans, each with battle powers exceeding 100,000, surrounded Frieza in a relentless assault. Boom. The magnetic field of the heavens became chaotic, and thunderous roars echoed through the clouds. The Namekians, witnessing this, felt as though they were on the brink of the apocalypse. Fortunately, a violet shield enveloped them in protection. Die. In the skies above, Bardock moved with great speed, channeling all his strength into a shockwave that surged forth like a fierce wolf, aimed directly at Frieza. Trash, you think you can harm me with this? Frieza, unfazed by the impending assault, raised his hand and struck with force. Bardock's shockwave was instantaneously redirected. Perish. Seizing this moment, the other Scions launched their attacks simultaneously. Within mere seconds, thousands of energy blasts hurtled towards Frieza. Boom, boom. The area where Frieza stood erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, akin to being bombarded by thousands of nuclear warheads. Smoke billowed and fire blazed. Buzz. The very fabric of space trembled at that moment. He must be dead by now. With only a power level of 50,000, we 16 should have surely overwhelmed him. Bibert and Theodore, along with the other Scions, gasped for breath. Wait. King Vegeta wiped the blood from his mouth and spoke solemnly. Frieza cannot be so easily vanquished. Bardock clenched his fists, indeed. If he were that easy to deal with, he would not have maintained his position as the Emperor of the Universe for so long. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through. The cloud of smoke began to dissipate, revealing a colossal figure. Bardock's pupils narrowed in alarm. King Vegeta used the artificial moon. No sooner had he spoken than a beam of violet light sliced through the sky. Bibert and the other Scions, suspended in midair, were caught off guard and struck directly. Uft. All 16 Scions clutched their abdomens, blood spilling from their lips. How is this possible? Theodore's eyes were filled with disbelief. King Vegeta, do you truly comprehend my real power? Frieza had unlocked his first transformation, his battle power skyrocketing to 1 million. With a menacing grin, Frieza declared, I now possess a battle power of 1 million. Let us see how you contend with me. 1 million battle power. Bardock's heart sank. While he had anticipated that Frieza's true strength exceeded 50,000, he had not expected it to reach such staggering heights. This was dire. Bardock's alarm was not without reason. They could transform into giant apes to confront Frieza. Yet, not every Scion could retain their sanity in giant ape form. Bardock himself, for instance, could not. A mindless giant ape would stand no chance against Frieza. This was unequivocal. In attendance, among the Scions with combat power exceeding 10, only King Vegeta and Bibert, along with Theodore, are considered elite warriors. Go to hell. Frieza bellowed, raising his hands high, conjuring an energy sphere 2 meters in diameter. He aimed to annihilate the entire Scion race. Others, do not gaze at the sky. Bibert, Theodore, look up quickly. A man-made moon soared into the heavens. As King Vegeta had meticulously prepared for its creation before the battle commenced. The confrontation between King Vegeta and Frieza was vividly observed by Ling Xian. Over the past decade, the Scions had indeed evolved significantly. The Frieza force was no match for the Scions. Witnessing King Vegeta hurl a dazzling orb into the sky signaled their transformation into great apes. In the distance, Ling Xian felt his tail twitch uncontrollably. He dared not glance towards King Vegeta again. Suddenly, he looked up, sensing 4 familiar presences approaching from outside Namek. Kakarot, Vegeta, you have finally arrived. Outside Namek, a medium-sized spaceship pierced through the atmosphere. Vegeta, can you sense it? Such a formidable power. Son Goku clenched his fists, his blood boiling with excitement. He sensed the sinister energy emanating from Frieza. During their years on Earth, Vegeta and his companions had learned to control and sense energy. Through the transparent glass of the spaceship, Vegeta gazed down at the ground below. This presence was terrifying, likely boasting a combat power in the millions. He wondered how his father and the others were faring. 1 million combat power? Raditz exclaimed in shock. Can we truly contend with Frieza? Nappa gritted his teeth. What of 1 million combat power? If we transform into great apes, we too can attain that level. Just as Nappa finished speaking, 3 raging energies suddenly manifested beneath Namek. Raditz, accelerate. It must be my father transforming into a great ape. In the skies above Namek hung a man-made moon. The ground trembled with the terrifying roars of 3 great apes, Bibert, Theodore, and King Vegeta, each surpassing a combat power of 1 million. The other Scions dared not look at the moon, for they were not elite warriors and could not retain their sanity in great ape form. Bardock was no exception. He kept his gaze fixed firmly on Frieza, unwilling to look up. You can transform. We Scions can do so as well. What Bardock remained oblivious to was that Frieza's transformation was not merely a metamorphosis, but rather an unlocking of his true form. Frieza, you shall perish. King Vegeta successfully transformed into a great ape, retaining his sanity. He, along with Bibidi and Theodore, launched a simultaneous assault on Frieza. The sky crackled with thunder and howled with wind. The three great apes clashed furiously with Frieza in an instant. They battled for 10 minutes. The strength of the three great apes was indeed formidable, with each punch reverberating through the space around them. However, the speed of the great apes was distinctly inferior to that of Frieza, who adeptly evaded their attacks. Fortunately, it was 3 against 1, with Bardock occasionally launching surprise assaults. King Vegeta's faction managed to maintain their footing. Damn Saiyan monkeys. Frieza dodged a punch and retreated 100 meters. Clenching his fist, he seethed with rage. Were he facing merely a single great ape with a battle power of 1 million, he would not have been concerned, and even 2 such foes would pose little challenge. Yet, confronting 3 great apes of equal power was undeniably daunting. Frieza glanced around once more, noting that all his subordinates had perished, while the Saiyans had suffered minimal casualties. With only a few sustaining serious injuries, Frieza surrendered. King Vegeta, in his great ape form, soared before Frieza, fixing him with a piercing gaze. Bibidi, Theodore, and Bardock circled nearby, forming a cohesive offensive. Bardock, you were right. I truly do harbor trepidation towards your kind, Frieza stated coldly as he regarded Bardock. It seems my apprehensions were justified. Henceforth, I shall no longer conceal my strength. I will obliterate you. Then seek the Dragon Balls to exact vengeance upon your replacement god of destruction. Chapter 33. Frieza's ultimate state. Suddenly. Boom. A thunderous roar pierced the sky as a spaceship descended. Simultaneously, 4 figures swiftly approached. Who? Frieza squinted. Frieza, it has been a long time. Vegeta materialized before him in the blink of an eye. Goku followed closely behind, having kept a watchful eye on Frieza, only to be taken aback upon seeing Bardock. Stunned. Bardock was equally taken aback, as if time itself had come to a standstill. A strange sensation gripped Goku's heart. Since maturing into adulthood, he had come to realize he was not from Earth, and that Raditz was his elder brother. According to Raditz, he had a pair of parents. Is one of them my father? Goku flew before Bardock, opening his mouth to speak. Kakarot, you have returned. Bardock pressed his lips together, yearning to convey the multitude of thoughts he had for his second son, but in this moment of recognition, words eluded him. Son Wukong smiled, for it turned out that his elder brother was indeed correct. He bore an uncanny resemblance to his father, save for the 2 scars etched upon his father's visage. As the father and son reunited, on the other side, Vegeta, pursued by my legion, had miraculously survived. Ha ha ha. Thanks to you, Frieza, had it not been for you, I would not possess the power I wield today. Vegeta erupted into laughter, his combat power surging to an astonishing 170,000. This formidable strength filled King Vegeta. In his great ape form, with elation. Vegeta, what is your current combat power? Being his son, the stronger Vegeta became, the more delighted he felt. Father, I currently possess a combat power of 170,000, and if I unleash my full strength, we shall reach an astounding 7 million. Vegeta laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta was beside himself with joy. Achieving 7 million combat power surely implied a transformation into a great ape. Unbeknownst to him, Vegeta's full strength referred to the Kaioshin technique, which greatly surpassed the power of the great ape form. The Kaioshin not only amplified physical strength and speed, but also maintained agility, qualities that the great ape form could not rival. Is 7 million combat power truly formidable? Frieza hovered in the void, arms crossed, as if the fury within had dissipated. He intended to unleash his full power, under full force, apart from the candidate destroyer god. Beerus and Majin Buu, no one in this universe would stand a chance against him. 7 million combat power is not impressive? Ha ha, that is the most ludicrous statement I have ever heard. Vegeta twisted his neck and replied coolly, Frieza, there are now 3 great apes with a combat power of 1 million, and alongside Kakarot and myself. You are now faced with 5 formidable warriors boasting 1 million combat power. Vegeta paused, then laughed heartily. Are you prepared for death? Wait. Bardock soared to the forefront, clutching his grievously wounded abdomen, and said solemnly, Frieza, you just claimed you would no longer conceal your power. Is this not your full strength? What? Vegeta was taken aback. Turning sharply to Frieza, King Vegeta, Bibidi, and Theodore all directed their gazes at Frieza. The other Saiyans who had concluded their battles also fixed their eyes intently on him. Frieza wore a mocking expression, seemingly acknowledging Bardock's words. Impossible. There is still power hidden, I refused to believe it. The 500 Scions behind King Vegeta clamored in disbelief. Ha ha ha. Allow me to be candid. This transformation is merely the first I have unlocked, and I can unlock 2 more such transformations. Frieza clenched his fists. His face contorted with ferocity, declaring, with each transformation I unlock, I surpass the previous form, and my ultimate state possesses a staggering combat power of 60 million. Frieza did not speak the truth. In fact, he possessed an even more formidable transformation, with a power level of 120 million. However, it was excessively taxing on his stamina, which was precisely why he withheld this information. Vegeta, are you prepared for death? Frieza retorted, echoing Vegeta's earlier words. Immediately, Frieza summoned the power within him, ready to unleash it. Stop him. Whether he lies or not, we must halt him. Vegeta shouted in terror. Kakarot, hurry. Tenfold Kaioken. A crimson light erupted from Vegeta, releasing a staggering power of 1.7 million. Father, you're gravely injured. Here, a Senzu Bean. Consume it, and you will recover. Goku handed a Senzu Bean to Bardock, who, too, burst forth in a crimson glow. The pressure of 2 million in power reverberated through the skies. Bardock, seeing the Senzu Bean in his hand, did not hesitate and promptly crushed it to consume. With a whoosh, a cyclone of energy erupted from him. Not only have my wounds healed, but my strength has also increased. Bardock laughed heartily, marveling at the miraculous nature of the bean. Yet now is not the time for such thoughts. He, like the others, began to unleash his power. In an instant, the 3 Scions soared toward Frieza. Other Scions wished to assist, but received orders to retreat, forcing them to take cover. Raditz and Nappa were in a similar predicament, their combined strength barely reaching 100,000, compelling them to follow suit and retreat. Namek trembled incessantly, the ground cracking and magma surging forth, as if heralding the apocalypse. Oh heavens, can mere mortals possess such power? Surely our Namek 1T explode. Panic gripped the Namekians within the Grand Elder's village. Ling Xian descended before the Grand Elder's dwelling. Addressing Nail, ensure the Grand Elder is ready to summon the dragon at any moment. Namek is at great risk of annihilation. Nail hurriedly responded, Lord Candidate Destroyer. With your power, you should be able to avert this disaster. Why do you not intervene? Suddenly, an ancient voice emanated from within the house. Nail, heed the orders of the Candidate Destroyer. Yes. Nail gritted his teeth and ultimately set out to gather the Dragon Balls. Ling Xian ascended into the sky once more. Casting a glance at the Namekians below, I could intervene, but Kakarot may not be able to transform. I'm sorry, I must temporarily sacrifice your Namek. Rest assured, I will provide compensation. Ling Xian murmured to himself, then gazed into the distance. The 3 monkeys sought to thwart Frieza's transformation, yet before they could approach, they were toppled by a tremendous wave of energy. They unleashed energy blasts, but an invisible barrier encased Frieza, effortlessly deflecting their attacks. It was evident that they could not harm Frieza, nor could they interrupt his metamorphosis. It appeared that Frieza was on the verge of achieving his ultimate form. Ling Xian watched the unfolding battle with rapt attention. Among the trio, Son Goku stood as the most formidable, excelling in both combat strength and technique. As for Bardock and the 3 giant apes, their fighting style and energy utilization were lamentably inept. In contrast, Vegeta displayed a marked improvement in his control over energy, revealing a clear lineage connection to Son Goku. However, there remained a discernible distinction in their combat methodologies. Vegeta was more aggressive, while Goku exuded a fluidity, as if he fought with effortless spontaneity, unencumbered by desire. Boom! A cataclysmic surge of energy surged forth. The ultimate transformation was imminent. Ling Xian observed as Frieza's form altered, growing increasingly diminutive, yet paradoxically, his power surged to unimaginable heights. As Frieza reached his ultimate state, his combat strength soared to 60 million. An overwhelming force erupted from him, compressing the surrounding air and producing a hissing sound. Frieza resembled a primordial behemoth, instilling terror in all who beheld him. The distant Scions, paralyzed with fear, turned pale. Frieza remained a formidable adversary. Kakarot, it now rests upon you to transform. You are our sole hope. Ling Xian remained concealed, still safeguarding the Namekians above the Elder's village. In the horizon, Frieza had transformed into a diminutive figure, even shorter than Vegeta, yet his power was utterly terrifying. The unintentional release of energy disrupted the very fabric of space. Gulp. Bardock, standing against Frieza, swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the menacing aura. A staggering 60 million combat strength. King Vegeta shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "How could this be? How can anyone possess such immense power? Do we still stand a chance?" Bibbert and Theodore were left dumbfounded. Vegeta, too, was rendered speechless. He had painstakingly cultivated his strength to 170,000, capable of reaching 1.7 million with a tenfold Kaioken. He had anticipated vengeance, yet now he was confronted with Frieza's staggering 60 million combat power. The realization struck him. Victory was unattainable. Vegeta's eyes were vacant. And before the battle had even commenced, he had already lost his fighting spirit, murmuring to himself. Suddenly, Bardock shouted, "Kakarot, what are you about to do?" As Goku soared forward, his eyes gleamed with determination as he gazed at Frieza, exclaiming, "What an impressive foe. Battling you will surely be exhilarating." This scene caught Ling Xian's attention, and he chuckled softly. The contrast between Goku and Vegeta's reactions was striking. Goku remained the same indomitable warrior, undeterred in the face of formidable adversaries, while Vegeta, still the same Vegeta, had not yet undergone the trials that would embolden him, perpetually hesitant. Soon, Goku and Frieza clashed. Bardock kept his distance, aware that in his normal state, with a mere combat power of over 100,000, he would fall woefully short against Frieza. To engage would only render him cannon fodder. Thus, he prudently stayed far away. King Vegeta, in his great ape form, charged forward to join Goku in the assault against Frieza, while only Vegeta remained suspended in midair. Despite being capable of achieving a combat power of 1.7 million with the Kaioken technique, he appeared utterly soulless, devoid of any will to resist. Boom! The great ape was struck by a shockwave, emitting a heart-wrenching roar before crashing down, leaving behind 3 enormous craters. "Ha ha ha! Cursed Saiyan monkeys, let us see how you perish." Frieza cackled with glee, casually waving his hand, causing Goku to cough up blood. Once he acquires the Dragon Balls, the universe shall be his. How infuriating! Hidden in the distance, Bardock watched in anguish as his son was mercilessly beaten, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. "Vegeta, you are the prince of the Saiyans. Will you continue to stand idly by?" If it weren't for his own inadequate strength, which would only hinder the fight, Bardock would have charged in long ago. Yet Vegeta remained unmoved. "Vegeta, you are nothing but a failure. Our Saiyan race has severed ties with Frieza. What does it matter if he possesses a combat power of 60 million? You tremble before the enemy of our kin. A failure. As a Saiyan prince. Do you honor your title?" Bardock's fury reached its zenith. Unable to contain himself, he prepared to gaze at the moon. A flicker of light crossed Vegeta's hollow eyes as he murmured, "I am a failure. Bardock, you seek your demise." Vegeta's eyes reignited with fervor as he clenched his fists. "I will settle the score with you later." Without glancing at Bardock, Vegeta shouted, "Tenfold Kaioken." He erupted in a brilliant crimson glow and charged forward. Bardock initially intended to transform into a great ape, but upon witnessing Vegeta's actions, he hesitated. However, the worry in his eyes did not dissipate. Rather, it deepened with gravity. Frieza was overwhelmingly powerful. The Saiyans harbored not a shred of hope. Chapter 34. Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan. Above the Elder's village. Oh, Vegeta is not backing down. Ling Xian found it quite amusing to see Vegeta take action once more. Yet, even if Vegeta were to attack, it would be futile. In the distance, 3 great apes soared from the ground, joining Goku and Vegeta in their assault on Frieza. Just as Ling Xian had said, the Saiyans had no chance of victory in this battle. Frieza had unlocked his ultimate form, boasting an exaggerated combat power of 60 million. With a mere flick of his hand, Goku and the others were left spitting blood. It appeared that Frieza was toying with Goku and his companions, not exerting his full strength. It was a battle devoid of hope, unless Kakarot transformed into a Super Saiyan. Ling Xian shook his head. "Ha ha ha, I have had my fun. Now you shall perish." Frieza laughed maniacally, ascending into the sky. Suddenly, he transformed into a purple beam of light that sliced through the heavens. Below, the 3 apes and the 2 warriors trembled violently. Boom! Bibbert and Theodore were instantly obliterated. A massive hole appeared in the center of King Vegeta's great ape form. Spurt! King Vegeta spewed blood wildly, plummeting into the abyss. "Father! Father!" Vegeta's abdomen was soaked in blood, his internal organs shattered. "So, strong I am utterly powerless." Goku fared no better. His entire body was fractured. Soon after, Both Goku and Vegeta fell from the sky. Kakarot. In the distance, Bardock swooped in to catch King Vegeta, then grasped Goku and Vegeta. Oh, Frieza laughed heartily. I had forgotten about a few stragglers. Now, you shall meet your demise as well. Frieza gazed at Bardock and the distant 500 Saiyans. He raised his hand, gathering a 2-meter-wide energy sphere. With all his might, he hurled it forth. The entire sky was enveloped in purple light. The group of Saiyans led by King Vegeta found themselves paralyzed under the overwhelming pressure. This was a complete annihilation of their race. Bardock, disregarding everything else, found himself as the sole remaining warrior. After releasing Goku and Vegeta, he turned his gaze towards the artificial moon in the sky. A roar erupted as a mindless giant ape wreaked havoc, unleashing laser beams that inadvertently detonated Frieza's energy blasts in midair. The laser beams occasionally streaked past Frieza's location. The Saiyan monkey was truly infuriating, dodging the laser beams. Frieza accelerated towards the transformed giant ape Bardock. Above the Elder's village, a sense of dread washed over Ling Xian as he gazed into the distance. According to the anime's narrative, Goku was supposed to transform into a Super Saiyan during this journey to Namek. Yet now, the Saiyans brought by King Vegeta, including Goku, were on the brink of death. Was there no hope left? If Ling Xian did not act soon, the entire Saiyan race would be extinguished. However, a scene unfolding in the distance halted him in his tracks. Frieza was flying towards Bardock. Ha ha ha. Frieza, you seek your own demise. Ling Xian laughed heartily. He had thought Goku would not have the chance to transform, especially since he and T brought the bald-headed Krillin along. Yet, Frieza's actions would undoubtedly plunge him into an abyss of despair. Ling Xian glanced at Goku on the ground, witnessing him stuffing a Senzu bean into his mouth. If Bardock were to perish, Goku would surely go berserk. Indeed, Frieza began his brutal assault on Bardock. First, he shattered Bardock's limbs in his giant ape form, then forced an energy blast into Bardock's mouth. Boom! Bardock's head was obliterated. The iconic moment was upon them. No, a surge of immense power erupted from Goku. He resurrected from the brink of death, his strength soaring to 5 million battle power. Witnessing his father's demise at Frieza's hands ignited a furious rage within him. The violent instincts within him surged, his back ablaze. Ah! Father! Frieza! You have slain my father. I will make you pay. Thunder rumbled across the sky as debris lifted uncontrollably around Goku. The aura enveloping him flickered, his hair shimmering between gold and black. The frequency of the flicker intensified. What was happening? Frieza, having killed Bardock, was taken aback by this overwhelming presence. You're still alive? Frieza stared in disbelief at the power erupting from Goku. Astonished that he had left him in such a precarious state, why has this man returned to life? A Super Saiyan, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Vegeta faintly uttered, Kakarot, you must kill Frieza. With that, Vegeta breathed his last. Beside him lay King Vegeta, who had reverted to his humanoid form. Yet he too had succumbed to death. Vegeta. Oh! Goku clenched his fists, veins bulging. The golden aura ceased to flicker, and his hair glimmered with a steady golden hue. Super Saiyan. Frieza, I shall end you. A thunderous roar echoed as a flash of golden light surged forth, striking Frieza in the abdomen, causing him to spit blood and be hurled back over 1,000 meters. No, it cannot be. What is this state? A Super Saiyan. How can it be a Super Saiyan? In the skies above the Elder's village, Ling Xian trembled at the sight, finally witnessing the spectacle. It was exhilarating, with Goku successfully transformed. There was no doubt that Frieza was destined for defeat. Ling Xian blinked out of existence, finally departing the Elder's village. Meanwhile, at a considerable distance from the battle between Goku and Frieza, Raditz knelt on the ground, emitting a heart-wrenching cry. My father is dead. Frieza, I will kill you. Raditz rose and soared into the sky. Raditz, wait for me. Vegeta has also been killed. I must avenge him. Naba rushed forward. I too shall seek vengeance for our leader. I will go as well. A collective fury surged among the 500 Saiyans on the ground. They loathed their own weakness. They resented their cowardice in allowing King Vegeta and Bardock to face Frieza alone while they hid in the shadows. The Saiyans prepared to ascend and confront Frieza. Suddenly, enough, everyone halt. Ling Xian appeared in midair, halting their advance. Who are you? Gracie stepped forward. The strongest among the assembled Saiyans, possessing a power level of 90,000. With King Vegeta, Bardock, and Bibidi absent, Gracie was the highest authority present. Lewis, what brings you to Namek? From the crowd, Raditz and Naba emerged, filled with elation. Lewis, Vegeta has been slain by Frieza. You must avenge him. Upon witnessing the arrival of Lewis, Naba immediately poured out his grievances. While others might have been unaware of Ling Xian's true identity, Raditz and Naba, who had always been in the company of Vegeta, were well aware that Ling Xian was the candidate for the God of Destruction. A candidate for the God of Destruction is none other than the disciple of the universe's mightiest warrior. His presence here surely meant doom for Frieza. Upon hearing the name Lewis, Gracie suddenly recalled something. Lewis was a high-ranking warrior of the Saiyan race, yet he had perished during a mission many years ago. Ling Xian paused, reflecting on the absurdity of his situation. I am not dead, he chuckled resignedly. Now, listen to me. We must leave Namek immediately. Gracie retorted coldly. Who do you think you are to command us? Before she could finish her thought, Ling Xian conjured a sphere of destructive energy and held it before Gracie's eyes. Bardock's son, Kakarot, has transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. He is currently engaged in battle with Frieza, and Namek will soon explode. I will escort you away from this planet. Raditz urgently inquired. Lewis, is it true that Kakarot has become a Super Saiyan? Ling Xian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Frieza is doomed. As for Bardock and the others, they can be resurrected using the Dragon Balls, so do not fret. He then turned his gaze to Gracie. Do you have any objections now? And no objections. Gracie gulped, realizing that should she be struck by that purple energy, her demise would be certain. The other Saiyans erupted in cheers upon learning that Kakarot had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan and was battling Frieza. They had come to Namek to prevent Frieza from obtaining the Dragon Balls. Defeating Frieza meant that the Dragon Balls could be used, consequently allowing King Vegeta and the others to be resurrected. The Saiyans were saved. Join hands. Namek is on the verge of exploding. Hurry. I will take you away from here. In a flash, Ling Xian utilized instant transmission to transport the Saiyans back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. He then returned to Namek. Chapter 35. The Fall of Frieza. At that moment, the scene on Namek was utterly terrifying. Lightning crackled and thunder roared. The winds howled mercilessly. Landscapes shattered. Lava erupted. Various planetary-scale disasters unfolded on Namek, resembling a hell on Earth, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Boom, boom. Two figures streaked across the sky, their collision generating powerful cyclones that created a vacuum in the surrounding space. Countless air currents surged towards them, forming a hurricane with a diameter of a kilometer. Frieza, meet your end. Goku seemed to transcend the speed of light, appearing before Frieza in the next instant, launching a fierce kick. The very fabric of space appeared as though it would explode. Frieza's abdomen was struck, his body contorting as he expelled a torrent of blood. The immense force hurled him skyward. Frieza, return my father's life. Goku's form radiated with a golden luminescence, resembling a golden streak slicing through the void, appearing above. Clenching his fists tightly, he fashioned them into a mighty hammer, descending with ferocious intent upon the airborne Frieza. The impact was thunderous. The overwhelming power coursed through Goku's hands, penetrating Frieza's back, causing him to spew blood once more, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. Frieza plummeted straight down, creating a deep crater with a diameter of 100 meters upon collision with the ground. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Goku's power surged to a staggering 200 million. In contrast, Frieza's mere 60 million was utterly insufficient. Frieza stood no chance, enduring relentless punishment at Goku's hands. Meanwhile, Ling Xian had returned to the Elder's village, where a purple glow enveloped the entire area. The residual forces from the battle outside threatened to dismantle this sanctuary. However, as Goku and Frieza clashed, the situation on Namek deteriorated rapidly. The ground of the Elder's village had begun to fracture. Lord Candidate Destroyer Naru approached Ling Xian urgently. Our Namek is on the brink of explosion. What shall we do? I apologize. I had promised to help you through this crisis. Had I intervened, we could have prevented Namek from reaching such a dire state. Alas, due to certain circumstances, I am truly sorry, Ling Xian replied, his face etched with guilt. Prepare to summon the dragon. Naru cast a glance at Ling Xian, clenching his fists in frustration. Naru, await the command of the Candidate Destroyer. Came the Elder's voice from within the house. Yes. Naru gritted his teeth, compelled to obey Ling Xian's instructions. The Dragon Balls were placed upon the ground as Naru prepared to summon the dragon. Suddenly, a terrifying force surged toward them. It was Frieza's energy. Ling Xian could distinctly sense that Frieza had unleashed his full might, amounting to 120 million. However, this power quickly waned, clearly insufficient against the 200 million of Goku. In truth, had Frieza unleashed his full power from the outset, he might have had a chance, as Goku had only just transformed into a Super Saiyan and was still mastering the strength within him. Regrettably, Frieza's arrogance led him to underestimate the Super Saiyan transformation, and by the time Goku fully grasped his newfound power, Frieza had no opportunity left. Boom. Namek trembled increasingly, as if it were on the brink of explosion. Ling Xian felt a surge of regret. Had he known, he would have brought Whis along, thus avoiding reliance on another's Dragon Balls and alleviating his guilt. Summon the dragon. Ling Xian directed his gaze toward Naru. Naru nodded and addressed the Dragon Balls on the ground. A brilliant golden light shot skyward, with Purunga swirling majestically in the air. I have the honor of meeting the esteemed candidate for the God of Destruction. Purunga greeted respectfully. Ling Xian nodded, urging Naru to make the wish. Restore Namek to its state of 1 day prior. Time was of the essence. Namek's tremors intensified. In Ling Xian's perception, Frieza, that nefarious villain, was employing the planet-destroying attack, just as depicted in the anime. In 5 minutes, Namek would undoubtedly explode. Naru communicated the wish in the Namekian language. It was a simple request. In the sky, Purunga's eyes sparkled, and then Namek began to transform. The magma retreated to the planet's core. The shattered mountains and rivers reformed. The raging winds ceased. The tumultuous thunder quieted. Namek reverted to its appearance from a day ago. Naru, I will first eliminate Frieza, and then I shall return to fulfill the remaining 2 wishes. In an instant, Ling Xian vanished, leaving only Naru and the astonished Purunga in the sky. Huff, huff. In the air, Sun Wukong clenched his fists, astonished by Namek's transformation. Hadn't Frieza struck it with the planet-destroying attack, leading to its imminent explosion in 5 minutes? How could this be? Sunday. Sun Wukong, why is this happening? On the ground, Frieza lay battered, his tail severed, barely clinging to life. Sun Wukong understood Frieza's intent, but he too was perplexed by Namek's restoration. Just as he was poised to eliminate Frieza, a sudden whoosh echoed. Ling Xian appeared before Frieza in a flash. In the sky, Sun Wukong recognized Ling Xian. Lewis, why are you here? Descending from the heavens, Sun Wukong approached Ling Xian. Ling Xian turned to face the protagonist of Dragon Ball, golden-haired and blue-eyed, in Super Saiyan form, radiating a staggering power level of 200 million. I have been here all along, waiting to witness your transformation into a Super Saiyan. You've been here this whole time? Sun Wukong grasped his shoulder, his voice laced with anger. If you were present, why didn't you intervene? With your power, you could easily vanquish Frieza. Ling Xian's strength and identity had long been revealed to Sun Wukong through Vegeta's words. In the universe, few could rival Ling Xian. I will explain everything shortly. Ling Xian pointed at the nearly lifeless Frieza on the ground and said, Kakarot, will you spare this wretch? Sun Wukong gazed at Frieza, gritting his teeth in anger. No. I shall not let him escape. He has slain my father and has also murdered Vegeta. I must see him perish. Ling Xian was taken aback, realizing that Sun Wukong had developed a murderous intent towards Frieza. Wasn't it the case that, in the anime, Sun Wukong had granted Frieza a moment of mercy at the last instant? It seemed he had been influenced by the butterfly effect. Allow me to end his life, Ling Xian declared, raising his hand to gather destructive energy. The ground trembled with a resonating hum. Frieza, who lay on the ground, was coughing up blood and found himself at a loss for words upon witnessing Ling Xian, the prospective god of destruction. Yet, his eyes brimmed with palpable hatred for Ling Xian. If looks could kill, Ling Xian would have perished countless times by Frieza's glare. Ling Xian held his hand aloft, pausing before unleashing the destructive energy. Never mind, he sighed, shaking his head. Instead, he redirected his energy into a Kamehameha wave, obliterating Frieza into mere ashes. Though Frieza was detestable, he might still prove useful in the future, akin to the Tournament of Power in the anime. This was why Ling Xian refrained from obliterating him completely. After Frieza's demise, Sun Wukong's spirit sank. Lewis, had you intervened, my father and Vegeta would still be alive. Ling Xian turned to Sun Wukong and chuckled. Can they not be revived? Have you forgotten about the Dragon Balls? Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, shaking Ling Xian excitedly. I almost forgot. This is wonderful. My father and Vegeta can be brought back. Chapter 36, The Ambush of Katrakum. I have already summoned the Eternal Dragon. Follow me. Ling Xian utilized instant transmission, whisking Sun Wukong away from the scene. They soon arrived at the Elder's village. Above them hovered a green dragon reminiscent of Western mythology, glistening with sweat, as if it were in dire distress. Is there yet another wish? Speak quickly, or I shall burst. With a whoosh, Ling Xian and Sun Wukong materialized before the dragon. Upon seeing the Shenron from Namek, Sun Wukong was momentarily startled. This is the Namekian dragon. It can revive your father. Rest assured. Ling Xian turned to the dragon and commanded, Shenron, bring Bardock back to life. Neru, upon seeing Ling Xian's return, hastily conveyed the request in the Namekian language. In the sky, Shinran's form grew increasingly translucent. I am deeply sorry, esteemed candidate for God of Destruction. But this wish cannot be granted as Bardock's body has sustained irreversible damage. Hearing this, Sun Wukong's face turned pale. Lewis, this is disastrous. When I fought Frieza, the ground erupted with lava, engulfing my father and Vegeta. They cannot be beyond revival, can they? Is this so? Ling Xian furrowed his brows and spoke, Purunga, restore the bodies of the Saiyans that Frieza eliminated on Namek. Sun Wukong was taken aback, then grasped Ling Xian's shoulders, shaking him with glee. Lewis, you are truly ingenious. Since the Namekian dragon stated that it could not revive the deceased due to the absence of their bodies, we can first restore the bodies of Bardock and the others, and subsequently bring them back to life, right? Lord Candidate Destroyer, your wish has been granted. As Purunga's voice echoed, 5 corpses emerged from the ground. Bardock, Vegeta, King Vegeta, Pepper, and Theodore. Lewis, their bodies have been restored. Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully. Suddenly, hold your tongue. Ling Xian felt an ominous premonition, sensing something amiss, and his pupils dilated. He then soared into the air and turned to yell at Neru. Neru, wish for everyone on Namek, including these 5 corpses, to be transported to Earth, quickly. Ling Xian's voice was filled with urgency. Startled, Neru was uncertain of what was happening, yet he complied. However, before Neru could complete his wish, the sky erupted with a colossal destructive energy sphere, measuring 1 kilometer in diameter. This energy resembled a purple sun plummeting from the heavens. Boom! The void shattered, disintegrating into fragments of space that cascaded down, while the rift swiftly healed. Should this destructive energy fall upon Namek, the surrounding million-mile star domain would likely collapse. Ling Xian could escape and take Sun Wukong and Neru with him, but the Namekians would be doomed. Ling Xian already felt guilty towards the Namekians. He was determined not to allow their demise to unfold before his eyes. Damn it, Quitella, just you wait. If Ling Xian's intuition was correct, Quitella was behind this calamity. In that moment, a surge of golden energy erupted from his being, and his hair transformed into a radiant gold. Super Saiyan. He instantly teleported beneath the descending destructive energy sphere. With a resounding impact, the destructive energy emitted a force that created a vacuum in the upper atmosphere. Immune to all negative effects, Ling Xian was swiftly freed from harm. However, with his current strength, he was incapable of halting the descent of the destructive energy sphere. Crushed beneath its weight, Ling Xian's body rapidly plummeted toward the surface of Namek. As he descended, friction with the air ignited flames around him, accelerating his speed. Just as he was about to make contact with the ground, Purunga's body vanished in an instant, and then everyone on Namek, including the 5 corpses, disappeared without a trace. Buzz. The destruction of Namek Star by the impact of destructive energy caused a cataclysmic collapse within a million-mile radius, resulting in the formation of a void-like black hole. Outside this million-mile expanse, Lord Katra, are you truly unconcerned about the potential wrath of Beerus? The angel Konik hovered in the starry sky, staff in hand. Gazing at Katra beside him, Katra, fixated on the abyssal black hole, responded coldly, what of Beerus knowing? The Grand Zeno has decreed that the gods of destruction must not engage in combat. Beerus would not dare confront me. Otherwise, the Grand Zeno would undoubtedly erase him. Moreover, I have already made an enemy of that young prodigy. I cannot allow a talent of such caliber to escape unscathed, for he will surely seek retribution in the future. The image of Ling Xian sparring with the candidate for God of Destruction lingered vividly in his mind. At merely 20 years of age, he had already transcended to the divine dimension and comprehended destructive energy, attaining a level of mastery akin to that of an angel. Katra turned his gaze towards Konik. Did you not inquire with Whis regarding that young man? Konik, squinting slightly, replied. Whis mentioned that this is a latent ability of Lewis, allowing him to disregard all forms of damage. Disregard all forms of damage, Katra chuckled. Do you truly believe that Lewis could evade the destructive energy I just unleashed? Koenig fell into silence, sensing that perhaps Lewis could indeed escape, yet he refrained from voicing this thought for fear of displeasing Katra. He vividly recalled the words spoken by his elder sister upon departing the seventh universe. Lewis is an extraordinary individual, one whose depths elude my understanding. Alongside the sacred aura that once swept across the entire King universe, there lies that enigmatic Earth. Upon concluding her words, his elder sister proceeded to the palace of the king to seek clarity from their father, accompanied by other angels. Only he remained, unable to depart, as Ketla intended to lurk within the seventh universe, determined to extinguish its hopes. We must depart swiftly, otherwise, Beerus will arrive, Ketla remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, Koenig declared, brandishing his staff as he escorted Ketla away from that place. In the next moment, two figures indeed manifested before them. Ketla, you are impressive, Beerus bellowed, his rage unleashing a pressure that caused the entire northern galaxy to tremble. Whis, restore this place. At once, Whis responded as he waved his staff, causing the surrounding void to suddenly revert to its prior state, and the devastated Namek also returned to its former glory. Let us depart. Lewis should have returned to Earth. The duo vanished. Chapter 37. The Gift of Spiritual Fruit on Earth. In the Eastern Plains, Ling Xian, Sun Wukong, and all the Namekians were teleported to this location. The Grand Elder sat upon the ground, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings, his expression one of bewilderment. Lord Candidate Destroyer. What has transpired? Sun Wukong gulped nervously. What was that attack? It was terrifying. Neru wiped the sweat from his brow. That was truly frightening. The other Namekians who had been transported there shared in their anxiety. Grand Elder, I apologize. It is my fault that you are entangled in this, Ling Xian grimaced. He had ascended to the divine dimension and was already capable of sensing the presence of deities. That destructive energy orb had been cast by Ketla. Damn it. No wonder Beerus despises that wretched mouse. He is exceedingly treacherous. Stay here while I seek out someone to restore your Namek, and then I shall bring you back. Anything struck by that destructive energy cannot be revived by an ordinary dragon. The only beings capable of such a feat, aside from the super dragon, are the angels with their time reversal abilities. Seizing the moment before the 2 minutes elapsed, Ling Xian vanished in a flash. Soon, Ling Xian located Whis, who had just returned from the vicinity of Namek. Ling Xian requested Whis's assistance in restoring Namek, but Whis informed him that it had already been restored. Ling Xian returned to the Grand Elder. Lord Candidate Destroyer, what news? Neru inquired anxiously. Your Namek has been restored, Ling Xian smiled, turning to the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, I shall now escort you back. Thank you, Lord Candidate Destroyer. The Grand Elder found himself hand in hand with the Namekians, as Ling Xian employed instantaneous movement to return everyone to Namek. At a glance, the planet appeared untouched by any devastation. The Namekians, upon returning, were left in utter bewilderment. Could it be that this candidate for the God of Destruction had utilized the Dragon Balls? Grand Elder, in order to express my sincere apologies, I have brought you a gift, Ling Xian announced as he retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket, opening one with a resounding pop. Suddenly, a 200 cubic meter warehouse materialized, filled with an array of bluish-green fruits. The Grand Elder, perplexed, inquired, what are these, O candidate for the God of Destruction? These fruits are known as spirit fruits. Consumed by deities, they possess the power to significantly extend one's lifespan, Ling Xian explained. In truth, beyond merely prolonging life, these fruits can also dramatically enhance a person's strength, albeit the increase is limited compared to the longevity they provide. With a visage filled with regret, Ling Xian continued. I failed to fulfill my previous promise, so consider this my recompense. Spirit fruits are divine sustenance, flourishing in the realms of the gods. I have partaken of them since my childhood. No, this cannot be, the Grand Elder exclaimed, a hint of fear in his eyes. Candidate for the God of Destruction, please. You must take them back. Ling Xian replied calmly. Once given, I shall not retract my gift. In the anime, the Grand Elder had passed away post the catastrophic explosion of Namek, his life force depleted. He was a kind and benevolent figure, deeply respected by his people, and Ling Xian felt it necessary to honor him. Furthermore, the spirit fruits were of little consequence to Ling Xian himself. Neru, ensure that the Grand Elder consumes these spirit fruits. After finishing the contents of this warehouse, he should gain several hundred years to his lifespan, Ling Xian instructed. Neru paused momentarily, then erupted in joy. a sentiment shared by the other Namekians. The Grand Elder was like a father to them, and with his advanced age, his passing could occur at any moment. While they possessed the Dragon Balls and could wish for the Grand Elder's rejuvenation, such an act would defy the natural order, an undertaking the Grand Elder would never permit. However, if these fruits could genuinely extend his life, it was an entirely different matter, one he would surely accept. Ling Xian handed Nara the remaining 2 universal capsules before departing from Namek. Meanwhile, on Earth, in the backyard of Bulma's home, she gazed sorrowfully at Vegeta's lifeless body sprawled upon the ground. "Oh, Vegeta, how could you have died?" she lamented, tugging at Goku's collar. "Goku, who killed Vegeta? Why didn't you protect him?" "Bulma, I apologize." Goku gritted his teeth, saying, "It is my failure to protect him. But do not worry. We can use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Vegeta and my father." Yes, we still have the Dragon Balls." Bulma suddenly remembered them and prepared to fetch the Dragon Radar. With a swift motion, Ling Xian appeared before them. Taisi rushed over, anxiously examining him and relieved to find he was unharmed. "Where have you been for the past month? You scared me." "Don't fret. Are you not aware of my resilience?" Ling Xian embraced Taisi, relishing the warmth and rhythm of her heartbeat. It had been a month since he last saw her, and he had missed her dearly. At that moment, Bulma approached, saying, "Brother-in-law, you must avenge Vegeta." Ling Xian released Taisi, reassuring her, "Rest assured, Vegeta will be fine. Besides, the murderer who took his life has already been dealt with." Ling Xian glanced at Weiss, who was reclining on a beach chair. "Weiss, please resurrect these 5 individuals so I need not search for the Dragon Balls." Weiss could. Bulma was taken aback. Even Taisi was puzzled. She knew Weiss possessed vast knowledge and formidable strength, but could he truly resurrect someone? "You seem to trouble me with everything." Weiss stood up from his chair and waved his staff. A radiant light surged forth, enveloping the 5 lifeless bodies. Suddenly, they began to awaken. Where is this?" one of the Frieza race murmured. The 5 opened their eyes, and Bulma burst into tears, embracing the revived Vegeta. Goku and Taisi stood in astonishment, realizing that resurrection could occur without summoning Shenron. Ling Xian smiled faintly. Bringing back the deceased was hardly an extraordinary feat after all. During the Tournament of Power in the anime, Weiss had resurrected Frieza in his soul state. "Weiss, once you have dealt with your matters, return to the God of Destruction's realm," he instructed before Weiss vanished. Ling Xian noticed Weiss's departure, but did not see Beerus. "Where is Beerus? Has he returned to the God of Destruction's realm?" On the ground, Vegeta awoke, slightly dazed, gazing at Bulma who was clinging to him. "Wasn't I dead?" "It was brother-in-law who had Weiss resurrect you," Bulma exclaimed, her eyes red from tears. At that moment, Bardock, King Vegeta, Bibidi, and Theodore also regained consciousness. "We are not dead, but I distinctly recall being obliterated by Frieza." Suddenly, King Vegeta spotted Ling Xian, his pupils constricting in shock. Louis, are you the one who saved us?" King Vegeta shook his head. "No, you once stated that the affairs of the Saiyans were of no concern to you. How could we possibly be saved by you?" "King Vegeta, who is this person?" Until now, Bardock and Baybite still struggled to believe in their resurrection. Yet, who was this individual before them? King Vegeta approached Ling Xian, his gaze unwavering. "Bardock, I previously mentioned that there exists another powerful warrior among our Saiyan race, though that warrior has remained indifferent to our plight." "Indeed, you did mention that." Bardock nodded while observing King Vegeta's silhouette, suddenly jolted by a thought. Could this person be that powerful warrior? Wait, he has a tail. He truly is a Saiyan. Baybite and Theodore exclaimed, "King Vegeta, could this be the powerful warrior you spoke of? Why have we never encountered him before?" Vegeta replied, "You have encountered him. Have you forgotten that over a decade ago, there was a high-ranking warrior among our Saiyan clan named Louis?" The 3 of Baybite suddenly recalled the existence of a high-ranking warrior named Louis. However, King Vegeta had stated that Louis perished while on a mission. In truth, he had not died. He had long departed from planet Vegeta, becoming a disciple of the most formidable deity in the universe. Now that he appeared here, it was highly likely that he was the one who had saved them. Upon hearing this, Bardock, Theodore, and Baybite gasped in astonishment. If he was indeed a disciple of the most powerful deity in the universe, why had he not come to aid the Saiyans? Nearby, Tais, Bulma, and Goku began to piece together Ling Xian's past experiences. Chapter 38. Beerus has gone to the 4th universe. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression turned peculiar. Louis had not abandoned the Saiyans. Had he not asked Dr. Briefs to assist Goku in constructing a gravity chamber? Had he not taken Goku to the North Kai to learn instant transmission? Ling Xian stood before the crowd, silent under their scrutiny. His expression remained calm as he addressed their many questions. I understand your confusion. So let me explain why I have not intervened on behalf of the Saiyans. Frieza is the agent of Lord Beerus. During Lord Beerus's slumber, Frieza has been wreaking havoc across planets. Your existence has emboldened Frieza's forces, allowing their influence to spread rapidly and increasing the number of planets destroyed. This has caused significant upheaval in the universe, leading to your early provocation of Lord Beerus. It is only due to my connection with him that he has refrained from annihilating your race. As for my reasons for not intervening, Ling Xian paused momentarily, then declared, I am a candidate for the god of destruction. His voice was calm, yet it resonated like thunder in the ears of those who heard it. The candidate destroyer is the heir to the destroyer, bound to uphold the will of the divine. Furthermore, deities are devoid of sentiment. Lewis must not overly interfere with the progression of the mortal realm. King Vegeta, overwhelmed with shame, realized he had misjudged Lewis. Their revival, surely aided by Lewis, would inevitably draw the ire of Beerus. Initially, Bardock and the others felt anger upon learning that Lewis, a powerful scion and kin, had chosen to disregard their plight. However, after hearing the explanation, they felt a flush of embarrassment, rendered speechless. It was not that others neglected the Saiyans, but rather that they were obligated to fulfill their divine duties. What the others pondered remained unknown to Ling Xian. Had he been aware, he would have surely laughed. For while his words bore truth, they also reflected his simple desire to remain uninvolved. Nevertheless, the present Saiyans were no longer the same as before. Ling Xian declared, well, since you have all been revived, I must return to the realm of destruction, not encountering Beerus upon leaving. Ling Xian speculated that Beerus might have ventured to Universe 4 and felt compelled to check. King Vegeta hastily inquired, Lewis, what of the other Saiyans? You may inquire with Kakarot about that, replied Ling Xian, before vanishing with ties. The crowd turned their gaze to Son Goku, who recounted the events on Namek, his transformation into a Super Saiyan, the return of the Saiyans to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, and Frieza's demise at the hands of Ling Xian, followed by their resurrection by Whis. After absorbing this information, several Saiyans swallowed hard. Super Saiyan Kakarot, is your claim true? Have you genuinely transformed into a Super Saiyan? Their excitement was palpable, for the legend of the Super Saiyan was deeply ingrained in Saiyan lore. It was Frieza's fear of this legendary transformation that drove him to confront the Saiyans. Now, with this revelation, no Saiyan could remain unmoved. Moreover, if this were true, did it mean they too could ascend to the status of Super Saiyans? Their faces were nearly pressed against Goku's, who felt somewhat uneasy and took a step back. Scratching his head, Goku chuckled, Lewis, that state is called Super Saiyan, but I'm not certain if that's what I truly achieved. His foolish demeanor left the others speechless. Vegeta shouted, Kakarot, transform for us to see, quickly. He recalled a golden-haired, blue-eyed figure he had glimpsed before his demise. Bardock, suppressing his excitement, urged, yes, yes. Kakarot, if you transform, we shall know for certain. All right, step back a bit, let me give it a try. Son Wukong stepped aside, and King Vegeta and his companions hurriedly made way. Bulma also expressed great interest in this so-called Super Saiyan. In an instant, all eyes were fixed on Son Wukong. However, after a while, Son Wukong still showed no signs of transformation. Kakarot, what is wrong? I seem unable to transform. Son Wukong glanced over, his face marked with confusion. Vegeta remarked, haven't you transformed before? Why are you unable now? King Vegeta added, perhaps you are too anxious. Give it another try. Bardock and Bibidi nodded encouragingly at Son Wukong, urging him to attempt once more. All right, I shall try again. Son Wukong made another attempt, yet still, nothing happened. Now even he was taken aback. When he witnessed his father's death on Namek, he had transformed in a fit of rage. Why was he unable to do so now? Bardock questioned, are you deceiving us? King Vegeta and Theodore regarded Son Wukong with skeptical expressions. Son Wukong furrowed his brow and replied, I am not deceiving you. It was indeed I who defeated Frieza. Bardock, incredulous, said, you defeated Frieza? Yes. Do you not believe me? Son Wukong felt a tinge of urgency. It seemed everyone was doubting him. Yet, when he transformed, everyone had perished. Now he was unable to transform, and Ling Xian had departed so hastily. He truly could not explain. At that moment, Vegeta approached earnestly, saying, Kakarot, I believe you. He paused for a moment before continuing, In my final moments, I saw a golden figure. I could not have mistaken it. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the others were initially stunned, then erupted in excitement. We have struck it rich. We have struck it rich. Bardock and King Vegeta embraced, their faces alight with exhilaration. The legend of the Saiyans is true. This meant they too could transform in the future. In the realm of the god of destruction, with a swish, two figures appeared by the lakeside. Ties leapt down from Ling Xian, puzzled. Lewis, why have you returned here again? I have come to find Lord Beerus. Ling Xian walked towards the Palace of Destruction, only to find it empty. Could it be that he had truly gone to the fourth universe to trouble Quitella? Whis! Ling Xian called out, his voice echoing through the palace. When the sound faded, there was no response from Whis. Lord Beerus, please do not act recklessly. Ling Xian's expression was one of urgency. He had confirmed that Beerus had surely sent Whis to take him to the fourth universe. Keetra's ambush was something Beerus would undoubtedly seek vengeance for. However, the Grand Minister had decreed that the gods of destruction were forbidden from engaging in combat. Should Beerus confront Keetra, it would be a grave transgression. I must stop him, Ling Xian thought, pacing anxiously within the palace. Although Beerus often displayed impatience towards him, Ling Xian was aware of the genuine concern Beerus held for him. He was deeply moved by Beerus's willingness to stand up for him this time. Lewis, what troubles you? I'm contemplating how to reach the fourth universe. Leaving the seventh universe to arrive at the fourth was no trivial matter. The barriers between universes were formidable and for mortals, nearly insurmountable. Despite Ling Xian having ascended to divine levels, his power had not yet reached the realm of the gods. Breaking through the cosmic barriers was indeed a daunting challenge. As for the other universes, Tyrese had spent considerable time in the realm of the gods of destruction, acquiring knowledge of the cosmic structure. It turned out that the world was not limited to a single universe, but encompassed as many as 11. Lewis, why not consult the old Supreme Kai? Tyrese recalled Ling Xian mentioning that the seventh universe possessed an ancient Supreme Kai who would undoubtedly be knowledgeable. Perhaps the old Supreme Kai could provide guidance on how to depart from the seventh universe. Indeed, Ling Xian exclaimed with elation, lifting Tyrese and planting a fervent kiss on her rosy lips. Tyrese, wait for me here. I shall visit the Supreme Kai realm and return swiftly. Ling Xian set Tyrese down and vanished. Do return quickly, Tyrese shouted into the air before reluctantly exiting the palace. She was uncertain about the situation, but Ling Xian's anxious countenance suggested that something urgent was afoot. She hoped he would resolve it successfully. Chapter 39. The Cosmic Transit Cube in the realm of the Supreme Kai. The scene was serene, with lush green lawns and towering trees swaying gently in the breeze, their leaves rustling softly. Beneath a grand tree sat 3 individuals. Ashen, do you comprehend the role of the Supreme Kai? Great Ancestor, I understand. Then are you still afraid of Majin Buu? No longer. Ashen beamed at the old Supreme Kai, chuckling. It was enlightening to discover that there existed a position of God of Destruction in the universe. Henceforth, there would be no need to fear Majin Buu. Suddenly, a figure appeared with a swish beside them. Upon seeing this person, Jebbet recoiled, trembling uncontrollably. Ling Xian had indeed noticed Jebbet, yet he had no time to spare for him. Old Supreme Kai, I urgently seek your assistance. Lewis, what brings you here? The old Kai was taken aback. Ling Xian briefly recounted the earlier sparring session, ultimately revealing that Beerus had ventured to the fourth universe. What? Ketla ambushed you? The old Kai's fury ignited. Ashen was startled by the old Kai's booming voice, but upon hearing that Ling Xian had been attacked, concern washed over him. Louise, are you hurt? I'm fine. Ling Xian, casting a glance at the old Kai, urgently inquired, esteemed old Kai, how can I reach the fourth universe? If we do not intervene with Lord Beerus, I fear dire consequences await. Do not fret. That skinny skeleton knows the repercussions of confronting a god of destruction. He is not foolish enough to act recklessly. The old Kai gritted his teeth. That wretched rat dares to be so brazen. This time, Beerus has executed magnificently. Esteemed old Kai, please hold your reproaches for later. Ling Xian chuckled wryly. Do you possess a means for me to depart the seventh universe? The concern exhibited by both the old Kai and Beerus truly touched Ling Xian. For the first time, he felt a sense of belonging to the seventh universe. There are 2 ways to leave the seventh universe. The old Kai's demeanor calmed slightly. First, one could use overwhelming power to break through the cosmic barriers. However, to achieve this, one must possess the power of a deity, which you currently lack. The second option is to utilize a cosmic traversal cube. A cosmic traversal cube? Both Ling Xian and Ashen were momentarily taken aback. Soon, Ling Xian recalled. Are you referring to the traversal cube that was possesses? The old Kai regarded Ling Xian with a peculiar expression. I never anticipated that Whis would divulge even this to you. Indeed, that is the very cube. Ling Xian clicked his tongue. In truth, Whis had never mentioned such an item to him. He had merely recalled it from an anime in his previous life, where Whis used the cosmic traversal cube to transport everyone to the Tournament of Power. Esteemed old Kai, Whis is not here, and we do not possess the traversal cube. Ling Xian shook his head. The old Kai, with a hint of pride, lifted his chin. Did I ever claim I did not have one? You do. Ling Xian exclaimed with uncontainable joy. How could you possibly have a cosmic traversal cube? What does it matter to you? I have one, and the question is whether you wish to use it. The old Kai's face flushed. He had acquired the traversal cube in the past to seek out dates in other universes. I want it. Esteemed old Kai, please lend it to me. I shall get it for you. With a grand gesture, the old Kai opened a dimensional space from which a purple cube emerged. Fortunately, your dimensional breakthrough has reached the divine level. By infusing divine energy into the traversal cube, you will achieve its maximum speed. The old Kai paused momentarily and then added, Never mind, I shall accompany you on this journey. The audacity of that wretched mouse to ambush the candidate destroyer of his universe is infuriating. He too shall venture forth, if he cannot contend with the destroyer. Surely he can face the Supreme Kai over there. It would be splendid if you accompany us. Ling Xian was previously troubled about breaching the cosmic barrier, pondering how to reach the fourth universe. However, with the old Supreme Kai by his side, those concerns dissipated. Asen, you remain here to monitor the seventh universe. We shall return swiftly. Understood. Asen nodded affirmatively. Soon, Ling Xian and the old Supreme Kai boarded the cosmic traversal cube, vanishing from the Kai realm. Within the cube, Ling Xian felt a twinge of agitation. The old Supreme Kai noticed his expression and reassured him. Lewis, do not fret excessively. That gaunt fellow is quite cunning. He will not act recklessly. Indeed, Ling Xian replied, nodding. He had been too hasty, forgetting the temperament of Beerus. Beerus would certainly not fall for Quitra's ploys so readily. His vexation stemmed from recalling his departure from the Destroyer realm and his conversation with Tai Si, where he promised to return soon. Now, embarking on a journey to another universe, he was uncertain how long it would take. He hoped it would be swift. Otherwise, Tai Si would undoubtedly worry. Prepare to traverse the barrier. Keep your wits about you. The old Supreme Kai's voice resonated in his ears. Ling Xian refocused, gazing ahead to see a luminous membrane blocking their path. He intensified his divine energy output. Whoosh! The cosmic traversal cube transformed into a beam of violet light, swiftly passing through the membrane. They soon arrived in an abyssal expanse, where 11 colossal spheres floated before them. Ling Xian glanced back, realizing the seventh universe was akin to one of those spheres. The third sphere on the left is the fourth universe. Just head in that direction. Understood. Ding. A mission was issued. Please sign in at the fourth universe. Reward, erase your prototype. The cosmic traversal cube suddenly halted. Lewis, what has happened? And nothing. I am on my way. Chapter 40. Sign in successful. Reward, erase your prototype. Fourth universe. A beam of light pierced through the barrier. Ding. Sign in task completed. Reward, erase your prototype. Buzz. Within the cube, Ling Xian's body trembled as a force of annihilation blossomed within him. The old Supreme Kai nearby collapsed in shock. Ling Xian, taken aback, inquired, Old Supreme Kai, what ails you? The old Supreme Kai stammered, why you? What was that aura you just emitted? If he had not misperceived, Ling Xian had just radiated a hint of annihilating power. Gulp. The old Kai swallowed hard, erasing his power, a technique reserved for the Grand Minister and the Omni King. Why would this young man? I cannot say. Ling Xian found it difficult to explain and could only feign ignorance. The old Kai trembled as he stood, gazing intently at Ling Xian, his eyes growing increasingly peculiar. Ignoring. Erasing. Perfect self-realization. This young man. No wonder was remarked on his uniqueness. He possesses a multitude of secrets. The old Kai recalled the divine aura Whis had mentioned years ago. He was certain it was connected to this young man before him. Lewis Yu. The old Kai opened his mouth, but ultimately asked nothing. Ling Xian sighed in relief when the old Kai remained silent. It was fortunate that he did not inquire further, as it would have been challenging to explain. Old Kai, let us seek out Lord Beerus. Very well. Lord Beerus should be in the God of Destruction's realm in the fourth universe. The old Kai looked up Whis. With a flourish, a beam of holy light appeared within the square. Whis arrived, momentarily taken aback. Lewis, did I not instruct you to return to the God of Destruction's realm? Why are you here? Ling Xian rolled his eyes. If I do not come, will not Lord Beerus engage in combat with Quitella? The old Kai inquired. Whis. That slender skeleton hasn't caused any trouble, has he? Ling Xian held his breath, fearing the news of a confrontation between Beerus and Quitella. Whis shook his head with a smile. While Lord Beerus may often be brazen, his fear of death is something you are well aware of, old Kai. Upon hearing this, the old Kai recalled how Beerus had been sealed for millions of years due to his fear of death. The old Kai's lips twitched slightly. What is Lord Beerus doing now? Ling Xian was perplexed. Was Beerus not supposed to support him? Haha. You will find out once you arrive at the God of Destruction's realm in the fourth universe. In the Omni King's palace, all angels were gathered except for Konik and Whis. The 10th universe's angel? Kess looked at the Grand Minister and respectfully asked, Father, are you aware of the events in the 7th universe? The Grand Minister regarded his children and smiled. What is it? The 6th universe's angel? Batos interjected. Many years ago, an exceedingly divine aura emerged in the 7th universe. A few days ago, we visited the 7th universe to investigate this matter. We discovered that the candidate for the God of Destruction in the 7th universe is extraordinarily unique. He comprehended the rules of destruction within just over a decade. The 5th universe's angel? Kukitel chimed in. Moreover, he has grasped the perfect self-realization, and most importantly, he can disregard any attack. As soon as those words were uttered, all the angels present held their breaths, enveloped in a profound atmosphere of tension. They harbored doubts about Ling Xian's identity. No matter how extraordinary a mortal's talent might be, it could not possibly lead to such feats. It is essential to note that among the angels gathered, who could claim to have comprehended the realm of perfect freedom in merely a decade during their formative years, such a notion is utterly implausible. Each angel must endure countless trials and tribulations to attain their ultimate realization. If one were to argue that it was simply a matter of exceptional talent that allowed for such comprehension, that would suffice. However, the apparent disregard for limitations transcends mere talent. Thus, you wish to inquire about the identity of that Lewis. The high priest chuckled softly. Kess frowned. Father, your expression, do you perchance know his identity? The other angels gazed intently at the high priest. With a gesture of his hands, the high priest took a couple of steps forward, his voice laced with astonishment. Indeed, when that divine aura manifested over a decade ago, I undertook an investigation at that time. It was unequivocally the aura unleashed by the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe. An uproar ensued among the angels, their astonishment palpable. That divine aura had swept across the entire realm of the Omni King, detectable from every corner. It radiated as if it were the breath of creation itself, pure, resplendent, and sacred. In the eyes of the angels, only their father or the Omni King could evoke such power. To their surprise, it was indeed the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe who had unleashed it. You mentioned the disregard for attacks. I have personally tested that. The angels swallowed hard, each clenching their fists, palms damp with sweat. They yearned for answers, though deep down, they already possessed them. The high priest had personally intervened years prior to probe. And ultimately, they had brought their universe's candidate destroyer to spar with Lewis. This signified that Lewis had emerged unscathed from the high priest's scrutiny. In other words, Lewis had withstood the high priest's trial. Do you not already have your answer? The high priest remarked with a smile. Indeed, he withstood my test. He can indeed disregard any attack. A thunderous shockwave reverberated through their minds. The angels stood agape, even though they had prepared themselves for this revelation. The affirmation from the high priest still left them in awe. Their father was, after all, the most powerful being beneath the Omni King. Father, do you know his identity? Kess inquired eagerly. Yes. Could he possibly be from the Dark Demon realm? Campbell questioned. That young man bears no dark aura. He cannot be from the Dark Demon realm. Indeed, if he were truly from there, Whis would have certainly discovered it and would not have accepted him as a candidate destroyer. The angels exchanged their thoughts, each contributing to the discourse. Enough. The Grand Priest waved his hand, revealing that he had formed certain conjectures and had subtly probed the Lord Zeno's intentions. He fell silent. Yet his expression conveyed to the other angels that their revered father had likely deduced Lewis's identity and that it was somehow linked to Lord Zeno. The angels exchanged glances. each reflecting shock in their eyes. No matter what he does, do not interfere. The Grand Priest looked at the assembly of angels, his demeanor grave. Have you understood my words clearly? The angels felt a tightening in their chests and quickly responded, yes. Suddenly, a faint aura of erasure emanated from the fourth universe. The other angels remained largely unresponsive, but Kessa's pupils dilated sharply as she turned to gaze into the depths of the Xeno Palace, then glanced at her father. Father, enough, do not concern yourself. At this moment, the Grand Priest's gaze shifted towards the fourth universe, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The other angels appeared perplexed. What was transpiring with their elder sister and father? Chapter 41. A trial of erasure in the fourth universe, within the realm of destruction. The environment mirrored that of the seventh universe's destruction realm. Lakes, forests, mountains. The land was uniformly shaded in purple. Dead rat, haven't you eaten? Put some more strength into it. By the lakeside, Beerus reclined in a chair, legs crossed, wearing an expression of indulgence. Behind him, Katra gritted her teeth, applying more pressure to Beerus's shoulders. Ark, Beerus leaped up, cursing, are you exerting such force because you have a grievance against me, or what? With a clenched fist. Katra seethed with rage, her chest heaving. You scrawny cat, if you have the ability, come and fight me. Fight? Huh. Engaging in battle is not something suited for a cultured person like me. Beerus laughed heartily. Katra ground her teeth in frustration. Nearby, Troy remained motionless, not daring to breathe too loudly, fearing that even his breath might draw the attention of the two deities. At that moment, a dazzling stream of 7 colors descended from the heavens. The old Supreme Kai hurried to Beerus's side, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Beerus, I hope you haven't caused any trouble? The old Supreme Kai's gaze roamed over Beerus, who felt uncomfortable under such scrutiny. Old man, if you keep looking at me like that, do you believe I won't seal you away again? Instantly, the old Supreme Kai averted his gaze. However, he noted that Beerus appeared to be in excellent condition, showing no signs of having engaged in battle. Tingyuan Novel Network Ling Xian approached Lord Beerus with heartfelt gratitude, expressing his thanks. Before he could finish, Beerus struck him squarely in the chest with a powerful punch. The impact resonated through the heavens. Yet Ling Xian remained unscathed. Beside him, Quitra's eyelids twitched in disbelief. Incredible. This young man truly seems invulnerable. Furthermore, how could his body withstand such force from the 5th level of the divine realm without a scratch? Observing this, Konik swallowed hard, realizing that Whiss's claims of indifference were indeed accurate. Enough with the sentimentality for a grown man. Ignoring Katra and the others, Beerus patted Ling Xian's chest with a serious demeanor, declaring, you are my heir. Without my permission, no one shall lay a hand on you. Beerus understood the reason behind Ling Xian's expression, and it was only natural for him to defend his disciple. If anyone dares to harm you, I shall make them suffer. With that, Beerus cast a menacing glance at Katra. Beerus, will you ever relent? I merely launched a surprise attack on your disciple. I've completed all the tasks you've assigned me over the past few days. What more do you desire? Katra clenched his fists and roared in protest. Ling Xian exchanged a startled look with the old Kai, bewildered by Beerus's unexpected fury toward the old mouse. Whis subtly smiled, relaying the events of the past few days to the old Kai and Ling Xian. It turned out that when Beerus learned of Quitra's ambush on Ling Xian, he was filled with rage, nearly unable to restrain himself from attacking Universe 4. However, Beerus, being inherently cautious, refrained from acting out, knowing that attacking would only play into Quitra's hands. Thus, Beerus devised a cunning plan. You came to my 7th universe to ambush my heir, did you? Very well. I shall return the favor. After instructing Whis to take him to Universe 4, he executed a surprise attack on the candidate destroyer god, Troy. It was only due to Angel Konik's timely intervention and use of time reversal that Troy was revived. Otherwise, he would have perished once Troy was restored. Beerus showed no signs of ceasing his assault. He lingered near the destroyer god realm of Universe 4, ready to eliminate Troy the moment he dared to emerge. But that was not all. Beerus also sporadically wreaked havoc in various star systems of Universe 4. He was certain that even if Katra were enraged, he would not dare to confront him. If Katra truly could not restrain himself and chose to engage him, all the better. After all, if this matter were to reach the Omni King, Beerus would be justified. It was you, Katra, who ambushed my disciple, so my destruction of your universe is hardly excessive. In a mere span of 2 days, Beerus rendered one of the galaxies in the 4th universe utterly incapacitated. Following this, His gaze shifted to another galaxy within the same universe. At this juncture, Katra could no longer endure the pressure. Engaging in combat with Beerus was simply inconceivable. After all, the one who strikes first seals their fate. Aware of his disadvantage, Katra could only beseech Beerus for a means of reprieve. Satisfied with his accomplishment, Beerus proposed that Katra serve as his subordinate for a duration of 3 days. Although overwhelmed by humiliation, Katra had no choice but to comply, lest his universe remain a target of Beerus's wrath. What ensued was the scene that Ling Xian encountered upon arriving in the 4th universe. Ha! Unable to contain himself, Ling Xian erupted into laughter. The old Kai, though covering his mouth, wished to suppress his own mirth, disapproving of Ling Xian's audacity to laugh aloud. Such egregious mockery. Quitra's ears burned with shame, as Ling Xian's laughter pinned him firmly against the wall of disgrace. When had a mere candidate for the role of destroyer gained the audacity to deride him? Ling Xian's gaze sharpened as he approached Katra, standing merely 10 centimeters apart. Their eyes locked, revealing mutual hostility. Are you envious of my talent? Ling Xian taunted. Does your universe lack geniuses like me, compelling you to resort to ambush? Do you even comprehend to whom you are speaking? Quitra's expression darkened. The inhabitants of the 7th universe were insufferably vile. The sight of this audacious youth ignited a murderous urge within him. At this moment, Beerus emanated an aura of destruction, stepping forward and causing the entirety of the 4th universe to tremble. Whis and Konnek straightened, preparing for potential conflict. The devastation wrought by 2 destroyers clashing was indeed monumental. Lord Beerus, allow me to handle this, Ling Xian gently gestured. Beerus cast a glance at Ling Xian, ultimately dissipating the destructive energy surrounding him. I am aware that you yearn to slay me. After all, my demise would extinguish the future hopes of the 7th universe. However, Ling Xian flashed a devilish grin. You cannot kill me. I can disregard any harm that this world may inflict upon me. Boom. The old Kai, Katra, Konnek, and Troy shuddered, their minds reeling from the intense impact of his proclamation. Despite having heard whispers of such a feat, hearing it affirmed directly from Ling Xian was utterly astonishing. Could it be that someone truly exists who can disregard all forms of assault? I have recently acquired a new technique, and I wish to test it on you, Ling Xian declared with a sinister grin aimed at Katra. He raised his hand. Erasure. Chapter 42, Quitra's Terror. Buzz. A radiant white light emanated from Ling Xian's hands, exuding an unparalleled might that seemed capable of erasing all material existence. Except for the 2 angels, the others lay prostrate on the ground, their eyes wide with terror, mouths agape, faces ashen, and bodies trembling uncontrollably. As if they had encountered a specter. Fear and unease enveloped them. Alarm and disarray. Whis and Konnek displayed equally exaggerated expressions. Their eyes fixed in astonishment, hearts racing tumultuously. Erase. To erase. This was a technique reserved for the High Priest and the Omni King. How could Ling Xian wield such power? Kitra collapsed to the ground, a cold sweat trickling down his spine, his voice quivering. How? How do you possess the technique of the Omni King? This maneuver was all too familiar to Kitra. Long ago, the Omni King's universe encompassed 18 realms. Yet now, only 12 remained. The vanished 8 were obliterated by this very technique. The familiar scene and aura struck Kitra with the fear and despair akin to a mouse confronting a cat. No one could escape the erasure. Whis, in disbelief, exclaimed, Luis, when did you learn this technique? Whis understood Ling Xian's extraordinary talent. Having comprehended the destructive rules of a god of destruction within a mere decade, achieving the perfect state of an angel. Yet, erasure was no ordinary technique. No, erasure was not merely a technique. It was a confluence of fundamental rules. Destruction, time, space, light, darkness. A synthesis of various principles embodied within one law. Such a law could only be grasped by those of priestly rank or higher. Ling Xian had astonishingly reached this pinnacle. The old Kaioshin sat silently, intently observing Ling Xian. Indeed, he had not misperceived. That aura was unmistakably one of erasure. Ling Xian did not look at Whis, but gazed down from his elevated position at the prostrate Kitra, sneering. Lord Kitra, do you know who you are speaking to? Kitra had previously uttered the same words to Ling Xian, who now returned them verbatim. I. Kitra was paralyzed by the white halo directed at him, his scalp tingling with fear that rendered him speechless. The atmosphere brimmed with murderous intent. The realm of the gods of destruction felt like a frigid ice vault, chilling to the bone. Even Beerus was taken aback by this spectacle, hastily interjecting, Luis, do not act recklessly. Ling Xian's display was indeed beyond belief. The supreme act of erasure. Once Ling Xian makes his move, Katra will vanish entirely from this world. Perhaps only the legendary Super Dragon could resurrect him. The repercussions of slaying a god of destruction are too monumental. Despite his disdain for this detestable rat, he dares not strike down a deity. It is not that Beerus cannot eliminate Kara. Should he truly desire the demise of this loathsome creature, it would be a trivial matter. After all, Beerus's title as the supreme god of destruction in the Omniverse is not mere empty boast. Whis appeared before Ling Xian, urging him, Luis, do not act recklessly. Konik remained in a state of shock, astonished that someone could wield such a power. Mr. Luis, please show mercy. He implored, snapping back to reality. He should have dissuaded Katra much earlier, advising him against confronting Ling Xian. Yet, a sliver of doubt lingered within him. How could anyone possibly be impervious to harm? Moreover, it was merely an ambush on a candidate for God of Destruction. Surely, even Beerus would not overreact. Konik's intuition was correct. Beerus indeed refrained from impulsive actions. However, the candidate for the seventh universe was about to act recklessly. A collision with a formidable opponent was imminent. In that moment, everyone, including the old Supreme Kai, urged Ling Xian to reconsider. Ling Xian raised his right hand, unfazed, with a mocking expression directed at Katra. Even the Grand Priest cannot slay me. Do you truly dare to threaten me with preparations for death? The moment those words were uttered, the atmosphere thickened with palpable tension. No, please don't. Quitra's pupils constricted sharply. The others gasped in terror. Ling Xian genuinely intended to eliminate Katra. Luis, don't. Amidst the panicked gazes of the crowd, Ling Xian swung his right hand. The heavens trembled. A blinding light erupted instantaneously, illuminating the sky as if it were noon. So dazzling that one could hardly keep their eyes open. At that moment, a melodious voice echoed throughout the realm of the gods of destruction. Enough, Mr. Luis. Please spare Lord Katra. An angelic figure resembling a young girl materialized in the air, waving her staff. The radiant white light unleashed by Ling Xian abruptly dissipated. Yet, the little girl's hand trembled uncontrollably, though it eventually steadied. Suddenly, with a gasp, Ling Xian knelt, spitting a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Quitra's eyes glinted with a murderous intent. A prime opportunity. Yet, in the next instant, that murderous intent vanished. Katra understood that Ling Xian could disregard any assault. He knew he could not kill Ling Xian. Luis, what has happened to you? Beerus and the old Kai hurried to Ling Xian's side. Supporting him as concern etched their faces. Aren't you capable of disregarding any attacks? Ling Xian appeared as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Sister, what have you done to Luis? Weiss inquired anxiously, casting a glance towards the girl in the sky. The newcomer was none other than the eldest daughter of the Grand Priest, Kes. Kes furrowed her brow. I have not harmed Mr. Luis. His ability to ignore damage should protect him from injury. With that, Kes waved her staff, casting a healing spell upon Ling Xian. Kes's expression grew grave as she unleashed a healing spell, yet Ling Xian showed no signs of recovery. After casting it 10 times consecutively, only then did Ling Xian's complexion return to normal. I am fine now. Ling Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and freed himself from the support of the old Kai and Beerus. The old Kai yearned to inquire about the erasure, but instead voiced his concern. Luis, didn't you say you would not be harmed? Beerus hastily added. Could it be that Miss Kes injured you? Kes retorted. I have already stated that I did not lay a hand on him. Ling Xian shook his head as he gazed at Kes in the sky. I was not injured by Miss Kes. Then why? Weiss began to ask. Why are you hurt? Ling Xian interrupted Weiss's inquiry, replying coolly. Weiss, let us return to the seventh universe. He remained silent, and the aura of menace surrounding him dissipated. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Hadn't he just declared his intent to slay Ketla? Why the sudden change? Meanwhile, Ketla, who had collapsed on the ground, exhaled in relief, having narrowly escaped death. Wait, in the sky, Kes was intently observing Ling Xian. Mr. Luis, what is your relationship with Lord Zeno? Chapter 43, Ling Xian's Identity. This inquiry was not posed aloud, but rather communicated telepathically. Ling Xian furrowed his brow, pondering Kes's question. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. Wasn't erasure a technique associated with Zeno? It seemed Kes had made this connection, prompting her query. Ling Xian chose silence, shaking his head to indicate that he had no ties to Zeno. Observing this, Kes frowned and conveyed, how could that be? My father explicitly stated, Before she could finish, Kes abruptly cut off the transmission, casting a lingering glance at Ling Xian before vanishing from sight. The Grand Priest had instructed Kes to disregard Ling Xian's actions, yet to slay a god of destruction was indeed a serious matter. Her presence here was to fulfill the Grand Priest's directive to halt Ling Xian. With her mission accomplished, she had successfully interfered with him. Ling Xian remained rooted in place, stunned, as Kes had seemingly mentioned the Grand Priest. It appeared that the Grand Priest was aware of his true identity, but wasn't he merely an ordinary Saiyan? Ling Xian's confidence began to wane. System, do I have any connection to Xeno? He thought, feeling a sense of curiosity. This marked his first instance of actively inquiring with the system. A mechanical voice resonated in his mind. No, you are simply an ordinary Saiyan, with no ties to Xeno. The individual the Grand Priest referred to is someone else. Who is this other person? The system fell silent. Ling Xian's lips twitched in frustration. Was the system merely teasing him, stirring his curiosity only to leave him hanging? You mischievous system, he muttered. He refrained from further inquiry, astonished that the system had responded at all. Fortunately, its answer confirmed that he had no connection to Xeno, alleviating some of the tension in his furrowed brow. Ultimately, Ling Xian departed from the fourth universe under Whis' guidance. In the realm of the god of destruction of the fourth universe, only Ketla, Troy, and Konik remained. Ketla rose from the ground, fists clenched, his expression dark and brooding. He fixed his gaze on the spot where Ling Xian had vanished, remaining silent. Lord Ketla, perhaps you should seize the opportunity to apologize to Mr. Lewis, Konik suggested. He was plagued by numerous questions. Previously, his siblings had visited Xeno's palace. Yet he had not accompanied them. Surely, something significant had transpired. Otherwise, his elder sister wouldn't have arrived so hastily. Moreover, his elder sister's attitude towards Lewis was quite peculiar, particularly the expression she wore when she departed. Very well. Keitra clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking ominously. Konik, of course, noticed Keitra's demeanor, yet chose to disregard it. Indeed, Keitra had endured an excessive amount of humiliation in the past few days. First, he was cornered in his own home by Beerus. Subsequently, he was compelled to serve Beerus as a menial for 2 days. And now, he found himself trampled and belittled by a mere candidate for the position of god of destruction. If it were him, Konik would hardly be able to tolerate such indignities. Thus, he paid little mind to Keitra's expression, allowing him the space to vent his frustrations. Lord Keitra, I shall seek out my elder sister, you. Allow yourself to vent, Konik stated before vanishing without a trace. After a while, Keitra remained motionless, fixated on the spot where Ling Xian had previously vanished. I want you dead. Within the cosmic transit cube, Beerus was nearly in stitches, recalling the expression of that dead rodent. It truly cracks me up. Ha ha ha. He danced with delight, his face alight with joy. How amusing that the dead rodent attempted to ambush our candidate for the god of destruction. The old Kaioshin turned his gaze to Beerus, remarking, Skinny Bones, you did quite well this time. Skinny Bones. Beerus shot a glare at the old Kaioshin. His nasal tone elevated. You're finished. The old Kaioshin covered his mouth, inadvertently revealing his thoughts about Beerus. Beerus huffed, never mind. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you off this time. The old Kaioshin patted his chest, looking towards Ling Xian. Lewis, when did you learn to erase? Upon hearing this, both Beerus and Whis turned their attention to Ling Xian. The atmosphere within the cosmic transit cube grew tense. Ling Xian rubbed his nose, replying, I've only just recently learned. Just recently learned? Whis shook his head. Erasure is not merely a technique. It is a culmination of rules, which the gods have termed as laws. For one to wield it, they must comprehend various rules and ultimately merge them together. Whis regarded Ling Xian, adding, Even among us angels, many spend their entire lives without achieving such a feat. Do you understand? Aye. Ling Xian looked at Whis, wanting to speak but unsure how to articulate his thoughts. Enough. Beerus interjected, positioning himself before Ling Xian, then turning to face him directly. Lewis, will you pose a threat to the 7th universe? Beerus's voice was exceedingly serious, his expression grave. The old Kaioshin had never witnessed Beerus in such a manner. The 7th universe is my home. Ling Xian responded without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Beerus smiled. The old Supreme Kai chuckled, and Whis initially paused before joining in the laughter. They had arrived at a satisfactory conclusion. Beerus, in a cheerful mood, inquired, By the way, Lewis, how did you end up spitting blood just now? The old Supreme Kai expressed his confusion. Aren't you capable of disregarding any harm? How could you possibly spit blood? Ling Xian, somewhat speechless, replied, I was merely posturing. I forced myself to the point of spitting blood. Without even reaching the power of the divine realm, it is indeed impossible to sustain annihilation. Whis nodded, finally grasping the crux of the matter. It was evident that Ling Xian had suffered a backlash. It was not another inflicting harm upon him. No wonder he bled so profusely. It was clear why his sister had to cast healing spells repeatedly to restore him. Beerus and the old Supreme Kai soon understood as well, covering their mouths as they chuckled. You never intended to kill Katra. You were merely trying to intimidate him. Weren't you? Previously, the murderous intent emanating from Ling Xian had startled them, leading them to believe he truly wished to slay Katra. Why even mention it now that you know? Ling Xian rolled his eyes. To kill a god of destruction who has touched the 5th level of the divine realm is no simple feat. However, Beerus was mistaken. Ling Xian had harbored murderous intent towards Kara from the very beginning. He was not merely attempting to frighten him. Had it not been for Kelsey's intervention, he might well have succeeded in eliminating that wretched rat. Upon hearing Ling Xian's response, everyone burst into hearty laughter, and the atmosphere within the cube grew jovial. Soon, the cosmic travel cube swiftly returned to the 7th universe. At this moment, Whis, has your sister reached the level of a god priest? Chapter 44. Kelsey's power classifications include 5 levels of the divine realm, 3 levels of the angelic realm, the god priest realm, and the Omni King realm. Ling Xian was aware that the various candidate gods of destruction resided at the 2nd level of the divine realm. As for the gods of destruction, aside from Beerus, who stood at the 5th level of the divine realm, the others were at the 4th level. As for the angels, Ling Xian was currently unaware of their respective levels. Ling Xian gazed intently at Whis, while the old Supreme Kai and Beerus also turned their attention to him, sensing a subtle tension within the cube. This was largely due to Kelsey having caught Ling Xian's annihilation with her bare hands, a sight that was profoundly shocking. Why do you ask this? Whis, feeling somewhat helpless under their scrutiny, responded, I sense that Miss Kelsey's power is quite extraordinary. Others may be oblivious to the situation. Yet Ling Xian comprehends that the force he has just condensed is potent enough to annihilate Kitra. This power might even be beyond what an angel can endure. The mere fact that Kes could interrupt him speaks volumes of her exceptional prowess. Whis remained silent, and the atmosphere within the cube grew tense. Noticing Whis's silence, Beerus swallowed hard and inquired, Whis, could it be that your sister's strength has truly reached the level of a priest? The old Kaioshin is well aware of the formidable might possessed by a priest. If this is indeed the case, then the entire universe of Xeno shall flourish. I do not know, replied Whis after a moment's pause. Please do not look at me like that. I genuinely have no idea. Whis turned his gaze away from the 3 and focused on the abyssal void outside the cube, stating, all I know is that my sister is the strongest among all my siblings, and I can no longer sense her current power. Perhaps she has ascended to that level. The revelation was utterly staggering. Each occurrence today had been more astonishing than the last. Beerus and the old Kaioshin stood in stunned silence. Ling Xian was equally taken aback. That little one must have indeed attained the level of a priest, which explains her ability to thwart his actions. Meanwhile, back in the 10th universe, Kes suddenly sneezed, unaware that someone had referred to her as Little One. At this moment, she noticed Konik had come to her side. Whis first escorted the old Kaioshin back to the Kaioshin Realm before returning to the Destroyer Realm. Upon arriving, the old Kaioshin was pursued by Asen, who eagerly inquired about the situation. Asen was quite anxious. His name was now linked with Beerus's, and should Beerus act recklessly, Xeno would hold him accountable. Leaving Asen with no escape, the old Kaioshin finally began to recount the events that transpired in the 4th universe. Upon hearing this, Asen became exhilarated. Ling Xian is indeed that powerful. Ling Xian is the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe. The stronger he becomes, the more advantageous it is for the 7th universe. In the Destroyer Realm, nearly a day had passed, and yet Lewis had not returned. Tai sat by the lake, lost in thought. When Ling Xian departed, he appeared quite anxious. Surely something significant had transpired. Suddenly, a voice resonated, followed by a familiar sound. Tai, I'm back. Tai swiftly turned her head, joyfully exclaiming, Lewis. Ling Xian abruptly appeared before Tai, enveloping her in a firm embrace. Have all matters been resolved? Yes, they have been resolved. Ling Xian affectionately ruffled Tai's hair, inhaling her delicate fragrance, and felt a sense of reassurance within. That is good to hear. Tai Si smiled innocently. Ling Xian's sturdy chest enveloped her, instilling a sense of security she had never experienced during her journeys through the cosmos. Suddenly, she noticed Beerus staring at her intently. Tai Si's petite face flushed crimson, her ears burning with embarrassment as she buried her entire little head in Ling Xian's embrace. Ling Xian, sensing her reaction, glanced at Beerus and could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. "All right, with you staring at my wife like that, she's become shy. Could you two kindly take your leave? Who wishes to witness your tender moments?" "Tai Si, I am famished." Beerus gazed at Tai Si with pitiful eyes, lamenting that he hadn't savored her cooking for 2 or 3 days, feeling quite ravenous. Whis nodded vigorously beside him. "Tai Si, I too am hungry." Emerging from Ling Xian's embrace, Tai Si's face remained rosy, resembling a perfectly ripened apple. "I shall prepare a meal for you right away." Embarrassed, Tai Si departed from the scene. Observing her bashful demeanor, Ling Xian felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. "Lord Beerus, you wouldn't dare go to Earth for a meal, would you? Having Tai Si cook for you every day, how could you have the audacity? You are my disciple, there is no shame in it." Beerus replied with a chuckle. "I never expected you to truly win Tai Si over." Whis snickered from the side. "I had long suspected there was something between them." Beerus smirked, expressing his thoughts with a scoff. Who doesn't he know that? Ling Xian felt a wave of annoyance wash over him at their foolishness. At that moment, Beerus spoke again, his tone shifting. "Ling Xian, be cautious. Keitra is not one to be trifled with. He is likely to seek you out for trouble. He has had Keitra serve him for 2 days, a severe humiliation, and Keitra's lack of retaliation indicates he was in the wrong." As longtime adversaries, Beerus had ample insight into Keitra's character. Beerus had also prepared himself for the likelihood of trouble. Ling Xian, however, remained unfazed. "With my physical prowess combined with my ability to erase, that old rat might well be too frightened to bother me." "You make a valid point," Beerus conceded. Beerus nodded in agreement. Had Ling Xian aimed his erasure technique at him, he undoubtedly would have been paralyzed with fear and would have refrained from provoking Ling Xian thereafter. The group returned to the God of Destruction realm, which soon buzzed with activity once more. In the following days, Beerus's daily routine underwent a notable transformation. He indulged in feasting and revelry, while spending the remainder of his time mysteriously disappearing with Whis. Ling Xian and Tais found this peculiar and inquired about Beerus's activities. Beerus confessed that while he was unafraid of Keitra, he harbored concerns about Keitra retaliating against the 7th universe. Ultimately, Beerus was apprehensive about Keitra causing chaos in the 7th universe. Thus, he and Whis patrolled the cosmos daily. Ling Xian pondered this and recognized the validity of his reasoning. Indeed, he had nothing to fear, for he was invulnerable. However, the 7th universe was a different matter entirely. Its vastness meant that should any disturbances arise, neither Beerus nor Whis could respond swiftly enough. Beerus was acutely aware of this reality, yet this was the only course of action he could take. Observing this, Ling Xian felt a twinge of compassion and suggested to Beerus that he could eliminate Keitra in the 4th universe, thereby alleviating Beerus of his burdens. Both Beerus and Whis were taken aback and hastily declined. They had long ceased to doubt Ling Xian's power, even though he had previously downplayed his abilities. However, no one could ascertain whether he could indeed unleash the erasure technique. Should Ling Xian wield such power, Keitra would surely perish. The death of a god of destruction would also herald the demise of a supreme Kai. The god of destruction and the supreme Kai are the very foundation of a universe. Their deaths would inflict catastrophic repercussions upon the cosmos. It was not that a candidate for the role of god of destruction could not inherit the position. Yet, with a new god of destruction but no new supreme Kai, the situation would be rendered moot. In the 4th universe, there exists no substitute Kaioshin. Without a Kaioshin, the 4th universe risks falling into a stagnation of creation for millions of years. Consequently, the 4th universe would be rendered utterly obsolete. Should it fall into disrepair, the Omni King's universe would be diminished by 1. Thus, even amidst enmity, the gods of destruction cannot afford to be merciless. Furthermore, the Omni King has decreed that deities of destruction must not engage in combat with one another. The demise of a god of destruction directly influences the very structure of the Omni King's realm, a structure that only the Omni King has the authority to delineate. Others are barred from intervening. This also elucidates Kessa's previous attempts to prevent Ling Xian from erasing Keitra. Ling Xian has now come to grasp the truth, realizing he can no longer assist Beerus. Chapter 45. Son Goku transforms into Super Saiyan once more. Earth. Time has elapsed, and 2 months have passed since Bardock. King Vegeta, Ambipart and Theodore arrived on Earth from Namek. Ling Xian has not reappeared, and thus they have remained on Earth. After all, returning to the galactic headquarters via spaceship is exceedingly inconvenient. A single journey could require a year. West City Plains. Boom. The entire expanse reverberated with the might of two formidable forces. Two crimson figures danced through the sky, occasionally colliding, producing an earth-shattering resonance. Fortunately, both combatants were holding back. Although the ground was pockmarked, the earth itself had not sustained severe damage. Kakarot, take this punch. One crimson figure transformed into a red dragon, roaring towards Son Goku in the skies. Vegeta, come forth. In the heavens, Son Goku grinned widely, exhilarated by the clash with Vegeta. His spirit surged, blood racing. He clenched his fist and launched a punch toward the approaching Vegeta. Bang! The air compressed, releasing a terrifying sonic boom. The immense force propelled Vegeta back by hundreds of meters. Son Goku too staggered back a few meters, feeling a twinge of soreness in his fist as it registered in his nervous system, a touch uncomfortable. I never expected you to resurrect from death and become so formidable. Son Goku laughed heartily, swiftly maneuvering through the sky, leaving countless afterimages in his wake. Enough with the taunts. Vegeta gritted his teeth and soared into the sky, delivering a powerful punch that shattered Goku's clone. One cannot blame Vegeta for his fury. He had risen from death, his power surging to an astonishing 500,000. With the enhancement of the Kaioken tenfold, his strength had escalated to an impressive 5,000,000. Yet, despite such a formidable increase, Vegeta found himself unable to surpass Goku, who also wielded the tenfold Kaioken, boasting a base power of 5,000,000, which culminated in a staggering 50,000,000. It was not that he was utterly powerless. A combat force of 5,000,000 against 50,000,000 still presented a possibility of contention. However, Goku's fighting style was enigmatic, each strike and kick executed with an uncanny fluidity. To describe it succinctly, it was ethereal. The disparity in strength was evident, but the differences in their combat techniques left Vegeta struggling to cope. Infuriated, Vegeta obliterated yet another of Goku's clones, when suddenly an ominous sensation washed over him. He whipped around to find Goku cheerfully hovering behind him. When did he? Vegeta's pupils dilated in alarm. Losing focus in battle was a perilous habit. Goku swept his foot, striking Vegeta in the abdomen with tremendous force. The impact elicited a pained cry from Vegeta, sending him hurtling skyward. Goku, taut with energy, pursued him into the clouds. The clash of their titanic powers echoed through the heavens, accompanied by Vegeta's anguished shouts. On the ground, four figures stood still, gazing upward. King Vegeta exclaimed incredulously, "Bardock, your son is incredibly powerful." Bardock, in high spirits, replied, "Ha ha ha. Prince Vegeta is no slouch either." Bibert and Theodore wiped the sweat from their brows, marveling at the sheer ferocity of the two Saiyans. They shuddered at the thought of either Vegeta or Goku landing a punch upon them. Let us not entertain that notion, they thought. Bardock reflected, so? It appears that our Saiyan heritage allows us to resurrect from death, significantly enhancing our strength. King Vegeta mused, it's not just Vegeta. I too, alongside you. Bibert and Theodore share in this enhancement. Bardock nodded, observing the fierce battle above. Indeed, over these past years, we Saiyans have undergone remarkable transformations. This time, having resurrected from death, Vegeta has broken through to a battle power of 500,000. King Vegeta has surpassed a battle power of 1,000,000, while Bardock has ascended to 2,000,000. Bibert and Theodore have achieved a battle power of 600,000. King Vegeta, shall we engage in a duel as well? Bardock gazed skyward, feeling a surge of excitement. Fighting you would be akin to seeking torment. King Vegeta scoffed, disinclined to endure the same fate as his son. He thought it would be rather amusing if the two fathers ended up being bested by their sons. Humph, how dull. Bardock soared into the sky, heading back towards the west. He had lost interest in the impending battle between Goku and Vegeta, certain that his son would emerge victorious once again. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure enveloped the sky. A golden light radiated, transforming the clouds into a candy floss hue. Boom. Vegeta descended like a cannonball, crashing forcefully into the ground. Boom. The earth shattered beneath him. Bardock, who had intended to leave, swiftly halted and looked upward. A resplendent golden figure descended from above. Golden hair, azure eyes. An overwhelming aura blanketed the area. Witnessing this, King Vegeta, Bibert, and Theodore were left astonished. Super Saiyan. King Vegeta has become a Super Saiyan. Theodore and Bibert gripped King Vegeta's collar, shaking him fervently. We see it. We see it. King Vegeta felt dizzy from their exuberance. Chapter 46. Kakarot. Teach me. At that moment, a disheveled figure emerged from the deep crater. I knew the legend of the Super Saiyan was true, but it's infuriating. Vegeta lay on the ground, gazing at the golden figure above, feeling a pang of bitterness. How could a low-class warrior achieve the legendary transformation that he, the Prince of Saiyans, could not? Bardock swiftly returned to Goku's side. Kakarot, is this your Super Saiyan form? Bardock stuttered, overwhelmed with excitement. King Vegeta and the others flew over, their eyes filled with longing as they looked at Goku. Goku hovered in the air, unperturbed, exuding an aura of malevolence. His cold gaze swept across the crowd. Gulp! The crowd cleared their throats, retreating a few steps under the formidable pressure emanating from Sun Wukong. How has Sun Wukong transformed so drastically? Someone chuckled. Oh, this is what Lewis referred to as the Super Saiyan. I am uncertain, but perhaps you should take a look. Prior to his confrontation with Vegeta, Sun Wukong had been fervently attempting to achieve the Super Saiyan transformation for 2 months without success. Yet today, during his sparring session with Vegeta, as thoughts coalesced, he inexplicably succeeded in transforming. It appeared that, much like in the anime, once he transformed for the first time, he could not revert until a period of training had elapsed. As Sun Wukong chuckled, the malevolent aura surrounding him dissipated instantly, relieving the crowd, especially after witnessing the chilling malevolence in his gaze moments ago. Indeed, Vegeta hovered beside Sun Wukong, his excitement palpable as he scrutinized him. Yes, this is precisely the state. Bardock approached, examining his son with awe. Golden hair and azure eyes. Ha ha ha. Kakarot, you truly did not deceive me. Bardock was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Who could have anticipated that the legends passed down within their clan would manifest in his son? At that moment, Vegeta soared from the ground, hastily inquiring, Kakarot, how powerful are you now? He had just been struck by a single punch, the terrifying force nearly leading to his demise. And he was fortunate that Sun Wukong had mitigated the impact. I feel approximately 10 times stronger than when utilizing the Kaioshin times 10, Sun Wukong replied, scratching his head with an innocent grin. 10 times more potent than the Kaioshin times 10. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Kakarot, please teach me how to transform. Vegeta, disregarding his pride, earnestly beseeched Sun Wukong. Suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped the air. When had Bardock and the others ever witnessed Vegeta display such humility? He was, after all, the proud prince of all Saiyans. Particularly for Bardock, who understood his son's character intimately. It was astonishing to see him so subservient in his desire to transform into a Super Saiyan. Just as the crowd was taken aback, a voice interrupted. What are you all discussing? They turned sharply to see a man clad in the garb of a god of destruction, cradling a woman beside him. Lewis, you have returned. Sun Wukong exclaimed with joy, rushing to Ling Xian. Look, I can finally transform into a Super Saiyan once more. Ling Xian, holding Tai Si, comprehended Sun Wukong's words. Not bad, you have mastered the transformation technique in merely 2 months. It must be said that Sun Wukong possesses remarkable talents. Were it not for his possession of the system, even if he were to master the power of a Super Saiyan, he might still fall short of Sun Wukong's prowess. Upon hearing Ling Xian's words, Bardock seemed contemplative and tentatively inquired, Luis, can you also transform into a Super Saiyan? Ling Xian had never revealed his Super Saiyan form in front of others, and Sun Wukong and the others gazed at him intently. Indeed, with a flourish, Ling Xian's hair instantly turned a brilliant gold, his entire demeanor transforming to exude the same formidable aura as Sun Wukong. The Tice cradled in his arms gasped in delight, her eyes sparkling, just like mine. How impressive, exclaimed Vegeta, his jaw dropping in disbelief. He understood that Ling Xian's strength must be formidable, otherwise he could not serve as a candidate for the god of destruction. Yet, the legend of the Super Saiyan was a tale of the Saiyan race. Never before had there been a Super Saiyan. How could one suddenly appear now? Fortunately, as a high-ranking warrior and a candidate for the god of destruction, Ling Xian's transformation was somewhat acceptable to Vegeta. However, it was truly infuriating that Sun Wukong, a lower-ranked warrior, could also transform. The crowd was left astounded by Ling Xian's display. "Luis, please teach me how to transform into a Super Saiyan," Vegeta implored. As he spoke, Bardock and the others quickly responded, "Luis, instruct us on how to transform into Super Saiyans as well." If they could all achieve Super Saiyan status, the Saiyan race would become unrivaled in the universe. Bardock and King Vegeta understood this well. "Kakarot can teach you, just seek him out." "As I have little time to spare," Ling Xian remarked, observing King Vegeta and the others. "You have been away from the Galactic Patrol headquarters for quite some time. You can await your return." Indeed, they had been on Earth for 2 months, and with the journey to Namek, it had been nearly half a year. "Then we shall return." Regarding the matter of the Super Saiyan, Ling Xian continued, "Kakarot will be able to teleport just as I do. He can find you whenever necessary." He glanced at King Vegeta and added coolly, "Frieza is dead, and his subordinates pose little threat. I reiterate, I will not concern myself with the affairs of the Saiyans. Whatever you become is of no relevance to me, for I am a candidate for the God of Destruction." Although Ling Xian's tone was somewhat detached, it did not offend the listeners. They had already grasped the context. Ling Xian was indeed a candidate for the God of Destruction. The true God of Destruction originally intended to annihilate the Saiyan race, yet out of consideration for Ling Xian, the Saiyans were granted a chance to survive. The candidate God of Destruction is bound to adhere to the will of the true God of Destruction. Ling Xian cannot excessively interfere with mortal affairs. And this is beyond reproach. It is quite surreal to consider that the Cosmic Emperor Frieza met his demise at the hands of our Saiyans. King Vegeta remarked with a sense of wonder. Who could have anticipated that the legends of the Saiyans were indeed true? Chapter 47. The Conspiracy of Katra. Bardock nodded. "We have indeed been away from the Galactic Patrol headquarters for quite some time. It is high time we returned." "Very well. I shall escort you back now. Once Kakarot masters instant transmission, he will be able to seek you out." Ling Xian prepared to take them home. Bardock, unwilling to relent, inquired, "Louis, do we stand a chance of transforming into Super Saiyans?" Bibert and Theodore perked up their ears. King Vegeta and his son also drew closer. Ling Xian fell silent. The group held their breath, their hearts racing with anticipation, clearly yearning for transformation. "You all should have a chance." Ling Xian observed the group and spoke slowly. "To transform into a Super Saiyan, one must activate a sufficient number of S cells within. Furthermore, a certain foundational combat power is required. There is no doubt that Vegeta can transform into a Super Saiyan. King Vegeta and Bardock have both surpassed a combat power of 1 million. Bibert and Theodore also possess combat powers of 600,000. Overall, their talents are commendable. Even if they cannot transform at present, they will surely be able to do so once their power meets the requisite standards." "Really?" Bardock exclaimed with delight. King Vegeta clenched his fists, anxiously asking, "Can we too?" "Yes, all of you can." Ling Xian smiled. Bibert and Theodore embraced each other, laughing heartily. Vegeta smirked slightly, casting a proud glance at Goku, as if to say, "Just wait. Once I succeed in transforming, I will give you a thorough beating." Goku, with a toothy grin, remained unfazed. Vegeta's expression darkened. "What a fool. All right, I will take you back now." Ultimately, Ling Xian returned King Vegeta and the others to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. As for Vegeta, he and Bulma had forged a bond, and Earth had become his new home, so he did not return to his clan. In the Heavenly Temple, after returning King Vegeta and the others, Ling Xian accompanied Tais back home and then ventured here alone. The Supreme Kai observed the lower realms from the edges of the Celestial Realm, and upon seeing Ling Xian, approached with reverence, saying, "I greet you, esteemed candidate God of Destruction." Beside him, the enigmatic Bobo performed a courteous bow. This was the first time Ling Xian had laid eyes on the mysterious figure, despite having visited the Heavenly Realm several times before. To speak of other matters would be superfluous. Bobo was undeniably dark, resembling a piece of coal. Bobo touched his face and casually inquired, "Honorable substitute God of Destruction, is there something on my face?" "Nothing," Ling Xian replied, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly as he turned to the celestial deity. "I wish to borrow your spirit time chamber once more." "Not a problem. I shall have Bobo escort you." The celestial deity nodded in agreement. However, he harbored a lingering curiosity. Ling Xian had previously entered the spirit time chamber and remained there for over a decade. Why had he not become ensnared within its confines? As the celestial deity pondered this enigma, Ling Xian followed Bobo into the grand hall. As they traversed the corridor, Ling Xian could not resist asking, Bobo, do you know the High Priest? I do not, Bobo replied, not turning back, continuing his forward march with unwavering composure, as if he spoke the truth. His demeanor was as serene as a still pond. Ling Xian shook his head, skeptical of Bobo's claim of ignorance regarding the High Priest. After some time, they arrived at the entrance of the spirit time chamber. Ling Xian stepped inside, while Bobo, observing his retreating figure, nodded and then departed. Inside the spirit time chamber, the surroundings were engulfed in a white mist, a familiar environment. The last time Ling Xian had visited, he aimed to ascend to the divine dimension. Yet after diligently training for over a decade, he fell just short of his breakthrough. Ultimately, it was only through the system's signing in tasks that he managed to achieve his ascent to the divine realm. This time, however, Ling Xian sought to cultivate the erasure technique. His power remained insufficient for the formidable adversaries he was about to face. Not mere challengers like Frieza, but beings of destruction and even angelic caliber. Particularly troubling was the recent encounter with that wretched rodent, which had even prompted Beerus to be on constant guard against him. Ling Xian felt a twinge of apprehension about being caught off guard. Though he possessed immunity that rendered him fearless, enduring blows was not in his nature. Erasure is his most formidable trump card to date. The last time he attempted to wield it, he nearly lost his life. It was evident that his power was insufficient to sustain the execution of erasure, even in its nascent form. Ling Xian's current venture into the mental time chamber is to cultivate his strength, aiming to transcend into the realm of divinity, thereby enabling him to uphold the power of erasure. Furthermore, Ling Xian harbors another objective for entering the chamber. It appears he has sensed other rules emanating from erasure. Previously, Weiss mentioned that erasure is not merely a technique, but rather a confluence of destruction, creation, time, space, light, darkness, and myriad other principles. The system's sign-in task granted him erasure directly, allowing him to bypass the intricate understanding of these various rules. Now, it seems he has been nourished by this experience, gaining insight into additional principles from erasure. Ling Xian is akin to a student who, without the need to study foundational knowledge, can achieve a perfect score on an examination. Subsequently, he is able to derive fundamental insights from this state of perfection. It is indeed remarkable. Thus, he shall first focus on cultivating his strength. Once he has perfected this, he will delve into comprehending other principles. Upon exiting this realm, he intends to seek trouble in other universes. Ling Xian donned the weighted attire bestowed upon him by Weiss and commenced his training. Meanwhile, in another expanse of the Omni King universe, the atmosphere is shrouded in a somber gray, with dark forests and icy lakes creating an oppressive ambience. A flash of violet light darted through the blackened woods, revealing a figure cloaked in shadows, adorned with a mask. By the lakeside, a solitary silhouette awaited. You have arrived, spoke Demigra. What do you think? My proposal should appear quite sincere, no? Assisting you in eliminating the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe, and in return, you will help us gather the Super Dragon Balls. Indeed, it sounds quite earnest. Demigra regarded the oddly dressed figure before him with a smirk. However, with your strength, it should be a trivial task for you to dispatch him. Shall we commence? Or is it that, with Beerus guarding him, I am unable to act? Beerus. Demigra furrowed his brow. Indeed, he was a formidable obstacle. Now, speak. How shall this transaction proceed? Very well, I agree, Demigra replied coldly. I shall assist you in eliminating the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe, and you will aid me in gathering the Super Dragon Balls. Should you dare to renege, you will come to regret it. I keep my promises, rest assured. Here is the information on that candidate destroyer, along with methods to confront him. Be careful not to falter along the way. Upon finishing his words, the shadowy figure tossed a letter to Demigula before vanishing into thin air. In the next moment, a captivating woman appeared beside Demigula. Tova, covering her mouth, chuckled, My lord Demigula, why does Ketla wear such peculiar attire? Does he truly believe others cannot recognize him? Little did she know, Demigula's expression was one of discontent. After her playful banter, Tova adopted a serious demeanor, stating, Can we truly trust Ketla? Wouldn't he dare deceive us? Now that you have the letter, ensure the matter is handled with finesse. Understood. Chapter 48. The power breakthrough to the divine realm in the 4th universe. Within the realm of the destroyers, Angel Cornic returned from the 10th universe, his face adorned with shock. The words spoken by his elder sister had left a profound impact on him. The journey back from the 10th universe had done little to quell his tumultuous emotions. Suddenly, Ketla descended from the heavens. "My lord Ketla, where have you been?" "To obliterate a few planets," Ketla replied nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back. Kornik nodded, acknowledging that Ketla, having suffered great humiliation, was justified in venting his frustrations. However, Kornik gazed intently at Ketla. "My lord Ketla, let us put aside the matter with the substitute destroyer from the 7th universe." "Let it go?" Ketla furrowed his brow. "Didn't you go to seek your sister? Did Miss Kess say something?" To simply let it go after such a grievous insult was inconceivable. Previously, he had observed Ling Xian from a close distance, recognizing that the erasure he had enacted was not a true form of obliteration. Although the aura was similar, genuine erasure could not be executed by one lacking the power of the divine realm. That young man likely had only grasped the surface of the technique. Even that minimal understanding had nearly cost him his life when he attempted to wield it. To seek vengeance, he must act before the boy matured. Furthermore, he had devised a strategy and conveyed the means to deal with Ling Xian to Demigula. "My lord Ketla, heed my counsel. He is truly not someone you can." Kornik's warning remained unfinished. "Understood." Ketla curled his lips and turned away with a dismissive gesture. Observing Ketla's retreating figure, Kornik shook his head. According to his elder sister's account, Ling Xian was likely connected to the Omni King. The conspiracy between Ketla and Demigra remained a secret to all. Ever since the last sparring incident, the gods of destruction from the Omni King universe had suddenly fallen silent. They no longer dared to mock Universe 7 and had begun to exhibit a degree of trepidation towards it. After all, Ling Xian had proclaimed, "If you trouble my Universe 7, be prepared for me to seek retribution." Ling Xian's talent was evident to all, and being targeted by such a person was indeed unsettling. The gods of destruction now focused their efforts on training their prospective successors, lest they be humiliated when Ling Xian eventually arrived and their heirs faltered after just a couple of exchanges. As for Universe 7, Beerus continued his daily patrols through the cosmos, wary of Ketla causing turmoil within his realm. However, after 2 months of vigilance, Ketla remained conspicuously absent. In light of this, Beerus even made a special trip to Universe 4. When Ketla and Beerus finally crossed paths, it was initially expected to be a tumultuous clash. To Beerus's astonishment, Ketla displayed no anger whatsoever. Instead, he joyfully invited Beerus to share a meal. This left Beerus feeling uneasy, questioning when this troublesome rat had become so benevolent. Surely, there was an ulterior motive. Nevertheless, after prolonged observation, Beerus found no signs of any suspicious behavior from Ketla. Ultimately, he returned to Universe 7. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, 5 years had elapsed. A striking figure performed push-ups, clad in a cumbersome weighted training suit, his attire drenched in sweat. 999,998. 999,999. 1,000,000. Ling Xian gritted his teeth, completing the final push-up before collapsing onto the ground. The intense exercise left him utterly exhausted, his body convulsing from strain. Ling Xian endured immense pain, yet the fruits of his rigorous training were undeniable. A thunderous roar erupted as his latent potential was awakened, torrents of power surging forth from the depths of his being. After resting for half a day, his weary cells began to rejuvenate, alleviating some of the excruciating pain. Ling Xian finally regained the ability to move. Sensing the newfound strength within him, with a fierce shout, he clenched his fist. A golden aura erupted, swirling around him like a tidal wave, radiating outward. In a flash, golden light enveloped the surroundings. Super Saiyan. The divine power was amplified 50-fold in this transformation. With a resounding crack, a barrier shattered, and his strength ascended to the realm of gods. A cataclysmic force surged forth. As if a volcanic eruption had occurred, the entire realm of the time chamber quivered. Ling Xian, resembling an ancient war deity, radiated a golden luminescence, exuding an overwhelming presence. An unparalleled force compressed within the void, creating a vacuum. Panting heavily, Ling Xian exited his Super Saiyan state, gasping for breath. His power had finally ascended to the first tier of the divine realm. After 5 years of arduous training, he had achieved his goal of elevating his strength to the divine level. In this moment, he would no longer have to endure the beatings from the previous group of candidate destroyers. He even found himself in a position to engage in an arm wrestling contest with the destroyer. Ling Xian initially wished to continue his training, as he had only accomplished one of his objectives upon entering the time chamber. The other goal, to comprehend the forces of different rules, remained unfulfilled. However, He recalled a prior conversation with King Vegeta and the others, in which he promised to have Goku teach them how to transform into Super Saiyans. As for how Goku would reach the Galactic Patrol, he would first need to master instant transmission. According to the progression of the Dragon Ball narrative, after the explosion of Namek, Goku would learn instant transmission on Yardrat. Yet, due to his interference, Goku had only transformed into a Super Saiyan without acquiring the ability to instantaneously teleport. This was unacceptable. Ling Xian had no choice but to temporarily halt his understanding of other rules and exit the time chamber. "Open for me," Ling Xian bellowed. The powerful sound wave breached the time chamber, allowing him to leap through the opening. Outside the Heavenly Palace, the Supreme Kai and Bu stood beside the Heavenly Plaza, observing the two figures in the center. "What are Goku and Vegeta up to?" Bu inquired. "Goku is teaching Vegeta how to transform into a Super Saiyan," the Supreme Kai replied. "A Super Saiyan is that golden-haired form," Bu added. Just then, a figure emerged from within the palace. The Supreme Kai approached respectfully, stating, "Lord Candidate Destroyer, you have emerged." Ling Xian nodded, gazing curiously at the two in the plaza. "What are they doing?" he asked. The Supreme Kai responded. Bu mentioned that Goku is teaching Vegeta how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Turning his attention to Bu, who remained expressionless and devoid of emotional fluctuations, Ling Xian shook his head and walked toward the center of the plaza. "Vegeta, transforming into a Super Saiyan requires rage. I only broke through when I was extremely angry. I am indeed very angry, but why can't I transform?" "Kakarot, you're not deceiving me, are you? Why would I deceive you? Think of something that truly enrages you, and see if you can break through." As they conversed, Goku noticed Ling Xian's arrival and exclaimed joyfully, "Luis, you're out." Sun Wukong grasped Vegeta and approached Ling Xian. "Luis," he exclaimed, "I told you that transforming into a Super Saiyan requires immense rage, yet Vegeta refuses to believe me." Vegeta, frowning as he looked at Ling Xian, inquired, "Is what Kakarot says true?" "Indeed," Ling Xian replied, "transforming into a Super Saiyan necessitates unparalleled fury. However, despite exhausting all possible sources of anger, I find myself unable to achieve that transformation." Vegeta lamented his predicament. During this period of training under Ling Xian, he had persistently sought guidance from Sun Wukong, attempting to provoke his anger as advised, yet to no avail. "You are incapable of entering a state of extreme rage." Ling Xian mused thoughtfully, then turned towards Vegeta with a teasing expression. "Allow me to give it a try. Perhaps insulting you would be quite exhilarating, particularly berating this prideful second fiddle." Vegeta, at his wit's end, heard Ling Xian's words with a grin, as if he had just conceived of a delightful notion. "This is your suggestion." Suddenly, Ling Xian's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Both Vegeta and Sun Wukong were startled by his grave expression. Silence enveloped the celestial realm, an atmosphere thick with tension. Ling Xian fixed his gaze upon Vegeta for an extended moment before finally uttering two words: "Useless." "Useless." Vegeta, acutely sensitive to such remarks, felt a surge of anger as his chest heaved. However, recognizing Ling Xian's intent to provoke him, he braced himself, causing his fury to dissipate. Sun Wukong noted this shift, shaking his head. While Ling Xian had indeed stirred Vegeta's emotions, it still fell short. "Vegeta, you are nothing but a waste. As the Prince of Vegeta, you couldn't even protect your own planet. Where were you when Frieza annihilated your world? You were fleeing from Frieza's army, the proud Saiyan Prince, pursued for over a decade, relying on Kakarot for a chance to confront Frieza. If you are not a waste, then what are you?" Ling Xian's insults grew more fervent. Relishing the opportunity to belittle the long-standing second-in-command, unable to contain his excitement, a relentless stream of derision filled the air, igniting Vegeta's fury, causing his forehead to throb. "Silence," he bellowed. "You may say whatever you wish, but insinuating that I owe my encounter with Frieza to Kakarot is simply intolerable." Vegeta's eyes blazed with anger, his knuckles cracking ominously. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in surprise. It appeared that Ling Xian's strategy might indeed succeed in prompting Vegeta's transformation into a Super Saiyan. However, Vegeta's fury gradually subsided, as his mind hinted that Ling Xian was deliberately provoking him. Observing this, Sun Wukong's expression grew anxious, eager to urge Ling Xian to continue speaking. Ling Xian's lips curled into a slight smirk, thinking, why the haste? The true climax has yet to unfold. He confronted Vegeta, bellowing, "What are you if not a waste? Since your arrival on Earth, have you ever surpassed Kakarot even once? In terms of combat prowess, Kakarot's strength will forever eclipse yours." Kakarot can master the Spirit Bomb. Can you? As a lower-class warrior, Kakarot can transform into a Super Saiyan. Can you? Boom. A sense of humiliation consumed Vegeta entirely, his face flushed crimson, and his body trembled with rage. Silence. I command you to be quiet. Enough. Ling Xian pointed at Vegeta's chest, taunting. You, a prince of the Saiyan race, cannot even compare to a lower-class warrior. You are nothing but a waste. But that was not the end. Ling Xian's smile widened slightly as he declared, You, this trash, are only fit to be the eternal second fiddle. The color drained from Vegeta's face, his ears burning with shame, leaving him utterly mortified. Boom. At this moment, Vegeta could no longer contain himself. His fury erupted. An overwhelming power surged forth from him, darkening the skies. A white aura began to shimmer with strands of golden light. Sun Wukong and Ling Xian leaped aside, and Sun Wukong immediately recognized that Vegeta was on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Lewis, you've truly provoked Vegeta into transforming. You are remarkable. Just a trivial matter. Ling Xian chuckled. He understood what weighed heavily on Vegeta's mind. Sun Wukong was his lifelong rival, and he yearned to surpass him, yet he had never succeeded. This was reflected in the anime, where he was often referred to as the Eternal Second. Ling Xian laid this truth bare. It was no surprise that Vegeta could not endure it. If he were in Vegeta's position, his reaction would have been even more exaggerated. Indeed, berating this Eternal Second was quite satisfying. Boom. The explosive power radiated, thunder roared. The heavens trembled. Vegeta's hair began to flicker, one golden, one black, at an accelerating frequency. It was happening. With Sun Wukong's exclamation, a golden light erupted from Vegeta, flashing instantaneously. The third Super Saiyan of the Saiyan race had finally emerged. With a crash. Vegeta fixed a fierce gaze on Ling Xian. He was on the move. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Ling Xian chuckled, thinking, just transformed and already believing he can challenge me. The Eternal Second has inflated his ego. Ling Xian too vanished from his position. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, realizing that there was still more excitement to come. Boom, boom. A sound of collision echoed through the void, followed by the anguished cries of Vegeta. In the next moment, Vegeta materialized from the abyss, crashing to the ground like a defeated dog. Vegeta, you really shouldn't provoke me, ha ha ha. Ling Xian hovered in midair, laughing heartily. Lying on the ground, Vegeta felt utterly humiliated. Despite transforming into a Super Saiyan, he was still no match for Ling Xian. However, given that Ling Xian was a substitute god of destruction, it was somewhat understandable. Yet, being insulted and then thoroughly beaten was truly infuriating. Observing this, Sun Wukong stood nearby, laughing heartily. For some reason, seeing Vegeta being beaten brought him great joy. Thus, this farcical scene concluded. Ling Xian finally broached the subject of teaching Sun Wukong the instant transmission technique. Upon hearing this, Vegeta hastily scrambled to his feet, eager to learn as well. Ling Xian had no objections. Instant transmission was an invaluable skill, whether for escape or combat. The only uncertainty lay in whether Vegeta could master it, as he had never demonstrated this technique in the anime. Ding. Mission released. Please sign in before Tawa. Reward, Full Power Super Saiyan. Chapter 50. The Catastrophe of Yardrat in the Divine Temple. Ling Xian paused momentarily. Sun Wukong inquired, Lewis, what's wrong? Vegeta, equally puzzled, gazed at Ling Xian. It's nothing. Ling Xian replied, shaking his head. Tawa. The system had just issued a sign-in mission, which took him by surprise. However, the reward was quite appealing. Full Power Super Saiyan, which differed from the ordinary Super Saiyan in that it consumed significantly less energy. Previously, when he transformed into a Super Saiyan and pushed his power to the first level of Divine Realm, that state was incredibly taxing. Fortunately, Ling Xian's dimensional breakthrough had elevated him to a divine level, allowing divine power to flourish within him, which facilitated the maintenance of his Super Saiyan state without excessive strain. Nevertheless, the energy expenditure remained considerable. Engaging in one-on-one battles posed no issue, but if he were to face off against 10 substitute gods of destruction again, while he could retaliate, sustaining a prolonged fight would be impossible. However, entering the full power state would change everything. Ling Xian recalled the scene in the anime where Sun Wukong and his son battled Cell. The energy consumption was minimal. In that state, he would undoubtedly be able to enjoy himself across other universes. The reward was splendid, but how would he find Tawa? Let's go. We shall make our way to Yardrat. Ling Xian could not think of a solution for the time being and could only let things unfold naturally. He vanished with the two companions into the celestial realm. In the dark demon realm, within the ominous forest, Tawa, the candidate destroyer of the seventh universe, had made her appearance. Go forth. Yes. The cosmic sky was breathtakingly beautiful, housing a magnificent purple planet within the same galaxy as Namek. This planet was none other than Yardrat. From a distance, Yardrat appeared to be cloaked in ethereal purple clouds, a vision of unparalleled beauty. In the anime, it was on the verge of Namek's cataclysm that Sun Wukong fortuitously escaped here aboard the Jinyu Force's spaceship. Today, Yardrat was graced with three unexpected guests. As Sun Wukong strolled through the towns of Yardrat, he surveyed the surroundings. Luis, is this the Yardrat you spoke of? Vegeta remarked, his brow slightly furrowed. It is said that Yardrat, like Namek, is a mysterious planet. Indeed, there exists a special technique here known as instant transmission, akin to the method I just used to bring you here, Ling Xian explained as he walked. Both of you can transform into Super Saiyans. Once you master this technique, you can teach our kin at the Galactic Patrol headquarters how to transform. Sun Wukong and Vegeta nodded in agreement. Having experienced the power of a Super Saiyan, they understood that if all Saiyans could transform, their race would become the mightiest in the universe, especially for Vegeta as the prince of the Saiyan race. He longed to witness such a day for his people. Let us seek the leader here. Soon after, Ling Xian led the two to the town center, where they found the leader of Yardrat, Supa. In the room, Supa bowed respectfully. Greetings, esteemed candidate destroyer. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were taken aback. The leader of Yardrat recognized Ling Xian. Ling Xian glanced at Husu, the sage of Yardrat, besides Supa. Supa's awareness of his identity must have been due to Husu. Ling Xian dismissed these thoughts and got straight to the point. Leader Supa, might you allow them to learn instant transmission? Sun Wukong and Vegeta straightened their postures, intently gazing at Supa. That should not be a problem, Supa affirmed with a nod. However, Husu tugged at Supa's sleeve, seemingly hinting at something. Supa looked at Ling Xian, hesitating to speak. Feel free to express any concerns. Since you have aided me, I am more than willing to assist you, Ling Xian encouraged, sensing Supa's unease and Husu's subtle gestures. Supa, appearing anxious, replied, I would not presume to direct the esteemed candidate destroyer. However, this matter pertains to you. How does it relate to me? Ling Xian furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Sun Wukong. If there was a connection, it undoubtedly involved this fellow. After all, in the realm of anime, it was he who fled to this place and learned the art of instantaneous movement. Esteemed candidate for the god of destruction, I am the sage of the planet Adralat. Finally, Husu spoke. I had foreseen a great calamity befalling our Adralat, from which a golden-haired warrior would descend from the heavens to save us. Upon hearing this, Ling Xian felt a twinge of astonishment. The sage of Adralat was indeed as formidable as the grand elder of Namek. If history remained unaltered, the golden-haired warrior Husu spoke of would surely be Sun Wukong. Husu continued, his tone heavy with foreboding. However, just over 2 months ago, this prophecy took an unexpected turn. The great calamity vanished, and the golden-haired warrior disappeared as well. Isn't it a good thing that your great calamity has vanished? Vegeta interjected. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Chief Supa then spoke. No. While the great calamity initially prophesied by the sage has indeed disappeared, he has foreseen an even more terrifying disaster. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Ling Xian pondered. So this new calamity is related to me? Yes, if mishandled, it poses a threat not just to our Adralat, but to the entire North Galaxy. Husu gazed at Ling Xian gravely. Esteemed candidate for the god of destruction, I have foreseen that this new calamity originates from the dark demon realm. No one dares to command the candidate for the god of destruction, yet this impending disaster is simply too horrifying. The new calamity is connected to Ling Xian. Husu and Supa, risking destruction, had no choice but to implore Ling Xian for assistance. The Dark Demon Realm. Ling Xian's pupils constricted sharply. He soon recalled the system's sign-in task that required him to check in before Tawa. With his understanding of the system, it seemed that each sign-in was perfectly timed. Of course, it must be Tawa. She intends to stir trouble in the 7th universe. Ling Xian rose from his chair, his expression darkening. Louis, what's wrong? Vegeta was taken aback by Ling Xian's demeanor. Is this Dark Demon Realm truly formidable? Sun Wukong asked urgently. If it could rattle the candidate for the god of destruction, the situation must be dire. Supa timidly remarked, candidate for the god of destruction, this disaster? Ling Xian shook his head, then pointed at Sun Wukong and the others. You two take them to learn instantaneous movement. Leave matters concerning the Dark Demon Realm to me. It was no wonder that Supa and Husu were willing to risk destruction to enlist his help, regardless of whether it was connected to him or not. The appearance of beings from the Dark Demon Realm in the universe necessitated his intervention. After all, the Omni King's universe and the Dark Demon Realm are opposing forces. Indeed. At last, Ling Xian departed from the planet Yadarat. Chapter 51. The Six-Star Sealing Technique. Upon leaving Yadarat, Ling Xian found himself amidst a desolate expanse of starry void. According to the task issued by the system, along with the prophecy from Husu, it was inevitable that Tova would seek him out for trouble. In other words, a great calamity was destined to befall Yadarat, linked to his presence. As long as he distanced himself from Yadarat, the planet should remain unharmed. Why would Tova come looking for me? Ling Xian spiraled through the celestial space, observing his surroundings, which were devoid of any movement. Unable to comprehend the situation, he resolved to remain in this barren cosmos. He feared that if he wandered too far, he might inadvertently lead Tova to other locations, resulting in catastrophic consequences. Time passed slowly. 3 days elapsed, yet the desolate starry void remained still. How peculiar. Ling Xian furrowed his brow. Logically, the system's sign-in task should not take longer than a week to complete. How could it be that after 3 days, Tova had yet to appear? With the task unfulfilled, Ling Xian continued to wait in the desolate starry expanse. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of enchanting eyes observed him from the shadows. Unnoticed by Ling Xian. In secret, Tova had been watching Ling Xian for 3 days. The dimensional level had reached the divine tier. Yet his power did not even reach the realm of deities. This was Tova's first impression of Ling Xian. What Tova did not realize was that Ling Xian was currently in his normal state. Only upon transforming into a Super Saiyan would his power ascend to the divine realm. On the surface, Ling Xian appeared exceedingly ordinary, leaving Tova perplexed. According to the notes given to her by Kitra, the candidate for the god of destruction from the 7th universe was quite enigmatic, capable of ignoring attacks. To contend with him, one could only rely on sealing techniques. Was it truly necessary to be so ceremonious in dealing with a mere candidate god of destruction? Tova silently scoffed. After observing for a considerable time, the moment to act had arrived. Suddenly, she recalled the incident in the dark forest. Remember not to stumble in the gutter. Kitra had uttered this phrase before her departure. Tova pursed her lips. For some reason, an ominous premonition crept over her. Very well, then, let us proceed with the sealing technique. In the shadows, Tova extended her right hand, summoning a staff from the dimensional void. Grasping it firmly, she aimed it at Ling Xian in the desolate starry expanse, inscribing a spell in midair while reciting the sealing incantation. Buzz! The entire star region suddenly trembled, and Ling Xian, in the desolate void, abruptly opened his eyes. Here it comes. Above him appeared a strikingly alluring woman clad in crimson magical attire, exuding an enchanting aura. Ding! Successfully signed in before Tova. Reward, full power Super Saiyan. A warm current coursed through Ling Xian's body, and he instantaneously grasped this state. At that moment, a 6-pointed star seal descended from the heavens, bearing an overwhelming pressure as if it sought to shatter the very fabric of the cosmos. Immune, Ling Xian's body swayed momentarily before returning to normal. Tova, who was in the midst of inscribing the sealing incantation, trembled violently. How is this possible? This is a sealing technique capable of binding powers below the 3rd layer of the divine realm. As long as one's strength has not transcended to the 4th layer of the divine realm, one would undoubtedly be unable to stand firm against such a sealing art. No wonder Kitra warned against missteps. Tova suddenly understood. At this moment, Tova, the sister of Dapura and a subordinate of Demigula, looked up at Ling Xian with a cold smile. I wonder if I am correct. Tova. The ominous premonition within her intensified, and the speed at which she inscribed the sealing incantation increased. Witnessing this, Ling Xian felt a jolt of dread. He had just gained immunity and already discerned the inherent weakness. He could disregard all worldly harm, yet he had no means to counteract sealing. For sealing would not inflict damage upon him. It would merely confine him, rendering his immunity ineffective. Damn it, Tova, who instructed you? Ling Xian clenched his fists, his hair transforming into a brilliant golden hue. Unlike before, this time his Super Saiyan state appeared remarkably composed, devoid of any ferocity. This was Super Saiyan at full power. His strength surged 50-fold, yet the physical toll and bodily strain were noticeably diminished by more than half. Coupled with the divine energy coursing within him, it perfectly offset the burdens imposed by Super Saiyan at full power. Thus, Ling Xian was free from any physical strain, capable of maintaining his Super Saiyan full power state at all times until his strength was entirely expended. Die for me. Ling Xian transformed into a golden beam of light. Soaring into the sky, the power of the first layer of the divine realm erupted within the cosmos, shattering surrounding planets. In the next moment, he appeared before Tova. You wish to seal me? Ling Xian regarded Tova with a cold smirk. If you wish for death, then I shall oblige. Boom. Seizing the moment before Tova could complete her seal, he aimed at her, condensing a sphere of purple energy. Destruction. The cosmos trembled, and even the Namekians across the galaxy could sense this terrifying pressure. The Yadrits needed no further prompts. They all lifted their heads, gazing into the starry expanse. A calamity is upon us. On the planet Adralat, Supa and Husu raised their heads, revealing expressions of concern. A purple destructive energy tore through the void and appeared before Tawa in an instant. Tawa, anxious, halted her incantation just as the destructive energy was about to strike her. Higi, the candidate destroyer of the seventh universe, was so close. Tawa sighed in relief, offering a radiant smile to Ling Xian. What? Ling Xian was taken aback. Buzz. The six-star sealing spell was instantly formed, encasing the surrounding star domain. The destructive energy unleashed by Ling Xian struck the six-star sealing spell, but had no effect whatsoever. The seal was complete. Not even the destructive energy could shatter it. The star domain, spanning thousands of miles, was enveloped by the six-star sealing spell. Beginning to contract towards Ling Xian, Tawa produced a jar. Once the six-star sealing spell shrank to the size of a fingernail, she could capture Ling Xian within the jar, sealing him away permanently. Tawa, who granted you the authority to seal me? Ling Xian surveyed the shrinking six-star sealing spell with an impassive expression. Does it matter who directed this? Outside the six-star sealing spell, Tawa gazed at Ling Xian's calm demeanor, covering her mouth with a chuckle. Oh my, mister. Lewis remained so composed. Has he perhaps resigned himself to his fate? Inside the six-star sealing spell, Ling Xian crossed his arms, observing Tawa outside. It must be Kadra. Just 3 months ago, after sparring with candidates from other universes, I was first ambushed by Kadra, and now sealed away. Who else could have devised the sealing technique? Given our enmity, it could only be Kadra. Tawa put away her staff, narrowing her eyes. Who it is seems to have lost significance. Are you not resisting? Are you merely awaiting your demise? Awaiting death? Ling Xian displayed a peculiar smile as he looked at Tawa. If you were to be erased, I wonder if your master Demigra would seek the Super Dragon Balls to resurrect you? Chapter 52. Entering the dark magic realm, the six-star sealing spell was etched against the pitch-black cosmos, centered around Lewis, as the golden six-star ring began to constrict. Lewis hovered in the void, arms crossed, an enigmatic smile gracing his face. Outside the six-pointed star seal, Tova furrowed her brow, gazing at Lewis with a look of confusion. She could not comprehend the meaning of erasure. In Tova's understanding, the most formidable being was her master, Demigula. As for the concept of erasure by the overlord or high priest, Tova had neither witnessed it nor even heard of it. For reasons unknown. An ominous premonition grew stronger within her. Buzz. The temperature of the cosmic expanse plummeted. The first layer of divine power began to accumulate, and Lewis's momentum intensified. The surrounding space trembled. Was this the onset of rebellion? Despite her unease, Tova remained convinced that Lewis could not break her six-pointed star sealing technique. After all, it was capable of sealing the powers of the third layer of the divine realm. How could someone wielding only the first layer of divine power possibly breach it? Suddenly, from within the six-pointed star seal, Lewis spoke again. Do you know why Ketla dares not take action personally? Why? Tova instinctively inquired. Lewis remained silent, erupting into a fit of uncontrollable laughter. Tova's forehead was marked by 2 dark lines. Surely, he must be a fool. Lewis fixed his gaze on Tova, a wicked smile creeping across his face. That is because he fears death. His purpose in cultivating power within the time chamber was to harness the strength necessary for the execution of obliteration. Now, having elevated his power to the first tier of the divine realm, he can finally support the manifestation of obliteration without sustaining grievous injuries beforehand. At this moment, the sealing technique holds no sway over him, unless wielded by a master of priestly caliber or above. Lewis now finds himself in an almost invincible position as he unleashes his power. Golden flames erupt from his body, soaring towards the heavens. The golden radiance radiates forth, akin to a newborn sun, illuminating the dark expanse of the starry realm, as if it were transformed into daylight. Ketla, fearing for his life, caused Tova's heart to momentarily halt. She sensed the aura of death emanating from the power Lewis unleashed. How could this be? Ketla was a god of destruction who had touched upon the fifth tier of the divine realm. Would he truly be afraid of a mere candidate for the title of god of destruction? Has this lad lost his sanity? Yet, the six-star sealing technique is of no consequence. Shatter it. Obliteration. Within the confines of the six-star sealing glyph, Lewis raised his right hand, and the power within him surged forth like a deluge, converging towards his hand. Boom. The endless cosmos trembled, and the golden six-star sealing glyph dimmed. With a vigorous sweep, Lewis unleashed a radiant white aura that enveloped the entire hexagram seal, reminiscent of Pangu splitting the heavens, annihilating everything in its path. Tova's scalp tingled. She no longer believed that the hexagram sealing technique could contain Lewis. Good heavens, the boy was indeed speaking the truth. Ketla, you deceived me. Flee. Tova brandished her staff, and a rift in space materialized against the starry backdrop. As the white aura made contact with the hexagram seal, Tova leaped into the void. Before departing, she cast a glance back. Her soul trembled. She beheld the white light collide with the hexagram seal, which disintegrated instantaneously, and the radiant energy surged forth. No longer daring to look back, Tova hastened her escape from that realm. How infuriating to have been forced to flee. Witnessing Tova's departure from that space, Lewis was engulfed with rage. At that moment, Lewis, how could you once again wield the erasure? This had arrived here. Lewis exclaimed with joy, "VS. Please help me regain my strength." After casting the erasure spell, his vitality had been completely drained, leaving him with only enough energy to speak. VS was taken aback for a moment, then waved his staff, enveloping Lewis in a silvery glow. In an instant, Lewis was fully revitalized. VS. Let us go to the dark magic realm. Lewis gritted his teeth, seething with indignation. Goodness, being outwitted by a mere little vixen was utterly intolerable. What business do you have in the dark demon realm? Weiss furrowed his brow. The dark demon realm was no place for the faint of heart. Within its depths resided countless formidable foes, including those of priestly caliber. If he were to venture there, it was uncertain whether he could emerge unscathed. I intend to take a life. Lewis was engulfed in a tempest of rage, unable to regain his composure. Weiss observed Lewis in silence, and after a brief pause, he nodded. Very well. He yearned to offer counsel to Lewis, yet it was evident that the flames of fury had clouded his judgment. Any words of wisdom would fall on deaf ears. It would be far more prudent to escort him to the dark demon realm, for in light of his remarkable constitution, no one could inflict harm upon him. Even those of priestly rank would dare not provoke him. Perhaps, in the end, they might even rely on this young man for protection, for the matter of erasure was no trifling affair. Come, let me take you on a tour of the dark demon realm. Without further ado, Weiss and Lewis vanished from their location. The dark demon realm. The dark forest. Keitra, Tawa has gone to deal with the candidate destroyer of the seventh universe. What of the super Dragon Balls you promised? You may discuss it once you have sealed that little rascal. Demigra scoffed. Isn't it merely a minor candidate for destroyer? Must we employ sealing techniques? Unfazed by the mockery, Keitra held his composure. Had he not witnessed Lewis's utter disregard for harm, he would not have believed that someone could truly be impervious to damage. Just as Keitra was about to respond, suddenly, a rift appeared above the dark forest, and Tawa emerged in a rather disheveled state. Keitra, you deceived me. Tawa, having returned to the dark demon realm, stormed towards Keitra, her face contorted with fury as she demanded. To claim that you couldn't act in the presence of Beerus was nothing but a lie. Faced with Tawa's vehement accusation, a cold glint flashed through Keitra's eyes. The denizens of the dark demon realm were nothing but filthy outcasts, daring to address him with such insolence. Demigra, noticing the shift in Keitra's demeanor, felt a surge of murderous intent rise within him. However, he turned his attention to Tawa, inquiring with curiosity, "What is the matter, my lord Demigra?" Keitra's claim of being unable to act due to fear of repercussions is mere pretense. He is simply afraid for his life. Afraid for his life? Demigra paused, about to delve deeper into the inquiry when a radiant aura suddenly enveloped the skies of the dark demon realm, an essence unique to the angels of the Omni King's universe. Could it be that an angel dared to venture into the dark demon realm? A sinister smile crept across Demigra's face. Kaitra's body trembled violently as he hastily exclaimed, "Demigra, I must take my leave. If the angels discover my presence here, it would spell disaster." With that, Kaitra concealed his aura and swiftly departed the dark forest. Tao watched Kaitra's retreating figure, her expression fraught with urgency. "My lord Demigra, Kaitra is deceiving us. What deceit has he perpetrated upon us?" Demigula gazed skyward, where other formidable beings were already ascending towards the direction of the celestial angels of the All-King universe. It is thus. Chapter 53, The Archmage Puting. A rift materialized in the skies above the dark demon realm, from which emerged two figures. "Is this the dark demon realm?" Lewis inquired, surveying his surroundings. The atmosphere of the dark demon realm was exceedingly bleak. At a glance, one could see black clouds and a desolate landscape. Occasionally, a peculiar, sinister wind swept through, replete with an aura of darkness. The entire realm appeared stifling. Indeed, Weiss nodded, recalling that he had not visited this place in quite some time. "Someone approaches. Exercise caution," Weiss cautioned, shaking his head. Realizing that it was he who ought to be wary, Lewis sensed an overwhelming force approaching swiftly. In the next moment, a graceful figure emerged. Resembling a youthful maiden clad in a form-fitting attire, her emerald hair cascading down as she wielded a staff. The surrounding atmosphere trembled suddenly, unmistakably indicating the formidable power of the newcomer. Following her, 12 more figures soared through the air, each radiating immense strength. Pudding spoke up, "Isn't that Mr. Whis from the universe of the Omni King? What brings you to the dark magic realm?" The other arrivals stood silently behind Pudding, refraining from uttering a word. "Pleasure to meet you, Miss Pudding. I am here accompanying someone," Whis replied with an expression of calmness, though he was fully prepared for battle. Outside the confines of the Omni King's universe, he felt free to take action. Lewis, momentarily taken aback, recalled a certain sorceress from the Dragon Ball spin-off. Pudding was indeed a grand sorceress from the ancient celestial era, who later conspired with Gyuribi and Demigra to betray the celestial realm. Aligning herself with the dark magic realm's lord, Mechikabura, Pudding then directed her gaze toward Lewis, who possessed golden hair and a brown tail. His dimensional essence was at the divine level, with power reaching the first tier of the god realm. Wait a moment, the aura of destruction. Mr. Whis. Could this young man possibly be the candidate for the destroyer from the seventh universe? Pudding chuckled sweetly, sending chills down Lewis's spine. My word, a grand sorceress from ancient times, and yet she presents herself as a maiden. Indeed, he is a disciple of Lord Beerus from over a decade ago. Quite the talent. Pudding and Whis conversed as if they were old friends. Meanwhile, Whis discreetly conveyed thoughts to Lewis, providing insights into Pudding's background. The information aligned closely with what Lewis already knew, though he was less informed about her strength. Through Whis's revelations, he came to comprehend the true magnitude of the ancient sorceress's power. As a grand sorceress of the celestial realm, Pudding had always wielded considerable strength. After her defection to the dark magic realm, she had received the powers of a demon god bestowed by Mechikabura, elevating her strength to the level of an angel. However, what significance did angelic power hold? Enough of the pleasantries. Pudding, I must ask, where has Tao gone? Lewis finally spoke. As soon as Lewis spoke, the air fell into an immediate stillness. Weiss could not help but swallow. This young man possessed remarkable audacity. Weiss, you have come seeking Tova. Yet your demeanor in this pursuit is quite discourteous. Pudding remarked with a charming smile. To arrive in the dark demon realm and exhibit such arrogance, one must either be a fool or exceedingly fearless. Casting a glance at Lewis, she continued, this esteemed candidate for the god of destruction. Do you truly believe that with Weiss safeguarding you, you can act without fear? Weiss felt a twinge of embarrassment. Pudding's words rang true. In the dark demon realm, it was challenging enough to ensure one's own safety, let alone protect a candidate for the god of destruction. However, Lewis is no ordinary candidate for destruction. Would you kindly refrain from laughing incessantly? Lewis cast a disapproving glance at Pudding and remarked, you are far less appealing than my ties. And your incessant laughter is truly repugnant. I was already incensed by Tova, and now this old hag continues to chuckle, as if possessing angelic powers makes one superior. A muffled giggle escaped from Vis, who covered her mouth, yet could not contain her amusement. Lewis possesses a truly venomous tongue. You seek your demise. Putin's wrath surged within him, his countenance twisted with fury. The elegance he had just exhibited vanished in an instant, revealing the visage of a witch. Bring me the head of this wretch. Putin fixed his gaze intently upon Weiss, ensuring he did not intervene. Indeed, 12 figures encircling them suddenly unleashed their formidable power. Buzz. Buzz. 12 dark auras soared into the heavens, exerting a tremendous pressure upon Lewis. The might of the fourth tier of the divine realm. Lewis's lips twitched slightly, astonished that the power of these individuals was comparable to that of the Omni King's destroyer. Surely, this was an overestimation of his abilities. Whis. Who are they? He inquired. They are the 12 demon lords of the dark magic realm, each corresponding to the destroyers of the Omni King's universe, Whis explained, remaining motionless. Seemingly indifferent to Lewis's plight, leaving Putin in a state of confusion. It appeared he was prepared to abandon the young man. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed as the 12 demon lords charged towards Lewis with such swiftness that he could scarcely react. Bang! Bang! Lewis was struck and instantly fell into a disadvantage. In the dark forest, Lord Demigula, the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe, was truly terrifying. What was that technique called? Erasure. What? Demigula was taken aback. Erasure. This was a law only comprehensible by those of the priestly level. How could that young man possibly grasp it? Lord Demigula, my sealing technique crumbled before the power of erasure. Ketla has deceived us. He is merely afraid of death, which is why he urged us to take action. I understand now. Demigula squinted. Tova could not possibly be lying. Thus, the truth is as it stands. Ketla is quite impressive. How dare he deceive him? Amidst his fury, Demigula could not help but feel perplexed. Why could a candidate destroyer of the 7th universe, possessing merely the strength of the first layer of the divine realm, comprehend erasure? Moreover, the letter Ketla provided contained information about Lewis, claiming he could disregard any attack. To confront that young man, sealing techniques are the only recourse. What is this nonsense? Rest assured, I will ensure Ketla pays dearly for this. Demigula lifted his gaze towards the distant sky. At that moment, a cacophony of collisions resonated from the horizon. Let us go and investigate this matter. Demigula vanished from his spot. Tova followed suit, her heart racing inexplicably, as if something ominous was about to unfold. On the horizon, a thunderous roar erupted. Various energy waves scattered and crashed to the ground, resulting in earth-shattering explosions. The ground was pockmarked and desolate. Suddenly, whoosh, a figure plummeted from the sky, creating a deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters. Cough, cough. The attire of the destroyer that Lewis wore was tattered and torn. He patted his chest, causing a cloud of dust to rise, which made him cough twice. Damn it, assaulted again. These demon lords truly lack manners. Chapter 54, The Shock of Putin. Last time, he was besieged by 10 candidates for the title of destroyer, and now he found himself beset once more, this time by 12 demon lords from the dark realm. Lewis was undoubtedly feeling somewhat constrained. However, his discomfort paled in comparison to the disbelief of others. Above, 12 dark figures hovered, shrouded in an eerie silence. The demon kings appeared as if they had encountered a ghost, each one rendered utterly speechless. How could this be? This lad seemed unscathed. Our power is at the 4th tier of divine realm strength, a force that has reached the level of a destroyer in the entirety of the Wong universe. Why? Why can a being, whose strength does not even attain the divine realm, survive the onslaught of us 12 demon kings? He remains utterly unharmed. This is impossible. Meanwhile, in the void beside them, Weiss wore a smile as he observed the spectacle. It was not just the 12 demon kings. Even if Demigula himself were to appear, he would have no means to contend with Lewis. Weiss, what is the meaning of this? Putin inquired, casting a glance at Lewis on the ground, before turning her head with a cold demeanor. Weiss, naturally, would not reveal Lewis's uniqueness. Instead, he replied with a smile, Miss Putin, perhaps you should mention where Tova is. Otherwise, it could lead to a significant predicament. A significant predicament? Putin laughed heartily. With just your 2nd-tier angelic strength, you think you can instigate chaos in the dark demon realm? You must be mad. Weiss shook his head, sighing, alas, why won't you heed my advice? Luis has transcended to the 1st layer of divine realm, having previously executed an erasure. It is evident that Lewis has already mastered the art of erasure. In his perception, although the erasure he wields does not possess the same potency as that of the king, he nonetheless senses a palpable threat of death emanating from his own power. If this group of demon lords forces Lewis to unleash his erasure, they are surely doomed. Vis forced a wry smile and urged once more, Miss Putin, Perhaps you should let Tova take over. Otherwise, truly. Putin interrupted his speech, her voice cold and cutting. Humph, speaking so much. Are you attempting to find a way to aid your family's candidate for destruction? She gripped her staff, her gaze intensely fixed on Vis, ready to unleash her devastating strike should he make any move. Alas, it is difficult to counsel a fool. Vis chose silence, but he braced himself for battle and the possibility of summoning aid. Without assistance, he and Lewis might never escape the Dark Demon Realm. After all, even priest-level experts roam these shadowy lands. Noticing Vis's in action, Putin finally shifted her gaze down to Lewis on the ground. By the heavens, this is intolerable. Lewis was cunningly ambushed by a sly trickster, followed by a brutal onslaught. Unable to endure any longer, a resplendent golden light erupted into the heavens. Achieving full power as a Super Saiyan, his strength ascended to the first tier of divine realms. What sorcery is this? How could this young man's power transcend to the divine realm? I had asserted that a mere candidate for the god of destruction could not even attain the strength of the divine realm. Enough of this chatter. Charge forth and annihilate him. The dark aura emanating from the 12 demon lords surged dramatically, their forms twisting as they vanished in an instant. In the void, a flurry of indistinct shadows flickered, only to materialize around Lewis in the next moment. Now it is my turn. Lewis surveyed the surrounding demon lords and raised his hand, unleashing a myriad of shockwaves. The violet energy sliced through the void, a spectacle of breathtaking beauty. The demon lords raised their hands in defense. The destructive energy crashed upon them as though it were merely a tickle. In an instant, smoke enveloped the battlefield. As the haze dissipated, the demon lords were momentarily stunned. The next moment, a cry of agony erupted from one of the demon lords, who then transformed into a projectile, hurtling backward. Boom. Mountains crumbled one after another. Infuriating. Charge at me. Enraged, the 12 demon lords besieged a single adversary, who dared to retaliate. A disgrace. The demon lords located Lewis and swiftly surrounded him. Fist strikes. Kicks. Energy blasts. The onslaught from the 11 demon lords resembled a tempest, utterly terrifying. The previously repelled demon lord rejoined the fray, adding to the melee. From the heavens to the earth, the very fabric of space trembled, the ground fractured. The ferocious power stirred the magnetic fields of the earth, summoning relentless gales that swept through, instilling terror in the denizens of the dark demon realm. Bang! In midair, Lewis was struck in the face, his head jolting slightly. Immune. He sustained no harm. Oomph! Now you shall taste my fist. Lewis relinquished his resistance, launching a fist at the Demon King. The power of the first layer of the divine realm surged into the air, resulting in a deafening sonic boom. The Demon King, caught off guard, felt a sharp pain in his face and was instantly sent flying. Simultaneously, Lewis was besieged by the remaining 11 Demon Kings, who seized the opportunity to unleash a frenzied assault upon him from behind. Boom, boom. Lewis was besieged by an incessant barrage, the very heavens seemingly on the verge of shattering, presenting a scene of utter horror. This spectacle caught the eye of Putin, whose lips curled slightly in a smirk. She doubted this young man could endure such turmoil. With a dismissive glance, she turned to Weiss and remarked, "Weiss, your prospective destroyer is doomed, and it seems you are destined to share his fate." Given that Weiss had ventured alone into the Dark Realm, such a splendid opportunity was not to be squandered. As Weiss's words lingered in the air, a sudden flash of silver light illuminated the site of the bombardment. With a resounding crash, the perfect realm of freedom manifested, and the art of shifting shadows unfolded. As Lewis soared away from the bombing zone, the remnants of his destruction god attire vanished, revealing his robust physique. Yet, astonishingly, he bore no scars whatsoever. Impossible. The realm of perfect ease. How could he have suffered no harm? Putin was rendered speechless, her mind reeling. After all, this was a coordinated assault by 12 Demon Kings. How could this young man emerge unscathed? Moreover, he had actually comprehended the realm of perfect ease. Why? Had the world shifted? Equally astounded were the 12 Demon Kings, who had sensed something amiss with Lewis from the very beginning. They had presumed that this was a protective measure bestowed upon him by Weiss, capable of withstanding only a single onslaught. Now, they realized their grave error. One that was utterly ridiculous. Humph, I refuse to believe this. Let me test him. Putin vanished from beside Weiss, who made no attempt to stop her. However, Weiss was acutely aware that trouble was imminent. He hastily waved his staff. Summon the troops. In a flash, a silver beam of light pierced the dark demon realm. Puting sensed Weiss's actions behind her, yet did not intervene. After all, the dark demon realm was her domain, and unless the Supreme King intervened, no number of adversaries would pose a threat. Puting positioned herself before Lewis, flanked by the 12 demon kings, who all fixed their gaze upon him. I shall reiterate. Summoned Tova forth. Lewis, bare-chested, hovered in the void. Having faced 2 brutal beatings, he had proven no match for his attackers. Yet, in contrast to the previous cohort of candidate destruction gods, this time 12 demon kings were far more formidable. Fortunately, his strength had ascended to the first tier of the divine realm, and his Super Saiyan form had reached full power. Thanks to the divine dimension, the divine energy within him nourished his body, and the expenditure and burden of his full-power Super Saiyan state were minimal. Thus, he could endure for so long and still have a chance to retaliate against the 4th-tier power of the Demon King. Compared to last time, he had made significant progress. Chapter 55. Demigula, if you do not summon Tova forth, you shall perish. Within Lewis' heart burned a raging inferno. He had no intention of continuing the battle. He understood that even if he were to harness the pinnacle of his mastery, he could not vanquish the fiends before him. With their immunity, the best he could hope for was a stalemate, until his stamina was utterly depleted. This mirrored the futile encounter he had previously faced against the substitute destroyer. It was devoid of any significance. The demon lords, initially engulfed in astonishment at the existence of someone who could disregard damage, were soon amused by Lewis' audacious words. Kid, you're quite the bold one. You wish for our demise? Surely, you must be out of your mind. Silence. Puting raised her hand, and the assembly of demon lords fell into an immediate hush. To withstand the onslaught of 12 demon lords without a scratch, she was determined to see if he truly could ignore harm. Puting's gaze fixed intently upon Lewis. This young man was exceedingly peculiar. She made her move. Time and space seemed to momentarily freeze. She traversed the fabric of reality, appearing before Lewis in an instant. Her fist struck fiercely against his chest. Like Weiss, her power was at the 2nd tier of angelic might. Unleashed in full force, the heavens shattered, and the entire dark demon realm trembled. Surely, this time he must perish. In the next moment, hiss! Puting gasped in disbelief. Her fist remained pressed against Lewis' chest. He was entirely unscathed. He truly could disregard damage. How? How is this possible? Puting's complexion turned ashen. In that instant, she bore no resemblance to an angelic master. Instead, she appeared as a frail maiden, utterly intimidated by Lewis. You wish to keep Tao at bay? This is a predicament of your own making. The silver radiance enveloping Lewis abruptly vanished, withdrawing from a state of perfect tranquility. He raised his right hand, directing it towards Puting. Erasure. A brilliant white light flared forth. The act of erasure caused Puting's pupils to constrict sharply. Was this not a principle reserved solely for those of priestly stature? How could this young man comprehend it? Moreover, she sensed that this power was undeniably authentic. It was indeed erasure. No. Please, no. At that moment, Demigula, who was hastening towards them, trembled. Could it truly be erasure? Was the high priest or the Supreme King present? Demigula felt a surge of urgency as he stepped forward. With a hum, he instantly materialized before Puting. There stood a bare-chested man launching the act of erasure at her. Demigula exhaled in relief. As long as it was not the high priest or the Supreme King, all was well. With a sweeping motion, he conjured a blade of dark demonic power, hurling it toward Lewis's erasure. Boom! The 2 supremely potent attacks collided, as if the very end of the world had descended, unleashing an overwhelming residual force that engulfed the entire dark demon realm. In an instant, the realm transformed into an infernal abyss. However, Demigula waved his hand once more, restoring the dark demon realm to its original state. At that moment, Puting was drenched in sweat, her azure hair matted together, resembling a crone. Demigula, he can erase. I saw it. Demigula's gaze fixated intently on Lewis. Astonishingly, the residual force from earlier had not harmed him. Ignoring the damage, he recalled the information from Quitra's journal. This individual before him must be the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe. Just then, Tao arrived, albeit tardily. Upon seeing Lewis, her complexion turned ashen, and she stammered, Master Demigula, it's Lewis, he has pursued us. She had never anticipated that Lewis would follow her into the dark demon realm. If he caught her, it would spell disaster. Weiss also arrived beside Lewis. Observing Lewis's exhausted demeanor, he waved his staff, replenishing Lewis's vitality. The two stood in confrontation against the 15 adversaries opposite them. Demigula cast a glance at Lewis before shifting his attention to Whis. Whis, it has been a while. Whis feigned a smile. Indeed, it has been quite some time. Demigula remarked nonchalantly, "Are you feeling anxious?" Whis, unable to mask his unease, responded. His anxiety is not without cause. For Demigula is a master of priestly caliber in the dark demon realm. Why not try standing before my father and see how anxious you feel? Whis retorted lightly. Upon uttering those words, the tension dissipated entirely. Demigula's lips twitched slightly. Confronting the high priest was an entirely different matter. The power of the high priest far surpassed that of mere priestly ranks. Demigula gazed at Lewis and inquired, "V.S., what is the story behind this young man?" With a chuckle, V.S. shook his head, fully aware of Demigula's curiosity regarding Lewis's origins. However, he too was at a loss. From his observations, Lewis appeared to be an ordinary Saiyan. Yet, Demigula's scrutiny deepened, revealing an unsettling truth about Lewis. An aura of destruction, a scent of freedom, erasure, disregard. At such a tender age, he had grasped an impressive array of powers. How had he achieved this? Demigula found himself utterly perplexed. The two remained silent. The atmosphere thick with tension. Luis recovered and turned to Tova, finally speaking. "Why have you stopped running?" His words shattered the silence. Tova trembled slightly. Was this man a devil, daring to pursue him from the entire King universe to the dark demon realm? To utter such words in the dark demon realm. Did he truly fear nothing? Demigula stepped forward. "Fear nothing?" Lewis sneered. "Were it not for my ability to erase this, I would have been sealed away long ago." Beside him, Whis was momentarily taken aback, his anger swiftly igniting. "Lewis, what is the meaning of this?" He was aware that Lewis could disregard damage. Yet the inherent weakness of that ability was glaringly evident. Sealing. It was due to the ambush orchestrated by Tawa in the vicinity of the Adralat star system that I insisted you escort me to the dark demon realm. Such a thing has transpired. Whis suddenly comprehended. He had initially thought Lewis's fury was due to some other event. However, Whis fixed his gaze upon Demigra and demanded, "Speak. Who instructed you to ambush Lewis?" From Lewis's account, he discerned the complexity of the situation. Up to this point, Lewis had only employed his ability to disregard damage within the entirety of the King's universe. Sealing was the Achilles heel of that ability. How then did the dark demon realm become aware of it? Clearly, someone was orchestrating events from the shadows. Chapter 56, Lewis vs. Demigra. Amidst the dimly lit sky, the two parties stood in confrontation. "Whis, as you just articulated, do you truly believe I would divulge that information?" Demigra chuckled malevolently. "You." The typically composed Whis displayed a rare moment of fury. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Lewis was entrusted by the Grand Priest to receive proper guidance, as Lewis embodied the hopes of the Seventh Universe. The notion that someone dared to target Lewis, conspiring with the Dark Demon Realm, was infuriating beyond measure. "Whis, I know who is behind this." Lewis stepped forward, gazing at Tova with a sardonic smile. "I can disregard the pain, known only to the divine beings within the entirety of the King universe. Furthermore, as a mere candidate for the role of destroyer, I doubt I possess the qualifications to even capture your attention. My existence remains a secret. Yet you audaciously launched a surprise attack against me, employing sealing techniques no less. How fortuitous that these very techniques serve to restrain me." Lewis shook his head, saying, "Aside from Ketla, who bears a grudge against me, I truly cannot fathom who else would betray us." In the distance, Tova fell silent, astonished by the boy's cleverness. "Lewis." "Indeed," muttered Weiss, his brow furrowed. "The Dark Demon Realm and the Omni-King universe are opposing forces. If Ketla is indeed the informant, he is undoubtedly betraying the Omni-King universe. If my conjecture holds true, it must be him." Lewis cast a glance at Weiss, clenching his fists. "Time and again, he seeks to trouble me. Upon returning from this expedition to the Dark Demon Realm, it shall be Ketla's demise." At that moment, a mocking laughter echoed. "Haha, I must say, young Lewis, your imagination is quite vivid." Although Ketla had deceived him, Demigra refrained from disclosing the nature of their transaction. After all, Ketla still owed him 7 Super Dragon Balls. The perfect realm, the power to disrupt rules, a deity in their 20s. Furthermore, the ability to disregard harm and unleash erasure. Demigra narrowed his eyes. "Almost every form of power you possess is astonishing. Why haven't we taken notice of such a genius like you?" The Omni King universe and our Dark Demon realm are sworn enemies. Eliminating a talent such as yours seems quite reasonable. Demigra turned to look at Potina and the other demon kings. Potina nodded. She had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Lewis's erasure. It had startled her. Such a genius must not be overlooked. Gazing at Demigra's retreating figure, Lewis was taken aback, realizing the merit in his words. Could it truly not be Ketla? Suddenly, the temperature plummeted, and Demigra's chilling voice echoed. Well, although I am unaware of how you have harnessed these powers, that is no longer of importance. Demigra turned around, fixing his gaze on Lewis before the void ahead. What? You think you can kill me? Potina, that old witch, could not accomplish it. So do you believe you stand a chance? Lewis sneered. You seek death. Potina was infuriated. How dare he call her an old witch? It was frustrating. Yet she was powerless to eliminate him. If you wish for my death, come forth. She retorted. Humph, sharp-tongued as ever. If I cannot kill you, surely I can seal you away. This lad was no longer associated with Ketla. The moment Demigra laid eyes on Lewis, he understood that the boy could not be spared. Otherwise, the balance between the Omni King universe and the Dark Demon realm would undoubtedly be disrupted. A palpable aura of murderous intent filled the air, as if the very sky were on the verge of freezing. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, causing the demon kings to struggle for breath. This was the pressure emanating from a being of priestly caliber. Weiss, be cautious. The sky loomed above as Lewis positioned himself protectively in front of Weiss, confronting Demigula alone. The formidable pressure emanating from Demigula was entirely absorbed by him. A warmth spread through Weiss's heart. He had never anticipated that one day he would rely on Lewis. Feel free to unleash the erasure. I can assist in restoring your stamina. Furthermore, I have already rallied others to our cause. We just need to endure. To be honest, Weiss felt somewhat burdened by Lewis's actions, yet he remained unfazed. Instead, he felt a surge of fervor. Haha, then I can rest easy. Luis erupted with a golden aura, once again attaining the full power of Super Saiyan. The first layer of divine energy surged forth with wild intensity. Lewis and Demigula stood in confrontation, their powers clashing in the void, golden flames battling against dark malevolence. The scene in the sky was nothing short of astonishing. Amir Kalami, possessing only the first tier of divine power, was audaciously opposing a demon god of Demigula's caliber who commanded the strength of a priestly realm. Meanwhile, the other demon lords kept their distance, with even Poutine, who wielded angelic power, retreating far from the battlefield, unwilling to approach. It was not that they were unwilling to assist Demigula. Rather, they had previously made attempts to do so, except for sealing techniques. Their powers had proven utterly ineffective against Lewis. Moreover, Lewis possesses the ability to erase, and the ordinary sealing techniques prove ineffective against him. Apart from Demigula, the high priest of remarkable prowess, who remains unaffected by this erasure, the others find themselves utterly helpless. Naturally, Weiss is no exception, yet he does not retreat, for he must restore Lewis's stamina. In this moment, Weiss resembles gasoline, while Lewis embodies the engine. When the engine runs out of energy, Weiss provides the necessary fuel. Although aware that Lewis can disregard harm, he is compelled to make another attempt. At this juncture, Demigula in the heavens stirs. A dark aura erupts from him, enveloping the entire sky, reminiscent of the depths of hell. The scene is exceedingly terrifying. Ignoring the constraints of space and time, Demigula materializes above Lewis and with a sweeping motion of his hand, unleashes an immeasurable force that conjures a tempest of spatial chaos. The fabric of space shatters, forming numerous translucent white blades that hurtle towards Lewis. It is rare for a high priest of his caliber to employ mere ki blasts as a means of attack. Demigula's maneuver integrates the very principles of space and time. Lewis was utterly unprepared and was instantly struck. However, a radiant white glow emerged around him, granting him immunity. Ding, ding, ding. The white radiance enveloping Lewis intercepted him, and the fragments of space clashed with a deafening sound akin to nails striking steel. Haha. Do not think it is just you. Even if Megacapra were to arrive, they would be powerless against me. Lewis gazed upward at the figure in the sky, allowing the shards of space to strike him as he erupted in hearty laughter. His smile radiated brilliance, yet had Thais been present, she would have discerned that Lewis was merely putting on a facade of cheerfulness. The disparity in power between them was immense. Lewis had contemplated retaliation, but without the use of annihilation, he realized that even unleashing his utmost strength would not suffice to vanquish the 12 demon lords. Such a predicament was undeniably beneath his dignity. Thus, Lewis could only endure the blows, for it was not the first time he had been struck. And what harm could another beating do? Yet, he could not shake off the feeling of profound frustration. Demigula squinted. For Mechakapura was a being of the same caliber as the Overlord. Better to seal you away. Demigula mentally steeled himself. Yet he was still taken aback by Lewis's blatant disregard. He could not allow him to remain free. Dark sealing technique. Demigula swiftly formed seals with his hands, conjuring an aura of darkness that materialized into a seal, causing the surrounding space to freeze abruptly. If you wish to seal me, then let us see you try. Lewis looked up at the figure above, a wicked smile curling upon his lips. Simultaneously, he raised his hand, summoning a halo of white light. Annihilation. Lewis did not unleash his power upon Demigula. Instead, he directed it towards the very ground of the dark demon realm. Chapter 57. The Perpetual Motion Machine. Witnessing this scene, Vis erupted into laughter, resembling the sound of a pig's squeal. Lewis is exceedingly cunning. Aware that his erasure would have no effect on Demigula, he set his sights on the realm of dark magic instead. Although Lewis's annihilation power does not yet reach the level of the omniscient king, it still poses a threat to angelic beings. Should Lewis's annihilation strike the dark demon realm, a significant portion of its territory would surely vanish. At that moment, Demigula would undoubtedly intervene to stop him, but this would require relinquishing his seal on Lewis. What a cunning individual. Demigula, sensing Lewis's intent, would never allow the dark demon realm to lose such a vast expanse of land. Thus, he had no choice but to abandon the seal on Lewis and opt to counter Lewis's annihilation instead. A brilliant white light suddenly erupted from Lewis's hand. Demigula summoned the power of the demon god. The two forces clashed with tremendous ferocity. The thunderous sound of their collision echoed as if it could shatter the heavens and obliterate the earth. Remarkably, Demigula's power was perfectly calibrated, neutralizing Lewis's annihilation while sparing the dark demon realm from harm. This is truly terrifying. This lad wields merely the strength of the first layer of divine realm, yet exhibits such extraordinary prowess. If that annihilation were to strike me, I would undoubtedly be left gravely wounded, if not dead. Be confident, you cannot possibly survive this. The demon kings swallowed hard, their faces etched with astonishment as they observed the fierce battle from a distance. Puting, witnessing this, gritted her teeth in frustration. As a formidable being of the angelic realm, she had been repeatedly insulted by a mere lowly Karami. Today has been utterly humiliating. Huh. Lewis gasped for breath, his strength dwindling to the mere ability to speak. Ha. With your stamina, it seems you can only execute the erasure once. Let us see how you meet your demise. On the opposite side, Demigula discerned Lewis's condition. Lewis paid no heed, calling out to Vis behind him. Vis, hurry. They're coming. Vis brandished his wand, and a silvery radiance enveloped Lewis, restoring him to full vitality in an instant. Demigula, once more. Lewis laughed heartily. And without hesitation, he directed his attack towards the ground. Obliterate. Weiss. Demigula, filled with rage, hurriedly intercepted the strike, then glanced at the fully rejuvenated Lewis. He turned his gaze towards Weiss behind Lewis, thinking, so, you are exploiting this perpetual motion machine glitch, are you? Eliminate Weiss, and let us see how you regain your strength. This is troublesome. Lewis's expression changed dramatically. He himself was unafraid of the attacks from a divine priest. But Vis certainly was. Looking up at Demigula, he realized that Demigula had vanished without a trace. Lewis's pupils contracted sharply as he turned and shouted at Vis behind him. Run. Buzz. Demigula materialized before Vis, exclaiming, Die. The ominous power of the dark deity enveloped his fist, surging forward relentlessly. No, don't. Vis, hurry and flee. Lewis's eyes blazed with fury. Weiss was not only his master, but also his dear friend. Originally, Weiss was thriving in the All-King universe, but he was lured to the dark demon realm by Lewis's coaxing. Everything was his fault. If any harm were to befall Weiss, I would undoubtedly shatter the very foundations of your dark demon realm. Lewis shouted as Vis was about to be struck by Demigula. Time in the dark magical realm seemed to freeze, suddenly coming to a standstill. In the void, Demigula's fist was a mere millimeter away from Vis's head. Crack! A powerful force erupted from Demigula, shattering the suspended time and restoring it to normalcy. His fist surged forward. The sky erupted in a cacophony. Yet, Vis's figure had vanished without a trace. What a remarkable skill, Lord Demigula, came the youthful, melodious voice of a girl from above. Lewis suddenly raised his head and beheld Kiki, that little dumpling. He also noticed Weiss beside her. Weiss, you are alive. How wonderful. With a surge of warmth in his eyes, Lewis nearly brought trouble upon Weiss. Fortunately, the one Weiss had been hoping for finally arrived. You little rascal. Do you wish for my demise? Upon seeing his elder sister, Weiss felt a wave of relief, no longer burdened by concerns regarding Demigula. He approached Lewis and affectionately ruffled his hair. This child, whom he had taken under his wing since the tender age of 6, had now grown capable of standing against someone of Demigula's priestly caliber, filling Weiss with immense pride. On the other side, Demigula's pupils constricted sharply, disbelief washing over him as he gazed at the girl hovering above. How long has it been since you reached this level? Kes shook her small head, letting out a soft laugh. Demigula swallowed hard, retreating into silence. The power of a priest. Is the eldest daughter of the high priest truly that formidable? Lewis cast a glance at Kex, who also noticed Demigula's astonished expression. It was evident that Kex's power had ascended to the level of a priest. Her strength and talent left Demigula utterly astounded. No wonder among all the angels, the little being's power stands alone in a league of its own. The little being's talent is truly formidable. Kex was completely oblivious to Lewis's thoughts as she flew in front of Demigula. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. It seems that Lord Demigula wishes to eliminate my brother. You may depart. Demigula shook his head and spoke directly. He had anticipated that the high priest would descend upon the dark demon realm, yet he did not expect the visitor to be Kex. With Kex's power having reached the level of a priest, and the other demon gods of the dark demon realm still slumbering, as for Mechikapura, he was still. Facing Kex alone, he had no opportunity to act against Weiss any longer. It was better to let them go, lest a great battle erupt, leading to chaos from the unleashed power within the dark demon realm. Let us depart. Kex's adorable eyes sparkled with determination. Demigula emanated the power of a demon god and coldly declared, if you do not leave now, I shall reconsider my decision. Lord Demigula, is quite magnanimous. Kex retorted playfully. Weiss, shall we take our leave? Wait. Lewis spoke up, and all eyes turned toward him. Surrender, Tova. Lewis had not yet finished speaking. Do you want to die? Hurry up and leave. Vis dragged Lewis away, vanishing into the dark demonic realm. Kashi smiled and followed suit, disappearing as well. Chapter 58. Then let us slay Quaitra in the void of the dark demonic realm. Demigula remained alone, his expression grim. In the distance, Tova, Putin, and the other demon lords returned to the scene. Tova timidly inquired, Lord Demigula, what about that brat? Demigula's gaze was fixed on the place where Lewis had departed, remaining silent, seemingly in deep contemplation. Putin glanced at Tova and remarked, they were rescued by Kashi. Now tell me, what have you done to provoke them? Today, she had been called an old witch, and her fury was barely contained. Putin's fiery eyes seemed capable of incinerating the very space around her, prompting Tova to shrink back. Ready to explain, Demigula looked over and waved his hand dismissively, saying, enough, Putin stays. You all may leave. Yes. Tova felt as if she had been granted mercy and hurriedly exited. The other demon lords were curious about Lewis, but they dared not disobey Demigula's command and vanished without a trace, sealing that brat was a deal made between Quaitra and me. In the void, only Putin and Demigula remained. Demigula recounted the terms of his agreement with Quaitra. That wretched rat deceived us. Putin seethed, her chest heaving with rage. After a moment, she managed to calm herself slightly. Yet, it is fortunate that Quaitra engaged in this transaction with us. Otherwise, we would remain oblivious to the emergence of such a genius in the entire cosmic realm. Putin looked at Demigula and asked, by the way, it was merely Kashi's arrival. Why did you allow that brat to go? Kashi's power has ascended to the level of a high priest. Demigula's voice was calm, yet to Putin, it resonated like thunder. What? Power at the high priest level? Putin was left speechless. When she had defected from the ancient celestial realm to the dark demonic realm, her power was at the 5th tier of divinity. At that time, Kashi's strength had also only reached the 5th tier of divinity. Later, influenced by the power of the demon gods, she had managed to break through to the 2nd tier of angelic level. What astounded Putin was that others had also surpassed their limits, achieving the high priest level. Our other demon gods remain in slumber. Lord Mechikapura is still sealed. Putin suppressed her shock and continued. The dark demonic realm currently relies solely on you. It is no wonder you chose to let that brat Lewis go. She had considered Demigula's previous concerns. After all, the battlefield was within the dark demonic realm. Should two high priest-level experts engage in battle, the commotion would be cataclysmic. It could very well result in the dark demonic realm's obliteration. I did not ask you to stay for this discussion. Demigula regarded Puting with a grave expression. Have you noticed that Lewis possesses a physique strikingly similar to that of someone else? Remarkably similar. Puting furrowed her brow, pondering Demigula's implication. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated her mind. Thunderous realization struck. Silence. Demigula bellowed, casting a wary glance around, fearful that walls might possess ears. Puting pressed her hands tightly against her mouth, refraining from uttering another word, her eyes wide with astonishment. It was evident that even a master of angelic caliber could display such a profound reaction. The identity of Lewis has profoundly impacted her. After a moment, disregarding the pain, she contemplated the possibility of erasure and liberation. Puting swallowed hard. Demigula, it is indeed plausible that Lewis possesses such power at this age. He could very well be that individual. Upon sealing the surrounding space, Demigula nodded. After that esteemed one vanished from the world, he must have undergone reincarnation. I suspect Lewis is he. How infuriating. The inhabitants of the Omni King universe must have discovered Lewis's true identity, which is why he has been appointed as a candidate for the god of destruction. Puting seemed to forget the previous insults Lewis had hurled at her, her anger dissipating entirely, replaced by a sense of reverence. Fortunately, Lewis was not present. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have dealt her a considerable humiliation, that detestable old witch. Puting's fingers gripped her staff tightly, emitting creaking sounds. Her exquisite visage now shrouded in frost. They must be eager to recruit Lewis into the Omni King universe's ranks before he awakens. Demigula, we must bring Lewis back to the dark demon realm. As Puting concluded, her words escalated to a near roar. Demigula shook his head. There is no rush. What I mentioned earlier was merely conjecture. I shall first consult the sealed domain of Lord Mechikapura. Initially, Demigula had not comprehended the gravity of his confrontation with Lewis. Now, however, he fully understood Puting's fervent reaction. The dark demon realm and the Omni King universe wield comparable strength, perhaps the former even surpassing the latter. Yet, Frieza's power has ascended to the level of a priest. As for the other angels, their powers remain undisclosed, and Frieza is not the only one who has transcended. Consequently, the situation for the dark demon realm has become exceedingly precarious. If Lewis truly is that individual and is brought back to the dark demon realm, the dynamics will surely reverse. This is the reason for Puting's intense agitation. Demigula, you must act swiftly. Understood. In the seventh universe, the realm of destruction, two streams of radiant colors descended from the heavens, and three figures appeared by the lakeside. Whis tugged at Lewis's ear, exclaiming in exasperation, "Everyone else has let us go. And yet you dare to make demands. You truly have no fear of death." Ouch, ouch, ouch. Lewis was being tugged along, balancing on his tiptoes, emitting a rather faint cry. Weiss rolled his eyes and retorted, "You little rascal, what pain are you really feeling?" Nevertheless, he relaxed his grip. Hee. I knew you couldn't bear to hit me. Lewis lay on the ground, gazing up at the sky with a silly grin. Weiss pressed his lips together. Although this fool had caused him trouble, the memory of the boy standing protectively in front of him and uttering those endearing words stirred a hint of emotion within him. His years of guidance to this boy were not in vain. At that moment, the little one, how could you allow Weiss to take you to the dark magic realm where Kess dwells? Sat beside Lewis. I am the little one. Lewis reclined on the lawn, observing the adorably naive expression of the little bean bag, a slight twitch gracing the corners of his mouth. Am I not small? Just ask my sister Taisi. Nevertheless, it must be said that this little bean bag is indeed formidable. Remarkably, it managed to repel the demon god Demigula all on its own. If I am not mistaken, it must have been Ketla who divulged the secret. Lewis sat up from the lawn, his expression dark, revealing everything. Whis listened intently to Lewis's detailed speculation and coldly remarked that he and Lord Beerus had harbored animosity for some time, but had refrained from conflict due to the orders of the Omni King. After a brief pause, Whis looked at Lewis and continued, Katra has always possessed a sinister disposition, or rather, a penchant for vengeance. He had previously ambushed you, and you subsequently insulted him gravely in Universe 4. The enmity of Beerus coupled with your own resentment is more than sufficient to prompt such actions from him. Whis then turned to Kess. his demeanor serious. Sister, it is highly likely that Katra has betrayed the Omni King's universe. Upon hearing this, Kes replied nonchalantly, I had previously intervened to prevent you from eliminating Katra. Believing that your grievances had come to an end, it seems I was mistaken, as yet another incident has transpired. Kes furrowed her brows, rising from the lawn. Then let us proceed to eliminate Katra. Lewis sprang up from the grass, utterly astonished. Chapter 59, Lord Beerus, catch a mouse for you. Beside him, Whis was equally startled. In the vast expanse of the universe, two divine roles are indispensable, the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction. One governs creation, while the other oversees destruction. Their balance is perfect, neither can be dispensed with. Now, Kes had boldly proclaimed the intention to eliminate Katra. What would become of Universe 4? Let us not forget that while Universe 4 has a candidate for the God of Destruction, it lacks a substitute Supreme Kai. If Katra were to be killed, Universe 4 would surely meet its demise. Kes, these are merely my speculations. Do we truly need to eliminate Katra? Lewis swallowed hard. Initially filled with a fervent desire to eradicate Katra, he had intended to carry out the deed upon his return. He had even steeled himself to defy Kes, as she had previously hindered him from wiping out Katra. However, Kes's words instilled a sense of doubt within him. Sister you, Whis began to inquire, only to be interrupted by Kes. Enough. Betrayal of the Omni King's universe is an unforgivable sin. She then cast a penetrating glance at Lewis. Let us proceed. Lewis failed to notice the expression on Crix's face, which could erase Ketla and left him exhilarated. You keep coming to trouble me, don't you? I shall put an end to you. Lewis was oblivious to Kes's expression, but Weiss noticed and was perplexed, contemplating whether to speak. Kes, however, shook her head and with a grand gesture, transformed herself, Lewis, and Weiss into a cascade of radiant colors, soaring into the sky by the lakeside. In the distance, Beerus, enjoying his instant noodles, was momentarily taken aback and bellowed, Where are you two off to? Go catch a mouse for me to eat. The echoes of Lewis's laughter reverberated across the realm of the gods of destruction as he vanished from sight. Beerus was left bewildered, pondering the meaning of catch a mouse for me. Lost in thought, he failed to notice his noodles tumble to the ground. Following the cataclysmic event on planet Yardrat, Goku and Vegeta began to master instant transmission. The Saiyans at the Galactic Patrol headquarters awaited the return of King Vegeta, which also validated the authenticity of the Super Saiyan transformation. A multitude of Saiyans diligently trained, aspiring to one day achieve the Super Saiyan form. While the 7th universe continued its normal progression, the 4th universe's Katra was consumed with anxiety. Within the palace of the gods of destruction in the 4th universe, Kornik observed Katra pacing restlessly, inquiring, My Lord Katra, what troubles you? Meanwhile, Troy, having been disheartened by Lewis's previous confrontation, displayed little interest in Quitra's peculiar demeanor, remaining a mere bystander. It's nothing, Katra replied, shaking his head. Yet, his anxious expression conveyed to Kornik that something was indeed amiss, causing Quitra's distress. Really, it's nothing. You too can leave. Do not concern yourselves with me. Katra turned his back to them, dismissively waving his hand. Very well. Do remember to inform me if anything arises, Kornik said as he and Troy exited the Palace of Destruction. Once outside, Quitra's demeanor darkened immediately. Since returning from the Dark Demon Realm, his heart had been racing uncontrollably, plagued by anxiety and trepidation. Why is this happening? Katra pressed his hand against his chest, the ominous premonition growing ever more intense. Could it be that Weiss sensed his presence in the Dark Demon Realm? That seemed impossible. He had concealed his energy well. Suddenly, a voice filled with murderous intent echoed throughout the realm of destruction. Come out, you filthy rat, and face your demise. Quitra's pupils constricted, realizing he had indeed been discovered. Outside the ruinous divine palace, Kornik and Troy were startled by an unexpected sound as they stepped out of the palace. They looked up to behold a magnificent spectrum of light cascading from the heavens. As the brilliance faded, Lewis and his companions materialized before Kornik and Troy. Big Sister Vis, what brings you here? Kornik inquired, turning his gaze to Lewis, his brow furrowing in confusion. What did you mean by that remark, Mr. Lewis? Are you truly intent on taking down Ketla? Chris, wielding a diminutive staff, fixed Kornik with a determined gaze. Kornik, do not involve yourself in Ketla's affairs. Big Sister you. Enough. My sister will elucidate soon enough. Ketla is as good as finished. Vis interjected. At this proclamation, Kornik's body trembled. What had transpired for his sister to acquiesce to Lewis's intentions toward Ketla? At that moment, Ketla emerged from the ruinous divine palace. "Greetings, Miss Chris." "Oh, is that not Mr. Viss and Mr. Lewis? Since our last encounter, our grievances have been resolved. What brings you back here?" Ketla's expression remained unchanged, and his tone was as composed as ever. "Lord Ketla, what have you done?" Konik attempted to approach for clarification, but Viss restrained him. He then noticed Chris's gesture of negation, causing a heavy sensation in his heart. Meanwhile, Ketla observed this exchange, his gaze sharpening. Soon, a smile spread across his face as he regarded Lewis and the others. "What seems to be troubling you?" Silence enveloped the group, none daring to speak or move. Lewis moved forward, standing face to face with Katra, his voice cold as he spoke. "During our sparring, you commanded Troy to strike me down. Later, you ambushed me on Namek. You wretched rat, you should consider yourself fortunate that Miss Cass stopped me from erasing you last time." Lewis pressed his face close to Katra's, his murderous intent palpable. Katra's expression darkened. "It is my fault. I should not have transferred my hatred for Brutus onto you. However, our enmity was settled during our last encounter. What more do you desire?" Katra exclaimed, his voice rising in desperation. It seemed he bore an endless grievance, and his pitiful expression stirred a hint of sympathy in Konik. When had Konik ever witnessed Katra display such vulnerability? "Mr. Lewis, Lord Katra has acknowledged his mistake. Perhaps we should let this go. Just forget it." Lewis shook his head. "Time and again they have attempted to take my life, yet have failed each time. Now, this wretched rat pretends to be the victim. I could overlook that, but conspiring with the dark underworld cannot be dismissed so easily." Lewis leaned his face closer to Kitral's, enunciating each word with precision. "Lord Kitral, you are indeed correct, are you not?" Chapter 60, Erasing Kitral. As Lewis's words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the realm of destruction, broken only by the whispering wind. By the lakeside, a small fish leaped from the water, creating ripples across the surface. In that moment, the atmosphere of the fourth universe's realm of destruction turned ominous. Nearby, Konik trembled, hastening towards Katra and grasping his shoulder. "Lord Kara, is it true what Mr. Lewis has said? Have you truly conspired with the Dark Demon Realm?" "No." Katra shook his head emphatically. It was only then that he realized others had indeed uncovered his dealings with the Dark Demon Realm. However, to admit it now would mean certain doom. He glanced at Kaioshin beside him and then back at Konik. If he refrained from confessing, perhaps with Konik's presence, there might still be a slim chance of survival. "Mr. Lewis, Lord Katra has denied it. Do you possess any evidence?" Konik urgently inquired. The gravity of the situation loomed large. Should the claims be validated, Katra would be doomed without question. Although angels typically remain unaffected by emotions, after years of camaraderie with Katra, Konik found himself unwilling to accept the prospect of his demise. "I have no evidence. All of this is merely Lewis's conjecture, though the truth is not far from it." Lewis furrowed his brow as he regarded Konik, noting that Kaioshin had made no attempt to intervene. Was Konik truly prepared to take action? Without evidence, how could one? Konik's words were interrupted. Kaioshin interjected, "Lewis, there is no need for further discussion. Simply eliminate him." Kaioshin directed Quitra's divine essence towards Troy, who had remained silent throughout. This scene unfolded before Konik's eyes. A thunderous proclamation that suggested, should action be taken, it could not be permissible to slay a god of destruction without evidence. Both Lewis and Viss were equally astonished. However, upon hearing those words, Lewis exhibited no hesitation and acted decisively. Eradication. Lewis, filled with dread that Kiki might have a change of heart, transformed into a full-powered Super Saiyan. Empowered by the forces of the first layer of the realm of the gods, beams of white light erupted from his hands, swirling around him to create a terrifying radiance. The void trembled. "No. Please, don't. I truly have no collusion with the Dark Demon Realm. I was wrong, spare me." Quitra cried out in despair, sensing the imminent approach of death. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming tide of regret. Regret for having transferred his hatred for Beerus onto Lewis. Regret for seeking out Demigra. "Stop." Konik's expression shifted as he was momentarily shaken by Lewis's erasure. Upon witnessing Lewis's decisive action, Konik attempted to intervene, but with a flick of Kiki's delicate hand. He was immobilized, unable to move. A flash of white aura swept by. The world dimmed. Once the brilliance faded, Quitra had vanished completely, succumbing to death as he encountered the power of the fifth layer of the realm of the gods. The universe remained intact, Yet the god of destruction fell first, an unprecedented event in the history of the Omni King's universe. The god of destruction realm of the fourth universe fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to utter a word. After a moment, panic set in. Following Quatra's obliteration, Lewis collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted, unable to utter a sound. Whis, startled, approached and inquired, "What is the matter with you, young man?" He promptly set to restoring Lewis's strength. Lewis, feeling quite pleased after killing Katra, rose from the ground with a foolish grin and exclaimed, "When I departed from the seventh universe, I had intended to catch a mouse for Lord Beerus to feast upon. Yet now there is nothing left of Katra. Whis, kiss, you have gone too far." Konik, enraged, could scarcely contain himself. Having served the god of destruction for so many years, he was incensed by Lewis's actions that erased Katra, and now the blatant disrespect towards the deceased Katra was utterly intolerable. Lewis cast a cold glance. "What? Do you have an opinion?" Upon hearing this, Konik was reminded of the scene where Katra was erased, causing his body to tremble. "Enough." Kess waved her hand. She directly transmitted Lewis's previous conjectures and his identity into Konik's mind. "Konik, nurture Troy well." With just this sentence, she departed the fourth universe with Lewis and Whis, leaving only Konik and Troy behind. The two remained silent for a prolonged period. Troy looked at the astonished Konik. "Mr. Konik, what shall we do now?" Konik remained speechless, utterly shocked by the information Kess had imparted. It turned out that Lewis's identity was, alas. Konik finally understood why his sister did not inquire for evidence before allowing Lewis to erase Katra. She intended to draw him into the realm of the Omni King before he awakened. "Troy, focus on your training. I will guide you in the future. Remember not to provoke the seventh universe again." Yes. At the barrier of the Omni King universe, a figure hovered, fixated on the fourth sphere of light. Katra had actually perished. What a pity, to die before acquiring the Super Dragon Balls. Yet, there was nothing to be done since it was Lord Lewis who had slain him. This figure was none other than Demigra, who had returned from the sealed land of Mechikabura. Demigra had been validated by Mechikabura. Lewis's power was identical to that of the one he was akin to, essentially making Lewis a reincarnation of that being. Ultimately, Demigra departed from the Omni King universe barrier, returning to the Dark Demon realm. In the seventh universe, the god of destruction realm. After eliminating Katra, Lewis finally breathed a sigh of relief, no longer needing to worry about that troublesome rodent causing chaos. He and Whis had been brought back by Kess, who then departed. Before leaving, Lewis finally posed a question that had been on his mind. If she had just agreed without evidence to allow him to erase Katra, then why had she previously tried to stop him? Kess merely smiled, saying nothing, leaving Lewis with a meaningful smile before vanishing. As for Lewis's confusion, Whis was equally perplexed. It seemed that his sister knew everything. Even other siblings were aware, yet none had conveyed this to him. The two bewildered individuals in the god of destruction realm exchanged glances. "Your sister, she. How would I know?" Whis rolled his eyes. Just then, a purple light flew towards them. "Lewis, what about that rodent you mentioned?" Beerus tossed the instant noodles he held into the lake, clearing his throat, and fixed his gaze on Lewis. Beerus's expression suggested he truly desired to feast on a rodent. Lewis wore a pained expression and timidly remarked, "Lord Beerus, are you truly intent on consuming mice? It is a commonplace occurrence for cats to prey on mice." However, Beerus, as a god of destruction, merely mentioned it in passing. Why would he harbor such a peculiar desire? Noticing Beerus's profound silence, Lewis sighed. "Since you have such a penchant for mice, I shall procure a duck neck. No, a dead mouse. For you shortly, would that suffice?" Chapter 61. The Disappearing Love of Sun Wukong. What on earth is a duck neck? Beerus's lips twitched slightly as he regarded Lewis. Enough with the distractions. Have you ventured into the fourth universe? A ludicrous notion suddenly surged within him. Could it be that Lewis had? Lewis fell silent, took 2 steps forward, and turned back to declare, "Yes, I killed Katral." Thunderous shockwaves reverberated through the air. Beerus's pupils constricted sharply, his mind reeling from the overwhelming impact. Just a short while ago, he had been mocking Katral, never anticipating that today Lewis would indeed take his life. Lord Beerus found himself in a state of bewilderment. Upon witnessing the incredulous expression on Beerus's face, Louis furrowed his brow. Something felt amiss. Wasn't that wretched mouse his nemesis? He had slain Kara, and this feline should have felt elated. Suddenly, ha! How could I blame you? Ha! I had longed to rid myself of that loathsome mouse, and to my surprise, Louise, you have taken care of him for me. Well done. Beerus danced exuberantly by the lakeside, resembling a creature possessed. Weiss. Luis. The two exchanged glances. Whis, could it be that Lord Beerus has lost his mind? Surely not. Then how could he engage in such grotesque antics? Luis pondered. Indeed, it appears that Lord Beerus has succumbed to madness. The scene in the realm of destruction was utterly disconcerting, with a purple feline performing a nauseating dance. Ultimately, Luis and Whis could no longer bear the sight, and promptly departed from the realm of destruction, making their way to Earth. In the palace of Zeno. Father, I have returned. Kes entered the palace, yet Zeno was still absent. The Grand Minister, observing Kes as she entered, remarked, Well, as long as you have returned. Father, why did you instruct me to stop Luis? Kes inquired, perplexed, not only by her father's command, but also by her own confusion. Cough, cough. The Grand Minister's face flushed slightly as he cleared his throat. I merely wished for Katra to provide Luis with some practical experience, but I did not anticipate that the lad would so foolishly ally himself with the Dark Demon Realm. Would it not have sufficed for him to simply be a training partner? The Grand Minister shook his head, adding another remark. Kes was taken aback. The truth was indeed surprising. So, I should have Luis eliminate Katra, as it is Lord Zeno's command. On Earth, Whis and Luis, unable to endure Beerus's eccentric behavior, returned to this realm. Brother-in-law. In the courtyard, Bulma, with her arm linked with ties, approached as she spotted Luis returning. Brother-in-law. Where have Vegeta and Goku gone? Yes, where did they go? Ties, having become quite familiar with the Z-Warriors during her time back on Earth, inquired. They have gone to learn a marvelous secret technique. Luis approached Ties, embracing her tightly. Bulma cast a sidelong glance, clearly unimpressed by their display of affection. However, upon receiving news from Vegeta, she felt a sense of relief and decided to leave the courtyard. As for Whis, he had arrived early and had already made his way to the restaurant at Ties' home. What troubles you? Ties inquired, sensing that something was amiss with Luis. She gently reached out her delicate hand to smooth the furrow in his brow. It's nothing, merely a dead mouse has vexed me a bit, leaving me somewhat weary. Luis rested his head upon Ties' fragrant shoulder, inhaling her enchanting scent, which instilled a sense of tranquility within him. Ties gently patted the back of this big boy, shaking her head with a smile, and remarked, You are the prospective destroyer. If someone provokes you, why not simply eliminate them? Her heart ached at the sight of Luis's troubled expression. Upon hearing Ties' words, Luis lifted his gaze, cradled her delicate face in his hands, and pressed a kiss upon her lips. Why not just eliminate them? Luis gazed into her beautiful eyes and chuckled. I never imagined my sister Ties possessed such a fierce disposition. Whenever someone provoked you, did you not simply dismantle their defenses? Ties and Luis exchanged glances, both exasperated and amused. After accompanying you for so many years, my heart has grown colder than the blade that slaughters fish. As long as your happiness prevails, that is all that matters. Ties gently patted his head. Luis's heart raced with fervor. Ties' words were utterly outrageous. Oh dear Tai, I am so touched. Luis nestled into Ties' embrace. Get away from me, Tai exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words. Truly a big boy who never grows up. All right then. Luis feigned sorrow as he extricated himself from Ties' embrace. In the next moment, she exclaimed, Get lost. You truly think you can escape? Come back here. Ties forcefully pressed Luis's head back into the softness of her arms, holding him tightly. In the courtyard, the two remained in this embrace, as if time had come to a standstill in that very moment. The tranquility within Luis was unprecedented. After a while, a girl arrived searching for Kakarot. Tai-Si followed suit, calling Sun Wukong in the same manner as Luis did. Who? Luis gently released Tai-Si, cradling her as they reclined on the beach chairs. It seemed as though he called out, Kiki, Kiki. Luis sprang from the beach chair, grasping Ties' fragrant shoulder, and inquired urgently, Ties, has the second World Martial Arts Championship on Earth concluded? Do you recall the tournament from last year? The battles were rather unimpressive, and in the end, the champion was that Namekian. Ties had visited Namek. Thus, she was well acquainted with the appearance of its inhabitants. Last year, Luis finally recalled the timeline of Dragon Ball. Indeed, it was last year when Son Goku, after completing his training in the other world, was supposed to participate in the second World Martial Arts Tournament. It was at this tournament that Son Goku would encounter Chi-Chi. In the final match, he would face off against Piccolo, ultimately claiming the championship. However, in reality, Son Goku did not take part in the second World Martial Arts Tournament. Instead, he He was taken to King Kai in the North Galaxy to master the Kaioshin technique and the Spirit Bomb. Moreover, this year, Son Goku was brought to planet Namek by the Eternal Second-in-Command. He also achieved the Super Saiyan transformation following Bardock's demise. Unexpectedly, the love that Kakarot had lost has come knocking on his door. Within the depths of his mind, Lewis pondered. Chapter 62, Comprehending the Rules of Time. Upon receiving news of Kiki, Lewis was determined not to allow the foolish love of Sun Wukong to vanish into oblivion. After all, the mightiest warrior of the Dragon Ball universe had yet to be born. Ultimately, Lewis instructed Tais to ensure that Kiki remained at the estate, and he urged Tais to impart to Kiki a wealth of knowledge regarding the cosmos. Lewis is attempting to alter Kiki's perception that education is the sole pathway to success, while also striving to enable Sun Wukong to become the strongest warrior in isolation. Under Lewis's guidance, Taisi diligently complied with his every instruction. During the ensuing period, Sun Wukong and Vegeta devoted themselves to mastering instant transmission on planet Yardrat, while Chi-Chi and Bulma awaited their return at home. Taisi seized every opportunity to engage with Chi-Chi, recounting her past encounters with perilous situations in the cosmos. She emphasized that only formidable strength could ensure survival in the face of danger. Additionally, Taisi enlightened Chi-Chi on the knowledge of deities within the universe, angels, destroyers, and candidate destroyers. All were thoroughly explained. These divine beings possessed the power to obliterate planets, and mere mortals, devoid of immense strength, stood no chance of resistance. Chi-Chi trembled at the revelations, finally recognizing the futility of her scholarly pursuits. Ultimately, she resolved that when she and Sun Wukong had children, she would ensure they received rigorous training. While she did not demand that her offspring could safeguard both her and Sun Wukong, she was determined that they would at least possess the strength for self-preservation. Upon learning of Kiki's thoughts, Lewis embraced Tais fervently for half an hour, leaving her lips swollen from his ardent kisses. The prospect of the most formidable singular entity now seemed within reach. Kiki's perspective transformed, and Lewis finally departed from Tais's family estate. He ventured once again to the celestial realm. "O divine being, I humbly request the use of your time chamber," he stated. Under the respectful gaze of the deity, Lewis stepped into the temple, traversing the corridor before entering the time chamber. Here he was again. Lewis sighed, reflecting on his previous 5 years of cultivation in this very place, during which he successfully transcended to the first tier of divine power. It was then that he mastered the art of erasure. Fortunately, he had cultivated his strength to a level sufficient to wield this formidable technique. Otherwise, his subsequent journey into the Abyssal Demon Realm would have ended disastrously. The Abyssal Demon Realm left an indelible impression on Lewis, one that he could not easily forget. The brutal onslaught of 12 demon lords, the witch's terrifying intervention, and Demigula's murderous intent towards Weiss, especially the latter, haunted him still. He could scarcely forgive the near-fatal consequence it posed to Weiss. Now, returning to this hallowed ground, Lewis yearned to grow even stronger, driven by the singular ambition of one day vanquishing Demigula. This time, in addition to honing his power, he was determined to accomplish the objectives he had previously left unfinished. His aim was to perceive other fundamental rules through the lens of erasure, such as time, space, light, and darkness. Thus, he resolved to commence his exploration with the enigma of the rule of time. The nature of time is inscrutable, making it the ideal avenue for Lewis to achieve significant advancement in a short span. Time possesses the capacity to accelerate, to pause, and even to reverse. Yet, these merely represent the most elementary applications of temporal manipulation. Luis recalled the fantasy novels he had read in his past life, which spoke of traversing the river of time to return to the primordial era and eradicate evil. If he were to master the laws of time, perhaps he too could achieve such a feat. Lewis finally commenced his training. He first concentrated the power of erasure within the palm of his hand. As this force manifested, the entire mental time chamber trembled with intensity. Soon, invisible threads of regulation began to seep forth from the erasure that resided in his palm. Luis closed his eyes, embarking on a journey of introspection. Time swiftly passed, and within the confines of the mental sanctuary, an entire month elapsed. What, indeed, is time? The erasing power emanating from Lewis's palms dissipated, and the invisible, intangible rules surrounding him vanished as well. Due to the act of concentration and erasure, Lewis struggled to remain on the ground. After a month of contemplation, he found himself unable to even recognize the rules of time. How could one possibly comprehend such complexities? Lewis gazed up at the sky, unable to suppress his lamentation regarding his seemingly inadequate talent. Upon reflection, he couldn't help but agree. Each time he made progress in his cultivation, it was invariably due to the influence of the system. Immunity, the nascent form of the realm of freedom. Super Saiyan. Erasure. All these achievements were solely attributable to the system. Thus, he pondered, is my talent truly so lacking? Lewis gazed at the vast expanse of the white sky, extending his hand as if the system were suspended within its celestial embrace. After a brief moment, he sighed, lamenting. Alas, it appears my talents are far too inadequate. Even the system chooses to disregard me. Lewis was taken aback. He had finally heard that electronic voice once more. Host. If your talent were weak, there would be no one whose talent surpasses yours. Immunity inherently belongs to your constitution, and its eradication is also your strength. Your power can transcend limits, which is the result of your continuous cultivation. I merely assisted you in breaking through at the moment you reached a bottleneck. It does not imply that I directly granted you this power. What? Lewis gradually regained some strength, rising from the ground in a state of bewilderment. What do you mean by stating that immunity is innately part of my constitution? What does it signify that erasure is inherently my power? The system fell silent, uttering no further words. Is it possible that I truly share a connection with the All-King due to this power I possess? No, I replied. I have already stated that individual is not you. You have no ties to the All-King. You are not anyone else. You are simply yourself. At last, the system responded once more. Lewis, filled with fury, vehemently gestured towards the sky, exclaiming, "What do you mean by that?" After a considerable pause, the system remained silent. Lewis swung his arm with even greater vigor. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. He observed the motion of his arm, swaying left and right. The actions he had already performed could not be reversed, much like the passage of time that cannot be reclaimed. He understood. Lewis could no longer attend to the enigmatic riddles of the system. He promptly seated himself in a cross-legged position and commenced his meditation. As Lewis delved into profound meditation, ethereal patterns began to emerge. To regain comprehension of the rules of time within a mere month, how could that be considered feeble? The system used. Another year has since elapsed. Lewis has spent over a year and a month within the confines of the mental time chamber, which corresponds to merely a little over a day in the outside world. Buzz. The transparent rules swirling around Lewis gradually solidify, transforming quantitative changes into qualitative ones. A silvery radiance soars into the sky. The entire mental time chamber trembles, and the area where Lewis resides experiences a disruption in the flow of time. In the next moment, halt. The silver radiance emanating from Lewis erupted with great intensity. Suddenly, the tumultuous passage of time was momentarily subdued by the temporal aura surrounding Lewis. A hush fell over the chaos. Lewis swallowed hard. I truly grasp the rules of time through erasure. Haha. Does that mean I might also comprehend the rules of space? Lewis smiled radiantly. Chapter 63. The King of the Universe speaks of spatial rules. As far as Lewis is aware, within the entirety of the cosmic realm, few possess mastery over the laws of space. If there are any, the one Lewis knows is the King of Kings. The King of Kings can traverse freely within this universe, even reaching the grand palace of the whole cosmos. However, they cannot venture into other universes. In addition to this, Lewis is also aware of a deity remarkably adept at manipulating space, or rather, time and space. The legendary Time King. It would be more accurate to say that the Time King does not merely excel in the intricacies of time and space. She wields complete dominion over them. Yet, Lewis traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, having never encountered this deity nor even heard of the Supreme Kai of Time. After this bout of training, he intended to inquire with Whis whether this divine being existed within the Dragon Ball universe. Lewis continued his training. He had only been in the hyperbolic time chamber for a little over a year. Given the mention of spatial rules, Lewis naturally yearned to comprehend them. Should he grasp the essence of spatial rules, he might even merge them with the rules of time, thereby creating the rules of space-time. He would then become the second individual to understand the rules of space-time, following the Supreme Kai of Time. In the North Galaxy, at the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol, it had been a year since Frieza's demise. During this year, the Saiyans adhered to King Vegeta's orders. Apart from their routine duties as Galactic Patrol officers, they spent their remaining time training in the gravity chambers constructed with the assistance of the Galactic Patrol, all in hopes of one day transforming into Super Saiyans. This was especially true for King Vegeta, Bibidi, Theodore, as well as Raditz and Nappa. As elite warriors, they engaged in grueling training every day. After being resurrected by Whis, King Vegeta's power surged to 1 million battle power, and now, a year later, it had skyrocketed to 2 million battle power. Bibidi and Theodore had similarly enhanced their strength, breaking through from 600,000 to 1 million battle power. Raditz and Nappa, who had not returned from the brink of death, were also undergoing intense training. However, their progress was minimal. Raditz stood at 600,000 battle power, while Nappa reached 70,000. As for Bardock, aside from Goku and Vegeta, he was the foremost warrior of the Saiyan race. Of course, excluding Broly. Over the past year, Bardock's power had dramatically increased from 2 million to 4 million battle power. An astonishing leap. The remaining Saiyans all boasted battle powers exceeding 100,000. The transformation of the Saiyans was clearly indicative of the awakening of their S-cells. One day, Jack rushed into the Galactic Patrol headquarters, hurrying to the office. He exclaimed in a panic, "Galactic King, trouble. The Gula forces from the East Galaxy are advancing towards our North Galaxy." Upon hearing Jack's words, the great octopus trembled in his chair. "What? Gula?" The Galactic King stood up abruptly, fixing a determined gaze upon Jack. It was well known that aside from Frieza, the strongest boss of Universe 7 in the early stages was Frieza's older brother. Compared to Frieza, Gula possessed even greater power. In the anime's theatrical version, when Gula invaded Earth, he transformed into his ultimate state, boasting a battle power exceeding 400 million. This was disastrous. Gula undoubtedly knew of Frieza's demise and was now coming to seize territory. What should they do? The Galactic King paced anxiously. It was revealed that the entire Frozen clan had been in discord for quite some time, prompting King Kurd to separate Frieza and Cooler early on. Frieza governs the Northern Galaxy, while Cooler oversees the Eastern Galaxy, and King Kurd manages the Southern Galaxy. Each ruler presides over a distinct galaxy. Now that Frieza was no longer in the Northern Galaxy, Cooler would undoubtedly set his sights on this territory. "Galactic King, do we not still have the Saiyan clan? Since they vanquished Frieza, their strength has grown considerably. They can surely repel Cooler." Gak exclaimed excitedly. Perhaps they could even slay Cooler. "Gak, you have remained in the Northern Galaxy and are unaware of the true extent of Cooler's power." The Galactic King shook his head at Gak. As Frieza's elder brother, Cooler's strength far surpasses that of Frieza. Even if we summoned the legendary Super Saiyan who defeated Frieza, or even several such warriors, they would not stand a chance against Cooler. Is it not said that Super Saiyans are the nemesis of the Frozen clan? Gak responded, dumbfounded. "I know not about nemesis, but I do know that Cooler's power is exceedingly terrifying. We might need to call upon the candidate for the God of Destruction," the Galactic King replied, shaking his head once more. "The God of Destruction governs annihilation. Such a deity would not concern themselves with the affairs of the universe. The Northern Galaxy has only just begun to stabilize. We cannot allow the Frozen clan to interfere." The Galactic King fixed a stern gaze upon Gak. "Mers is not here. And apart from the Saiyans, we have no other recourse. Go, inform King Vegeta of this matter." "Yes." After leaving the Galactic Patrol, Gak swiftly spread the news throughout the headquarters. The Galactic Patrol headquarters was soon engulfed in panic. Fortunately, the Saiyan clan remained. Upon receiving the news, King Vegeta immediately dispatched Bardock to lead the Saiyan elite into action. The other Galactic Patrol members felt a wave of relief at this development. The Saiyan clan had become the strongest force within the Galactic Patrol. With their involvement, victory was assured. King Kai's planet. This is disastrous. Frieza's demise has stirred Cooler. The Northern Galaxy is doomed. I must quickly inform Goku and Vegeta. The Kaioshin Realm. Something terrible has occurred, Ancestor. Our universe is in jeopardy. What has happened? The Frozen clan is about to wage war against the Saiyan clan. Our universe's average power level has only just risen. Should I intervene? Silence. You dare panic over such a trivial matter? You are bringing shame upon the Kaioshin. However, what nonsense. The supreme being of our realm governs creation. We must not excessively intervene in the affairs of the mortal world. We should allow it to evolve naturally. At times, conflict does not signify the annihilation of civilization, but rather its propagation. Moreover, should the trajectory of civilization be misguided, even the destroyer will take action. When has it become your turn to intervene, Ancestor? I understand now. Chapter 64. The Laws of Time and Space in the Northern Galaxy. Tumultuous currents swirl. While on Earth, at the Taiyi Manor, a violet feline sits gracefully upon the lawn. The air is thick with a profound essence of time. Centered around the violet cat, a transparent cubic space envelopes an area of 10 meters. From a distance, it resembles a room. Beside this transparent cube, two individuals recline on beach chairs, occasionally sipping on their beverages. To my surprise, you have indeed grasped the laws of time and space, remarked Vis with a hint of indifference. A year ago, Lewis vanished for a month, and upon his return, he was enveloped in an enigmatic aura. Lewis ascended to the full power of Super Saiyan, his strength surpassing even the second tier of divine realms. This astonishing transformation left Whis astounded. In less than a month, how could Lewis's power have surged to such an extent? The sheer increase in strength was not the crux of the matter. Rather, the enigma lay in when Lewis had come to comprehend the intricacies of temporal and spatial laws. Whis found himself in a state of shock for 2.5 days, utterly perplexed. However, considering that Lewis possessed the ability to erase and could disregard any form of damage, perhaps such astonishment was unwarranted. It was akin to frequently encountering a ghost. When one is faced with the apparition once more, the element of surprise inevitably diminishes. The eccentricities of Lewis have not been a recent development, and ultimately, Weiss chose to confront the situation with a sense of tranquility. Haha, the time chamber I created is quite remarkable, isn't it? Lewis chuckled. He emerged from the mental time chamber after more than a month, and upon his return, his first action was to construct a similar chamber within the estate. Just in time, Beerus arrived on Earth from the realm of destruction, and Lewis invited him to try it out. The reason Beerus journeyed from the realm of destruction is rooted in an incident that transpired a year prior, following Quitella's demise. Beerus celebrated with an exuberant dance that lasted 3 days and nights, exhibiting behavior akin to that of a deranged serpent. Lewis and Whis could hardly bear to witness the situation any longer, so they decided to leave Beerus in the realm of destruction, completely ignoring him. Upon their arrival on Earth, Beerus belatedly realized his predicament and called out to Whis, who, to his dismay, paid him no heed. In a fit of rage, Beerus flew all the way from the realm of destruction to Earth. He intended to unleash a torrent of curses, but was instead beckoned by Lewis to enter a transparent cube for a trial. Astonishingly, 1 day outside equated to half a year inside. Truly remarkable. Observing the transparent cube, Whis nodded in approval. You have grasped the principles of time and space and created such a temporal abode. It seems you have a commendable understanding of these concepts. Curiously, Lewis inquired, how do I compare to the King of Time? Whis, taken aback, responded, I never mentioned the King of Time to you. How do you know of him? After shaking his head, Whis contemplated how this young man seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of numerous matters. For instance, he was aware of the old Kai being sealed within the Z sword, which was quite astonishing. I can only reverse time by 2 minutes at most, while you can accelerate it by 6 months. Speeding up time and reversing it are not the same concept. Accelerating time is inherently more complex. Clearly, your mastery over time has surpassed mine, and your command over space is undoubtedly superior as well. Whis remarked nonchalantly, however. The temporal principles you currently wield cannot yet be compared to those of the King of Time. Indeed, there is a King of Time. Lewis mused internally before speaking up. Then Lewis wished to inquire how much time remained until he and the King of Time would meet, when suddenly, a silvery radiance flashed from the transparent cubic chamber beside him. Within, a purple cat exuded an aura of natural essence, an embodiment of the state of free state. Whis smiled, realizing that Lord Beerus had finally grasped the free state. Long ago, Beerus had brushed against this state, yet he had never managed to transcend to this level. Unexpectedly, within the time chamber created by Lewis, he had finally stepped into the free state. The power of the 5th layer of divine realms erupted from Beerus. The cubic chamber shattered abruptly. A silvery brilliance enveloped Beerus, his form mirroring Lewis in the free state. Lewis, come here and give me a beating. Did I not say for Whis to leave you be? Is it necessary to be this furious? Enough with the prattle. With that, Beerus vanished from the spot. Lewis chuckled, enveloped in a silvery radiance, as he sprang forth from the beach chair. The two engaged in a rapid exchange in the heavens, the silver light flickering incessantly, reminiscent of countless fireworks bursting forth. A cascade of brilliance. Moments later, you scrawny wretch, you dare strike my visage? Witness how I shall extinguish your existence. Begone! How could you possibly invoke the rules of time? Do not expose yourself. After several hundred exchanges, The two descended from the sky. Lewis's destructive garb had transformed into tattered rags, dangling upon him like that of a beggar. In contrast, Beerus appeared rather disheveled, although he had sustained no injuries. His attire had likewise become mere strips of fabric, particularly with a conspicuous tear in the region of his trousers. Ha! Upon witnessing this, Whis clutched his abdomen, rolling back and forth on the beach chair, unable to contain himself. What laughter is this? Restore my garments at once. Beerus bellowed, covering his exposed area with a scowl. Ha! Whis continued to laugh, teetering on the brink of convulsions. Beerus' expression darkened further. Allow me to handle this. Lewis smiled, raised his hand, and concentrated on the essence of time's loss. With a sweeping motion, the garments adorning both him and Beerus instantaneously returned to their original state. Lewis. This is the act of reversing time for a singular entity. You rascal. Beerus swallowed hard. In their recent confrontation, both had simultaneously entered a state of ease. Undoubtedly, Lewis was no match for him. After all, Lewis did not transform into a Super Saiyan, and in terms of both strength and speed, he fell short. However, in the later stages, whenever Lewis was struck, he simply employed the laws of time to reverse it. Every attack was anticipated by Lewis, achieving a true prescience. This rendered Beerus in a position of disadvantage. Lord Beerus, you are no longer my adversary, Lewis proclaimed with a cheerful grin. Weiss, lounging on a beach chair, approached and gently patted Beerus on the shoulder. Lord Beerus, there is no need for despondency. After all, Quitella met his demise at Lewis's hands. So it is quite natural for you to succumb to him as well. Beerus's lips twitched slightly. Weiss seemed to articulate a valid point. Yet why did it sound so exasperating? All right, Lord Beerus, it is time for us to venture to other universes for some amusement. Lewis still vividly recalls the previous spar, which marked the first instance of him being besieged. Subsequently, he faced a second onslaught in the Dark Demon Realm, merely reflecting on it incites frustration. Now, with his power surging, it is imperative that he retaliates. Indeed, I have attained a state of tranquility, and it is time for me to showcase it. Beerus's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Suddenly, a voice echoed, Lewis, I have mastered instant transmission alongside Vegeta. Chapter 65. The advantages of Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4 represents the pinnacle of Saiyan lineage, distinct from Super Saiyan 1, 2, and 3. The first three transformations retain the Saiyans' inherent ferocity, which explains why the strength of a Super Saiyan escalates with their fury. However, Super Saiyan 4 adeptly resolves this issue. It signifies the ultimate refinement of their bloodline, or perhaps it embodies a new norm for the Saiyans, returning to a state of purity, unshackled by tumultuous emotions. The burdensome drawbacks on the body also vanish entirely. Enough of that. Even if we discuss it, you wouldn't heed my words. Beerus understands Lewis's nature well. He will not turn back until he encounters a formidable barrier. Nevertheless, with the power coursing through Lewis, even if he indulges in the folly of transformation, it appears to pose no significant issue. After all, Katra perished by his hand, and as he continues his training, who could possibly contend with him? Approaching the beach chair, he reclined. Beerus took a sip of his drink and remarked, Now, let us discuss your temporal rules. Whis glanced over. Why are you looking at me like that? Is it not quite normal for me to comprehend temporal regulations, considering I can even erase them? Lewis reclined on the beach chair beside Beerus, where three elderly gentlemen lay back, sipping their drinks, basking in the leisurely atmosphere. The reasoning was remarkably compelling, seemingly irrefutable, particularly for Whis, who understood the implications of erasure. Erasure constituted a synthesis of various rules, and only by comprehending these rules could one truly grasp the essence of erasure. Time and space were but two of the myriad rules encompassed within it. Thus, it appeared unproblematic for Lewis to comprehend the rules governing time and space. Lord Beerus, you ought to be grateful to me. Had I not created this time chamber, you would never have transcended to the state of ease. Lewis asserted. Your claim to credit is unfounded. Without your time chamber, I would have achieved a breakthrough in the near future regardless, Beerus retorted, his disdain evident. He had never encountered someone so shameless, akin to that gluttonous pig from Universe 6. I am not referring to you. Rather, I am speaking of a certain purple feline. Lewis replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Whis, who was enjoying his drink, suddenly erupted in laughter, spraying his beverage in surprise. Although Lewis had not mentioned Beerus directly, the description of a purple cat was unmistakably pointed. You, Beerus exclaimed, torn between amusement and irritation at the remark. Lewis was undeniably adorable in his childhood. How has he transformed into such an annoyance now? Lord Beerus, I have grasped the laws of time, even without resorting to erasure. You shall no longer be my adversary in the future. Another devastating blow struck by Lewis. Boom. Enraged, Beerus rose from his beach chair, cursing vehemently, "You little brat. I challenge you to a duel." Whis turned his gaze, bursting into laughter. "Lord Beerus, perhaps you should reconsider the duel, especially since Quitella met his demise at Lewis's hands. It is only natural that you would find it difficult to contend with him." Beerus's lips twitched slightly. Wiss's words, though seemingly reasonable, carried an air of resignation that was hard to ignore. This only served to infuriate Beerus further, causing him to pace in agitation, while Lewis reveled in his delight. The trio engaged in further conversation, touching upon the average capabilities of humans in the seventh universe. With the Saiyans growing increasingly powerful, the seventh universe had ascended from its previous position of second to last to now being third from the bottom. Presently, it had even climbed to fourth from the bottom, much to Beerus's elation. "Well then, Lord Beerus, it is time for us to explore other universes." Lewis still vividly remembers that previous sparring session, during which he was besieged for the first time. Subsequently, he endured a second onslaught in the dark magical realm. The mere recollection of these events incites frustration. With his newfound surge of power, it is imperative that he retaliates. Indeed, the average power index of humanity in the seventh universe has dramatically increased, and having attained the realm of self-mastery, he feels compelled to showcase his prowess. Beerus's eyes sparkled with excitement as he licked his lips, particularly at the prospect of visiting the sixth universe. The thought of that astonished expression on the rotund pig made him unable to contain his exhilaration. A flush of excitement spread across Beerus's face, eliciting laughter from Whis and the others. Truly, these two brothers are quite the oddities. As the trio prepared to set forth, a sudden voice interrupted. "Lewis, I've learned instant transmission with Vegeta." 5 individuals appeared at the entrance of the courtyard: Bulma, Tais, Vegeta, Goku, and Chi-Chi. Goku hurriedly approached Lewis, followed closely by a stunning woman clad in a chi-pao. "Goku, don't run so fast," Chi-Chi exclaimed as she stepped forward, tightly embracing Goku's arm. Luis was taken aback. "Kakarot, when did you return?" "Just got back." Goku scratched his head. "I trained with Vegeta for a year and finally mastered instant transmission. However, I couldn't sense your energy, so we returned to Earth to come here." Lewis nodded. A year ago, he had taken Sun Wukong to the planet Adrat. And with the passage of time, it was only fitting that Sun Wukong had mastered the art of instantaneous movement. This time frame was comparable to that depicted in the anime. Furthermore, it was quite natural that Sun Wukong mentioned being unable to sense his energy. Mere mortals cannot perceive the essence of deities. Unless Sun Wukong ascends to the level of Super Saiyan God. Vegeta has also acquired this skill. Luis cast a glance at Vegeta, his gaze igniting a surge of anger within him. Vegeta erupted in fury, exclaiming, "What kind of look is that? Am I not capable of learning? I ought to be." Lewis furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "With your talent, it should be impossible for you to master this technique. Even Vegeta from the anime could not achieve it." Boom. Vegeta was infuriated. Is not Lewis implying that his talent pales in comparison to that of Sun Wukong? A disgrace, a blatant humiliation. "Lewis, I challenge you to a duel." Upon hearing this, both Weiss and Beerus exchanged subtle twitches at the corners of their mouths. Yet another individual has been thoroughly rattled by Lewis. "Vegeta, mind your manners when speaking to your sister-in-law." Bulma approached, tugging at Vegeta's ear and raising her voice. Vegeta immediately wilted under her reprimand. Ha! Witnessing this, the crowd erupted in laughter, as the proud Prince Vegeta displayed such fear of Bulma. Lewis observed Sun Wukong laughing heartily and then glanced at the girl beside him. "Chi-Chi," he mused to himself, "Kakarot, do not be hasty. You shall soon find yourself intimidated by Chi-Chi." He then cast a look at Bulma's companion, Tais, and thought, "Fortunately, my sister Tais is not so fearsome. Since you all have returned, it is time for you to head to the Galactic Patrol headquarters to instruct Bardock and the others on their transformations," Lewis announced. "Very well. I shall return with Kakarot in a couple of days." Vegeta nodded. No sooner had he spoken than a familiar voice echoed from above. "Wukong, Vegeta. We are in grave trouble." Chapter 66. The arrival of Cooler beside them. Beerus furrowed his brow, recognizing the voice. "Lord North Kai, what troubles you?" Sun Wukong inquired, lifting his gaze. Vegeta suddenly felt an ominous premonition. The others looked up in unison. Upon hearing the voice, Beerus realized, thinking it was someone else, that it was indeed the diminutive North Kai. Silence lingered in the air, and then, quite suddenly, a gulp was heard. It was the sound of North Kai swallowing hard, followed by, "I have encountered Lord Beerus." His voice trembled, betraying his evident anxiety. A faint smile graced Luis's lips. How could he not feel anxious? After all, it was none other than Beerus who had once obliterated his King's planet with a single blow. Beerus coldly remarked, "North Kai, what is the matter?" He had intended to journey to other universes, but was interrupted by the diminutive creature, leaving him quite irate. Speak. It is Gula from the Eastern Galaxy who has launched an attack on the Northern Galaxy. Who is Gula? Everyone present, save for Luis, was momentarily taken aback. Even Beerus was momentarily stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure. Gula was none other than Frieza's elder brother. After all, the entire Frieza clan served him. If an attack was forthcoming, so be it. As long as Earth remained unscathed, the rest was of no concern to him. Ignoring the North Kai's words, Beerus turned to Whis and Luis. "Let us proceed to the 6th universe." "Wait." Luis halted Beerus and remarked with a smile, "Lord Beerus, would you care to witness a significant surge in the average power level of the humans from Universe 7? Beerus's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "What do you mean by that?" The exchange between the two was incomprehensible to the others, leaving Goku with a sense that something monumental was unfolding. Especially for Vegeta. He fully understood the implications of Cooler's presence. If Frieza is the Emperor of the universe, then Cooler is undoubtedly the Emperor's brother. Hearing such words is akin to receiving enlightenment from Zhuangzhou. Luis was entirely unaware of Vegeta's thoughts as he turned to Beerus with a smile. "Lord Beerus, if our Saiyan lineage were all to transform into Super Saiyans, to what extraordinary heights do you believe the average power index of humanity in the 7th universe could soar?" Beerus inhaled sharply, realizing the implications. He was well aware that a Super Saiyan could amplify their base strength by a staggering 50-fold. The mere thought of every Saiyan achieving such a transformation sent shivers of excitement coursing through him. He grasped Luis's arm tightly, trembling with anticipation. "Luis, is this truly possible?" It was no wonder that Beerus was so exhilarated. The average power index of humanity directly influenced the ranking of the universe. If what Luis proposed were genuine, the 7th universe's standing could indeed ascend, perhaps even reaching the mid-tier rankings. The prospect of accomplishing such a feat within a mere decade or so was almost beyond belief. Furthermore, this would be the perfect opportunity for them to showcase their prowess in other universes. After all, it was Frieza's actions that spurred Goku to attain his Super Saiyan form, and Vegeta had similarly surpassed his limits due to Luis's encouragement. Luis pointed towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta, then remarked, "As for transforming the entire Saiyan race into Super Saiyans, that is undoubtedly unfeasible at the moment. However, in a decade or so, it should pose no problem. Many things unfold gradually. This time, Cooler has set his sights on the North Galaxy. And perhaps another among our Saiyan kin will achieve transformation. Indeed, there is no rush to venture into other universes, if more of you Saions can transform. Our universe 7 shall prosper immensely." Beerus breathed heavily, relieved. Thankfully, due to Luis's influence back in the day, the Saiyan race was not annihilated. It turns out that the Saiyan lineage possesses such remarkable innate talent. "Let us see what Cooler intends to do," Luis continued, glancing at Sun Wukong and Vegeta. "You two shall go together. Without you, Bardock and the others may meet a grim fate." "A grim fate?" Sun Wukong trembled at the thought and quickly inquired. "Is Cooler truly formidable?" Bulma and the others closely observed Luis, all taken aback by his words. Luis waved his hand and said, "You will understand once you engage with him. You've mastered the art of instantaneous movement. Go now, for if you delay any longer, Bardock and the others may truly be in peril." "Understood," Goku exclaimed, glancing at Chi-Chi beside him. "Chi-Chi, I promise to marry you again upon my return." Vegeta turned his gaze towards Bulma. "Bulma, await my return at home. I shall return safely without fail." Chi-Chi and Bulma nodded vigorously in agreement. Finally, Goku and Vegeta vanished in an instant. As Luis prepared to depart, Bulma hurriedly implored, "Brother-in-law, could you please ensure his safety when Vegeta is in peril?" "Rest assured." Luis waved his hand dismissively. In truth, even if Vegeta and Goku found themselves in peril, Luis had no intention of intervening. After all, with Goku having mastered instantaneous movement, Unless both he and Vegeta were intent on demise, or encountered an extraordinarily powerful adversary, no one could bring about their end. Lewis departed with Beerus and Whis, leaving only Tai Si and the three women behind. Tai Si comforted, "Don't worry, Chi-Chi, Bulma, Lewis is here." The two had long been aware of Lewis' true identity, so their worries had dissipated. At that moment, Bulma turned to Chi-Chi, clad in a Cheongsam, and asked with a smile, "By the way, how did you persuade Goku to marry you?" Tai Si was equally curious. Chi-Chi covered her face shyly and replied, "I simply told him that there would be a grand feast at the wedding, and he agreed." Bulma. Tai Si. In the Kaioshin Realm. Saiyan crouched on the lawn, gazing at the crystal ball placed on the ground by the old Kaioshin. "Ancestor, this is splendid news. Lewis and Lord Beerus have headed to the edge of the northern galaxy. With them there, they can surely prevent this battle." Suddenly, ouch. "Ancestor, what are you doing?" Saiyan exclaimed, clutching his head in pain. "What do you know?" The old Kaioshin retorted angrily. "Do you think that Skinny Ribs and Lewis will intervene to stop this great conflict?" Fortunately, Beerus was not present. Otherwise, the old Kaioshin would have faced repercussions. "Isn't that so?" Saiyan timidly replied. Seeing Saiyan's expression, the old Kaioshin lamented, "Did I not tell you before? War is not merely annihilation. It is often the propagation of civilization. Only the strong can prevail. This is the essence of survival of the fittest." The old Kaioshin stated matter-of-factly, "Mark my words. While the Saiyan race possesses extraordinary talents, if they cannot overcome the frost demons, neither Skinny Ribs nor Lewis will intervene. This is the nature of the god of destruction." Lewis remarked, "Old Supreme Kai, do not involve me in your boasting. If the Saiyan race were to face extinction in the past, it would be one thing. But now that it has truly come to pass, I could easily take action." He continued, "You still have much to learn, my junior." The old Supreme Kai, turning away from Ashen, chuckled, "Perhaps after this great war, our seventh universe shall soar to new heights." Chapter 67. Prelude to War at the juncture of the northern and eastern galaxies. A colossal warship soared at the forefront, trailed by countless smaller ships, resembling a swarm of locusts. In the oppressive darkness of the cosmic expanse, it cast an ominous shadow. Within the vast warship, a being sat in a baby carriage, characterized by a rounded head, crimson eyes, and dark lips. A potent aura of dominance surrounded him. This individual was none other than Frieza's brother, Cooler. Tap, tap, tap. Cooler's fingers drummed rhythmically on the carriage, producing a jarring sound that echoed throughout the command chamber. At this moment, Cooler had already entered the northern galaxy. "Captain Saviza of the Cooler Mech Corps?" Saviza addressed him with respect. "Do you believe that the Super Saiyans are truly formidable?" Cooler turned to the blonde-haired Saviza. "To have slain King Frieza, they must possess some strength. Yet even the mightiest shall fall short of Cooler." Saviza flattered, "Indeed, Cooler is invincible." The other two members of the Cooler Mech Corps echoed in agreement. "Just some strength, you say?" Cooler mused as he gazed out through the transparent glass. He shook his head and coldly commanded, "Accelerate our advance. I wish to see just how powerful those Saiyan monkeys truly are." No sooner had he spoken than 10 smaller ships appeared a kilometer ahead of the massive warship. The formidable Cooler cosmic army abruptly halted its advance. A voice from the control room reported, "Report to King Cooler. Unidentified ships detected ahead." "Oh, who dares to obstruct me?" A sinister smile spread across Cooler's face as he ordered, "Crush them." "Yes." The control room acknowledged Cooler's command and issued the attack orders. In the cosmic void, the vast fleet of ships began to charge their energy cannons. Fire. Thousands of spacecraft unleashed their energy blasts. Boom, boom. In an instant, thousands of energy projectiles struck the 10 small ships ahead, illuminating the obsidian expanse of the universe as if it were daybreak. "Proceed forward," Cooler commanded from the command chamber. The entire Cooler cosmic army prepared to advance. Suddenly, as the smoke from the bombarded area dispersed, a dozen figures emerged, their tails swaying as they spiraled through the cosmic expanse. A voice from the control room reported, "Great King Gula, they are Saiyans." "What?" Gula's eyes widened in disbelief as he maneuvered his infant carriage to the transparent window, fixating on the distant silhouettes a kilometer away. "Saiyans? How could they possibly survive in the cosmos?" Shaviza gasped, his astonishment evident. The other two members of the mech unit, Nizi and Dre, also stared in shock, questioning the prior assumption that Saiyans could not thrive in space. "Enough chatter. Equip oxygen devices and eliminate them," Gula commanded, his brow furrowed. though internally he shared the same bewilderment. However, fate seemed to favor him, for before he could seek out the Scions, they had come to meet their demise. Thus, Frieza and his companions donned their oxygen gear and launched themselves from the battleship, heading towards the encroaching figures. 1 kilometer away, 15 silhouettes hovered. Bardock, Raditz, Naba, Bibert, and Theodore, accompanied by 10 other Scions, represented the pinnacle of Saiyan combat prowess. In King Vegeta's words, if Bardock and his companions could not overpower Gula, no additional Scions would fare any better. Hence, only these 15 had appeared. Meanwhile, King Vegeta was tirelessly attempting to contact Goku on Earth. Without the intervention of the Super Scions, Bardock and his crew would undoubtedly perish. Yet, despite the overwhelming odds, Bardock and his cohort stood resolute. Who could have imagined our Saiyan race could survive in the cosmos? Raditz communicated through energy waves. It was Lewis who wished upon the dragon. A year prior, Bardock had been brought back to the galactic headquarters by Lewis, who had shared this revelation. Initially dismissing it as a jest, Bardock had later discovered the truth when he attempted it himself. Indeed, Scions could thrive in space. At that moment, they were upon them. Naba exclaimed. Witnessing Frieza and his companions approaching with their oxygen devices, Bardock scoffed at the sight, deeming them too weak. Having spent time on Earth, he had already learned to sense energy there. In his perception, the strongest among them was the green-skinned individual, whose power was but a fraction of his own. Raditz. Eliminate them, Bardock ordered. Understood. Raditz nodded, unleashing a burst of white energy as he surged towards Frieza and his companions. Suddenly, a new group appeared in the distance. Lewis, Beerus, Whis, Son Goku, and Vegeta observed the scene of Raditz and Frieza entangled with one another. Phew. Son Goku sighed in relief. Fortunately, the real battle has yet to commence. Vegeta nodded in agreement, surveying his surroundings only to realize that his father was absent. Little did he know, King Vegeta was currently sending the messages from the galactic headquarters. Lewis observed the scene of Raditz and Frieza engaged in battle and inquired, Lord Beerus, what are your thoughts on our Saiyan race? Your talent is undoubtedly exceptional, but as for the others, their aptitude leaves much to be desired. Beerus, arms crossed, glanced at Son Goku and Vegeta beside him. Of course, these two are commendable as well. Chapter 68, The Talent of the Saiyan Race During His Time on Earth. Beerus had become acquainted with all the Z warriors. Son Goku's ability to defeat Frieza indeed attested to his considerable talent. As for Vegeta, while his strength was slightly inferior to Goku's, his thirst for battle was undeniably fierce. Yet, Beerus discerned that Vegeta's martial foundation was not as solid as Goku's. And in terms of mental fortitude, he fell short as well. Is merely commendable all that you can say? Lewis chuckled. In the Dragon Ball universe, if these two protagonists possess only average talent, then this world must be devoid of truly gifted individuals. Is that not so? Beerus scrutinized Son Goku and Vegeta once more with a serious gaze. Whis also observed the two, soon becoming lost in thought. Two piercing gazes fell upon them, causing Goku and Vegeta to shudder involuntarily. What's wrong? We haven't provoked them, have we? Surely, we are not to be destroyed. Lewis shook his head with a smile, saying, Lord Beerus sometimes fails to see beyond the surface. Oh, Beerus furrowed his brow. Louise spoke in a calm manner. Isn't there a Jiren in Universe 11? In my opinion, he pales in comparison to the two of them. His voice was subdued, yet it startled both Beerus and Whis. Are you certain you are not jesting? Beerus had heard of Jiren's name long ago, rumored to be a mortal power comparable to that of the gods of destruction. This time, he intended to visit Universe 11 with Louise to witness Jiren for himself. Whether I am jesting or not, you shall find out in due time. Moreover, while you may perceive the Saiyan race as possessing inferior talent, in reality, they rank among the finest in the entirety of the Omni King's universe. Initially, Lewis believed that the Saiyan race was inherently malevolent. If that were the case, the S cells within the Scions would be suppressed by the ferocious elements within them, rendering awakening impossible. This was also the reason Lewis had previously disregarded the Scions. Such a power seemed worthless, and the inherently violent nature of the Scions did not warrant protection. However, as time passed, Lewis discovered his error. It became evident that the Scions were not born wicked. Rather, their environment shaped them. Once the S factors within the Scions fully awakened, each one possessed the potential to become a Super Saiyan. One could envision the following scenes. Every 6 Scions could fuse to create a Super Saiyan god. Moreover, through the fusion technique, two Scions could merge into a formidable warrior. What a staggering concept. Just thinking about it sends shivers down one's spine. At that moment, Lord Beerus. Whis withdrew his gaze from Goku and Vegeta, his voice grave. Lewis is not mistaken. We may have underestimated the Scions. Beerus's pupils constricted sharply as he turned his head, fixating intently on Whis. He then glanced at Goku and Vegeta, who were somewhat bewildered by the conversation, particularly Vegeta, who prided himself on the Saiyan race's exceptional talents. Wondered if the terror Lewis spoke of was truly justified. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. A Saiyan with waist-length hair was engaged in combat with three extraterrestrials. Countless beams of light erupted, illuminating the dark cosmos, as if dawn were approaching. In no time, the three members of the Gula Mecha Brigade were obliterated by Raditz force. When did my brother become so powerful? Goku swallowed hard. Not bad. Vegeta could sense that the strength of the three warriors was formidable. Had it been the previous Raditz, he certainly would not have stood a chance against these three. It appeared that this young man had not been idle over the past year. As Vegeta spoke, a figure shot out from the massive spaceship floating in the cosmic expanse. The figure was seated in a stroller. Back then, Frieza should have annihilated your Saiyan race. It is regrettable he did not listen. Sound could not propagate in a vacuum. Yet the moment Gula emerged, his chilling voice reverberated through the dark starry sky. This is bad. He is incredibly strong. Goku shouted urgently, Vegeta, let us move quickly. Goku and Vegeta transformed into two streaks of light, soaring into the distance. Only Lewis, Whis, and Beerus remained at the original location. Observing Goku and Vegeta's departing figures, Beerus spoke. Whis, what did you mean by that? If I am not mistaken, the ferocious aura within the Scions is gradually dissipating. Perhaps this is the reason for their newfound strength. Moreover, I have discerned that the ferocious essence within them diminishes as their strength increases. Of course, this ferocious essence does not vanish entirely. Rather, it is unleashed in a tremendous surge when they transform into Super Scions, morphing into formidable power. Lord Beerus. It seems that the Scions' innate talent may surpass even that of the Frost Demons. Whis turned his gaze towards Lewis, his eyes brimming with profound meaning, and inquired, am I correct? Throughout the years, he had remained closely by the sides of Beerus and Lewis, yet had not truly observed the Saiyan race. It was only at this moment, upon seeing Bardock and the other Scions in the distance, that he made this realization. Haha. Lewis smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. The innate talents of the Scions surpass those of the Frost Demons, yet it depends on which Saiyan or which Frost Demon one is referring to. When comparing Goku's potential with that of the Frost Demons, it is undoubtedly Goku who possesses the superior talent. However, if one were to measure Raditz and those lesser Kalami against the Frost Demons, they would undoubtedly fall short. Lewis. Beerus gazed at Lewis, his breath quickening. By appointing the Frost Demons as his agents, he had acknowledged their capabilities. Now, with Whis claiming that the Scion's talents exceed those of the Frost Demons. Is this truly the case? If this is indeed true, Beerus pondered the fact that the entire Saiyan race comprises over 2,000 individuals, each transforming into Super Scions, surpassing even Frieza, Cooler, and King Cold. The more he reflected, the more exhilarated he became. You will come to understand these matters in due time, Lord Beerus. For now, simply enjoy the spectacle. Lewis concluded the topic, shifting his gaze towards the horizon. Beerus nodded, for he was aware of Lewis's uniqueness. Lewis surprisingly uttered such words, complemented by Whis' explanation. The innate talents of the Scions undoubtedly surpass those of the Frost Demons. This is remarkable. The three gazed into the distance. Chapter 69, A Fierce Battle with Gula. In the pitch-black expanse of the cosmic starry sky, a cosmic being seated in a baby carriage hovered before a colossal spacecraft. Gula, with a chilling gaze, glanced at the remnants of flesh floating in the void. These were the fragments of Frieza and his companions. He then turned his attention to the 10 or so Scions ahead. I never imagined that all members of my mech squad would perish at the hands of a single Saiyan. No wonder you were able to slay Frieza. It appears you possess some real strength. Gula, perched upon the baby carriage, laughed heartily, showing no sorrow for the demise of Frieza and the others. The Frost Demons epitomized coldness and ruthlessness. Frieza should have dealt with your Saiyan race long ago. Yet he failed to heed my warning. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Frieza is still one of my kind. You shall all perish, and I shall gladly seize his territory. Gula had no intention of sending his remaining subordinates into battle, for with the death of Frieza and his companions, any further attempts would be futile. In the starry sky, Gula's aura grew increasingly terrifying. At his normal state, his battle power stood at 60 million. Boom. With an explosive surge of power, the baby carriage Gula occupied shattered violently. A menacing energy enveloped the entire cosmos, the magnetic field in disarray, as countless ions coalesced into shimmering silver dragons. Under the influence of this force, Gula's fleet of spaceships swayed perilously, prompting his subordinates to retreat in haste. Be careful. Up ahead, Bardock wore a grave expression as he regarded Gula. The intensity of Gula's aura was terrifying, akin to that of a primordial behemoth. As an endless pressure bore down upon them, Bardock was astonished by Gula's overwhelming strength. In Bardock's perception, Gula's current power rivaled that of Frieza's ultimate form. Prepare to conjure an artificial moon. King Vegeta is already in contact with Kakarot. We must see if he can arrive in time. Gula's aura was dreadfully potent. While Bardock's own power barely reached 4 million, engaging Gula in his normal state would surely lead to his demise. Although transforming into a great ape would cause a loss of reason, Bardock had no choice at this moment. Yes, as Gula's unleashed power resonated, a flicker of fear passed through the eyes of B-Bear and the other Saiyans, though they swiftly suppressed their trepidation. Suddenly, "Father, I am coming." A voice rang out, followed by 2 beams of light racing towards them. It was Kakarot. Kakarot had arrived. And Vegeta too. Vegeta was also here. The Saiyans were overwhelmed with joy. Had these 2 not arrived, their fate would have been sealed. In the distance, Gula paused upon spotting the newcomers. How audacious to come forth to meet their demise. With a surge of violet energy, Gula charged towards Bardock. "Retreat," shouted Son Goku, sensing the imminent danger. Vegeta, transform into a Super Saiyan. Understood. As the command echoed, a brilliant golden radiance erupted from both Son Goku and Vegeta, resembling 2 newborn suns, dazzling to behold. An overwhelming force radiated outward, causing the vacuum of space to resonate with thunderous roars. Once their transformations were complete, the duo surged towards Gula. No, it couldn't be. The golden hair transformation. Prince Vegeta. When did Prince Vegeta acquire the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan? This is splendid news. Gula is doomed. The retreating Saiyans erupted in ecstatic cheers. Gula, witnessing this spectacle, felt a tremor of apprehension within. Golden hair and azure eyes. Just as the legends of the Frost Demon race foretold. The Super Saiyan. This is the very being that vanquished Frieza. Humph. I shall see if the Super Saiyan truly possesses such might. Gula accelerated forward, engaging in a fierce clash with Son Goku and Vegeta. Fall back, I must assist them. Bardock, who had been retreating, suddenly halted. Having learned to sense energy on Earth, he could clearly perceive that Gula in this form was on par with Frieza's ultimate state. But let us not forget that Frieza could transform. Thus, Gula must also possess the ability to change. If Gula were to transform further, his power. Bardock felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that even a Super Saiyan would not match Gula's strength? With renewed determination, Bardock propelled himself forward. "Father," Raditz cried out. "Raditz, we cannot assist. We must retreat. Bardock will be fine." With that, they moved back as Son Goku and Vegeta engaged Gula. Boom, boom. The collision of their powers unleashed a storm through the cosmos, causing the very stars to tremble. Bang! Gula was struck by a powerful punch from Son Goku, hurtling through the vastness of space. Suddenly, a golden flash darted forward. Vegeta rapidly closed the distance to Gula. With hands gathered, he formed a colossal hammer, channeling immense, thunderous energy. With a mighty strike, he swung down with unrelenting force. Gula's head was forcibly indented several centimeters, and he emitted a heart-wrenching cry of agony as his body was propelled once more towards Sun Wukong. Bardock also joined the fray, and the battle escalated into an intense fervor. In an instant, the entire cosmos erupted in excitement. In the distance, 2 Super Saiyans. Upon witnessing this, Beerus erupted into laughter. The greater the number of Super Saiyans, the higher his rank in the universe. "Lewis, look over here. Lord Beerus, how formidable is Gula's true power?" "That is a question for Whis," came the calm response. "In terms of combat strength within the 7th universe, Gula's ultimate state possesses a power level of 470 million. 470 million, you say? Lewis shook his head, sensing clearly that the powers of Sun Wukong and Vegeta were not particularly formidable, likely not exceeding 400 million. In such a case, It would be impossible for Sun Wukong to defeat Gula. What is the current battle power of Whis and the others? He inquired. Sun Wukong possesses a battle power of 100 million, while Vegeta's power stands at 250 million, Whis replied. This indicates that Sun Wukong's base battle power is 6 million, and Vegeta's is 5 million. Compared to their previous strengths, their enhancements are rather modest, with both having increased by merely 1 million. This was the reason behind their study of instant transmission. Lewis was fully aware of this, and he did not consider it a waste to devote a year to mastering instant transmission. After all, it is a life-saving technique. Even a decade spent on it would be worthwhile. According to Whis, it seems that Sun Wukong and Vegeta would indeed struggle to overcome Gula. Beerus observed the battle unfolding before him. Chapter 70. Lewis's mischievousness. Numerous factors can influence the outcome of a battle. It is not merely a matter of higher battle power guaranteeing victory. As a god of destruction, Beerus, having fought countless battles throughout his life, is well aware of this truth. However, given the current circumstances, with the powers exhibited by Sun Wukong and Vegeta, it appears quite challenging for them to defeat Gula. After all, the entire Frieza clan is at his service, and Beerus is cognizant of Gula's ultimate form strength. Lewis smiled. It may be quite a challenge for 2 Super Saiyans to defeat Cooler. But what if we were to add another Super Saiyan into the mix? Beerus and Whis paused momentarily. Hasn't Batak already gone up to take a beating? Under his current circumstances, as long as he is sufficiently enraged, it would be enough to transform him into a Super Saiyan. Lewis gazed intently at the battle unfolding before him, and with a measured tone, he said, Whis, hold on for a moment. Manipulate Kakarot and Vegeta, allowing them to be grievously injured by Gula. When his son is wounded, Bardock will undoubtedly be filled with fury, and in turn, he shall surely transform into a Super Saiyan. Lewis revealed a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Beerus's body trembled violently. What a sinister scoundrel. Even Whis felt a chill run down his spine. If those who had not offended him suffered such dire consequences, what fate awaited those who did? The last individual who incurred his wrath had already been obliterated. In the depths of the cosmos, a thunderous roar erupted. Countless energy orbs, brimming with boundless might, rampaged through the celestial expanse, striking numerous planets and triggering a series of cataclysmic explosions. The force of the detonations swept across the entire star domain, saturating the universe with ferocious energy. The magnetic field of the cosmos was thrown into utter chaos. Suddenly, 2 golden beams of light, akin to majestic golden dragons, wove through the starry sky, converging at a center where a bruised extraterrestrial being stood. In his normal state, Cooler possessed a battle power of merely 60 million. He was no match for Goku, who transformed into a Super Saiyan with a power level of 100 million, nor for Vegeta, whose strength reached 250 million. Cooler was relentlessly struck, emitting heart-wrenching cries of agony. Meanwhile, Bardock sought an opportunity, landing occasional blows on Cooler. Yet, that detestable Saiyan monkey. Cooler was struck by a powerful punch, propelled into the void of space. Lewis, observing from afar, couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of the Frost Demons. Even with a mere 60 million battle power, Cooler remained vibrant after enduring such relentless punishment. High above the cosmos, Cooler steadied himself, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and coldly remarked, "This is the power of you Super Saiyans. I must admit, it is indeed formidable. No wonder you can slay Frieza. However, if this is all the strength you possess, then this day next year shall mark your demise." Cooler erupted into maniacal laughter, a terrifying aura suddenly emanating from him, enveloping the entire star domain in a chilling murderous intent, as if the icy depths of the underworld had descended. This is bad. Cooler is about to transform. We must stop him. Bardock, who had been stealthily striking and retreating, felt a shiver of dread at this revelation. Goku and Vegeta, high above in the cosmos, recalled the harrowing scene on Namek. No, they could not allow Cooler to successfully transform. The 3 sprang into action. Goku flew to one side, gathering energy at his waist as a ghostly blue orb materialized in his palm. Vegeta remained stationary in the center, his hands pressed together at his chest, summoning a golden energy wave. Bardock flew to the opposite side, mirroring Goku's stance, concentrating his own energy into a key wave. The trio formed a triangular formation. Kamehameha. Final flash. Shining impact wave. Boom. The 3 attacks surged simultaneously toward Cooler, ascending into the cosmic void. The overwhelming force engulfed the entire starry sky in that fleeting moment, as if the heavens themselves were being torn asunder. A resounding boom echoed as three formidable attacks struck their mark upon Gula. In that instant, the air was thick with smoke, rendering Gula's position utterly obscured. This dramatic scene unfolded before the eyes of Lewis and his companions. Lewis, the surprises your Saiyan race continues to unveil are truly remarkable, Beerus remarked, his arms crossed and his voice steady. Aside from Goku and Vegeta, that Saiyan named Bardock possesses considerable talent as well. Whis nodded in agreement, adding, indeed. He is quite impressive. No wonder you believe he too could ascend to become a Super Saiyan. Louise smiled, but remained silent. As the father of the protagonist in Dragon Ball, Bardock undoubtedly possesses remarkable talent. Cooler is about to enter his ultimate form. Whis, do take note. Louise revealed a mischievous smile, asserting, at the crucial moment, ensure you restrain Kakarot and Vegeta. Do not allow them to escape with instant transmission. Bulma had entrusted her brother-in-law with the protection of Vegeta, yet Louise resorted to cunning tactics with Whis. Fortunately, Bulma was not present. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly confront Louise. To transform Bardock into a Super Saiyan, you are indeed relentless. Whis rolled his eyes and replied, rest assured, I will keep them under control. Ahead in the starry expanse, a thunderous roar erupted. A violet luminescence soared into the heavens, dispersing the billowing smoke. Behold, a diminutive figure, reminiscent of Frieza's ultimate form, stood poised in the void. The fourth transformation unlocked, the fifth form. Power level at 470 million. To perish beneath my ultimate form is a privilege bestowed upon you. Gula, suspended in the void, gazed at Goku and his companions with eyes blazing with cold light. At this moment, Gula resembled a demon from the abyss, his formidable aura warping the very fabric of space. The unparalleled strength of Gula caused Goku and his friends to tremble ever so slightly. Bardock was astonished. Vegeta was filled with dread, while Goku felt exhilarated. Their reactions were distinctly varied. Be cautious. As the trio momentarily faltered, Goku noticed Gula had vanished and shouted urgently. Suddenly, a violet beam flickered across the cosmos. Goku and Vegeta rushed forward, swiftly engaging Gula in combat. After several hundred exchanges, it became evident to Goku and his ally that they could not withstand Gula's onslaught. Their stamina waned rapidly, and their injuries multiplied. In stark contrast, Gula's pressure intensified. The mightiest Goku faced off against Gula in his ultimate state, yet a staggering disparity of 170 million in power levels remained. Ultimately, the difference in strength was insurmountable. How? How could this be? Gazing up at Gula, Vegeta spat blood, gritting his teeth. We Saiyans are no match for the Frieza race. In the skies above, Gula cast a glance at Vegeta, then shifted his attention to Bardock. One more prey remains. Gula laughed heartily, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he surged toward Bardock. His speed was so tremendous that Bardock could scarcely react. In an instant, gush, Bardock erupted with blood, droplets scattering into the cosmos, unaffected by gravity, coalescing into beads of crimson. Gush, Bardock coughed up more blood, gravely injured, rendered speechless. With a paltry power level of 4 million, being struck by Gula's overwhelming 470 million was a feat in itself that he had not been reduced to mere pulp. Father! Sun Wukong exclaimed in haste as he instantaneously appeared beside Bardock, producing a magical bean and placing it into Bardock's mouth. Simultaneously, he and Vegeta consumed one as well. The three were rejuvenated to full strength. Chapter 71, Bardock's Transformation. In the distance, Beerus was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "What kind of being is this that can restore someone from a severely injured state to full health?" Whis maintained a furrowed brow, stating, "This is a Senza being. I believe them to be extinct." Upon hearing this, Lewis was momentarily stunned. "Whis, do you recognize these beings? They are from the former Grand Minister." Before he could finish his sentence, Whis's body suddenly shuddered as he recalled something. He had sensed a familiarity with the style of the tall tower in the northern region of Earth, and it dawned on him. Luis raised an eyebrow, astonished to discover that Bobo's origins were that of a former high priest. Truly, he was an angel. "Vis, come forth and restrain Kakarot and Vegeta for me." Lewis did not inquire about the magic beans. Instead, he focused intently on the battle unfolding before him, urgently shouting. Ahead, it seemed that Sun Wukong and his companions sensed the dire situation and prepared to employ instant transmission to escape. Whis regained his composure and swiftly waved his staff, enveloping Sun Wukong and Vegeta in a silvery light. In the distance, The ominous presence of Gula loomed larger, his aura growing increasingly terrifying. "We cannot win. We must retreat," Sun Wukong declared. Were he alone, he would never concede so easily. However, with his father present, he felt compelled to act. A sense of helplessness washed over him. "All right." Vegeta gritted his teeth and nodded resolutely. Despite their transformation into Super Saiyans, they were still no match for Gula, which was profoundly frustrating. Sun Wukong prepared to use instant transmission to rescue Bardock on the other side when suddenly, he and Vegeta found themselves frozen. As if time itself had come to a standstill. "What is happening to you?" Bardock shouted anxiously, noticing their strange behavior. As Sun Wukong had just attempted to teleport to save Bardock, Gula had already been aware of their intentions. Having witnessed the formidable power of the Saiyans in this battle, he would not allow them to escape. In the sky, Gula raised his hands high, conjuring an energy sphere 3 meters in diameter. Radiating with an orange glow reminiscent of a newborn sun, emanating searing heat that threatened to boil the universe itself. "Die!" Gula bellowed as he thrust the sphere downward. "Kakarot, take cover. Hurry!" Bardock cried out, his voice filled with desperation as he felt an intense heat radiating from his back, yet remained oblivious to the impending danger. Boom! An inexplicable wave of energy surged through the cosmic expanse, the surrounding air pressure skyrocketing, an overwhelming force sweeping through as if heralding the end of the universe. It was terrifying. Meanwhile, in the distance, Beerus released his embrace, feeling a twinge of unease at the unfolding scene. Bardock should be able to transform, right? The more Super Saiyans there are, the higher his ranking in the universe will be. I wonder. Luis furrowed his brow, his own anxiety beginning to surface. "You all seem rather tense," Wes remarked with a smile as he glanced over. However, neither Luis nor the other individual spoke, their gazes fixed intently ahead. Wes rolled his eyes and said, "Well, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Bardock is about to successfully transform." "How do you know?" Luis and the other person hurriedly turned their attention. "Luis, I have noticed that when you transformed into a Super Saiyan, a formidable power surged from your spine." Weiss remarked nonchalantly, "Bataka is currently experiencing the same phenomenon. A tremendous force is coalescing at his back. His response mirrors yours perfectly, and it is highly likely that he will successfully transform. Although he may not possess the terrifying physique of Luis or the ability to erase, as the master of the god of destruction, his perception is unparalleled. He discerned the power emanating from Bataka's spine with a single glance. Lord Beerus, let us begin to witness the moment of the 3 Super Saiyans massacre." Luis clenched his fists and erupted into laughter. If 2 Super Saiyans could not defeat Cooler, what chance did 3 have? The cosmic expanse was illuminated by a colossal orange energy sphere that descended with increasing velocity. "No. Kakarot, Vegeta, take cover." Bardock's eyes widened in fury, his aura intensifying. The chaotic magnetic field around them became even more tumultuous. "Hurry, take cover." Bardock observed that Goku and the others remained motionless, driving his emotions to a fever pitch. His hair began to shimmer, one golden and one black. A resounding hum filled the cosmos as Bardock unleashed an ear-splitting roar. The eruption of his tremendous power caught Cooler's attention above. Upon witnessing Bardock's flickering hair, Cooler felt a tremor of unease. "Another Super Saiyan. You shall perish as well." Cooler bellowed, raising his hand to gather another massive energy sphere, hurling it towards Bardock. From a distance, Luis shouted, "Whis, release Kakarot and the others." Whis complied, restoring Goku and his companion's ability to move. They glared at the colossal energy sphere looming before them, on the verge of cursing. Nevertheless, they utilized instant transmission to escape their position. In the next moment, the 2 enormous energy spheres thrown by Cooler detonated with a thunderous roar. Chapter 72. The Magic Bean 2 Mushroom Clouds, each with a radius of 10,000 meters, erupted in the cosmic expanse. The unleashed ferocity reverberated through the cosmos, as if it would shatter under the strain. This entire star domain was illuminated. Gasping for breath, Cooler had been exerting himself fully while battling Goku and the others. Having just launched 2 massive energy spheres, he felt on the verge of collapse. Surely this will be the end. Cooler gritted his teeth, staring at the mushroom clouds. This time, entering the North Galaxy, he was determined to annihilate the entire Saiyan race. As he regained some strength, he turned to return to his spacecraft. Suddenly, amidst the energy-laden vacuum, 3 fiery sounds pierced the air. Cooler's pupils constricted as he snapped his head around, fixating intently on the 2 mushroom clouds. Abruptly, one of the clouds dispersed, revealing 3 figures radiating with golden light. 3 Super Saiyans. No, it's impossible. Gula trembled all over. The 2 strikes he had just unleashed were the culmination of my strength. How could you withstand them? As Gula hurled 2 colossal energy explosions, Sun Wukong and Vegeta instantaneously teleported to Bardock's side, and the 3 united their forces to deflect one of the blasts. Ahead, Bardock radiated a golden light, gazing at Gula with a cold demeanor and declaring, "If 2 Super Saiyans cannot defeat you, what if 3? Prepare to meet your demise, Gula." Sun Wukong and Vegeta shouted in unison, then charged toward Gula. In the distance, upon witnessing Bardock enveloped in golden radiance, the 3 breathed a sigh of relief. It was settled. Gula was surely doomed. Lewis turned to Beerus and chuckled, "Lord Beerus, my kin has eliminated your other agent. Is that all right?" Vados, standing nearby, stifled a laugh. Beerus, exasperated, replied, "So what if they killed him? Do you think I could possibly refuse you? Not only would I not mind if they dispatched Frieza and Cooler, but even if they were to take down King Cold, I would have no objections. After all, with Lewis as a prospective god of destruction, who needs an agent?" He added, "I have been here by your side all along. I haven't lifted a finger. So how could you claim it's something I wish to do?" Uncertain of who prompted Whis to act, Beerus wore a look of frustration. Luis placed his hand on Beerus's shoulder and mischievously remarked, "I did mention that it wasn't my own hands doing the deed. So how could one claim that the act of slaying Gula was ever my intention?" Beerus replied, "How shameless." The battle ahead was exceedingly fierce. Son Goku possessed a combat power of 100 million, while Vegeta stood at 250 million. Bardock, having transformed into a Super Saiyan, surpassed 200 million in strength. Gula, in his ultimate form, boasted a staggering power of 470 million. Previously, when faced with 2 Super Saiyans, Gula had exhibited a dominating presence. Yet he had exerted himself to the utmost to achieve this, and during his confrontation with Son Goku, he had nearly depleted his strength. As Gula unleashed 2 massive energy blasts, he found himself on the brink of exhaustion. Now, 3 Super Saiyans besieged Gula. Just as Luis had predicted, Gula could no longer withstand the assault. In a swift moment, Vegeta seized the opportunity to shatter Gula's limbs. Son Goku then pierced a gaping hole through Gula's abdomen. Bardock, witnessing Gula in his ultimate form, recalled the earlier scene of Frieza's devastating assault in his ultimate state. Thus, Bardock resolved to return the favor in kind, with Frieza vanquished. He would exact revenge on Gula, his brother. He concentrated and forcefully shoved an energy blast into Gula's mouth. In an instant, Gula's head erupted, his brain matter and blood splattering in all directions. The ruler of the North Galaxy, Gula's brother, had barely stepped into the fringes of the North Galaxy before he was utterly obliterated. Son Goku and his companions transformed into a streak of golden light and surged towards the outskirts of the North Galaxy, annihilating all of Gula's subordinates in their path. At this moment, Luis flew over with 2 others. "Luis, I couldn't move just now. What happened?" Goku inquired. Vegeta also glanced at Luis. "I have no idea," he replied. Luis smiled, his grin rather mischievous. Vegeta cast a glance at Son Goku and then at Bardock, deep in contemplation. It seemed reminiscent of a prior encounter on Namek. Suddenly, Luis shot him a glare, causing Vegeta to shudder violently. He had intended to speak, but swiftly closed his mouth instead. Luis withdrew his piercing gaze from Vegeta and turned to the golden-haired, blue-eyed Bardock, saying with a smile, "Bardock, how does it feel to possess the power of a Super Saiyan?" Bardock glanced at his own hands, his wicked eyes glinting with excitement. "It is overwhelmingly powerful. This strength is simply extraordinary. I once believed that a battle power of 10,000 was formidable, yet now it has astonishingly soared to 200 million. Ha ha. You shall become even stronger in the future." Lewis smiled. After all, the trio of Bardock had merely transcended their current state. Yet there remained the realms of Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3. At that moment, Whis turned to Goku, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Mr. Goku, do you still possess that bean from before?" The group was somewhat bewildered, but Beerus was taken aback. For Whis had inadvertently revealed that this bean was connected to the former Grand Minister. When had there been another former Grand Minister? Unlike Beerus, Lewis had long surmised Bobo's identity as an angel. He truly had not anticipated that Bobo was the former Grand Minister. Upon hearing Whis's words, Goku was momentarily stunned, then reached into his pocket and produced a mystical bean. "Mr. Whis, is this what you meant? What is the matter?" "Indeed, that is the one." Whis held the bean in his hand, scrutinizing it closely, then shook his head in regret. Alas, it is only effective for mortals at present. Lewis shook his head. In truth, upon his arrival in this world, he had intended to gather the magical beans. However, with the awakening of the system and being chosen as a candidate for the god of destruction by Beerus, coupled with the presence of Whis, his obsession with the beans diminished. Now, upon learning that they only had effects on mortals, Lewis felt even less inclined to pursue them, for he had ascended to the status of a deity. Ultimately, Whis returned the beans to Son Goku. This peculiar action left Goku and his companions perplexed, though they refrained from probing further. It was only when Kakarot inquired about the remaining supply of beans on Earth that Lewis spoke up. There are still many. Quite a substantial number. Luis was somewhat taken aback, as he believed that all the magical beans on Earth had been consumed by Yakalob. Indeed, these mystical beans were initially claimed by Yakalob, but when Vegeta arrived on Earth, he seized them all. Sun Wukong scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. So, it was like this. Lewis cast an appreciative glance at Vegeta. The Senzu beans are an invaluable elixir for the Z warriors, essential for their healing both in the early and later stages of their battles. In the latter part of the anime, the Z warriors would eagerly divide a single Senzu bean into 10 parts to consume. To everyone's surprise, Vegeta has now transformed the scenario. Noticing Lewis's admiring gaze, Vegeta raised his chin slightly, displaying a haughty demeanor. He certainly would not allow that gluttonous fool to squander such miraculous beans. Chapter 73, Senzu Beans and the Saiyan Physique. In the vast expanse of the universe, remnants of shattered spaceships and the debris of exploded planets are scattered everywhere. 3 radiant auras of golden light stand out conspicuously against the pitch-black cosmic backdrop. Speaking of Senzu beans, Lewis recalled the Saiyan physiology. You must have noticed that when we Saiyans recover from the brink of death, our strength experiences an exponential surge. Lewis glanced at Vegeta and the others, a smile gracing his lips. Perhaps you could make use of the Senzu beans. Inflict some severe injuries upon yourselves, then use the beans to restore your health. A surge of inspiration ignited in the minds of Vegeta and Bardock. Ever since their last resurrection from the clutches of death, they had discovered the unique resilience of the Saiyan race. With Senzu beans at their disposal, why not take advantage of them? Excitement and elation coursed through them. Even Goku was struck by the brilliance of the idea, exclaiming in enthusiasm, "Lewis, you are truly clever. Indeed, your wisdom rivals my own." A slight smirk danced upon Vegeta's lips. Bardock pondered, is this boy Vegeta perhaps losing his sanity? Lewis waved his hand and remarked, well, I must say, I do not endorse this approach. The path of cultivation inherently lacks shortcuts. Such sudden acquisition of formidable power inevitably comes with its drawbacks. Much like my own experience, I have always reached a bottleneck in my training, and it was only through the system's assistance that I was able to break free from my constraints. As for erasing those powers, was it not stated that they inherently belong to him? Thus, they do not count. The system remained silent. Lewiston paused briefly before continuing. You may wish to consider learning instantaneous movement on the planet Adrat. If you have not trained your powers for a year, this method might be worth exploring. Had Sun Wukong and his companion been practicing normally, their combat prowess could have potentially exceeded 6 to 7 million by now. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to utilize this method sparingly. At last, Lewis spoke. In the forthcoming period, I shall depart from the 7th universe. It is up to you to safeguard Earth and the Saiyans. At this moment, Beerus interjected casually, it matters not if your Saiyan race faces extinction, but do ensure that my Earth remains unscathed. In Beerus's mind, nothing in the galaxy held greater significance than Earth, for the culinary delights it offered were simply unparalleled. Whis nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Observing the reactions of Beerus and Whis, Lewis rolled his eyes, pondering whether such statements were truly appropriate. Lewis, where are you headed? Goku and the others were initially inclined to inquire why they couldn't employ this training method more extensively. Do not concern yourselves with my affairs. Focus on your training. Otherwise, with your current strength, you may find it difficult to protect Earth. Lewis refrained from disclosing the matter concerning Shalu. Yet his tone left Sun Wukong and his companions momentarily stunned. The inability to safeguard Earth, did this imply impending peril? Just as they were about to inquire, Lewis continued, Bardock, you ought to be aware that transforming into a Super Saiyan necessitates an unparalleled fury. When the time comes, you can return to the galactic headquarters to instruct our kin. Upon finishing his words, Lewis and his companions vanished without a trace. In the inky expanse of the cosmic sky, only Sun Wukong and his companions remained, exchanging glances filled with confusion. At that moment, a dozen figures soared from afar. It was Raditz and his comrades. Upon witnessing Bardock's golden-haired transformation, they exclaimed, "Bardock, your hair! You too have become a Super Saiyan. Father, have you transformed into a Super Saiyan as well?" On North Kaioshin's planet. Confronted by the simultaneous assault of 3 Super Saiyans, Gula found himself utterly powerless to resist. So formidable! The Saiyan race has reached such extraordinary heights. Observing Gula's defeat, North Kaioshin could hardly contain his excitement, celebrating with a little dance. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin Realm, Asen squatted on the ground, his gaze fixed on the crystal ball displaying the unfolding events, exclaiming with fervor, "Ancestor, another Super Saiyan has emerged. Calm yourself." Although the old Kaioshin admonished him, his trembling form betrayed his own exhilaration. Watching Bardock in his golden-haired state, even the old Kaioshin felt a surge of excitement. The emergence of 1 or 2 Super Saiyans might not fully encapsulate the innate potential of the Saiyan race, but 4 Super Saiyans would certainly make a significant difference, especially since one of them was the candidate for the Destroyer of Universe 7. With a race of potential candidates for the Destroyer, how low could their inherent talents possibly be? With the Saiyans and the prospective Destroyer tasked with the destruction of planets, Universe 7 was poised for remarkable advancement. The average power level of humanity in Universe 7 might even ascend to the pinnacle among the multiverse. The more he contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became. A flush spread across the old Kaioshin's face, leaving Asen beside him utterly astonished. Wasn't he supposed to remain composed? This battle at the edge of the northern galaxy stirred not only the old Kaioshin's excitement but also that of Beerus. As the supreme deity of Universe 7, he had always been somewhat lethargic, rarely managing his universe. Yet, he yearned for its improvement, especially after witnessing this battle. He had glimpsed the latent talent of the Saiyan race. One could only imagine the spectacle of over 2,000 Super Saiyans swirling together. What an astounding sight it would be. The imagery was simply dazzling. At this moment, Lewis, having departed from the fringes of the northern galaxy, has returned to Earth. As for Beerus and Whis, they did not follow him. The two await Lewis in the realm of destruction, anticipating his return with Ties. On Earth, in West City, within Ties' chamber, the afternoon sun cascades through the window, bathing the room in a warm glow. The atmosphere is languid and serene. A stunningly beautiful woman reclines on the bed, her golden waves cascading onto the pillow, her body half-turned, and her enchanting eyes gently closed. Her ruby lips part slightly, emitting a soft sigh, reminiscent of a sleeping beauty, exuding an irresistible allure. With a sudden rustle, Lewis appeared here, and upon seeing the alluring figure of the woman on the bed, a hint of tenderness flickered in his eyes. Lewis approached the bedside and reclined, his gaze fixed upon the peacefully slumbering Thais. Her tiny mouth opened and closed adorably, evoking a sense of warmth that nearly melted Lewis's heart. A stirring within him prompted him to extend a finger and gently tap on Thais' delicate lips. How warm! How soft! The warmth belonging to Thais flowed through his fingertips and into his heart. Sister Thais is simply enchanting. Luis cradled his head in one hand, his gaze fixed intently on the slumbering Thais. Unable to contain himself any longer, he leaned down and gently pressed his lips against hers, savoring their sweetness and tenderness. Just then, as if sensing his presence, Thais slowly opened her eyes, and, upon seeing her dashing young man, her brows arched into a crescent moon. She then closed her eyes once more, surrendering to the moment. Moments later, Thais touched her delicate lips, a sweet smile gracing her face as she asked, "How did you return? Have you defeated Gula?" "Indeed, Kakarot and the others have triumphed over Gula." Luis nodded, hesitating to speak. Thais inquired, "What is the matter? Do you have something else to say?" "I merely wish to ask if you would like to explore other universes." "You shall accompany us, indeed. Both Beerus and Whis will be joining as well." "Then I certainly must go." After that, Thais added, "Wherever you are, I shall be there too." Thunderous. Such a declaration from his sister Thais was utterly outrageous, indeed. It was simply unbearable. A surge of impulse coursed through Lewis's body, propelling him forward. After a considerable duration, the pair exited the room, vanishing from the earth, leaving behind an unusual atmosphere. Chapter 74. The origins of the former high priest within the spatial tunnel leading to the sixth universe. A cube traversed swiftly, housing 4 individuals. "Lewis, what business do you have in other universes?" Thais inquired, entwining her arm with his. "Do you recall the troubles that group of candidate destroyers caused us a few years back? Now, It is our turn to seek retribution, Lewis elucidated. Having endured 2 beatings, we must reclaim our honor. To engage in battle? Splendid. Tai Si's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since joining Lewis, she had become enamored with his fierce spirit. This means I shall gather ample material for my novels, she chuckled. Her previous journey with Lewis to Namek had sparked numerous inspirations, such as tales of Dragon Balls and the Saiyan race, rich sources for her creativity. However, as Lewis's wife, she inherently understood what should be penned and what ought to remain unwritten. The Dragon Balls of Namek were certainly not to be included in her narratives, lest the already fragile stability of the 7th universe be plunged into chaos once more. By the way, Lord Beerus, what was the purpose of sending Lewis to find me? Tai Si turned her gaze towards Beerus, realizing that Lewis's journey to Earth had also stemmed from Beerus's intentions. He and Whis wish for you to prepare their meals. Lewis huffed. I couldn't care less about those 2. Let them consume those instant noodles filled with additives. No way. It's acceptable for Lord Beerus to indulge in instant noodles. But I yearn for the dishes crafted by Thais. Whis displayed a woeful expression. Ha. Luis and Thais erupted into hearty laughter. The atmosphere within the cube was delightfully cheerful as everyone engaged in conversation. After a while, there remained a considerable distance to the 6th universe. Luis recalled something and then turned to Whis. By the way, Whis, you mentioned the former high priest. Suddenly, the atmosphere within the dimensional cube became somewhat delicate. Beerus glanced at Whis, a look of perplexity in his eyes. Thais raised her head to glance at Luis, then looked at Beerus. Their reactions seemed rather peculiar. Curiously, she inquired, what is going on with you 2? Thais' question went unanswered, and an uneasy silence enveloped the dimensional cube. The atmosphere grew tense. Thais sensed the oddity and tightly clutched Luis's arm, falling silent. After a moment, Whis spoke in a grave tone. What I am about to say is for your ears only. Do not share it with others. He paused momentarily before continuing. You should be aware that the relationship between the Omni King's universe and the Dark Demon Realm is one of enmity, correct? Indeed. Lewis and Beerus nodded in acknowledgement. Thais' eyes widened in innocent curiosity, her expression adorably naive. She refrained from speaking, aware that it was not the appropriate moment to inquire. Whis continued, initially, this world comprised merely 3 realms, the universe of the Omni King, the Dragon Realm, and the Nest of Time. This implies that the Dark Demon Realm did not exist at the outset. However, long ago, a formidable being from the universe of the Omni King succumbed to the path of darkness. Upon departing from the universe, he forged a new world beyond. As Whis recounted this, Lewis exclaimed, are you referring to the Dark Demon Realm's king god, Mechikapura? Why would Mechikapura say such things? Could there be a connection between him and the former high priest? How could you possibly know of Mechikapura? Whis shook his head, aware of Lewis's peculiarities, and refrained from further inquiries, continuing, I am not speaking of him. Mechikapura is merely his representative. Whis, if the individual you mention is not Mechikapura, then who is he? What ties does he have with the former high priest? Beerus inquired, his gaze fixed on Whis, as this revelation was a secret he had never heard before. I am uncertain of that formidable being's identity. All I know is that he seems to have some connection with Lord Zeno, Whis replied, narrowing his eyes, his tone grave. As for the relationship between the former high priest and that powerful entity, Whis enunciated deliberately. The one whom the former high priest served is none other than him. Boom. Whis's words struck like a thunderclap, shattering the sky. The revelation was earth-shattering. The shock of this information was beyond comprehension. Both Lewis and his companion were taken aback, and how could Whis not be astonished? He had learned of this secret from his elder sister, never expecting that the former high priest resided on Earth. Louis swallowed hard. A conjecture forming in his mind. The individual who could be served by the former Grand Priest must possess a remarkable identity. Beerus also grasped this notion, rendered speechless by the revelation. The one who receives the service of an angel could either be a god of destruction or the Omni King. The implications of having the former Grand Priest in service to someone. The astonishment visible on the faces of the crowd caused Taisi, nearby, to pause momentarily, utterly oblivious to the significance of Whis's words. At that moment, the cosmic travel cube entered the 6th universe. Now, remember to keep this under wraps. We have arrived in the 6th universe, Whis remarked, regaining his composure. Only then did Beerus and the others awaken from their stupor. As Whis stowed away the cosmic travel cube and guided them into the realm of the god of destruction in the 6th universe. In the domain of the 6th universe's god of destruction, a creature resembling a purple pig was incessantly running on a treadmill. Bardos, is it not time yet? I feel as though I'm going to collapse, shouted Kampa. Lord Kampa, you still have 10 more minutes if you stop now. The effects of your workout will be significantly diminished. Bardos teased, her long legs striding gracefully in front of the treadmill. Suddenly, Bardos lifted her head, a smile gracing her lips. Who has arrived? Who is here? Kampa gasped, leaning heavily against the treadmill, panting. Lord Kampa, no slacking off. Bardos quipped, glancing back. The atmosphere turned frigid. Kampa instinctively recoiled, resuming his vigorous exercise, fearful of his cunning angelic attendant. At that moment, a radiant spectrum of colors descended from the sky, landing before him. Kampa, momentarily stunned, disregarded Bardos's reaction and leaped off the treadmill, his voice icy. What brings you here? He surveyed the group and, upon spotting Luis, felt a sudden jolt of recognition. This boy is also here. He had received early news about Quitella's erasure, and it was this very lad who was responsible. A sense of foreboding washed over Kampa. Suddenly, Luis remarked, who is he? He looks quite similar to Lord Beerus, albeit a bit portly. Taisi chuckled. Beerus. Lewis. Chapter 75, The Adorable Kampa. Although he is somewhat portly, Kampa has always had a contentious relationship with Beerus. Ever since Beerus referred to him as a dead fat pig, others have followed suit, mocking him with the same epithet. Even the usually composed Vados has been known to comment on his weight. Naturally, Kampa cannot tolerate such insults and has challenged Vados to a duel, one that will determine both life and status. Thus, we witnessed the scene of him running on the treadmill. For Kampa, there is nothing more loathsome than others labeling him as overweight. Who is this woman that dares to utter such words about him? Uncle can endure, but a fat man cannot. A chilling aura of murderous intent fills the air. Tai shivers and clings tightly to Lewis's arm. Kampa gazes at Tais with a frigid demeanor and declares, dare to show such disrespect to a god of destruction? Are you tired of living? Lewis stood in front of Tais, shielding her behind him, and spoke calmly. Lord Xiangpa, is it not permissible to comment on one's weight? Upon witnessing Lewis defend her, the murderous intent emanating from Xiangpa abruptly dissipated. However, Lewis lamented his weight, declaring he could no longer endure it. Kampa thundered, what of my size? I take pride in it. It is far better than that skeletal figure of Beerus. Beside him, Beerus's countenance darkened ominously, while he could tolerate many things. The mention of being a mere skeleton pushed him to his limits. A vast aura of destruction surged forth, causing the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 6 to tremble violently. Beerus fixed his gaze intently on Kampa, and as they locked eyes, a spark of fire seemed to ignite in the air. With a thunderous roar, the two forces of destruction clashed, creating a scene of sheer terror. Whis and Vados exchanged glances, both covering their faces. Whenever these two brothers collided, chaos was inevitable. Meanwhile, the instigators, Lewis and his spouse, retreated to a distance to observe the unfolding drama. Tais held a sunflower seed in her hand and cracked one open, inquiring, Lewis, who is this enormous pig? He bears an uncanny resemblance to Lord Beerus. Sister Tais, could you please lower your voice? Do you not wish for this fire to blaze even more fervently? Lewis seized a handful of sunflower seeds from her hand and remarked, I once mentioned to you that the 6th universe and the 7th universe are, in fact, twin universes. And coincidentally, the god of destruction of the 6th universe is also Lord Beerus's brother. Biological brothers indeed. Twin universes. Biological brothers. One a rotund figure, the other a slender skeleton. Taisi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, this material is splendid. I must incorporate it into my novel. Suddenly, a thunderous voice interrupted. How dare you? Beerus and Kampa abruptly turned their heads, shouting towards Taisi. The dual roars startled Taisi, causing her to toss the sunflower seeds onto Lewis's head, leaving him in utter dismay. Enough of the trivialities. Who on earth is this woman, and what is your purpose here? Kampa's voice was as cold as ice, his glare directed at Beerus and the others. How dare she call him a rotund figure? If this woman had no ties to Beerus, he would undoubtedly obliterate her. Beerus, with his arms crossed and a smirk on his face, retorted, she is Lewis's wife. If you possess the courage, go ahead and destroy her. A profound silence enveloped the air. Kampa opened and closed his mouth, struggling to articulate his thoughts, but the words lodged in his throat were swallowed back down. Since she is Lewis's wife, I shall extend some courtesy to him, Kampa conceded, retracting his neck slightly. It was primarily due to the fact that Lewis could erase him. The last individual who had offended Lewis had vanished without a trace, and Kampa had no desire to become the next victim of erasure. What brings you here then? Have you forgotten the incident from a few years ago when you all ganged up on Lewis? Kampa swallowed hard, stepping back a few paces. The mere mention of that incident ignited his fury. Back then, 10 candidate gods of destruction had teamed up against Lewis. Believing they were destined for victory and anticipating the opportunity to ridicule Beerus afterward for selecting a mere child as a candidate. Yet, to their utter humiliation, even with all 10 candidates attacking simultaneously, they could not overcome Lewis, who ultimately turned the ridicule back on Beerus. It was truly embarrassing, a disgrace of monumental proportions. So you've brought Lewis here to cause me trouble? Beerus, can you not act like a person? I am your brother. Ketla has already been erased by him. What if he decides to erase me as well? Kampa finally shouted in desperation. Act like a person? Beerus casually picked at his nose, his demeanor nonchalant. I apologize. But I am a cat, not a person. Moreover, when you refer to us as brothers while calling me a slender skeleton, did you ever consider my brotherhood in that context? At that moment, Beerus shot a glance at Lewis. Meanwhile, Lewis found himself as Tai-Si diligently removed the sunflower seeds from his head. Luis turned his head, momentarily taken aback. Ah, what is it? Asked Kampa. Replied Beerus. Soon, Luis regained his composure and unleashed a surge of destructive energy, obliterating the seed atop his head. His expression shifted to one of seriousness as he approached Kampa, each step resonating with a rhythmic thud. The sound of Luis's footsteps echoed through the tranquil realm of destruction, each step sending a jolt of fear through Kampa's heart. Anxiety, unease. Could he be erased? Kampa's face turned pale, his tension mounting. You wish to reclaim your dignity? Shall I have my universe's substitute god of destruction give you a sound thrashing? The fear etched on Kampa's face elicited hearty laughter from Beerus. Beside them was covered his face, utterly embarrassed. You are Beerus's brother. Given the bond between Luis and Beerus, how could he truly harm you? How I wish to give him a good beating. As Kampa noticed Luis drawing closer, he also caught a glimpse of Whis' murderous gaze. This is the end. He now truly resembled a lovable, chubby child, neglected by both grandmother and uncle. Kampa clenched his fists and shouted at Luis. Do not come any closer. Luis stifled a laugh, striving to keep the corners of his mouth from rising. He chuckled. I am currently disinterested in your substitute villain. Instead, let Lord Pa engage me in combat. Once our duel concludes, I shall no longer trouble you. Engage me in combat? Lord Pa was momentarily taken aback, then timidly responded, You wouldn't seize this opportunity to eliminate me, would you? Lewis shook his head and remarked, Given your relationship with Lord Beerus, you should be aware that I would never bring harm to you. My primary purpose for being here is to spar with a deity of destruction. Chapter 76. Engaging with Kampa. One objective is to reclaim lost honor, while another is to practice with fellow deities of destruction. Whis has often stated that merely training incessantly is insufficient for attaining true strength. While continual training does enhance one's power, without battling other formidable opponents, one would lack essential combat experience and skills. Typically, with Lewis's erasure ability, he could overlook this aspect. However, what if he were to encounter an opponent of equal caliber or someone even stronger? Others may disregard his erasure, at which point combat experience and technique become paramount. Beerus wholeheartedly agreed, as he had fought countless battles throughout his life, accumulating combat experience and techniques that far exceed those of ordinary deities of destruction. This is precisely why Beerus is regarded as the strongest among them. During this journey to reclaim honor, Beerus insisted that Lewis refrain from using his erasure ability, allowing him to engage in a genuine battle with other deities of destruction. They would start from the 6th universe and challenge all 11 universes ruled by the Omni King, thereby amassing invaluable combat experience and skills. Wouldn't it be splendid if you were the candidate deity of destruction for my 6th universe? Upon hearing Lewis's request, Kampa shook his head. Beerus, displeased, tugged at Kampa's collar and exclaimed angrily, What? Do you have your eyes set on my 7th universe's candidate deity of destruction? Humph. Let go of me. Kampa managed to free himself from Beerus's grasp. Lewis turned to Kampa and smiled. So, Lord Kampa, it's settled then. I shall engage you in a duel, and we shall put the incident of our previous skirmish behind us. Kampa felt a twinge of anxiety. Although Lewis assured him that he would not harm him, the fear of being obliterated lingered in his mind. Soon, Kampa suddenly grasped Beerus's intentions. Vados. Go and bring Kale here. Kale, in the 6th universe, possessed the highest talent after Hit, and had been selected by Kampa as a candidate for the God of Destruction over a decade ago. Beerus must be eager for Lewis to spar with him to enhance his combat experience and skills. In that case, Kampa decided he should also allow his candidate for the God of Destruction to witness a battle between experts of the fourth realm of divinity. Understood. Vados vanished for a moment, only to reappear shortly, accompanied by a cosmic being with a purple feline head. Like Kampa, Kale belonged to the feline species. Moreover, both were similarly stout. Kale had perfectly inherited all of Kampa's admirable traits. Lewis. Upon seeing Lewis, Kale's body trembled, primarily due to the unforgettable memory of that tumultuous encounter a few years prior. Kale, it has been quite some time. Lewis nodded at Kyle. The last time he was assaulted by a group, this individual was present. His strength parallels that of other candidates for the title of Destroyer from alternate universes, possessing a power equivalent to the second tier of the Divine Realm, situated at the level of the King of Hell. However, Lewis's current ambition is not to confront Kyle, but rather to attain the fourth tier of divine power, that of Sampa, under the orchestration of Bados and Vis. A void battlefield has materialized high above, soaring 10,000 meters into the sky. As Luis and Kampa moved simultaneously, both entered the void battlefield. Weiss accompanied Vados to the vicinity of the battlefield, closely followed by Beerus and Kale. Inside the void battlefield, Kampa remarked, "I must say, Beerus is truly fortunate. If only you were the candidate God of Destruction for my sixth universe." This statement was reiterated by Kampa, highlighting his envy towards Luis. Haha. Kale's talent is also quite remarkable. There is no need for you to say such things, Lord Kampa. Lewis moved his hands and feet on the void battlefield, gazing at Xiangpa with a smile, and saying, "Lord Xiangpa, if there is nothing else to discuss, let us commence." "Wait, what is it?" Luis ceased his movements, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. "We agreed, you must not employ erasure." Luis was momentarily at a loss for words. "If I employ erasure against you, even Beerus would turn against me. Rest assured. Well then, let us commence." As soon as the words left Xiangpa's lips, an aura of destruction enveloped both individuals. The two forces of destruction clashed. The very fabric of space warped unexpectedly. On the edge of the void battlefield, seeing this, Bardos raised an eyebrow. "Lord Beerus, your universe's candidate for the God of Destruction has grown even more formidable." A few years prior, during their sparring session, Luis had exerted his full strength but had not attained the Divine Realm. Bardos was aware that Luis could transform, yet now, his normal state of power nearly rivaled that of his previous transformation. "Haha, not too shabby." Beerus chuckled joyfully, though he too was taken aback. Lewis had only ventured to the celestial realm of Earth twice, yet upon his return, his overwhelming power surged to the second tier of divine magnitude. How astonishing! Tai Si gazed at the two figures within the void battlefield and inquired, "Vis, can Lewis triumph?" Naturally, she wished for her beloved boy to prevail. However, Lewis's opponent was the renowned God of Destruction, and it remained uncertain whether he could best Xiangpa. Vis replied calmly, without resorting to erasure or any other means. It would be exceedingly difficult for Lewis to defeat Lord Xiangpa. Should Lewis employ erasure, then overcoming Xiangpa would pose no challenge at all. As for other methods, such as manipulating the rules of time and space, while utilizing these techniques might not guarantee victory, they would certainly grant him an advantage. It is akin to when Beerus first entered the realm of effortless mastery and was swiftly bested by Lewis. Tai Si gasped, pondering whether Lewis would be deeply saddened should he face defeat. Within the void battlefield, the atmosphere was saturated with a destructive aura, as immense power compressed the space, producing a crackling sound. Xiangpa and Lewis stood in tense confrontation, their energies growing increasingly formidable. Suddenly, Lewis made his move. Upon witnessing this, Xiangpa shook his head, recognizing that the young man still could not maintain his composure. In an instant, Xiangpa transformed into a streak of light, propelling himself backward while clenching his fist. Launching a powerful punch, the space around them shattered. A shadow abruptly emerged from the void, crashing backward. In merely one exchange, Lewis found himself in a disadvantageous position. However, this was to be expected. In terms of strength, Xiangpa wielded the power of the fourth layer of the Divine Realm, and he was fully aware that Lewis could disregard any form of damage, hence he exerted his utmost effort. Meanwhile, Lewis had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. His base strength merely grazed the first layer of the Divine Realm, failing to even reach the second layer. The speed afforded by such power paled in comparison to that of Xiangpa, who easily anticipated Lewis's movements. In the realm of battle experience, being the first to strike often leads to a disadvantage. As soon as Luis made his move, Xiangpa discerned his intentions, enabling him to effortlessly counterattack. After all, despite Xiangpa's corpulence, he was indeed a god of destruction, having engaged in countless battles. His combat experience far surpassed that of Luis. Chapter 77. Strength Through Adversity. Remarkable. Luis landed heavily on the void battlefield, springing up like a carp, twisting his neck and limbs. His joints crackled with each movement. Luis gazed at the imposing figure in the sky, and after merely one exchange, he discerned the palpable disparity between them. Truly, he was a god of destruction. With a mighty roar, Luis was enveloped in a radiant golden glow. In an instant, his hair transformed into a brilliant gold, while a purple aura of destruction encased him. The intertwining of gold and purple created an overwhelming brilliance that was blinding. He activated his full power as a Super Saiyan. Dimension, Divine Dimension. Power, second layer of the Divine Realm. This formidable strength was cultivated during his training in the hyperbolic time chamber, where he simultaneously honed the laws of time and space. His base power brushed against the Divine Realm, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan at full capacity, his strength surged directly into the second layer of the Divine Realm. To conceal such prowess from a being of God of Destruction caliber would be sheer folly. Luis unleashed his full power, transforming into a streak of light that darted through the void, heading towards Xiangpa. The echoes of Luis's voice reverberated across the battlefield. Xiangpa, be cautious. Are you using your full strength? Ha, come on. In the sky, Xiangpa licked his lips, feeling a surge of excitement at the prospect of engaging in battle with this seemingly indomitable opponent. Here it comes. A destructive energy orb hurtled towards him, causing the surrounding space to erupt into chaos. With a resounding bang, Xiangpa raised his fist and struck out, shattering the violet energy orb like a firework, dispersing it into countless scintillating fragments that cascaded down from above. The scene was breathtaking. However, with a sudden crash, Luis appeared behind Xiangpa, raising his leg for a sweeping strike, a tremendous force conjuring an endless tempest of wind. Xiangpa swiftly blocked. Boom. It was as if struck by a nuclear explosion. The power of the second layer of the Divine Realm erupted violently. Xiangpa's expression shifted slightly as he was propelled backward by several hundred meters. What a formidable lad. Just as Xiangpa was momentarily dazed, Luis vanished again. Yet, even with the power of the second layer of the Divine Realm, Luis's speed was ultimately insufficient. Xiangpa, even in a moment of distraction, managed to react. Xiangpa twisted his body and instantly disappeared. Bang! Bang! In an instant, two orbs of light intertwined in the sky. In merely a heartbeat, the two engaged in countless exchanges, the sounds of their collisions deafening. Endless brilliance erupted, blinding to the eyes. As two phantoms descended from the heavens to the earth, the energy waves from their battle surging forth like a flood, spreading in all directions. Space warped. The magnetic field became chaotic. 10 minutes elapsed. Xiangpa grew increasingly astonished. In these brief moments, Luis absorbed knowledge and experience like a sponge soaking up seawater. His combat skills and tactics rapidly escalating. It was not that Weiss had neglected to train Luis's combat abilities. Rather, Luis's previous power had been too feeble. With a combat strength of merely 75 billion, he was still at the level of a mortal. Weiss's training only prepared Luis for the level of a candidate destroyer god, as the combat techniques of that tier were far beyond Luis's grasp. Who could have predicted that within a few years, after only 2 visits to the celestial realm, Luis's power would surge to the second layer of the Divine Realm? This took Weiss completely by surprise. On the edge of the void battlefield, the two continued their fierce exchange, Luis's growth evident to the naked eye. Upon witnessing this, Kal swallowed hard, astonished. My goodness, this lad is still human. Not only Kyle was shocked, even Bardos, gripping her staff, felt her knuckles whitening. In truth, several years prior, Bardos had met with the Grand Priest alongside other angels and learned of Luis's unique identity, even his connection to the Omni King. However, just a few years had passed, and now Luis's power had broken through to the second layer of the Divine Realm. After merely a brief encounter with Xiangpa, his combat skills and experience were rapidly nearing that of Xiangpa himself. Weiss, your Luis is astonishing, Bardos exclaimed, her mouth agape. Hearing this, Tais pouted. What does it matter to you how formidable my Lewis is? Ha ha ha, this lad has always been a prodigy. I am quite accustomed to it. Weiss chuckled lightly. Oh, it's nothing remarkable. Beerus crossed his arms, humming a cheerful tune, clearly in high spirits. No one had inquired about his well-being at all. Whis and Bardos exchanged subtle glances, their lips twitching slightly. Soon, the attention of the crowd shifted once more to the void battlefield within. The void battlefield. Lewis's tattered battle attire lay in shambles, revealing his robust physique. In contrast, Xiangpa bore no visible injuries, clearly indicating that Lewis was being overwhelmingly dominated. Above them, the two locked eyes before entangling once more. With a resounding thud, a fist struck Lewis squarely on the face, sending him hurtling backward. A violet beam of light tore through the heavens, swiftly pursuing Lewis, who could only perceive a hefty figure relentlessly pummeling him. Amidst the onslaught, Lewis seized an opportunity, delivering a punch to Xiangpa's visage. Boom! Xiangpa's face contorted in an instant, a canine tooth flying from his mouth. Li Nai Nai. Xiangpa erupted in fury, unleashing a frenzied assault upon Lewis. The violet aura of destruction churned violently, akin to waves in a tempestuous ocean, crashing relentlessly against the barriers of the ethereal battlefield. Minutes continued to tick by. Lewis's combat mentality has now evolved to match that of his long-established persona as a harbinger of destruction. After a hard-fought battle, when Xiangpa finally managed to send Lewis flying once more, his heart raced with exhilaration. What a marvel! Ha ha ha! What a thrill! Lord Xiangpa, come again! The strength of Lewis is, in fact, inferior to that of Xiangpa. When comparing the second and fourth layers of the Divine Realm, the disparity remains significant. After all, within the Divine Realm, the power of each layer is vastly different. However, the strength of the second layer of the Divine Realm already falls within the realm of a prospective god of destruction, possessing the qualifications to comprehend the combat techniques associated with that level. Ultimately, it is as stated, if other prospective gods of destruction were to engage Xiangpa, they would merely be obliterated on the spot. Yet, this individual is Lewis. Lewis possesses the remarkable ability to disregard any harm, and with each blow he endures, his combat skills are elevated. Lewis was propelled into the air, his hands converging as a flicker of purple radiance began to shimmer. The atmospheric pressure surged dramatically, transforming the battlefield into a veritable pressure cooker. Destruction. A resounding crash. The sky was filled with dazzling purple light, breathtakingly magnificent. That little rascal. Xiangpa chuckled heartily, though one of his feline teeth had mysteriously vanished. The aura surrounding him surged ominously as he raised one hand, his lips barely moving. Destruction. A hum resonated through the air as two forces of destruction clashed against one another. The overwhelming essence of annihilation spread outward, threatening to rupture the very fabric of the battlefield. In the next moment, the two forces collided. At the epicenter of the impact, a blinding white light erupted, reminiscent of chaos fracturing. Wherever the white brilliance traversed, all was obliterated. A fierce exchange ensued. Xiangpa's embodiment of destruction was terrifying, effortlessly overpowering Lewis's destructive force. Suddenly, Xiangpa exclaimed, "My lord, I cannot contend with you." Lewis erupted into laughter, his eyes gleaming as he abandoned the notion of engaging in a direct confrontation with Kampa. With an unwavering demeanor, he faced the oncoming onslaught of destructive energy. Chapter 78. The Peach Explosion. The initial thought shared by Kampa and his allies, Kale and Bados, was to endure the impending blow, disregarding any damage. However, in the void of the battlefield, Beerus and Whis stifled their laughter, unable to contain their amusement. Bados furrowed her brows and inquired, "What is so amusing?" "Nothing, just a humorous thought crossed my mind," Whis replied, bursting into laughter once more. Beerus joined in his mirth, leaving Bados, Kale, enticed in a state of confusion. Just as Bados prepared to press further, a sudden voice resonated throughout the void battlefield. Time rewound. A tremendous surge of temporal energy erupted from Lewis, enveloping the entire void battlefield. The destructive force unleashed by Kampa began to recede, and the atmospheric pressure within the battlefield dramatically diminished. Witnessing this scene, Bados was left speechless, her eyes wide with disbelief. Kale gasped, his pupils filled with incredulity. When did Lewis comprehend the laws of time? Just wait. There's even more astonishing to come. Beerus' tone was laced with mockery. He recalled how he had been caught off guard by Lewis's mastery of time, an incident that still irked him. Yet, the prospect of Lewis turning his attention to Kampa filled him with anticipation. Soon, there would be more than one victim of such an unexpected maneuver. At that moment, within the void battlefield, space began to warp as time rewound to a moment before the two had unleashed their destructive forces. With a grand gesture, Lewis tore open a rift in space and leapt through it, reappearing directly in front of Kampa. Peach explosion. Lewis, with a deft motion, conjured an energy orb and sent it crashing down upon Xiang Pa. Xiang Pa cried out, clutching his groin, his voice filled with anguish. Subsequently, like a kite severed from its string, he plummeted downwards. He landed on the void battlefield, frothing at the mouth, his body convulsing. Above, Lewis gasped for breath, and upon witnessing Xiang Pa's dismal state, he grinned. That's what you get for relentlessly beating me. In truth, Lewis's combat prowess had surged to such heights precisely because he had endured Xiang Pa's relentless assaults. After all, the disparity in power between the second and fourth layers of the divine realm was immense. It was only due to Lewis's immunological constitution that he had managed to survive Xiang Pa's onslaught. Thus, this bout concluded in farcical fashion. As Weiss had previously indicated, had Lewis refrained from employing erasure or other means, he would have been utterly incapable of overcoming Xiang Pa ultimately. It was only by invoking the laws of time and space that he was able to turn the tide in an instant. Half a day later, before the god of destruction's palace, a lavish spread of food, drinks, and fruits was laid out. Tai Si was preparing a grand feast while Lewis lent a helping hand. At a nearby dining table, Xiang Pa sat in a chair, casting a resentful gaze at Lewis's back. Through gritted teeth, Xiang Pa muttered, "That scrawny brat. When did he grasp the laws of time and space?" Lewis cunningly exploited these two rules to seize his peach, leading to his own embarrassment. What a disgrace. Nearby, Bardos and Kale stifled their laughter, but upon hearing Xiang Pa's inquiry, they quickly perked up their ears. "You glutton, I told you not to call me skinny ribs." Without even glancing at Xiang Pa, Beerus picked up a cup of pudding from the table and consumed it with haste. "It was just a short while ago," Bardos exclaimed. Can Lewis truly merge these two forces? Once the rules of time and space are combined, they transform into the rules of space-time. That's it, Whis remarked, enjoying his ice cream while casting a glance at Beerus, chuckling. Lord Beerus has made a new breakthrough thanks to Lewis's space-time rules. Upon his return from the celestial realm, Luis harnessed the fabric of time and space to create a temporal abode, within which Beerus transcended to the state of mastery. As Whis's words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Kampa abruptly turned his gaze towards Beerus, fixated upon him. A new breakthrough. What could this imply? Had he truly ascended from the fifth tier of the god of destruction to the angelic realm? Bardos also directed her attention to Beerus, scrutinizing him for a moment before finally discerning the truth. She swallowed hard and said, "Lord Beerus, is it merely a modest mastery? If Luis can achieve it, why can't I?" Beerus waved his hand dismissively. On the surface, he appeared composed. Yet the upward curl of his lips and the high-arched tail behind him betrayed his inner pride. Clearly, Beerus was immensely proud of his newfound mastery. Impossible. Kampa's pupils constricted sharply as he pointed an accusing finger at Beerus. "I refuse to believe it. You must be deceiving me." Mastery was a domain reserved for the angels. He would sooner believe that Beerus had a penchant for the most absurd of feasts than accept that he had attained such enlightenment. If true, it would be more excruciating than death itself. Seeing Kampa's incredulous expression, Beerus grinned widely, reveling in his delight. His primary motive for visiting the sixth universe was not only to reclaim his honor, but also to showcase his prowess before the corpulent Kampa. At that moment, Beerus felt as if he were floating, overwhelmed by exhilaration. Still in disbelief, with a radiant silver glow emanating from his form, Beerus became ethereal, vanishing from his seat in an instant. In the next moment, he reappeared beside Kampa, delivering a firm tap upon his head. "Do you believe now?" "Ouch." Kampa clutched his head, his eyes ablaze with indignation. "Skinny ribs, I challenge you to a duel. Lord Kampa, please finish your meal first, and then we shall engage." At that moment, Luis and Tais approached, carrying the delicacies they had prepared. Even before their arrival, the irresistible aroma of the food wafted over, igniting the senses. Kampa and Beerus's noses twitched in unison as they resembled eager pups, squinting with delight, their tails wagging animatedly. Luis served the delectable tempura, sushi, and takoyaki prepared by Tai Si onto the dining table. Beerus transformed into a radiant silver light, departing from Xiang Pa's side and instantly returning to his original position. Once Tai Si presented the final dish, Beerus and his brother summoned all their strength to swiftly grasp the culinary delights from the table. Oh, how I have longed to savor Earth's exquisite cuisine once more. It is utterly delightful. Why is it that such delicacies are absent in the sixth universe? Having tasted it once, I can hardly forget, and I ponder how I shall endure without it. As Xiang Pa indulged, tears welled in his eyes, appearing as pitiable as one could be. Chapter 79. The true power of the Dark Demon Realm, the realm of freedom, the laws of time, the laws of space, erasure. Why is this so? Xiang Pa continued to stuff his mouth with food, casting a glance at Kyle beside him. My substitute destroyer is not as formidable as Luis, and to add insult to injury, my sixth universe lacks Earth. The most vexing part is that this scrawny figure has even comprehended the realm of freedom. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, stuffing several more takoyaki into his mouth, exclaiming, "Why must all the good fortune be claimed by this scrawny fellow? Tai Si, your culinary skills are remarkable. How about I eliminate Kyle and have you remain in my sixth universe as my substitute destroyer?" Xiang Pa turned to gaze pitifully at Tai Si, who was seated beside Luis. Kyle, who was engrossed in his meal, rolled his eyes. "I'm still here. Is it really appropriate to say such things? Lord Xiang Pa." "Please be quiet," Badass remarked with irritation, lamenting the misfortune of having such a troublesome destroyer. I was just joking," Xiang Pa replied, retracting his neck as he remembered how fierce this tigress could be. Suddenly, he recalled something and hurriedly asked, "By the way, Tai Si, do you have any instant noodles? They are the most delicious thing I have ever tasted." At the table's edge, the others wore expressions of exasperation, wondering when this glutton would cease. Finally, Beerus could no longer bear it and tossed a universal capsule to Xiang Pa, filled with the instant noodles Luis had provided him. The hefty fellow finally displayed a satisfied smile. At that moment, Badass turned to Luis. "Luis, how is it that you were able to take action against Katra?" Instantly, the atmosphere at the table shifted, with Xiang Pa and Kyle, the two portly figures, fixating their gazes on Luis. They had recently received news that the fourth universe had replaced its destroyer, who had been eradicated by Luis's erasure. Erasure, that is the supreme law. Only those of priestly caliber are deemed worthy to comprehend such power. It was unexpected that Luis had mastered it. However, both Pa and Kyle are perplexed as to why Luis would want to kill Ketral. Luis picked up a napkin and dabbed at the corners of his mouth, casting a glance at Xiang Pa and his companions before shifting his gaze to Beerus beside him. Beerus nodded slightly, conveying a clear message. This hefty fellow was an ally, and there was no need for concern. Only then did Luis feel at ease. Indeed, despite the incessant bickering between Beerus and Kampa, the bond of brotherhood between these two is deeper than that of anyone else. After that bout, when Quitella ambushed me, he colluded with the Dark Demon Realm. Luis slowly began to speak. At the dining table, everyone held their breath, captivated by Luis's narrative. Luis divulged everything. Nearby, the heart of Tais raced with fervor, astonished that her Luis had encountered such tribulations. "How audacious for that wretched mouse to launch a surprise attack on you." Kampa rose from his chair, his gaze turning icy as he remarked, "It is only fitting. With that treacherous mouse's vengeful nature, he would never tolerate the emergence of someone as talented as you in Universe 7. After all, he has long held a grudge against Beerus. In truth, the enmity extended beyond Beerus and Katra. He had also experienced considerable friction with Katra. Like a cat and mouse, they were inherently adversarial." Kampa resumed his seat, fixing his gaze on Luis. "I never anticipated that you ventured into the Dark Demon Realm." Casting a glance at Whis, Kampa continued, "To have escaped from the Dark Demon Realm is indeed a stroke of fortune. A fortunate turn of events, indeed. Without Demigra, the Dark Demon Realm is hardly a challenge. With obliteration in my grasp and Whis providing sustenance, whoever dares confront us shall meet their demise." Luis rolled his eyes, remarking, "Moreover, we have Miss Kes to rescue us." This statement was not mere bravado. With Whis present, he was an inexhaustible force, and even angelic-level masters would find it impossible to withstand his erasure. "Luis, you underestimate the Dark Demon Realm." Bardos shook his head. "Even without Demigra, should you create a significant disturbance in the Dark Demon Realm, my sister would find it challenging for you all to emerge safely. The Dark Demon Realm has always been the archenemy of the Omni-Universe. The Dark Demon Realm is acutely aware of the number of strong beings within the Omni-Universe, just as the Omni-Universe knows the strength of the Dark Demon Realm. In the Dark Demon Realm, Aside from Demigra, there are 4 other demon gods, each possessing power at the priest level. Furthermore, alongside Poutine, there are 11 other angelic level masters. Indeed, Lewis, you still underestimate the dark demon realm. Beerus took a sip of his drink and turned to Lewis, saying, I refrained from discussing the dark demon realm with you earlier to prevent you from confronting such matters too soon. I never anticipated that you and Whis would venture into the dark demon realm. After speaking, Beerus shot a glare at Whis. Whis stuck out his tongue, believing that Lewis would merely kill someone and leave. Who could have foreseen such a considerable uproar? Upon hearing Beerus and Bardos, Lewis was taken aback and turned to Whis, asking, Whis, is this true? Lord Beerus and my sister are correct. The reason we could safely depart from the dark demon realm must be due to some event occurring there. Whis nodded, recounting the experts of the dark demon realm, and concluded, it is likely that other demon gods have entered a slumber, which is why my sister went there, granting us the opportunity to escape. Whis's conjecture was accurate. The other demon gods of the dark demon realm had indeed succumbed to slumber. Gulp. Lewis swallowed hard, his back already damp with a sheen of perspiration. To his astonishment, the dark demon realm harbored 4 additional demon gods, each possessing powers akin to those of high priests. Unlike angels, those of the high priest tier were capable of disregarding his nascent form's obliteration and could impose a permanent seal upon him. Now, feeling the weight of fear, he ought to reconsider his reckless ways. Weiss chuckled softly, as his intentions were merely to instill trepidation in Lewis. It was not that the masters of the dark demon realm were mere phantoms, but rather that even in the absence of his elder sister, they could still extricate themselves from that realm. The individual he had summoned was his father. However, it was his sister who had descended instead. Given that his father was aware of the situation, they would undoubtedly be safe. One must understand that his father's power far exceeded that of the high priest level. Upon your return from the dark demon realm, I initially intended for you to expedite your training to reach the divine realm before honing your combat skills, as the dark demon realm had already set its sights on you. Weiss gazed at Lewis with profound significance. Little did anyone know that after 2 visits to the heavenly realm, your strength had ascended to the 2nd tier of the divine realm. The heavenly realm left many puzzled. What exactly was it? While Kampa and others remained oblivious, Beerus had already gleaned information regarding the former high priest from the magical beings. The former high priest resided within the heavenly realm. Chapter 80. The teachings of Bardos. Amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, Weiss deftly shifted the conversation. Lewis, your power has transcended to the 2nd tier of the divine realm, and now the dark demon realm has taken notice of you. I wholeheartedly support your proposal to embark on the challenge of the Omni King's universe. You have only engaged in a single battle with Lord Kampa, yet your combat skills and experience have significantly improved. Should you conquer the remaining 9 universes, your growth will surely reach new heights. Typically, without the command of the Omni King, destruction gods and their candidates are not permitted to stray far from their original universes for extended periods. Firstly, this is to prevent situations where the destruction god is absent, leading to unforeseen incidents involving the Kais within the universe, which could result in the destruction god's sudden demise. Secondly, it serves to avert conflicts between destruction gods of different universes, as those who attain such status are seldom of amiable temperament. However, Lewis's circumstances have changed. Neither his elder sister nor the high priest have intervened. Thus, Weiss has consented to Lewis's journey of challenge. Wait, Xiangpa spoke up. At the dining table, everyone turned to look at Xiangpa. Lewis inquired, what troubles you, Lord Kampa? Kampa abruptly gulped down his drink, casting a mournful glance at Lewis. Why must you challenge me from the 6th universe first on this journey of the Omni King's universal challenge? And do you truly perceive me as merely a means to gain experience? A thought crossed his mind, and Kampa instinctively covered his groin, where a lingering ache still persisted. Lewis retracted his neck. The rotund figure before him possessed a certain charm, and he felt a twinge of reluctance to acknowledge this truth. Lewis squinted slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Beerus, signaling that it was Lord Beerus who had instructed him to act thus. Upon noticing Lewis's gaze, Kampa was taken aback, and when realization dawned, he was instantly consumed by rage. So, you skinny skeleton, not only do I miss out on the good fortune, but now you send your Lewis to bully me. Kampa vanished from the dining table, reappearing before Beerus, seizing him by the throat. Still irate, Kampa bared his glistening teeth and bit down on Beerus's ear. Ah, you fat pig, have you lost your mind? In the next instant, a cacophony erupted as the 2 cats began to brawl at the dining table. The others, well aware of the peculiar dynamic between the two brothers, paid little heed to the commotion. Conversations resumed, predominantly featuring Lewis seeking guidance on his training. Kale, serving as the candidate destroyer of the Sixth Universe, listened attentively, occasionally interjecting with inquiries. With two angels present, they meticulously addressed the questions posed by Lewis and Kale. At the level of a destroyer god, the powers wielded are those of divine essence, a realm in which Lewis excelled. Kale, however, resided within a dimension akin to that of the King of Hell, still considerably distant from the realm of the Supreme Kai. To achieve a qualitative breakthrough, one must first elevate their dimension to that of the godly realm, often referred to as divine dimension. At this juncture, Beerus turned his gaze toward Lewis. Now that we have addressed Kale's inquiries, it is your turn. Lewis, when you faced Lord Kampa earlier, you must have recognized the disparity between yourself and a true destroyer god. Lewis nodded, poised to speak. Vados continued. The god of destructions might transcend mere combat skills and experience. Your encounter with Lord Xiangpa, though singular, has allowed you to assimilate knowledge at an astonishing rate. Your talent is indeed unparalleled. At the dining table, Kyle, engrossed in his meal, glanced at Lewis and then shook his head. Perhaps he had once felt some discontent, but now such feelings had become futile, especially considering that others could slay even the god of destruction. What could he claim? The god of destruction possesses two paramount strengths. Vados spoke softly, raw power and mastery of rules. You have the ability to disregard any damage. Without this, your second-tier divine power would falter against even a single blow from Lord Xiangpa. This is the essence of pure strength. As for mastery of rules, if Lord Xiangpa's understanding of destruction rules is akin to an expansive ocean, yours would be but a mere trickling stream. You must have recognized this during your confrontation with Lord Xiangpa. Moreover, I must emphasize that aside from destruction rules, your grasp of time and space rules remains inadequate. Vados' assertions were compelling, but upon hearing that his command over time and space was lacking, Lewis furrowed his brow. Weiss, noticing Lewis's expression, interjected, Lewis, you cannot truly believe that your mastery over time and space is formidable, can you? Lewis, in a state of confusion, remarked. You previously asserted that my mastery of the rules of time and space surpasses yours. During my sparring sessions with Kampa and Lord Beerus, I gained the upper hand using these two techniques. Is that not impressive? On Earth, I managed to launch a surprise attack on Beerus's egg utilizing these two principles. In our recent encounter, it was also through these rules that I successfully ambushed Kampa's egg. While it is indeed true that your understanding of the rules of time and space is superior to mine, can you genuinely claim that merely employing these two principles would enable you to defeat me? Relying solely on the constructs of time and space to overcome a master of the second tier of angelic prowess is utterly implausible. Such a feat is undoubtedly unattainable. Lewis shook his head. The only means he had to pose a threat to the angel was to erase that particular technique. Indeed, Wis picked up a napkin and dabbed at the corner of his mouth. In truth, your advantage during your sparring with Lord Beerus was largely due to the element of surprise. The same can be said for your encounter with Lord Kampa. Numerous factors influence the outcome of a battle. Beyond sheer strength and combat skills, the ability to employ unexpected tactics can equally sway the result. To put it bluntly, you only managed to turn the tide against Lord Kampa because you resorted to an ambush. Wis spoke without a hint of mercy. Beerus chuckled lightly. Wis is correct. Had Lord Kampa been aware of your command over the rules of time and space, you would have found yourself in a precarious situation. In Lewis's eyes, two questions lingered. At the dining table, the two brothers continued their quarrel, while Kyle and Tice also turned their attention to Vados. This brings us back to the issue of strength. There is a saying that rings true. With sheer power, one can break through myriad laws. Vados cast a glance at Kampa, who was engaged in a tussle with Beerus, and shook his head, stating, in truth, the power of the fourth layer of the divine realm can already interfere with your temporal rules. This means that if Lord Kampa were to foresee your mastery of these rules, you would be utterly incapable of reversing Lord Kampa's time. Vados paused momentarily, then continued with a calm demeanor. Unless, of course, Lord Kampa chooses not to resist. Luis was momentarily taken aback, turning to Weiss. Is this truly the case? Weiss nodded affirmatively. Indeed, possessing such formidable power means that not only can one transcend the constraints of time, but even the very fabric of rules can be disregarded. The erasure you are familiar with can be overlooked by others. Upon hearing this, Luis swallowed hard. Memories of the narrative in the super anime flooded back to him. where Frieza was struck by destructive energy yet managed to break free through sheer strength. Let me give it a try. Luis, undeterred by the supernatural, raised his hand and gestured towards Weiss. A manifestation of temporal laws enveloped Weiss, causing his time to regress. A faint smile graced Weiss's lips as the power of the second tier of angelic realm quivered slightly. Crack, like glass shattering upon impact with the ground. A crisp sound resonated through the air. In an instant, that silvery luminescence vanished without a trace. Luis's pupils constricted sharply as he sensed his temporal rules being shattered by an overwhelming force. Chapter 81. Departing from the sixth universe. Truly unreversible. Subsequently, Luis fixed his gaze intently upon Beerus, who was grappling with Kampa. It turned out that Lord Beerus had been holding back during their previous sparring sessions. Luis felt a stir of emotion within. During his previous spar with Beerus, he had employed the time manipulation technique more than once. After being ambushed by the time rule once, it would be expected for Beerus to remain vigilant. Yet, surprisingly, Beerus did not interrupt Luis as he unleashed the time rule again. Luis recalled the time house he had created, which had been obliterated by Beerus. It was evident that his temporal laws were still insufficient to pose a threat to Beerus. Beerus was merely tending to his emotions. Luis's face was etched with bitterness. After slaying Ketla and wreaking havoc in the dark demon realm, he had always believed himself to be immensely powerful. It was only now that Luis realized that apart from his ability to erase, his other powers were utterly insignificant. At that moment, huffing and puffing, Beerus finally finished his battle. Rising from the ground, he caught sight of Luis and was taken aback by the intensity of his gaze. Why does your expression seem so absurdly sentimental? Luis was initially quite moved. But upon hearing Beerus's words, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. The others erupted into laughter. At that moment, Xiangpa finally crawled out from under the table, his face bruised and swollen as he glared at Beerus, bellowing, "Damn you, skinny skeleton, if you dare, don't use your relaxed state." Upon hearing this, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Engaging in a childish scuffle while employing a relaxed state was truly unparalleled. The gathering soon came to a close. Luis and his companions lingered in the sixth universe for an entire month. During this month, Luis and Kale engaged in a few sparring sessions. In many respects, Luis may still fall short of being a true destroyer. However, when compared to Kale, a mere candidate for the role, Luis demonstrated a capacity to utterly dominate. Should he face the other 10 candidates for destruction, he would undoubtedly emerge victorious. After concluding his practice with Kale, Luis proceeded to spar with Beerus. As they trained, Beerus imparted various combat techniques to him. She substantiated her earlier claims made at the dining table through her actions. Ultimately, Beerus remarked that no amount of explanation could suffice. The mastery of combat techniques, strength, and the application of rules must be discerned through practical experience. Once their session with Beerus concluded, Luis and his companions expressed their intention to depart. Their next destination was the first universe. "Fat pig, make sure to savor the instant noodles I provided you." Beerus stood before the palace, gazing at Kampa. "Enough chatter, just get lost," Kampa retorted, though his eyes sparkled with amusement. "Lord Kampa, Miss Beerus, Kale, thank you for your guidance. We shall meet again. Farewell, everyone, and do visit the seventh universe when you have the chance." Luis and Thais waved goodbye to Bardos and the others. With a flick of his wand, Weiss conveyed a message to Bardos before they transformed into a brilliant cascade of colors, soaring skyward. Upon receiving the message, Bardos's pupils dilated in shock. The former high priest was in the seventh universe. Within the confines of the spatial tunnel, a shuttle cube sped through the void. Beerus turned to Luis and remarked with a smile, "Luis, how does this exchange feel to you?" Luis shook his head, remarking that he had previously underestimated the experts of the fourth level of the divine realm. "Haha. Do you think you're impressive just because you believe you can slay Ketla?" Weiss glanced over. Luis felt a sense of helplessness, yet he nodded in agreement. The fact that you can eliminate Quitera stems from your ability to erase. Indeed, every being capable of becoming a god of destruction is not to be underestimated. Weiss chuckled softly. "Luis, your journey is still far from over." Luis nodded. During that month in the sixth universe, he became acutely aware of his shortcomings. Beyond his lack of proficiency in combat techniques, his grasp of the fundamental rules was also quite tenuous. Naturally, these rules pertained to the principles of time and space. As for the destruction rules, he had a commendable mastery, surpassing all candidates for the role of destroyer god. However, his understanding of the rules governing time and space left much to be desired. If one were to categorize the rules into 10 tiers, Lewis's mastery of destruction rules would sit at the 5th tier, barely meeting the passing mark, while his comprehension of time and space rules barely reached a mere 2 tiers. In the words of Bados, in order to effectively wield the rules of time and space in combat, one must first cultivate them to the same level as the destruction rules. Well then, let us proceed to the 1st universe, and from there, we shall battle our way through to the 11th universe. Whis remarked, I am confident that by the end of this challenging journey, you will experience significant growth. The 7th universe. Half a year has elapsed since Lewis departed from Earth. During this time, Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi have united in matrimony. According to the conventional timeline of Dragon Ball, their wedding has been delayed by a full 3 years. Fortunately, shortly after their nuptials, Chi-Chi conceived. Changes are unfolding on Earth. And similarly, the North Galaxy is undergoing transformations. The previous invasion by Cooler had plunged the North Galaxy into chaos. However, following Bardock's successful ascension to Super Saiyan, he, along with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, joined forces to vanquish Cooler, restoring stability to the North Galaxy. In the aftermath, the Saiyans gained increasing recognition, particularly as the legend of the Super Saiyan spread throughout the North Galaxy and even beyond to other galaxies. As members of the Galactic Patrol, the Saiyans' prestige soared to unprecedented heights. Moreover, the Saiyans received joyous news. They welcomed another Super Saiyan into their ranks. The individual who achieved this breakthrough was none other than King Vegeta. Originally possessing a battle power of merely 2 million, King Vegeta was deeply motivated by Bardock's transformation. Over the past 6 months, he dedicated himself to rigorous training, ultimately elevating his base battle power to 10 million. Subsequently, spurred by Bardock's influence, he entered a state of extreme fury, successfully transforming into the 5th Super Saiyan of the Saiyan race. The breakthroughs of Bardock and King Vegeta instilled hope within all Saiyans. After Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan, he articulated that 2 conditions must be met to achieve this form. First, one must possess a certain level of foundational battle power. Second, one must experience extreme rage. King Vegeta's successful transformation revealed to the Saiyan race the truth in Bardock's words, that meeting these 2 conditions would enable one to ascend to Super Saiyan. However, unbeknownst to the Saiyans, a 3rd condition exists, the activation of a sufficient number of S cells. To date, aside from Bardock, King Vegeta, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Lewis, the S cells within the other Saiyans remain insufficiently activated. This implies that, in the near future, no new Super Saiyans will emerge from the Saiyan race. Nevertheless, the Saiyans remain oblivious to this fact, fervently training and striving to elevate their battle power beyond 10 million. As King Vegeta's battle power at the time of his transformation was precisely 10 million. On this day, in the mountainous region of Earth known as Bowsy Mountain, Sun Wukong was accompanying the pregnant Chi-Chi, with Bardock and Jine also present. Suddenly, a voice resonated from above. Wukong, trouble is afoot. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Was that not the voice of the North Realm King? Lord North Realm King, what has happened? Last time the North Realm King spoke in such a tone, it heralded calamity. Could it be that a new adversary had emerged? Wukong, Bojack has appeared. The North Realm King's voice was laced with urgency. Who is Bojack? On the peak of Bowsy Mountain, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow and looked up. Is Bojack as formidable as Gula? Alas, the two were not even in the same league. Soon, the North Realm King revealed Bojack's identity. He was a marauder intent on wreaking havoc across the 4 great galaxies. Many years prior, the 4 great kings had united to seal Bojack and his minions away. The disparity between Bojack and Gula was immense. To compare the two was to say that one Bojack surpassed 100 Gulas. The North Realm King exclaimed in distress. If Luis were to hear the North Realm King's words, he would undoubtedly have no cause to doubt him. In the anime, Bojack and his 4 subordinates had been securely sealed away. However, during the Cell incident, due to Sun Wukong bringing Cell to the North Realm King's planet, the king was killed in the ensuing explosion. The North Realm King's life was intricately tied to Bojack's seal. With the king's demise, the seal lost its efficacy. Ultimately, it was Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, who triumphed over Bojack after achieving the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. The comparison of one Bojack to 100 Ghoul-S was indeed apartment. What? 100 Ghoul-S cannot match even one Bojack? Bardock and Sun Wukong were left dumbfounded. They were acutely aware of Gula's formidable strength, having defeated him alongside Vegeta. Had it not been for Bardock's last-minute breakthrough, Sun Wukong and Vegeta would have undoubtedly been unable to overcome Gula and would have had to escape in panic through instant transmission. Lord Northrealm King, is Bojack truly that powerful? Sun Wukong gulped, astonished, and repeated the question. Indeed, back then, to seal Bojack, I and the other 3 kings nearly lost our lives at their hands. I am well aware of their strength. The North Realm King's voice continued, for reasons unknown. The seal has suddenly been broken. After the 5 of them broke free, they have been rampaging through the North Galaxy. Wukong, this time in the North Galaxy. The North Realm King initially intended to say that this time, the fate of the North Galaxy rested upon Wukong. However, realizing the vast disparity in power between Wukong and Bojack, he refrained from uttering those words. The reality was that Bojack was exceedingly powerful. If he were to send Sun Wukong to confront him, it would merely be a death sentence for Wukong. The North Kai fell silent. Sun Wukong, puzzled by the sudden quietude of the North Kai, pressed his finger to his brow to sense the atmosphere. An ominous presence emerged at the edge of the North Galaxy. A force of formidable strength. How powerful, how malevolent. The aura of Bojack startled Sun Wukong, causing him to retreat 2 steps. What's wrong with Kakarot? Bardock inquired hastily. Father, the North Kai was indeed correct. Bojack is incredibly strong. A fervent glint sparkled in Sun Wukong's eyes. Bardock noticed the expression on Sun Wukong's face and paused momentarily, then shook his head. In their 2 years of companionship, he had come to understand that Sun Wukong's heart was remarkably pure. He cherished his family deeply and held an ardent passion for battle. He never faltered in the face of formidable foes. One could say he was a true martial enthusiast. It was only when confronted with a powerful adversary that Sun Wukong exhibited such a countenance. Clearly, this newly emerged enemy was indeed formidable. At that moment, the North Kai said, Wukong, do not concern yourself with Bojack this time. I will collaborate with the other Kais to find a way to seal him again. You must not seek out Bojack. With that, the North Kai ended the communication. Despite the North Kai's admonition, the fervor in Sun Wukong's eyes did not wane. In fact, it intensified. Father, are you truly going to fight Bojack? Bardock chuckled softly. Sun Wukong nodded vigorously. You possess instant transmission, if you wish to leave. No one can detain you. Go, but do ensure your safety. Bardock understood the character of his second son well. Sun Wukong then turned to the side. Gazing at the expectant Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi gently caressed Sun Wukong's face, saying, Go, just take care of yourself. Filled with joy, Sun Wukong exclaimed. Then I shall seek out Vegeta now? Just as he was about to utilize instant transmission, he suddenly halted. Chi-Chi, you have a few months left before giving birth. I will be cautious. After speaking, Sun Wukong vanished from the spot. Chi-Chi pursed her lips as she gazed at the place where he had disappeared. In the past, she would never have permitted Sun Wukong to seek out Bojack. However, Tai Si had enlightened her about the latent dangers of the universe. Often, escape is not a mere choice. Only strength can safeguard those dear to us. This principle would become the guiding tenet she would impart to her future offspring. In the Dark Demon Realm, Lord Demigra, why are we proceeding in this manner? Chapter 83, The Conspiracy of Demigra in the Shadowy Forest by the Lakeside. Tova blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Demigra. Did we not agree to bring Lord Lewis back? Why have we suddenly released Bojack? Demigra's gaze was devoid of any emotion as he cast a glance at Tova. The frigid aura he exuded seemed capable of freezing the entire lake. Tova quickly lowered her head. By the dark lake, 2 figures stood at the water's edge, ethereal light cascading upon the surface, creating a shimmering spectacle. Silence reigned, the atmosphere heavy with stillness. After a moment, Demigra lifted his gaze to the sky and spoke softly. Lord Lewis has been designated as a candidate for the god of destruction by the Omni King's universe. Until he awakens, apart from us few demon gods. Who among you can retrieve him from the Omni King's realm? Tova nodded in understanding. It was evident that Lewis remained unaware of his identity. He now belonged to the camp of the Omni King's universe. The Omni King's universe and the Dark Demon Realm were inherently adversarial forces. If they sought to take Lewis away, the other formidable beings of the Omni King's universe would undoubtedly intervene, and even Lewis himself would likely resist. Lewis possesses the ability to disregard damage and erase it. Thus, apart from the demon gods intervening, no one else could possibly bring Lewis back. However, it is an impossible endeavor for Demigra and the other 4 demon gods to enter the Omni King's universe, as the Grand Priest is vigilantly observing them. Tawa nodded. contemplating her next words. Demigra gazed down at Tao, a sinister smile gracing his lips. If we cannot retrieve Lord Lewis through conventional means, we might resort to unconventional methods. What method? Tao inquired. We can simply awaken Lord Lewis. Demigra exclaimed, extending his arms and laughing heartily. Our dark demon realm was originally created by Lord Lewis. Once he reawakens, he will surely recall his past. At that moment, Lord Lewis will return to the dark demon realm of his own volition. Upon hearing this, Tao's eyes lit up with joy. Lord Demigra, how can we awaken Lord Lewis? Demigra turned his head. His smile twisted with malice. Awakening the ruler of the dark demon realm is not a difficult task. We can simply corrupt Lord Lewis. Corrupt? Tao was taken aback. Soon, she combined the two ideas and widened her eyes in realization. Lord Demigra, are you suggesting that we incite Broly to annihilate the Saiyan race to enrage Lord Lewis, pushing him into a frenzied state? Precisely. Demigra roared with laughter. It is impossible to corrupt a candidate for destruction through normal means. As a candidate for destruction epitomizes the very essence of ruthlessness. There is virtually nothing that can sway their emotions. However, no one is perfect. Even true gods of destruction possess vulnerabilities. Take Quatella, for example. His narrow-mindedness is his weakness, as he cannot tolerate anyone stronger or better than himself. This is precisely why he later ambushed Lewis. According to Demigra's investigations, Lewis is currently residing in the 7th universe. He chuckled. Attacking others in the 7th universe may not provoke Lewis into corruption. Yet, I have discovered that Lord Lewis holds the Saiyan race in high esteem. If we strike at the Saiyans, Lord Lewis will undoubtedly become furious. If that fails to corrupt him, I have other methods. My inquiries reveal that Lord Lewis has taken a wife. She is undoubtedly his Achilles heel. Go, find someone to take action against those close to ties. At the edge of the northern galaxy, the star system spanning millions of kilometers lies in desolation, a realm of weeping and suffering. On a desolate planet, remnants of ancient structures lay scattered. Zanja stood amidst the ruins, gazing at Bojack. Boss, should we heed Tao's words? Gogoya, Buchan, and Baidu all perked up their ears. Bojack extended his finger, a dark energy coalescing at its tip. Suddenly, the surrounding space trembled. The magnetic fields of heaven and earth became chaotic. Thunder rumbled. Ha ha. Bojack chuckled wickedly at the dark energy upon his fingertip. If listening to her grants us such formidable power, why would we not comply? Do you not perceive the strength of this force? Bojack squinted, turning to Gogoya and the others. Indeed, the four of them erupted with a black aura. Akin to a stellar explosion, their unparalleled power shattering half the planet. Boom. Let us seek out the Saiyan tribe. Bojack beamed with satisfaction. Soon, the five of them boarded their spacecraft, heading towards the Galactic Patrol headquarters. As their vessel soared past a barren planet, a robust young man fixated on the sky. This desolate planet was known as Wampa Star. On North Kai's planet, a diminutive figure stood before a dwelling, his antennae quivering in agitation. East Kai, West Kai, South Kai. What is amiss with North Kai? At that moment, three voices echoed from the sky. This is grave. North Kai exclaimed anxiously. The seal on Bojack and his companions has been broken. What? Who? Bojack. Were they not sealed by us? The diminutive figure implored for clarity. The three other Kais hastily inquired. North Kai, drenched in sweat, shook his head. I know not how it transpired. They suddenly broke free from the seal and are now heading towards the northern galaxy's core. East Kai responded, if we do not perish. How could Bojack and his crew possibly breach the seal? West Kai retorted, North Kai, as the ruler of the northern galaxy. How can you be unaware of why Bojack has broken free? Your leadership is truly lacking. Infuriated, North Kai snapped. Do you think I wish to be uninformed? There were no signs of their impending escape. Enough of this talk. South Kai interjected. The fact remains that Bojack has indeed shattered the seal. We shall investigate the reasons for their escape later. For now, we must devise a strategy to confront them. Many years prior, Bojack and his cohort had clashed with them, and they were acutely aware of Bojack's formidable strength. If they did not find a way to halt Bojack, the universe would surely descend into chaos. Chapter 84. Does Lewis enjoy picking peaches? The South Kai was correct. We must devise a means to thwart Bojack and his cohorts. Let us seal them once more. The East and West Kais communicated their agreement. However, the North Kai shook his head, lamenting, when the four of us sealed them back then. It drained half of our power, and we have yet to fully recover. Do you truly believe we can seal them again? As the North Kai's voice faded, an eerie silence enveloped the sky. Soon, the South Kai had a revelation and conveyed, "Ah, North Kai, did not several super scions emerge from your northern galaxy? Surely, we can dispatch them to thwart Bojack." The South Kai's voice brimmed with envy, as such formidable warriors were absent in his own southern galaxy. Indeed, indeed. The other two Kais recalled the legends of the super scions and echoed his sentiments. That will not suffice. The North Kai interjected, shaking his head. Those super scions are merely slightly stronger than Frieza. Pitting them against Bojack would be no better than us four old souls attempting to seal them again. Initially, the North Kai had hastily sought out Goku in a moment of panic. Now, with clarity restored, he recognized that sending Goku to confront Bojack would undoubtedly lead to his demise. "It is inconceivable for me to allow such a thing," he declared. "They're only marginally stronger than Frieza, and thus, they surely cannot stop Bojack. What shall we do? With our current strength, we are utterly incapable of sealing them again." The voices of the other three Kais were laced with urgency. After a moment's contemplation, the North Kai raised his gaze, suggesting, "Let us seek the Great Kai." The sky fell into a profound stillness. "Very well. Our only recourse is to appeal to the Great Kai." Meanwhile, in the turbulent currents of the seventh universe, 6 months had elapsed, and Lewis had ascended to challenge the ninth universe. Within the realm of the god of destruction of the ninth universe, Lewis stood bare-chested, emanating an ominous purple aura of destruction. A mere flicker of his power could send shockwaves through the very fabric of space, an overwhelming force indeed. Opposite him lay Sidra, the god of destruction of the ninth universe, clutching his groin, sprawled upon the ground, his face ashen, his body writhing in agony. "Ha ha ha, Lord Sidra, until we meet again." With that, Lewis and his companions vanished from the realm of the ninth universe. Only Mojito, the angelic attendant of Sidra, remained, brandishing his staff to cast a healing spell upon Sidra. Instantly rejuvenated, Sidra rose from the earth, gazing at the spot where Lewis had disappeared, his lips twitching slightly. What a terrifying young man. In just half a year, he had ascended from the first universe to the ninth, his power nearing a breakthrough to the third level of divine mastery. Furthermore, his combat skills were now on par with mine. I suspect even Beerus might not surpass him. He possesses the ability to disregard any harm, to obliterate, to traverse dimensions, and to manipulate the very rules of time and space. It seems that Katra's demise at his hands is not without reason. How can such an anomaly exist in this world? As Sidra pondered this in the realm of the ninth universe, a craft known as the Traversing Cube sped through a spatial tunnel towards the 10th universe. Inside the cube, Whis regarded Lewis with an unusual tone. "Why do you so delight in employing time and space to ambush others in such a manner?" Upon utterance of these words, an oppressive silence enveloped the air within the cube. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Beerus recalled the earlier incident on Earth, a chill creeping through his loins, prompting him to tightly clasp his legs together. "You don't harbor some peculiar fetish, do you?" "Lewis, you." Ties gulped nervously, instinctively retreating a few steps. From the first universe to the ninth, no god of destruction had managed to escape Lewis's grasp. All had met their demise. She had never suspected her big boy to possess such inclinations. How could this be? What is there to say? Lewis is indifferent to the gazes of others. Yet he is keenly aware of Ty's scrutiny. Why did his sister Ties travel such a great distance, truly believing he is that kind of person? Lewis cast a sidelong glance at Whis, saying, "Am I not considering Lord Beerus's interests?" Beerus, with a puzzled expression, replied, "What does this have to do with me?" Ties and Whis both turned their gazes towards Lewis, their eyes filled with 2 large question marks. Had I not previously launched a surprise attack on Lord Beerus? If this matter were to be revealed, would it not bring great amusement to Lord Beerus's adversaries? Luis grinned and remarked, "Look, if I expose all of Lord Beerus's other adversaries, then none of them can ever speak ill of one another." Hiss. Both Whis and Ties gasped in astonishment. Such a maneuver was akin to using a knife to scratch one's backside, truly eye-opening. "I must extend my heartfelt thanks to you." Meanwhile, Beerus found himself both amused and entertained. Realizing that Luis was becoming increasingly audacious, Ties returned to Luis's side, stifling her laughter. As long as her big boy did not possess any peculiar habits, she was content. Half a year had passed, and Luis had progressed from the first universe to the ninth universe. Was commented nonchalantly, "You have made remarkable advancements in various aspects, particularly in your combat techniques. In a contest of equal power, even against Lord Beerus, you would not be at a disadvantage." Beerus, taken aback, thought, "Why drag me into this?" Nevertheless, he had witnessed Luis's growth over the past 6 months. Initially, without the aid of erasure, the state of ease, or the manipulation of time and space, Luis was merely a combat novice. Yet, as time elapsed, he had ascended to an impressive level. This boy was truly extraordinary. Moreover, Luis, your power has now grazed the 3rd tier of the divine realm. This is commendable. My sister previously mentioned that ultimate power can transcend all boundaries, embodying the notion that sheer strength can break through myriad laws. True strength lies in one's own might. That said, this is not to diminish the significance of breaking rules. Rather, it emphasizes that pure strength serves as the foundation for everything. With formidable, unadulterated power, anything is possible. As for rules, they serve as an auxiliary force in battles beyond one's level. For example, if your strength were limited to the 1st tier of the divine realm and you disregarded such advantages, you could only contend with those in the 1st or 2nd tiers of the divine realm. Engaging with experts from the 3rd tier would be feasible, but facing those of the 4th tier would be utterly impossible. However, once you invoke erasure, aside from those of divine priest caliber and above, no one else can withstand it. This is the essence of battling beyond one's level. As the cosmic traversal cube soared through the void, Whis delivered an extensive lecture to Luis. Luis nodded continuously. From time to time, Beerus also gave a slight nod, having learned much from Whis. The two of them, rather foolishly, resembled elementary school students, attentively absorbing Whis's teachings. Taze, observing this scene, covered her mouth and stifled a laugh. Her Luis was simply too adorable. Now, our next destination is Universe 10. After summarizing Luis's recent accomplishments, Whis remarked, "Luis, you have entered the full power of Super Saiyan. Your strength has reached the threshold of the 2nd level of Divine Realm. Perhaps during your time in Universe 10, you may break through to the 3rd level of Divine Realm." The power of the 3rd level of Divine Realm, indeed? Luis clenched his fists, murmuring to himself. In the end, he shook his head, aware that he had reached an impasse, one that was not easily surmountable. Rather than striving to elevate his power to the 3rd level of divine mastery, he found himself more intrigued by the candidate god of destruction from the 10th universe. As the cube continued its flight, we shift to the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol in the 7th universe. Boom. The entire Galactic Patrol building was obliterated. Where is the Galactic King, Myers? We need him back for reinforcements. Chapter 85. The Terrifying Zanjiaboom. Another energy blast struck near the collapsed Galactic Patrol headquarters, resonating with a thunderous explosion. The powerful shockwave knocked the Galactic King and Gak to the ground. Boom. Waves of energy continued to erupt. Gak spat out the sand from his mouth and hurriedly helped the Galactic King to his feet as they both fled into the distance. Myers is stationed at the Galactic Prison. We can't rely on him now, the Galactic King exclaimed as they escaped. Dodging an energy blast, Gak, with a bitter expression, remarked, "Then we are doomed." At that moment, a boisterous laughter echoed. Indeed, the Saiyan race is all gathered here. Die all of you. From above, Bojack and his 4 companions descended from the fringes of the northern galaxy. They hovered in midair, unleashing chaos upon the galactic headquarters, sparing no life in their onslaught, regardless of whether they were Saiyans or not. Soon, Saiyans began to perish under the relentless attacks of Bojack's group. Wasn't Bojack sealed by the Kai Lords? What do we do now? The fleeing Galactic King was at a loss. Suddenly, a golden light soared from the distance. Gak turned, exhilarated. Galactic King, it's King Vegeta? Both Gula and Frieza had fallen to the hands of Super Saiyans, and King Vegeta could also transform into one. We are saved. Yet, the Galactic King cautioned. They cannot hold them back. We must escape first. The Galactic King had been in this position for so long, privy to many secrets. And he was well aware of the 5 ruffians that were Bojack and his crew. Years ago, the 4 Kai Lords nearly perished in their attempt to seal them away. Bojack and his gang were far beyond what King Vegeta could withstand. Is it possible that even the Super Saiyans cannot oppose them? Let us flee first and then devise a way to inform Myers. We must rely on him. In the skies above, witnessing the golden light approaching, Bojack and his cohort ceased their assault, their expressions twisted with mockery. Zangia laughed. Boss, his power seems rather impressive. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? Why would such a meager power attract Tao's attention? Bojack glanced at King Vegeta and shook his head. Who are you? King Vegeta, upon seeing the numerous Saiyan corpses strewn across the ground, felt an uncontrollable surge of rage. However, after spending 2 months on Earth, He had learned to sense ki. He detected the overwhelming power emanating from Bojack and his four companions, realizing that their strength was boundless. Charging at them would only lead to his demise. In truth, King Vegeta's sensing abilities were not mistaken. Even transformed into a Super Saiyan, amplifying his battle power by 50 times, he only reached a combat strength of 150 million. As for the mightiest among them, Bojack and his four subordinates, Gokaya possessed a battle power of 1 billion. Bukin had a battle power of 900 million. Bida boasted a battle power of 2 billion, and Zanja, Bojack's most trusted ally, wielded a staggering battle power of 7 billion. They were on an entirely different level. Boss, allow me to take care of him. Zanja disregarded King Vegeta's question, stepping forward with a hint of excitement in her voice. I truly cannot fathom why such a pathetic race would catch Tao's eye. Go forth, eliminate him, and then we shall annihilate the entire Saiyan lineage. Yes. A flicker of bloodlust flashed in Zanja's beautiful eyes as she licked her lips and vanished from the sky in an instant. The atmosphere turned ominously tense. A profound sense of impending danger enveloped King Vegeta, causing his scalp to tingle. He could not discern Zanja's movements. With a sudden rush, her graceful form flickered in the sky, and King Vegeta coughed up blood, crashing violently to the ground. Boom! A deep crater formed upon impact. Puff! In the depths of the crater, King Vegeta clutched his abdomen, gasping and spitting blood. I am a Super Saiyan. How is this possible? It's so humiliating. He had been provoked by Bardock and had finally managed to transform into a Super Saiyan, yet he could not withstand even a single strike. I refuse to accept this. King Vegeta lay on the ground, spitting more blood as his pupils began to fade. North Kaioshin's planet. This is bad. We can't contact the Grand Kai. Without the Grand Kai's assistance, we stand no chance against Bojack and his crew. The universe is surely doomed. The voices of the East, West, and South Kaioshins were filled with urgency. Wait, King Vegeta has gone to confront Bojack. Suddenly, the North Kai shouted, his forehead and antennas quivering wildly. It was the Super Saiyan, Short Melon. What now? The three Kais found themselves utterly helpless. Their hopes resting solely on the shoulders of the King Vegeta mentioned by the North Kai. Soon enough, the North Kai shook his head, a bitter expression adorning his face. Indeed, the gap is still far too vast. King Vegeta cannot even withstand a single move from Zanya. Upon hearing the North Kai's words, the other three Kais were filled with disbelief. Is the disparity truly that immense? However, recalling their previous encounters with Bojack and his crew, the three fell silent. They were all too aware of the formidable power possessed by Bojack's quintet. Aside from Bojack himself, Zanya was the strongest among them. It was only natural that the so-called Super Saiyan would be no match for Zanya. At that moment, the North Kai's antennas began to tremble uncontrollably. His eyes widening in shock. Goku, you foolish imbecile. Did I not instruct you not to engage? Why do you disregard my words? Chapter 86. Son Goku, Super Saiyan at full power in the galactic headquarters. As King Vegeta's energy was on the brink of vanishing completely, suddenly, two figures materialized in the sky. These individuals, golden-haired and blue-eyed, exuded no energy, their auras remarkably steady. It was none other than Son Goku and Vegeta. Father, Vegeta exclaimed. His gaze fixed on the pit where King Vegeta lay, barely clinging to life, his eyes aflame with urgency. He swiftly utilized instant transmission to appear beside King Vegeta, crushing a senzu bean and placing it in his father's mouth. Meanwhile, Goku had already clashed with Zanya. The two figures engaged in a fierce battle in the sky. Bang! Bang! The shock waves from their collisions reverberated like a primal beast, wreaking havoc upon the already dilapidated Galactic Patrol headquarters. In the distance, Bojack squinted his eyes. This Super Saiyan seems slightly stronger than the previous one. Gobia scoffed dismissively. Only marginally stronger, boss. If you were to intervene, you wouldn't even need the dark power bestowed by Tawa to eliminate him. Enough of this spectacle. Everyone, get to work. We must utterly annihilate the Saiyan race. In the sky, Bojack let out a sinister chuckle, waving his hand. Gobia, Bukin, and Bidu all nodded in agreement, descending towards the surviving Saiyans with malice in their hearts. Swish! The three figures transformed into ruthless harbingers of destruction, unleashing their fists and feet with unrelenting ferocity. Bang! Bang! The Saiyans burst forth like fireworks, exploding in an instant. As time passed, even Bibbert and Gracie fell victim to the hands of the three. Meanwhile, Raditz and Theodore were absent, having ventured out on a mission, thus escaping this calamity. An increasing number of Saiyans perished at the hands of the malevolent Jibiya. How despicable! In the sky, Goku thrust his hands forward, propelling Zanjiao back several hundred meters, witnessing the mounting deaths of his kin. He yearned to intervene. Hee, you think you can escape my grasp? A voice, enchanting yet sinister, echoed in Goku's ears. When did this happen? Goku's pupils constricted sharply, only to be met with a hard fist striking his cheek, distorting his face as he was sent plummeting to the ground like a cannonball. Meanwhile, on the ground, after consuming a Senzu bean, King Vegeta regained his strength. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the horrifying scene of slain Saiyans, his fury igniting. Vegeta, hurry and save them. But as Vegeta beheld the shocking sight ahead, his heart tightened. These were his subjects. Unforgivable. With a roar, a brilliant golden light shot into the sky, vanishing in an instant. King Vegeta transformed into a beam of golden light, swiftly charging towards Jibiya and his companions. In the air, Goku managed to break free from Zanjia's entanglement, noticing Vegeta's assault, which provided him with a momentary sense of calm. Who are you? He had sensed this aura on Earth not long ago, and the North Kai had advised him to refrain from involvement. Yet, having finally encountered such formidable beings, he felt compelled to engage. Of course, though simple-minded, he was not foolish. Goku understood his own strength. Recklessly venturing to the edge of the North Galaxy would invite disaster, not a sparring match. Thus, he took Vegeta with him, entering the hyperbolic time chamber, where they trained for 2 years. Who could have anticipated that upon emerging, Bojack and his crew would arrive at the Galactic Patrol headquarters? Young one, your strength is quite impressive. You managed to endure against me for so long. Zanjia hovered mid-air, observing Goku with a hint of apprehension. This Super Saiyan was unlike the previous one. The power emanating from him was somewhat terrifying. Kakarot, our kin are being slaughtered, and you still linger here. Eliminate them at once. At this moment, Vegeta engaged in combat with Jibiya and his cohorts on the ground, quickly inflicting severe injuries upon them in mere moments. He shouted to Goku above. In the sky, Goku glanced down at Vegeta and King Vegeta, and an immense power erupted from within him. Boom! The overwhelming force reverberated through the sky, causing it to tremble. Zanjiao was taken aback. Your power. You are the second person to witness my full power state. Go to hell. The first, of course, is Vegeta. After defeating Cooler, 6 months passed, during which Goku's base power level surged to 10 million. His transformation into a Super Saiyan only grants him a mere 500 million. A far cry from the 5 warriors mentioned by King Kai. Consequently, he entered the hyperbolic time chamber with Vegeta, where they trained for 2 years. Utilizing the magical Senzu beans, they recovered from the brink of death. In this time, Goku's power escalated to 50 million when transformed into a Super Saiyan. This multiplied his strength by 50 times, resulting in 2.5 billion. As for Vegeta, his Super Saiyan power level reached only 2.4 billion, still the perennial second fiddle. Moreover, both of them achieved a remarkably stable Super Saiyan state. Goku named this transformation Super Saiyan Full Power State. Upon entering this state, the difference between Goku and his normal self was staggering. He exuded an ominous aura, his gaze chillingly piercing. In an instant, he vanished from the sky, reappearing behind Zanjia. When did this happen? Zanjia felt a chill run down her spine as she turned around, only to be met with a powerful fist. Thud. Her abdomen took the brunt of the blow, and a wave of bile surged from her stomach, erupting from her mouth. Agonizing pain enveloped her. Boom, boom. Within mere seconds, Zanjia was struck by Goku over 100 times, unable to retaliate. Meanwhile, on the ground, Vegeta was also engaged in battle with the trio of Gobiya. The 2 warriors mercilessly overwhelmed Bojack's minions. On North Kai's planet, North Kai, who had been berating Goku as a fool, was left utterly speechless upon witnessing this scene. The 3 Kais inquired, Hey, what is going on? How is the battle faring? Bojack isn't about to destroy your North Galaxy, is he? Destroy? North Kai, ecstatic, began to dance in place. How could it be destroyed? My North Galaxy is saved. Based on his understanding of Goku and Vegeta, he believed these 2 were only slightly stronger than Frieza. Previously, they had struggled against Cooler, unable to defeat him until Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan, and the 3 Super Saiyans combined their strength to vanquish Cooler. This was precisely why he had advised Goku to refrain from getting involved with Bojack. Who would have thought that merely 6 months later, Goku and Vegeta would have grown to such extraordinary heights? Galactic Patrol Headquarters. Boom. The sky reverberated with the sounds of explosions. While the ground bore witness to the entangled figures of combatants, Son Goku clashed fiercely with 4 of Bojack's subordinates, while King Vegeta valiantly rescued the severely injured Saiyans. In the heavens above, Bojack observed the unfolding chaos, his brow furrowing in concern. How could these 2 Super Saiyans possess such formidable strength? Upon closer inspection, he noted the peculiar state of Son Goku and Vegeta. Aside from their superior power compared to King Vegeta, their auras were remarkably serene, in stark contrast to the violent energy emanating from the king. What Bojack failed to realize was that this was the state of Super Saiyan full power. Although it still imposed a burden on the body, it was significantly lighter than the strain of a typical Super Saiyan transformation. Moreover, being in this state greatly diminished their chaotic energy, which elucidated why Son Goku and Vegeta appeared so tranquil. At that moment, Zanya, unable to contain herself any longer, broke free from Son Goku's grasp and flew to a distance, fixating her gaze upon him. She was astounded by the overwhelming might of the Super Saiyan. Grinding her teeth in rage, she yearned to obliterate Son Goku into a million pieces. In the past, she would have hesitated to confront someone wielding such power, but now, having been rescued by Tawa and bestowed with a dark power, the situation was entirely different. A thunderous roar erupted as a dark energy began to envelop Zanya. Simultaneously, the 3 injured combatants, Gobi, along with his companions, were also engulfed in this sinister aura. The temperature of the battlefield plummeted drastically. The malevolent energy spread, reaching the earth. Where the Z warriors abruptly looked up, it extended throughout the North Galaxy, akin to the icy depths of the Netherworld, chilling to the bone. The 4 Kais of the North trembled at the sight. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin Realm, beneath a grand tree, Asin reported to the elder Kaioshin about the number of planets he had recently created. Ancestor, I have created 10 new planets. Is that excessive? Excessive? Not at all. Those paltry planets you've conjured could be obliterated with a mere sneeze from a skinny little bone. The elder Kaioshin sat on the ground, gazing with luminous eyes at his young nephew. Asin, visibly exasperated, thought to himself how ridiculous it was that even the elder Kaioshin would be so dismissive, bringing shame to the Kaioshin's reputation. Suddenly, the crystal ball on the ground flickered brightly, revealing a dark scene. The image was shrouded in shadow, reminiscent of a hellish abyss. Then, the scene shifted to 2 blonde-haired, blue-eyed Saiyans being mercilessly battered by 4 shadowy figures. Ancestor, in a state of urgency, Asin shouted, What? What is happening? The old Kaioshin, startled, leaped up from the ground, inadvertently stepping on his little royal nephew, who was about to unleash a torrent of curses. Asin pointed at the crystal ball on the ground, exclaiming, Ancestor, look quickly. The old Kaioshin, taken aback, wondered what madness this boy was exhibiting. He lowered his gaze. The dark aura, my heavens. The old Kaioshin was once again startled, and the little royal nephew received another unwelcome step upon him. What is this dark aura? Asin inquired. Did I not inform you earlier? The dark aura is possessed solely by the denizens of the dark demon realm. The old Kaioshin crouched before the crystal ball, furrowing his brow. The power of these 2 Super Saiyans is commendable, and their state appears stable. However, when confronted with those 4 emanating dark energy, they are woefully outmatched. The crystal ball incessantly displayed the scene of Goku and Vegeta being mercilessly beaten. It is worth noting that when Goku enters his Super Saiyan full power state, his battle strength reaches a staggering 2.5 billion. Vegeta, too, boasts a battle power of 2.4 billion. Ancestor, are these 2 not members of Lewis's race? This is dire. They are going to be killed. Asin's words had scarcely left his lips when the crystal ball showed Goku with a broken right arm and Vegeta with a gaping hole in his abdomen inflicted by an energy blast. Both warriors coughed up blood, on the brink of demise, when they suddenly pressed their fingers to their foreheads and vanished in an instant. It was indeed the instant transmission from Yardrat. The old Kaioshin patted his chest, exhaling in relief. Fortunately, they can instantaneously teleport. Otherwise, they would be doomed. Asin pointed at the crystal ball, shouting, Ancestor, they have returned. The crystal ball revealed Goku and Vegeta back at their peak condition, re-entering the battlefield to continue their struggle against Zanya and her companions. The old Kaioshin was taken aback. How did these 2 suddenly recover? And their power seems to have increased slightly? Yet, he shook his head. What purpose does their recovery serve? The four endowed with dark powers possess strength that surpasses their previous capabilities by several folds. The disparity in power is glaring, and these two Super Saiyans cannot prevail against them. Before they harnessed dark power, the strengths of Zanya and her allies were as follows. Gogeta had a battle power of 1 billion, Bujin 900 million, Bido 1, 2 billion, and Zanya 1, 7 billion. According to the old Kaioshin, upon utilizing their dark powers, the battle powers of the four would soar beyond 10 billion. What shall we do? Asin clenched his fists, overwhelmed by the sheer might of Zanya and her cohorts. Moreover, the aura they emitted was profoundly sinister. Asin discerned the shadow of Majin Buu lurking within Zanja and their companions, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him. Asin, have you noticed? The one who has been observing from the sidelines is, in fact, the most formidable among them. The old Kaioshin furrowed his brow upon catching sight of Bojack. These two Super Saiyans cannot even best those four worthless fighters, let alone that observer. What shall we do? Asin exclaimed, nearly in tears. Lord Beerus and Lewis have departed from Universe 7. This is a disaster. The old Kaioshin, equally distressed, paced restlessly in the Kaioshin realm. Upon emerging from the Kaioshin sword, he discovered that Universe 7 ranked second to last among all universes. It was evident that the Earth universe was devoid of powerful warriors. Over the past decade, with his assistance and Lewis's destruction, Universe 7 had flourished, yet the number of strong warriors remained scarce. The old Kaioshin had only encountered the mightiest mortals through the images in the crystal ball, represented by those two Super Saiyans. As Luis and Beerus are absent, the seventh universe is bound to be ravaged by those sinister beings. The old Kai's expression grew increasingly anxious, and his pace quickened. Suddenly, a bell chimed near his ear, and his eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Chapter 88, The Fusion Warriors. Within the crystal ball, Goku and Vegeta found themselves gravely injured once more at the hands of Zanja and his allies. Fortunately, the duo possessed the ability of instant transmission, allowing them to escape the perilous clutches of the Galactic Patrol headquarters at crucial moments. Once they regained their strength, they returned to engage in battle with Zanja and his crew. This situation is unsustainable. The atmosphere in the Kaioshin realm grew increasingly tense, and Asin was on the verge of tears. Ancestor, with Lord Beerus and Luis absent, our seventh universe is doomed. Doomed, my foot. I'm still here. The old Kai kept his gaze fixed on the crystal ball, his mind racing. Asin turned his head, casting a perplexed look at the old Kai, and remarked, Ancestor, with your frail arms and legs, do you really think you can take on those 5 individuals? Asin's expression left the old Kai speechless, causing him to leap up and deliver a firm tap on Asin's head. Ouch! Ancestor, what was that for? I never said I was going to fight. The old Kai returned his focus to the crystal ball, intently observing the two figures within. He touched the bell-shaped earrings by his ear, and his eyes gleamed brighter with revelation. What promising prospects! Asin, with a look of deep discontent, gazed at the old Kai. What do you mean by promising prospects? They're currently being overwhelmed by others. Young one, do you wish to witness the Fusion Warriors? Ancestor, what are Fusion Warriors? Fusion Warriors. The old Kai gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, his expression laden with nostalgia, as if recalling a past he wished to forget. Once, he too had been a youthful beauty, all thanks to that accursed old witch. Enough of this nonsense, summon Jebet immediately. The old Kai barked, shaking his head. Asin instinctively recoiled, despite the old Kai's seemingly unreliable demeanor due to his perpetual fascination with the young emperor. He had come to realize that his ancestor was indeed a capable Kaioshin. Given the urgency of the situation, the old Kai must have devised a plan, prompting Asin to hurry off in search of Jebet. Before long, Jebet arrived. As long as I am here, the seventh universe shall not perish. The old Kai removed 2 earrings from his ear and handed them to Jebet. Jebet, ensure that these earrings are given to those 2 Super Saiyans. They must each wear one. Understood, old Kai. Jebet did not inquire further. He had already grasped the gravity of the situation. Clutching the 2 earrings, he vanished from the spot in an instant. After Jebet departed, Saiyan removed the Patala earrings from his ears and pondered, Ancestors, what purpose do these earrings serve? Can they truly save the 7th universe? Did I not just mention the Fusion Warrior? The old Supreme Kai chuckled softly. These earrings enable 2 individuals to fuse together, creating a formidable new warrior. The power of such a fusion warrior is truly terrifying. If those 2 Super Saiyans within the crystal ball were to merge, They might even stand a chance against Lewis. Lewis is the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe, second only to Beerus in strength. The old Supreme Kai mentioned that a warrior fused using 2 Patera earrings could even contend with Lewis. This revelation left Asin breathless, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Ancestor. Does this mean our 7th universe is saved? Rest assured, as long as the fusion is successful, those 5 weaklings will undoubtedly be no match for the fused warrior, even if they possess dark powers. The old Supreme Kai took the Patera earrings from Asin's hands and carefully placed them back on her, solemnly stating, when 2 mortals use the Patera earrings, their fusion state lasts for 1 hour, but the Supreme Kai is different. If 2 Supreme Kais wear them simultaneously, they will be fused together forever. He gently patted Asin's head, sighing, remember, young one, the Supreme Kai earrings must never be removed lightly. At this moment, he recalled that dreadful witch. It infuriated him to no end. The thought of being fused together forever made Asin shudder at the images of merging with others. However, why did her ancestor's tone seem so peculiar? Had he perhaps experienced this before? Meanwhile, the turmoil in the 7th universe continued to swell, as a radiant spectrum of colors appeared in the realm of the 10th universe's destroyer. Before the destroyer's palace, 4 figures suddenly materialized on the purple grass, and they were none other than Lewis and his companions. Upon Lewis's descent to the ground, he beheld Ramsey, Abraham, the prospective deity of destruction, Guavas, Zamas, and Kes awaiting him. It is an honor to meet Lord Ramsey, Lord Guavas, and Miss Kes. Lewis approached and performed a courteous gesture, to which Tai Sifu followed suit. Kes nodded, revealing 2 charming dimples, and remarked, it appears that this challenging journey has significantly enhanced your abilities. In her keen observation, Lewis's strength was on the verge of transcending to the divine realm, far more formidable than before. She was aware that Lewis possessed the potential to transform. Should he do so, his power could very well ascend to the 3rd tier of the divine realm. In truth, while Lewis's strength had yet to breach this level, he had nonetheless reached a critical juncture, with the next step being a breakthrough into this tier. Furthermore, Kes noted that Lewis's demeanor was exceptionally natural and irresistibly alluring, as if he bore vulnerabilities at every moment. She understood that Lewis had seamlessly integrated combat awareness and techniques into his very being, making them an instinctive part of himself. This bore resemblance to the state of ease, albeit less exaggerated. In simpler terms, this was a simplified version of the state of ease, which, in contrast to its true form, did not deplete vast amounts of stamina. This level of combat proficiency had previously been attained only by Beerus. After 6 months, it was astonishing to see Lewis reaching such heights. Ha ha ha, what a relief. Lewis scratched his head, exhibiting a somewhat endearing naivety. At that moment, Ramsey turned his gaze toward Lewis and remarked, ultimately, we have arrived at my 10th universe. After Lewis eliminated Katra, he embarked on a relentless journey, traversing from the 1st universe to the 9th, with none able to impede his progress. Each universe merely became a stepping stone for him. Now it was his turn. Ramses turned to Beerus, clenching his fists. If that scrawny fellow wishes to forego challenging me, so be it. However, if you dare to cross into my 10th universe and confront the formidable beings therein, particularly that mortal who has honed his power to perfection, would it not be wiser to seek out Jiren for a spar? The other gods of destruction had all succumbed to being mere platforms for Lewis, and Ramses was resolute in not allowing himself to become a mere experience package for this young man. His tone startled Zamas, who stood nearby. Was it not merely a challenge from the candidate god of destruction of the 7th universe? Why the somber demeanor? Yet, there were whispers that this candidate possessed the ability to obliterate and had even vanquished Katra from the 4th universe. The truth of such rumors remained uncertain. Thomas's gaze remained fixed on Lewis, who fortuitously glanced back. Chapter 89, Vegeta. Zamas truly is a most intriguing candidate for the Supreme Kai. Lewis smiled faintly within. In the realm of super anime, Zamasu serves as the candidate for the Supreme Kai, yet his mental cultivation remains profoundly inadequate. One might even argue that he is inherently an anti-human entity. This fellow Zamasu harbors a desire to annihilate all of humanity, ultimately being erased by the Omni King, who eliminated him from existence. It remains uncertain whether he has conceived such thoughts at this moment. While Lewis observes Zamasu, the realm of the Destroyer of Universe 10 suddenly erupts into chaos, resembling a bustling marketplace. Thin Ribs, aside from that corpulent pig from Universe 6, dares to refer to me in such a manner. You seek death. Whether or not you find it is a matter for later. I simply inquire if you can traverse my universe 10 and directly challenge it. I refuse to be called thin ribs. You, Ramses exclaimed, pointing at Beerus. His eyes ablaze with fury, his chest heaving with agitation. That insufferable thin ribs still manages to irritate. Just as a confrontation between Beerus and Ramses seemed imminent, Guas hastily intervened. Lord Ramses, please temper your anger. It is merely a matter of accepting Lewis as challenge. Just agree to it. What does it matter? Guas's words elicited an eye roll from Ramses, who thought to himself that if he became Lewis's stepping stone, he would see if Guas would still be so nonchalant. However, let it be so. Ramses acknowledged that he could not evade this challenge. After all, every previous destroyer had been bested by Lewis. My apologies, Lord Ramses. Louis smiled, casting a glance toward Whis. Whis nodded, preparing to direct his gaze at Kess, who also acknowledged with a slight nod. The two siblings were poised to ascend into the sky to arrange the battlefield of the void. Suddenly, the staff in Whis's hand erupted with radiant light, the power of the second layer of the divine realm. Whis's pupils constricted sharply, and he exclaimed, "Whis, what is it?" The others responded in astonishment. What do you mean by the power of the second layer of the divine realm? Isn't it merely that? Is there truly a need for such surprise? Among those present, both candidates for the destroyer title possessed this level of power. Not to mention the likes of Beerus and Ramses, the true gods of destruction. Lord Beerus, we have a candidate for the destroyer-level expert emerging in our 7th universe. Was hastily informed, having examined the situation with his staff. What? Beerus was taken aback, astonished at the sudden emergence of such a formidable expert in his universe. Not only was Beerus shocked, but even Luis appeared equally taken aback. Luis himself was imbued with the power of the second realm of the divine, fully aware of the implications that such strength entailed. According to the narrative of Dragon Ball, it would be rather improbable for such formidable beings to emerge at this juncture. Could it be that significant turmoil had arisen in the universe of Earth? Before long, Beerus also pondered this unsettling thought. Both he and Luis departed from Universe 7. For the emergence of such powerful entities posed a grave threat. If these were indeed the harbingers of destruction, the old Supreme Kai and Shin would be doomed. With the demise of the old Supreme Kai and Shin, his own fate would be sealed. Beerus exclaimed, "Luis, we must return at once." "Very well, let us hasten back." Lewis nodded and turned to Lord Rumsey, stating, "My lord, a predicament has arisen in our 7th universe. Let us defer our sparring to a future occasion. I shall take my leave now." With that, Lewis grasped Ty's hand, and alongside Beerus and Whis, they vanished from the spot using instantaneous movement. The speed at which Luis vanished left Ramsey utterly astonished. Wasn't it said that a spar would take place? Wasn't it claimed that I would be used as a stepping stone? Why did they suddenly flee? This is unacceptable. A master of the 3rd tier of the realm of the gods. Another contender of the destroyer level has emerged in the 7th universe. This is inconceivable. Ramsey was enveloped in envy and resentment. Meanwhile, Zamas, indifferent to Ramsey's expression, remained fixated on the spot where Luis had disappeared. He pondered, wishing to inquire about humanity's perspective. Zamas silently shook his head, regaining the tranquil demeanor befitting a Kaioshin. As for Kess, she found the situation somewhat peculiar. She noticed that Whis, upon arriving in the 10th universe, seemed hesitant to speak, as though he had something to convey but found it difficult to articulate. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the Kaioshin, the crystal ball displayed a scene, for shadowy figures, clad in black, relentlessly assaulted Goku and Vegeta. These 4 warriors, each possessing a staggering battle power in the billions, overwhelmed the duo, leaving them defenseless. The Galactic Patrol headquarters experienced a cataclysmic explosion under the immense force, utterly disintegrating. Fortunately, Luis had once made a wish to the dragon, allowing the Saiyans to survive in the void of space. Thus, Goku and Vegeta managed to endure in the cosmic expanse. Severely injured by the onslaught of the 4 Zanjiao warriors, they took King Vegeta away, consumed some Senza beans, and returned to the battlefield to continue their fight. With each harrowing blow, Goku and Vegeta's powers surged. Goku's strength escalated from 2.5 billion to an astounding 0 billion. Vegeta's power increased from 2.4 billion to 2.8 billion. However, they ultimately remained outmatched by the Zanjiao Quartet, who boasted battle powers exceeding 100 billion. Asin crouched on the ground, gazing at the images within the crystal ball, his small fists clenched tightly. Lewis possesses the unparalleled ability of instantaneous movement at the level of a deity, effortlessly transporting everyone to the cosmic barrier, where he shatters it with a mere flick. After leaping out of the 10th universe, he subsequently relocates to the 7th universe, and then to the North Galaxy, specifically the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. In Chapter 90, the indomitable Vegeta stands majestic. The planet housing the Galactic Patrol headquarters has crumbled, with all life forms upon it extinguished. A pervasive scent of blood fills the entire star domain, and chaotic energies swirl about, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a battlefield, sending shivers down the spine. In the shadows, Tova, wielding her staff, observes the unfolding chaos. Initially, she had intended to let her experimental subjects engage, but she is pleasantly surprised to discover that Bojack and his 5 companions possess a measure of strength. As she watches Son Goku and his allies being mercilessly pummeled by Zanjia and her 4 associates, a subtle smile graces her lips. Her purpose for coming here is to eradicate the Saiyan race, and subsequently, to lure Tais and Lewis back to Earth. At that moment, Demigra and the 4 Dark Demon Realm deities will personally intervene. Surely, they can neither capture Lewis nor fail to eliminate a mere mortal. As long as the Saiyan lineage is obliterated and Tais is slain, their mission will reach fruition. Thus, Lewis will undoubtedly succumb to darkness, fueled by rage. Once Lewis succumbs to darkness, he will undoubtedly awaken his former memories, leading him back to the Dark Demon Realm. Tawa observed the outside world. Despite Son Goku and Vegeta's continuous disappearances and reappearances, their powers were still on the rise. However, compared to Zanjia, who wielded dark powers, they remained woefully inadequate. These two were destined to be unable to save the Saiyan race, and they would ultimately fall to Zanjia and his companions. Soon, Tawa noticed that Bojack was about to make his move. Lord Lewis, please do not hold this against me. I act solely in consideration of your Dark Demon Realm. In the shadows, Tawa covered her rosy lips, emitting an enchanting laugh. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside, handing 2 earrings to Son Goku and Vegeta, whispering something to them before vanishing. Immediately after, Son Goku and Vegeta donned the earrings simultaneously. A rainbow of light surged skyward, a vast power sweeping across the entire star domain, spreading to every corner of the 7th universe. All Z fighters on Earth looked up. It was the energy of Vegeta and Son Goku. On King Kai's planet, the King of the North, who had been filled with surprise, was now engulfed in despair as he beheld the scene at the galactic headquarters, his body trembling. This power, it belongs to a candidate for the God of Destruction level. Diminutive dwarf, what is the meaning of this power? Has the great King Kai intervened? Speak quickly. The other 3 Kais shouted anxiously. It is the intervention of the Supreme Kai. Our universe is saved. Diminutive dwarf clenched his fists, excitement flushing his face. The 3 Kais were stunned for a moment, pondering for a while, before suddenly exclaiming with enthusiasm, the Supreme Kai, the legendary Supreme Kai. Diminutive dwarf, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? This power is so immense, only the legendary Supreme Kai could possess such strength. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Tawa was left speechless. How is this possible? These 2 mortals could unleash such formidable power. It's over, the extermination plan for the Saiyan race, just as Tawa was engulfed in despair. She suddenly saw 4 figures appear outside. Lewis, Tais, Beerus, and Whis. Ha, they truly have returned. Tawa's previously disappointed expression transformed into one of joy. She had thought she would need to travel to Earth and eliminate all of Tais' family to lure Lewis back. Yet, before that plan could even be executed, Lewis was lured back. It seems her Lord Lewis truly holds the Saiyan race in high regard. While the surprise was delightful, Tova dared not linger for too long, for both Whis and Beerus had returned. Thus, Tova waved her wand and opened a rift in space, hastily fleeing the scene. Next, it would be the turn of the 5 great demon gods to make their appearance in the external world, at the original location of the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Suddenly, 4 figures emerged against the backdrop of the starry sky, and there, standing majestically, was an exceptionally handsome individual, Vegeta. Lewis fixed his gaze intently upon Vegeta. Adorned with Patera earrings, Vegeta donned an orange short-sleeved vest paired with a deep blue turtle school GI. Particularly striking was his enigmatic smile, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Vegeta from the anime. A kaleidoscope of colors, dazzling and resplendent, utterly handsome. This dashing figure is truly as captivating as I am. Luis was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. Kai's expression turned perplexed. What could possibly be troubling Luis to evoke such a startling visage? Beerus and Whis were equally bewildered, After all, was this not merely a second-tier power in the realm of gods? Was it truly necessary to be so ecstatic? The others remained entirely unaware of the esteemed position that Vegeta held in Luis's heart. This was Vegeta. In the anime, whenever the stakes were life and death, the emergence of Vegeta or Gogeta could swiftly alter the course of events. As for whether they could ultimately vanquish their foes through fusion, or the question of their character, Luis was unconcerned with such trivialities. After all, charisma is a lifelong pursuit, and Vegeta was undeniably striking. Luis, what is the matter with you? You seem so familiar, Beerus remarked as he gazed at Vegeta. Initially, the sudden appearance of this second-tier godly power had indeed startled him. The strength of a second-tier god could already obliterate universes. If Universe 7 were to be annihilated, both the old Supreme Kai and Shin would be doomed. For the lives of the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction are intertwined, and he too could not escape such a fate. Fortunately, Universe 7 had not been destroyed. Returning to the present, he noticed the 5 individuals exuding a dark aura. He refrained from acting hastily, primarily because Vegeta appeared somewhat familiar to him. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Luis suppressed his excitement. Did you not notice the earrings adorning Vegeta's ears? Vegeta's earrings? Beerus paused, quickly realizing the significance of the earrings at Vegeta's side. The Patera earrings. Fusion warriors. Beerus was well aware of the Patera earrings' function. After all, it was the old Supreme Kai who had fused with that ancient witch thanks to these very earrings. What could this mean? Who were the 2 individuals fused together, and how did they possess the Supreme Kai's earrings? Beerus's anger surged. The possession of Patera earrings implied that these 2 had indeed come into contact with the Supreme Kai. If their intentions were malevolent, would that not seal the Supreme Kai's fate? If the Supreme Kai were doomed, then so was he. Chapter 91. The brutal slaughter of Zanjia. The more Beerus pondered, the more fear gripped him. A surge of purple energy emanated from him, a destructive aura sweeping across the entirety of Universe 7. It was evident that this was the idea of the old Supreme Kai. Luis clasped his hands and gazed ahead, speaking softly. Did you not notice the dark aura surrounding those 5 individuals? We have been away from the 7th universe for such an extended period. If we fail to return, it will face utter ruin. Without our presence, the great Elder Kai can only resort to desperate measures. Did you not see how formidable that fused warrior is? With Vegeta in play, Bojack and his accomplices pose no significant threat. Moreover, the 2 who are fused, you are acquainted with them as well. Luis also recognized the identities of Bojack and the others. To his surprise, even before the arc of Shera had unfolded, these 5 had already appeared. Upon hearing this, Beerus nodded. Indeed, this was likely the work of that old rascal. The anger that had simmered in Beerus's heart dissipated instantly. However, upon hearing about the fusion of those 2 individuals he was familiar with, he couldn't help but express his confusion. I too recognize who they are. Luis, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, it is none other than Kakarot and Vegeta. Vegeto, such a unique name, perfectly embodies the striking features of both Kakarot and Vegeta. Unbelievable that one could overlook such a detail. The 2 of them left Beerus utterly astonished. Goku and Vegeta are part of Luis's lineage, and during his time on Earth, he became aware of their remarkable talents. It was, after all, those 2 who defeated the formidable Cooler 6 months ago. To think that upon merging, their strength would ascend to the 2nd tier of divine power. This is the caliber of a potential destroyer. Now, Vegeto is about to make his move. Luis stood with his arms crossed, gazing ahead, eagerly anticipating the performance of the magnificent Vegeta. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the cosmos as Vegeta emerged. Enveloped in a golden aura, transformed into a Super Saiyan, his power surged to the 2nd tier of divine realms. Such strength was formidable, floating amidst the starry expanse. Vegeta clenched his fists, feeling the cataclysmic energy roiling within him. It was utterly captivating. Casting a glance around, Vegeta noted that the Galactic Patrol headquarters had long vanished, and the Saiyan race had suffered tremendous losses in this battle. A palpable aura of menace surrounded him. What? How is this possible? How can you 2 merge? Gogeta stammered, struck with terror by Vegeta's might. It is now my turn. Prepare to meet your demise. Vegeta's voice was cold as ice. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing behind Gogeta. With a single punch, an unfathomable force surged forth, akin to a primordial dragon, crashing into Gogeta, who was obliterated in an instant. But this was merely the beginning. The residual force swept across miles, annihilating the remnants of shattered stars floating in the darkness of space. Gulp. Zangya and her companion swallowed hard at the sight. Let us go. Bojack had appeared beside them, shaken by Vegeta's overwhelming power. Initially intent on torturing the two Super Saiyans, he was astounded that they could fuse and exponentially amplify their strength. Gogeta, too, had proven no match. Being vanquished in a single blow, Bojack regretted not eliminating those two Super Saiyans at the first opportunity. Upon hearing Bojack's command, despite their fear, Zangya and her companions charged towards Vegeta. They understood Bojack's temperament well. Disobeying his orders would lead to dire consequences. Bujin, cloaked in a dark aura, transformed into a streak of black lightning, appearing beside Vegeta. With fists and feet flying, the assault resembled a tempest, moving too swiftly for the naked eye to perceive. Soon, Zangya and Baido joined the fray. Their collective power, surpassing hundreds of billions, unleashed a tsunami of energy that surged like a ravenous wolf, cascading outward. The starry sky was soon filled with a flurry of afterimages. Though it appeared Vegeta and his adversaries were evenly matched, a closer observation would reveal that he was merely toying with Zangya and her companions as one would a pet. Suddenly, Vegeta caught Baido's fist, remarking, "Ah, so this is the thrill of toying with others. I had intended for you to continue experiencing this sensation." However, his gaze shifted to the distance, where Bojack was attempting to flee. "You think you can escape after killing my kin? Humph. To hell with you and your kin." Vegeta clenched Baido's fist with great force. Ah! Baido's fist abruptly exploded, emitting a heart-wrenching scream of agony. Immediately, a shockwave erupted from Vegeta's hand, obliterating Baido into mere fragments. A warrior with a combat power of 100 billion met such a swift demise. Don't come any closer. Zangya, enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, wore a face of utter despair. She had never anticipated that the trash they had previously tormented would suddenly ascend to such formidable heights. Even more shocking was Bojack's betrayal, abandoning them to flee alone. At that moment, with a sudden whoosh, Vegeta transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing from their sight. Zangya and Bukin exhaled in relief, believing that Vegeta had indeed chosen to spare them in pursuit of Bojack. Suddenly, a Kamehameha wave surged toward them. A ghostly blue energy blast struck from afar, hitting Zangya and Bukin. Boom! Like a cosmic explosion, their bodies contorted in an instant, reducing them to mere specks of dust, completely vanishing from the celestial expanse. Damn Saiyans! Bojack, who was fleeing in the distance, turned back to behold this scene. His fury ignited. Those were his subordinates who had stood by him for thousands of years, now slain at the hands of that fused warrior. Yet, in comparison to his own life, their deaths were inconsequential. As long as he could escape and grow stronger, he would return for vengeance. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the front, "Can you truly escape?" Bojack's pupils dilated as he swiftly turned. There stood Vegeta, his fingertip pressed against his forehead, materializing right before him. How can you move so fast?" Unbeknownst to Bojack, Vegeta had employed instantaneous movement. As long as he could sense Bojack's energy, he could appear beside him at will. "Please, spare me." A deep dread filled Bojack's heart, for he knew that even if he unleashed all his power, he could not contend with the individual before him. "Give me a reason not to kill you. It was Tawa who compelled me to do this." Chapter 92. The destruction of Bojack. In this moment, Vegeta was entirely under the influence of Vegeta's persona, resembling a deity of death as he subjected Bojack's subordinates to unspeakable torments. In the vastness of space, after obliterating Baido, Vegeta cast a glance back at Zangya, who appeared as a witch. Under the weight of his icy gaze, she felt a chill run down her spine. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Vegeta transformed into a golden streak, darting towards Bojack. Zangya and Bukin exchanged glances, both relieved, believing that Vegeta had genuinely chosen to spare them in his pursuit of Bojack. Abruptly, a Kamehameha wave surged forth. A cerulean energy wave surged from the distance. "No!" Zangya and his companion cried out in despair. Boom! Like the cataclysmic explosion of a star, their bodies contorted instantaneously, and they were reduced to mere particles, vanishing entirely from the cosmic expanse. Damn Saiyans! Bojack, who was fleeing into the distance, turned back to witness this scene, his rage igniting. Those were his subordinates, companions for thousands of years, slain at the hands of that fusion warrior. Yet, compared to his own life, Zangya and his allies' demise was inconsequential. As long as he could escape, he would return stronger to exact vengeance. At that moment, a voice resonated from ahead. "Can you truly escape?" Bojack's pupils dilated in alarm as he quickly turned. He beheld Vegeta, his finger resting against his forehead, materializing before him. How? How can you move so swiftly? Unbeknownst to Bojack, Vegeta had employed instantaneous movement. As long as he could sense Bojack's energy, he could appear at his side at will. I beg you, spare me. Bojack's heart was gripped by profound terror. Why do you seek to annihilate our Saiyan race? Vegeta replied coldly. Originally, Goku had received word from King Kai that Bojack and his cohort were wreaking havoc at the fringes of the North Galaxy. In just a few days, they had reached the Galactic Patrol headquarters, inflicting various tortures upon the Saiyan clan. This affair was undoubtedly more intricate than it appeared. It was Tawa who commanded me to do this. Bojack trembled violently, displaying evident fear. In truth, he was genuinely terrified. The unparalleled power emanating from Vegeta was beyond that of any mortal. Even if he were to tap into dark powers, he would likely falter before Vegeta in less than a single round. Nevertheless, Bojack was acutely aware that this individual would not let him off the hook, and he had discreetly begun to summon his dark energy. Meanwhile, in the distance, Lewis, who had initially intended to continue spectating, perked up at the mention of Tawa. Lewis, Beerus, and Viz exchanged glances, each bearing a countenance of profound gravity. Let us proceed. In an instant, Lewis and his companions vanished, only to reappear beside Vegeta. A moment of surprise flickered across Vegeta's face. Seizing the opportunity, he thought, let me perish. Bojack, noticing Vegeta's lapse in vigilance, erupted with a chilling malevolence. His battle power surging to an astonishing 50 billion. Such power rivaled that of Kid Buu. The fact that Bojack had harnessed dark energy to reach this level was nothing short of astonishing. Then, a pitch-black shockwave erupted from Bojack's hand. The cosmos trembled, as if a torrent of darkness surged forth, enveloping the entire North Galaxy in this sinister aura. Yet, in the face of the impending dark energy, Vegeta remained unfazed. His gaze fixed on Lewis as if silently inquiring about his return. Bojack's elation soared at Vegeta's reaction. This dark energy was formidable, and Vegeta's evident carelessness would surely lead to dire consequences. Just as Bojack envisioned Vegeta's demise at his hands, a voice reverberated through the starry expanse. Destruction. Lewis raised his index finger and gently tapped the approaching dark energy. With a hum, the dark energy transformed into a fleeting glimmer, vanishing in an instant. The ominous presence that had cloaked the North Galaxy dissipated rapidly, like the receding tide. The universe fell into an eerie silence. Who are you? Bojack stammered in disbelief. He had anticipated Vegeta's downfall from his ambush, yet no one could have foreseen the sudden emergence of this man, who effortlessly neutralized his attack with a mere finger. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. This individual must be even more formidable than Vegeta. Bojack's body trembled as he retreated in panic. Fool. Vegeta scoffed, casting a glance at Bojack. Even a mere candidate for the god of destruction dares to strike before Lewis? It was evident that throughout this entire ordeal, Vegeta remained steadfastly in command. Lewis waved his hand dismissively at Vegeta, and then turned to Bojack, speaking in a cold tone. Who did you just mention, Tawa? Beerus's gaze was equally frigid. The last time Lewis and Whis had encountered Tawa, it had incited a considerable uproar in the Dark Demon Realm. And now it seemed Tawa was once again the cause of their troubles. Whis regarded Bojack, pondering what Tawa's intentions might be. Indeed, her release of us is solely to annihilate your Saiyan race. Bojack harnessed dark powers, his previously shadowy complexion now rendered ashen. Overwhelmed by the immense pressure exerted by this group. All of this is merely to exterminate my Saiyan kin. Lewis and Weiss exchanged a glance, pondering whether this was a vendetta for their previous tumult in the Dark Demon Realm. Beyond this notion, they could conceive no other rationale. If their intent was indeed to annihilate the Saiyan race for such a reason, it seemed rather excessive. After all, such actions would not bring about my demise. Was it merely to provoke me? Lewis mused quietly. Nevertheless, he could not deny that he was indeed enraged. After being outmaneuvered by Tawa last time, he had stormed into the Dark Demon Realm and nearly caused Weiss's demise. Now Tawa, in an attempt to incite his fury, had decimated much of the Saiyan clan. Curse you, Tawa. With a thunderous roar, a tempestuous force erupted from Lewis, compressing the very fabric of space, which trembled violently. Bojack was filled with dread. He could sense no trace of his opponent's power, yet this aura was unmistakably beyond that of an ordinary being. Vegeta would surely pale in comparison. I have revealed Tao's intentions. I beg you, spare me. Lewis cast a glance at Bojack, raising his hand as a sphere of violet energy coalesced within his grasp. Beside him, Vegeta tensed, perceiving the lethal threat emanating from Lewis's formidable power. Die, he exclaimed. Destruction. Lewis spoke softly, his delicate hand moving gently. And the destructive energy emanating from it instantly struck Bojack. Before Bojack could even utter a cry, he vanished into the starry expanse. Beside Lewis, Tais observed this scene without so much as a flicker of emotion. After years of companionship with Lewis, she had long since acclimatized to such occurrences. Chapter 93. I understand the rules of time. Allow me to try the North Realm planet. Ha! The North Realm King leapt exuberantly from the ground. And despite his utmost effort, he barely managed to ascend half a meter, truly a testament to his stature as a diminutive gourd. What's the matter, little gourd? Did the King of all appear to vanquish Bojack? Speak swiftly. You're driving me to the brink of impatience. The other three kings expressed their urgent inquiries. It is not the King of all who has arrived, but rather the candidate destroyer who has returned. Once, the North Realm King's planet had been diminished by Beerus, and the other three kings were well aware of the destroyer's identity. However, when did the candidate destroyer become Beerus's disciple, little gourd? What is the meaning of this? The trio of kings had shifted their focus from Bojack to the matter of Beerus's newfound apprentice. This is something you are unaware of. The North Realm King, in high spirits, began to regale the other three kings with tales of Lewis. In the realm of the kings, a Shing squatted upon the grass, gazing intently at the crystal ball, exclaiming with excitement, "Ancestors, this fusion warrior is exceedingly formidable." The elder king of all slightly raised his chin, responding with a hint of pride. "This is the power of a fusion warrior. There is much for you yet to learn, Junior." Indeed, a Shing nodded vigorously, his eyes alight with exhilaration. With Vegeta present, Bojack was doomed. Suddenly, four figures materialized upon the crystal ball. Ancestors, Lord Beerus and the others have returned. A Shing's face flushed with excitement as he leapt from the ground. Swiftly, he witnessed Bojack being obliterated by Lewis. A Shing, overwhelmed with enthusiasm, clenched his fists, declaring, "Lewis is incredibly powerful. I must take him to completely eradicate Majin Buu." In the past, he had seized the opportunity to ambush Babidi while he was sealing Majin Buu, subsequently bringing the sealed Majin Buu to Earth. As long as Majin Buu remained alive, a Shing could find no peace in either food or sleep. Meanwhile, the elder king of all breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Beerus and the others. At last, these two had returned. Who could fathom the magnitude of the pressure he had endured during their absence? A Shing was oblivious, with Beerus and Lewis absent. He was left with little to rely upon. Fortunately, two exceptionally strong Super Saiyans had emerged in the 7th universe, and they had fused using the Patera earrings. Even if Beerus and his companions could not return in time, with Vegeta present, Bojack posed little threat. However, should the Dark Demon Realm once again set its sights on the 7th universe, even Vegeta might find it insurmountable. The universe cannot long endure the absence of the god of destruction. It is the timely return of Beerus and his companions that has truly reassured the old Kai. The old Kai gazes once more at the crystal ball displaying Luis, who has been away from the 7th universe for over half a year, embarking on a journey of cosmic challenges. Now he sees Luis once again. The power of Lewis is on the verge of transcending to the 2nd tier of the divine realm. The old Kai knows that Lewis is capable of further transformation. Should he undergo another metamorphosis, it is highly probable that his strength will ascend to the 3rd tier of the divine realm. Moreover, every movement of Lewis is imbued with temptation, poised to initiate both offense and defense at any moment. This embodies a battle awareness seamlessly integrated into his very being, manifesting as a primal instinct. This was previously observed by Kess and Lewis, and now the old Kai also bears witness to it. Ignoring perfect ease of existence, erasure. If Lewis were to further harness these powers, my goodness, this lad is truly a monster. In the northern galaxy, the inky expanse of the night sky is suffused with various chaotic energies, subjected to the impact of countless billions of energy. Not a single planet within this star domain could survive. They were all reduced to ashes. After the demise of Bojack and his comrades, Lewis and his companions hovered amidst the cosmos. Vegeta kept a vigilant eye on Lewis. The destructive energy Lewis had just unleashed instilled a primal fear within him. He now amalgamated the powers of both Goku and Vegeta, a combination far more profound than mere arithmetic. His strength is a multiplication of their might. Possessing such exaggerated power, he still senses a lethal threat emanating from Lewis. Vegeta shook his head and spoke. Lewis, where have you been these past 6 months? After vanquishing Cooler, Lewis had declared his intention to vanish for a time, and indeed, he had disappeared for half a year. I traveled to other universes. Lewis cast a glance around him. The headquarters of the galaxy had vanished, and the Scions were nearly all gone. That cursed Bojack had utterly dismantled them. It was truly a disgrace. Other universes? What could that possibly mean? Vegeta pondered, though upon noticing the somber expression in Lewis's eyes, his tone grew melancholic. Our kin are nearly all deceased. It infuriated me to no end. Beerus seethed with rage. His universe had only just managed to elevate its standing from the depths of despair, thanks to the Saiyan race. And now, it seemed they had regressed to square one. How utterly infuriating. Beerus's exclamations were laced with a high degree of venom, his words harsh and unrefined. His reaction was even more intense than that of Vegeta and Lewis, as if he alone were the genuine Saiyan among them, while Lewis and Vegeta were mere imposters. Ignoring Beerus's furious outbursts, Lewis placed a reassuring hand on Vegeta's shoulder. You have already accomplished so much. If it were not for you, our Universe 7 would surely be doomed. At that moment, Goku's essence had overtaken Vegeta, leaving him momentarily bewildered. You know me? He questioned, realizing he was in a fused state. Why would Lewis recognize him? Lewis was momentarily at a loss for words. He contemplated with his toes, fully aware that it was Sun Wukong who had taken control of Vegeta's body. Such a foolish demeanor could only belong to that simpleton. I am the substitute destroyer, Louise remarked softly. Vegeta, Son Goku, suddenly understood. Indeed, it was the Supreme Kai who instructed Jebet to hand over the Patera earrings to him. There was no reason for Louise not to recognize the earrings dangling by his ear. The Vegeta within Vegeta rolled his eyes at the foolishness. Louise, most of our kin have perished. We must seek the Dragon Balls, Vegeta, with Vegeta in control, stated. At that moment, Tai Si interjected, but we have Whis. Shouldn't we need not search for the Dragon Balls? She turned to Whis and asked, Whis, can you restore this place? Whis shook his head, no. It is beyond my capabilities. The time limit has exceeded 2 minutes, and I am powerless now. Vegeta sighed. Then we have no choice but to pursue the Dragon Balls. Though frustrated, it was a relief to have the Dragon Balls as a last glimmer of hope. Do not fret. Have you forgotten that I am also adept with time manipulation? Lewis waved his hand and said, let me give it a try. Chapter 94, Temporal Erasure. When it comes to the rules of time, Tais, Beerus, and Whis are indeed aware of them, yet Vegeta remains oblivious. Vegeta inquired with a hint of confusion. What are the rules of time? The rules of time, indeed. Lewis glanced at Vegeta and smiled. The concept of time can indeed be regarded as a form of energy. Much like the destructive rules I just employed, albeit this power is somewhat more formidable than that of Ki. Vegeta clicked his tongue in response. When Lewis shattered Bojack, the surge of purple energy coursing through him sent a shiver down his spine. Lewis remarked that the temporal rule, akin to that enigmatic purple force, embodies 2 supreme powers. Just how formidable must this individual be? Lewis, you truly can surpass Beerus. I am aware that you possess knowledge of the temporal rule. Yet half an hour has elapsed since the devastation of the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Whis paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, the scope of this incident is exceedingly vast, far beyond what you previously conjured within your time house. Can you genuinely? Just as he finished speaking, Whis felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Could it be that this young man has ascended to new heights without my knowledge? He fixed his gaze intently on Lewis. Hey, could you refrain from looking at me like that? My sister Tais is still here. Lewis was startled by Visna's gaze, exclaiming, I am not engaging in that. Tai said nothing. Vis remained silent as well. Let me give it a try first. If it doesn't work, we shall seek the Dragon Balls, he proposed. Suddenly, Lewis's expression grew serious as he soared into the starry sky. Vegeta, in essence, the rules are merely a form of energy. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, they can disregard them. Lewis soared alone through the vast expanse of the starry sky, casting a glance back at Vegeta. Within Vegeta resided 2 individuals who were the protagonists of the Dragon Ball saga. If they were to succumb to fear due to the constraints of the rules, their future training would undoubtedly falter. In truth, Lewis was not overly concerned about Goku. His apprehensions lay with Vegeta. At this stage, the seasoned warrior was still too young, far from having matured to the point depicted in the anime, where Bulma was struck by Beerus and Vegeta boldly confronted the god of destruction. Stay vigilant. Lewis hovered amidst the starry expanse, his demeanor turning grave. Upon hearing Lewis's words, Vegeta regained his focus, fixating intently on the horizon. Beerus, Whis, and Ties also directed their gaze towards that figure in the cosmos. A resounding hum echoed as a golden radiance erupted from Lewis, propelling him into the full might of Super Saiyan. Lewis has also reached full power. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly shook his head. It was not surprising that Lewis could attain full power. Rather, he was more intrigued by Lewis's assertion that with sufficient strength, one could disregard the rules. Buzz. A silver radiance flickered around Lewis, casting a sheen of silver upon his golden hair. The intertwining of gold and silver. Under the influence of the silver glow, time around them became chaotic. Time flowed backward. With a piercing gaze, Lewis raised one hand, fingers splayed wide. The temporal rules within him began to surge violently. Suddenly, a brilliant silver light erupted from his form, coalescing into a massive beam that ascended skyward. Centered around Lewis, the silver beam expanded outward, swiftly enveloping the entire core of the North Galaxy in a shimmering hue, as if the deity of time had descended upon the mortal realm. Time itself began to warp. The temporal flow across the vast expanse surrounding the Galactic Patrol headquarters commenced its slow regression. Astonishingly, he could indeed reverse time on such a grand scale. Whis's pupils constricted in disbelief. This rascal had secretly cultivated the rules of time to a level comparable to his own destructive principles. Beerus cursed under his breath. Having never witnessed this little scoundrel practicing the rules of time, Whis promptly ensured the other's safety. Now, Lewis bellowed into the starry void as the temporal rules erupted once more. With the Galactic Patrol headquarters as the epicenter, time in the surrounding billions of light years began to rapidly rewind. Particles of dust coalesced into grains, which transformed into stones, and stones into boulders. The imagery reversed. Soon, the planets destroyed by Vegeta and Zangya reappeared amidst the cosmic expanse. The galactic headquarters rejuvenated. Goku was revived. The Galactic King resurrected. All Saiyans returned to life. Existence itself was restored. A miraculous event. Truly a marvel. In stark contrast to the composed expressions of Beerus and Whis, Vegeta stood frozen, awestruck. Suddenly, he closed his eyes, replaying the recent events in his mind. Rules, after all, are a form of energy. When two energies collide, which will prevail? In an instant, Vegeta's eyes snapped open. Whis and Beerus exchanged a knowing glance and nodded. These two youngsters possessed remarkable insight. It wasn't that Vegeta had grasped the rules of time from Lewis's display, but rather that he had discerned a method to unravel the temporal constraints. Ultimately, strength is the ultimate truth. Clenching his fist, Vegeta realized, as Lewis had said, that regardless of whether one's power stemmed from rules or ki, sheer strength could transcend all limitations. A confident smile returned to Vegeta's face. Enough of this philosophical pondering. Bojack has reappeared. Let us vanquish them. As Lewis returned, he executed another temporal rewind, reverting to his normal state. Observing this, Whis hurried to help Lewis regain his strength. Vegeta turned his gaze toward the horizon, where indeed, Bojack and his cohorts were advancing toward the Galactic Patrol headquarters. A palpable aura of menace emanated from him. Vegeta vanished from the spot, only to return 5 seconds later. As he gazed into the distance, he could discern only a few lingering wisps of blood mist. When did you refine your mastery of time to such a level? Comparable to that of destruction? At this moment, Whis spoke. 6 months prior, Lewis's command over time paled in comparison to his mastery of destruction. If one were to categorize the rules into 10 tiers, Lewis's destruction mastery had reached the 5th tier, while his previous control over time and space barely grazed the 2nd tier. Utilizing a 2nd-tier mastery of time and space against someone weaker was feasible, but it would prove futile against deities of destruction. This was the reason he had previously deemed Lewis's temporal and spatial rules inadequate. No wonder you've become increasingly adept at ambushing others. It seems your mastery of time has indeed grown stronger, Beerus remarked with exasperation. Hey, that's none of your concern. After all, this genius has secrets aplenty, Lewis replied with a playful grin, hands on his hips. In truth, during the past 6 months, he had signed in once more. Upon signing in before the god of destruction, Sidra, he received the reward, Temporal Erasure Prototype. This technique was even more formidable than Erasure Prototype. While Erasure could only eliminate entities within the current time and space, Temporal Erasure possessed the divine prowess to annihilate foes across all timelines in a single stroke. Due to this technique, Lewis has elevated his mastery of temporal and spatial laws to its current level. However, this maneuver is exceedingly formidable. To erase an individual from all timelines and dimensions requires immense power to sustain it. Presently, his strength at the second tier of the divine realm remains insufficient. Furthermore, he must also refine his understanding of the laws of time and space to a greater extent. Lewis speculated that he might need to cultivate his strength to the angelic realm and refine the rules of time and space to the 8th level. In other words, he could only stand idly by for the time being. Lewis was eager to express, "Even the skills I cannot utilize should be rewarded to me." System. Chapter 95, Beyond 3. In response to Lewis's explanation, Beerus and the others merely rolled their eyes. However, it was true, compared to Lewis's other secrets. His sudden mastery of the laws of time and space hardly constituted a mystery. At that moment, Vegeta, having just vanquished Bojack and his 5 cohorts, soared back in this direction. "Lewis, I wish to engage you in battle," Vegeta exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Previously, he had been acutely aware of the gap between himself and Lewis, and had never dared to confront him. As for Goku, he did wish to spar with Lewis. Yet Lewis had entirely ignored him. Now, having fused into Vegeto, his power surged to unprecedented heights. Although he was still at a loss concerning the laws of destruction and time, perhaps he could exchange a few blows with Lewis. Vegeto was fervently eager to face Lewis in combat. "Then let us test our skills." Louis smiled as Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power, his strength transcending to the 2nd level of Divine Realm. One cannot help but wonder what might occur should he ascend to Super Saiyan 2 or even 3. After all, if Gotenks can achieve the 3rd transformation, it stands to reason that Vegeta would be capable of such feats as well. Lewis also yearned to witness the true extent of Veget's power. Agreed, but you must not invoke those rules of destruction and time. Although Veget understood the methods to counter such forces, his current pure strength was insufficient to disregard them entirely. Rest assured, Lewis waved his hand, remarking that if you were to utilize such power, it would be akin to bullying. You might as well unleash your full strength, otherwise you won't withstand my assault. Vegeta was taken aback, wondering how Lewis knew he had yet to tap into his full potential. "Stop dawdling, come forth." "Very well. I shall exert all my strength for you to witness," Vegeta responded, regaining his composure, his expression remarkably calm. As the two prepared for confrontation, Whis hastily erected an energy shield and swiftly led Ties and Beerus to safety, distancing them from the impending clash. Whis resembled an overprotective mother, genuinely fearful that the power unleashed from Lewis and Vegeta's battle would obliterate Ties and the others. "Honestly, you could have just taken Ties away. Why drag me along?" Beerus retorted with irritation, clearly unamused, as he did not consider himself weak like Ties. Ties covered her mouth, giggling softly. That was an instinctive reaction. "Lord Beerus, please disregard it," she said with a chuckle. Whis felt a tinge of embarrassment, recalling how Lewis often engaged in battles and how he had always been the one to safeguard Ties. His recent action had merely been a reflex. For protecting one child is akin to protecting two. Shifting the conversation, Whis inquired, "Lord Beerus, Lewis mentioned that Vegeta has yet to unleash his full power. What is your perspective? Who can truly comprehend these Saiyans?" Beerus scoffed. "They merely require a transformation to amplify their strength exponentially. Perhaps they can even transform multiple times like Frieza." As soon as he finished speaking, the space trembled violently, a tremendous force sweeping across the cosmos. Fortunately, Whis had preemptively erected an energy shield. Otherwise, the recently restored Galactic Patrol headquarters would face obliteration once more. In the distance, a thunderous roar echoed. The tremors intensified, and a cacophony of sounds erupted. The formidable power emanating from Vegeta surged forth, resembling a primordial beast, an intimidating aura radiating from him. Drawn by this unparalleled power, ions wandering in the void gathered together, forming intricate arcs of electricity. Countless arcs danced around Vegeta, whose gaze remained tranquil. Could this young man truly transform into Super Saiyan 3? Lewis's eyelids flickered at the thought. On the opposite side, Vegeta clenched his fists, an unending stream of energy surging from within. The veins on Vegeta's forehead bulged ominously. Boom! An overwhelming aura erupted forth as if a reservoir, filled for millennia, had burst its banks, unleashing a torrent of power that surged relentlessly. Light around Vegeta was instantaneously absorbed, and in the next moment, a blinding white light exploded forth. A massive golden ape flickered in Vegeta's vision, his hair lengthening and his eyebrows vanishing. It was indeed Super Saiyan 3. Upon witnessing this, Lewis could not help but exclaim. Meanwhile, on the other side, the pinnacle of the second layer of the divine realm was reached. Feeling this surge of power, Beerus and Whis were left utterly astonished. This power mirrored that of Lewis exactly. Both were at the peak of the second layer of the divine realm, merely a step away from transcending to the third level. Lewis, come forth. A radiant golden light erupted from Vegeta, transforming his entire being. His eyebrows vanished. His golden hair cascaded down to his waist. The two earrings danced at his ears. How magnificent! Luis swallowed hard, exclaiming, My goodness, this stunning gentleman is truly unbearable. No, I must teach you a lesson. Lewis gritted his teeth, unable to tolerate the existence of someone more handsome than himself. He transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power, his strength surging to the pinnacle of the second layer of divine realm. With a resounding crash, Lewis transformed into a bolt of lightning, slicing through the void as he propelled himself forward with a powerful punch. Excellent. Vegeta laughed heartily, for he could finally discern Lewis's movements. Clenching his fists, the two punches collided with a resounding boom. A radiant aura flickered at the point of impact, erupting in a circular wave that unleashed a formidable force, stirring a tempest of celestial chaos. The fabric of space trembled. How formidable! Vegeta was thrust back 1,000 meters, his fists tingling with a numbing pain. Luis was similarly repelled 1,000 meters, his blood surging with fervor. Chapter 96. Luis versus Vegeta, truly deserving of being the protagonist. Luis's gaze was filled with a fierce determination. He knew that Beerus was not as simple as he appeared. Indeed, as he had surmised, Beerus was capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 3 and had elevated his power to match Luis's own. Is this what it means to be a genius? I will strike down this genius. Two beams of golden light stood in confrontation against the starry sky. They moved. As Lewis vanished into the starry sky, Vegeta's senses heightened abruptly. From behind, he swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a fist that grazed his head. The power of the second tier of divine realm erupted beside him, and though they were amidst the cosmos, it felt as if a tidal wave had surged forth, with ripples of energy ceaselessly rolling. The entire battlefield ignited in fervor. Vegeta retreated rapidly, a cold sweat trickling down his back. Such astonishing speed, such overwhelming power. Yet, the speed was not particularly swift, nor was the strength extraordinarily formidable. A mocking voice echoed in his ears. Vegeta's pupils constricted. When had this happened? Just a moment of distraction, and he regained his composure, raising his hands to shield his chest. Bang! An elbow struck him squarely, akin to being struck by a meteor. Boom! It felt as if time and space themselves warped in that instant, and Vegeta was propelled backward 1,000 meters, gasping for breath as excruciating pain sent his head spinning. This is bad. In the blink of an eye, Lewis reappeared before him, a brutal force surging through his legs. He lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick. Boom! Vegeta's face was struck, his features contorting in an instant as a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. How infuriating! Vegeta crashed violently against the energy barrier set by Whis, producing a thunderous impact that reverberated through the air. How could you be so strong, Lewis? Vegeta seethed with rage. He brought his hands together, a ghostly blue light materializing in his palms, while the pressure in the surrounding space escalated rapidly, arcs of electricity dancing within his grasp. Kamehameha. The Kamehameha sliced through the cosmos, generating a sizzling sound as it interacted with the fabric of space, igniting a series of fiery explosions that made the void seem on the brink of shattering. A truly terrifying spectacle. However, the surging Kamehameha suddenly split into 3 waves, each hurtling toward Lewis from distinct directions. How intriguing! In the distance, Lewis's gaze sharpened as he raised his hand, a golden radiance enveloping it. Concentrate energy into a blade. Explode. With a swift motion, he cleaved through the void, a golden flash streaking across the starry expanse as the 3 energy waves were obliterated. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion echoed through the cosmos, a fireball swiftly engulfing Lewis's figure, followed by a billowing cloud of smoke. Within the thick haze, Luis hovered in place, a faint smile gracing his lips. Vegeta, you remain leagues away from those destructive deities. Without turning his head, Lewis unleashed a powerful punch behind him, igniting the second level of the God Realm's might. The ambushing Vegeta was struck squarely and hurled once more towards the energy shield. In the wake of this collision, a resplendent golden light soared from the smoke, pursuing Vegeta with fervor. In that fleeting moment, the starry sky trembled as two golden orbs flickered incessantly, with both combatants engaging in over 100 exchanges. Meanwhile, Beerus shook his head, exclaiming, "The gap is insurmountable." Tai Si, taken aback, queried, "What do you mean by that?" Whis, observing the distant skirmish, replied nonchalantly, "Lord Beerus asserts that Vegeta falls exceedingly short in comparison to Lewis." Tai Si, unable to discern the nuances of the distant battle, could only witness the starry expanse ablaze with golden luminescence, a spectacle of dazzling beauty. Vegeta's attacks lacked precision, marred by superfluous movements. His new state, inherently taxing on his stamina, would soon render him incapable of sustaining the fight. In stark contrast, each of Lewis's strikes could be encapsulated by the word swift, fierce, and precise. This epitomized Lewis's growth over the past 6 months. Having ascended from the first universe to the 9th, his combat skills had fused seamlessly into his being, evolving into an instinctual prowess befitting a god of destruction. Vegeta's combat technique and reflexes paled significantly. Even the Lewis of 6 months prior would have bested him effortlessly. Thus, under equal measures of strength, Vegeta was utterly incapable of contending with Lewis. This scenario underscores the paramount importance of combat technique and mental acuity, especially when wielding similar levels of power, elucidating why Whis had previously endorsed Lewis's journey through the cosmic challenges. On another front, despite their equal prowess in Lewis's presence, Vegeta appeared like a mere child, being thoroughly dominated. Soon, a shockwave struck Vegeta, a radiant light erupting from him, causing Goku and Vegeta to separate. After regaining his strength with a Senzu Bean, Goku soared to Lewis's side, exclaiming with exhilaration, "So, Lewis, your power is truly formidable. You are indeed worthy of being the candidate for the God of Destruction." Vegeta, flying over, cast an intense gaze upon Lewis. In the course of this engagement, both Goku and Vegeta grasped the vast chasm separating them from Lewis. Although their strengths were ostensibly equal, they were unable to overcome him, clearly indicative of their insufficient battle awareness. Lewis gazed at the two individuals and remarked with a smile, "You have already become quite formidable. If you were to engage in a spar with other candidates for the title of Destroyer, you might even stand a chance of emerging victorious against them. Not every contender possesses power at the pinnacle of the second tier of divine realms. Vegeta undoubtedly has the capability to prevail over other candidates. However, I must emphasize, I am merely suggesting that there exists a possibility. While strength is indeed paramount, there are moments when it may not be the sole determining factor. After this experience, you should have come to appreciate the significance of combat skills." As Lewis soared towards Tais, he spoke. "The other candidates for the God of Destruction have continuously received guidance from the angels, and their combat skills are undeniably formidable. Furthermore, they possess the rules of destruction. If you were to merge, your strength would merely surpass theirs. This is precisely why I say that you only have a chance to defeat them. Your journey is still long. Continue to strive for mastery." Sun Wukong and his companion closely followed, attentively listening to Lewis's discourse. Suddenly, Lewis paused and remarked with significance, "In truth, there are angels guiding you." Lewis referred to the teachings imparted to them by Bobo. Sun Wukong and the other person were taken aback, completely unable to comprehend Lewis's words. Seeing the puzzled expressions on the faces of Sun Wukong and his companion, Lewis revealed a mischievous smile. "Well, now that our kin have been resurrected, you should hasten back to organize them." Lewis was rather mischievous. He elicited the curiosity of others but said nothing further before returning to Tais. "Hey, clarify your words." Vegeta exclaimed in a fit of rage, glaring at Lewis's retreating figure. "What did Lewis mean?" he asked irritably. "How should I know?" Vegeta replied testily. "Let us go. Our kin have been resurrected. We should return and inform them about Bojack." Chapter 97. The arrival of the 5 great demon gods. Goku and his companion departed from the cosmos, returning to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. In the vast expanse of space, only Lewis and his 3 companions remained, orbiting in silence. Lewis chuckled, "Lord Beerus, what do you think of my 2 kin now? I initially believed their talents were merely adequate, but it appears their aptitude for martial arts surpasses even that of the prospective destroyers from other universes." Beerus responded with utmost seriousness, "It is a pity they do not cultivate dimensions. Had they done so, I might have been inclined to take both of them under my wing. There is no decree in the universe that limits the position of a prospective destroyer to just one. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Lewis rolled his eyes. Beerus continued, "If before I harbored hopes solely for you Scions, now, after witnessing Vegeta's prowess, it becomes evident that the 7th universe's ranking truly rests upon your shoulders." Lewis laughed heartily, saying, "Lord Beerus, allow me to clarify. It is not solely Kakarot and Vegeta who possess the ability to fuse. Other Scions are equally capable of this feat. With the Patera earrings, I am aware that other Scions can also achieve fusion, which is why I assert that the ranking of the 7th universe hinges upon your Scion lineage." Beerus chuckled softly, his mood exceptionally buoyant, as if he could envision the moment when the Omni King would commend him. However, he continued, "The Patera earrings are limited in number. Relying solely on them can yield only a few fusion warriors at most." Lewis's smile radiated brilliance. "Lord Beerus, what do you think it would look like if I could enable all Scions to fuse?" Beerus gasped, gripping Lewis's shoulders tightly. "Are you truly serious about this? If the old Kai were present, he would undoubtedly discern whom you are referring to. Metamorph fusion technique. Well, you will find out in due time." Luis has once again tantalized his audience, having just piqued the curiosity of Vegeta and now ensnaring Beerus's intrigue. Ultimately, he divulged nothing, truly becoming more mischievous with each passing moment. Ties and Whis exchanged covert smiles. Soon, the tumultuous starry sky gradually settled into tranquility. Lewis spoke. "Whis, Lord Beerus, have you noticed that Tao's recent actions seem rather peculiar? She has released Broly, yet only to eliminate his kin, which serves no purpose whatsoever. Not to mention the existence of the Dragon Balls. She is also adept in the manipulation of time, capable of resurrecting Scions. Is it merely to provoke me?" For some reason, Lewis felt a disquieting sense of foreboding. "Lewis, it appears you two have sensed something amiss," Whis remarked, turning his gaze. "Indeed, I possess an unsettling intuition. It cannot be as straightforward as it seems." Lewis cast a glance at Beerus. "Lord Beerus, you must exercise caution lately. The Dark Demon Realm poses no threat to me, but I fear they may turn their attention towards you." He continued, "Rest assured, as long as no beings of angelic caliber appear, any others who dare approach shall meet their demise." Initially, Beerus was irked by Lewis's teasing, but upon hearing those words, his expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. He too had sensed an undercurrent of conspiracy stemming from the Bojack incident. "What are you discussing?" inquired Thais, her brow furrowed in confusion. Lewis embraced Thais, shaking his head and saying, "No, it's merely a matter of having provoked some refuse from the sewers. You should refrain from returning to Earth for now. Remember to stay by my side." The atmosphere suddenly grew somewhat tense. "Indeed, I will follow you wherever you go." Thais wrapped her arms around Lewis's waist. "All right, let us first return to wreak havoc in the divine realm. As for the rest of the universe, we shall confront it at a later time." Lewis was preparing to return home when suddenly, 5 malevolent auras permeated the entirety of the 7th universe. "Ha ha ha, Lord Lewis, it is time for us to head back." In an instant, on Earth, Bobo abruptly looked up, muttering to himself, "What are they doing here? Can't they recognize that Lewis is not our master?" Bobo shook his head, glancing back into the depths of the temple. Within the palace of the Omni King, there was a bold exclamation. The Grand Priest merely gazed towards the 7th universe. His fury ignited, for Demigra and his 5 companions dared to intrude upon the realm of the Omni King. Beside him, a somewhat perplexed figure spoke in a youthful tone. "Grand Priest, what troubles you?" The Grand Priest replied with utmost respect, "Lord Omni King, it is the 5 demon gods from the Dark Demon Realm who have descended upon us." "Oh, you may handle it. I wish to indulge in some star annihilation." "Yes, my lord." An endless wave of dark energy engulfed the 7th universe, freezing its very fabric and transforming it into a prison. Without powers of the priestly caliber, escape was utterly impossible. In the vicinity of the Galactic Patrol headquarters, a tremendous roar echoed as 5 colossal beams of darkness descended from the heavens. Demon God, Demigra, Demon God, Chaos, Demon God, Tartaros, Demon God, Nyx, Demon God, Los. The 5 great demon gods had arrived. Hiss! In the starry expanse, Beerus and Whis gasped in astonishment. The 5 demon gods. A terrifying wave of dark energy surged forth, and Whis swiftly erected an energy barrier, yet it proved utterly futile. Crack! The energy barrier shattered in an instant. Lewis embraced Thais, pressing her delicate head against his chest. Witnessing this, a shiver ran down my spine. "Erase it." With a single hand raised, Lewis unleashed an erasure against the encroaching dark aura. A radiant white halo swept across the starry expanse. The advancing shadowy essence dissipated instantaneously, yet only a fraction of it was vanquished, as an incessant tide of darkness continued to surge forth in this direction. No, despair enveloped Lewis and his companions. Suddenly, the previously frozen seventh universe was pierced by a divine halo. As the holy light spread, the chilling dark energy dissipated as if winter snow met the first rays of the sun. The Grand Priest, descending with a sacred aura, declared, "It seems you have recognized Lewis's true identity." "Father." Vados sighed in relief at the Grand Priest's arrival. Beerus patted his chest, realizing that Tao's actions were indeed far from simple. Chapter 98. The Power of Darkness. Initially, I intended to reference certain Western figures as demon deities. But to avoid unnecessary complications, I shall create a few original ones instead. Please take note of the previously altered names of the demon gods. In the realm of the Kaioshin, the old Kaioshin, trembling, gazed at the crystal ball with sheer terror. "We're doomed. The 5 great demon gods have emerged. The 7th universe is finished." "Who are the 5 great demon gods?" Asen inquired urgently, his heart racing as he beheld the 5 ominous figures. Fear, an inexplicable dread gripped him, even more intense than the fear instilled by Majin Buu in the past. It was the 5 demon gods from the dark demon realm. He never expected them to all mobilize. The old Kaioshin, observing Lewis in the crystal ball, said gravely, "If I am not mistaken, they have come seeking Lewis. What should we do?" The 5 demon gods are formidable beings of priestly caliber. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, and the dark energy surrounding them vanished as swiftly as the retreating tide. "Grand Priest." "Ha! Our 7th universe is saved." I knew the Grand Priest would not stand idly by. In the North Galaxy, a figure descended from the starry sky, with the Grand Priest standing protectively in front of Lewis and his companions, confronting the 5 dark demon gods. Light clashed with darkness. The resultant force shattered the cosmic expanse. In the face of such overwhelming power, Tais felt like a mere leaf adrift on a vast ocean, vulnerable to being overturned by the slightest ripple. She nestled in Lewis's embrace, trembling in fear. "Do not be afraid." Lewis held Tai tightly, and upon seeing the arrival of the High Priest, he couldn't help but exhale in relief. However, Demigula remarked, "My Lord Lewis, we have returned home. What could this possibly signify?" Furthermore, the High Priest had just addressed Demigula and the others, exclaiming, "You actually recognized Lewis's identity. Could it be that I possess another identity?" Lewis furrowed his brow, as the system had clearly stated that he was nothing more than an ordinary Saiyan. The confusion within him deepened. Could it be that the dogged system was deceiving him? Lewis held Tai Si in his arms, turning his head to face Weiss, exclaiming, "Weiss, who on earth am I? I have no idea." Weiss, too, was eager to uncover the mystery of Lewis's identity, as it seemed that his siblings were privy to certain secrets, leaving him in the dark. Uncertainty lingered. Lewis glanced once more at Beerus, who was trembling behind Weiss. Beerus extended a feline head, rolling his eyes. "If even Weiss is unaware, how could I possibly know? How infuriating." Lewis gritted his teeth, overwhelmed by an unfamiliar sensation, as if the entire world conspired against him. Even that insidious system, claiming that erasing these elements was his power, left him questioning his very identity. At that moment, a voice ahead piqued the curiosity of Lewis and his companions. "It is only natural for you to uncover Lewis's true identity, for the power he possesses mirrors that of your esteemed master. However, to dare intrude upon the universe of the Omni King is a recklessness that borders on folly." The Grand Priest emanated an immense power. Ordinary angels would never dare to unleash their full strength within the Omni King universe, bound as they were by its rules, unable to partake in the struggle of good versus evil or wield their celestial might in combat. Should an angel violate this principle of neutrality, their very existence would be obliterated. Yet, the Grand Priest was different. The energy he unleashed was fundamentally distinct from that of Kes. Every strand of his power was imbued with divine law. The status of a priest does not possess the 3 tiers seen among angels. It exists in a singular layer. Nevertheless, the power of a priest could not encapsulate the essence of the law. Until now, the Grand Priest's strength had transcended to the realm of the Omni King. This was precisely why he could exert his full might within the universe of the Omni King, for his power had liberated itself from the constraints of the cosmos. How formidable! In witnessing this, Lewis momentarily forgot his anger over betrayal his awe overshadowing all else. It was not that the Grand Priest's power could vanquish him, but rather, this marked the first time he had witnessed the Grand Priest in action, both in anime and after traversing into the Dragon Ball realm. The Grand Priest's power seemed to diverge slightly from that of Kess. Whis, has your father's strength indeed ascended to the realm of the Omni King? Whis had never disclosed the power beyond the priest realm, yet Lewis surmised that it must indeed be the realm of the Omni King. Of course, without the realm of the Omni King, how could the Grand Priest possibly contend against 5? Beerus, lurking behind Whis, rolled his eyes. Whis nodded in affirmation. His father's power was hardly a secret, and revealing it bore little consequence. Gulp. Louise swallowed hard. Realizing that the High Priest's power had ascended to the realm of the Omni King, one could only fathom the magnitude of the Omni King's strength. At that moment, a resounding clash echoed as the High Priest transformed the principles of light into a sharp sword. Slicing through the air with formidable intent, a single strike capable of altering the very landscape. Crack! The cosmos fractured, the rifts multiplying like a spider's web. Confronted by the approaching sword of light, Demigula and his 4 companions remained impassive. They were already aware that the High Priest's power had transcended into the Omni King realm. While their own strength was confined to the Divine Priest level, it was utterly impossible for 5 Divine Priests to triumph over a singular entity of the Omni King caliber. Even 100 Divine Priests would find such a feat unattainable. However, do you truly believe that our presence here signifies a lack of alternative strategies? Demigula laughed heartily, casting a glance at the 4 dark deities beside him. Let us act. No sooner had he spoken than an overwhelming aura of darkness erupted from Demigula and the other 4 deities, encircling the cosmos like 5 black holes. Attack! The 5 dark deities extended their hands, channeling the black energy that coalesced within their palms. United in strength, this dark power amalgamated into a colossal primordial dragon, roaring forth to meet the sword of light. Upon collision, boom, the cosmos trembled, the entire 7th universe exploded in an instant. The High Priest's radiant sword vanished, having been nullified. In the Omni King universe, what transpired? The 7th universe is no more. This is not right. One is the power of the High Priest, while the other 5 emanate from the Dark Demon Realm. The Dark Demon Realm has invaded our Omni King universe. All the destroyers and angels within the Omni King universe were struck with fear by these 2 formidable powers. Hastening towards the remnants of the 7th universe. In the northern galaxy, the explosion of the 7th universe left behind a void. The High Priest stood protectively before Luis and the others, shielding them from the residual chaos. Thus, Beerus, Ties, and Whis remained unscathed. Yet, as Beerus witnessed the obliteration of his universe, tears of despair threatened to spill. How unfortunate. First, the Scions fell to Bojack and his ilk. And now his 7th universe lay in ruins. Luis, I am frightened. Ties trembled, terror gripping her heart in the face of such conflict. Fear not. With the High Priest by our side, we shall be safe, Luis reassured, gently patting Ties' back. Lewis was utterly astonished that Demigula and his companions possessed such formidable strength, capable of withstanding the Grand Priest's strike. It was indeed the power of darkness. Observing his radiant sword being nullified, the Grand Priest raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed by the explosion of the 7th universe. He regarded Demigula and his 5 allies with a mocking gaze, remarking, "How intriguing that Mechikabura has bestowed upon you the power of darkness. Yet, while you may withstand my first blow, can you endure my second?" The Grand Priest discerned the essence of the power emanating from Demigula and his companions. Unlike the luminous energy of angels, the force they unleashed belonged to the realm of darkness. This dark power, a natural adversary to light, was a unique gift from Mechikabura, clearly indicating that he had endowed these 5 individuals with such might. Chapter 99. Tai's death. Are you truly attempting to obstruct me, demon god? Ayers, standing upon the massive koan, gazed at the Grand Priest ahead and shook his head. Even with the dark power granted by Lord Mechikabura, we could never hope to be your match. At least there was some self-awareness. The Grand Priest nodded slightly, his expression one of disdain, as if no event in existence could possibly perturb him. As long as I am here, you shall not take Lewis from this place. How do you wish to meet your demise? The aura of light surrounding the Grand Priest surged once more. As if the deity of light had descended upon the mortal realm, a sacred presence enveloping the entirety of the Omni King's universe. Why do they seek to take me away? Lewis gazed at the retreating figure of the High Priest, pondering his connection to the abyssal realm. It seemed implausible, if there were any ties. Why had Demigula attempted to strike him previously? Ahead, the demon god? Layla's vacant eyes flickered with a glint. We shall not be foolish enough to abduct Lord Lewis. The idea of escaping from the high priest was already daunting, let alone the impossibility of snatching someone away in the presence of a master of the All-Kingdom. Yet, laughter erupted. Our true objective was never to abduct Lord Lewis. The demon god, the sphinx-like figure of Doran, emanated a profoundly sinister aura. Upon hearing this, Lewis clutched Tathai's tightly, an ominous premonition swelling within him. The high priest, standing before them, furrowed his brow, unable to fathom the intentions of Demigula and his four companions. Enough chatter, let us engage. The demon god, Raza's muscles erupted, tearing through his black bodysuit in a powerful display. In an instant, the five of Demigula wore expressions of mockery, unleashing their formidable powers. Shadows coalesced once more, forming an energy orb with a diameter of 10,000 meters, igniting the void left in the wake of the seventh universe's explosion. Arcs of electricity danced around the energy sphere as Demigula and his companions thrust their hands forward. The All-Kingdom trembled under the weight of this force, a threat to the entire cosmos. Intriguing. However, you are not Megicapura. Even with the dark powers bestowed upon you, you remain mere ants. Let us eliminate you. Your demise will surely drain the abyssal realm significantly. The high priest laughed heartily. The power of the All-Kingdom surged within him, and the previously barren void erupted into a tempest. Thunder roared, as if heralding the apocalypse. The high priest cast a glance back at Lewis before turning his attention to Demigula and his cohort. Eradicate. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a brilliant white aura burst forth, resembling a radiant dragon of light, surging forward with a cataclysmic might. This was the moment they had awaited. Demigula laughed triumphantly, swiftly breaking away from the group. The high priest's invocation of eradication caught him off guard. In that instant, the white light of eradication had already surged past the colossal dark energy orb, causing it to vanish in an instant. But the onslaught was not over. The eradication continued its advance toward the remaining four demon gods, whose expressions remained peculiar. They smiled serenely, seemingly indifferent to the high priest's obliteration, as if they had transcended the very essence of life and death. Meanwhile, on another front, the vanished Demigula suddenly materialized before Lewis. "My dear Lewis, how rude of me!" Demigula exclaimed with a hearty laugh, as he conjured a staff from the void and directed a beam of light towards the ties cradled in Lewis's arms. "No." Lewis tightly embraced ties, swiftly turning his body to shield her with his back from the radiant light. However, that luminescence seemed to possess a will of its own, circumventing Lewis's defenses and striking directly at ties in his arms. In an instant, the void around them contorted. Ding! Immunity. Lewis was unaffected by the impact of Demigula's power. But, Ty's figure became ethereal, yearning to reach out and caress Lewis's face. Yet as her hand hovered in the air, she vanished completely. Instantly, Demigula too disappeared into the void. Meanwhile, without surprise, a radiant white light flickered around the four demon gods, and they were utterly erased from existence. The four demon gods had been obliterated. In the dark magical realm, Puting, Gilabai, 12 angelic-level masters gathered, their eyes fixed intently upon the scene above. Tova was also present, her fists clenched tightly. The moment she witnessed Ty's disappearance, she exclaimed in exhilaration, "We did it! Ha ha! The return of Lord Lewis is imminent." Gilabai and the others echoed her excitement. Only Puting maintained a somber expression. "It cost us the sacrifice of four demon gods to gain this opportunity. Lord Lewis, you must return." Upon hearing these words, the mood of everyone present instantly soured. In the seventh universe, within the void, "Damn Demigula, this is the scheme you devised." The high priest eliminated the remaining four demon gods, finally comprehending Demigula's intentions. The plan was to provoke Lewis into succumbing to darkness. This way, it was highly likely that Lewis would awaken memories of his past life. "No, I will not allow such a fate to unfold." The high priest seethed with rage, sweeping his hand through the air as the fabric of time flowed through the void. A silvery radiance flashed. The seventh universe was instantly restored to its previous undestroyed state. However, the whereabouts of Thais remain a mystery to Lewis. Chapter 100, Lewis in Despair. The high priest employed the power of time reversal, yet failed to rescue Thais. Nor could he restore the four demon gods. It is evident that Demigula wielded an erasing force against Thais. Such a force can only be disregarded by someone with Lewis's extraordinary constitution or by possessing an equally formidable power. Otherwise, this force could obliterate everything in existence, rendering any attempt to restore it through temporal rules futile. Thais is gone. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, an oppressive silence prevails. Beerus and Whis are unaware of Demigula's scheme, but with Thais's demise, Lewis must be in profound anguish. Lewis, how they long to comfort him. Yet they find themselves at a loss for words. Many years prior, Lewis had brought Thais back to the realm of the destroyers. Every time Lewis embarks on a mission of planetary annihilation, he is accompanied by Thais. Upon the completion of each of Lewis's rigorous training sessions, Thais is always there, preparing delightful meals for him. The two share an inseparable bond, and as time passes, their affection deepens. Beerus and Whis have borne witness to the unfolding relationship between Lewis and Thais. However, upon Thais's untimely demise, Lewis's profound sorrow leaves Beerus and Whis at a loss for how to console him. How can one expect him to remain composed in such dire circumstances? Is Lewis not human? Unlike Beerus and Whis, the Grand Priest has already surmised the sinister intentions of Demigula and his cohorts. Their heinous act of slaying Thais was a calculated move to exploit Lewis's deepest affections, aiming to plunge him into darkness and thereby awaken the memories of their master. Surely, they do not intend for him to succumb to that darkness. The Grand Priest gazes intently at Lewis against the backdrop of the starry sky, swallowing hard. Whis, you must come to me at once. The urgency in the Grand Priest's voice is palpable. Although Whis and Beerus are perplexed, they promptly depart from Lewis's side to join the Grand Priest. A slight sense of relief washes over the Grand Priest, for if Lewis were to indeed succumb to darkness, he could swiftly escort Whis and Beerus to safety. At that moment, a flurry of vibrant, multicolored light streaks toward them from beyond the cosmic barrier, arriving with astonishing speed. It is none other than the angels and destroyers who have journeyed from other universes. You have come as well. The Grand Priest is nearly in tears, overwhelmed by the arrival of so many. Do they seek their own demise? He lacks the confidence to escape in the presence of a Lewis awakening to his true memories and powers. Kusu glances at the dazed Lewis before furrowing her brow and addressing her father. Father, did the seventh universe not just explode, along with those dark beings from the Dark Demon Realm? I will explain shortly, but remember, if Lewis exhibits any dark energy, you must ensure your siblings flee. The Grand Priest soars before the gathered angels. His actions evoke confusion among all present. Why speak of dark energy emanating from Lewis? Furthermore, as the foremost expert beneath the Omni King, his tone suggests he fears an impending calamity. The assembled angels watch Lewis closely. Back in the Dark Demon Realm, Demigula and his associates observe Lewis through projections in the cosmic expanse. Suddenly, a flicker of change crosses Lewis's previously vacant expression. Thais. Luis remained in a half-embrace, his eyes vacant, continuously murmuring the name of Thais. The assembled angels were taken aback, pondering what had befallen him. However, as the high priest remained silent, they too refrained from speaking. Luis incessantly murmured Thais' name, as vivid images of their moments together relentlessly surged through his mind. It was excruciating. Lewis clutched his chest, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. Sorrow, despair. My Thais. Utter fury. Lewis's visage contorted with rage, and a tempestuous aura began to swirl around him. Witnessing this, the high priest bellowed urgently, Chris, swiftly lead everyone away, hurry. Chris, sensing the imminent danger, dared not hesitate and promptly vanished with her companions amidst the starry expanse. Meanwhile, Demigula and his cohorts from the Dark Demon Realm could hardly contain their elation. Victory was within their grasp. In the vast cosmos, only the high priest remained, observing the unsettling transformation of Lewis. Yet, within his heart, he clung to a flicker of hope. For should Lewis awaken his memories and powers in his current foolish state, the Omni King would stand no chance against him. Demigula, I shall ensure your demise. In the starry void, Lewis's aura erupted as if a volcano had unleashed its fury, ferocious and tempestuous. In an instant, his hair transformed to a brilliant gold. Achieving the full power of a Super Saiyan, his strength surged to the pinnacle of the second layer of divinity. Subsequently, ions drifting through the cosmos began to coalesce, forming shimmering silver arcs of electricity that danced around Lewis, reminiscent of a silver dragon. Crackling and popping ensued. The aura unleashed by Lewis roared like a colossal primordial ape, radiating an overwhelming force akin to tumultuous ocean waves crashing ceaselessly against the starry expanse. He ascended into the state of Super Saiyan 2. With a resounding crack, the shackles were shattered. His power surged from the second tier of the divine realm to the third tier. But the transformation was not yet complete. Blood tears streamed from Lewis's eyes, turning his emerald gaze a deep crimson. His aura grew increasingly malevolent, reminiscent of an ancient demon. The high priest trembled. The flicker of hope he harbored instantaneously extinguished. He vanished from the scene, unwilling to linger for another second. After the high priest's departure, Lewis's condition shifted once more. An immense power stirred the magnetic field of the cosmos, and the silver arcs of electricity dancing around him suddenly coalesced into bolts of lightning, growing more formidable by the moment. They cleaved through the starry sky, as if heralding the end of worlds. Boom! Lewis's hair began to grow long, and his eyebrows seemed to fade away. When his golden locks cascaded down to his waist, he transformed into Super Saiyan 3. In the blink of an eye, Lewis surged from Super Saiyan at full power to the state of Super Saiyan 3. His strength instantaneously soared to the pinnacle of the third layer of the divine realm. With a resounding crack, the shackles were shattered once more, propelling him to the fourth layer of the divine realm. He wielded a true god of destruction level of power. The aura of destruction erupted, a raw force roaring forth. In that fleeting moment, the galaxy shattered. 100 billion miles of starry expanse collapsed in an instant, as the recently restored headquarters of the Galactic Patrol was obliterated once again. Demigra, I will see you dead. An overwhelming rage consumed Lewis's mind, the death of ties causing him to feel pain even in his breath. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a rift in space appeared in the starry sky, and he leapt into it. After Lewis departed, the high priest and the assembly of angels returned to their abode. Beerus clutched tightly to Whis, his expression fraught with concern. Whis, what has happened to Lewis? He wouldn't be heading to the dark demon realm, would he? Whis's countenance was grave. The blow from ties has been too severe for him. His overwhelming rage has propelled him from the second level of the divine realm to the fourth. If nothing unforeseen occurs, he is indeed likely headed for the dark demon realm. In contrast to Whis's reaction, Kes furrowed her brows, having already grasped the unfolding situation. It was evident that those from the dark demon realm sought to awaken Lewis's memories, compelling him to return to their realm. However, Kes was perplexed by the current circumstances. Casting a curious glance at the high priest shook his head, equally bewildered. The malevolent aura that recently erupted from Lewis is indeed unsettling. Has he not succumbed to darkness? How is it possible that, despite possessing the power of the fourth level of the divine realm, his strength remains dormant? How can this be? On Earth, within the divine temple, Bobo stepped inside, his usual expression of indifference now replaced by a look of elation. He traversed the corridor, descending the staircase, passing through the graveyard of the gods, until he arrived at a pitch-black space, saturated with an intensely sinister atmosphere. Bobo, come play with me. From a small coffin, a fully black rubber eraser sprang forth, its large eyes blinking innocently, yet it emanated an aura of profound wickedness, creating a striking dissonance. Chapter 101. The Power of the Time King in the Dark Demon Realm. The sky was shrouded in gloom. Before a volcano, a dozen figures stood, their silhouettes stark against the backdrop. Above them, images of the Galactic Patrol headquarters near the star region were projected in the sky. Lewis wept crimson tears, his eyes tainted red, emanating an aura of profound malevolence, akin to that of an ancient demon, while his powers surged incessantly. Tova, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! Lord Lewis is on the verge of awakening." Puting sighed with relief. We sacrificed 4 demon gods for this singular opportunity. Thankfully, Lord Lewis is about to awaken. Upon hearing this, the returning Demigula remarked coolly, "Although Layla and the others have perished, as long as Lord Lewis awakens smoothly, our plan will succeed. The day Lord Lewis returns to our dark demon realm will be the moment we avenge Layla and the others." Just as Demigula finished speaking, Lewis vanished from the projection in the sky. Where has Lord Lewis gone? Could it be that he has awakened his memories and is now returning to our shadow demon realm? In an instant, the other angel-level experts of the dark demon realm erupted in jubilant chatter. At that moment, a spatial fluctuation appeared in the void. A smile crept upon Demigula's face, for it seemed that success was at hand. Without a doubt, the figure to emerge from the sky would be Lord Lewis. Suddenly, a rift opened above, and a chilling voice echoed, "Demigula, I want you dead." The voice was frigid, brimming with murderous intent. In an instant, the dark demon realm felt as though it had plunged into a new ice age, the cold penetrating to the bone. It was indeed Lord Lewis, but what was happening? Demigula's expression shifted as he witnessed Lewis's transformation through the projection. There was no doubt that Lewis had awakened. Why, then, would the awakened Lewis harbor intent to kill him? The previously joyous atmosphere among all present turned somber in an instant. Lord Lewis harbored murderous intent towards Demigula, but could it truly be over his wife? Such a notion seems implausible. Given that gentleman's character, no emotion could sway him. Even the annihilation of the dark magical realm he created would hardly disturb his composure. What could have prompted this sudden change? In an instant, Lewis vanished from the sky and reappeared before Demigula, their eyes locking in an intense gaze. "Lord Lewis, you?" Demigula gasped, taken aback by such swiftness. No, it wasn't merely speed. It was the manipulation of spatial laws. "I demand your demise." Lewis raised his hand, directing it at Demigula and others, and roared, "Eradicate." His demeanor was fierce and words were few, as he promptly took action. Demigula was still in a daze, unable to comprehend what was happening. Suddenly, a flash of white erasure light surged forth. In an instant, everyone present, save for Demigula, vanished without a trace. Even beings of angelic stature could not survive the annihilation wrought by Lewis. At that moment, a ripple of spatial distortion echoed above, as a multitude of angels, led by the High Divine, breached the realm of the dark magic world, while the other destroyers did not follow suit. Upon their arrival, they beheld Lewis having obliterated all the masters of the dark magic world. A moment of silence enveloped the angels as they exchanged glances, each reflecting confusion in the other's eyes, particularly the High Divine, who could scarcely believe that Lewis would commit such an act. Soon, Kess and the High Divine displayed expressions of astonishment. Lewis had not awakened, yet he had utterly eradicated the masters of the dark magic world. On the ground, Demigula exclaimed, "No, the angelic powerhouses of the dark magic world were all here, and yet they had all been obliterated by Lewis." Demigula shook his head furiously, incredulously asking, "Why, Lord Lewis? Why have you done this?" Until this moment, Demigula could not fathom it. Their plan had been so successful. First, they had drawn the High Divine's attention, then seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. The power he wielded was the dark force bestowed by Mechikapura, a force akin to that of the High Divine's erasure, capable of completely obliterating a person from existence. Even a reversal of time could not resurrect Tai. Everything had proceeded according to plan. Lewis had seamlessly entered a state of extreme rage, plunging into madness. The Lord had already been in a state of furious insanity, and with Lewis now driven to madness, he was certain to awaken his memories. Lewis's blood-red eyes served as undeniable proof. Consequently, upon returning to the dark, demonic realm, Lewis eradicated Putin and all his associates. What could have prompted such an occurrence, Demigula? At this moment, Lewis's eyes glowed crimson, and his golden aura was intermingled with a sinister red essence. Lewis had lost his sanity, entirely consumed by an overwhelming fury. "I want you dead." Upon witnessing that Demigula had not been slain, Lewis's aura suddenly became ethereal, as if he might vanish from this realm at any moment. Time and space erasure. This technique was a reward Lewis received upon signing in at the Ninth Universe. Lewis once speculated that in order to wield this technique, one would need to cultivate their power to the realm of angels, and the laws of time and space must be mastered to the 8th tier. At this moment, Lewis lost his sanity, consumed by an overwhelming rage that compelled him to annihilate Demigula, regardless of the cost. With a resounding crash, a silver radiance flickered in the dark magic realm, ethereal and elusive, as if poised to plunge into oblivion at any moment. Sensing this formidable force, Demigula was struck with panic. The power of the Time King. Chapter 102, The All-Magic Time King, the sovereign of the realm of time, governing all dimensions. She stands as the monarch of time and space, on par with the All-King, Salama, and the ruler of the dark magic realm. Above, the high priest gazed in astonishment, shaken by Lewis's power, which cast doubt upon his previous assumptions. Could it be that Lewis is the reincarnation of that great being from the dark magic realm? It is known that the erasure of time and space is a technique exclusive to the Time King. Just like erasure, only those of the All-King or above possess the strength to comprehend such an ability. The execution of erasure primarily requires the power of light, a force that other dimensional beings simply do not possess. However, while other dimensional beings may lack the ability to perform erasure, they can indeed execute similar techniques. For instance, the dark power wielded by Demigula can also render an individual completely absent from existence. Naturally, the great being from the dark magic realm possesses both dark and light powers, enabling him to perform erasure as well. Coupled with an immunity to physical attributes, this led the High Priest to believe that Lewis is the reincarnation of that formidable being. Nevertheless, that great being would never resort to temporal erasure. So who exactly is Lewis? Below on the ground, Lewis and Demigula stood in confrontation. Lewis was entirely consumed by an overwhelming fury, utterly oblivious to the nature of the king's power. Perish! Lewis's visage contorted in a grotesque manner, a blood-red luminescence emerging upon the golden sheen, epitomizing pure malevolence. He raised his hand, the temporal laws surrounding him erupting in turmoil, coalescing upon his palm. Entangled, distorted, the temporal laws underwent a series of astonishing transformations, giving rise to the power of time and space. A silvery radiance flickered, dazzling in its brilliance. Even a mere wisp of this temporal power sent tremors throughout the entire dark demon realm, as if it were on the verge of disintegrating into countless fragments of time and space. The temporal force continued to consolidate, and Lewis incessantly spewed blood from his mouth. It was evident that with his current strength, he could not yet wield this technique. However, the death of Ties had plunged his heart into an ocean of anguish. Even though forcibly unleashing the temporal annihilation would inflict immense suffering upon him, he was oblivious to the pain. At that moment, it moved. With a resounding crash, the temporal annihilation morphed into a colossal silver dragon, roaring towards Demigula. Temporal chaos ensued. In the sky, the High Priest's countenance changed drastically, and he swiftly erected a protective barrier around his offspring. Lord Lewis, do not. On the ground, Demigula was in a state of panic, his heart wavering. He realized that Lewis was not the esteemed lord of their dark demon realm. Yet, in their quest to awaken Lewis, they had sacrificed a total of 4 demon gods, and other formidable beings of the dark demon realm had been erased by Lewis. Even now, he still referred to Lewis as Lord out of hope. Convinced that he was not mistaken, Lewis was indeed their lord. Lord Lewis, awaken. You are the ruler of the dark demon realm. Why would you harm it? Demigula clasped his hands together, the remaining dark energy surging within him. With a crash, the dark power formed a black dragon, clashing with the oncoming silver dragon. However, before contact could be made, the black dragon, conjured from dark energy, vanished instantaneously from this realm. Suddenly, the entire dark demon realm quaked violently. It was revealed that Demigula's power had been displaced into another dimension due to this temporal chaos, leaving no opportunity for collision with Lewis's force. That alternate dimension was obliterated, the resultant energy reverberating throughout the dark demon realm. No, don't. The silver dragon continued its relentless advance towards Demigula, who succumbed to despair. Even as a being of divine rank, he lacked the confidence to withstand Lewis's temporal annihilation. Yet, at that very moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The silver dragon, hurtling towards Demigula, suddenly came to a halt, and the gaze shifted back to its wielder, Lewis. Luis lay on the ground, his face ashen, blood spilling from his mouth, convulsing incessantly. Demigula, you will die? Lewis reverted to his normal state, his strength utterly inadequate to sustain the execution of the temporal annihilation. Forcing its use inflicted irreversible damage upon his entire being. Yet at this juncture, his subconscious remained unwavering in its resolve to eliminate Demigula. In the skies above, Lewis, exclaimed Weiss, his expression shifting dramatically as he discerned that something was amiss with Lewis's condition. He yearned to descend. Do not act impulsively, the High Priest cautioned, grasping Weiss's arm and gesturing toward the suspended temporal annihilation. This force was on the verge of detonation, should it explode. Even a being of divine caliber would find no safe escape. But Lewis is my disciple. I cannot abandon him. Weiss bellowed. A few years prior, upon breaching the dark demon realm, Lewis had declared, if anything were to happen to Weiss, I would undoubtedly shatter the dark demon realm. Weiss felt a surge of emotion, grateful to have been chosen as Lewis's mentor. Lewis, much like Beerus, has been a figure in his life since childhood, rather than a mere master-student relationship. One might even say it resembles that of a mentor and protégé. Today has unfolded with an overwhelming series of events that even this celestial being finds hard to comprehend. Nevertheless, Whis remains indifferent to Lewis's identity. His sole desire is to rescue him. You should rest for a while, the Grand Priest sighed, waving his right hand. A beam of light enveloped Whis, instantly lulling him into slumber. Beside him, Bardos hastened to support her brother. Meanwhile, on the ground below, the silver dragon stood motionless, observing Lewis sprawled upon the earth. Demigra's heart raced with a tumult of emotions, flooded with the relief of survival. How infuriating! Why hasn't he, Lord Lewis, awakened? Demigra's expression darkened as he maneuvered past the silver dragon toward the fallen Lewis. Halfway there, the chaotic fabric of time and space escalated into further turmoil. Demigra's pupils constricted in horror. Could it be? No. Demigra watched in despair as the silver dragon trembled violently. A resounding explosion erupted from the stagnant creature, unleashing devastation upon the dark magic realm. In an instant, the entire realm was shattered into temporal fragments. The Grand Priest, witnessing the chaos from above, swiftly led his children to safety, escaping the collapsing space. However, Demigra was not so fortunate. He could not flee in time, and as the dark magic realm disintegrated, the forces of time and space mercilessly shattered his internal organs. Instantly, he was gravely wounded. The once stable realm transformed into a tumultuous maelstrom of time and space. Demigra's limbs fractured, his insides obliterated, vitality draining away as he floated motionless amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Lewis's figure had vanished completely. At that moment, a shadowy figure appeared, accompanied by a black eraser, arriving at the scene of the fierce battle. How intense this is, Bobo remarked, leading the black eraser. The little eraser, with its large, round eyes, surveyed the surroundings before fixing its gaze on Demigra. Bobo, why is this fellow so foolish? The voice of the black eraser was notably youthful, soft, and endearing, adding a touch of charm to its appearance. Indeed, he has been rather foolish. It seems we require the intervention of the great sorcerer. Bobo replied respectfully. These nuisances are quite bothersome. The black eraser puffed up its cheeks in irritation, but still waved its tiny hand. A palpable aura of temporal rules enveloped the turbulent space. Time began to reverse. Suddenly, the dark demon realm reverted to its original form, and the severely injured Demigula also regained his strength. However, Lewis was conspicuously absent. Where could that little fellow have gone? The entire demon populace stood upon the ground of the dark demon realm, biting their little fingers and murmuring in confusion. Bobo glanced around, shaking his head in uncertainty. At that moment, Demigula, lying on the ground, abruptly opened his eyes and, upon seeing the black eraser, was filled with joy. Lord Demon. Chapter 103. The Secrets of the Demon Lord in the Grand Palace. The High Priest returned with his children. Vis gradually awakened. Lewis. Vis sprang up from the ground, scanning the surroundings, but there was no trace of Lewis. Grasping Bardos's shoulders, he shouted, Sister, where is Lewis? Bardos, filled with sympathy, could only shake her head in sorrow. Lewis possesses the ability to disregard any harm. However, the forceful execution of the temporal annihilation has left his body irreversibly damaged. The injuries he inflicted upon himself are beyond his capacity to ignore. Should he not receive timely aid, it is feared that Lewis may. Whis felt a tremor in his heart. His eyes bloodshot as he glanced at his fellow angels. The dark demon realm had been shattered into fragments of time and space, and Lewis, Kes, Konik, and Makalita, along with 7 other angels, shook their heads in despair. Crash! How am I to explain this to Lord Beerus? Whis collapsed onto the ground, his gaze vacant. Enough! Whis, do you still resemble an angel in your current state? The Grand Priest's voice resonated with authority. In this condition, how are you different from Meruz? Upon hearing Meruz, Whis rose with a shout. I once believed Meruz was mistaken, only to realize now that we were the ones in error. What is the purpose of the angel's existence? Merely to nurture the destroyers? Are we not permitted to harbor other emotions, forever remaining in a neutral stance, like machines? Training one generation of destroyers before moving on to the next? An endless cycle. A lamentable fate. Whis' words sent a shiver through the hearts of the other angels present, who subsequently shook their heads in dismay. Kes glanced at Whis and sighed. Whis. Our mission as angels is precisely this. Whis' face turned ashen as he fell into silence. The entire palace of the Omni King fell into a profound quietude, with no one daring to speak. The events of the day were too shocking, and only now did the angels comprehend the full extent of the situation. Demigra and his cohort speculated that Lewis was the reincarnation of the Dark Lord, and to awaken Lewis's memories of his past life, they launched an attack on his wife. The Grand Priest observed Wiss's dejected expression and sighed. Perhaps it is possible that Lewis is not as gravely injured as we fear. The Grand Priest's voice echoed in the stillness of the palace, prompting Wiss to suddenly raise his head. Father. The other angels turned their gaze toward the Grand Priest. He looked back at Wiss. You are most aware of Lewis's uniqueness. He wields the power of the Omni King as well as that of the Time King. Do you truly believe he could perish so easily? Yes, Lewis definitely will not succumb so readily. After all, he is Lewis. Wiss fervently nodded, a glimmer of hope finally emerging in his eyes. Who would have thought that even an angel could be blinded by rage? Father, where could he have gone now? It is astonishing that Lewis, with merely the power of the fourth layer of the divine realm, could reduce the dark demon realm to temporal fragments. This child is truly formidable. The Grand Priest cast a glance at Wiss before stating, the dark demon realm has now transformed into a turbulent stream of time and space. Lewis should be drifting within it, yet where he may have floated off to remains uncertain. What shall we do? Wiss urged, Father. Perhaps we should seek the assistance of the god of time. Beside them, Kex spoke, do not dwell on it. Each realm operates independently. Do you think Kuranoia would heed your concerns? Sighing, Wiss acknowledged this reality. Unless a significant event occurred, the realms would remain unaffected by one another. The chaotic currents of time and space were treacherous, capable of ensnaring even those of divine rank. Thus, he could not venture forth in search of Lewis. Without a solution, he felt a sense of helplessness, yet he remained resolute in one belief. Lewis would be safe. After all, it was Lewis, a being who transcended the ordinary, embodying the perfect state of existence, erasing the fabric of time and space. How could an ordinary individual possess such powers? Viss's frantic heart found a modicum of calm. At last, Bato spoke, rest assured, Viss. Lewis should be unharmed. What piques my curiosity is Lewis's true identity. Indeed, Father, is Lewis truly the reincarnation of the All-Demon? Viss inquired hastily. The All-Demon, a forbidden entity. It was only recently that all angels became aware of this title. Kex had been unaware as well, but upon receiving a directive from the High Priest, she had ventured to the fourth universe to prevent Lewis from erasing Katra, thereby learning from the High Priest that Lewis might be connected to the All-King. Alas, the All-Demon. The High Priest glanced back at the depths of the palace. Then, with a sweeping gesture, led the assembly of angels away from the All-King's palace, arriving at the northern galaxy of the seventh universe. Addressing the angels, the High Priest spoke calmly. The All-Demon is, in fact, the brother of the All-King. A thunderous revelation echoed through the assembly. The angels were left speechless, ignoring their astonishment. The High Priest began to unveil the long-held secrets of yore. In the past, the universe of the All-King was jointly governed by both the All-King and the All-Demon. A realm ruled by two supreme beings elevated the All-King's universe above the realms of time and dragons. However, due to a certain incident, the All-King and the All-Demon clashed violently, leading to the All-Demon's complete descent into darkness, ultimately severing ties with the All-King's universe to establish the Dark Demon Realm. This enmity explains why the Dark Demon Realm stands in opposition to the All-King's universe. The High Priest revealed these secrets, leaving the assembly of angels in a state of profound shock, their hearts unable to settle. Such revelations were unprecedented in their experience. They had only known that the Dark Demon Realm had perpetually opposed the All-King's universe, but the reasons remained a mystery to them. The All-Demon, the sovereign of the Dark Demon Realm, was the brother of the All-King and bore animosity towards him. Ves hurriedly exclaimed, Father, is it true that Lewis is the reincarnation of the All-Demon? No wonder his powers are so peculiar and his comprehension so profound. Effortlessly grasping abilities that others struggle with their entire lives. Rather than being a genius, he could be deemed a prodigy. But does such a prodigy truly exist in this world? So it turns out Lewis possesses such a remarkable identity. The angels gazed intently at the High Priest, their eyes brimming with curiosity. The High Priest observed his children and chuckled wryly. Initially, I too believed that Lewis was the reincarnation of the All-Demon. But now I realize I was mistaken. Many years ago, when Lewis first traversed into the Dragon Ball world and awakened his system, the moment he unleashed that sacred aura, I sensed it immediately. I even attempted to test him. How could you be mistaken? Kes furrowed her brow, Konnik inquired, so, Lewis is not the All-Demon? The All-Demon is the brother of the Omni-King, and addressing him as Lord is entirely appropriate. All right, hear me out. The High Priest waved his hand when I tested Lewis. I discovered that he could disregard any damage. Disregard any damage? The High Priest paused, then asked, do you think that is possible? The angel from Universe 11, Makalita, shook her head. I find it implausible. If he could truly disregard all harm, should Lewis cultivate his dimension to our angelic level, he would be invincible. The lifespan of angels is eternal. Even if the universe were to crumble, we would not perish. If Lewis were to elevate his dimension to that of the angels, he would possess no weaknesses, and even if sealed away, he could not be killed. But is there truly someone who can ignore all damage? Makalita remained skeptical. Kes, during the time of the candidate Destroyer God sparring, did you not witness Lewis's ability to disregard attacks firsthand? Kes spoke up. Indeed. The other angels nodded in agreement. During that period, Lewis withstood the assaults of 10 candidate Destroyer Gods, which was indeed a demonstration of his ability to ignore their attacks. Makalita frowned, now perplexed, and turned to the High Priest. Father. Initially, my reaction mirrored Makalita's. I also deemed it impossible. The High Priest regarded Makalita before shaking his head. But when I unleashed my erasure upon Lewis, he endured my trial. The reality contradicts my conclusion. It appears there truly exist individuals capable of disregarding all harm. Upon hearing this, the angels gasped in astonishment. Noticing the reactions of his children, the High Priest's tone shifted, yet in the end, I still cannot bring myself to believe that anyone can ignore all damage. The angels were momentarily stunned. Hadn't the High Priest just stated that Lewis had endured his erasure, concluding that no harm had befallen him? How could it be that? To disregard any harm is a relative concept. The High Priest gazed at Weiss and remarked calmly, Weiss, if a mortal were to launch an attack against you, would you not also be able to dismiss their efforts? The angels present were not Na'vi. The High Priest's words sparked a realization among them. Indeed, if a mortal were to assault a supreme being, even if the supreme being remained indifferent, the mortal would still be incapable of inflicting any harm upon them. The High Priest seemed to perceive the thoughts racing through the minds of the angels and stated, yes, that was precisely my line of reasoning. In my eyes, Lewis's identity must be extraordinary. He undoubtedly possesses the stature of a supreme being, which is why he can disregard any harm. Such a phenomenon I have only witnessed in Lord All-King, Lord Salama, and Lord Time King. The High Priest paused momentarily before continuing. In fact, there is another individual who can achieve this. Lord All-Demon. The angels began to murmur among themselves. The High Priest nodded, indeed. The Lord of the Dark Demon Realm vanished long ago. Lord All-King informed me that Lord All-Demon likely entered the cycle of reincarnation. With the emergence of Lewis, who can disregard any harm, disrupt rules, manipulate temporal laws, and wield erasure, it instinctively reminded me of the reincarnated Lord All-Demon. The angels nodded in agreement, understanding why their father would regard Lewis as All-Demon. Had they known the secrets surrounding All-Demon earlier, they would have undoubtedly shared the same belief. At that moment, the High Priest pointed toward a cerulean planet in the starry sky and addressed Bados. Bados, did you not mention that the former High Priest resided there? The Northern Galaxy, once ravaged by Lewis, had been restored by the High Priest, and the direction he indicated was indeed Earth. The former High Priest. The angels were momentarily taken aback. Bados sighed, Father, this is what Weiss informed me. During Lewis's journey through the Universal Challenge, his first destination was the 6th universe. As he departed, Weiss informed him that the former Grand Priest had taken refuge on Earth. Subsequently, she sought out the Grand Priest to discuss this matter. Indeed, it was by a fortunate chance that I learned of the former Grand Priest's seclusion on Earth. Weiss nodded, acknowledging that it was his encounter with the sacred beings that revealed the former Grand Priest's identity. Could it be that the former Grand Priest serves the Dark Lord? Lewis pondered. In the Northern Galaxy, the former Grand Priest resides on Earth, and it seems they often cross paths there. No wonder Father harbors such suspicions. The assembly of angels suddenly understood. Indeed, I had my doubts about Lewis's identity until Bardos mentioned the former Grand Priest's retreat on Earth, after which I ceased to question Lewis as the reincarnation of the Dark Lord. The Grand Priest sighed with a wry smile. Yet now I realize I was mistaken. Oh, the angels furrowed their brows. The Dark Lord wields both light and dark powers, yet he does not possess the power over time and space. The Grand Priest lamented. Have you forgotten Lewis's manipulation of time in the Dark Demon Realm? Chapter 105. The rules of the Super Dragon Balls can be likened to the natural order. Those with profound comprehension may even grasp them independently. Much like the character Hit from the anime, who, through his exceptional insight, deciphered aspects of temporal rules, enabling him to utilize time skip. As for breaking rules, only under the tutelage of angels can the god of destruction and the candidates for the role comprehend such abilities. However, the concept of force transcends rules. One might even say it is a primordial essence. Force is categorized into light, dark, time-space, and miracle powers. Each type represents the foundational energy of its respective world. For instance, the inhabitants of the Omni-Universe can primarily comprehend and harness light force, while those from the Dark Demon Realm can do so with dark force. And the Dragon Realm to a certain extent, while it is indeed normal for the Dark Lord, originally from the Omni-Universe, to wield both light and dark powers, the ability to execute time erasure necessitates an understanding of time-space force. Yet the Dark Lord does not possess such knowledge. Oh, the angels were left in astonishment. If Lewis is not the reincarnation of the Dark Lord, then who is he? The 12 angels fixed their gaze intently on the Grand Priest, the northern galaxy's starry expanse enveloped in a profound silence. After a moment, the Grand Priest shook his head. I too am uncertain. Hiss. The angels inhaled sharply, realizing that even their father was unaware of Lewis's true identity. This. Soon after, Whis spoke with unwavering conviction. While I too am perplexed by Lewis's identity, he is currently the candidate for the god of destruction of my seventh universe. And I have faith in him. His words momentarily stunned the celestial beings, but they quickly regained their composure. Since it was implausible for Lewis to be entirely of demonic origin, the nature of his identity remained a subject of inquiry. Such an enigmatic figure could not be overlooked by the Omni King and the Grand Priest. After all, allowing a mysterious powerhouse to roam unchecked would yield nothing but peril for the Omni King's universe. Should the Grand Priest and the Omni King decide to take action? Even if Lewis could indeed disregard any form of damage, his current strength would still be insufficient to evade their grasp. It was merely a matter of sealing Lewis away. The moment Whis spoke, it was evident he sought to protect Lewis. Whis, may you tread wisely. The Grand Priest regarded Whis with a penetrating gaze, and upon uttering these words, he vanished without a trace. Whis exhaled in relief. With Lewis now unaccounted for, should his father and the Omni King pursue him, the situation would become dire. Fortunately, his father seemed disinclined to intervene. The North Galaxy was left with merely 12 angels. Whis, I have faith in Lewis. Bados reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. So do I. Kusta chimed in, her delicate smile reflecting her unwavering belief in the young lad. At that moment, the other angels joined in. We believe in him too. The angels who spoke hailed from universes that Lewis had visited 6 months prior. Only Konik, Beerus, and Makarita remained silent. Konik, the serving angel of the fourth universe, found it understandable to remain mute, as the god of destruction he served had been eradicated by Lewis himself. Naturally, harboring fondness for the one who had obliterated his deity was a tall order. As for Makarita and Beerus, their universes had never been graced by Lewis's presence, leaving them entirely unaware of his character. In the realm of the Kaioshin, the crystal ball displayed a harrowing scene, Tai's demise at the hands of dark forces. In the wake of Tai's tragic demise, Lewis succumbed to an overwhelming fury, transforming into a Super Saiyan 3, his power transcending to the 4th level of divine realms. Ultimately, Lewis vanished into the northern galaxy. Asen sat on the grass, his gaze vacant, grappling with the reality that Tai had perished. Tai was indeed Lewis's beloved wife, who had once shared instant noodles with him. Was her life extinguished just like that? The Elder Supreme Kai paid little heed to Tai's death, instead commenting on the Saiyans' innate nature. Their anger could propel their strength to unprecedented heights. The Saiyan race was truly formidable. Suddenly, the Elder Supreme Kai paused, observing the dazed Asen with curiosity. What troubles you, my junior? Asen sighed. I never imagined Tai would be slain by Demigra. Lewis must be in great anguish now. The Elder Supreme Kai retorted, it is only natural for Lewis to suffer. If I were to perish, would you not feel sorrow? Nay, Asen exclaimed, momentarily lost in thought, only to realize the absurdity of his response. With a thud, he clutched his head, crouching on the ground, wailing, Oh dear, ancestor, why would you say such a thing? After all my kindness towards you, you would not mourn my passing? It infuriates me. Please do not be angry, ancestor. I would indeed be saddened by your demise. The Elder Supreme Kai's lips twitched in response. This junior was quite devoted. After a moment, noticing Asin's continued expression of regret, he inquired, "What is it that occupies your thoughts?" Asin asked, "Ancestor, is it true that Tai has truly departed? Is that not obvious? Struck by the force of darkness. She has been obliterated from this world. What about Lewis? What can be done? He must simply endure." Seeing Asin's irate demeanor, the Elder Supreme Kai decided to ease his teasing. However, there remains a chance for Tai's revival. Asin's heart soared with joy, really? He understood how crucial Tai was to Lewis. After all, Lewis was the candidate for the God of Destruction of Universe 7 and a dear friend. He could not bear the thought of Lewis languishing in despair. Normally, one struck by such primordial power would be beyond resurrection. The Elder Supreme Kai feigned mystery, yet there exists a power capable of reviving Tai. Asin urgently pressed, "Ancestor, what is this power? Do tell me. I am in a state of desperation." In a playful manner, the Elder Supreme Kai delivered a sharp rap on Asin's head, chiding him, "You are the current Supreme Kai. Must you always be so impetuous?" Once Asin settled down, the Elder Supreme Kai finally revealed, "The power that can bring Tai back to life is known as the power of miracles." As Xian contemplated speaking, the Elder Kai waved his hand and continued, "The power of miracles, as the name suggests, is the ability to summon the impossible. This force is unique to the Dragon Realm. However, it is highly unrealistic for us to venture into the Dragon Realm." The Elder Kai shook his head. Apart from the constant skirmishes between the Omni King's universe and the Dark Demon Realm, other worlds remain largely uninvolved in each other's affairs. What is the Dragon Realm? If we cannot access it, how can we possibly locate the power of miracles to resurrect ties? Xian clenched his fists, anxiety evident on his face. The Elder Kai glanced at Xian and replied, "While we cannot go to the Dragon Realm, we can seek the Super Dragon Balls." Chapter 105. The future timeline. What are the Super Dragon Balls? Xian questioned, his face a mask of confusion. Ever since the Elder Kai emerged from the Kai Sword, he realized there was so much he did not comprehend, such as the identities of the 5 individuals associated with Demigra. Now, the concept of the Super Dragon Balls, as mentioned by the Elder Kai, was yet another enigma. The Super Dragon Balls are wish orbs crafted by the Sovereign of the Dragon Realm. They possess the remarkable ability to grant any wish, even resurrecting those who have been erased, the Elder Kai explained. Ties can undoubtedly be saved. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in the Elder Kai's eyes as he recalled the divine Super Shinran, a memory he held dear. "That's wonderful," Xian exclaimed, leaping with excitement. The sight of Lewis, enveloped in an overwhelming fury amidst the vast expanse of the northern galaxy, tugged at his heartstrings. Since their acquaintance, he had never witnessed Lewis display such an emotion. The loss of a beloved one. This evoked memories of the former Supreme Kai, who, in a valiant effort to safeguard him, ultimately fell victim to the insatiable Majin Buu. As Xian sniffled, his eyes glistened with a hint of red. He was resolute in his determination to rescue Ties. Having experienced such anguish himself, he could not bear the thought of Lewis enduring a similar torment. Rest assured, the old Supreme Kai also revealed a smile of contentment. Lewis embodies the hope of their 7th universe. He refuses to let the path to its ascendance be severed so easily. Primarily, he harbors a deep affection for the young Lewis, having discovered the method to resurrect Taze. In the ensuing time, Ashin and the old Supreme Kai commenced the summoning of Whis. Meanwhile, Whis, along with a multitude of angels, remains engrossed in speculating about Lewis's true identity, yet they are utterly unable to uncover the truth. The power of Lewis is exceedingly unique, capable of erasing existence and obliterating time and space, both of which are the ultimate techniques of the Omni King universe and the realm of time. Should Lewis also wield the powers of darkness and miracles, he would harness the primordial forces from all worlds. Unable to fathom Lewis's true identity, the celestial beings redirected their discourse towards the dark demon realm. Of the 5 demon gods, only Demigura remains, as the other 4 have been annihilated by the High Priest. Fueled by an overwhelming rage, Lewis transcended into a state beyond the 3rd level, his strength surging to the 4th tier of the divine realm. The power of the 4th tier embodies the essence of true destruction. Empowered by such formidable might, Lewis unleashed annihilation, obliterating all the formidable masters of the Dark Demon Realm. Consequently, the Dark Demon Realm suffered tremendous losses. In the aftermath, Lewis forcibly unleashed the temporal obliteration, reducing the entire realm of the dark magic world to mere fragments of time and space. Now, the dark magic world has transformed into a chaotic maelstrom of temporal disturbances, and Lewis has consequently vanished without a trace. The perspectives on Lewis vary among the celestial beings, while the destruction gods harbor a disdain for Beerus and the seventh universe. The angels, with the exception of Conic from the fourth universe, generally hold a favorable impression of Lewis. Lewis possesses remarkable talents, an amiable disposition, and a humble nature. Furthermore, in this incident, he has obliterated the dark demonic realm that stands in opposition to the entirety of the cosmic order. Lewis now possesses the means to obliterate the entire world, should such a mysterious and formidable being continue to align with the Omni King. The Omni Kingdom would soon ascend above all realms once more. Thus, the celestial beings do not oppose Whis' decision to protect Lewis. As the angels departed from the seventh universe, Whis received a summons from the old Supreme Kai. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, Beerus and Whis materialized. "Old fellow, have you truly devised a way to rescue Lewis?" Beerus alighted upon the lawn, rushing to the old Supreme Kai and shaking his shoulders fervently. "You skinny rascal. If you shake me any harder, my bones shall disintegrate." "Old Supreme Kai, is this genuinely true?" Whis inquired urgently. "Lord Beerus, our ancestor has stated that we merely need to locate the Super Dragon Balls," exclaimed Asen, brimming with excitement. "Super Dragon Balls?" A radiant thought flashed through Beerus and Whis' minds, prompting them to embrace in exhilaration. "Indeed, I completely overlooked that solution. We can seek the Super Dragon Balls." This was a moment of confusion born from concern. In the past few days, the two had endured an overwhelming ordeal, even as a god of destruction and an angel. Their minds had become somewhat muddled, leading them to forget about searching for the legendary Super Dragon Balls. In the ensuing period, the two Supreme Kais remained in the realm of the Supreme Kai to oversee the seventh universe while Beerus and Whis embarked on their quest for the Super Dragon Balls. In a certain timeline, upon a cerulean planet, destruction reigned, houses lay in ruins, and debris scattered everywhere. The entire planet was in disarray. On a dilapidated street, a tattered and battered man lay upon the ground. His waist was adorned with a tail, and his silver hair shimmered in the sunlight, appearing almost translucent. However, his blood-red eyes held no spark of life, seemingly devoid of all hope, rendering him a mere specter of his former self. Ding. Successfully signed in at the future timeline. Reward: Perfect Ultra Instinct. This man was none other than Lewis, adrift in the currents of time and space. After a month of wandering, he had arrived in this future timeline and successfully completed his sign-in. The electronic voice of the system echoed in Lewis's mind. In the past, he would have felt an exhilarating thrill, a perfect state of bliss. This was akin to the ultimate form attained by Sun Wukong in the realm of nothingness in the anime, where he single-handedly withstood Jiren. Had it not been for his exhaustion, Sun Wukong would undoubtedly have triumphed over Jiren in this state. Lewis has attained this state, which will undoubtedly prove advantageous in future confrontations. After all, not every battle necessitates the application of such obliterating power. Yet now, with the demise of Ties, his world has been stripped of all radiance. Lewis heard an electronic sound, remaining indifferent, his hollow eyes devoid of color, as if nothing in this world could ever stir his emotions again. The system, feeling helpless, wished to speak but fell silent, enveloped in stillness. On a dilapidated street, Lewis lay there, while a gentle breeze stirred the tattered plastic bags and newspapers drifting across the road, creating a scene of desolation. Suddenly, an energy projectile hurtled towards him. Boom! Half the street erupted in an explosion, engulfing Lewis in flames. Ding! Immunity. Amidst the thick smoke, a silvery glow flickered around Lewis, rendering the shockwaves of the blast utterly harmless to him. Ah, 17th, 18th, I shall avenge my brother Gohan. A young man, radiating golden light, was locked in combat with two androids. Bang, bang, bang. The ensuing shockwaves from their clash obliterated the remaining stretch of street as the three wrestled fiercely, battling from ground to sky, exchanging blows for hundreds of rounds. Soon, with a resounding crash, the young man transformed into a projectile and plummeted from the heavens, creating a deep crater beside Lewis. Lewis, Chapter 106. Your mother's sister is named Ties. Huh. In the depths of the pit, the young man clutched his chest, violently spewing blood. He yearned to rise from the ground, yet his body felt utterly powerless. Ha ha. Trunks, are not you Scions known for your arrogance? You coward. Hiding behind Son Gohan to cling to life. He may protect you for a moment, but can he shelter you for eternity? In a month. I will crush that Son Gohan like a dead dog beneath my feet. And now it is your turn. Speak. How do you wish to perish? Above. Androids 17 and 18 descended from the sky, landing beside the pit, indifferent to the lifeless body nearby. How? Infuriating, Gohan. Brother, I am sorry. I am too weak to avenge you. Lying in the pit, Trunks gazed up at the demonic siblings, a tumult of anger and guilt surging within him. A month prior, Son Gohan had chosen to distract the androids to protect him, and by the time he arrived, Gohan lay in a pool of blood. Trunks felt a profound sense of guilt. His brother had rescued him, yet he was powerless to avenge him. Why am I so weak? Trunks gasped, the weight of endless despair enveloping him. Brother Gohan, I will join you. Mother, forgive me. Take care of yourself. Trunks' greatest concern was for his mother. Yet the two androids above were gathering energy blasts. The tremendous force caused the pit to erupt, debris raining down upon his head. Trunks knew he could not withstand this assault, yet he lacked the strength to flee, despair washing over him as he closed his eyes. Above the pit, the energy blasts in 17's hands grew increasingly potent, a sneer curling his lips. This pathetic creature is the son of the Saiyan prince, far inferior to Son Gohan. I tire of toying with him, 18 remarked, narrowing her eyes at 17. Shaking his head, 17 scoffed. I had intended to play with him longer, but he is simply too pathetic to pique my interest. Let us end this. 18 chuckled, finding no objection to 17's decision. For her interest in Trunks had waned as well. Two energy blasts coalesced in the hands of the android siblings, and the surrounding debris seemed to defy gravity. Rising into the air, just as the attacks were about to be unleashed, a sudden voice shattered the oppressive silence. The lifeless body nearby spoke. The unexpected sound caused 17 and 18's pupils to constrict as they turned towards the source. This corpse is still alive. The divine power residing within Lewis was undetectable by the artificial beings, and coupled with the lifeless gaze of his eyes, it led androids 17 and 18 to believe that Lewis had succumbed to death. Who are you? 18 inquired, her brows furrowing in suspicion. Who cares who he is? Let's die together. 17 laughed heartily, unleashing an energy blast from his hand. 18 followed suit, throwing her own energy blast into the void. Just as the two android siblings believed their onslaught would obliterate Trunks and the lifeless body, two violet orbs materialized from thin air, adorning the energy blasts. With a resounding crash, they disintegrated. The two energy blasts transformed into sparkling stardust, vanishing into the ether. What? 18 exclaimed in astonishment, her gaze fixed intently on Lewis. How is this possible? 17, rendered speechless, could hardly believe his eyes. This power boasts a combat strength of 700 million. Not even a Super Saiyan could withstand it. So how can you? The siblings were on the brink of madness, bewildered that a mere lifeless body could deflect their attack. Meanwhile, deep in the pit, Trunks suddenly opened his eyes. Who is it? He disregarded the pain coursing through his body. After a brief moment, he regained some strength and soared upward. Upon emerging from the pit, he beheld Lewis, silver hair, crimson eyes, and a tail. The sight of the tail struck Trunks with tremendous shock. According to his mother's tales, apart from his uncle Goku and his father, all other Scions perished in Frieza's planet-destroying assault. Could it be that another Scion had survived? Moreover, this Scion had thwarted the attacks of the two androids. Hiss! Could it be that his power was on par with that of 17 and 18? Are you a Scion? Trunks shouted from the sky. In truth, he yearned to seize this opportunity to escape, to grow stronger and return for vengeance. Yet, upon noticing Lewis's tail, he found himself inexplicably halted. The lifeless body had lain there for 3 days and finally stirred. Lewis struggled to rise from the shattered ground. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, a consequence of the injuries inflicted during his earlier reckless use of time erasure. These injuries, if left unaltered by external forces, were irreversible. Lewis is now gravely injured, his life flickering like a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Bulma's son, Lewis spat a mouthful of blood, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Trunks, ignoring the two androids. A flicker of tenderness appeared in his crimson eyes. This was the nephew of Ties. In the sky above, Trunks stood in stunned silence, astonished to discover that this Scion recognized his mother. At that moment, he pondered, "Are you not the last of the Scions, Trunks?" Who exactly are you? On the edge of the deep pit, Android 18 and Android 17 retreated several meters, their vigilance unyielding despite Lewis's bloodshed. For the recent display of his power had left them profoundly shaken. Lewis wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned his gaze towards the two androids. Much like characters from an anime, the pair of siblings were strikingly handsome and beautiful. However, in this timeline, Androids 17 and 18 had been consumed by the ravages of violence, losing their very essence. Trunks, take me to Bulma, Lewis implored, disregarding the androids as he looked up at Trunks in the sky. I will not take you there, Trunks replied, shaking his head. Although this Saiyan had saved him, he did not recognize him. Moreover, his mother had always warned him that most Saiyans were inherently malevolent, and he could not risk exposing her to unknown dangers. At that moment, Lewis slowly spoke. Your mother's sister is named Ties, and Ties is my wife. Chapter 107. Leaving these androids to you, what did you say? Trunks, hovering in midair, momentarily forgot about the androids below as he swiftly descended beside Lewis. At this point, Lewis appeared pale, resembling a frail shadow of his former self. Trunks tightly grasped Lewis's shoulders and inquired, You are my aunt's husband? Where's my aunt? He shouted the last part, his voice filled with urgency. From a young age, Trunks had witnessed the devastation wrought by the androids upon the Earth, with Gohan continuously leading him and Bulma to safety. Amidst the chaos of war, he found solace in his mother's embrace, which was always warm and comforting, as she recounted tales of the past. She would often say that if Uncle Goku were still alive, these androids would pose no threat. The tragic demise of Goku due to heart disease was indeed a sorrowful matter. In addition to this, there was another source of regret for his mother. Her sister had vanished without a trace. She had left Earth long ago, and since then, there had been no word. In the perilous expanse of the universe, losing contact often signified disaster. Every time she reminisced about the past, this absence was a recurring theme, representing her mother's greatest sorrow. Trunks understood this deeply, and he was astonished to find himself in the presence of his aunt's husband today. Could it be that his aunt had not met with misfortune? Luis was seized by Trunks, who shook him once, causing a jolt of pain to reverberate through his injured body. Lewis spat out a mouthful of blood. Trunks was startled and quickly released Lewis, exclaiming, What? What is wrong with you? It's fine. I'm all right. I wouldn't deceive you. Take me to Bulma. I have matters to discuss with her, Lewis replied, waving his hand dismissively. In his original timeline, had he not intervened, there was a high probability that Ties would encounter an accident. And in this timeline, without his interference, it was likely that Ties had indeed faced an unfortunate turn of events. Lewis understood that each dimension was independent, meaning that the Ties in this realm bore no connection to him. Yet, the very thought that they all shared the name Ties and had now encountered misfortune weighed heavily on his heart. At that moment, a frigid voice pierced through the air. A defeated foe, a frail wretch, engaging in idle chatter before us as if in the comfort of your own home. Number 18, arms crossed over her chest, regarded Lewis with a scornful smile. Surely, you do not believe that merely thwarting our recent attack has rendered you invincible. She conceded that Lewis's defense had indeed startled them. But it is evident that Luis is not in a proper state. Even a blind person could discern that he has sustained severe injuries. Lewis had just withstood their assault, likely exhausting his utmost strength. Had this individual been unscathed, she might have harbored some trepidation. However, in his current frail condition, he was undoubtedly no match for her. Ha ha ha. The last to consider himself invincible was that Saiyan named Vegeta, and yet he was vanquished in a most humiliating manner. Number 17 smirked with malevolence. He could easily discern that Lewis was in a precarious state, in such a condition they could effortlessly dispose of him. How infuriating. Trunks, upon hearing his father's humiliation, was consumed by rage. He vowed to annihilate these two androids. Trunks. Lewis grasped Trunks, who was eager to rush forward, and shook his head. With your current strength, what purpose would it serve for you to charge? Have you forgotten how your brother Gohan met his demise? Trunks, feeling a wave of humiliation wash over him as he gazed at the mocking faces of androids 17 and 18, felt utterly helpless and powerless. Take me to find your mother, he said. Then I will teach you how to kill them both with your own hands. Lewis released Trunks' grip and spoke nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the two androids erupted into laughter, clutching their stomachs. Did I hear that correctly? Android 17 exclaimed. This pathetic wretch is suggesting he will teach us to kill him? Android 18 wiped away tears of mirth from the corners of her eyes. nearly losing her sanity from laughter. Pointing at Lewis, Android 17 guffawed. This foolish dog is hilarious. He rivals that arrogant Vegeta. Is it truly that amusing? Luis furrowed his brow, and an overwhelming divine aura erupted forth. The ground within 1,000 meters was pressed down by an invisible force, sinking 2 meters deep. The pressure from the dimensional realm caused the knees of Trunks, Android 17, and Android 18 to bend slightly. Although Android 17 and 18 were predominantly robotic, they were fundamentally still human at their core. The divine pressure sent a shiver down the spines of the two androids. Your power. Who on earth are you? The two androids were taken aback, unable to sense Luis's strength, yet the oppressive force they felt made it abundantly clear that he was immensely powerful. Wasn't this boy lying on the ground like a corpse just moments ago? After rising, he had coughed up blood several times. How could such a frail figure unleash such a formidable presence? It was astonishing. With a swift motion of his hand, Luis unleashed a formidable force that stirred the air into a ferocious whirlwind, instantly propelling the two androids thousands of miles away. Astonishing. How extraordinary. Trunks stood in stunned silence, marveling at how this Saiyan effortlessly sent those immensely powerful androids flying. To what extent had his strength ascended? At that moment, a sharp sound pierced the air. Luis spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion growing even paler. Trunks, filled with concern, inquired, "Are you all right?" Luis shook his head, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he gazed at Trunks. "I did not slay them. I left them for you. I shall ensure their demise myself." Trunks clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in anger. Upon witnessing Luis spitting blood once more, he hastily inquired, "How are you faring?" This Saiyan claimed to be the husband of Tais, and now he was continuously losing blood. Surely, he couldn't be in good condition. "For the moment, I am unscathed. But if you do not take me to find Bulma soon, I shall truly perish." Luis blinked his crimson eyes and let out a bitter smile. Luis was not jesting. A month prior, he had succumbed to madness and forcibly unleashed temporal erasure, resulting in irreversible injuries to his body. As his dimensional essence ascended to a divine level, his lifespan had become comparable to that of the Supreme Kai. However, an extended lifespan does not guarantee the healing of his wounds, and he now teeters on the brink of death at any moment. "Very well, I shall take you to find my mother. You must hold on." Trunks swallowed hard. The Saiyan claimed to be his uncle, though its veracity was uncertain, yet instinctively, he felt the Saiyan was not deceiving him. Without delay, Trunks soared into the sky alongside Luis. Chapter 108. Assist me in creating a Super Dragon radar in West City, amidst the dilapidated streets. A hidden chamber within the ruins was filled with an array of intricate instruments. At the center of the chamber rested a shuttle shaped like an octopus. A weary-looking woman with blue hair was tirelessly operating a computer. Data processed through the chip was transmitted via data lines to the octopus shuttle. At last, it is complete. Once I gather the necessary energy, I shall surely return to the past. The woman was none other than Bulma from the future timeline. Clutching a heart disease remedy and murmuring to herself. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from above the chamber, sending a tremor through Bulma's heart. She held her breath, daring not to make a sound. Each time Trunks returned, he would gently tap 3 times on the ruins above. This newcomer was certainly not Trunks. Who could it be? The footsteps grew nearer. Bulma's body shook increasingly as she huddled in the corner. Had she been discovered by the androids? "No, please. I am so close to collecting the energy." Filled with fear and reluctance, Bulma gripped the heart disease remedy tightly, her nails digging painfully into her flesh. Suddenly, a voice broke through. "Mom, I'm back." It was Trunks. Overjoyed, Bulma's taut nerves finally relaxed. The tension had been overwhelming, and she sank to the ground. Too exhausted to rise, Trunks descended the stairs and, upon seeing his mother collapsed, rushed to assist her. "Mom, what happened?" "What do you mean, what happened?" "You scared me to death, you little rascal," Bulma retorted, playfully swatting Trunks twice. It then dawned on Trunks that in his haste to return, he had neglected to tap 3 times to alert her. Not lingering on this matter, he quickly added, "Mom, I have news about Aunt." "Who?" Bulma paused, then grasped Trunks' hand tightly as realization struck. "Are you referring to my sister, Tais?" "Yes." Trunks nodded vigorously. "Where's your aunt?" Bulma exclaimed with delight, wondering if her sister had miraculously returned from the cosmos without any mishap. However, the Earth was currently under siege by artificial beings. If her sister encountered those 2 constructs, it would spell disaster. "I do not know." Trunks, observing the anxious expression on Bulma's face, hastily urged, "Uncle, please explain everything to my mother." On the way back, he had gleaned some information from Lewis, who turned out to be a Saiyan from the past timeline. "Uncle?" Bulma was taken aback, astonished that her sister had found a boyfriend. Suddenly, a figure descended the staircase. With silver hair and blood-red eyes, he exuded an aura of malevolence. Yet his complexion was pallid, reminiscent of someone bedridden for an extended period. "A Saiyan," Bulma quickly exclaimed upon noticing the tail at Lewis's waist. As Lewis stepped down the stairs, he regarded Bulma with surprise. This version of Bulma looked remarkably like the one depicted in the anime. The toll of years of hard work had rendered her somewhat aged. Reflecting on the younger Bulma from the past timeline, who often lamented her disdain for growing old, he couldn't help but feel a sense of affection. Lewis felt a twinge of sympathy for his sister-in-law. "Who are you? Aren't all Saiyans extinct?" Bulma inquired, her voice tinged with disbelief. "Mom, Uncle," Trunks began, but Bulma interrupted sharply. "Be quiet, Trunks. Haven't I told you that all Saiyans are malevolent?" Her frustration was palpable. She had explicitly warned Trunks about this matter, yet he had brought a Saiyan into their secluded chamber. Wasn't this akin to inviting a tiger into one's home? "Indeed, the Saiyans of your timeline are all gone, but I am not from your timeline. I hail from a past dimension," Lewis interjected, clearing his throat. "A past dimension?" Bulma's eyes widened in realization as a sudden spark illuminated her mind. She abruptly turned her gaze towards the time machine. Time travel. This notion had merely been a hypothesis until now. The Earth was beyond saving. In her quest to rescue the world, she felt compelled to explore every possibility, even if it was merely conjecture. Her time machine was complete, awaiting only the collection of energy. Could it be that this Scion's claim of a past dimension held truth? "You assert that you are a Scion from a past dimension and that you are my brother-in-law, but what proof do you have?" Bulma steadied herself, fixing her intense gaze upon Lewis. "Proof?" Lewis wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sighed. "In your quest for the White Knight, you embarked on a journey for the Dragon Balls during your high school years. It was on Baozi Mountain that you encountered Kakarot. Together, you discovered the Dragon Balls, and ultimately, your final wish was fulfilled by Oolong." Louise had been recounting the experiences that Bulma had endured. As she listened to the tales of her past, a glimmer of reminiscence flashed in her eyes. Trunks had long heard his mother speak of these matters, and now, hearing them reiterated from Luis's lips filled him with excitement. Indeed, Luis was his uncle. After narrating Bulma's experiences, Luis proceeded to share the stories involving Tai's. Every event that transpired between her and Tai was unveiled. By the end of these revelations, Bulma found herself convinced, believing wholeheartedly that this Scion was truly her brother-in-law. At that moment, however, Bulma was reminded of her least favorite topic, being called old. Upon hearing Luis's words, a thunderous shock reverberated through Bulma, as though she had been struck by lightning. This Scion seemed to possess knowledge of her most detested matters. "Brother-in-law, are you truly my brother-in-law?" Bulma's eyes brimmed with tears. Indeed, Lewis nodded vigorously. His sister-in-law from this timeline was truly unfortunate. Son Wukong had perished, Vegeta had met his demise, and ultimately, Gohan had also fallen. Only Bulma and Trunks remained, relying on one another. Without the guardianship of these three Scions, Earth was plunged into a state of darkness and turmoil. Trunks was still too young to protect the planet, and in her desperation, Bulma contemplated traversing through time to return to the past, believing that altering history would inevitably transform the future. To this end, she diligently studied time theories and even constructed a time machine. Alas, all of Bulma's efforts were in vain. Changing the past would not influence the future, for these two timelines existed as parallel realities, devoid of any connection. "Brother-in-law, how is my sister?" Bulma quickly inquired, her greatest concern resting upon her sister. Lewis felt a sharp pain in his chest and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his entire being teetering on the brink of collapse. Trunks hurriedly rushed to support him. "Brother-in-law, you." Bulma's pupils dilated in shock. Could it be that her sister had truly met with an unfortunate fate? "Your sister will be fine." Lewis clutched his chest, every recollection of Tai's demise sending waves of agony through him. "She will be all right." Crash. The flicker of hope that remained in Bulma's heart was finally extinguished. Her sister was indeed in peril. "Aren't you my brother-in-law? Why couldn't you protect my sister?" Bulma screamed in hysteria, no longer caring whether the androids would discover them. "I." Lewis's complexion was ghastly pale as he gritted his teeth, desperately suppressing the blood threatening to spill from his lips. He swallowed hard, shaking his head as he spoke. Bulma, everything will be all right. I will undoubtedly bring your sister back. Having sought you out, I must trouble you to assist me in constructing a Super Dragon Ball radar. Chapter 109, Brother-in-Law. Help me eliminate those two androids. Bulma gazed at Lewis, inquiring, Brother-in-law, what precisely is a Super Dragon Ball radar? I am only familiar with the Dragon Ball radar. Noticing the pallor of Lewis's face, she could not help but express her concern. Brother-in-law, are you all right? I am fine. For the moment, I can still endure. Luis shook his head, then remarked, the Super Dragon Ball radar serves the same purpose as the Dragon Ball radar. However, the former is capable of locating only the Super Dragon Balls, while the latter is limited to the ordinary Dragon Balls. His current injuries were a result of forcibly employing the technique of time erasure, a condition that even an angel might struggle to mend. Whether the Grand Priest could restore him, he could not say. Nevertheless, Lewis was acutely aware that his identity was rather extraordinary, a fact evidenced by the arrival of Demigra and his associates. Becoming entangled with the Dark Demon realm was a grave matter. Seeking the High Priest's assistance could very well lead him into a perilous situation. His only recourse now lay with the Super Dragon. I believe I comprehend your words. The Super Dragon Balls must be akin to those of Namek. The radar on Earth cannot detect their signals, which is why you urged me to create a new Super Dragon radar. Bulma fixed her gaze intently upon her brother-in-law. He had traversed from a bygone era, and having just learned of her sister's unfortunate incident, he now bore severe injuries himself. Clearly, something significant had transpired in the past timeline. Suddenly, a brilliant insight illuminated her mind. Her brother-in-law had traveled from the past to the future, when had her sister acquired a boyfriend. If the Taiz of the past had found romance, how could the future version of her remain oblivious? A temporal paradox. Indeed, it was a temporal paradox. Realization dawned upon Bulma, her eyes widening in astonishment, her eyelids reddening. Bulma's expression startled Trunks, who anxiously inquired, Mom, what is the matter? Ignoring Trunks, Bulma fought back tears. Casting a look toward Lewis, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Lewis shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips. Truly, you are the epitome of Bulma. Did you manage to guess it? Uncle, Mother, what is amiss? Trunks inquired, utterly bewildered as he observed the exchange between Lewis and Bulma. Just moments ago, they were discussing the Super Dragon Ball radar. How could his mother suddenly display such a look of despair? Is it a parallel universe? Bulma did not direct her gaze towards Trunks. Instead, her unwavering focus remained on Lewis. Indeed, the timeline I hail from bears no connection to yours. Furthermore, your attempts to create a time machine will not enable you to truly return to the past. You will only traverse into a parallel universe. Lewis felt helpless. He had contemplated keeping it a secret, yet his presence here rendered that impossible. There was no alternative, for his sister-in-law belonged to the elite echelon of intellects within the realm of Dragon Ball. Lewis, with a heavy heart, remarked, even if you were to return to a parallel timeline and alter history there, it would have no effect on our current reality. As soon as these words were uttered, the room fell into an oppressive silence. One could almost hear a pin drop. Is this truly the case? Trunks exclaimed, dumbfounded. He had witnessed the relentless efforts his mother had devoted to saving the world over the years, and now Lewis's statement seemed to utterly dismiss all her struggles. Is it really so? A sense of dread enveloped Trunks as he gazed at Bulma, fearing that this revelation might lead her to despair. Bulma's complexion was notably pale, only slightly better than Lewis's, and the realization that her years of toil had been in vain struck her like a thunderbolt. In truth, Bulma had contemplated the concept of time paradoxes as one of the foremost scientists in the Dragon Ball universe. Failing to account for such complexities would indeed be a grave oversight. However, with Goku deceased, Vegeta gone, and ultimately Gohan perished, only a youthful Trunks remained, who lacked the power to safeguard Earth. The notion of returning to the past to alter the future had been her sole recourse, and despite her awareness of the paradox, she chose to ignore it. Now, with Lewis shattering her illusion, Bulma found herself unable to process the reality. She remained silent, the light in her eyes gradually dimming. As hope slipped away, witnessing Bulma's expression, Lewis felt a profound sorrow for his sister-in-law. Supported by Trunks, Lewis approached Bulma and gently patted her head, saying, Bulma, even if we cannot alter the past, as long as I am here, your world can still change. But how can you change it? You have no idea how formidable those two androids are. Bulma allowed Lewis to ruffle her hair, yet she still spoke in despair. Vegeta fell at their hands. Gohan also perished at their might. Who could possibly stand against them? Lewis retracted his hand, a hint of disdain crossing his features as he chuckled softly. Trunks and I returned here with utmost integrity. Have you ever witnessed the appearance of those two androids? Bulma suddenly lifted her gaze, a flicker of color igniting in her eyes. At that moment, Trunks hastily interjected, Mom, Uncle is incredibly formidable. I just encountered those two androids, and I nearly perished at their hands. Thankfully, Uncle arrived just in time. Otherwise, I would have surely met my end. Trunks understood that his mother had always harbored a desire to alter the future, and he couldn't fathom how she would cope if she truly lost hope. What? Bulma exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Is this true, brother-in-law? Could it be that your strength surpasses even Goku's? In Bulma's heart, within the future timeline, Goku was the epitome of strength. Otherwise, she would not have told Trunks that if Uncle Goku were still around, those two androids would be of no concern. Kakarot, perhaps? Lewis released Trunks' support and chuckled. That fool pales in comparison to me. Should I choose to, I could effortlessly eliminate those two androids. He then turned to Trunks, adding, however, I refrained from intervening because I wish to leave them for you. With only one Saiyan remaining in the future timeline, if Trunks fails to mature, how will this timeline confront Cell, Majin Buu, or Zamasu? Bulma, being the sister of ties, has garnered Lewis's affection, and even the future Bulma stirs his compassion. He cannot allow her to endure such suffering any longer. Thus, he must train Trunks to a level where he can withstand all these threats. Uncle, I will defeat them, Trunks declared with unwavering resolve. Brother-in-law, Bulma exclaimed joyfully, her eyes shimmering with renewed hope as she fervently shook Lewis's arm. Brother-in-law, why don't you help me eliminate them right now? Her instincts told her that Lewis was not lying. Mother, there's no need for Uncle to intervene. I will take care of them myself. Trunks clenched his fists, determined to avenge his brother Gohan. Brother-in-law, please do not heed Trunks. If you can truly vanquish those two, would you assist me in doing so? Bulma was genuinely terrified of the androids. It could be said that androids 17 and 18 haunted her dreams. If Trunks were to falter again, she would lose her last remaining family member. Lewis cast a glance at the reluctant Trunks, then slowly spoke. Very well. If it were anyone else making such a request, he would undoubtedly dismiss it. However, this was the sister of ties asking for his assistance, and he could not refuse under any circumstances. Chapter 110, The Creation of the Super Dragon Ball Radar. Wonderful, Bulma exclaimed, her relief palpable as her eyes sparkled anew with hope for life. Meanwhile, Trunks wore a sullen expression. Lewis disregarded his nephew and spoke. Bulma, postpone the matter of eliminating those two androids for the time being. First, assist me in crafting a Super Dragon Ball radar. I must restore my injuries. At that moment, he was in tatters, his body marred with wounds, and blood occasionally trickled from the corner of his mouth. Lewis was uncertain how much longer he could endure. Bulma discerned that Lewis was gravely injured, and from her brother-in-law's tone, it was evident that her sister had encountered misfortune as well. However, Lewis assured her that he would facilitate her sister's resurrection, which offered her a modicum of solace. Bulma recognized that this unexpectedly arrived brother-in-law harbored deep affection for her sister, and she held faith that her sister from the past timeline would indeed return to life. Brother-in-law, without a sample, I cannot create the Super Dragon Ball radar. Bulma expressed her concerns, aware that Lewis sought an alternative wish from another Dragon Ball. A sample? That is quite simple. I will lead you to a Super Dragon Ball. He replied. Luis still recalls that the planet where the 7th universe and the 6th universe engaged in their friendly competition was none other than a Super Dragon Ball. As Lewis, the substitute destroyer, mastered the instantaneous movement of the god of destruction level, he became acutely aware of the cosmic coordinates, having etched that particular planet firmly in his memory. According to the narrative's progression, the future timeline bears little distinction from the past, diverging only slightly post the Frieza saga. Zamasu had yet to take action, and the Super Dragon Balls were undoubtedly still in their rightful place. Hold on a moment, dear brother-in-law. I need to fetch some tools. After Bulma had gathered her belongings, Lewis, suppressing the agony coursing through his body, utilized his instantaneous movement to depart from Earth, escorting Bulma and her son. This time, he did not leave Trunks behind, primarily out of concern that if he and Bulma were to depart, androids 17 and 18 might come knocking, sealing Trunks' fate. In an expanse of pitch-black starry realms, one particularly striking reddish-brown planet stood out. In a flash, Lewis transported Bulma and her son to this location, but upon landing, He was compelled to expel a mouthful of blood. "Uncle, are you all right? Brother-in-law, are you okay?" Bulma and her son expressed their concern. Amid their worry, they were also taken aback by Lewis's display of instantaneous movement. However, Bulma quickly recognized the technique he employed, instantaneous movement. She was astonished to discover that her brother-in-law possessed such a skill. "I'm fine. For now, I'm not yet at death's door." Lewis waved his hand, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He crouched down and delivered a powerful punch. With a crack, the ground began to shatter, and a beam of orange light burst forth from the fissure. Indeed, it was still here. Luis's taut heartstrings could finally relax. For the presence of this Dragon Ball signified that nothing had truly changed. This meant he could seek out the 7 Super Dragon Balls from the future timeline and wish for his injuries to be healed. Upon returning to the past, he could then search for the Super Dragon Balls of that era and wish for Taiza's revival. "Bulma, begin gathering data," he urged. "Oh, I don't see any Super Dragon Balls," Bulma exclaimed, scanning her surroundings with curiosity, eager to behold the Super Dragon Balls her brother-in-law had mentioned. If they were to find all 7, perhaps the summoned dragon could grant 2 or 3 wishes, which might allow her to resurrect Vegeta and the others as well. What Bulma remained unaware of was that her aspirations were destined to be unfulfilled. Firstly, the Eternal Dragon could grant only 1 wish at a time. After Luis made his wish, he would have to wait for the cooldown period of the Super Dragon Balls before using them again. Secondly, Vegeta of the future timeline had already been reincarnated, and the ordinary dragon could not resurrect a reincarnated Vegeta. Perhaps the Eternal Dragon could achieve such a feat. But it would also mean the demise of Vegeta's current incarnation. Over here, Luis tapped his foot against the ground. Bulma remained somewhat perplexed, exclaiming, "Where could it possibly be?" Trunks, in a contemplative manner, timidly suggested, "Uncle, could it be that this planet is one of the Super Dragon Balls?" Although Trunks had never seen a Dragon Ball, his mother had described their appearance to him, and in his mind, he envisioned them as being no larger than a fist. Gasp! Bulma inhaled sharply. Could it really be? Indeed, the planet beneath our feet is one of the Super Dragon Balls. Lewis nodded. "Bulma, I appreciate your efforts." Gulp! Bulma and her son swallowed hard. This planet was merely one of the Dragon Balls, hence the need for the term super. Truly, it lived up to its name. Soon, Bulma snapped out of her daze. Realizing her brother-in-law was in dire straits, she needed to expedite the creation of the Super Dragon Ball radar. Bulma commenced the collection of data for the Super Dragon Ball radar and began its fabrication on-site. Meanwhile, Trunks was not idle. He recognized his uncle's formidable strength and saw an opportunity to seek guidance on combat and training. In Lewis's keen observation, Trunks's combat techniques were exceedingly rudimentary, and his training methods were flawed. However, upon reflection, Lewis understood the root of Trunks's shortcomings. Shortly after Trunks's birth, their future timeline was besieged by androids, and Vegeta perished when Trunks was still quite young. Only Gohan remained to lead Trunks and Bulma to safety. Under such circumstances, Trunks was deprived of proper training methods and had no time to hone his skills. Chapter 111. Gathering the Super Dragon Balls had Trunks received the correct training techniques and ample time for practice. Eliminating those 2 androids would have been a trivial task for him, much like in the Z anime. When future Trunks returned to the past and underwent rigorous training under Vegeta, his strength surpassed even that of Perfect Cell before its evolution. While Bulma was crafting the Super Dragon Ball radar, Lewis was also guiding Trunks. Time flowed on. After half a day passed. Brother-in-law, I have completed the Super Dragon Ball radar," Bulma exclaimed, bouncing before Lewis, resembling a youthful girl yet to fully mature. Trunks, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback. It was his first encounter with such an endearing display from his mother, and indeed, it was quite charming. Lewis also ceased his guidance of Trunks. Turning his gaze towards Bulma's lively and charming antics, he chuckled. So soon? Previously, he shattered Bulma's illusions, yet now he had rekindled her hopes. Witnessing the youthful expression on Bulma's face brought him genuine joy. Brother-in-law, the Super Dragon Balls and the Dragon Balls of Earth are not vastly different. A mere adjustment of the electromagnetic wave settings will suffice. I appreciate your assistance. I shall commence the collection of the Super Dragon Balls at once. Once my body is restored, I will aid you in vanquishing those 2 androids. Thank you, brother-in-law. Bulma clenched her small fists in delight, exhibiting none of the demeanor typically expected of a mother. Lewis habitually wished to ruffle Bulma's hair, but as soon as his hand rested upon her head, He recalled that this dimension's sister-in-law was not the same as the one from his own timeline. Luis shook his head and lowered his hand, taking the Super Dragon Ball radar to commence the search for the location of the Super Dragon Balls. Observing Luis's gesture, Bulma sighed, feeling an unprecedented sense of security emanating from her brother-in-law from a different timeline. She shook her head, lamenting that Luis was not her brother-in-law in this time and space. Luis was oblivious to Bulma's thoughts as he gazed at the Super Dragon radar. The radar, crafted by Bulma, encompassed the entirety of the universe, revealing 3 luminous points to him. Xiaobai was uncertain about the number of Super Dragon Balls in the 7th universe, so he wrote it casually. One of the bright spots was right beneath his feet. Splendid. There are 3 in the 7th universe, while the remaining 4 reside in the 6th universe. With this realization, Luis turned to Trunks and the others. I will first take you to King Kai. Once I have gathered the Super Dragon Balls, I shall return for you. Upon uttering this, Luis smiled faintly. Perhaps you might even encounter Kakarot there. Mortals who have made significant contributions to the living world are permitted to retain their physical forms in the afterlife for training. Given Goku's rapport with King Kai, it is conceivable that the Goku of a future timeline has yet to be reincarnated. King Kai. Trunks, naturally, was not well versed in the ways of King Kai, but Bulma was well aware. The Earth had received aid from King Kai on numerous occasions. It was there that Goku initially learned the Kaioken technique. Bulma knew of the strong bond between Goku and King Kai. Filled with excitement, Bulma exclaimed, Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, can you truly take me to King Kai? Will I be able to find Goku and Vegeta there? You will find out once you arrive. Luis only knows that Sun Wukong must not have reincarnated. For there are so many formidable experts in the underworld, he would not easily undergo reincarnation. As for whether Vegeta and the others have been eliminated, Luis is indeed uncertain. Let us depart. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, Luis once again activated his instant transmission, bringing the 2 individuals with him. They arrived at the North Galaxy, where a familiar figure came into view. It was none other than Sun Wukong, sitting cross-legged on the ground in deep meditation. Wukong suddenly sensed something amiss and opened his eyes wide. Bulma! Bulma exclaimed with uncontainable joy, dashing towards Sun Wukong. Observing this, Luis felt a flicker of curiosity regarding whether Vegeta and the others had been reincarnated. However, he had more pressing matters to attend to, so he utilized instant transmission once more, departing from the North Galaxy. Left behind was Trunks, standing in a daze, pondering why his mother appeared so exuberant. In the inky expanse of the cosmos, Luis returned to the location of the Super Dragon Ball, which boasted a diameter exceeding 30,000 kilometers. A smile graced his lips as he gazed upon the colossal Dragon Ball. In the past, he would have found such an enormous Dragon Ball quite daunting. But after mastering the principles of space, the task of collecting this Super Dragon Ball seemed exceedingly simple. Come to me. With a grand gesture, Luis summoned a colossal rift in the cosmic expanse, an interdimensional space. This was his exclusive storage realm. The fissure in the starlit sky emitted a powerful gravitational pull, drawing the Super Dragon Balls into Luis's interdimensional sanctuary. After accomplishing this feat, Luis coughed up blood. His injuries were worsening, and time was of the essence. He hastened towards the locations of the other 2 light points indicated on the Super Dragon Ball radar. In merely an hour, he successfully gathered all the Super Dragon Balls from the 7th universe, leaving only the 4 from the 6th universe remaining. Arriving at the cosmic barrier, Luis swung his fist and shattered it with a single blow, leaping into a realm of utter darkness. Meanwhile, in the God of Destruction's domain of the future timeline, Luis abruptly lifted his gaze. Who could it be? The 6th universe? Luis arrived here, and after a brief span, he effortlessly gathered the remaining 4 Super Dragon Balls in the 6th universe. Now, he possessed 7 Super Dragon Balls in his storage space. As soon as he summoned the Eternal Dragon, his injury should be healed. However, at that moment, amidst the pitch-black cosmos, 2 figures hovered opposite him. One was a rotund purple pig, while the other was a tall, blue-skinned woman, both confronting Luis. Who are you to dare steal from my 6th universe? Have you grown weary of life? Kappa coldly inquired. Suddenly, Beerus interjected, Be cautious, Kappa, something feels amiss about him. What could possibly be amiss? I am the God of Destruction. I fear nothing. Kappa retorted, hands on his hips, but before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock. Divine dimension. Aura of destruction. This individual emanated an aura of destruction, and his dimension was at a divine level. Who are you? Kappa's usual jovial demeanor vanished, replaced by a grave expression. Lewis gazed at Kampa and Bardos, speaking calmly. Miss Bardos, Lord Kampa, I am the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe. Chapter 112. The Wish. When did the 7th universe acquire a candidate destroyer? Bardos exclaimed in astonishment. Compared to Bardos, Kampa found it even more incredible. He was well acquainted with Beerus and could hardly fathom that the lethargic deity would take on an apprentice. Yet, what was the source of the destructive aura emanating from Lewis? Aside from his identity as a candidate destroyer, Kampa and Bardos could conceive of no other explanation. Could it be that this individual truly was the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe? Good heavens, are you genuinely the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe? Kampa could not help but seek confirmation once more. However, his tone softened slightly, for no one dared to deceive a destroyer. It was highly likely that this individual was indeed the disciple of that gaunt figure. Indeed, Lewis's voice was earnest. He was indeed not lying, though he refrained from revealing that he was not a person from the future. Can I leave now, Kampa? Lewis wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at Kampa across from him. The moment Kampa laid eyes on Lewis, he sensed that something was amiss with him. It was evident that this little fellow sought to collect the Super Dragon Balls, wishing to heal his own injuries. You may go. Upon hearing this, Lewis sighed with relief. Given his current strength, he was uncertain whether he could defeat Kampa. It was better to avoid conflict if possible. As for Vados, he need not worry, for her power had yet to ascend to the level of the Grand Priest, and she was still bound by the constraints of the universe. Thus, Vados would be unable to act against him. As Luis departed from this place, Bardos gazed at Kampa and remarked with a smile. I never expected Lord Kampa to spare this little fellow. Is it out of respect for Lord Beerus? Spare me the chatter. Inquire about Beerus for me. No, that sloth is undoubtedly in slumber. Instead, ask Whis if the 7th universe has acquired a candidate for a god of destruction. Kampa retorted coldly, if not. This rascal dares to pilfer from my 6th universe. I shall ensure his demise. Upon hearing Kampa's command, Bardos grasped her staff and gently pointed toward the void. After a conversation with Whis, Bardos widened her eyes and exclaimed, Lord Kampa, Whis states that the 7th universe has not accepted any candidate for a god of destruction. What? That little scoundrel truly deceived me. Kampa seethed with fury, his destructive aura erupting violently, obliterating the surrounding planets. Let us pursue him. With that, Kampa and Bardos vanished into the cosmic expanse. Meanwhile, in the 7th universe, as Luis returned to the northern galaxy, he drew Whis's attention. Unbeknownst to him, in the vastness of the northern galaxy, he retrieved the 7 Super Dragon Balls from the dimensional space. The 7 colossal Super Dragon Balls materialized in the starry sky, creating a moment of awe. A resonant hum reverberated throughout the universe as an orange glow illuminated the entire celestial expanse. This tremendous commotion also captured the attention of the North Kai, who quickly focused on the star field. Upon witnessing this astonishing scene, he was taken aback. The inhabitants of the North Kai's planet, observing the North Kai's astonished expression, were filled with curiosity. It was only when the North Kai mentioned the individual who brought Bulma and Trunks here, stating he had gathered the 7 Super Dragon Balls, that Son Goku was utterly astonished. Incredible! There are Dragon Balls as large as planets in this world. Unbeknownst to Lewis, his actions had captured the attention of countless onlookers. At this moment, he found himself awestruck by the sight of the 7 Super Dragon Balls converging together. However, time waits for no one. Luis wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted, Arise, Dragon of the Gods, grant my wish. The language he employed was, of course, the divine tongue. As a candidate for the god of destruction, he had been instructed in this sacred language during his training with Whis, where it was one of the essential subjects. As soon as Luis finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the starry sky. After a while, the 7 Super Dragon Balls remained utterly unchanged. Lewis furrowed his brow, pondering whether his incantation was incorrect. It shouldn't be, for in the anime, Zuno uttered precisely this spell, and so did Weiss. Just as Lewis found himself in a state of bewilderment, suddenly, the starry sky trembled. Accompanied by a resonant roar, the 7 Super Dragon Balls emitted a sudden brilliance, followed by an eruption of orange light. In that moment, it was as if 7 suns were suspended in the celestial expanse, a sight both breathtaking and awe-inspiring. The 7 Super Dragon Balls began to move, and with each shift, the 7th universe quaked. Soon, centered around the 4-star ball, the other 6 Dragon Balls arranged themselves in a harmonious orbit. Crackling sounds echoed as the 6 Dragon Balls unleashed golden lightning, intertwining with the 4-star ball. In an instant, the 7 Super Dragon Balls erupted in a radiant golden glow, coalescing into what resembled a newly born sun, its brilliance dazzling to behold. As the light subsided, a colossal ancient golden divine dragon coiled tightly, suddenly opening its eyes. It unfurled its magnificent golden wings and let out a resounding roar to the heavens. This immense super dragon soared through the cosmic sky, completing a grand circle before opening its vast maw and soaring towards Lewis. It has arrived. Lewis was filled with excitement. He had long been prepared, eagerly awaiting this moment. Suddenly, the magnificent dragon appeared before him and swallowed him whole. This spectacle was witnessed by Whis, Beerus, Kampa, and Vados, who had just arrived. It was over. The super dragon had been successfully summoned by this lad. In this timeline, Beerus, who had been in slumber, was roused by Whis, who informed him that someone was impersonating the candidate for the god of destruction of Universe 7, and had managed to gather all the Super Dragon Balls from both Universe 7 and Universe 6. To their dismay, they had arrived too late. Kampa cursed vehemently, "Skinny brat. If that kid makes a wish that brings misfortune, you will bear the consequences." "What does that have to do with me?" retorted Beerus as the two brothers quarreled. Meanwhile, within the depths of the super dragon, Lewis spiraled through a dimly lit space, surrounded by countless galaxies that floated like dust. "State your wish," commanded the majestic golden dragon, its voice resonating with an ancient gravitas. Without hesitation, Lewis bellowed in the divine tongue, "Restore my body." Suddenly, the dimly lit space fell into silence. Chapter 113, Salama. In the shadowy expanse, a golden, ancient dragon unfurled its majestic wings, soaring through the void. Its golden scales shimmered, and its eyes sparkled like rubies. Bathed in a radiant golden light, it exuded a sense of sanctity and grandeur. The previously emotionless gaze of the magnificent dragon flickered with a spark of vitality, quickly becoming imbued with human-like qualities. Lewis was taken aback by the scene before him. What was happening? In the anime, wasn't it true that this magnificent dragon would grant any wish simply upon the summoner's utterance? Why was it now utterly unresponsive? Moreover, what was the meaning behind its gaze? It was lively, almost imbued with humanity. After a brief moment, at last, Lewis could no longer contain himself. He raised his head, furrowing his brow, and inquired, "Is it truly impossible for my wish to be fulfilled?" He had speculated that the mighty dragon, Shinran, might not be capable of granting every desire. For instance, wishing for the demise of the Omni King was likely an implausible request. However, the injuries he bore were merely the result of his reckless use of temporal erasure. He wished for his body to be restored, which should not be an exceedingly difficult matter. Years ago, a divine aura had manifested, and that essence reached my dragon realm. It must have been the result of your eruption, correct? The celestial dragon Shinran, spiraling in the void, began to speak slowly. Its ancient and weathered voice suddenly resonated with a profound humanity. Upon hearing this, Lewis's eyes widened in shock, and he instinctively recoiled, startled by Shinran's words. "How do you know? Am I correct in stating that you are the candidate destroyer from the 7th universe of the past?" Lewis inhaled sharply. For the super dragon he summoned belonged to a future timeline. Yet, the divine aura he had unleashed in the past was from an earlier era. How could the super dragon from the future possess knowledge of this? Furthermore, the tone in which the super dragon spoke, could it be Salama? Lewis exclaimed without hesitation that this magnificent dragon must have been possessed by the true essence of Salamander, the dragon god Salamander, sovereign of the dragon realm. Moreover, the true essence of Salamander astonishingly connects with the super dragon of future timelines. This is a feat even the Omni King cannot achieve, yet Salamander has accomplished it. How outrageous! You are quite astute to have deduced my identity so swiftly. The super dragon opened its mouth wide and spoke. Lewis halted his retreat, swallowing hard and falling into silence, his emotions tumultuous and unyielding. In the vast emptiness, he and the dragon lingered in a profound stillness. Suddenly, Lewis's countenance turned ashen. He could no longer suppress the residual power of time and space within him, and it surged forth uncontrollably. His insides felt as though they were being torn apart. This agony stemmed from his own self-inflicted wounds, impervious to any external negative influences. His defenses were utterly ineffective. With a violent gasp, a torrent of crimson blood erupted from his lips. The excruciating pain caused Lewis to curl inward, emitting heart-wrenching cries. Devoid of strength, he plummeted from the void. At that moment, the colossal, magnificent dragon in the abyss began to speak. Your wish has been granted. The dragon's ruby eyes glimmered with brilliance, and then, a vast and miraculous force transformed into a resplendent golden dragon, descending from the heavens to envelop the falling Lewis. In an instant, all of Lewis's injuries have been healed, and the residual temporal power within him has been eradicated. He suddenly opened his eyes. Have I returned to my former state? Lewis hovered in the void, casting a glance at the magnificent divine dragon above. Clenching his fists, veins bulged on his forehead, and a searing heat coursed down his spine. As a tempestuous power surged within him, akin to a volcanic eruption, erupting with ferocity. Lewis's eyebrows have vanished, and his hair has grown long. In an instant, it transformed into a golden hue, cascading down to his waist. Condition: Super Saiyan 3. Dimension: Divine Realm. Power: 4th layer of the godly domain. This strength and state were attained through his overwhelming fury following the death of Thais, pushing him to transcend his limits. It is truly wonderful to see him restored. Lewis swung his fist. Boom. A force of divine destruction erupted from within Lewis, causing the very void inside the super dragon to tremble ever so slightly. Above the void, the super dragon observed this scene and nodded approvingly. As Luis regained his composure, he soared before the magnificent super dragon, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Lord Salama. Uncertain of Salama's intentions for appearing, he felt reassured by the fact that Salama's willingness to save him indicated no malice. This is the super dragon summoned by you. Even in my absence, it would have fulfilled your wishes, so there is no need for thanks. The super dragon replied with a calm demeanor. Lewis let out a sigh of relief and respectfully addressed, Lord Salama, your presence here is. Salama, being one of the most enigmatic figures within the Dragon Ball universe, caught Lewis by surprise today, igniting his curiosity about the purpose of Salama's arrival. Could it be that he had come once more due to his inexplicable identity? I merely wish to see how far that little fellow has grown over the years, came the aged voice from the super dragon. It is astonishing that merely a decade has passed, and your power has ascended to such heights. Your talent is indeed remarkable. It turned out that Salama's visit was not motivated by his mysterious identity, but strong? No, not strong at all. If he were truly formidable, then Taze would not have perished. Lewis clenched his fist, his knuckles turning pale, and then inquired, My Lord Salama, who am I truly? For the first time, Lewis inquired about his identity from the system, only to be told that he was merely an ordinary Saiyan. His second inquiry was directed towards Whis, who equally confessed ignorance. This marks Lewis's third attempt to uncover the truth of his identity, as he is acutely aware that his essence is far from ordinary. What common Saiyan possesses the might to obliterate, to erase the very fabric of time and space? Presently, Lewis yearns fervently to discern the truth of his being. If I were to claim ignorance as well, would you believe me? Even you, Master Salama, are unaware. Lewis's eyes widened. He had believed that the legendary dragon god, Salama, would recognize his true identity. The magnificent dragon, having fulfilled its wish, did not vanish but continued to soar in the void. After a moment of contemplation, it finally spoke. At first, I too, like the Omni King, the Grand Priest, and Demigula, believed that you were the reincarnation of the All-Demon. Lewis widened his eyes in astonishment, quickly recalling the identity of the former High Priest. As Lewis contemplated this, the Super Dragon continued, After you employed the time-space erasure, it directly refuted the conjecture that you are the All-Demon. At present, I am uncertain of your true identity. However, I perceive that you pose no threat to this world. In fact, it is possible that you could even elevate this realm to new heights. Truly, I cannot fathom. Lewis's mind buzzed with questions. Was his identity truly so enigmatic? Lewis felt somewhat despondent. However, he gleaned two pieces of information from Salama. It turned out that the High Priest and Demigula had mistakenly identified him as the reincarnation of a being known as the All-Mage. Combining his prior knowledge, Lewis swiftly deduced the connection between the All-Demon and another entity, namely, the All-King. The former High Priest, as mentioned by Whis, might indeed be in service to the All-Demon. As for the other intriguing piece of information, Salamander suggested he could elevate this world to a higher realm. Lewis pondered this notion endlessly, yet could not fathom its meaning. Curse it, yet another riddle. Lewis, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Should you find the time, I warmly invite you to visit the Dragon Realm at your convenience. The Super Divine Dragon is preparing to vanish. Wait, Lord Salamander. Lewis called out. Is there something else? The Super Divine Dragon turned its gaze toward Lewis. Luis wore an anxious expression as he inquired, Might I ask if you could assist in reviving my ties? Chapter 114, Luis versus Beerus of the Future Time. Initially, he had intended to seek the Super Dragon Balls to heal his injuries and then return to his own timeline to find the Super Dragon Balls to resurrect ties. However, encountering the true form of the dragon god Salama, he thought perhaps he could enlist some assistance. Indeed, it is possible. However, you need not rely on me, for someone has already resurrected ties on your behalf. With that, the Super Dragon transformed into 7 Super Dragon Balls and vanished into the cosmic expanse. Salama, wait. What do you mean by that? Luis called out toward the spot where the 7 Super Dragon Balls had disappeared. The universe fell silent once more, and soon, a realization dawned upon Luis. Salama had mentioned that someone had helped revive ties. It was likely that the only candidates capable of such a feat were Beerus, Whis, and the Old Kai. Old Kai, Lord Beerus, Whis. Luis's eyes glimmered with a hint of redness, deeply moved by the actions of these 3 individuals. Just as he was engulfed in emotion, a chilling voice pierced through the air. You dare impersonate the candidate destroyer of my 7th universe? Are you tired of living? Upon hearing these words, Luis abruptly lifted his gaze, only to behold 4 familiar figures, Beerus, Whis, Kampa, and Vados from this dimension. As Beerus and the others beheld Luis's golden hair cascading down to his waist and sensed his formidable power, they were collectively taken aback. The strength of the 4th layer of Divine Realm. How could this be possible? They had encountered Lord Beerus. As Luis regained his composure, the presence of Beerus and the others was not altogether surprising, especially considering the awe-inspiring spectacle he had just conjured with the summoning of the Super Dragon. However, the unexpected appearance of Kampa, that gluttonous creature, raised questions. Who exactly are you? A purple aura emanated from Beerus, causing the entire 7th universe to tremble. Meanwhile, Kampa, lurking behind Beerus, pointed an accusatory finger at Luis. You dare deceive me and steal from my 6th universe? Slimy ribs, go and bite him. Beerus remained silent, as did Whis and Bardos. In truth, Kampa was reluctant to display such humiliation, particularly given Luis's formidable power, which resonated with the essence of destruction at the 4th level of divine mastery. Engaging in combat with others could lead to a most embarrassing defeat. With only Beerus surpassing him in strength among those present, Kampa felt a sense of security hiding behind his brother. Suddenly, Whis noticed something and widened his eyes in realization. Lord Beerus, he does not belong to this timeline. Bardos coldly interjected. Which god of destruction are you? Traversing timelines at will? Are you not aware that manipulating time is a grave offense? The atmosphere in the cosmic expanse grew tense, prompting Kampa, who had been cowering behind Beerus, to step forward. The 2 brothers bore serious expressions, their bodies radiating purple light, as if prepared to unleash an assault on Luis at any moment. I am indeed not of this timeline. Luis gazed at Beerus. Lord Beerus, in the realm that belongs to me, you have chosen me as your successor. I am the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe in that dimension. The crowd widened their eyes, turning their attention towards Beerus. The purple aura surrounding Beerus suddenly dissipated as he stood there, astonished. You are the candidate destroyer of the 7th universe from another dimension? Beerus pointed at himself and then at Luis. Luis nodded, observing the endearing demeanor of Beerus, a smile almost escaping his lips. Indeed, every incarnation of Beerus across the dimensions possesses an undeniable charm. I refuse to believe it. Beerus suddenly retorted coldly. If you truly were my successor, then you could never manipulate time. Aside from those from the realm of time, anyone else, even deities, who dares to traverse the fabric of time recklessly commits a grave sin. Aware of his own disposition, Beerus knew that he could never take as a disciple someone who would dare to commit such a heinous act. If you don't believe me, then let us settle this with a duel. Luis chuckled softly. Humph. Do not presume that your power at the 4th level of the divine realm renders you invincible. Since you are a candidate for the god of destruction from another timeline, you ought to be aware of my true strength. Stepping forward, the dissipating purple energy re-emerged, enveloping him as he resembled a primordial behemoth, exuding an aura of murderous intent that was chilling to the bone, as if it could materialize. Beside him, Kampa trembled slightly, realizing that his brother was now serious. Power at the 5th level of the divine realm. Indeed. Lewis smiled, for his ties had been resurrected. And now she could once again engage in combat with Beerus. His spirits were high. He had originally anticipated that after the conclusion of the Cosmic Challenge journey, he would have the opportunity to spar with Lord Beerus, but little did he know what awaited him thereafter. Lewiston chuckled softly, remarking, "Yet now, engaging in combat with another version of yourself from a different dimension holds the same thrill." No sooner had he spoken than the figure of Beerus before him vanished without a trace. Although Beerus possessed a power many times greater than Lewiston's, having reached the 5th level of divine mastery, he struck first with astonishing swiftness. If this had happened in the past, Lewiston would have likely been unable to react in time. Indeed, how remarkably quick he is. Does he truly consider my cosmic journey a mere jest? Chapter 115. Lewiston, it's wonderful to have connections. With a smile at the corners of his mouth, Lewis quickly adjusted his stance, tilting his head and weaving his body, executing 1,000 movements in an instant as Beerus vanished from sight. Beerus, launching an assault from behind Lewis, struck with astonishing speed, his fist leaving a trail of afterimages in the sky, yet he failed to land a hit on Lewis. How could this be? Beerus stood dumbfounded. Although his attack was merely a probe, he was a master of the 5th level of the God realm. Setting aside strength, in terms of speed, reflexes, and combat skills, how could a mere 4th level practitioner possibly compare to him? Meanwhile, Bardos frowned. "Whis, this little fellow's reflexes are remarkably swift, and his combat techniques are formidable. It is quite impressive that he can engage Beerus with the power of a 4th level God realm practitioner." Whis nodded solemnly. "Indeed, among all the destroyers, Lord Beerus possesses an unparalleled understanding of combat. I never anticipated that someone could match him." The two combatants resumed their fierce exchange, both clearly taking the engagement seriously. Their unleashed residual power radiated outward in visible ripples, shattering countless stars. "This is incredible. This little one has managed to turn combat awareness into a bodily instinct." Bardos gasped in astonishment. In her observation, each time Lewis was on the brink of being struck, he seemed to react instinctively without the need for conscious thought, evading attacks with the most logical maneuvers and countering effectively. This is a precursor to comprehending the state of freedom. Whis swallowed hard, astonished. "I never imagined that besides Lord Beerus, another individual has reached this level." Bardos, wide-eyed with shock, remarked, "Whis, have you noticed how similar this little one's fighting style is to Beerus? It's as if they share the same lineage." Could it be? Whis pondered in disbelief. Is it possible he is indeed a candidate for the role of a villain from another dimension, the 7th universe? In other words, he is also a disciple of his. At that moment, Kampa was cowering behind Bardos, trembling. "I might have been a bit arrogant just now. I hope I won't be killed." Ahead, a resounding boom echoed. The fists of Luis and Beerus collided, sending tremors through the 7th universe, causing the entire star domain to crumble in an instant. Fortunately, Whis and Beerus were present, wielding their staffs to restore the collapsing star domain and erecting an energy shield. "You rascal." Beerus quickly retreated, a tingling sensation coursing through his fist from the impact with Luis. He also realized that Luis possessed an exceptionally rich array of combat techniques, his instincts nearly reaching the level of autonomous mastery. Moreover, what astonished him most was the striking resemblance between Luis's fighting style and his own, suggesting they were likely trained by the same master. "Lord Beerus, do you believe it?" Lewis did not reveal much of his strength. He merely smiled at Beerus, who stood before him. He understood that no matter what he said, the other party would never believe he was the candidate for the god of destruction from another dimension. It was better to propose a battle with Beerus directly, for the nature of combat cannot deceive. "Humph, even if you are my disciple from another timeline, your manipulation of time is a grave offense." Beerus gritted his teeth and unleashed a surge of destructive energy, engulfing the dark starry sky in a purple glow. Thunder rumbled and the cosmos trembled. Resembling a cataclysmic twilight of the gods, the scene was utterly terrifying. Upon witnessing this, Lewis furrowed his brow. In this timeline, Bulma had yet to send Trunks back in time, indicating that this reality had not been fractured. It seemed he truly had the ability to manipulate time. Was he truly destined to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Beerus from the future? Faced with the oncoming torrent of destructive energy, Lewis ultimately chose to resist, a surge of destruction manifesting in his fist. He charged forward. Upon colliding with the onrushing wave, Lewis was momentarily taken aback. The rebounding force from his fist was merely that of the fourth level of divine power. Wasn't it said that he intended to kill me? In Lewis's moment of distraction, Beerus suddenly spat a small mouthful of blood, clutching his chest, his expression contorted in agony. I never expected your power, as a time-manipulating criminal, to be so formidable. Even I, the strongest god of destruction, cannot overcome you. Once I recover from my injuries, I will return to slay you. Whis, let us depart. In an instant, Beerus was by Whis's side, dragging him and Bardos away, leaving behind a plump figure amidst the cosmic expanse. Xiangpa and Lewis exchanged glances, and in fright, he promptly fled. By the way, Lord Beerus, your acting is rather lacking. In the starry sky, Bardos was being towed along by Beerus, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Whis, who was also being pulled along, stifled a laugh, having thought Beerus would truly go all out against Lewis. What acting is lacking? Did you not see how powerful that lad is? Even I bled. Beerus licked his tongue. It was indeed painful to bite it. Speaking thus, he quickened his pace, dragging the two angels along, lest they take action against his disciple from another timeline. Lord Beerus, can I at least pretend I didn't see anything? Can we stop now? Bardos could not help but interject. That was your suggestion. Beerus halted abruptly, grinning at Bardos. Just don't sneak off to attack my disciple later. Bardos, both exasperated and amused, remarked, others may be the candidate destroyers of the seventh universe from another dimension, but what does that have to do with you? How could it not be related? Beerus replied with pride. You just referred to him as the candidate destroyer of the seventh universe, which naturally means I am his counterpart. And Whis is undoubtedly his mentor. You must agree, Whis. Beerus turned to Whis, who nodded solemnly and stated, Indeed. It is only I who can cultivate such an exceptional candidate destroyer. Beerus, Bardos. How shameless can one be? In truth, Bardos was not overly concerned with Lewis's time traveling. In the eyes of these angels, manipulating time is both a grave offense and a trivial matter. Given the vastness of the Omni King's universe, time often becomes chaotic due to various circumstances, and they have grown accustomed to it. Had it been anyone else, Bardos would have allowed Kampa to intervene. But since the time manipulator was the candidate destroyer of the seventh universe from another dimension, and that little fellow's power had reached the fourth tier of divine realm, it would be a significant loss for the Omni King's universe if such a talent were to be dealt with harshly. If Lewis's time travel were to yield severe consequences, individuals from the time realm would manage it, and Bardos need not fret over it. This was also the reason why, despite Beerus's insistence on her involvement, Bardos did not resist. Ultimately, Lewis's escape from this predicament was due to his connections, much like how Beerus and Whis spared the future timeline's Trunks in the anime. Now, that little fellow has arrived in our timeline in a severely injured state, and it was only through collecting the Super Dragon Balls that he managed to recover. Could something significant have occurred in another timeline? Bardos mused. My disciple possesses the fourth tier of divine realm power, and his combat experience and techniques are incredibly formidable, even reaching my level. If he is gravely injured, then the situation in that alternate timeline must be dire. Beerus did not continue, his expression shifting to one of gravity. Whis interjected, we cannot concern ourselves with the affairs of other timelines. They must rely on themselves. Moreover, my esteemed father is also present, so there should be no cause for alarm. Beerus nodded, feeling a twinge of anxiety, yet realizing he had no course of action. At that moment, the rotund Kampa finally arrived, albeit tardily. Chapter 116. Sand in the eyes. In a distant corner of the cosmos, Lewis stared at his fists, lost in thought amid the starlit expanse. After a while, he rubbed his slightly reddened eyes. Have I been let off? Lord Beerus can be rather vexing, making me endure sand in my eyes. Luis is a candidate destroyer of the seventh universe from the past timeline, bearing no connection to the future timeline whatsoever. However, Beerus from the future timeline is aware of his status as a candidate destroyer of another seventh universe and ultimately chooses to spare him. Lewis lingered beneath the starry sky for an extended period, exhaling a sigh before ultimately utilizing his teleportation abilities to depart from that place. On North Kai's planet, the North Kai was drenched in sweat. Upon witnessing a purple figure, his heart raced uncontrollably, and he hastily diverted his gaze, startled by the unexpected sight. North Kai, what troubles you? Inquired Sun Wukong. Trunks and Bulma exchanged puzzled glances, equally bewildered. And nothing, stammered North Kai, swallowing hard, as he cast his gaze back toward the celestial expanse. The gaunt figure had vanished without a trace, leaving only Lewis alone amidst the cosmos. Where did he go? North Kai pondered, momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a figure materialized on North Kai's planet. Brother-in-law, Bulma exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she noticed Lewis's injuries had healed. Yes, I have returned, Lewis replied with a smile. Soon. When shall we return to eliminate those two androids? Trunks asked, his eyes gleaming with determination as he gazed at Lewis. If Lewis, despite his severe injuries, could send androids 17 and 18 flying, one could only imagine the magnitude of his power in peak condition. Lewis gently patted Trunks' head and smiled, saying, they are merely two insignificant beings, easily dispatched at any moment. However, at that moment, Lewis turned to Goku and inquired, Kakarot, where is Vegeta? As soon as the words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the North Kai's planet, and both Bulma and Trunks' spirits plummeted. You must be Lewis, the one Bulma spoke of. I never anticipated that other Saiyans had survived in an alternate timeline. Goku, having learned of Lewis's origins from Bulma, sighed. Vegeta and the others have already been reincarnated. Indeed, Lewis was not mistaken. Indeed, the Vegeta from the future timeline has been reincarnated. However, considering that Trunks from the future timeline was born not long before the Earth fell victim to the destruction wrought by the androids, it has been over a decade since then. Aside from the monumental contributions made by Goku to the mortal realm, it is inconceivable that anyone else could linger in the afterlife for such an extended period. Lewis, the fate of Earth now rests upon your shoulders. Goku stepped forward and spoke. What about you? In the realm of the future, Luis sensed an immense power emanating from Sun Wukong, who was on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan 3. Wukong shook his head and, with a bittersweet smile, remarked, Chi-Chi reincarnated many years ago, and Gohan has also recently taken his leave. As for me, having succumbed to heart disease, the eternal dragon cannot possibly resurrect me. He then turned his gaze towards Trunks, stating, I can no longer assist Earth. Trunks, you are the last Saiyan. You may seek Luis's aid now, but the future of Earth rests upon your shoulders. I can't do it, Uncle Goku, Trunks exclaimed anxiously, recalling how he had nearly been slain by those two androids. I am far too weak to protect the planet. Luis placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying Kakarot is right. You are the sole remaining Saiyan on Earth. You may feel inadequate, but you must rise to the occasion. With a sidelong glance at Bulma, he turned back to Trunks and added, if you falter, what will become of your mother? In the anime, Trunks can be seen as the only Saiyan who does not indulge in reckless bravado, for he lacks the privilege to do so. Luis did not wish for his presence to instill in Trunks a sense of having a safety net. Lewis does not belong to this realm. The only one upon whom Trunks can rely in this time is himself. I will not allow any harm to come to my mother, Trunks declared, clenching his teeth as he gazed at his mother. Upon hearing the news of Vegeta's reincarnation, Bulma, who had been feeling despondent, found a flicker of warmth in her heart at Trunks' words. She still has her son. Life must go on. Observing Bulma's expression, Lewis and Goku exchanged a glance of relief, thankful that Bulma had not succumbed to despair. Trunks, you must remember that the power of the Saiyans is boundless. I can see that your talent is formidable. You must protect your mother. As Goku spoke, he was reminded of Chi-Chi and Gohan, lamenting his failure to safeguard them. He wished for Trunks not to endure such anguish. Uncle Goku, I will, Trunks replied. Now, let us return to Earth. Lewis waved his hand at Sun Wukong, and then vanished with a resolute Trunks and a rejuvenated Bulma, who was once again brimming with confidence in life. After Lewis departed, the King of the North collapsed onto the ground, his complexion ashen. Sun Wukong was taken aback and inquired, what troubles you, King of the North? That individual's dimension is utterly terrifying. The King of the North trembled as he spoke. How could it not be frightening to exist in the same dimension as the Realm King and the God of Destruction? Chapter 117. Bestowing the Spirit Fruit upon Bulma on Earth. In West City, towering structures lay in ruins, their steel reinforcements exposed. The battered streets were strewn with concrete debris, rendering the entire city a desolate wasteland, a scene of utter chaos. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring the dust on the streets, creating an atmosphere of profound desolation. With a swift motion, it swept across the landscape. Luis returned here with Bulma and her son. He surveyed the surroundings and remarked, the artificial beings from your timeline truly deserve their fate. The dilapidated West City is but a microcosm of the entire Earth. with every city ravaged by androids 17 and 18. In Luis's perception, the living population of the Earth is fewer than 5 million, once home to billions. The planet has been reduced to a mere 5 million souls, a testament to the mercilessness of those two androids. Bulma felt this deeply, having endured the anguish of witnessing the slaughter of all her friends and family. If it were not for Trunks, she might have succumbed to despair long ago. It was Trunks' unwavering support that motivated her to devise the time machine. However, circumstances have changed. Her brother-in-law from another timeline has come to her rescue. Bulma clenched her teeth and declared, "Brother-in-law, you must help us exact our revenge." Rest assured, Luis nodded, fully aware of the torment that Bulma had endured. However, in comparison to Bulma, Trunks had also experienced his fair share of suffering. Luis gazed at Trunks, who was merely around 13 years of age, still a youth. Trunks had witnessed the tragic demise of his most revered brother, Gohan, lying in a pool of blood. The anguish was nothing short of heart-wrenching. It was the profound sorrow from Gohan's death that propelled Trunks into an overwhelming state of fury, allowing him to ascend to Super Saiyan. This resolute young man displayed an unwavering countenance, concealing his unhealable pain, wishing not to burden his mother with his anguish. Alas, Luis let out a sigh, pondering how heart-wrenching it would be for Tais to learn about the experiences of her sister and nephew from another dimension. By the way, Bulma, do you wish to become stronger? Noticing the crow's feet on Bulma's face, Luis couldn't help but comment. Ah. Bulma was taken aback and, upon realizing, she responded with a wry smile. Brother-in-law, I lack the talent for cultivation and can never become stronger. God may have bestowed upon her unparalleled intelligence, yet he had also deprived her of any cultivation aptitude. This was the reason why, despite being surrounded by top-tier experts, she had not managed to grasp even the slightest martial arts. Uncle, can you enable my mother to cultivate? Trunks, unlike Bulma, was filled with excitement. He was already aware of his uncle's immense power and thought it possible that he could indeed help his mother cultivate. If she could cultivate, the idea of her fighting against enemies seemed somewhat fanciful, yet at the very least, it would grant her a means of self-defense, which would be quite beneficial. While it may be unrealistic to teach her cultivation, I can certainly endow her with a formidable aura, one that would at least allow her to soar. Luis glanced at Bulma and said, by the way, it can restore you to your youthful state. Really? Bulma exclaimed, filled with excitement. The ability to cultivate is secondary. What truly matters is the chance to regain my youth. With a smile, Luis nodded, and with a swift gesture of his small hand, he opened a portal to a dimension beyond. From within, he retrieved 10 universal capsules. Ever since he had grasped the principles of spatial manipulation, all his personal belongings had been stored within this otherworldly realm. Each universal capsule contained 10,000 spiritual fruits. Luis then took one of these spiritual fruits. Consuming it would endow one with formidable energy and even extend one's lifespan. Previously, he had bestowed numerous spiritual fruits upon the elder of Namek, and considering the closer bond he shared with Bulma and the others, Luis decided to present all the spiritual fruits to them this time. After all, spiritual fruits were abundant in the realm of the Destroyer. Should they run out, he could simply return to gather more. Brother-in-law, you are simply amazing, Bulma exclaimed, her small fists clenched in delight, her joy lifting her spirits beyond the ordinary. Entirely disregarding her role as a mother, it was no wonder Bulma reacted this way. Had it not been for those two androids, she would have lived a life of luxury as a privileged heiress. She could have comfortably enjoyed a life of ease without the burden of striving to change the world, thus avoiding the toll that had aged her so visibly. Bulma harbored a profound aversion to aging, yearning desperately for the restoration of her youthful vitality. Trunks, don't get your hopes up. This spiritual fruit will only enhance your mother's strength. If you wish to grow stronger, you cannot rely on it, though it will indeed help you prolong your life. Luis observed Trunks' intense gaze and chuckled. Trunks scratched his head, grinning foolishly as he replied, Am I not capable? You should focus on your training, after all. Luis shook his head and turned to Bulma, saying, Only the first few of these spirit fruits can truly enhance your strength. The subsequent ones hold little significance. However, their longevity-enhancing effects remain intact. Hurry and consume them. Once you finish, I shall take you both to defeat those two androids. All right. Bulma nodded vigorously. She took the spirit fruit from Luis and swiftly devoured it. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from her, and measured by combat power, she now possessed a staggering force of 10,000. Indeed, the physical constitution of Earthlings, particularly Bulma's, was still rather feeble. If a Saiyan were to consume a single spirit fruit, their power could soar by hundreds of thousands, much like the character Dales from the movie. Contemplating this, Lewis shook his head. Nonetheless, at the very least, this gift would grant Bulma some degree of self-defense before his departure. Uncle, it truly works. My mom has really become stronger, Trunks exclaimed, sensing the aura emanating from Bulma with delight. Sis, brother-in-law, my body feels so inflated. Bulma looked at Lewis in alarm, fearing she might explode. Fear not. This is a normal reaction, he reassured her. With that, Bulma, who had initially been worried about an explosion, felt a sense of relief upon hearing Lewis's words. After half an hour, she finally absorbed all the newfound power within her. At that moment, the crow's feet on Bulma's face vanished completely, her skin began to smoothen, and her once dry blue hair became silky. Her figure was now curvaceous and radiant with youth. Mom, you look so beautiful. Trunks gaped in astonishment. It was the first time he had seen his mother appear so youthful. Yes, Bulma is as lovely as her sister. Lewis's gaze was exceedingly gentle as he perceived the silhouette of ties within Bulma. Trunks, your mother has suddenly acquired this formidable energy. She must still be struggling to harness it. When the time comes, you shall simply teach her, he remarked. Uncle, I will. Trunks responded enthusiastically. Well then, both of you must remember to frequently consume the spirit fruits henceforth. Lewis's gaze sharpened, and he declared, I shall now seek retribution for you. Let us proceed. With a grand gesture, Lewis led two individuals into the dilapidated streets, vanishing from sight. Chapter 118. The Extinction of the Artificial Beings from the Future. In the northern regions of Earth, amidst a dense forest, a pair of siblings sat before a flickering campfire. These two were none other than Android 17 and Android 18, who had been propelled to this location by Lewis's might. Cough, cough. Android 17 cleared his throat, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. That Saiyan claimed to be Bulma's brother-in-law. How could someone be so formidable? How can such power exist in this world? He recalled the overwhelming pressure emanating from Lewis, causing him to tremble involuntarily. The data provided by Dr. Gero stated that all Saiyans were dead. Why then did one still exist? Android 18's breathtaking visage turned dark, resembling a vengeful femme fatale. That old fool must have given us false information. If he were still alive, I would make him suffer terribly. She clenched her fists and struck the ground fiercely, releasing her pent-up fear. Suddenly, three figures materialized beside the campfire. The leader possessed blood-red eyes and silvery hair, accompanied by an exquisite woman and a youth. I had intended to leave you for Trunks, he spoke, but my sister-in-law has instructed me to eliminate you. Now tell me, how would you prefer to meet your demise? Lewis blinked his crimson eyes, his silver hair swaying gently in the breeze, exuding an aura of captivating malevolence. The current state of Lewis is a result of his previous overwhelming rage. He initially believed that the super dragon would restore his injuries, and that his eyes and hair would revert to their original forms. To his dismay, this transformation proved impossible. Now, with crimson eyes and silver hair, this has become Lewis's new norm. Lewis was uncertain about the situation. However, as long as his injuries healed, the color of his hair was of little consequence. How did you find us? Exclaimed number 17 in astonishment upon seeing the newcomer. The data indicated that the Z fighters could sense an individual's energy and locate their position. Yet, he and number 18 were androids, devoid of any such energy. How could the other party possibly track them down? Number 18's complexion had turned ashen. Previously, when she and number 17 plotted to assassinate Drive Gero, she felt no fear, but now she was afraid. This was her first experience with true terror. The Earth is a small place. Locating you two sewer rats is hardly a challenge. Lewis gazed at the two individuals wearing number 17 and remarked softly, Have you ever contemplated that this day would arrive? Lewiston nodded slightly, shaking his head, and chose to remain silent. The artificial beings from the two different timelines were fundamentally dissimilar. How could they have ever envisioned this day? Trunks, Bulma, how do you imagine their demise? Lewis's voice was exceptionally frigid, emanating an air of authority. In that instant, he resembled a lofty deity, gazing down upon the world with disdain. Bulma and Trunks were taken aback, unaware that Lewis was indeed a divine being and a candidate for the role of god of destruction at that. Luis has already destroyed tens of thousands of planets, and his aura of lethality is beyond what an ordinary person can withstand. Uncle, You may proceed as you see fit. Trunks said timidly, primarily intimidated by his uncle's terrifying demeanor, fearing that he might unleash an energy blast upon him. Brother-in-law, please shatter their limbs and then pulverize their skulls. Bulma was startled by Luis's formidable presence. However, as he was her brother-in-law, she had witnessed all his actions and felt no fear towards him. Very well. Luis cast a glance at Bulma, astonished that this dimension's sister-in-law would make such a demand of him. Yet, it was understandable. All her friends and family had perished at the hands of these two androids. If he were in her shoes, he would be tempted to drain their blood and flay their skin. Moreover, Bulma now possessed considerable strength. Her retaining her former innocence would hardly be advantageous. Please, don't come any closer. The 18th android felt an impending sense of death as she perceived Luis approaching. We were mistaken. I beg you, spare us. The 17th android's complexion turned ashen, and he instinctively began to retreat. After only 2 steps, however, the eternal energy within him surged violently, unleashing a formidable force. He swiftly brought his hands together, concentrating the explosive energy in his palms. Die? There was no possibility of escape. It was better to fight with all his might. The 17th android's power skyrocketed to 800 million battle units, and a ferocious energy sphere erupted from his hands. The 18th android, witnessing this, immediately reacted, channeling her full strength to form her own energy sphere, albeit with a slightly lesser power of 700 million battle units. The 2 spheres sliced through the void and merged in an instant. A blinding flash ensued as a colossal energy sphere, 100 meters in diameter, hurtled towards Luis. The surrounding space compressed by its feral might, emitting a sizzling sound. Too weak. Luis shook his head, then raised his index finger and gently tapped the energy orb with a diameter of 100 meters. Bang! It sounded as if a crystal sphere had shattered upon striking the ground. The enormous energy orb fractured, transforming into countless glimmers of light that vanished into the void. Trunks, standing behind Luis, was astounded. If he were to confront the assault from those 2 androids, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. Uncle is truly formidable. Upon witnessing this, androids 17 and 18 trembled uncontrollably, acutely aware of the vast chasm separating their strengths. Escape. Yet, having failed to evade earlier, could they possibly elude capture now? Luis twisted his body and abruptly vanished from his original spot. In the next moment, he reappeared behind number 18. As if he were a phantom, Luis utterly lacks an understanding of compassion. He channels his energy into a blade, striking with the swiftness of a knife slicing through a watermelon. The limbs of number 18 are severed and fall to the ground. Oh! Number 18 emits a heart-wrenching scream of agony. Number 18. Number 17, upon witnessing this horrific scene, is consumed by a furious rage, for this is his sister. His anger is palpable, yet he does not halt his advance. After all, his own life takes precedence. To abandon even his sister in such a moment is truly a sign of despair. With a single punch, Luis shattered the head of number 18, then swiftly reappeared beside number 17. Chapter 119, Taking Trunks to Train. Number 17, upon seeing Luis by his side, was engulfed by a wave of terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. No, please. I was wrong. Spare me. Once upon a time, number 17 and his sister relished in trampling upon the dignity of others, deriving immense pleasure from shattering their confidence. Each time they witnessed expressions of fear, they basked in delight. Yet now, the tables had turned. His sister had been effortlessly slain by Luis, and he now felt the ominous presence of death looming over him. Fear. It turned out that fear was not a source of enjoyment, nor was it at all splendid. Mother, uncle, he is extraordinarily powerful. Trunks observed this scene, his emotions surging with excitement. Luis's movements were not swift, yet even he could perceive the unfolding scene clearly. The number 18 was utterly defenseless. Akin to a watermelon being cleaved, its limbs severed with brutal efficiency, culminating in a catastrophic explosion of its head. This was an undeniable display of overwhelming power. The once formidable number 18, who could effortlessly wreak havoc, met its demise in this shocking turn of events. It was profoundly astonishing. Oh, your uncle has come to our rescue. As Bulma witnessed her adversary's demise, she was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, excitement, joy, relief, and a lang of feelings. With the fall of number 18, the focus now shifted to number 17. Luis approached number 17 step by step, causing the latter's face to turn pale. He kept retreating, repeatedly pleading to be spared. To abandon even his own sister, it is evident that you are beyond redemption. Luis ceased his idle chatter, resorting to a brutally straightforward approach. With swift precision, he severed the limbs of number 17. Since you refuse to spare me, let us perish together. Transformed into a mere club, number 17 emitted a heart-wrenching scream of agony as he fiercely activated his eternal energy core, unleashing a torrent of immense power. In an instant, a blinding radiance erupted from him, resembling a sun poised to explode at any moment. "Uncle, be cautious," Trunks exclaimed in alarm, terror gripping him as he realized the magnitude of number 17's unleashed power. Should he successfully self-destruct, the Earth would undoubtedly face annihilation. Brother-in-law, flee. Bulma, too, sensed the impending danger and cried out in desperation. Escape. Luis paid no heed to Bulma and the other two behind him. He gazed at the swelling form of Android 17 and scoffed derisively. You wish to self-destruct? You possess no understanding of absolute power. Time rewinds. With a calm demeanor, Luis waved his hand, and a silvery glow enveloped number 17, causing his previously inflated form to retract instantaneously. Without my permission, you cannot self-destruct, he declared. Bulma instructed me to obliterate your head, and thus, I shall ensure your demise. Luis laughed heartily, his fists clenched tightly, and with a powerful strike, he unleashed an immense force that permeated the air, instantly reaching the head of number 17. With a resounding thud, number 17's head burst apart like a watermelon dropped to the ground. On planet North Kai, Goku remarked, "Those two androids are dead." This was an expected outcome. Henceforth, Earth would rely on Trunks for protection. In the northern forests of Earth, the scene was one of devastation. It was evident that a fierce battle had recently taken place here. Luis killed 17, standing with his back to Bulma. Observing Luis's silhouette, Trunks was left in a state of astonishment. He tugged at Bulma's sleeve. Mom. Mother, did Uncle just reverse time? Receiving no reply, Trunks turned to see his mother's eyes wide with disbelief, her mouth forming a Na shape. Manipulating time. His uncle could control time without any machinery. Bulma snapped back to reality, a flush of excitement coloring her pale cheeks. In truth, she too possessed the ability to manipulate time, albeit with the aid of a time machine. Yet, the notion of Luis reversing time with his bare hands was beyond anything a human could achieve. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in her mind. Bulma swallowed hard, her expression turning resolute. Trunks, your uncle must have traveled from the past to the future, which means he can also manipulate space. Truly, Bulma was remarkable. After Luis eliminated number 17, he made his way back towards Bulma. Truly, Bulma is one of the foremost scientists, with merely a hint of temporal power. She surmised that he also wielded spatial abilities. Brother-in-law, you are simply marvelous. Upon seeing Luis approach, Bulma's eyes sparkled with admiration. Like an excited fan, she rushed forward and began to circle around him. Luis, basking in the praise from his sister-in-law, couldn't help but lift his chin slightly, feeling a touch of elation. Trunks, witnessing this, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, caught between exasperation and delight. The Earth had finally been saved. Well, I have already assisted you in eliminating the androids, Luis remarked, turning his gaze toward Bulma. Now, there are only about 5 million people left on Earth. If you wish to restore it to its former glory, you must exert yourselves considerably. Brother-in-law, you cannot take me to Namek. Bulma interjected abruptly. Realizing that even if they were to find the Dragon Balls on Namek, she would be unable to resurrect the deceased inhabitants of Earth. Vegeta and the others had already reincarnated, leaving no reason for the remaining Earthlings to linger in the afterlife. Utilizing so many Dragon Balls may not necessarily be a boon. It would be more beneficial for Earth's progress to rely on your own efforts, Luis advised. In truth, he could easily travel to Namek and enlist another Namekian to serve as a deity on Earth, thus restoring the Dragon Balls. This would ensure that Bulma and Trunks would never find themselves without options. However, the malevolent dragons depicted in the GT anime instilled a sense of caution within him. In the future timeline, Trunks was the sole surviving Saiyan. Given the hardships of that timeline, the emergence of evil dragons could prove overwhelming for him. After all, those wicked dragons required Super Saiyan 4 to combat. It would be wiser to prevent the Dragon Balls from reappearing altogether. Yes, my mother and I will restore the Earth, Trunks affirmed, nodding resolutely. Luis gazed at Trunks with a smile and said, Very well, I shall commence your training now. Are you prepared? In his original plan, he intended to locate the Super Dragon Clan to heal his physical injuries before returning to his own timeline. However, the plight of Trunks and Bulma in the future timeline was truly dire. Lewis could not bear to witness the suffering of Ty's relatives. Moreover, with his beloved Ty's resurrected, he felt no urgency to return. He resolved to train Trunks until he was capable of thwarting any impending calamities. Chapter 120. The Return. Uncle, I am always prepared, Trunks declared, clenching his fists. Meanwhile, Bulma beside him displayed a look of reluctance. Seeing this, Lewis shook his head. Bulma was indeed exceptionally astute. Yes, he would remain to instruct Trunks, but once his teaching was complete, he would depart from the timeline of the future. Come, let us return to West City. Lewis disregarded Bulma's expression and led the two of them into the depths of the forest. In West City, three figures emerged on the dilapidated streets. Bulma, I will take Trunks to train. As for the matter of the androids being defeated, it falls upon you to inform everyone. Don't worry, Jeff. I will convey the news to them. With my current strength, there is no one on Earth who can rival me, aside from you all, Bulma replied with a smile. Luis nodded. After consuming the spirit fruit, Bulma is indeed unmatched on Earth. As Luis and Trunks vanished from sight, Bulma set off to inform everyone of the demise of the androids. Initially, the surviving Earthlings were skeptical about the death of those two androids. Yet the bearer of the news was none other than Bulma from Capsule Corporation. The survivors were well aware that Bulma was the mother of a golden-haired warrior and a close companion of another golden-haired fighter, who had valiantly battled against the androids over the years. Thus, the veracity of Bulma's words was highly plausible. Soon, those who believed her began to emerge from their hiding places. Upon stepping out, they discovered that the androids were indeed nowhere to be found, and the remaining Earthlings, witnessing this, were filled with uncontainable joy. The androids had truly been vanquished. In an instant, the entire planet erupted with exhilaration. In the desolate outskirts of West City, Lewis brought Trunks to the wasteland and inquired, Trunks, are you familiar with the hyperbolic time chamber? Trunks, slightly perplexed, responded, What is the hyperbolic time chamber? Lewis explained, It is an extraordinary place where our forthcoming training will take place in a similar environment. Standing in the center of the wasteland, Lewis extended his arms, and the temporal laws within him began to churn. A cascade of silvery light surged forth into the void, initiating a transformation of the space surrounding them. After a considerable passage of time, a spatial rift emerged at the center of the wasteland, through which streams of temporal essence flowed, distorting the time outside. It was evident that the flow of time in the two realms differed significantly, with a single day in the external world equating to an entire year within. The time house created by Lewis mirrors the passage of time found in the true house of eternal moments, albeit devoid of its harsh surroundings. Let us proceed. Lewis pulled the still-dazed Trunks into the rift of space. Time passed, and 5 days went by. During this period, all of Earth's inhabitants believed the androids had been vanquished, expressing their gratitude towards Bulma's family. In an instant, the esteem for Bulma and Trunks soared to unprecedented heights. At that moment, had either Bulma or Trunks expressed a desire to be the king of Earth, the populace would have undoubtedly rallied behind them. However, Bulma harbored no interest in royalty. After disseminating the news of the androids' defeat, she distributed capsules from the Capsule Corporation, each containing large machinery intended for rebuilding their homeland. The people of Earth received these tools and commenced the reconstruction of their homes. Meanwhile, on the desolate outskirts of West City, two figures emerged from the spatial rift. Phew. We finally made it. Trunks exhaled heavily. 5 days in the outside world equated to 5 years within the time chamber, and the once 13-year-old Trunks had finally reached adulthood. With his golden locks cascading around him, Trunks exuded a remarkably stable aura. He was at full power. In terms of combat strength, Trunks had achieved a staggering 20 billion in this state, indicating that his normal combat power had surpassed 400 million. You little rascal. I didn't expect your talents to be so formidable. Lewis patted Trunks on the shoulder. Hee. Trunks scratched his head, unable to suppress a silly grin. Lewis spoke again. We Saiyans possessed not only the Super Saiyan 2 form, but also the Super Saiyan 3, and even the Super Saiyan 4 state. The implication of Lewis's words is that after 5 years, Trunks has not only attained full power, but has also ascended to a state beyond the second level. Luis recognized Trunks' extraordinary talent, yet he was taken aback by its magnitude. Indeed, Every half-blood Saiyan is formidable beyond measure. As for the subsequent states, that is for you to cultivate on your own. With your current strength, coupled with my specialized training in combat awareness, there are scarcely any opponents who can match you at an equivalent power level. Lewis's rigorous training of Trunks is indeed on par with the caliber of a candidate for the God of Destruction. He firmly believes that even with the same level of power, Goku, who has been training under King Kai in the otherworld, would not stand a chance against Trunks. Let us return to West City. Your mother must be anxiously awaiting us. Trunks nodded in agreement, and Lewis vanished with him from the spot. West City. At this moment, West City had undergone a remarkable transformation. Collapsed buildings were being cleared, and the ravaged ground had been leveled. Uncle, Trunks exclaimed, filled with excitement at the sight. Haha, this must be Bulma's doing. I never imagined your mother would act so swiftly. Luis and Trunks returned to the original location of the manor. Yet it had not been rebuilt. Only a few houses remained standing. Outside the house, Trunks shouted, Mother, I have returned. At that moment, the doors swung open, revealing a striking figure. Bulma, momentarily taken aback, then noticed Luis's presence. Brother-in-law, did you not take Trunks for training? Indeed, but our training has already concluded. Luis smiled. Bulma widened her eyes, exclaiming, How is it possible? It has only been 5 days. She then turned to Trunks, who was currently in his Super Saiyan form. After consuming the spirit fruit, he had become more attuned to his power, sensing the immense strength emanating from himself. Trunks recounted his recent training, nodding as he explained. Uncle used his time manipulation abilities to place me in a time chamber, where a single day outside equates to a year inside. He divulged everything that had transpired. Upon hearing this, Bulma's pupils dilated in shock, and she abruptly looked at Luis, asking, Brother-in-law, are you leaving now? Chapter 121. Trunks' opportunity. Though Bulma was astounded by her brother-in-law's ability to create a space with varying flows of time using only his bare hands, she came to accept that he could manipulate both time and space. However, 5 days prior, she had speculated that once her brother-in-law had finished training Trunks, he would depart from this timeline. Was that moment finally upon them? Hearing her question, Trunks grasped Luis' arm anxiously, pleading, Uncle, are you really leaving? Yes. I must depart from this timeline, Luis confirmed. Luis gently stroked Trunks' head, then gazed at the scene outside. The androids had been vanquished by my hand, and your homeland has commenced its reconstruction. This timeline no longer requires my presence. Rather than stating that this timeline does not need him, it would be more accurate to say that this timeline does not belong to him. Lewis possesses his own dimension of time and space, where his wife has been resurrected, and Thais awaits him in the past. Moreover, what is of utmost significance? Every time Lewis recalls the harrowing image of Thais' demise, an unbearable ache pierces his heart. In the realms of the past, his enemies still linger. He is resolute in his pursuit of vengeance. Brother-in-law, had it not been for your intervention, both Trunks and I would have met our doom. I cannot bear to part with you. Bulma gazed at Lewis with profound reluctance. Uncle, I have yet to master the transformation into Super Saiyan 3, nor have I attained the state of tranquility you described. I am still quite unskilled. Trunks, equally reluctant, added, I fear I may not be able to protect the Earth, Uncle. Luis waved his hand, gazing at Trunks. With your current strength, you are already capable of confronting the crises that lie ahead. Setting aside combat awareness and technique, your power alone has enabled you to transform into Super Saiyan 2, with a battle power that has surpassed 40 billion. Even the fully formed cell poses no threat, especially considering that androids 17 and 18 from this timeline have already perished. As for the impending menace of Majin Buu, there is no cause for concern. The god of destruction, Beerus, has awakened in this timeline. And given the East Kaioshin's dread of Majin Buu, he will undoubtedly compel Beerus to intervene and eradicate the threat. Lewis turned his gaze towards Bulma, his expression earnest as he said, Bulma, your sister from the past, is still waiting for me. Indeed, an unforeseen incident had befallen her sister from the past, and she awaited her brother-in-law's return to rescue her. Unbeknownst to Bulma, Thais had already been revived. At that moment, she opened her mouth, but remained silent, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Perceiving a somber atmosphere, Luis chuckled and said, Bulma, did you not create a time machine? If you ever find yourselves missing me, or if you encounter an insurmountable dilemma in the future, you can simply travel back in time to seek me out. Indeed, Bulma and Trunks suddenly awakened from their reverie. With excitement, Bulma exclaimed, Brother-in-law, You said it yourself. When the time comes, Trunks and I will come to find you. So do not disdain us. Luis smiled wryly. He merely intended to offer some comfort to Bulma and the others. Yet little did he know that she took it to heart. Nonetheless, it is certain that I would be most delighted to have you all here. Luis spoke in a tone of utmost seriousness and then declared, well, I must take my leave now. Without waiting for the two to react, Luis vanished in an instant. Brother-in-law, Bulma, who had been in a state of excitement, suddenly felt her spirits plummet, and Trunks beside her was equally disheartened. He truly has departed. Suddenly, Trunks recalled something, his face paling in alarm. Oh no. What is it, Mom? Didn't you create the miraculous cure for viral heart disease? We haven't given it to Uncle. What if Uncle Goku from the past also succumbs to heart disease? As soon as Trunks finished speaking, he noticed something unusual about Bulma. Why did his mother appear so thrilled? Mom, you. Ha ha ha, Trunks, you were simply magnificent. Bulma exclaimed, pulling Trunks into her embrace and ruffling his golden hair with excitement. Didn't your uncle say we could seek him out if we had matters to discuss? To prevent Uncle Goku from dying of heart disease, we must take the cure back with us. Like a child being patted on the head, Trunks suddenly brightened up, looking up in realization. That's right. If we don't bring the cure, Uncle Goku will be doomed. Mom, this excuse. No, this concerns Uncle Goku's life and death. If we take the heart disease cure, Uncle will surely not object. Mom, when shall we go? There's no rush. I've already constructed the time machine. We just need to gather energy for it. Moreover, our homeland has just begun reconstruction. Once the situation on Earth stabilizes and we collect the necessary energy for the time machine, we shall proceed. Unbeknownst to Luis, who was completely unaware of Bulma and Trunks' plan, he had arrived at the outskirts of West City. I wonder if the current temporal rules will allow me to traverse time, Luis mused, gazing at his own hands. He had initially drifted into the future through the chaotic currents of time. Now, to depart, he had three options. First, to utilize his own temporal powers. Second, to seek out the old Supreme Kai of the future timeline, who could use the time ring to send him back. Third, to travel using Bulma's time machine. However, the latter two methods seemed too cumbersome, so he resolved to employ his own temporal abilities. After all, I cannot perish. Luis smiled, reveling in the freedom that immunity often bestows. However, to avoid unnecessary complications, he reined in his grin and adopted a serious demeanor. A powerful surge of temporal energy erupted around him, a silvery luminescence flashing across the countryside, causing a profound disturbance in the fabric of time and space. Open for me. Luis coldly snorted, raising his hand with a sweeping motion. The vast rules of time and space surged forth, coalescing into a sharp blade that cleaved through the void, instantly creating a gash in the emptiness. Let us proceed. Luis did not hesitate and plunged directly into the chaos of the divine realm of destruction in the future timeline. Whis projected the image of Luis's departure. Lord Beerus, he has left. He does not belong to our timeline. His departure is for the best. Beerus glanced at Whis, calmly inquiring, by the way, have you found any information regarding him? To think that another timeline Universe 7 has discovered such a prodigious candidate for the role of destroyer. He is determined to make this timeline's Luis his disciple. His name is Luis, a member of the Saiyan race. However, our timeline's Luis perished long ago. Perished? Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be possible? Whis, gazing at the information on his staff, replied in astonishment, indeed, and moreover, the death of our timeline's Luis is related to you, Lord Beerus. Impossible. How could I have killed such a talented individual? Our timeline's Luis met his demise in the explosion of planet Vegeta, Lord Beerus. Have you forgotten the orders given to Frieza? Luis, Saiyan, planet Vegeta, wait. A flash of realization struck Beerus, and he finally recalled the events concerning the Saiyans. Many years ago, he had commanded Frieza to annihilate the entire Saiyan race. Beerus clicked his tongue, recognizing that Luis's death in the explosion of planet Vegeta was indeed connected to him. What the hell? Beerus lamented, feeling utterly bereft. Who could have known that the Saiyan race harbored such a genius? Lord Beerus, although our timeline's Luis has perished, I have discovered another prodigy. Whis said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Who? The young man whom Luis has been mentoring. He is quite exceptional. Whis, I want him to be my disciple. Chapter 122. Returning to the past timeline. In the original timeline of Luis, the 7th universe, over 2 months have elapsed since the battle at the galactic headquarters. During that confrontation, The headquarters was initially invaded by the 5 members of Bojack. The entire Saiyan race, save for those on missions, perished at the hands of Bojack and his cohorts. Ultimately, Goku and Vegeta made their appearance. The duo joined forces to combat Zangya and her allies. Had it not been for the dark powers possessed by Zangya and her companions, Goku and Vegeta would surely have emerged victorious. However, upon unleashing their dark powers, Zangya and her comrades rendered Goku and Vegeta incapable of standing against them. Fortunately, Jebet arrived just in time, bearing the Patera earrings. With the earrings donned, the tide of battle shifted dramatically, and even the formidable Bojack found himself outmatched by Vegeto. At that moment, Lewis and his companions returned, yet unbeknownst to Lewis, Tawa had released Bojack and his associates solely to lure him back. In the end, the 5 demons descended. Tai's demise came at the hands of Demigra's dark force. While Lewis, consumed by extreme fury, lost his reason and ventured into the dark demon realm, forcibly employing the technique of temporal erasure. The entire dark demon realm was obliterated into fragments of time and space. Now, Lewis has been absent for 2 months, and few are aware of his disappearance. On this particular day, a sudden fluctuation in the fabric of time and space manifested above the Galactic Police headquarters, prompting Melis, within the Galactic Police building, to react abruptly. Who could it be? Melis ascended into the air, scanning his surroundings intently. The last time, the 5 great demons of the Dark Demon Realm had descended here. Could it be them again? After all, the Dark Demon Realm, which Lewis had shattered, had since been restored. It is here. Melis tensed, preparing for action. A rift opened in the void, from which emerged a figure with blood-red eyes and silver hair. Which timeline is this? Surely, I haven't traversed time incorrectly again, Lewis gasped, surveying his surroundings while murmuring to himself. Although he had grasped the rules of time and space, this was his first experience with temporal travel, leaving him devoid of any prior experience. Throughout his journey, he had inadvertently traversed the wrong timeline over 100 times. Among those misadventures, he had visited the GT timeline and the Super timeline. Lewis understood that he must not excessively intervene in these timelines, for doing so would inevitably give rise to even more parallel realities. Thus, upon realizing he had traversed into an incorrect timeline, he promptly departed from that realm, resuming his journey through time. To date, he has journeyed through 125 timelines, and a sense of trepidation began to envelop him, as he feared he might never find his original timeline again. Suddenly, Lewis beheld Murs in the sky, pondering how Murs could possibly be present in this place. Lewis weakly inquired, "Do you know me?" Miles gazed at Lewis as if he were a fool, responding, "You don't know me? How infuriating. Have I traversed through time and space incorrectly again?" Gritting his teeth, Lewis prepared to depart from this dimension. A voice called from behind, "Lewis, where are you going?" Startled, Lewis abruptly turned to face Miles, his heart swelling with joy as he exclaimed, "You know me. Aren't you the heir of Lord Beerus? The commotion you caused not long ago was quite significant." Miles replied nonchalantly, "By the way, where have you been? My brother and the others have been searching for you." "Ha ha ha, I have finally returned." Lewis completely disregarded Mir's words and instantly appeared beside him, exuberantly embracing him and swinging him back and forth. Mears, caught in Lewis' embrace, wore a face of utter disbelief, wondering if this fellow had lost his mind. After a while, Lewis finally regained his composure and released Mel's, feeling a touch of embarrassment. I got a bit carried away there. You don't mind, do you?" "Not at all. I simply consider it a moment of foolishness," Mel's thought to himself, although he inquired aloud, "Where have you been all this time?" "My brother and Lord Beerus have been searching for you." He was already aware of the arrival of the 5 deities in the 7th universe. During the cataclysmic explosion, he had nearly met his demise. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly and fled to the realm of the Supreme Kai of the 7th universe, taking the 2 Supreme Kais far away. Otherwise, Beerus would have perished as well. "Why were you looking for me?" Luis felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that Beerus and Vis had been searching for him all along. Soon, he recounted all that he had experienced. "You drifted through different dimensions and made countless missteps during your journeys," Mel's exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed." Luis scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. "Is there a problem? Traversing through time and space is inherently a grave sin." Mel's lips twitched slightly. "I never imagined you had made hundreds of erroneous jumps. And yet the inhabitants of the time realm have not appeared. That is rather absurd." Lewis felt a sense of helplessness. He merely wished to experiment with his temporal abilities. and he certainly did not desire things to unfold in this manner. Lewis pondered and timidly inquired, Mels, will my actions inadvertently give rise to more parallel universes? Absolutely not. Mels replied, shaking his head. Creating parallel universes is a matter of both ease and complexity. You merely traverse to another timeline without altering anything significant. Thus, it certainly will not spawn additional parallel realms. Furthermore, if you were to truly generate numerous parallel universes, the inhabitants of the time realm would have long since intervened to eliminate you. Before he could finish, Mels fell silent, contemplating the impossibility of anyone being able to vanquish this eccentric. Then I can rest easy. Lewis patted his chest and cast a glance at the Galactic Patrol headquarters below. He yearned to descend and reunite with his kin. However, his greater desire was to return to the realm of deities to ascertain whether his beloved ties had been resurrected. Mels, I shall take my leave now. Do visit me in the realm of deities for a cup of tea when you have the chance. Lewis has vanished without a trace. Miles. Chapter 123 The Awaiting of Lewis by the Others. Lewis has vanished, leaving Mels alone amidst the swirling winds. His thoughts in disarray. This fellow possesses remarkable strength, capable of shattering the dark demon realm. Yet, who could possibly have restored it? Mels circled in the sky, shaking his head as his gaze grew increasingly profound. Furthermore, those blood-red eyes and silvery hair. Mels touched his own silver locks, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Lewis has become ever more intriguing. He gazed down at the Scions at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. The Scions were growing ever stronger, imbued with a sense of justice. Especially with Lewis as their support. Perhaps the Scions could realize the dreams nestled within his heart to safeguard peace and protect the universe. His anticipation swelled. In the realm of destruction, a breathtaking woman sat by the lakeside, watching the ripples dance across the water's surface. Her expression remained stoic, yet her beautiful eyes shimmered with longing. Lewis, where have you gone? Ties murmured, plucking a handful of purple grass and casting it into the lake. From behind, her petite silhouette appeared somewhat solitary. Suspended in the air behind Ties, a cup floated, half filled with water, in which a loach swam languidly. The prophetic fish perched at the edge of the cup, gazing at Ties, exclaimed, Ties, I want something delicious. At that moment, a purple cat approached slowly, accompanied by a tall, slender man adorned with a divine halo. Ties, could you prepare something tasty for me, please? Beerus implored, arms crossed and chin raised. Were it not for the pleading tone in his voice, he would indeed present an aloof demeanor befitting a god of destruction. Prophetic fish. Did you not say Lewis would return soon? Ties suddenly stood, extending her hand to grasp the floating cup. Her face was mere inches from the prophetic fish. Taken by surprise, the fish trembled under Ties's fierce gaze. Oh no, I'm doomed. It quivered. Beside them, Beerus and Whis were startled, exclaiming run. The two shrank back, fleeing with haste. Ties turned her gaze towards the escaping duo, her voice low and ominous. Whis, Lord Beerus, stand right there. Upon hearing this, Beerus and Whis froze, realizing that fleeing meant forfeiting any chance of delicious food. However, the fear of Ties was palpable. Ties, let us converse amicably. Please do not threaten me with food. Beerus gulped nervously, hastily turning to speak. Whis nodded vigorously in agreement. Did you not say Lewis would return soon? Why has he not appeared yet? Ties looked at the prophetic fish in her hand, then back at Beerus and Whis, murmuring in frustration. Beerus quickly pointed at the loach, sweating profusely. You must inquire with the prophetic fish. It made the prediction, and its prophecies have never been wrong. The saying goes, if a friend dies, let the monk live. As Beerus directly shifted the blame onto the prophetic fish. Observing this action, Whis's lips twitched slightly. This scrawny creature was rather pathetic. However, he dared not voice his thoughts, preferring to let the prophetic fish bear the brunt of Tice's wrath. I may have dozed off, which led to an erroneous prophecy. Could you spare my fish life, Tice? The prophetic fish weakly murmured from within its cup. In the realm of destruction, one could provoke anyone. Yet Tice was a being to be avoided at all costs. When Tice became angry, no one would cook, and without food, both Beerus and Whis would surely become irate. While Beerus and Whis's anger was manageable, if that little rascal, Lewis, were to become upset, it would be far more terrifying than the destruction of the universe itself. When Lewis, merely 6 years old, first arrived in the realm of destruction, it sought to establish a rule. Aside from Beerus and Whis, it was the most powerful being. However, instead of solidifying its authority, It nearly had its bathing cup stolen. Goodness. If establishing rules proved futile, then it must resort to force. After all, this young child had just entered the realm of destruction. How formidable could he truly be? Even if it were a fish. It had grown in the realm of destruction and was certain that the child could not best it. To its dismay, it struggled to even lift a fin against Lewis. It eventually discovered that this child could disregard any harm, which infuriated the fish. From that moment onward, it resigned itself to Lewis's overwhelming presence. The assertion that it was the most powerful being in the realm of destruction, aside from Beerus and Whis, was swiftly diminished when Tice arrived, relegating its status to 5th place. This was far too much for it to accept, and in an attempt to avoid both Lewis and Tice, it chose to enter a deep slumber. It was during this time that it foresaw Lewis's return, prompting its awakening. Sighing after observing the prophetic fish for a moment, Tice tossed it aside and departed from the lakeside, heading towards the Palace of Destruction to prepare a meal for Beerus and the others. Floating in the void, the prophetic fish gasped for breath, exclaiming, "I am saved." Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, wiped the sweat from their brows, and breathed a sigh of relief. Watching Tice's retreating figure, Beerus called out, "Tice, please prepare extra tempura. It's delicious. Also, make us a couple of buckets of instant noodles. We would be forever grateful." Whis quickly echoed his sentiments. The prophetic fish longed for Tice to prepare a delightful meal for it, yet recalling the prophecy yet to be fulfilled, it dared not speak up to her. Understood. The soft voice of Tice echoed from the god of destruction's palace. After her departure, Beerus's expression sharpened as he swiftly extended his hand to seize the prophetic fish. "Did you not say that Lewis would return?" Unfazed by Beerus's demeanor, the prophetic fish rolled its eyes and replied, "He is undoubtedly coming back during this period. My predictions have never been erroneous." Furthermore, gazing at Beerus, the prophetic fish remarked with a hint of irritation, "Lord Beerus, you certainly passed the blame rather swiftly." Ha ha ha. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Beerus quickly released the prophetic fish, then looked skyward, lamenting, "Tice's death has struck me profoundly. The god of destruction was meant to be merciless. Yet Lewis was akin to family, having been nurtured by both him and Whis. Lewis resembled Compa, both regarded as kin. Each time Beerus recalled Lewis losing his sanity in despair, it stirred a sense of discomfort within him. Ultimately, it was his own inadequacy that rendered him unable to safeguard his disciple. He wondered if that young man was aware of Tice's resurrection. Shaking his head, Beerus's voice was heavy with emotion. After Lewis's disappearance, he and Whis sought out Bulma on Earth, having stayed at her residence and knowing she had crafted a standard Dragon Ball radar. If she could create a standard radar, surely a Super Dragon Ball radar would be within her capabilities. They located a Super Dragon Ball, and with the assistance of the radar Bulma had developed, they swiftly found 3 within the 7th universe. The remaining 4 resided in the 6th universe. When he and Whis ventured to the 6th universe in search of the Super Dragon Balls, Beerus initially anticipated that Compa would impede their progress. Surprisingly, Compa said, "Take them." It would be unfortunate if Lewis returned only to find Tice in despair. Chapter 124. Lewis returns to the God of Destruction realm. Beerus was genuinely astonished that the rotund Compa would utter such words, and he found himself quite moved. After successfully gathering the Super Dragon Balls from the 6th universe, he resurrected Tice. With a sigh, Beerus turned to Whis and inquired, by the way, what was the matter with Lewis at that time? Lewis had transformed into a golden-haired state upon Tice's death, his power surging from the 2nd level of the divine realm to the 4th. Beerus was aware that Saiyans could transform, yet their transformed pupils were typically a vibrant green. Why, then, did Lewis's pupils appear blood red, exuding an aura of overwhelming malevolence? I cannot say. Lewis harbors many secrets. Whis shook his head, smiling as he added, however, I am certain that Lewis would never harm our 7th universe. Hearing this, Beerus's face lit up with joy. Ha ha, that is undoubtedly true. He once told me that the 7th universe is his home. With that declaration, Beerus was convinced that Lewis would never act against the interests of the 7th universe. A cat, an angel, and a loach gazed upon the heavens, awaiting Tice to prepare their meal. Suddenly, a ripple of spatial fluctuation resonated through the air. Who could it be? Whis tensed, sensing the profound spatial laws of the approaching entity, far surpassing even his own understanding. Beerus was enveloped in a palpable aura of destruction. The battle from 2 months prior etched deeply in his memory. He particularly feared the inexplicable resurgence of the Dark Demon realm. suspecting it might be up to its usual mischief once again. Weiss, Lord Beerus, could it be the prophetic fish beside Lewis that suddenly speaks? A spark of realization flashed through their minds. Indeed, hadn't the prophetic fish foretold that Lewis would return in the near future? Could it truly be him? Beerus and Weiss fixated on the sky, their gazes brimming with anticipation. At that moment, the sky rent open, and a figure emerged, his crimson eyes and silver hair exuding an alluringly sinister charm. Weiss, Lord Beerus, prophetic fish, it has been a while. Lewis spiraled above, waving his hand. Lord Beerus, it is Lewis. The prophetic fish clutched its cup tightly, fearful that Lewis might snatch it away once more. Upon recognizing the visitor, Beerus was overcome with excitement. Lewis, you have finally returned. Luis is indeed his disciple, and he genuinely fears that once Luis disappears, he may struggle to find his way back. After all, when Weiss mentioned that Luis had fallen into the chaos of the time stream, it was clear that such a realm was perilous even to those of high priest status. He understood that Luis could withstand any harm, and surely the time stream would not adversely affect him, which alleviated some of his concerns. Yet, the elusive nature of that realm posed a significant risk of losing one's way back. Now, at long last, Luis has discovered the path home. Lord Beerus, it is I have returned. In the skies above, Luis rejoiced, having traversed the time stream countless times, finally returning to the time that rightfully belongs to him. Luis descended, and his return was a relief. It's good to have you back. Beerus approached and patted him on the shoulder, repeatedly expressing this sentiment. During Luis's absence, Beerus had been plagued by guilt. He had once declared that no one would harm Luis without his consent. Yet, Tice had perished, and Luis had vanished. Beerus spoke with palpable excitement, and sensing his concern, Luis sniffled, feeling warmth spread through his heart. Before him stood the caring Beerus, his mentor Master Weiss, and the mischievous prophetic fish who set daily rules for him. It was their presence that compelled him to traverse time and space countless times to return here. At that moment, Weiss gazed at Luis, stroking his silver hair in astonishment. Luis, what has happened to your eyes and hair? Beerus suddenly reacted, your hair. Luis also ran his fingers through his hair, offering a wry smile. I am at a loss as to why this is happening. After Ty's demise at the hands of Demigula, my hair has taken on this peculiar hue. This. Beerus and Weiss exchanged glances, sensing that Luis's tone suggested a lack of sorrow over Ty's death. Luis, I failed to protect Ty, and you. Beerus began to speak. Luis interrupted him, and, casting a glance at the ruined palace of the god of destruction, remarked, I am already aware that Ty's has been resurrected, Lord Beerus, Weiss. I extend my gratitude to you both. In the realm of the future, Salama had already informed him about Ty's revival. Luis did not need to guess. He was already aware that it was the assistance of Beerus and Weiss. Lord Beerus, I shall first attend to Ty's. Should you have any inquiries, we can discuss them later. Luis suddenly vanished, leaving behind only a cat, an angel, and a loach, all in a state of bewilderment. The kitchen of the temple lay in disarray. Tai, clad in an apron that accentuated her flawless figure, was preparing tempura, a dish beloved by Beerus. At this moment, her expression was serene, yet her eyes shimmered with longing. Because of her, Luis lost his sanity. Because of her, Luis ventured alone into the dark demonic realm. Because of her, Luis was engulfed by the chaotic currents of time and space, disappearing without a trace. As Tai continued to make tempura, she sniffed and felt her eyes welling up with tears. Luis, I miss you. Sister Tai, I miss you too. At that moment, a familiar voice reached her ears, causing her pupils to constrict sharply. Chapter 125, The Prophecy of the Prophetic Fish. Tai abruptly turned around, only to see that familiar figure standing before her. Luis. Sister Thais, I have returned. Luis, it truly is you. Thais stood in stunned silence, her kitchen utensils clattering to the floor as a warm stream of tears welled up in her eyes. The prophetic fish had indeed spoken the truth. Her beloved Luis had returned during this time. You have finally come back, Thais exclaimed, her hands covering her face. A torrent of emotions surged within her, joy, excitement, and a profound sense of relief, all culminating in an unstoppable flow of tears. You rascal. Do you have any idea how terrified I was at the thought of you never returning? Thais wept openly. Her first instinct upon being revived was to seek out Luis. However, according to Viss's account, Luis had fallen into the chaotic currents of time. While Viss had not elaborated extensively, Thais understood that those turbulent temporal realms were undoubtedly perilous. For the past 2 months, she had been on edge, fearing for the return of her Lewis. "Fear not, for I have indeed returned." Lewis stepped forward, gently parting her small hands, and wiped away her tears. As her tears continued to flow, he persistently dried them. Eventually, Tai Si's tears ceased, and she lowered her head, saying, "Lewis, please don't look at me, I'm ugly." "No, you are not ugly at all. You are the most beautiful." Lewis held her tightly in his embrace, relishing the softness of her form and the warmth of her body. This sensation was undeniably real. His Thais had truly returned to life. How wonderful it was. The two remained locked in their embrace. Suddenly, Thais lifted her head, her hand reaching up to caress his silver hair, her eyes glistening with tears. "Lewis, what has happened to your eyes and your hair?" she asked, her voice thick with emotion. "Silver hair and crimson pupils. Though striking, it is as if your hair has turned white overnight. Is this transformation a consequence of my presence?" Thais choked on her words, tears spilling from her beautiful eyes. "No, it has nothing to do with you." Lewis bowed his head, resting his forehead against hers. "Oh, how I lament. It is all my fault. If it were not for me, you would not have transformed into this." Thais placed her hand on the back of his head, tenderly caressing his hair, and wept openly. "Sister Thais, if you continue to cry, it will not be a pretty sight." Lewis cradled her in his arms, the sound of Thais's cries tugging at his heartstrings. Lewis felt a deep sorrow. However, Thais felt an even greater anguish. Over 2 months ago, she perished in Lewis's embrace. She was his beloved wife, and undoubtedly, Lewis must be enduring immense pain. Who could have imagined that a single night could turn one's hair white? How profound must be the suffering that Lewis bears. "Alas, it is all my fault that you have come to this state." "No, I do not blame you in the slightest." Lewis shook his head, filled with sorrow, and said, "If one must assign blame, then it is only myself to blame. You were clearly in my embrace, yet I failed to safeguard you." Lewis was enveloped in a profound sense of guilt, yet before he could articulate his thoughts, Taisi reached out and gently covered his mouth with her hand. She shook her head, and the two remained silent, embracing each other tightly. As half a day passed, they continued to hold each other, embodying a rhythm of unwavering closeness. "Taisi, have you finished cooking? I'm nearly starving," came the voice of Beerus. In the kitchen, Lewis and Taisi exchanged knowing smiles. "Sister Taisi, I'm hungry too." "All right, I shall prepare a meal for you. In truth, I crave you." Taisi was momentarily taken aback. Quickly lowering her head in shyness, she whispered, "I'll serve you later tonight." Hee. With a grin, Lewis no longer clung to tease and began assisting in preparing meals for Beerus and the others. In the grand hall of the God of Destruction's palace, Lewis and Thais completed the dishes and brought them out. Beerus glanced at Lewis and teased, "What were you doing in the kitchen for so long?" Louis curled his lips in disdain as he lifted the lid off his plate, retorting, "You, a solitary dog. No, a solitary cat, will never comprehend this. The cheeky brat, returning only to vex me. Perhaps it would have been better had you not returned at all. I wish I could stay away, but here are my mischievous feline, my angelic mentor, my playful loach, and above all, my beloved sister Thais." Upon hearing this, Beerus chuckled softly and refrained from further comment. The others erupted into hearty laughter, filling the halls of the Destroyer's palace with joyous mirth. As Luis unveiled the covers of the various dishes, tempura, sushi, takoyaki, accompanied by an array of beverages, desserts, and fruits, there was, of course, the instant noodles that Weiss could never forget. The cat, the angel, and the loach instantly had their eyes gleaming with delight. Everyone swiftly grabbed their chopsticks and soon became enraptured in the exquisite culinary delights, unable to extricate themselves from the feast. It was utterly delectable. Although Thais had consistently prepared meals for us, this time it was undeniably superior. Indeed, one's emotions can profoundly influence their culinary prowess. Weiss was right, Lord Beerus. You must ensure that this rascal Louise is well protected, for then Thais' dishes will remain this scrumptious. You stubborn loach, with so many delectable offerings. You still cannot keep your mouth shut. Don't make me crush you. Laughter erupted once more, with the awakening of the prophetic fish and the return of Louise. All members of the Destroyer realm gathered once again. They did not rush to inquire about Louise's whereabouts over the past 2 months. Instead, they savored the delightful feast and relished this rare moment of tranquility. Lewis also relished this moment. He had endured the death of Thais, traversed into the realms of the future, and ultimately returned, having navigated through time and space countless times. It would be splendid if this moment could persist indefinitely. However, Demigula. As Lewis savored the exquisite cuisine prepared by Tai Si, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes, and he vowed, "I shall not let you escape." Soon, the gathering came to an end. Weiss observed Lewis's silver hair and crimson pupils, pondering the unusual state of this young man. What could be the matter? He mused. He brushed his own silver locks, contemplating, could it be? While Weiss was lost in thought, Beerus remained oblivious, harboring his own multitude of questions, particularly regarding Lewis's whereabouts over the past 2 months. Furthermore, Weiss had mentioned that Lewis had unleashed temporal power in the Dark Demon Realm, shattering it into fragments of time and space. When had this young man come to grasp such formidable abilities? It is worth noting that temporal power is akin to light power, and one might even argue it is more terrifying than the latter. Meanwhile, the prophetic fish lay within its cup of water, also observing Lewis. Its awakening had foretold 3 significant events. Chapter 126. The complete rise of the Saiyan race. The crowd turned their gazes toward Lewis, their eyes brimming with questions. Noticing their hesitant expressions, Lewis smiled and addressed the prophetic fish. "When did you awaken?" The fish leaned against the edge of the cup and let out a satisfied burp. "I awoke the moment Tai Si revived. I heard you foretold my return." "Indeed. What else have you predicted this time?" As Lewis spoke, everyone perked up their ears, having only learned of his return through the prophetic fish. The fish had not disclosed any other prophecies, leaving them to ponder whether Lewis's statement hinted at additional revelations. The prophetic fish, taken aback, pondered how Lewis was aware of other predictions. Indeed, there was more. Beerus seized the prophetic fish in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "You deceitful creature, dare you conceal other prophecies? Do you wish for your demise?" The prophetic fish, unfazed, retorted, "Lord Beerus, do not be so hasty. I do possess additional prophecies, and not merely one. Not just one." Even Weiss widened his eyes. As an angel endowed with foresight, he was aware that the prophetic fish had never erred in its predictions. This demonstrated the fish's remarkable abilities. However, over the years, each awakening of the prophetic fish had yielded but a single prophecy. It was astonishing that this time it had foreseen 3 events. "What else have you predicted?" Tai's curiosity was piqued. "Speak." Beerus, initially intent on inquiring about Lewis's whereabouts over the past 2 months, found himself even more intrigued by the prophetic fish's revelations. The first prophecy was, of course, Lewis's return, which was already known. The prophetic fish swam around the cup's water before continuing. The second event. It paused, glancing at Beerus. The intensity in the fish's gaze startled Beerus. Could the second prophecy pertain to him? "Indeed, the second prophecy concerns you, Lord Beerus." The prophetic fish stated earnestly, "I foresee that you will encounter a formidable adversary in the future, one known as the God of Super Saiyans." Upon hearing this, Lewis chuckled, simply recalling the storyline from the anime that had prompted his inquiry. In that narrative, Beerus had received a prophecy from the fish about a formidable foe named the God of Super Saiyans. It was surprising that the prophetic fish had predicted this so swiftly, accelerating the timeline by a full decade and a half. "I have a formidable adversary known as the God of Super Saiyans." Beerus's eyes widened as he regarded Lewis. "The God of Super Saiyans? That sounds remarkably similar to your so-called Super Saiyan. He is the mightiest destroyer. Who other than you could possibly rival him?" In disbelief, Beerus pondered, could my formidable adversary truly be Lewis? Weiss and Tai exchanged glances, unable to fathom how Lewis could ever be considered Beerus's rival. It seemed impossible. "Lord Beerus, do you truly believe I would stand against you?" Lewis replied, somewhat exasperated. At that moment, the prophetic fish glanced at Lewis and shook its head. "Lord Beerus, in my prophecy, that individual is not Lewis." Relieved, Beerus exhaled, reassured that Lewis, his successor, could never be his enemy. Who could it possibly be? A sense of curiosity stirred within Beerus, yet the prophecy fish had left the identity of the Super Saiyan god ambiguous, compelling him to refrain from further speculation. However, at that moment, Lewis spoke up. "Lord Beerus, prior to the arrival of Demigra and the others, I mentioned that I possess a method to swiftly elevate the rankings of our universe." "Ah, indeed. You did claim to have a way for all Saiyans to merge." Beerus exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he turned to Lewis. "What is this method?" "It involves the fusion technique of the planet Metamor." Lewis, no longer keeping his audience in suspense, continued, "When the time comes, you should seek out the old Kai. He will undoubtedly possess knowledge of this secret technique." What I truly wish to convey is that in order to swiftly elevate the standing of the Earth's universe, aside from employing the fusion technique, the other option lies in the prophecy regarding the recently mentioned Super Saiyan God. Lewis initially contemplated waiting until every Saiyan could transform into a Super Saiyan before revealing this matter. However, upon his return, he resolved to abandon his low profile. He intended to elevate the entire Saiyan race to unprecedented heights. Subsequently, they would launch an assault on the Dark Demon realm. Beerus was taken aback. Could it be that Lewis was aware of the identity of the Super Saiyan God? Whis, Ties, and the Oracle turned their gazes toward Lewis, their eyes filled with a tapestry of confusion. Soon, you shall know. Lewis shook his head. Once he comprehended the events that transpired after he lost his sanity, he intended to return to his clan. Once again, he left them in suspense. Not only was Beerus incensed, but even Whis found himself at a loss for words regarding Lewis. And what of the third prophecy? The onlookers turned their gaze towards the prophetic fish, and Lewis followed suit. The prophetic fish displayed a look of embarrassment, its two whiskers fidgeting in front of its chest. It meekly confessed, I forgot. Boom. The crowd fell to the ground. This was indeed a characteristic of the prophetic fish, capable of forgetting even its own predictions. Beerus, Whis, and Lewis felt helpless. Yet there was nothing they could do. Meanwhile, Ties quietly chuckled to the side. All right, Beerus said as he rose from the ground, fixing his gaze on Lewis. Where have you been for the past 2 months? All eyes turned to Lewis, for this was the matter that piqued their curiosity the most. After witnessing Ties being slain by Demigra, I lost my sanity. I have no recollection of what transpired afterward. Lewis glanced at Ties beside him, filled with deep compassion. He vowed resolutely that he would never allow Ties to suffer harm again. Ties, noticing the expression in Lewis's eyes, shook her head, as if to convey that she was unafraid. As long as she could remain by his side, she would willingly embrace death. Lewis tightly grasped her small hand beneath the dining table, gazing at everyone. Subsequently, I drifted into other realms of time and space. Lewis revealed everything that would transpire in the future timeline. After listening to it all, Ties' emotions became somewhat agitated. Lewis, you mentioned that Bulma and her son from the future almost perished. Furthermore, even your parents met their demise at the hands of those two androids. Lewis truly empathizes with Bulma and Trunks from the future timeline. In Chapter 127, concerning temporal issues, a resounding bang echoed as Ties, her eyes aflame with fury, clenched her fists and forcefully struck the table, sending all the dishes atop it soaring into the air. If Bulma from the future can partake in the divine fruits bestowed by Lewis, there is no justification for Ties, who resides in the god realm of destruction, to be denied such a privilege. Ties has now attained a combat power of 100,000. Her mighty strike nearly split the dining table in two. Fortunately, Beerus's table was crafted from the wood of a divine tree, rendering it impervious to damage. At the table, aside from Lewis, Beerus and the others held their breath, not daring to exhale. Oh my! To provoke Ties at this moment would spell disaster for any sustenance. We must tread carefully. Our timeline and the future timeline are ultimately disconnected, and moreover, I have eliminated those two androids. Lewis grasped Thais' hand tightly, offering her solace. Yet one must wonder if his words truly resonated with her. I understand, Thais murmured, pursing her lips into a rather unappealing smile. Lewis gently squeezed her small hand. It is not surprising that Ties would exhibit such an expression. Although they hail from different timelines, the future counterparts of Bulma are, after all, Ties' kin. Much like the character Vegeta from the anime, upon learning of Trunks' predicament in the future timeline, he was seized by an uncontrollable fury, eager to confront the threats that lay ahead. After the emergence of Zamasu, Vegeta, alongside Goku, ventured into the future timeline to seek retribution for Trunks and his companions. After a while, the atmosphere at the dining table became more relaxed. Beerus looked at Lewis and remarked with a smile, you still plan to seek the Super Dragon Balls, utilizing the Eternal Dragon to mend your injuries. Quite clever indeed. In Lewis's recounting, he had sustained severe injuries due to the reckless use of temporal erasure, a power that transcends ordinary rules and laws, rendering it impossible for anyone but the highest-ranking angels to restore him. Even angels of the angelic realm are incapable of such feats, leaving only the priest-level angels with the means to assist. Lewis's previous encounter with forced erasure had unveiled this flaw in his constitution, while he could disregard any external harm. The injuries he inflicted upon himself remained inescapable. Fortunately, Lewis was aware of the Super Dragon Balls. Otherwise, his fate would have been sealed. If I do not seek the Super Dragon Balls, whom else could I pursue? Luis observed that Tai Si's emotions had stabilized somewhat. He then glanced at Beerus with a wry smile and said, I cannot possibly seek out another version of you in a different timeline. Beerus shook his head in response. If you were to traverse into another dimension, even if it were unintentional, it would still be considered a manipulation of time. The implications of such an act can be significant. The alternate version of me would not recognize you and would likely take action against you. Haha, Lord Beerus. It appears you possess a keen sense of self-awareness. Luis remarked. What if the alternate version of me were to confront you? Beerus widened his eyes, realizing he had merely spoken in jest. Indeed, Luis chuckled softly as he recounted the details. He had engaged in a battle with the Beerus from the future timeline, and it was through the similarities in their combat styles that he managed to earn the latter's trust. Ultimately, the future Beerus feigned defeat and, in a bid to protect his disciple, took the future version of Bados and fled. Ah, who would have thought that the Beerus from another timeline could be rather endearing? Whis stifled a laugh, covering his mouth. Luis chuckled as he observed the two versions of Beerus from distinct timelines, both exuding warmth. Meanwhile, Beerus's cheeks flushed slightly, appearing as though he wished to burrow into a hole, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Fortunately, the alternate timeline's version of him accepted Luis's identity and refrained from causing further trouble. By the way, when I summoned the Eternal Dragon, Lord Salama took control of its form. Luis revealed this matter candidly. What? You mean Lord Salama? Both Beerus and Whis were so startled that they leapt from their seats, while the prophetic fish in their cups leaped into the air, reflecting their astonishment. Tais, having partially emerged from the tragedy of the future timeline, observed the stunned expressions of those around her, her face a mask of confusion. This revelation was shocking. Yet even more astonishing awaited them. As Luis observed the astonished expressions of the crowd, he gravely announced, the Lord Salama, who has descended upon the Super Dragon, is not the Salama from the future timeline. He recognizes me. He accurately articulated my origins. He is our timeline's Lord Salama, whose true form can traverse countless timelines and manifest upon the Super Dragon of the future. Upon uttering these words, silence ensued. The entire Destroyer Palace fell into an abrupt stillness, where even the faintest sound, like a pin dropping, could be distinctly heard. Soon after, a sharp intake of breath escaped Beerus, his eyes filled with incredulity as he shook his head, exclaiming, how is this possible? Aside from the realm of time, Lord Beerus, it appears that Lord Salama can indeed accomplish this. Whis interjected, swallowing hard. Have you forgotten about the Super Dragon Balls? With a realization dawning upon him, Beerus gasped once more. Witnessing their reactions, Luis felt a profound sense of confusion. Within the Dragon Ball universe, he was only aware of certain aspects of the Omni King's realm, yet remained entirely oblivious to the Dark Demon Realm, the Time Realm, and the Dragon Realm. The notion that Salama could genuinely achieve such feats stirred an insatiable curiosity within him. Luis could no longer contain himself and furrowed his brow, inquiring, Vis, what are you talking about? Haha, you've been speaking in riddles all along, yet it seems there are moments when you two are at a loss. Beerus exclaimed, pointing at Luis and bursting into hearty laughter. Luis. All right. Whis waved his hand before speaking. Luis. I never discussed the issue of time and space with you before, as there was never an opportunity. Now, allow me to elaborate. In recent years, an overwhelming number of events have transpired. Initially, other destroyers brought their candidates to the 7th universe to engage in combat, followed by an ambush from Katra. Ultimately, Demigra and his 5 deities directly descended upon the 7th universe. There have been too many occurrences, and since Luis had not yet encountered matters concerning time and space, he refrained from providing an explanation. Upon hearing Whis's words, Luis was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to be discussing Salama? How did the conversation shift to the issue of time and space? Despite his confusion, he chose to listen attentively to Whis's discourse. In this realm, time and space are the most enigmatic entities. Sometimes, even a trivial event can give rise to an entirely new parallel timeline. As for which events, that remains unknown. However, according to the Kai of Time, she stated that when the trajectory of history is altered, parallel timelines emerge. Yet, the original trajectory of history is something no one is aware of, rendering it impossible to prevent the birth of parallel timelines. In these parallel timelines, all things are identical prior to the alteration of history, meaning that every timeline encompasses you, me, and others. Yet, There exists a singular location in this world, the realm of time. Located at the end of time, it is governed by the King of Time, while the Kai of Time, under his command, oversees all timelines. Only individuals from the realm of time possess the qualifications to address issues of time and space. Their existence prevents our world from succumbing to catastrophic temporal explosions due to an excess of parallel timelines. Chapter 128. The Power of Salama. Upon hearing this, Lewis, akin to an eager student, raised his hand to inquire, "Whis, why are they the only ones capable of managing time and space issues? Can't we?" In the Dragon Ball universe, only Trunks and Zamasu from the future timelines were involved in matters of time and space. Lewis, though somewhat unfamiliar with the intricacies of time and space, recalled mentions of the Nest of Time and the Kai of Time, Cronoa, in side stories. Yet, he remained unclear as to why others lacked the qualifications to handle such matters. Individuals from the realm of time are unique. They are not affected by the causalities of time and space. Thus only they possess the authority to address time-related issues, Whis replied calmly. Beerus, arms crossed and seated in his chair, nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Tai's eyes lit up upon hearing this. What excellent material. Lewis noticed Tai's reaction and couldn't help but smile softly. Had she finally emerged from her earlier sorrow? No. In truth, Tai's remained quite enraged. Yet she understood that her anger was futile since the parents of the future timeline had already perished and reincarnated. They could never be revived. Lewis has avenged her future parents, and everything on Earth in that timeline is progressing positively. She must conceal her anger, lest her Lewis become troubled. So that is how it is. Upon hearing Whis' words, Lewis suddenly comprehended. However, Lewis raised an eyebrow in confusion and inquired, "What do these matters have to do with Lord Salama? I have just stated that aside from those from the realm of time, all others exist across every timeline. And Lord Salama is no exception." Whis responded gravely. Moreover, each individual and entity in every timeline exists independently, as you just mentioned. The Bulma from the future timeline is distinct from the Bulma of this timeline. At this juncture, Whis turned his gaze towards Tai's and reassured her, "Tai's, you have heard my words. The future timeline does not concern you. Hence there is no need for you to be overly upset." Tai's felt a warmth in her heart, surprised that Whis was showing care for her. Indeed, Tai's nodded vigorously. Whis then redirected his attention back to Lewis and continued, "However, Lord Salama possesses the ability to manifest his consciousness within the body of the Super Dragon residing in other parallel timelines, as if the Super Dragon Balls of the future timeline were his creation, a feat that even Lord Zeno cannot achieve." Upon hearing this, Lewis exclaimed, "Why?" At this moment, Beerus slowly interjected, "That is due to the power of miracles." Whis nodded in agreement. The power of miracles transforms the impossible into the possible. Boom. Lewis's body trembled. If that were the case, could it be said that the Salama of his current time could draw upon the power of the Salama from the future? Could it be that Lord Salama is even more formidable than Lord Zeno? Lewis swallowed hard. Ha ha. Beerus and Whis clutched their bellies, bursting into hearty laughter. Lewis was taken aback, his eyes filled with questions. What was happening? Tai, who had spent considerable time in the realm of destruction and had learned many secrets, was equally puzzled by the sudden laughter of Beerus and the others. "Allow me a moment to gather myself," she said. Beerus laughed so heartily that his stomach ached. And after a brief pause, he spoke earnestly. "No, once one reaches the level of a ruler of a dimension, the notion of strength and weakness becomes irrelevant. Even if Lord Salama could harness the forces of other timelines, he would still be unable to contend with Lord Zeno. When you mention strength, it merely reflects your concern over the inhabitants of the Dragon Realm invading our universe of Zeno. At the level of Lord Zeno, conflicts with other worlds are virtually non-existent, except for the Dark Demon Realm. Should a genuine war erupt between two realms, it would spell the end of existence itself. No one would survive. Do you understand?" Beerus gazed intently at Lewis. Lewis nodded. For the inquiry he had just posed regarding the strengths and weaknesses of the factions had indeed stirred a slight concern within him about the possibility of the Dragon Realm launching an assault on the entirety of the Cosmic Kingdom. After all, in his previous life, many speculated that it was Sarama who truly stood as the ultimate antagonist of the Dragon Ball saga. Naturally, his apprehension did not stem from a fear for his own safety. He possessed immunity, rendering him impervious to any external harm, even from Sarama, who would find it impossible to inflict injury upon him. Lewis is deeply concerned for Tai's. With his current strength, If a war were to erupt between the two worlds, he would be utterly powerless to shield her. Just moments ago, both Lord Beerus and I were taken aback by your words, which is why we spoke so extensively. Whis remarked with a smile. In truth, these matters are well known among the deities. I simply have not had the opportunity to convey them to you until now. Chapter 129. Who restored the Dark Demon Realm? Lewis was momentarily stunned. He truly felt nothing. The only memory that lingered was of Ty's demise at the hands of Demigula. His mind consumed entirely by fury. The power within him underwent a remarkable transformation, spurred by his unbridled rage. At that time, he harbored but a singular conviction: to vanquish Demigula. Now, Vis proclaimed that not only had he eradicated all the formidable beings of the dark magic realm, but he had also reduced the realm itself to mere fragments of time and space. I have, against all odds, shattered the dark magic realm. Lewis gazed at his own hands, murmuring to himself. No wonder. It was no surprise he had sustained such grave injuries. It was the forced use of time-space erasure that had rendered him irreversibly wounded. As the onlookers observed Lewis lost in his reverie, they could only imagine the depth of his shock. Although the Dark Demon Realm may not rival the vastness of the Omniversal Realm, it was still a realm unto itself, a world personally crafted by the Great Demon. At that time, Lewis possessed merely the fourth tier of divine realm power, and yet, with such limited strength, he had managed to obliterate an entire world, an assertion that would be met with disbelief. Indeed, it was you who wrought such destruction. Vis chuckled softly, though his smile appeared rather strained. Even now, he found it difficult to fathom the reality of the situation. Who? Lewis exhaled deeply, then turned to Whis and Beerus. Speaking earnestly, Lord Beerus, Whis, I initially intended to return to the Saiyan clan upon my return, to ensure their complete resurgence before launching an assault on the Dark Demon Realm. However, since I have already vanquished them, it seems that plan is now moot. Lewis sighed, feeling a sense of frustration within him, for Demigra had not been vanquished during his moment of clarity. It felt as though Demigra had not been slain by his own hand, leaving him utterly unsatisfied. Upon hearing Lewis's words, the atmosphere grew tense among the crowd, aware of Lewis's amiable nature and his reputation as a congenial Saiyan. Yet, they also recognized him as a Saiyan who bore grudges with a fierce resolve. Much like the incident with Katra, who had ambushed him, Lewis had traversed to the fourth universe and eradicated him with the force of erasure. Now, with Demigra targeting Ties, who was Lewis's Achilles heel, it was entirely within the realm of possibility that Lewis would retaliate by launching an assault on the Dark Demon Realm. Lewis merely suggested returning to the tribe and instructed the Saiyan clan to assault the Dark Demon Realm without requesting their assistance, as he wished to avoid imposing on them. Beerus and Whis exchanged a glance, their faces etched with melancholy. What could be done? The Dark Demon Ring had been shattered by Lewis, yet it had been restored by someone else. What troubles you? Lewis noticed that the expressions of Beerus and his companion were somewhat peculiar. Beside him, Ties also wore a troubled countenance, seemingly apprehensive about something. As for the prophetic fish, it had submerged itself to the bottom of the cup, too fearful to witness the unfolding scene. Oh, Lewis, I have some bad news to share with you. Beerus swallowed hard and began. You must promise me not to act rashly upon hearing it. Louis furrowed his two dark brows, inquiring, what is the matter? The dark magic realm was shattered by you, yet it has inexplicably been restored by someone else. Lewis suddenly rose from his chair, his gaze fixed intently on Beerus and Whis. Indeed, we, the 12 siblings, were initially elated to witness the destruction of the Dark Demon Realm. I was confident that you would emerge unscathed. We merely needed to await your return. Whis sighed with a wry smile, yet in the aftermath, inexplicably, the Dark Demon Realm appeared to have revived. He too was taken aback. The realm had been shattered into temporal fragments by Lewis's might. How could it have reconstituted? In pursuit of answers, he spent a month observing the vicinity of the Dark Demon Realm, only to discover that the formidable beings Lewis had obliterated had not been resurrected, save for Demigra, who had indeed returned. When Lewis annihilated the Dark Demon Realm, he was present. Aside from Demigula, all other formidable beings of the Demon Realm were eradicated by Lewis. Ordinary powers are utterly incapable of resurrecting those who have been obliterated. Only the miraculous power of the super divine dragon can accomplish such a feat. This information alone is sufficient to indicate that the Dark Demon Realm has not been restored using the super divine dragon. Who could it be? Lewis wore a grim expression, especially with his blood-red eyes that appeared particularly malevolent. The ominous aura exuding from Lewis caused the temperature within the destroyer's palace to plummet dramatically. Tai's body trembled violently as she hastily rose to her feet, tightly embracing Lewis. "Lewis, please do not act recklessly. I do not wish for you to seek vengeance on my behalf." Previously, Lewis had endeavored to avenge her, resulting in his disappearance for 2 long months. If any unforeseen calamity were to arise again, would her beloved Lewis ever return safely? No, absolutely not. She must prevent Lewis from pursuing this path. "Sister Tai, do not fear. I shall not act unwisely." As Lewis felt the warmth of Tai's, the murderous glint in his eyes transformed into clarity. You promised me that you would not act recklessly," Tai's exclaimed, emerging from his embrace, locking eyes with him. Upon seeing the worried expression in Tai's eyes, Lewis felt a pang in his heart. Enough, enough. He resolved not to let his beloved sister Tai worry any longer. "Very well." Lewis nodded vigorously. Yet he still turned his gaze towards Whis and the others. "Lord Beerus, Whis, do you have any idea who restored the Dark Demon Realm? Rest assured, I will not act recklessly." Beerus and Whis exchanged a glance, both of them nodding in acknowledgement. Whis spoke solemnly. "According to our celestial conjectures, it is the exceedingly enigmatic Lord of all demons. Beyond him, we can conceive of no other who would be inclined to assist the Dark Demon Realm. In truth, aside from the omnipotent king of all, both the Time Realm and the Dragon Realm harbor ill feelings towards the Dark Demon Realm. This animosity primarily stems from the Dark Demon Realm's frequent exploitation of the Dragon Balls, which has led to temporal rifts, directly provoking the ire of the other 2 realms. The Lord of all demons. Lewis furrowed his brow. He was no stranger to the title of the All-Demon. During his time in the future, Salama had informed him that his true identity was not that of the All-Demon. It was only then that he realized the former High Priest, the multitude of angels. And Demigula had consistently perceived him as the All-Demon. But who, precisely, is the All-Demon? Lewis inquired, revealing that he was only aware of the connection between the All-Demon and the former High Priest, leaving him ignorant of other secrets. Soon, this elucidated the origins of the All-Demon. He was the brother of the All-King, a former sovereign of the All-King's universe. Due to a certain conflict with the All-King, the All-Demon severed ties with the All-King's universe and established an entirely new realm of darkness. Lewis suddenly realized how the Dark Demon Realm came into existence. It seems it must be him, the supreme boss of the Dark Demon Realm. There is no one else who would assist the Dark Demon Realm. A being as formidable as the Omni-King? Lewis smiled bitterly to himself. Initially, he intended to act recklessly. But upon learning that it was the entirety of the demons who had restored the Dark Sorcery Realm, he realized such folly was beyond him. After all, with his current strength, even the High Priest was an insurmountable foe, let alone the sovereign of an entire world. Chapter 130. The High Priest's attitude towards Lewis. The atmosphere within the Destruction God's palace softened somewhat, and with Lewis' assurance that he would not act irresponsibly, Tyce naturally believed that her Lewis would not deceive her. She departed the palace alongside the oracle fish. Remaining on the dining table were remnants of the meal, which was waved to staff to tidy away, marking the conclusion of this gathering of all members of the Destruction Realm. During the feast, the attendees engaged in lengthy discussions. Captivated by Lewis' experiences, he had first lost his sanity, slaying every adept within the Dark Sorcery Realm, ultimately shattering the realm itself. His return involved traversing through time and space hundreds of times, a foolish endeavor that elicited laughter among some. However, Beerus and the others knew that this was merely Lewis testing his temporal abilities, which, fortunately, did not lead to dire consequences. As for Salama projecting his consciousness into the future as a super dragon, Beerus and Whis found it difficult to articulate. But it certainly deepened their understanding of such a Dominator-level being. Through the accounts of Beerus and Whis, Lewis became aware of all that transpired during his moment of madness. He personally eliminated all the powerful beings in the Dark Sorcery Realm, although ultimately restored by the entirety of the demons. It still served as a form of vengeance for Tyce. After Tyce and the oracle fish departed, only Beerus, Whis, and Lewis remained in the palace. "Whis, I wish to understand your father's stance towards me," Lewis inquired, seated at the table with his chin resting on his hands, his crimson eyes and silver hair giving him a somewhat unruly appearance. Beerus' lips twitched slightly. He found himself unaccustomed to Lewis' present demeanor, but turned his gaze towards Whis. "Since Lewis is not a demon, will the High Priest continue to allow him to remain in the universe of the Omni-King? My father has not interfered with you." Whis replied, shaking his head. Previously, his father had believed Lewis to be a demon and, taking advantage of Lewis' unawakened state, sought to draw him into the Omni King universe's faction. Thus, even if the demons awakened fully, Lewis would retain the memories of this period. Whis could not fathom his father's motivations but speculated that perhaps he wished to alter the course of events. Whis suspected that his father might have aimed to end the hostilities between the two worlds. After all, for many years, the universe of the Omni King and the Dark Sorcery Realm had been embroiled in conflict. Prior to Lewis' emergence, while significant casualties had been avoided, numerous parallel timelines had been created. An excess of these parallel timelines was detrimental to both the universe of the Omni King and the Dark Sorcery Realm. However, all of this hinged on the premise that Lewis was indeed a demon. At present, Lewis is not fully immersed in his magical essence. His powers are remarkably unique. If Weiss were to adopt the perspective of his father and consider Lewis's situation, he would undoubtedly refrain from allowing Lewis to frolic freely within the realm of the Omni King. After all, Lewis's abilities are exceedingly formidable, and should he cause any disturbances, it would spell nothing but disaster for the Omni Kingdom. However, the fact that his father has chosen to overlook Lewis's actions implies that the Omni King himself has also chosen to disregard him. Lewis was perplexed, for upon his return, his greatest concern revolved around the attitudes of the Grand Priest and the Omni King towards him. He was acutely aware of his peculiar circumstances, yet the reasons behind the Grand Priest and the Omni King's leniency remained a mystery to him. "Do not look at me. I, too, am in the dark," Weiss remarked, shaking his head with a smile. However, isn't this rather fortuitous? If Lewis were truly to be banished or sealed by the Grand Priest, he would be at a loss as to what to do next. The dilemma was palpable. On one hand stood his father, and on the other, his disciple. Merely contemplating it was a headache. Fortunately, his father had said nothing. Upon hearing Weiss's words, although Lewis felt a wave of confusion, he exhaled deeply in relief. Before his return, he had contemplated what he would do if the Grand Priest and the Omni King were unable to accept him. His plan was to escape the Omni King's universe with ties, venturing to the realm of dragons. This was a course of action he had meticulously plotted. For in a future timeline, Salama had once extended an invitation to him for a visit to the realm of dragons. Yet, the thought of leaving the Omni King's universe was ultimately something he found hard to bear. After all, Taiza's family resided here. Beerus, Weiss, Son Goku, Vegeta, the old Kai, and Shin, they were all present in this realm. The seventh universe held an abundance of cherished memories for him, and truth be told, Lewis was reluctant to depart from it. "How wonderful!" Beerus exclaimed, leaping with excitement upon hearing Weiss's words. Witnessing Beerus's exuberance brought a smile to Lewis's face. Weiss approached and affectionately ruffled Lewis's hair. After all, he had nurtured this child since his infancy. After conversing with Beerus for a while longer and reaffirming the Grand Priest's stance towards him, receiving the same reassuring answer, Lewis finally felt at ease. Lewis and Beerus exchanged greetings before he departed from the realm of destruction. He had more pressing matters at hand, namely the ascension of the Saiyan race. Inside the God of Destruction's palace, only Beerus and Whis remained. Beerus stroked his chin and inquired, "Whis, have you noticed that Lewis's hair color is strikingly similar to that of your kind?" "Indeed, I have." "What of it? Could it be that this lad's dimensionality is on the verge of transcending to the angelic level?" Whis fell silent for a moment before responding, "I did not expect you, Lord Beerus, to share such a sentiment." Beerus widened his eyes, gazing at Whis. "You think so as well?" Whis nodded. "Lewis's current state is exceedingly peculiar. With his crimson eyes and silver hair, I can only surmise that he is nearing a breakthrough to the angelic realm. The hierarchy above the divine dimension is the angelic dimension, and preceding the angelic dimension is that of the priesthood." Beerus scratched his head, frowning. "Then why can I not sense any signs of a breakthrough in his dimensionality?" Whis rolled his eyes. "As if you could even sense the dimensionality of the angelic level." "Ha ha ha." Beerus chuckled awkwardly. He was currently at the pinnacle of the divine dimension and indeed could not perceive the angelic level. "However, you are correct. I too have not sensed any signs of Lewis preparing for a breakthrough." Beerus said with a hint of irritation, "Then why did you just challenge me?" "Oh ho ho, it was merely an attempt to lighten the atmosphere, which seemed rather tense." On the other side, Lewis instantaneously transported himself to the realm of the Supreme Kai. "Old Supreme Kai, do you know where the planet Metamor is?" Chapter 131, Super Saiyan 5. The old Supreme Kai was observing Universe 7 through his crystal ball when he suddenly paused, taken aback by the familiarity of the voice. sitting on the grass. Asin abruptly turned his head and exclaimed, "Lewis." The old Supreme Kai also turned to see the figure clearly, his excitement palpable as he said, "When did you return, you rascal?" Lewis observed the reactions of the old Kai, and it would be disingenuous to claim he was not moved. Having returned after a mere half-day, he reflected on the 2 months of his absence that had caused them such concern. "It is a relief to be back," the old Kai sighed deeply. For Lewis was indeed the candidate for the god of destruction of the seventh universe, and his return was a matter of great importance. Beside him, Asin spoke up, "Lewis, where have you been these past 2 months? Both the ancestral spirit and I have been utterly worried." "I ventured into the future," Lewis replied. Lewis recounted his previous experiences, leaving the old Kai and his companion momentarily stunned. He had traversed various timelines to summon the eternal dragon, returning only after countless misadventures across dimensions. Was this lad perhaps seeking divine intervention? The old Kai's lips twitched with exasperation. In the future timeline, Majin Buu has yet to appear, and Gohan has already met his demise at the hands of those 2 androids. The future version of me is likely still sealed within the Kai sword. Upon witnessing Lewis's expression, the old Kai was reminded of his own past, his face darkening with dismay. Given the historical parallels, it was plausible that his counterpart in a parallel universe was also imprisoned by Beerus within the Kai sword. "You are quite inconsiderate. Knowing full well that I am sealed, you offer no assistance. After 2 months of worrying about you, this truly vexes me." Heaving a laugh, Asin reminisced about the moment when Lewis had previously broken the old Kai's seal, stifling his amusement behind his hand. "Ouch. Ancestor, why did you hit me?" Asin crouched on the ground, cradling his head innocently. "Enough of your nonsense. Go and transcribe the duties of the Kai 100 times. The old Kai was indeed furious. Even his juniors were mocking him. Asin, with a sheepish demeanor, scampered away, his rooster feathers bobbing adorably on his head. Observing this, Lewis smiled gently, recalling how the former Kai often appeared naive and frequently found himself in humorous predicaments. Indeed, the Kai had transformed significantly over time. "Ah, you seem to exude much more confidence now. By the way, what caused your hair and eye color to change?" The old Kai, disregarding Asin, approached Lewis and touched his hair. With crimson eyes and silver locks, he pondered if this lad was on the brink of ascending to the status of an angel, given that angels typically possess silver hair. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned no signs indicating that Lewis was on the verge of such a breakthrough. His current state still aligned with that of a deity. "My hair changed after Taiza's demise." Lewis shrugged his shoulders and inquired with curiosity, "Old Supreme Kai, do you know why my hair has transformed in such a manner?" "Let me ponder for a moment." The old Supreme Kai squinted his eyes, sensing that something was amiss with Lewis's condition. Luis observed the elder Kai's contemplative demeanor, momentarily taken aback. Previously, he had inquired with Whis, who claimed to possess no knowledge of the matter. Now, seeing the expression on the elder Kai's face, could it be that he is privy to the truth of the situation? A flicker of joy ignited within Lewis, prompting him to speak. However, upon noticing the old Kai still lost in contemplation, he hastily covered his mouth, reluctant to disturb the venerable deity. As time elapsed, half a day passed. The old Kai paced beneath the tree, his brow furrowing ever deeper. Lewis stood by, having forgotten the purpose of his arrival in the Kaioshin Realm. His sole desire now was to understand the reason behind the transformation of his hair and pupils. After a while, it became clear. Beneath the tree, the elder Kaioshin suddenly leaped up in excitement. Luis hurriedly inquired, "Great Lord Old Kai, do you know the reason for my hair's peculiar transformation?" "Indeed." The old Kai turned his gaze towards him, his eyes ablaze with intensity as though he beheld a rare treasure of the world. He even licked his lips, causing a shiver to run down Luis's spine. Could this old man be harboring ulterior motives? "It's your bloodline," the old Kai suddenly exclaimed. "Ah." Lewis was momentarily taken aback. "What lineage?" "There exists a saying in the mortal realm, a single thought can turn one's hair white." The old Kai, with hands clasped behind his back, circled around Lewis. "The death of Ties must have profoundly impacted you, hence the pallor of your hair. Yet, the transformation of your pupils to a blood-red hue indicates that my initial assumption may be flawed. Thus, I pondered your condition in terms of dimensions. But your dimension remains unchanged, still residing within the divine realm. My conjecture is again mistaken." The old Kai paused, fixing an intense gaze upon Lewis. "Ultimately, I arrived at the conclusion concerning your bloodline. It is the blood of a Saiyan." Lewis was filled with bewilderment, pondering what relevance the Saiyan bloodline held. At that moment, gazing at Lewis, the old Kai's tone was one of incredulity. Your Saiyan bloodline has transcended. Luis wished to pose a question. The elder Kai continued, 2 months ago. Did you not transform into a Super Saiyan 3? The transformation into a Super Saiyan is a testament to the elevation of one's bloodline. In my observations, a Saiyan's power is profoundly influenced by their emotions. The greater the fury, the more formidable the strength that can be unleashed. It is even possible to shatter one's own constraints through anger, thus evolving into an entirely new Super Saiyan state. After extensive research, I have finally comprehended the underlying reasons for this phenomenon. In truth, the transformation into a Super Saiyan signifies the ascension of the Saiyan bloodline. Saiyans utilize rage as a catalyst, igniting the explosive potential of their lineage, propelling themselves beyond their limits. Presently, Luis's circumstances are undoubtedly similar. The demise of Ties has profoundly impacted him, enabling his ascension to Super Saiyan 3. However, the stimuli he has experienced extend beyond merely achieving Super Saiyan 3. His extreme wrath continues to elevate his bloodline. Super Saiyan 4. The elder Kai exclaimed with excitement, Luis, your bloodline surely possesses the potential to transcend into Super Saiyan 4. Luis's mouth gaped wide in astonishment. Super Saiyan 4? No, that can't be right. Shouldn't Super Saiyan 4 regain its sanity in the Golden Giant state and then achieve a breakthrough? This is incorrect. Silver hair. Could it be the legendary Super Saiyan 5? Luis gazed at his hands, his breath coming in rapid gasps. Can I transform into Super Saiyan 5? At that moment, the voice of the old Kai echoed in his mind. It turns out I have been mistaken all along. Previously, I declared your transformation into a Super Saiyan as a misguided path, but in this moment, I recognize my error. The old Kai lamented, observing Luis intently. Indeed, existence is justified. Everything naturally evolves toward perfection, especially humanity. Luis, your journey toward the Super Saiyan transformation is undoubtedly correct. Should you achieve Super Saiyan 4? I firmly believe that the shortcomings associated with the Super Saiyan form will vanish entirely. Luis regained his composure and shook his head. The old Kai was correct. Upon attaining the Super Saiyan 4 state, the overwhelming emotions, physical burdens, and immense energy consumption would all vanish. It could be said that Super Saiyan 4 represents a return to one's true essence. However, the old Kai was mistaken in another regard. It was not solely Super Saiyan 4 that Luis could transcend to, for his bloodline was likely evolving towards Super Saiyan 5. Chapter 132. The fusion technique of the Metamorans. If Luis could indeed transform into Super Saiyan 4, his strength would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Luis's power would equate to the strength of Universe 7. Now, Luis, what is your purpose for visiting the Kaioshin Realm? The old Kai suppressed his excitement, recalling that Luis had come here in search of a particular planet. Luis exhaled deeply, refraining from confiding in the old Kai regarding his current predicament. As for transforming into Super Saiyan 5, he sensed that he was not yet capable of achieving that feat. Nevertheless, he was certain that his bloodline was continually evolving, and he believed that there would come a day when he would ultimately break through. Luis, suppressing his excitement, inquired, might I ask, esteemed Elder Supreme Kai, do you possess knowledge of the planet Metamor? This was indeed the very purpose of his arrival in the Supreme Kai realm. He aimed to ensure the complete resurgence of the Saiyan race. Metamor? The Elder Supreme Kai stroked his chin, finding the name somewhat familiar, though unable to recall the reason for this familiarity at that moment. As he searched his mind for the location of this planet, it soon came to him. It resided within the Carl Galaxy, situated in the northern Milky Way. What is your interest in it? Just 2 months ago, did you not instruct Jebit to deliver 2 Patera earrings to those 2 individuals of your race? Luis recounted the incident of Bojack's invasion of the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Fusion technique. The Elder Supreme Kai's eyes widened in realization. He finally remembered why Metamor seemed so familiar. In the cosmos, determining the strongest race might prove challenging, but identifying the most unique race was undoubtedly the Metamorans. Long ago, this sector of the universe faced turmoil from the forces of the Dark Demon Realm. During a time when Beerus was still in slumber, as a mere Supreme Kai, he had no means to contend with the formidable beings from the Dark Demon Realm. Just as he found himself at a loss, the Metamorans stepped forth. The Metamorans imparted their fusion technique to 2 powerful warriors within the universe, who then fused to create an entirely new fighter. This warrior possessed terrifying strength, reaching the pinnacle of the first level of divine existence. However, Such power alone was insufficient to confront the might of the Dark Demon Realm's strongest. Nevertheless, the emergence of the fused warrior caught the attention of Beerus, awakening him from his slumber with the ruckus generated by their clash. Ultimately, the invading forces from the Dark Demon Realm were obliterated by Beerus's destructive energy, reduced to mere starlight. Do you wish to learn their fusion technique? The Elder Supreme Kai squinted and smiled. Your wisdom is unparalleled, esteemed Elder Supreme Kai. Lewis chuckled in response. The Elder Supreme Kai remarked, the Metamorans are indeed an extraordinary race, having developed a fusion technique that rivals the Patera earrings through mere mortal ingenuity. Our Patera earrings are limited in number, and should our seventh universe face another invasion from the Dark Demon Realm, especially in your and Beerus's absence, we would find ourselves in dire straits. The Elder Supreme Kai's expression turned grave. The notion of creating entirely new fusion warriors using the fusion technique is quite promising. Lewis gazed at the old Supreme Kai, who erupted into laughter. You wish to learn the fusion technique? I wholeheartedly approve. In fact, I eagerly hope that all you Scions master this art. Upon realizing Lewis's intent to acquire the fusion technique, the old Supreme Kai quickly discerned his motives. The Scion race has flourished remarkably, with each warrior exhibiting immense strength and an abundance of super Scions emerging. Utilizing the Patera earrings would scarcely yield a multitude of fusion warriors. However, the fusion technique is different. Once mastered, it allows for the creation of numerous fusion fighters. The prospect of such power invigorated him further. I shall now reveal to you the location of planet Metamor, for I wish to accompany you. Excellent. Upon discovering the location of the Metamor star, Lewis utilized instant transmission, vanishing from the spot alongside the Elder Supreme Kai. Astounded from a distance, Asin pondered the sudden disappearance of his ancestor. However, the absence of his ancestor implied that he was spared from transcribing the duties of the Supreme Kai 100 times. What a relief! As Lewis and the Elder Supreme Kai journeyed towards Metamor Star, on Earth, in the realm of the Celestial Realm, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Bardock, and King Vegeta found themselves gathered. Kakarot, you claim to have fused with Vegeta and transformed into an entirely new state, Bardock exclaimed, utterly astonished. 2 months prior, due to Chi-Chi's pregnancy requiring care, Bardock and Jine remained on Earth to look after her. Bardock did not partake in the battle at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Yet powerful energies continuously erupted from that direction. At that moment, Bardock felt the overwhelming force, his heart gripped by terror. Such power was beyond what mere mortals could unleash. Subsequently, a flash from the cosmos struck, resulting in an instantaneous explosion of Earth, followed by the destruction of the seventh universe. Bardock, Jine, and Chi-Chi perished. The Grand Minister employed time reversal, restoring the seventh universe, unbeknownst to Bardock and the others. Upon their return, Sun Wukong and Vegeta recounted their battle with Bojack, revealing that they had triumphed through the use of Patera earrings. Indeed, beyond the Super Saiyan state, there exist 3 additional forms: Super Saiyan Full Power, Super Saiyan 2, and finally, Super Saiyan 3. If you have doubts, feel free to inquire with Vegeta. Sun Wukong gestured towards Vegeta, prompting Bardock and King Vegeta to gaze at him. Under the intense scrutiny, Vegeta felt somewhat uncomfortable, maintaining a facade of indifference. It's merely the Super Saiyan 3 state. What's the fuss about? What is the fuss about? Bardock retorted, his lips twitching slightly. Even Sun Wukong appeared speechless. Sun Wukong interjected, Vegeta, can you transform into Super Saiyan 2 then? Stop the chatter. Vegeta snapped, his voice laced with insecurity, attempting to mask his embarrassment with a shout. The 3 exchanged exasperated glances, as if to say, are you trying to play coy? All right, let us consult Mr. Popo. He will surely guide us to achieve Super Saiyan 2. Chapter 133. The demon in the Celestial Temple. The Supreme Kai observed the lower realms from the edge of the Celestial Realm, with Mr. Popo following closely beside him. Simultaneously, a pitch-black eraser sat on the ground, playing with mud and sand. Sun Wukong and his companions were perplexed by the sudden appearance of this peculiar child in the Celestial Realm. The little fellow bore a striking resemblance in skin tone to Bobo, leading Sun Wukong to wonder if he might be a relative of Bobo. With a hint of curiosity, he and Vegeta approached Bobo, though Sun Wukong's gaze remained fixated on the child. As if sensing Wukong's stare, the child looked up, revealing a pair of gleaming white teeth in a pure and innocent smile, endearing him even further. What is the matter? Vegeta inquired. Noticing that Sun Wukong had come to a halt, Bardock and King Vegeta also turned their attention to him. Little one, are you related to Bobo? Sun Wukong disregarded the others as he crouched beside the child, gently ruffling his hair. Bobo, standing next to the deity, abruptly turned his head, witnessing Wukong's gesture. He swallowed hard, taken aback by his audacity. The deity's eyelids flickered in apprehension, having witnessed Bobo bring this child out from the realm of the god's graveyard. At that moment, the celestial realm fell eerily silent, the only sound being the rustling of leaves. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Sun Wukong sensed the gazes of Bobo and the deity upon him, glancing up briefly before lowering his head again. The child tilted his small head upwards, his eyes locking with Sun Wukong's clear gaze, profound and mesmerizing. A sudden jolt coursed through Wukong's mind, as if time itself had come to a standstill, plunging him into an abyss of darkness. Within this void, silence reigned, akin to an endless black vortex, threatening to ensnare him in its depths. Hello, I am Bobo's relative. The child suddenly grinned widely, his smile instantly pulling Sun Wukong back from the encroaching darkness. Meanwhile, Bobo felt a warmth spread through his heart upon hearing those words. Why you? Hello? Sun Wukong stared at the child as if he had seen a ghost, hastily withdrawing his hand from the child's head. What's wrong? Vegeta approached Wukong, having just noted his peculiar expression. Nothing, Wukong replied, shaking his head. He cast another glance at the enigmatic black eraser playing with the mud and sand. Truly, this child was strange. Nothing at all. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, also looking down at the child. His appearance was odd, yet the universe was filled with bizarre beings. This child seemed unremarkable by comparison. Mr. Bobo, may I inquire how we can transform into Super Saiyan 2? At this juncture, Sun Wukong and Bardock had reached Bobo, with Vegeta hastening to join them, eager not to miss any crucial information. Basic power, the degree of bloodline ascension, and finally, rage. Bobo cast a glance at the master of all magic, who was still playing with sand, and his lips twitched slightly in surprise that the master of all magic remained unperturbed. What could this mean? Sun Wukong and the others had long been aware of Bobo's remarkable abilities, particularly Sun Wukong himself. Since childhood, he had awaited the heavenly realm and had received Bobo's teachings multiple times, finding that Bobo could answer virtually any inquiry he posed. Vegeta, too, recognized Bobo's uniqueness. Having spent many years on Earth and having trained alongside Sun Wukong in the heavenly realm for several years, he perceived Bobo as akin to a seemingly ordinary monk, who, beneath a facade of simplicity, concealed profound prowess. Bobo's tailored instruction had significantly amplified Vegeta's strength and combat skills. What could basic strength, bloodline enhancement, and anger possibly signify? Bobo's words left Sun Wukong and the others in a state of perplexity. Mr. Bobo, what do those statements imply? Bardock inquired with curiosity. Bobo surveyed the group and replied nonchalantly, basic strength refers to your current standard power. Among the four of you, only Sun Wukong and Vegeta possessed the potential to transform into Super Saiyan 2. After the battle with Bojack, Sun Wukong's standard power had surged to 60 million, and following 2 months of refinement, it eventually reached 75 million. Vegeta's standard combat power also surpassed 70 million. With their current levels of strength, they were indeed capable of achieving the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Upon hearing Bobo's words, Sun Wukong and the others could not suppress their joy. We cannot. King Vegeta pointed to himself and then to Bardock. Following the battle with Cooler, Bardock's standard power had crossed the threshold of 4 million, and now he had further enhanced it by 2 million, ultimately achieving a combat power of 6 million. King Vegeta was spurred by Bardock's progress, rigorously training himself and advancing from 3 million to 5 million in combat power. Regrettably, like his son, he consistently lagged behind Bardock and his progeny. This is inadequate. Bobo's statement elicited a sigh from Bardock and his companion. At this moment, Sun Wukong hastily asked, what did bloodline and anger signify? The bloodline pertains to your Saiyan heritage. Bobo's explanation bore similarities to that of the old Kaioshin regarding Lewis and was even more detailed. Once Bobo concluded his discourse, Sun Wukong and the others grasped the essence of his words. To achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, basic strength, bloodline enhancement, and anger were all indispensable. Well, now that you comprehend how to transform, you may depart from the heavenly realm. I must observe the lower world with the Kai. Bobo cast a glance at Yuanma, who was playing with sand, and issued an eviction notice to Sun Wukong and his companions. Sun Wukong and the others were momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded in agreement. As they prepared to depart from the heavenly realm, Chuanma suddenly pointed at Sun Wukong and exclaimed, "Bobo, I want him to play with me." Sun Wukong was slightly startled and approached Chuanma, intending to pat the little one's head. However, recalling the earlier scene, he withdrew his hand. "Little brother, my son has just been born, and I must return to accompany my Chi-Chi and Gohan," he said, his clear eyes sparkling with warmth. 2 months prior, Chi-Chi had been 7 or 8 months pregnant, and just days ago, their son was finally born, named Son Gohan. At the very moment of Gohan's birth, Jiren, situated in the 11th universe, felt a sudden twitch in his eyelids, as if foreboding something ominous. "Then you must play with me next time." Chuanma extended his tiny hand. Sun Wukong smiled at the sight and bent down to grasp the child's hand, saying, "All right, come to the heavenly realm next time to play." This moment resembled the scene in the anime where Sun Wukong shook hands with the Omni King, only this time the Omni King had transformed into Chuanma. Chapter 134. Broly. After Sun Wukong and his companions departed, the heavenly realm was left with only the deity, Bobo, and Chuanma. The deity, perceiving the situation, promptly retreated to the temple, leaving Bobo and Chuanma outside. Bobo looked at Chuanma on the ground and timidly inquired, "Lord Chuanma, are you interested in Sun Wukong?" Chuanma, while playing with the sand, looked up with a grin and replied, "This little fellow is quite interesting. I want to play with him." Bobo chuckled, surprised that Sun Wukong could pique Lord Chuanma's interest. But it makes sense. Sun Wukong has a very innocent heart, and such individuals often possess an inexplicable charm that endears them to others. Chuanma simply smiled vacantly, remaining silent. Observing Chuanma's silly demeanor, Bobo felt a wave of exasperation. But with Chuanma's dark complexion, no one could discern his expression. "By the way, Lord Chuanma, that little fellow Lewis," Bobo began, but before he could finish, Chuanma's playful smile faded, and his expression turned serious. "Do not concern yourself with him. Let him play as he wishes. Perhaps he might even comprehend my dark power." Bobo was left astounded. Chuanma ignored Bobo's reaction and murmured to himself, if that is the case, aside from the miracle power, he would have gathered the light power, dark power, and time-space power. The sky was streaked with white beams of light, revealing Sun Wukong and his companions soaring through the heavens. Bardock turned to King Vegeta, inquiring about the state of their kin. He had not participated in the battle against Bojack, as he had been on Earth tending to Chi-Chi alongside Jine when King Vegeta was unexpectedly transported there by Vegeta. Upon his arrival, King Vegeta appeared disheveled, his garments tattered, and his body marred with injuries, even his tail cruelly severed. One could only imagine the ferocity of the clash with Bojack. Fortunately, after 2 months had elapsed, King Vegeta's tail had finally regrown. Everyone was faring well. Following that fierce battle, they had all committed themselves to rigorous training. It was likely that soon, Raditz, Bibidi, and Theodore would be able to transform into Super Saiyans. King Vegeta had requested Vegeta to take him back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, where he expressed his satisfaction with the state of the Saiyan race. Bardock clenched his fists, his gaze icy as he remarked, "I never expected there to be such formidable beings in the universe. Our Saiyan race is still far too weak." Bardock had long believed that the current Saiyans were strong, considering they had 5 Super Saiyans among them. Yet, the power exhibited by Bojack and his crew during their recent confrontation had nearly obliterated the entire Saiyan race, a testament to their might. These rogues, whose origins were unknown, emanated a sinister aura. Thankfully, Vegeta and Kakarot had merged to vanquish them. At that moment, King Vegeta turned to his son, Vegeta, who was flying beside him. "By the way, can you still merge with Kakarot?" he inquired. Vegeta shook his head in response. "No, it is no longer possible. Once our fusion time expired." That god attendant reclaimed the Patera earrings. "Without the earrings, Kakarot and I cannot fuse at all." Vegeta cast a glance at Sun Wukong, and truthfully, the thought of merging with this lower-class warrior who had always surpassed him was somewhat difficult for his proud heart to accept. Yet, the power they wielded together had allowed them to exchange blows with Lewis, a fact that was utterly intoxicating. "You want to try to reclaim them, will you?" King Vegeta's tone was tinged with regret. "Indeed, such exquisite earrings. Why didn't you seize them for yourselves?" Bardock echoed, displaying a pained expression. The two conversed as if they were bandits, intent on claiming whatever caught their fancy. Sun Wukong and his companion exchanged exasperated glances, their mouths twitching in silent disbelief. "Do you know the identity of that god attendant?" Bardock inquired. "What identity?" He is the attendant to the Supreme Kai. And who is the Supreme Kai? Is he more powerful than our Super Saiyans? King Vegeta and Bardock turned to face Vegeta. Vegeta, both amused and exasperated, replied, "Father, have you not always feared Lord Beerus? The Supreme Kai is under Lord Beerus's protection." King Vegeta and Bardock were momentarily frozen in place. The Supreme Kai, along with Goku and Vegeta under Beerus's protection, wondered if the two earrings were snatched away, would the Saiyan race survive? Goodness, that was nearly a hard blow. King Vegeta swallowed hard. Fortunately, you did not seize them. Otherwise, even Lewis would be unable to save us. Bardock patted his chest, letting out a sigh of relief. You acted wisely. We Saiyans have embraced righteousness and must refrain from stealing others' possessions. It was astonishing to witness the two bandit leaders back down. Ha! Observing their father's expression, Goku and his companions burst into laughter. All right, let us part ways here. I must return to my grandson. King Vegeta, be sure to train diligently, lest I and Kakarot surpass you in achieving Super Saiyan 2. Bardock chuckled mischievously, and with that, he swiftly took off with Goku towards the direction of Baozi Mountain. You get back here. King Vegeta and his son erupted with fury, their unleashed power causing the very heavens to tremble. Yet Bardock and his son had already flown far away. In the vastness of the cosmos, two beams of light streaked past, halting momentarily near a desolate planet. Lewis, this planet is deemed unsuitable. Destroy it. The two individuals were none other than the old Supreme Kai and Lewis, who had chosen not to utilize instant transmission on their journey to the planet Metamor. The old Supreme Kai intended to take advantage of this opportunity, urging Lewis to eradicate more of the unfit planets, lest he wander off aimlessly later on. Very well, Luis nodded, raising his hand to conjure a sphere of violet destructive energy aimed directly at the yellow celestial body before him. The sight of that star felt oddly familiar, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. Luis turned his head and inquired, "Esteemed old Kai, what is the name of this planet?" "It's called Vampa," came the reply. "What?" Luis widened his eyes, and the destructive energy in his hands vanished without a trace. "Goodness, I almost lost the warrior god of the Saiyan race. This old man is utterly unreliable." Fortunately, he inquired beforehand, "What's wrong?" Seeing Lewis retract his hands, the old Kai looked on with a perplexed expression. Lewis, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "Oh, great Elder Kai, you truly are reckless. Haven't you sensed the presence of two individuals within the planet?" When Lewis arrived in this world, he naturally would not overlook Broly. However, after becoming the candidate for the God of Destruction, he has been preoccupied with training and eradicating Katra, leaving him no time to seek out the legendary warrior of the Saiyan race. How could this be? This planet was created by me in the past, yet after all these years, it remains unchanged. As the old Kaioshin pondered, he suddenly gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "There truly are others." Chapter 135. Encounter with Broly. Within the old Kaioshin's perception, aside from some mindless monsters on the planet Wampa, there were indeed two human beings. In the realm of deities, humans referred to the sentient beings of the mortal world. The old Kaioshin furrowed his brow in confusion. How could this happen? Lewis gazed down at the planet below, a smile gracing his lips. "Old Kai, shall we descend and take a look?" In the realm of Dragon Ball, Broly appeared to be of the same age as Son Goku, and at this juncture, he had already reached adulthood. He was quite eager to witness the extent of the Saiyan warrior's growth. Excellent. The old Kai also harbored a flicker of curiosity regarding why there were two humans on planet Wampa. The two of them soared down towards the surface of Wampa. Within a cavern on Wampa, a robust man indulged in a monstrous egg when he suddenly noticed two streaks of light slicing through the sky outside the cave's entrance. Broly's clear eyes sparkled momentarily, and he dashed out with fervor. "Broly, where are you going?" Paragus, who was also feasting on a monster egg, hurriedly set down the eggshell and followed suit. Upon exiting the cave, he beheld two figures approaching from the horizon. With a thunderous roar, Paragus's body trembled, and he leapt up in excitement. "They're here. Ha ha ha. Finally, someone has arrived in this desolate place. King Vegeta, do you know how I have spent these past 20 years? King Vegeta, once I return, I shall ensure your demise." Tears of joy welled in Paragus's eyes as he half kneeled on the ground, gripping the sandy soil tightly, his tears cascading onto the yellow sand. When Broly was born, his battle power was a staggering 10,000, surpassing even that of Prince Vegeta. In a bid to preserve the royal family status, however, King Vegeta had the audacity to banish his prodigious son to the desolate Wampa on the fringes of the North Galaxy. The environment of Wampa was exceedingly harsh, characterized by endless yellow sands and relentless, catastrophic storms. Such conditions were hardly suitable for human existence. In a desperate attempt to retrieve Broly, Paragus commandeered a spaceship to Wampa, only for it to become damaged upon arrival. Stranded without a vessel, he realized he and Broly could not return to the stars. Yet, unbeknownst to Paragus, he had the means to return, as Lewis had once made a wish to the Eternal Dragon, granting the Saiyan race the ability to survive in the cosmos. However, how could Paragus possibly know this? He had endured over 20 years in the inhospitable conditions of Wampa, devoid of food and clean water. His hatred for King Vegeta had festered to an unbearable degree. Now, with the arrival of these individuals, it was evident that a spaceship must be nearby. The prospect of a ship meant that he and Broly could escape this wretched planet, as Paragus stammered in excitement. Broly had already ascended into the air, hurtling towards the two figures in the distance. In the skies above, Lewis and the old Kai had taken note of Broly's silhouette. Pausing in midair, a Saiyan, the old Kai's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to Lewis, inquiring, "How could your kin possibly be present on this planet?" Lewis shrugged his shoulders, feigning ignorance as he replied, "How would I know?" The elder Kai observed Lewis for a moment, then shook his head and turned his gaze towards Broly, who was approaching. He clicked his tongue in amazement, exclaiming, "This young man has managed to cultivate his power to such an extent while existing on this planet. How peculiar." At this moment, Broly's base power had already reached an astonishing 300 million battle power, enough to easily overpower Frieza, truly terrifying. Should he transform into the legendary Super Saiyan state, his power would amplify over 50-fold. Moreover, the magnitude of this amplification could increase endlessly with his raging emotions, until his body could no longer withstand it. Curiously, the elder Kai stroked his chin, noting the oddity of Broly's power. Why is his strength so overwhelmingly ferocious? I have not witnessed such ferocity in other Saiyans. In the elder Kai's eyes, Broly resembled a primordial giant ape, emanating a wild aura that was almost tangible. How could one not be ferocious? The corners of Lewis's mouth curled slightly. This was the legendary Super Saiyan. Approaching rapidly, Broly drew near, prompting the old Street King to inch closer to Lewis. For only by his side did he feel a semblance of security. With a resounding whoosh, a tempestuous aura surged forth as Broly materialized before the two. Scars adorned his face, and his physique was a veritable testament to strength, robust as a bull. It was Lewis's first encounter with the Saiyan warrior, Broly, who remarkably resembled his animated counterpart. In his calm state, he appeared no different from an ordinary person. Furthermore, Broly possessed immense power. Should he transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, he would be unmatched in the current universe. You are human," Broly said, his innocent smile betraying a slight stutter, as if he had not spoken in ages. The elder Kaioshin was momentarily taken aback, despite the ferocious aura emanating from this Saiyan. His gaze was remarkably pure, reminiscent of a child with an untainted heart. This particular expression was familiar to the elder Kaioshin, for he had only seen it once before, in Goku, who had previously battled against Bojack and his companions. "Your kin, he." The elder Kaioshin looked at Lewis with a puzzled expression. However, Lewis paid no heed to the elder Kaioshin's curiosity. He flew forward to stand before Broly and offered a gentle smile. "Hello, I am Lewis. What is your name?" I am Broly," he replied, his excitement palpable at being acknowledged by someone other than his father. Observing Broly's endearing demeanor, Lewis chuckled softly. The non-violent Broly was quite charming. "Broly, I am your kin. Would you allow me to take you away from this planet?" Lewis pointed to the tail at his waist, and then it began to thrash wildly behind him like a frenzied rope. "Are you performing acrobatics here?" the old Kai exclaimed, rolling his eyes. However, Broly became exhilarated. You have a tail too," he exclaimed, wildly waving his own tail. The sight of two grown men flailing their tails in midair was exceedingly bizarre. The old Kai could only look on in disbelief. Lewis tucked his tail and smiled at Broly, saying, "Shall I take you away from here?" Broly paused, bewildered. Why should we leave this place? He had never ventured beyond planet Wampa and remained oblivious to the world outside. The environment here was far too harsh, utterly uninhabitable for any being. Yet, I have managed to survive here all this time. Lewis gazed upon the vast, unending expanse of the desert floor, where sandstorms occasionally swept through the surroundings. Remarkably, Broly had managed to survive in such an environment for over 20 years. Lewis felt a twinge of compassion for the large figure before him and said, "There is a clean water source outside, abundant delicious food, and most importantly, your kin. Would you allow me to take you out? Delicious food? What constitutes delicious?" Broly scratched his head, utterly perplexed by the notion of something being appetizing. Nevertheless, the idea of delectable sustenance and the promise of pristine water intrigued him, suggesting a tantalizing experience. Broly swallowed hard, contemplating his response. At that moment, a whistling sound pierced the air, prompting Lewis to glance into the distance. "Lewis, it is my father. He is coming." After exchanging a few words with Lewis, Broly found himself speaking more fluently. Before long, Paragus approached Broly, his tone icy as he declared, "Boy, surrender the spaceship, and I may spare your life." The elder Kaioshin cast a sidelong glance at Lewis, astonished that this aged Saiyan dared to utter such words to a prospective god of destruction. Luis's gaze turned icy. "Ready to strike?" Broly cautiously interjected, "Father, he claims to be one of our kin." "Our kin?" Paragus was taken aback, shifting his gaze to Luis's waist, his tail. Paragus's pupils dilated in shock. "You are a Saiyan. The Saiyan race is ruled by King Vegeta. Now that a Saiyan has arrived on planet Vampa, could it be that King Vegeta intends to annihilate both him and Broly? King Vegeta, at this juncture, you still refuse to spare us." Paragus seethed with rage. His entire countenance contorted in fury, declaring, "But do you truly believe your people can vanquish us?" Chapter 136, The Unworthy Father, Paragus alone in the air. Paragus muttered to himself, his demeanor bizarre, akin to that of a madman. Observing this, old Kai questioned, "Luis, what has happened to him? Hatred has completely blinded his vision. He is beyond salvation." Luis spoke softly, yet he comprehended Paragus's sentiments. King Vegeta had once been excessively callous in his quest to secure his throne. He opted to exile Broly. Were he in Paragus's position, he too would harbor a profound animosity towards King Vegeta. What nonsense! The old Supreme Kai was oblivious to the underlying truths and could not grasp the essence of Luis's words. "Go to hell." Paragus suddenly ceased his frenzied shouting and launched an attack on Luis, unleashing an energy sphere from his hand. The white energy orb resembled a fierce wolf, charging ferociously towards Luis. Luis remained expressionless, and the ancient Supreme Kai beside him exhibited no signs of emotional disturbance. "How dare you send such rubbish, King Vegeta?" Paragus scoffed. While Luis and his companion maintained their calm demeanor, though in Paragus's eyes, they appeared utterly unresponsive. Indeed, the energy blast he hurled struck Luis with unwavering precision. A thunderous explosion echoed through the heavens, leaving only a cloud of smoke in its wake. "Luis!" Broly shouted, his heart heavy for the friend he had only just come to know. Why would his father seek to take Luis's life? Witnessing the demise of his newfound companion stirred a tempest of emotions within Broly. "Humph! Such worthless trash that cannot even react, and you dare to send him, King Vegeta." Paragus, oblivious to Broly's turmoil, felt a flicker of regret for having slain Luis, for he remained unaware of the fate of the spaceship. However, since Luis had appeared here, it implied that his vessel must still be hovering above planet Wampa. Little did he know, Luis and the old Kaioshin did not arrive here aboard a spaceship. Naturally, there would be no vessel of his on the planet Wampa. After Paragus had slain Luis and his companion, he turned to search for a spaceship. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the smoke, questioning, "Is this all the power you possess?" Paragus's body trembled violently. Upon hearing this, Broly's frenzied emotions dissipated in an instant. His eyes regaining clarity as he exclaimed, "Luis, you're alive. You think I could perish at the hands of such a weakling as your father?" A formidable force erupted from the thick smoke, dispersing it entirely, and Luis and his companion reappeared in the sky. Paragus's strength barely exceeded 10,000 battle points. Even if he remained stationary, allowing Paragus to strike him, he could not inflict even the slightest harm. How is this possible? Paragus's eyes widened in disbelief. His attack had clearly struck Luis, yet Luis bore no damage. "After 20 years, my power has reached 8,000 points. How could you survive my assault?" 8,000 battle points. Few within the Saiyan race can attain such a level. Even King Vegeta barely surpasses 10,000. Why? Paragus gazed at Luis with incredulity, his mind still anchored in the past, oblivious to the monumental evolution the Saiyans had undergone. With a heavy sigh, Paragus coldly remarked, "No wonder King Vegeta sent you. It seems you possess some merit. However, if I cannot defeat you, surely Broly can." He commanded Broly, "Seize him." I must extract the location of the spaceship. Broly, his expression fraught with anxiety, protested, Father, no. Lewis is my friend. Though he had only just met Lewis, he already regarded him as a companion. You're defying me. Paragus' countenance hardened. He retrieved a controller from his pocket. Upon seeing it, Broly's body quaked, a primal fear surging within him. Broly, apprehend him, quickly. Father, please. Broly cried out. You cannot ignore my pleas. A lesson must be taught. Paragus pressed a button on the controller. A crackling sound echoed against Broly's neck, causing his body to convulse violently as he let out a cry of agony. This is what you get for disregarding my words. Paragus' expression darkened as he beheld Lewis, perceiving him as a reflection of King Vegeta, and he immediately cranked the electric current to its maximum. Arcs of electricity danced between Broly's neck, 1,000,000 volts eroding both his body and spirit. Witnessing this, the old Kai furrowed his brow. Already aware that these two Saiyans before him were father and son. Why would Broly's father treat him this way? Lewis. The old Kai turned to Lewis. About to speak. Destruction. Lewis had raised his hand, uttering the two most merciless words in the universe. A surge of violet light surged toward Paragus, reducing him to mere ashes in an instant. Chapter 137, Broly's Fury. The old Kai, witnessing Paragus' destruction, exhibited no reaction. With an indifferent tone, he remarked, Is there not a saying among mortals that a tiger does not consume its own cub? Who would have imagined that a father and son could treat each other in such a manner? Lewis withdrew his hand and shook his head, saying, Oh, great old Kai. The notion that even the fiercest of beasts refrain from harming their offspring is but a myth. In this universe, it is the law of the jungle. Only the strong survive. Betrayal among kin for the sake of gain is all too common. The old Kai, momentarily at a loss for words, cast a glance at Lewis, both exasperated and amused, and replied, After all these years, do I still require your instruction, you impudent brat? With that, he playfully delivered a light smack to Lewis's head, much like one would do to a mischievous child. With a chuckle, Lewis did not shy away, allowing the old Kaioshin to tap on his head. For it was he who would not feel the pain. The old Kaioshin's power was insufficient even to trigger his immunity, let alone inflict discomfort. Indeed. Oh dear. Why is your skull so hard? It's excruciating. The old Kaioshin exclaimed. Are you interested in witnessing the might of my Saiyan lineage's warrior? What? Well, even if you lack interest, you cannot refuse. Lewis crossed his arms, gazing ahead at Broly. Upon hearing this, the old Kaioshin turned his attention forward as well. At that moment, Broly resembled a wild beast, roaring furiously, his emotions fluctuating dramatically, and an overwhelming aura continuously erupted around him. However, without Paragus' torment, the electric device around Broly's neck ceased to discharge electricity. Broly soared through the sky, gasping for breath, gradually calming his turbulent emotions. Observing this, the old Kaioshin looked back at Lewis. You claim this is your Saiyan warrior? Indeed. The strength of your Saiyan kind fluctuates with emotional upheaval. Just now, Broly's power did indeed surge somewhat, but to label him as your race's warrior seems a stretch. The old Kaioshin squinted, his gaze fixed on Broly, and continued. If he is the warrior of your kind, then what do you represent? Before he could finish, suddenly, Broly in the sky exhibited an unusual demeanor, fixating intently on the spot where Paragus had vanished. Silence. The atmosphere turned eerily still, akin to the calm before a storm. The old Kaioshin felt a tremor run through him as he sensed an exceedingly violent power surging within Broly. The energy erupting from Broly was more terrifying than that of Bojack. Broly. The old Kaioshin began, but Broly suddenly roared, Father. With a thunderous sound, Broly clenched his fists, his once clear and bright eyes now shrouded in a tempestuous hue. A vibrant green light burst forth. A pillar of emerald energy radiated from Broly, expanding outward. The sky dimmed instantly. With a crashing wave of power, Broly's hair transformed into a verdant green, the legendary Super Saiyan state. His normal combat power of 300 million surged 50-fold, reaching an astounding 15 billion. Yet, the death of Paragus consumed Broly entirely in a frenzy of emotions, and the multiplier of his power continued to escalate. Power amplified by 100 times, surpassing 30 billion. Power amplified by 105 times, exceeding 31.5 billion. A staggering increase of 300-fold in combat power, surpassing an astonishing 900 billion. How many years did Lewis toil in the God of Destruction's realm, achieving merely over 700 billion in his regular combat strength? Yet, Broly. merely due to the demise of his father, has eclipsed the might that Lewis once possessed. In an instant, the magnetic fields of heaven and earth became chaotic. The fabric of space trembled incessantly, and the entire planet of Wampa teetered on the brink of collapse, as if it were moments away from cataclysmic explosion. My goodness! The old Supreme Kai was taken aback, hastily seeking refuge behind Lewis. What manner of monster is this? It is utterly terrifying. This power eclipses even that of Mage and Bu from years past. No wonder Lewis would proclaim Broly as the warrior god of the Saiyan lineage. Haha. He has indeed transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan state. Truly, every Saiyan protagonist's kin is untouchable. Lewis watched as Broly transformed step by step, laughing heartily. Goku was the same. Bardock was the same. Broly was no exception. Even Lewis himself could not escape this law. You sly one. Did you orchestrate that Bardock incident as well? The old Kai said, standing behind Lewis in disbelief. No, I am merely looking out for them. Did you not see that by merely eliminating his father, Broly ascended to the Super Saiyan state? The old Kai rolled his eyes. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Broly ahead, his expression grave. No, something is amiss with this Broly's state. It is unlike the Super Saiyan transformations you all underwent. It appears that the power of his current form can increase limitlessly. It should be referred to as the Super Saiyan state. Upon hearing this, Lewis cast a glance at the old Kai behind him. The old man's insight remained as sharp as ever. This state of his. Lewis was about to explain, but upon seeing Broly charging toward him, he casually remarked, I will speak with you later. First, I shall engage in a little play with Broly. With that, Lewis enveloped the old Supreme Kai in a sphere of destructive energy, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a fourth-tier deity. Unless a being of God of destruction caliber intervened, the old Supreme Kai would be utterly secure within this energy shield. In the blink of an eye, Lewis had already positioned himself before Broly. Broly's hair transformed into a vibrant shade of grass green, and his muscles swelled significantly, resembling a colossal ape. In terms of combat power, Broly's strength had now reached an astonishing 90 billion, all without any formal training or combat experience. Let me witness the true strength of the legendary Super Saiyan. Lewis felt a surge of excitement. He clenched his fists and cautiously surged forward, hesitant to exert too much force, fearing that a moment's carelessness might result in Broly's demise. After all, following his previous reckless use of temporal erasure, he had brought himself to the brink of death. Lewis's usual strength had ascended from the pinnacle of the first layer of the divine realm to the second layer. Despite Broly currently possessing a staggering combat power of 90 billion, under the might of the second layer of the divine realm, Broly was little more than an insect. Chapter 138, The Ultimate Berserk State. Boom. Lewis's fist surged forth, causing the air to tremble ever so slightly. The frenzied Broly instinctively sensed the imminent peril, tightening his own fist and launching himself forward. The two colossal fists collided with a resounding boom. The force of the impact stirred the atmosphere, conjuring an unending tempest, with razor-like gusts of wind slicing through the surroundings. In the distance, the elder Kaioshin was fortunate to have Lewis's protection. Otherwise, these tempestuous blades could have torn him to shreds. Quite formidable indeed. Lewis gazed at Broly before him, applying a slight pressure to their colliding fists. Broly was immediately forced to retreat. A thunderous roar erupted from Broly, reminiscent of a great ape, as if he felt humiliated by the few steps he had involuntarily taken back. A vibrant green light erupted suddenly. In that moment, Broly appeared as a brilliant green orb, transforming the entire desert sky into an emerald hue. The ferocious power surged through the air, permeating the desert, causing it to erupt and revealing the planet's inner shell. Broly's strength surged once more, escalating from 90 billion to 100 billion. I couldn't believe it. Was it truly necessary for this young man to be so exaggerated? The corners of Luis's mouth twitched slightly as he merely nudged Broly backward. To his astonishment, the young man's strength had surged once again. Their fists still met in a clash. However, no matter how dramatically Broly's power increased, it posed no threat to Luis whatsoever. Yet, Lewis retracted a significant portion of his power, ensuring that he appeared weaker than Broly. Otherwise, it would have been rather unfair to him. Boom. As Luis regained a portion of his strength, Broly swiftly repelled him. Lewis descended like a cannonball, striking fiercely upon the hardened crust of my planet. With a resounding boom, the crust shattered instantaneously, unleashing a torrent of molten lava that surged skyward, accompanied by the acrid scent of sulfur. A roar erupted from Broly as he transformed into a vibrant green beam, slicing through the sky towards Lewis amidst the lava. The clash resounded with echoes of explosive force as the two engaged in combat within the molten depths, causing the lava to churn violently. In that fleeting moment, the entire desert transformed into a sea of lava. The old Supreme Kai observed this with an involuntary twitch of his lips. Was this an attempt to obliterate the planet? However, this celestial body was inherently flawed, and its destruction posed no significant concern. Suddenly, two figures erupted from the lava, with Broly unleashing a series of ferocious roars as he and Lewis battled from the heavens to the earth. In an instant, the sky was filled with their ethereal silhouettes, accompanied by the cataclysmic sounds of their collisions, the resulting power sweeping across the planet, causing it to tremble incessantly. With a thunderous impact, the two collided and then separated. Broly let out a furious roar, raising his hands high as a vibrant green energy sphere materialized before him. He aimed to hurl it towards Lewis. Yet Lewis instantaneously appeared behind him, delivering a powerful kick. The force of the strike reverberated against Broly's back, causing the green energy in his hands to dissipate abruptly, as he hunched over, emitting a heart-wrenching cry. However, enduring immense agony, Broly's body suddenly straightened, and he pivoted to concentrate energy, forcefully launching it at Lewis. The ground shook with a tremendous roar. Lewiston was shrouded in smoke. Broly soared into the sky, relentlessly hurling emerald energy orbs from his hands. The Prince's Technique. In a fit of madness, Broly unexpectedly employed the Prince's Technique. Boom, boom. The position of Lewis was incessantly bombarded. At this moment, the planet Wampa was on the verge of collapse. Crack. The core of the star could not withstand the impact of 100 billion combat power, instantly splitting in two, followed by a flash of fire erupting from within. Boom. The heavens and the earth were annihilated, and Wampa exploded in an instant, transforming into cosmic dust. What manner of beast is this? In the vast expanse of the cosmos, the old Kai was taken aback. His concern did not stem from the fear that Lewis would be vanquished by Broly. He discerned at a glance that Lewis was merely holding back. Yet, even so, Broly would not stand a chance against Lewis. This was beyond doubt. The reason for the old Kai's astonishment lay in the fact that Broly was continuously growing stronger during the battle. His growth encompassed power, speed, reflexes, combat skills, and battle experience. Previously, Broly was merely a weakling in combat, but now he could be regarded as a seasoned warrior. Indeed, he was a veritable god of war. As the old Kai was reeling from shock, the cloud of smoke in the starry sky suddenly dispersed, and Lewis re-emerged within Broly's line of sight. At this moment, Lewis bore no injuries whatsoever. Even his God of Destruction attire remained unscathed. Truly, Broly is remarkable. Lewis laughed heartily. Although Broly's power was still inferior to his own, the exhilaration of clashing with a warrior from the Saiyan lineage was undeniable. Roar. Upon witnessing Lewis's reappearance, Broly was incensed to find him completely unscathed. Boom. Broly's pale eyes instantaneously transformed into a vivid shade of green, plunging him into a state of unrestrained fury. The cataclysmic force surged forth from Broly once more, escalating his combat power from 100 billion to an astounding 200 billion. In that very moment, even Beerus, the god of destruction, sensed this overwhelming power. Whis, quickly investigate this phenomenon, exclaimed Lord Beerus. Look, Whis responded, as he brandished his staff to project the scene of Broly's furious transformation within the god of destruction's palace. Nearby, Tais gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Lord Beerus. Lewis is also present. He is unharmed. Relieved, Beerus initially feared that dark forces from the demon realm were at play. Lord Beerus, this Saiyan's power is nearing the first tier of divine realms. Whis observed, furrowing his brow. Which Saiyan? Beerus inquired, only to quickly notice the tail behind Broly, startling him. Goodness. Aside from that fusion warrior, when did another Saiyan of such caliber emerge? Prophetic fish, come forth. The prophetic fish, roused from its slumber in a corner, hastily swam to Beerus's side, asking, Lord Beerus, what is the matter? Is he my formidable adversary? Formidable adversary? You mean that Super Saiyan God? The prophetic fish scrutinized Broly for a moment before shaking its head. It is not him. He bears no resemblance to the figure in my mind. Chapter 139. Reviving Paragus. If he is not that so-called Super Saiyan God, how can he possess such strength? Beerus mused. observing that Broly's power was perilously close to the first tier of divine realms. Suddenly, Lord Beerus, look! Whis exclaimed, a hint of surprise in his voice. This Saiyan battling Lewis is rapidly grasping combat techniques, and his strength is burgeoning. In the projection, Broly, in his state of extreme fury, was nearing the power of the first tier of the divine realm. Soon, he charged toward Lewis, engaging him in a fierce contest. It is evident that Luis is also deliberately holding back. In the face of Broly's assault, he consistently maintains his strength just beneath that of Broly. Lewis adeptly countered each move, not immediately overpowering Broly, but seemingly guiding him step by step, instructing Broly on the art of combat. Broly's rate of growth was indeed astonishing. He had surpassed the limits of mortal strength and was on the brink of ascending to the first tier of divine might. Initially, Broly struggled to react. But as Lewis continued his guidance, his reflexes sharpened significantly. It was evident that this individual had lost his rationality, raising questions in Beerus's mind about the source of his relentless growth. However, his astonishment was primarily directed at Broly, as he realized that aside from Goku and Vegeta, there existed such formidable talent within Universe 7. Lord Beerus, this young man's potential is quite remarkable. Would you consider making him your candidate for the position of destroyer? Whis remarked with a teasing glint in his eye. Whis, are you attempting to sow discord between Lewis and me? Beerus replied with a dismissive roll of his eyes. Not even 100 Brolys could compare to my Lewis. The light-hearted banter between master and attendant elicited a melodious laugh from Tais, who then turned her gaze back to the projection. Lewis, with his crimson pupils and silver hair, was undeniably striking. Tais couldn't help but lick her lips, recalling that Lewis had mentioned wanting to taste her, yet he had dashed off before he could do so. How infuriating. She patted her flushed cheeks, attempting to regain her composure. How ridiculous. I can't calm down at all. The original location of the Wampus Star. As Luis and Broly clashed, Luis adeptly guided him, and the two engaged in their fierce battle deep within the cosmos. The immense power they unleashed caused the very fabric of the starry sky to tremble, shattering countless celestial bodies into fragments along their path. Truly, Broly is deserving of his formidable reputation. Lewis intercepted Broly's punch with a smile, declaring, let us leave it at that for now. Broly had become quite adept at combat, and there was no need for further guidance. Allow me to unveil the angelic technique, the perfect freedom of the ultimate realm. This technique was a reward Lewis had received during his time in a future dimension, and this marked its inaugural use. As his words echoed, a silvery radiance enveloped Lewis, cascading around him like a torrent of steam, sweeping across the surroundings. In an instant, the entire cosmos was illuminated by the brilliance emanating from Lewis. This breathtaking spectacle mirrored the climactic explosion of Son Goku in the realm of nothingness from an animated series. Though Broly's punch was thwarted, he was taken aback by Lewis's transformation. Just as he contemplated launching another assault, he realized Lewis had vanished without a trace. Roaring in a frenzy, Broly searched desperately for Lewis's presence. Suddenly, the silvery cosmos was filled with countless reflections of Lewis, each one appearing strikingly real. Every manifestation of Lewis exuded an ethereal quality, free-spirited, unrestrained, and entirely natural. Then, in a dramatic movement, each Lewis, like a silver blade, surged towards the central figure of Broly, resembling a multitude of swords converging upon their target. Impact. The face struck. The abdomen hit. The legs assaulted. Ah! Broly cried out, unable to evade the onslaught. The reflexes he had developed under Lewis's tutelage were rendered futile in this moment. In the span of a second, Broly was transformed into a battered visage, succumbing to primal fear despite his loss of reason. Perhaps a brief slumber is in order. Lewis appeared behind Broly, raising his hand, fingers together, transforming it into a blade-like gesture, and gently struck the back of Broly's head. Instantly, Broly fell into unconsciousness, his ferocious aura gradually dissipating, and the power nearing the divine realm slowly faded away. Luis caught Broly and brought him back to the Elder Kai. You reckless child. I permitted you to devastate planet Vampa, but I did not authorize you to annihilate other viable planets. The Elder Kai gazed upon the chaotic expanse of the cosmos, momentarily rendered speechless. Ha ha ha, my apologies. I shall restore them at once. Lewis presented Broly to the old Kai, and then he soared ahead. Just as Lewis emerged from the perfected Ultra Instinct state, an unprecedented surge of power erupted from within him. His eyebrows vanished. His silver hair transformed into a radiant gold. He entered the Super Saiyan 3 state. His strength ascended to the 4th tier of divine realms. Time rewound. Luis employed the power of time to safeguard the 2 ancient Kaioshins, subsequently releasing the temporal energy into the vast cosmos. A miracle unfolded. The shattered planets were restored. Even the planet Wampa was rejuvenated. This young man is truly formidable. The old Kaioshin supported Broly, utterly astounded by Luis's remarkable feat previously. After the battle between Vegeta and Bojack, Luis had also utilized this technique to reverse time. However, that was witnessed through a crystal ball. Whereas the scene before him was an eye-opening spectacle, the magnitude of which defies verbal expression. Luis returned to the old Kai's side, bringing him and Broly back to planet Vampa. As soon as they arrived, a figure soared across the horizon. Paragus, who had been previously vanquished by Luis, was restored by him. As he approached, ready to demand the return of his ship, Luis swiftly rendered him unconscious before he could utter a word. Luis allowed Paragus to tumble down into the desert, reasoning that the sandy terrain would cushion his fall and spare him from harm. I thought you had truly obliterated this fellow. To my surprise, you managed to restore him. The old Kai chuckled as he returned Broly to Luis. Haha, I have encountered one of his kind and dismantled him, but I have no desire to incur the wrath of my Saiyan race's god of war. Luis cast a glance at the unconscious Broly. In the absence of his furious demeanor, Broly resembled Goku, exhibiting a striking innocence and a profound concern for his loved ones. Paragus, despite being his biological father and subjecting him to relentless torment and exploitation, was still someone Broly could not bear to see perish. This sentiment mirrors the portrayal of Broly in the Dragon Ball Super Broly film. Alas, Luis sighed, contemplating the necessity of resolving the issue with Paragus if he wished to reintegrate Broly into the Saiyan lineage. Eliminating Paragus was not an option. Such an act would undoubtedly breed resentment in Broly, thereby thwarting any hope of him becoming the warrior god of the Saiyan race. What to do? Chapter 140. How to address Broly's fury. After a moment of reflection, Luis shook his head. The only course of action left was to continue his exile. Given Paragus's animosity towards King Vegeta, his return to the Saiyan clan would surely lead to unrest. It would be wiser to maintain his exile, perhaps relocating him to a more hospitable planet. Having devised a plan to deal with Paragus, Luis turned to the Elder Kaioshin. Elder Kaioshin, can you discern Broly's condition? The Elder Kaioshin retorted with irritation. Are you attempting to test my perception? How audacious. Humph. With a slight lift of his chin, the Elder Kaioshin declared with pride. Do you truly believe I am as inept as that novice Asin? If I were incapable of understanding Broly's situation after all these years, it would be a disservice to my existence. Luis, is it truly appropriate to liken oneself to a dog? The ancient Kaioshin gazed intently at the unconscious Broly, his expression earnest as he remarked, Broly's condition is fundamentally different from that of you Saiyans. In what way is it different? Luis smiled. He was rather curious to see what the old Kaioshin would articulate. The Saiyans at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, including yourself. The old Kaioshin cast a glance at Luis and remarked, your bloodlines are all evolving towards a new direction. The higher the degree of bloodline evolution, the lesser the impact of rageful emotions upon you. Luis nodded, acknowledging the old Kai's astute observation, which indeed resonated with the characteristics of Super Saiyan 4. As for the legendary Super Saiyan 5, he remained uncertain for the time being. And what of Broly? The old Kai spoke with profound significance. His lineage is a return to ancestry. While the bloodlines of other Saiyans elevate to a point where they become increasingly impervious to feral emotions, Broly is an exception. He becomes ever more susceptible to the ravages of his own fury, ultimately transforming into a completely unhinged beast. Am I correct? The old Kai lifted his chin, exuding a sense of pride. Hiss. Luis inhaled sharply, fully aware of the remarkable perceptiveness of the old Kai. However, he could scarcely believe that the elder's insight was so astute. Indeed, the old Kai's observations were accurate. Broly, he is the fabled Super Saiyan with a lineage that emerges only once every millennium, a rare ancestral trait. A Saiyan possessing such a constitution experiences an innate surge in power without the need for training. Once he enters a frenzied state, he loses all semblance of reason, becoming a bloodthirsty warrior. Esteemed old Kai, since you have discerned the issue with Broly, do you possess a solution? Luis refers to the issue of Broly easily entering a berserk state. There are indeed numerous ways to address Broly's predicament. Luis was momentarily taken aback. He had once contemplated the possibility of retrieving Broly, and he had also devised a potential solution to Broly's uncontrollable fury. The answer lay in the use of the Dragon Balls. Now, the elder Kaioshin had audaciously claimed that there were numerous methods to address this issue, which seemed implausible. Broly's propensity for succumbing to rage was fundamentally rooted in the volatile factors of his bloodline, ultimately revealing a deficiency in his mental fortitude. Rather than explicitly divulging his methods, the elder Kaioshin elucidated the underlying reasons for Broly's susceptibility to such violent states. With a sigh, the elder Kaioshin remarked, "If Broly could master his raging emotions, your Saiyan clan would indeed witness the emergence of an invincible warrior." Luis rolled his eyes, clearly aware of this. It is well known that even the Super Saiyan Blue Goku in the movie is no match for Broly in his ultimate berserker state. You must have considered the method of seeking the Dragon Balls as well, right? Luis nodded. The old Kai, stroking his chin, remarked lightly, "Eliminating Broly's rage through the Dragon Balls is, in truth, not advisable. His fury is an intrinsic aspect of his nature. Should we strip him of this rage, Broly would be rendered powerless. Esteemed old Kai, we could summon Shenron." Before Luis could finish his words, the old Kai interrupted him. "You must be thinking of wishing upon the dragon to enhance Broly's mental strength, enabling him to manage his berserk emotions effectively. Am I correct?" Luis fell silent, taken aback that the old Kaioshin had discerned his innermost thoughts. The old Kaioshin shook his head, stating that wishing for Broly's mental prowess to become formidable was an unrealistic desire. Oh, Luis was momentarily taken aback, then a thought struck him. The desire to enhance Broly's mental prowess was akin to wishing for someone to become stronger. Luis was aware that the dragon could not bestow strength upon an individual. The old Kaioshin then interjected, "Since the dragon cannot amplify Broly's mental strength, we can instead guide him to cultivate his own mental fortitude. But how shall we proceed? Have you forgotten about the spirit fruit?" Ah, indeed. Luis was filled with excitement. The spirit fruit, the most common fruit in the divine realm, has the remarkable ability to enhance an individual's strength and prolong their lifespan. Furthermore, it can also augment one's mental prowess, as evidenced by the very name it bears. Chapter 141. Taking you to confront the Kakarot family. Just as Luis was reveling in his exhilaration, Broly awoke. He slowly opened his eyes, murmuring the word father repeatedly. Has he awakened? Luis released Broly, allowing him to hover in the air, and remarked with a smile, "How do you feel now?" The previously terrifying power of Broly had dissipated, and as he regained his composure, he observed that his normal state strength had increased more than tenfold. This indicated that Broly's regular combat power had surpassed 3 billion. "You killed my father," Broly exclaimed, suddenly recalling the event. He fixed a fierce gaze upon Luis, and his chaotic aura erupted once more. With a thunderous roar, it was as if a colossal crimson primal ape had descended upon the world. Broly's tangible rage caused the very fabric of space to warp slightly. The old Supreme Kai swallowed hard, pondering the magnitude of this being's potential should he learn to harness his ferocious emotions. Ultimately, he could transcend to the first tier of divine power through mere mortal strength. No, it must be far more than that. The old Supreme Kai found himself utterly unable to fathom the future of this monster. It was simply beyond his comprehension. "I did not slay your father. If you do not believe me, just look at the man in the desert." Luis gazed at the nearly frenzied Broly and then gestured toward the desert below. A flicker of clarity crossed Broly's pale eyes as he followed Luis's, discovering an aged figure lying upon the sands. It was Paragus. My father is not dead." Broly's pallid gaze gradually regained a semblance of reason, and he turned sharply to Luis. "I distinctly witnessed you slay my father." "I intended to end his life," Luis replied. "Such a man is unworthy of being your father. He has perpetually manipulated you, and you ought to comprehend this clearly." Luis pointed at the green fur around Broly's waist and remarked gently, "Isn't this the ear of your dear friend?" Broly's pupils constricted sharply. It was astonishing that Luis knew the origin of the green fur adorning him. He gazed down at it, stroking the texture, realizing it belonged to Little Ba, a green creature from the planet Wampa that had accompanied him in his training since childhood. In his early years, his father, in an attempt to ensure his rigorous training, had severed Little Ba's ear, an act that had turned them into bitter enemies thereafter. "How could you possibly know?" Broly inquired, his voice laden with disbelief. "It matters not how I know," Luis replied. "What truly holds significance is that you are my kin. I wish to take you away from Wampa. Would you be willing?" Noticing Broly's silence, Luis continued, The environment on Wampa is exceedingly harsh, utterly unsuitable for human survival. Beyond this place lies an abundance of delectable food and an endless supply of pristine water. Luis reiterated his previous words, and to be honest, he genuinely felt a twinge of sympathy for the formidable Broly. In his early years, Broly was cast away by King Vegeta to a planet of exceedingly harsh conditions, where sustenance and water were but distant dreams. The only companions he had were endless stretches of yellow sand and violent storms, while his father relentlessly exploited him. This imposing figure truly elicited a sigh of pity. Luis let out a deep sigh. Meanwhile, Broly once again heard mention of delectable food and pristine water sources. However, having grown up on planet Vampa, he had but one friend, and that friend was a peculiar monster. As for what Luis spoke of, he had no comprehension whatsoever. Was that green monster egg liquid truly delicious? And what was meant by a clean water source? Was it the green liquid that Little Ba used for her baths? Broly recalled that the substance from Little Ba's bath was often accompanied by swirling green vapors. He had once tasted a bit of it, but he could not articulate the flavor. Afterward, he had felt weak for a fortnight. Even the legendary Saiyan physique struggled to withstand it, which was telling. Surely, you must also recognize how easily you lose your sanity. That frenzied state may grant you boundless power, yet devoid of reason. You become nothing more than a monster fixated on slaughter. Luis gazed at Broly and spoke. I can easily find a way to quell your ferocity. Will you accompany me? In truth, Luis could have taken Broly by force, yet he preferred not to impose upon him. If Broly chose not to follow, Luis would simply regard his visit to planet Vampa as a fleeting moment lost. It was merely a pity that he could not return with the warrior of the Saiyan race. Broly lowered his head, his gaze fixed upon Paragus lying in the desert. Remaining silent, he was truly reluctant. Luis furrowed his brow, undeterred, and said, Allow me to take you away. Outside, there are Kakarot, Vegeta, and your other kin. Once you step out, you will surely forge friendships with them. Moreover, you are the legendary Super Saiyan. Planet Vampa cannot accommodate you, while the world beyond awaits your grand display of prowess. Luis had not finished speaking. A flicker of inexplicable rage passed through Broly's eyes as his chest began to heave. Kakarot. Kakarot. Broly clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, emitting a beastly roar. Witnessing this, the old Kai looked on in bewilderment and inquired, What has come over him? Luis's eyes sparkled with excitement as he disregarded the old Kaioshin and continued. Don't you want to take a swing at that Kakarot fellow? If you were to join me, you could surely make him eat dirt. When it comes to those Broly holds dear, aside from Paragus, there is indeed another, Son Goku. Born on the same day, the two infants were placed in the same nursery, their incubation pods even connected. Each time Broly's overwhelming power frightened Goku, he would wail inconsolably. It was this very cry that etched Goku's image indelibly in Broly's memory. Luis grinned widely, contemplating the possibility of using Sun Wukong to lure Broly away from planet Vampa. Broly, you must loathe Kakarot, don't you? How about we venture out and give him a good beating? He suggested. Moreover, Kakarot's father bears an uncanny resemblance to him. You could strike down two foes at once. If that fails, just wait until Goten is born, and you might even have the opportunity to thrash three of them. The Sun Wukong family interjected. Luis, you are so self-righteous. You think you are remarkable. Broly continuously muttered Sun Wukong's Saiyan name, his expression twisted with fury. Yet his rationality remained intact. His countenance revealed his struggle to suppress his violent emotions. And what about my father? Upon hearing this, Luis felt a surge of joy, finally. Broly was willing to accompany him. Goodness, had he known Kakarot's name held such power, he wouldn't have had to plead so fervently. What a miscalculation. Chapter 142. Broly's transformation. Luis hastily remarked, You should be aware of how your father treats you. I will take him to a planet conducive to survival, and you may visit him whenever you wish. The implication was clear. He would not return Paragus to their clan. Very well, I will accompany you. Broly nodded in agreement. After deciding to follow Luis, the tumultuous emotions in his mind began to gradually subside. Primarily, the mere mention of the name Kakarot ignited within him a desire to confront that individual. Luis expressed his delight at the thought of being able to confront Kakarot's entire family, which struck him as rather peculiar. As for the implications of Luis's words, he found himself utterly perplexed. However, Luis mentioned the possibility of providing his father with a different planet to reside on. This was indeed a splendid idea. Moreover, he would have the opportunity to visit his father whenever he wished. Very well, Let us first find a suitable planet for your father's habitation. Luis gazed at the old Kai. The old Kai nodded, equally pleased that Luis could bring this creature back. He swiftly identified a planet suitable for human habitation. Upon receiving the location, Luis departed from planet Vampa, accompanied by the old Kai, Broly, and Paragus. However, an incident occurred as they were leaving. Initially, the old Kai had requested Luis to destroy planet Vampa before their departure, but Luis insisted on preserving it. Despite its harsh environment and classification as an unfit planet, it remained Broly's home. After all, Luis intended to leave Broly's home intact, lest Broly find himself longing for a place to return to in the future. Upon hearing Luis's words, an unfamiliar warmth surged within Broly. He found it difficult to articulate this sensation, yet it enveloped him in a comforting embrace. Perhaps accompanying Luis was indeed the right choice. As time elapsed, 7 days slipped by. Suddenly, 3 figures emerged in the Karl galaxy. It was the Grand Kaioshin, indicating that the pale blue planet ahead was none other than Metamor. The trio was none other than Luis and his companions. During these past 7 days, Luis had taken Paragus to a planet suitable for human habitation. After exiling Paragus, Luis departed from that planet. To prevent Paragus from escaping, he learned a sealing technique from the old Kai, ultimately sealing the planet much like Beerus had sealed the old Kai. Subsequently, Luis traversed through and obliterated substandard planets until he arrived near the planet Metamor today. Does that planet possess the secret technique to control my raging emotions? Broly inquired. 7 days had passed, and Broly now spoke fluently, shedding the stammering demeanor of before. Perhaps it does. Even if it doesn't, Wish surely possesses something. Luis replied with a smile, observing Broly. What is the world outside like? Remarkable, Broly conveyed succinctly. During these 7 days, he was initially awestruck by the resplendent starry sky, realizing that the world was not solely comprised of yellow sands and storms. Recalling the desolate planet of Wampa, it was no wonder Luis had deemed it unfit for habitation. Entering the cosmos marked the beginning of his new life journey, during which countless events would continually reshape his worldview. Luis spoke of the numerous delightful delicacies and the endless supply of pristine water that lay beyond. Initially, he could not comprehend the meaning of these words until he personally savored the exquisite cuisine and pure water that Luis provided. Broly still recalls the astonishment that graced his countenance. The experience of tasting such delectable fare was one he would cherish for a lifetime. Come now. Once you have mastered your tempestuous emotions, I shall take you to confront Kakarot. Luis was indifferent to Broly's succinctness, as this behemoth had never been one for conversation. Given his nature, his current demeanor was quite commendable. Observing this, the elder Kaioshin eagerly anticipated that Broly, this extraordinary being, would manage to master his emotions. If so, it would be an arduous task for the 7th universe not to flourish. Luis soared towards the direction of Metamor Star, a celestial body that appeared a gentle azure from afar, adorned with numerous rivers, vast oceans, and lush forests, resembling the environment of Earth. Xiaobai, unaware of the true nature of Metamor Star, indulged in his own imagination. The realm of destruction. A month had elapsed since the fierce battle between Luis and Broly. On this day, a figure emerged against the sky, characterized by blood-red eyes and silver hair. Taze, seated by the lakeside and engrossed in her writing, caught sight of this figure and exclaimed with delight, "Luis, how wonderful to see you again. I missed you. I returned because I longed for you." Suddenly, Luis appeared beside Taze, enveloping her in his embrace. I have missed you too. Taze wrapped her arms around Luis's waist, burying her head against his chest. All right, enough with the teasing. Weren't you engaged in battle with another Saiyan? How is it that you have returned? So you are aware, are you? Of course, that hulking giant possesses immense power. Even the aura he exuded reached the realm of the god of destruction. I see. That formidable giant is named Broly. Luis held Taze tightly, softly whispering in her ear to elucidate Broly's identity, to help him master his emotions. I took him to the planet Metamor. Coincidentally, I also intended to learn a wondrous technique there. After hearing this, Tai inquired, is there truly a secret technique on Metamor that can control emotions? Indeed, there is. Luis smiled as he arrived at the planet Metamor, where he discovered the true nature of its inhabitants. The Metamorians hold martial arts in high esteem, with training halls visible in every corner, embodying a society where nearly everyone is a warrior. Their realm boasts a multitude of secret techniques, all developed by the formidable warriors of Metamor throughout the ages, including remarkable practices such as fusion arts and spiritual rebirth. Even the old Kai could not help but marvel at the profound wisdom of the Metamorians, though he noted with some regret that their combat prowess was somewhat lacking. Chapter 143, The Birth of a Child with Thais relieving again. Just as you promised me before? It has been a month, Thais exclaimed, her heart racing as she looked up. Lewis gazed down at Thais with a hint of perplexity. What have I promised you? You are deceiving me. Thais, flustered and indignant, could only bury her head in Lewis's embrace, inhaling his masculine scent. Her heart fluttered uncontrollably, and her fair visage flushed a deep crimson. This fellow had claimed he would claim her, yet after their dinner gathering a month ago, he had vanished. Thais couldn't help but recall that Kiki had already given birth to Gohan, while she had been with Lewis for so long. Yet her own belly remained entirely still. A surge of irritation welled up within her. What have I deceived you about? Pray, enlighten me. Lewis's eyes flickered as a thought swiftly crossed his mind. He gently cupped Thais's delicate face and smiled. How could I know what I did wrong if you don't tell me, you naughty one? You know. Thais met his gaze, pouting her little lips, blushing with indignation. Ha. Lewis lowered his head and gently kissed Thais's rosy lips, embracing her tightly. His dear sister Thais was simply adorable, as they held each other. Thais' soft voice broke the silence. Lewis, we have been together for such a long time, yet my belly remains still, while Chi-Chi, who has only been with Goku for less than a year, is already expecting. Now that Gohan has been born, I find myself wondering if I am of no value. With her head bowed, Thais tenderly caressed her abdomen. Years ago, when Lewis took son Wukong to planet Yardrat to learn instant transmission, Chi-Chi had come to visit her home. Upon son Wukong's return from Yardrat, he and Chi-Chi married without delay. Shortly thereafter, son Wukong and the three Saiyans faced off against Gula. After they triumphed over Gula, Lewis ventured into other universes to seek new challenges, the Bojack incident, the arrival of the 5 demon gods. Yet now, Chi-Chi and son Wukong have barely been together for 2 years, and within this brief span, Chi-Chi has given birth to Gohan, leaving Thais filled with envy. Does my sister Thais prefer boys or girls? Lewis playfully ruffled her hair, smiling. Thais was taken aback, looking up at Lewis with confusion. What do boys and girls have to do with what I was saying about having children? You. Thais exclaimed in surprise. You want to have a child with me? Thais, please refrain from uttering such wild words. It's quite embarrassing. Nonsense. I have waited for you for so long. I want to have a child with you. Quickly. Let us have a baby, right now? Lewis held Thais in his arms, his face radiating with a blissful smile. It has been over 20 years since he arrived in the Dragon Ball world. And if one were to account for the time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, that duration extends even further. Regarding the matter of parenthood, he has always believed in letting nature take its course, never overly pursuing it. Having traversed into the Dragon Ball universe, acquiring a system, becoming a Saiyan, and marrying Thais, to be honest, he still feels as though he is living a dream. It is only now, as Thais expresses her desire to have a child that embodies their love, that he realizes everything is indeed real. A child, perhaps? Lewis gazed at Thais in his arms, a peculiar sensation welling up within him. Is he truly approaching the age of fatherhood? Hurry, Lewis. Have a child. Give birth. Give birth now. Lewis laughed heartily as he embraced Thais and vanished without a trace. Soon, a melodious symphony echoed within a chamber of the god of destruction. A month passed. Lewis, supporting his weary back, emerged from the room. At that moment, his complexion was slightly pale, and his legs trembled ever so slightly. Sister Thais, I shall first impart the fusion technique to Kakarot and the others, and then return to continue our creation plan. After a month of seclusion, even a being from the divine dimension found it challenging to endure. How is it that his ties remain so vibrant and full of life? Indeed, it is not the land that is worn out, but rather the oxen that toil upon it. Lewis vanished into the realm of destruction at this moment by the lakeside. Beerus and Whis finally unsealed their ears. Whis, if I may say, this young man's endurance is rather extraordinary. Lord Beerus, I sense that a new life has emerged within Thais. Indeed, truly. They both burst into hearty laughter, for they now had a grand disciple. Lewis departed from the realm of destruction, while Broly was still engaged in his spiritual cultivation on the planet Metamor. Lewis arrived at the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol, where numerous Saiyans were coming and going in the Grand Hall. As Lewis entered the hall, his presence caused a momentary pause among the Saiyans coming and going. With his blood-red pupils and silvery hair, he was a striking figure. More notably, he possessed a tail. Since when did the Saiyan race welcome such an individual? It was Lewis who had rescued this group of Saiyans during the cataclysmic events on Namek, and they had encountered him before, realizing then that their race had such a formidable ally. However, they could not recognize Lewis now, for his transformation was indeed profound. "Who are you?" Raditz, just stepping in from outside the hall, halted in surprise upon seeing Lewis. Lewis disregarded Raditz, casting a glance at the surrounding Saiyans and nodding in acknowledgement. The strength of these Saiyans had significantly escalated compared to the past. Indeed, the enhancement of the Saiyans was truly formidable, especially following the battle with Bojack. As each Saiyan came to realize that the universe was far more complex than they had previously imagined. It turned out that the cosmos harbored such terrifyingly powerful beings that even the Super Saiyans were no match for Bojack and his ilk. Consequently, the Saiyan race dedicated themselves to their training with even greater fervor. Presently, if one were to measure their combat prowess, each Saiyan had surpassed a battle power of 400,000. Such an astonishing increase. Could it be attributed to the awakening of the S-cells? Lewis pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Who on earth are you? You look remarkably familiar." Raditz inquired. "Oh, your strength is quite impressive." Lewis then turned his gaze towards Raditz. If the Saiyans in the hall had undergone somewhat exaggerated enhancements, then Raditz's transformation was truly astonishing. "I eagerly await the moment when you can ascend to Super Saiyan." "No. I anticipate the instant you transform into a Super Saiyan." Lewis chuckled softly, surprised that Raditz's power was nearing the threshold for transformation. Indeed, Raditz's base power had surged to an impressive 2 million battle points. Aside from Vegeta, King Vegeta, Son Goku, and Bardock, Raditz had become the foremost among the Saiyan race. Upon hearing Lewis's voice, Raditz quickly responded with utmost respect. "I pay my respects to Lord Lewis." This proclamation instantly caused a stir within the hall. "Is Lord Lewis the very one who rescued us on Namek?" Murmured a voice. "His voice sounds remarkably similar. It must be him." Whispers circulated, mentioning that Lord Lewis was a hidden powerhouse among our Saiyan lineage, indeed a deity. The murmurs soon subsided as the assembly of Saiyans collectively bowed, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to Lord Lewis." The other beings from various universes in the hall widened their eyes in astonishment, pondering the identity of the individual who could command such reverence from the proud Saiyans. Chapter 144. Fusion, the god of Super Saiyans now. "Where is King Vegeta?" Lewis inquired, waving his hand dismissively. "Lord Lewis, both King Vegeta and my father are on Earth," Raditz replied, gazing at Lewis with admiration. For he was indeed a disciple of the god of destruction, Beerus. Lewis was momentarily taken aback, but soon recalled Tai's earlier words. Son Wukong had already been born. "You, and that other person." Lewis pointed at Raditz, then gestured towards one of the Saiyans in the hall. "Follow me." Gracie pointed at myself, momentarily taken aback. "Yes, it's you." Lewis merely found the young man somewhat familiar. Indeed, prior to the cataclysmic explosion on Namek, he had attempted to abduct the Saiyans, only to be confronted by this very individual. "Gracie, spare me your prattling. When Lord Lewis commands you to depart, you shall comply?" Raditz declared coldly. "Yes." Gracie nodded vigorously. Lewis smiled, disregarding the previous minor incident, and led the two individuals away into the hall. On the top floor of the Galactic Police Headquarters, Mers shook his head while standing by the window, preparing to continue his duties at the Galactic Prison. "I hope the Saiyans grow stronger soon." On Earth, at Bun Mountain, the scenery here is picturesque, with clear waters and fragrant flowers. Beside an inverted bowl-shaped house, several burly men were fishing by the stream. Kakarot, can fishing really enhance your training? Indeed. When I was a child, Bobo took me to a peculiar forest where I learned to fish from an elderly gentleman. After mastering the art, my sensory abilities grew remarkably. Vegeta, is what Kakarot says true? How would I know? I arrived on Earth later. Goku, Bardock, Vegeta, and King Vegeta were fishing by the stream, while Chi-Chi, Bulma, and Jine were nearby, grilling a variety of delicacies. At the Heavenly Temple, the Black Eraser sat at the edge of the Celestial Realm, gazing toward Bun Mountain, drooling. "Bobo, it seems to smell delightful." Bobo chuckled beside him. "Lord Zamasu is looking for Goku." The little Zamasu nodded vigorously, suddenly squinting at the sky. How did this little fellow come to Earth? "Oh, it's Lewis." Bobo soon realized, feeling somewhat puzzled. "Forget about finding Goku for now. It's not the right time to meet young Lewis." Zamasu shifted his gaze back to Bun Mountain, swallowing repeatedly. Bobo inquired, "Should we ask Goku and the others for some instant noodles? I'm sure Lord Zamasu would enjoy that." At Bun Mountain, Goku and his companions were fishing while Chi-Chi and the others were grilling various delicacies. Suddenly, with a whoosh, 3 figures appeared beside them. "Who are you?" Goku and the others abruptly stood up by the stream, staring intently at Lewis. Upon seeing Raditz and Gracie, they paused momentarily. "Father, this is Lewis." Raditz smiled, noting that Bardock and the others reacted just as he had before, failing to recognize Lewis. "Lewis?" Bardock furrowed his brow. "Why has your hair turned silver?" Goku was initially taken aback, but quickly exclaimed with joy, "Could this be a new transformation?" Vegeta gasped in astonishment. "Lewis, what transformation is this?" King Vegeta remarked. "Could it be Super Saiyan 4? Lewis, I did not anticipate that this little son Wukong would possess such intelligence." However, according to the old Kaioshin's explanation, this state indeed qualifies as a new transformation. It merely signifies that his bloodline continues to evolve and has not yet fully realized its transformation. I shall inform you further later. Now, I have come to discuss a matter with you all. Lewis chuckled softly as he approached Bulma, seizing a piece of her deliciously roasted meat and sinking his teeth into it. Bulma, aware that this man was her brother-in-law, merely rolled her eyes and refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, Jin and Chi-Chi erupted into laughter, finding amusement in the sight of this prospective god of destruction behaving like a child. "What is happening?" Goku and the others regarded Lewis with a hint of confusion as he savored the roasted meat. Since the battle against Bojack, Lewis had vanished, and nearly 4 months had passed. Kakarot, Vegeta, how do you find the experience of fusion? Lewis seated himself at the dining table, sipping on a beverage while continuing to enjoy the roasted delicacy. "It feels incredible," Goku exclaimed, clenching his fist. The power gained from the fusion was utterly intoxicating. It was through this very fusion that he had been able to engage Lewis in combat, discovering that the might of a prospective god of destruction was indeed formidable. Even after merging with Vegeta, they were no match for Lewis, who truly deserved his title as one of the most exalted deities in the universe. Vegeta nodded vigorously. The overwhelming strength was astonishing. He mused how splendid it would be to possess such power himself. "Lewis, come here," he said. "Do you wish to continue the fusion?" The expressions on Sun Wukong and Vegeta's faces were filled with bewilderment. Meanwhile, Bardock joyfully exclaimed, "Lewis, have you managed to obtain the Patera earrings?" King Vegeta, his face flushed with excitement, added, "Indeed, Lewis, as the candidate for the destroyer, even the Kaioshin would not dare to oppose you. Have you really acquired the Patera earrings? What on earth is happening? Are they a band of marauders?" Lewis, with a face full of frustration, replied, "The Patala earrings belong to the Supreme Kai. I am not authorized to wield them, so do not entertain such thoughts." The crowd was momentarily taken aback, followed by expressions of disappointment. Lewis shook his head, astonished that this group had developed a fascination with fusion, particularly Vegeta, who surprisingly showed no aversion to merging with Goku. It was truly perplexing. Observing the disappointment etched on their faces, Lewis felt a mix of amusement and exasperation as he remarked, "While I cannot wield the Patera earrings, I possess other secret techniques that will allow you to fuse together. Moreover, this time, I shall not only bring you the art of fusion, but also enable you to ascend to divinity." Chapter 145. True strength lies in self-enhancement. As Goku and the others gathered around the dining table, even Bulma and the other women paused their activities. Their ears perked up in anticipation. "Lewis, what exactly is this art of fusion? The name suggests a connection to merging. Could this technique allow 2 individuals to unite?" Vegeta inquired, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he observed Lewis, who was savoring grilled meat. Noticing Vegeta's fervent expression, Lewis furrowed his brow slightly and turned his gaze towards Goku, who too displayed a glimmer of yearning. Lewis set down the barbecue, his expression impassive, and remarked, "When did you two become so fond of fusion?" "Because of its power." Vegeta clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on Lewis. "Only through fusion do we stand a chance to confront you." Under the intensity of Vegeta's scorching stare, Lewis felt a sense of bewilderment. "I haven't provoked you. Why do you look as if you wish to devour me?" Even King Vegeta and Bulma were taken aback by Vegeta's expression. They had never witnessed him display such emotions. What has come over him? Unbeknownst to the others, Vegeta was, in fact, a proud prince of the Saiyan race. Even when his people were in servitude to Frieza, he had never bowed to anyone, not even to Frieza himself. Vegeta believed that one day he would defeat Frieza and lead the Saiyan race to dominate the entire universe. However, everything changed with the emergence of Beerus. The Saiyans became galactic patrollers, and Lewis ascended to the role of a candidate for the god of destruction. Lewis. In his youth, Lewis possessed merely a few hundred points of combat power, whereas Vegeta was born with a formidable 1,000 points. As fate would have it, Lewis was chosen by Beerus to be a candidate for the god of destruction, while Beerus scarcely acknowledged Vegeta's existence. This ignited a profound sense of indignation within Vegeta, as he felt his dignity was ruthlessly trampled by Lewis, a notion his proud self could scarcely bear. These sentiments had long remained buried within Vegeta's heart, never to be voiced to another soul. Yet, years after Lewis became a candidate for destruction, he arrived on Earth, where his formidable prowess filled him with trepidation. It is no wonder that Beerus chose Lewis as his disciple. Lewis's innate talent is extraordinarily potent, having ascended to heights that Beerus himself could only gaze upon from afar in just over a decade. As the prince of the Saiyan race, could he truly be destined to never catch up to Lewis? At that time, Vegeta was engulfed in frustration and harbored animosity towards Lewis. However, the subsequent actions of Lewis ultimately led Vegeta to fully acknowledge his capabilities. Initially, Lewis took Vegeta and Goku to the North Kai to learn the Kaioshin technique, and subsequently, he guided them to the planet Yardrat to master instant transmission. They vanquished Frieza, eliminated Cooler, and obliterated Bojack. The divine and the mortal are distinct. The subsequent events were not directly orchestrated by Lewis. Nevertheless, Vegeta was acutely aware that Lewis had always been vigilant over the affairs of the Saiyan race. Vegeta came to regard Lewis as the guardian deity of his lineage. At some point, he concealed his resentment deep within, adopting a demeanor of respectful deference towards Lewis. Insufficient strength was one reason for this reverence. The other was Lewis's status as a prospective god of destruction. Vegeta believed he would never witness Lewis's true power in his lifetime, until he acquired the Patera earrings, which ignited a flicker of hope within him. The fusion with Goku unleashed a terrifying power. Although he was ultimately defeated in combat against Lewis, Vegeta glimpsed the true extent of Lewis's strength, allowing his pent-up frustrations to be released. He vowed that one day, he would certainly catch up to Lewis. As the prince of the Saiyan race, he believed that the Saiyans did not require Lewis's guardianship. He would safeguard his people with unwavering resolve. Engage with me in battle. Lewis furrowed his brow. In the past, both Vegeta and Son Goku had ardently sought to engage him in battle, only to be met with his refusal. The primary reason was the vast disparity in their powers. Lewis had no desire to bully them. It turns out that Vegeta and the others had always yearned for a confrontation with him. Indeed, as protagonists of Dragon Ball, how could these two not wish to spar with a formidable opponent? Lewis turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong, saying, "And what about you? That is something I wish to engage in a friendly duel with you, yet I am acutely aware that I cannot possibly defeat you alone. Therefore, I contemplated the idea of fusion." Sun Wukong did not continue speaking. Instead, he scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. "I thought you all had become lost in the power of fusion." Lewis sighed and remarked, "It is my fault. In the future, should you wish to challenge me, I shall not refuse." However, Lewis spoke with a grave tone, urging, "Do not be ensnared by the allure of fusion. Its might does not stem from your own strength." As he spoke, Lewis transformed instantaneously into Super Saiyan 3. A hum resonated as the fabric of space subtly warped. Yet Lewis maintained impeccable control over his power, leaving the surrounding environment unscathed. Super Saiyan 3. Kakarot, is this what you refer to as Super Saiyan 3? His eyebrows vanished, his hair elongated, and he looked incredibly handsome. Although I could not sense divine power, the intensity of Lewis's aura was overwhelmingly formidable. Indeed, Lewis had significantly strengthened. My instincts had proven accurate. He too could achieve the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, utterly captivated by Lewis's Super Saiyan 3 form. Once the initial excitement subsided, Lewis continued, "Fusion is akin to our transformations. Only when one's base form is powerful will the fused warrior be even stronger. Remember this, true strength lies in one's own capabilities. I trust you comprehend my words. If you remain obstinate and allow the allure of fusion to lead you astray, it would be truly foolish and lamentable." As Lewis spoke, his gaze was fixed upon Bardock and Vegeta. He had just discerned the intentions of Goku and his companion. These two merely sought to engage in a friendly sparring match, utilizing the power of fusion rather than becoming entranced by it. Now, however, Lewis found himself more concerned about Bardock, King Vegeta, and indeed the entire Saiyan race. For he was about to impart the secrets of fusion and the creation of Super Saiyan God to them. Lewis, you need not elaborate. We understand. Bardock and King Vegeta exchanged a glance, both nodding in agreement. They comprehended Lewis's sentiments. Indeed, fusion ultimately did not belong to them as their own power. To become obsessed with it would be truly foolish. Chapter 146. Gohan, I have already conveyed the necessary reminders to you all. Lewis pulled a napkin from the dining table, wiped his hands clean, and then stood up from his chair. Gazing at the crowd, he smiled and said, You guessed correctly. I have returned with the fusion technique. Just as you anticipated, this technique does not require the Patera earrings to enable two individuals to merge. Indeed, Vegeta's breath quickened with excitement, while Goku fixed his gaze intently on Lewis. Meanwhile, Bardock and King Vegeta were so tense that they embraced one another. As for Raditz and Gracie, they were utterly bewildered, completely unaware of what Lewis was discussing. Lewis chuckled softly and nodded, Indeed. Splendid. Bardock and King Vegeta leaped up in excitement. Lewis, is that fusion technique something every Saiyan can utilize? Vegeta quickly composed himself and voiced his lingering doubts. If all Saiyans could harness the fusion technique, our entire race would experience a remarkable resurgence. With a faint smile, Lewis revealed, Indeed, as long as you master the art of fusion that I impart, each pair of you shall be able to unite. Upon hearing these words, the Saiyans, including Bardock, could no longer contain their excitement and soared into the sky. Prosperity awaits. Prosperity indeed. It would now be a challenge to remain unprosperous. Lewis. Surely, these individuals cannot be fools. Once everyone has calmed down, Lewis begins to instruct them on the art of fusion. On the grassy bank by the stream, he explains that there are two essential prerequisites for fusion. First, the physiques of the two individuals must be comparable. Second, their powers must be similar. Both Vegeta and Kakarot meet these criteria, and Bardock, you and King Vegeta are likely capable of fusion as well. Come, let us practice the movements of the fusion technique together. Lewis was performing the fusion dance upon the lawn, with arms extended to shoulder height, knees bent and raised, toes pointed, and torso bent forward to touch the fingertips. Each individual movement appeared innocuous, yet when executed in succession, it was an eyesore of the highest order. Naturally, the martial artist's son Wukong remained unfazed. But Vegeta had already buried his face in his hands. Is this truly the choreography of the fusion technique? How utterly embarrassing. Bardock, King Vegeta, Raditz, and Goku were not faring much better. Their faces flushed crimson, resembling the rear of a monkey, caught in a struggle between laughter and restraint. Onlookers Bulma could no longer contain herself. She clutched her abdomen and erupted into hearty laughter. Brother-in-law, why does the fusion technique you speak of appear so comical? You're killing me with laughter, huh? As Bulma laughed, Chi-Chi and Jine joined in, their mirth igniting a chain reaction akin to a lit fuse on a powder keg. Ha ha ha, Lewis, do not blame me. I simply cannot hold it in any longer. Ha ha ha, how can such an appalling dance exist in this world? I must calm myself. Vegeta was laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face, and he leapt directly into the nearby stream. Lewis suggested, why not just destroy them? After a brief interlude, Bardock and the others dutifully began to practice the movements. Particularly Vegeta, who had been the loudest in laughter moments ago, was now the most earnest in mastering the fusion technique. The allure of such power was too compelling. Ultimately, Vegeta and the others succumbed to the promise of immense strength. While the group engaged in their fusion exercises, Lewis was enjoying a sumptuous feast with Bulma and the others. Chi-Chi, have you and Kakarot had a child? Lewis inquired. Yes. Chi-Chi's fair cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Bring him out for me to see. Lewis eagerly anticipated meeting this formidable warrior. Chi-Chi exchanged a glance with Jine, who nodded reassuringly, as if to say that Lewis, the guardian of the Saiyan race, need not worry. Chi-Chi then returned to the house and emerged with Gohan, carefully handing him to Lewis. His name is Gohan. Gohan, give your uncle a smile, Lewis said, taking the infant Gohan into his arms and playfully teasing him. The three women at the dining table fell silent, while Lewis attentively observed Gohan. Despite the changes in history, Gohan remained unchanged. He was still the same Gohan. Lewis let out a sigh of relief, grateful that the most formidable warrior had not vanished. In his observations, he soon discerned a remarkable power concealed within Sun Wukong. Kiki, what do you intend for Wukong in the future? Lewis inquired, casting a glance at Kiki. With unwavering determination, Kiki replied, I want him to become a martial artist. Lewis beamed with satisfaction as he recalled the time he had persuaded Ties to influence Kiki's thoughts. At last, the young girl has finally taken things to heart. It is understandable, though, in a world like Dragon Ball, where devastation can occur at any moment, what purpose does it serve to be a scholar? Kiki, what do you think about me finding a teacher for Gohan? Lewis chuckled. Who would the teacher be? The old Supreme Kai. Lewis recalled that the enigmatic Gohan was developed by the old Kaioshin, a venerable elder who undoubtedly possessed profound knowledge of the power residing within Gohan. Kiki quickly agreed, exclaimed Jine, her excitement palpable. Bardock had previously enlightened her about the roles of gods of destruction and Kaioshins, and she fully grasped the significance of the Kaioshin. Indeed, Kiki responded with enthusiasm. The wise Ties had once acquainted her with the celestial deities of the universe, and the Kaioshin was of equal rank to the god of destruction. With such a deity as Gohan's mentor, he was destined to become immensely powerful. However, prior to that, I believe it might be more beneficial to entrust Gohan to another individual for guidance, as this could potentially elevate his future achievements. Brother-in-law, who are you referring to? Bulma glanced over. Jine and Kiki also fixed their gaze intently on Lewis. Luis chuckled, Piccolo. To be honest, despite being in the Dragon Ball world for such a long time, I have yet to encounter Piccolo. In the anime, Piccolo serves as a guardian to Gohan, who shares a profound bond with him. Gohan's evolution into one of the strongest fighters can be attributed to Piccolo's guidance. Thus, it is evident that Piccolo holds immense significance in Gohan's life. Ah, Kiki exclaimed in astonishment. Luis, you are referring to King Piccolo, while I am speaking of Piccolo Jr. He is quite different from King Piccolo. Lewis shook his head and said, if you trust me, when Gohan reaches the age to train, I will send him to Piccolo for a year. Okay, Kiki replied. At that moment, Son Goku and the others approached. Luis turned to Sun Wukong. You have all mastered the movements of the fusion technique, haven't you? Indeed, Chapter 147, Vegeta, states that the fusion movements are rather ungraceful. Had it not been for the immense power they bestow, Vegeta and the proud Saiyans, including Bardock, would never have deigned to learn such a technique. Naturally, Sun Wukong, in his simple-mindedness, was unfazed. He yearned to experience the fusion once more, as it would grant him the opportunity to spar with Luis. Kiki approached Sun Wukong, urgency in her voice. Wukong, Luis mentioned that he would leave Gohan with Piccolo for a year. Do you think that? Before she could complete her thought, Sun Wukong placed his hands gently on Kiki's shoulders, gazing at her with tenderness. I trust Luis. There is certainly a reason behind his actions. Do not worry. I will keep a close watch over Gohan from the shadows. Upon hearing this, Kiki opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Luis cast a glance at Kiki, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips, revealing a sense of satisfaction. If this were the Kiki from an anime, how could she possibly entrust her son to Piccolo? It seems that the impact of Taisai's brainwashing continues to escalate. Lewis playfully teased little Gohan, then lifted his head to gaze at Goku and the others. Since you have all mastered the fusion technique, why not give it a try? Bulma and Kaiatsu also left the dining table, eager to witness this so-called fusion. Kakarot and I will go first. Vegeta stepped forward, his eyes brimming with a fervent desire. Bardock exchanged a glance with Vegeta, and they both sighed simultaneously, feeling somewhat overshadowed by this eager initiative. No need to rush. Everyone will have their chance. Come, let us head over to that open space. Lewis smiled at Bardock and then embraced Gohan, guiding Bulma and the others to a distant clearing. Before long, Goku and the others arrived at the open space. Lord Raditz, is it true what you and Lord Lewis have been saying about fusion? Can it truly unite two individuals? Gracie and Raditz followed closely, having been on Earth for half a day, yet they found Lewis and the others' conversations utterly incomprehensible. Primarily, the Saiyan race was only aware that the 5 members of Bojack had been vanquished by Goku and Vegeta. As for the intricacies of the battle, the Saiyans were completely in the dark, leaving very few aware of the concept of fusion. If you ask me, who can I ask? Raditz stood behind Bardock, gazing at Goku and the others in the clearing. With a grave tone, he remarked, although I am uncertain if the fusion technique can genuinely merge two beings, I am certain that Lewis would never jest. Furthermore, I have a profound sense that from this day forth, we Saiyans shall undoubtedly transform. At that moment, Goku and the others had readied themselves. Let us commence. Lewis cradled little Gohan and called out to Sun Wukong in the open space ahead. No sooner had his voice faded than a profound silence enveloped the entire Baozi Mountain, the atmosphere thick with tension. Bulma hurriedly leaned against Lewis, for it was only in her brother-in-law's presence that she felt a semblance of comfort. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi nestled within Jine's embrace, prompting Bardock to swiftly position himself protectively in front of her. In the clearing before them, Sun Wukong and Vegeta simultaneously bent their knees, extending their hands to shoulder height, rising onto their toes, and shuffling with awkward steps. The movements were undeniably clumsy. Yet Vegeta suppressed the shame swelling within him as he completed the final gesture, their two index fingers meeting. Fusion. A brilliant flash of white light erupted, momentarily dimming the very fabric of reality. It appeared that they had succeeded without error, though a hint of regret lingered in the air. Lewis was unable to glimpse the rotund figure of Gogeta, and he felt a twinge of regret. However, a brilliant radiance erupted from the forms of Sun Wukong and his companion, prompting him to swiftly turn and cradle little Gohan in his arms. The others shielded their eyes, daunted by the blinding light that rendered them unable to gaze directly upon it. Boom! The heavens trembled and the earth quaked. With a roar, a fierce wind howled. An immense power surged forth, scattering the clouds across the vast expanse of the sky. In the Celestial Palace, the demon, Quan Mu, lay at the edge of the Celestial Realm, his round eyes fixated upon the direction of Baozi Mountain. Bobo, Sun Wukong has fused with another Saiyan. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta possessed considerable talent, and now, utilizing the fusion technique from the planet Metamor, their combined strength had ascended to the first tier of the God Realm. Bobo praised, if they transform into Super Saiyan 3, they will undoubtedly break through to the pinnacle of the second tier of the God Realm, just as before. Indeed, the current universe of the Omni King is quite intriguing. Quan Mu, sitting up, counted on his fingers, murmuring, one Lewis, one Sun Wukong, one Broly. And, oh, Sun Wukong's son. They are all Saiyans. His grape-like eyes sparkled with excitement. Bobo frowned, realizing the truth in his words. At Baozi Mountain, a terrifying force erupted from the center of the blinding light, akin to a deity descending upon the earth. Bardock, King Vegeta, Raditz, and Gracie felt this overwhelming power, their bodies trembling with fear. This is terrifying. King Vegeta, did you see? Lewis's fusion technique truly allows two individuals to merge. What nonsense. It's too dazzling. Can you even see? As the blinding light gradually faded, a figure slowly emerged before the crowd. A kaleidoscope of colors radiated from Gogeta, who donned a black vest and white trousers. His alluring gaze and confident smile left Bulma and Chi-Chi utterly mesmerized. He's so handsome. My husband is so handsome. No way, he's my husband. My husband, mine. Bulma and Chi-Chi began to bicker, while Bardock and King Vegeta stood agape, astonished. They really confuse. This is monumental. The Saiyan race is destined to soar. At that moment, Gogeta exclaimed, Lewis, let's fight. The power emanating from him erupted dramatically as he vanished from the ground, turning into a streak of golden light that hurtled towards Lewis. During his flight, Gogeta instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his strength surging to the pinnacle of the second tier of the God Realm, mirroring the power of Vegeta's Super Saiyan 3 form. It is said that Gogeta represents the sum of two individuals' powers, while Vegeta embodies the multiplication of their strengths. Nevertheless, I have always felt that their powers are quite comparable, so let us consider them equally formidable. Upon merging, I find myself feeling invincible. However, I have previously stated that I shall no longer decline your challenges. Are you prepared to face the repercussions? Lewis cradled little Gohan, a faint smile gracing his lips. Upon witnessing this, Chi-Chi hastily ceased her quarrel with Bulma, anxious for her son's safety. Fear not, there shall be no harm. After all, Lewis is a candidate for the god of destruction, Bardock remarked, shaking his head at Chi-Chi. Previously, when Lewis had transformed into Super Saiyan 3, the overwhelming aura he emanated had quelled any thoughts of defiance within him. Just as Bardock finished his statement, the scene before them caused everyone to widen their eyes in astonishment. Chapter 148, Ascending to Divinity. There stood Lewis, effortlessly holding little Gohan in one arm. as he instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan 3. However, unlike Vegito, Lewis exhibited remarkable control over his power, lacking the ferocity typically associated with such transformations. It seemed that the elevation of his bloodline had transcended even to Super Saiyan 4 and beyond. Lewis relied solely on brute strength, raising his index finger. The power of the fourth layer of the divine realm surged into his fingertip, a force that belonged to the realm of the god of destruction. As Lewis advanced slightly, the radiant golden light abruptly dissipated. Vegeta, taken aback, hovered in midair, gazing at Lewis, who cradled little Gohan in one arm, his pupils filled with disbelief. "You." Just as Vegeta was about to speak, a white beam of light emanated from him, causing Goku and Vegeta to instantaneously separate from their fusion state. They had been obliterated. All present widened their eyes in astonishment. The once cacophonous Bowsy Mountain fell into an eerie silence, enveloped in a deathly stillness. The power Vegeta had just unleashed was undeniably formidable, yet it faltered against the mere touch of Lewis's fingertip. How feeble. This must be a deception. At that moment, Goku and Vegeta lay on the grass, unconscious. Lewis reverted to his usual state, a situation well within his expectations. The power of the fourth level of the divine realm is fundamentally incomparable to that of the second level. Beyond the divine realm, each level presents a stark contrast. A master at the second level can easily overpower 10 masters at the first level. The higher the tier, the more pronounced the disparity. In terms of sheer power, Lewis might not even match Beerus. It must be noted that Beerus is the mightiest god of destruction, and his fifth-level divine power is not to be underestimated. Thus, it is only natural that Gogeta was overwhelmed. Ultimately, at this juncture, both Son Goku and Vegeta remained too weak. After all, Son Gohan had just been born, and the strength that Goku and Vegeta possess is largely due to his intervention. Otherwise, Vegeta might still have a battle power of merely 18,000. Ignoring the two on the ground, Lewis turned to Bardock and King Vegeta. "Come, you two should also attempt fusion." Both Bardock and King Vegeta stood motionless. Bardock, King Vegeta, why not give fusion a try? Seeing their lack of response, Lewis frowned. "All right, we shall try." Bardock and King Vegeta snapped back to reality, hastening to an open space, wary of Lewis potentially striking them as well. Under the eager gazes of everyone present, Bardock and King Vegeta began their fusion movements. Soon, a flash of white light enveloped them. Indeed, if Goku and Vegeta can fuse, so too can their fathers. Raditz chimed in, "Well, I'm off." With another flash of white light, a fusion warrior donned in the distinctive attire of Planet Sadala appeared before the crowd. The warrior resulting from the fusion of Bardock and King Vegeta bore a striking resemblance to Gogeta, save for a tuft of beard reminiscent of King Vegeta's features. He was handsome, yet not entirely so. To be frank, one could even argue that this fusion warrior appeared somewhat outdated. Chi-Chi's lips twitched slightly. Clearly, her husband was quite handsome, yet the fusion yielded this rather unremarkable figure. Blame it on King Vegeta. Bulma covered her mouth, stifling laughter. Aware that this was a warrior born from Goku's father, and thus maintaining a respectful demeanor was essential. However, Raditz, the rebellious one, could not contain himself, bursting into hearty laughter. With Lewis as her support, Bulma too felt emboldened, laughing uncontrollably. The newly fused warrior dared not voice any dissent toward Bulma, but cast a cold glance at Raditz, who quickly covered his mouth. "What is your name?" Lewis, cradling little Gohan, inquired, struggling to suppress his amusement. "I am neither Bardock nor King Vegeta. I am Vegeta." Vegeta wanted to proclaim himself as the one destined to defeat Lewis, but upon recognizing Lewis before him, he promptly sealed his lips. Luis's expression was one of incredulity as he discerned the implications of what Vegeta was about to articulate. Wasn't this catchphrase the signature of Gogeta? Could it be that every warrior resulting from the metamorph fusion technique would utter such phrases? Furthermore, it appeared that each warrior produced through this method possessed an air of arrogance and self-importance. While their demeanor may be excessively proud, their power was undeniably impressive. Luis regarded Vegeta and nodded in acknowledgement. Bardock and King Vegeta's original base power was only around 5 to 6 million battle power. Now, with their fusion, Vegeta's base power had surged to an astonishing 60 million. When comparing Vegeta to Gogeta, the disparity was glaring. One possessed the might of the first level of divine power, while the other merely reached 60 million battle power. The comparison was simply unfathomable. Indeed, not every Saiyan is destined to be the protagonist. It seems that you all succeeded in fusion on the first attempt, indicating your mastery of the fusion technique. Holding little Gohan in his arms, Lewis glanced at Vegeta and then at Goku lying on the ground. Not witnessing them transform into either a portly figure or a slender one left him with a twinge of regret. When the time comes, you should impart the fusion technique to our kin. With this skill, our Saiyan race shall undoubtedly grow even more formidable. Indeed, Vegeta exclaimed, brimming with excitement. With the fusion technique in hand, it would become nearly impossible for the Saiyans to remain grounded. However, as the thought of cosmic domination flickered in Vegeta's mind, he swiftly extinguished it. To seek supremacy over the universe would necessitate withdrawing from the Galactic Patrol, a command bestowed by Beerus himself. Best to tread carefully. It is wiser to diligently safeguard and support the universe. Lewis was completely unaware of what Vegeta was contemplating, and with a smile, he remarked, "Do not be so agitated. What I have brought back is far more than just this." A chorus of astonished gasps echoed among the crowd. Particularly, Raditz and Gracie were already astounded by the fusion technique. Could there truly be something even more astonishing? At that moment, the two individuals who had been unconscious on the ground began to stir. "What are you talking about?" Son Goku, still somewhat disoriented, inquired while rubbing his head. Vegeta also supported his head, gazing at everyone around him. "Did I not mention upon my arrival that I would not only bring you the fusion technique, but also grant you the ability to become divine beings?" Chapter 149. The Wrong Method. Raditz, filled with curiosity, asked, "Lewis, what does it mean to be a divine being?" Gracie furrowed her brow and said, "Lord Lewis, do you mean for us to become divine beings like yourself?" The crowd trembled in anticipation. If Lewis could indeed transform them into divine beings akin to himself, then, "Lewis, is this true? Brother, can I also become a divine being like you?" "Lord Lewis, if it is possible, please allow me, Raditz, to experience the taste of divinity." The crowd eagerly voiced their excitement, all aflame with anticipation. Luis held little Gohan in his arms, his lips twitching uncontrollably. What on earth is this? Does he truly believe he can casually elevate someone to the status of a deity? Lewis was at a loss for words. For when he spoke of deities, he referred to the Super Saiyan God. However, it cannot be deemed a true divine being. The Super Saiyan God possesses the aura of divinity, but lacks a corresponding divine dimension, and does not share the longevity typical of true gods. Thus, it can merely be regarded as a pseudo-deity. I can only elevate the Saiyans to godhood. As for Bulma, do not harbor such thoughts. Lewis cast a glance at Bulma. Am I not capable, brother-in-law? You Saiyans are truly insufferable. Bulma immediately pouted her small lips, appearing rather endearing. Louis smiled, realizing that not only had Chi-Chi transformed from her animated counterpart, but Bulma had also undergone a remarkable change. In truth, ever since Taiza's return, the deep-seated concerns within Bulma had finally been relinquished, allowing her to embrace a more cheerful demeanor, especially with the formidable presence of Luis as her brother-in-law. Who would dare to provoke her? At this moment, Bulma retained a touch of innocence, reminiscent of her earlier self before Trunks came into the picture. However, when Vegeta observed Bulma pouting, a sudden tension gripped his heart, for he knew all too well that whenever Bulma was upset, he bore the brunt of her ire. Vegeta winked at Bulma, as if to convey a plea for her to spare him any public humiliation, suggesting that any reprimand could be reserved for the privacy of their home. Bulma seemed to comprehend Vegeta's unspoken message, pouting in indignation. Goku, noticing Vegeta's subtle gestures, broke into a grin, only to retract slightly under the icy glare of Chi-Chi beside him. It appeared he was still under her scrutiny for agreeing to Luis's prior proposal. The essence of divinity is imperceptible to mortals, a fact that should be well understood by all present. Luis cradled little Gohan in his arms, taking 2 strides into the open space. He turned to gaze at Sun Wukong and the other Saiyans, stating, "Now, I possess a method to enable you to sense it for yourselves and to ultimately attain it." Luis cast another glance at Raditz and Gracie. These two were among those he brought to Earth, alongside Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Bardock, and King Vegeta, totaling 6 Saiyans. It was just perfect. "So, what shall we do?" Sun Wukong inquired with palpable excitement. After 2 fusions and sparring sessions with Lewis, both he and Vegeta had found themselves at a disadvantage, unable to sense Lewis's energy. They believed that if they could detect the divine aura, they would not only stand a better chance against Lewis, but also avoid such a humiliating defeat. Vegeta's face was alight with enthusiasm. The fusion technique was proof that Lewis had never deceived them. No, it could be said that Lewis had never misled the Saiyan race. Should they ascend to become what they termed as divine beings, the Saiyan lineage would undoubtedly claim its rightful place as the foremost race in the universe. We simply need 5 Saiyans with hearts of justice and concentrate their righteous light onto another Saiyan, Lewis proposed. The concept of hearts of justice and righteous light left the group perplexed, as they had never encountered such notions. Raditz and Gracie exchanged glances, realizing that the necessity of 6 Saiyans was the true purpose of their journey to Earth. The fusion technique from the planet Metamor could only sustain its state for half an hour, and excessive power could further shorten that duration. Lewis stepped forward and returned little Gohan to Chi-Chi, addressing the gathered crowd. Once Vegeta's fusion time concludes, you should first attempt to concentrate your power within one individual. The method of manifesting the Super Saiyan God was something he had gleaned from the anime, yet Lewis himself was somewhat perplexed by the concept of the light of justice. Nevertheless, the authenticity of the Super Saiyan God was beyond dispute, as the prophecy fish had foretold the existence of the Super Saiyan God. All right, Goku and the others, suppressing their excitement, began to await Vegeta's separation. Before long, half an hour had elapsed, and a flash of white light illuminated the scene as Vegeta instantaneously split into 2 individuals. Lewis spoke up, "Let us give it a try." Vegeta and the others nodded, making their way to the center of the clearing. "Allow me to go first. You all channel your power into me," Vegeta declared coldly. "What about me?" Goku exclaimed anxiously, eager to experience the divine power himself. "Kakarot, do not compete with me. I shall go first, and then it will be your turn." "Fine." Then, Goku relented, shaking his head in resignation. The others expressed no objections, and soon, under Lewis's guidance, the 5 Saiyans formed a circle around Vegeta, holding hands. "Let us begin the infusion of power," Lewis instructed. As his words faded, Bardock and the others commenced channeling their energy. A powerful surge erupted from the 6 of them, prompting Lewis to shield Bulma and the others from the force. "Brother." Bulma tugged at Lewis's sleeve, but upon noticing his unwavering focus on Vegeta and the others, she swallowed her words. As the power flowed, Vegeta's strength intensified. A golden aura erupted around him, reminiscent of the scene in GT where Gohan and the others infused energy into Super Saiyan 4 Goku. 10 million battle power, 20 million battle power, 100 million battle power. Vegeta's strength continued to soar, yet Lewis shook his head. There is no divine aura. This method of power infusion is incorrect. Lewis gazed at the 6 individuals standing in the open space and spoke. "All right, everyone halt." Sun Wukong and the others ceased their infusion of power. Vegeta turned his attention towards Lewis. A look of confusion etched upon his face. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "It cannot be wrong. I can clearly sense the strength within me growing ever more formidable. Vegeta, while your power indeed intensifies, can you perceive the divine aura emanating from me?" Upon hearing Lewis's words, Sun Wukong and the others directed their gazes towards Vegeta. With a grave expression, Vegeta shook his head. "I cannot sense it." "Lewis." Vegeta paused, contemplating how to respond. "Do not speak yet. Allow me a moment to reflect." On the lawn, Lewis cradled his chin in thought, pondering the reasons for their predicament. Chapter 150. The Light of Justice. As Lewis sank deeper into contemplation, in the celestial realm, Lord Xuanma questioned, "Can they truly transform a Saiyan into a deity?" Bobo, astonished, gazed towards the direction of Baozi Mountain. If Lewis's method of creating deities is genuine, then the Saiyan race will become unstoppable. How could this be possible? Xuanma clasped his hands together, seated at the edge of the celestial realm, and remarked, "If this were indeed the case, who would still pursue dimensional cultivation?" Yet, Lewis has never erred in his assertions. Bobo countered, "I never claimed that Lewis could not create deities." Xuanma emphasized the term deity with gravity, his usual childish demeanor evaporating into seriousness. To elevate dimensional cultivation to the level of a deity requires not only extraordinary talent, but also an immense amount of time. Lewis has encountered the most gifted beings. Others must cultivate for millennia to ascend to the divine dimension, while he requires only a few decades. Turning to Bobo, Xuanma continued, "Every deity is a precious asset to their respective worlds, including the dark demon realm I have established. The divine dimension cannot simply be fabricated. Lewis's method may at best yield pseudo-deities. Pseudo-deities? Bobo echoed, momentarily taken aback by Chihuahua's assertion. Chihuahua nodded. One may possess the aura of a deity without embodying the divine dimension. Thus, they can only be deemed as pseudo-deities. However, even a pseudo-deity is a remarkable feat. Chihuahua's gaze remained fixed on Lewis below. He had never heard of a race that could become pseudo-deities through the infusion of the light of justice. If one were to label the method as extraordinary, it would be more accurate to attribute that distinction to Lewis and the Saiyan race. Suddenly, Bobo frowned and remarked, Lord Chihuahua, it seems Lewis and the others are on the verge of failure. Failure is to be expected, for their method is fundamentally flawed, Chihuahua continued. Infusing the light of justice is not done in this manner. They are merely transmitting energy at this stage. The great demon, what should we do? Why are you so concerned about this? The great demon cast a glance at Bobo, who suddenly trembled. I merely wish to know whether Lewis can create a pseudo-deity. Ha ha. The great demon laughed heartily, then turned to Bobo with sincerity, saying, Bobo, you are my family. There is no need for such tension. The past vividly flashed before him, as it was Bobo who had rescued him. Indeed, Bobo felt a warmth in his heart. The great demon reverted to his previous childishness, chuckling. The light of justice has absolutely no relation to justice. Bobo's eyes widened. The calm demeanor of your vanished entirely. The power of the Saiyans actually stems from a certain factor within them. The more this factor awakens, the greater their potential becomes. The great demon glanced at Bobo and remarked, what you previously discussed with that Vegeta regarding bloodline ascension is essentially similar. He paused for a moment and continued. Anger serves as the catalyst for the Saiyans, allowing their potential to erupt in the form of power. What Lewis refers to as the light of justice should be the infusion of the powers of 5 Saiyans into a single individual, enabling that recipient to achieve an astounding level of potential. I am quite busy today, with 1,000 words yet to be completed. I shall finish them tomorrow. Chapter 151. Vow to follow Lord Lewis to the death. Some content has been supplemented in the front. Celestial Realm. Haha. It seems that little Lewis has guessed my presence on Earth. Great Demon, do you wish to meet him? Not yet. The time for that encounter has not arrived. Given his uniqueness, he might truly comprehend my dark power. It would be prudent to wait until then to meet him. Indeed. Bowsy Mountain. Lewis gazed intently at the sky. After a while, Lewis's expression grew increasingly grave, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Son Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, each perceiving the other's confusion. Son Goku inquired, Lewis, what troubles you? He had first encountered Lewis on Earth while training in the otherworld. Lewis had unexpectedly appeared before him, and it was only upon noticing Lewis's tail that he realized, much like Vegeta, Lewis belonged to his kind. Having known Lewis for such a long time, Son Goku had never witnessed such a countenance on him before. Lewis, has another enemy appeared? Vegeta clenched his fists and spoke up as well. It can't be another formidable foe like Bojack, can it? King Vegeta and Raditz anxiously questioned. Lewis remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the sky. After what felt like an eternity, he exhaled heavily. The dark realm of magic was one he had shattered, and he was certain he had entered the sight of all magical beings. Yet, why did they allow him to go unchallenged? I am fine. Lewis found himself utterly perplexed. He shook his head and then glanced at the crowd, tentatively inquiring, if I were to encounter trouble, would you lend me your assistance? Vegeta and Bardock exchanged a knowing glance. After all, Lewis was a candidate for the God of Destruction. What sort of troubles could he possibly face? Furthermore, the challenges confronting a candidate for the God of Destruction would be beyond the aid of Saiyans of their caliber. Haha. Noting the silence that enveloped the group, Lewis suddenly erupted into laughter, though his mirth was laced with scorn. Lewis had never anticipated that his efforts to elevate the Saiyan race would culminate in such unexpected developments. Suddenly, Bardock knelt before him, his right fist clenched against his chest. It is solely due to you, Lord Lewis, that we Saiyans stand here today. Had it not been for your intervention, we would likely have been obliterated by Lord Beerus long ago. You took Kakarot and Vegeta to learn the Kaioshin technique, and you guided them in the art of instant transmission. Mr. Whis has whispered to us that you have always been vigilant regarding the safety of our race. Now, you have also returned with the fusion technique and the path to divinity. Everything that we Saiyans possess, we owe to you, Lewis. I, Bardock, vow to follow you unto death. Bardock's voice reverberated throughout the entire Bowsy Mountain. Upon hearing this, Lewis found the situation rather amusing. Despite his extensive contributions to the Saiyan race, Bardock and the others chose silence when they learned of his troubles. Was it out of fear that he might endanger the Saiyan race? Yet now, Luis exclaimed in astonishment, "Bardock, you." Suddenly, King Vegeta, kneeling on one knee beside him, respectfully declared, "I am the current leader of the Saiyan clan, but the achievements of our people today are entirely due to your efforts. Luis, were you not the candidate for the God of Destruction, I would have gladly relinquished my position to you. Everything you have done has not gone unnoticed. In my heart, you are the guardian of the Saiyan race. You are the true king among us. I vow to follow you to the ends of the earth." King Vegeta's final words resonated with strength, and alongside Bardock, he knelt before Luis, an extraordinary display from two high-ranking Saiyans that left a profound impact. "Luis, should anyone seek to trouble you, I shall be the first to oppose them." Vegeta's gaze was icy, and though he did not kneel like Bardock, his expression conveyed unwavering allegiance to Luis. After all, Luis had always been the target of Vegeta's relentless pursuit, and he would not permit anyone to cause him distress. The audacity of such heartfelt words from the proud Vegeta warmed Luis's heart, and he felt compelled to respond. At that moment, Goku stepped forward and placed a reassuring hand on Luis's shoulder, his eyes brimming with determination. Even without uttering a word, Luis understood the depth of Goku's sentiment. "You all." Luis cast a glance at Sun Wukong, rubbed his nose, and admitted that it would be insincere to claim he was not moved. He then turned his attention to Bardock and King Vegeta, who were kneeling on one knee. "Rise, both of you. We can discuss other matters later. For now, let us focus on your ascension to Super Saiyan God." Upon hearing the title of Super Saiyan God, Bardock and King Vegeta stood up, their curiosity momentarily diverted from inquiring about the troubles Luis faced. "The deity you speak of is indeed the Super Saiyan God?" Sun Wukong inquired. "Correct." Luis nodded and said, "Very well. Previously, we discussed the source of our Saiyan strength, which indeed originates from the sublimation of our bloodline. However, to achieve this sublimation, it is essential to activate certain factors. The more factors we activate, the higher our bloodline can transcend. This factor is known as the S factor, or alternatively, the S cells. The activation of these factors requires a specific condition. We Saiyans must live in an era of peace. This was destined the moment you liberated yourselves from Frieza and joined the Galactic Patrol, heralding our Saiyan resurgence." On the grassy expanse, Luis continued to elaborate. Vegeta and the others, upon hearing this, realized the truth in his words. In the past, their Saiyan strength barely surpassed a battle power of 10,000. Yet, after joining the Galactic Patrol, their power began to soar dramatically. It is no wonder that such a transformation occurred among us Saiyans. It was, in fact, predestined. Bardock exclaimed in astonishment. "No." King Vegeta shook his head, gazing at Bardock. "All of this is still due to Luis." Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt a sudden jolt within his heart. Indeed, it was still due to Luis. He recalled witnessing everything unfold in the corner of the palace. Originally, the God of Destruction intended to annihilate the Saiyan race, but thanks to Luis, Beerus ultimately spared them. Bardock's eyes widened in disbelief. "Luis, you." Luis smiled, but said nothing further. He continued, "Becoming a Super Saiyan is, in fact, quite simple. It involves channeling the S-factor power from all 5 Saiyans into a single individual." Luis gazed upon the crowd and spoke slowly. "Break the shackles that bind mortals and deities with the formidable power of your bloodlines." The concept of S-factor power and bloodline strength remained elusive to Sun Wukong and the others. Yet, it mattered not. "Simply follow my instructions." Luis chuckled. "Come now? Form a circle once more." In Chapter 152, the God of Super Saiyans, under Luis's guidance, Sun Wukong and his companions regained their composure and took each other's hands. Encircling Vegeta at the center, close your eyes and allow your hearts to find tranquility. Upon hearing Luis's voice, they gradually shut their eyes. The 6 individuals on the lawn remained motionless, immersed in silence. All that could be heard by the stream was the gentle sound of flowing water. Focus your attention on your spine and sense the enigmatic power that resides within. Luis observed that the 6 individuals in the clearing had reached a state of tranquility and spoke softly. Luis's voice gradually penetrated the ears of the 6 members of Bedak. As they began to attune themselves to the power he spoke of, blankness. The group, with their eyes closed, furrowed their brows, for they did not perceive the so-called mysterious force coursing through their spines. "Do not panic. Our bloodline's power lies within us. Let us attune ourselves to it slowly." Once again, The voice of Lewis resonated, and the hearts of the crowd, initially poised for chaos, gradually found tranquility. Half an hour had elapsed. The 6 Saiyans in the clearing remained utterly still, and at that moment, Bulma and her companions had tidied up the table and approached. Just as Chi-Chi was about to speak, Lewis raised a finger, signaling for silence. The 6 individuals in the clearing suddenly furrowed their brows, sensing a mysterious force coursing along their spines. A thunderous roar reminiscent of a primal ape echoed from their backs, sending a tremor through their spirits. Observing the expressions of the crowd, Lewis exclaimed joyfully, "You sensed that power, didn't you? Indeed, that enigmatic force is our ancestral strength. You must channel it forth and infuse it into Vegeta." Following Lewis's guidance, the group directed the energy, then, with outstretched hands, poured it into Vegeta. "It has arrived." Lewis sensed an unusual aura and exclaimed with excitement. Bulma and Jain watched intently as Vegeta, the god of Super Saiyans, seemed on the verge of manifesting. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi clutched little Gohan tightly, positioning herself behind Lewis to shield him from the potential force unleashed by Vegeta. She was well aware that each breakthrough for a Saiyan often culminated in widespread devastation. Buzz. The earth trembled, centered around Vegeta. The 6 were suddenly enveloped by a golden flame. Goku, King Vegeta, and Bardock instantly transformed into Super Saiyans. To their astonishment, Raditz's hair began to flicker as he tapped into the resonance of their bloodline power, pushing himself to ascend to the Super Saiyan state. Swish, swish, boom. A formidable force erupted from Raditz, his long hair transforming into a brilliant golden hue, reminiscent of the Super Saiyan 3 state. Lewis, in awe, exclaimed, "How did Raditz achieve Super Saiyan 3? Jain shouted with excitement. "Oh my, this guy truly resembles Super Saiyan 3 in his Super Saiyan 1 form." Lewis secretly scoffed. Yet he spoke up. Raditz has not ascended to the Super Saiyan 3 state. He remains at the Super Saiyan 1 level. Janae's expression darkened for a moment. But she soon brightened up again. Even at the Super Saiyan 1 state, that is still quite impressive. Pay attention, everyone. Lewis unleashed a formidable power, safeguarding Bulma and her companions, before turning his gaze towards the 6 individuals on the open ground. Suddenly, Vegeta levitated from the grass, an overwhelming aura erupting from him. A radiant golden beam shot skyward, instantly transforming the white clouds into a brilliant gold. Soon, under the influence of a mysterious force, the golden clouds began to swirl counterclockwise. Concurrently, Goku, King Vegeta, Bardock, Raditz, and Gracie began to ascend into the air. A misty aura erupted, enveloping the 6 in a soft blue glow. In an instant, all auras vanished, including the golden beam. Suddenly, a silver beam emerged at the center of the 6, radiating outward. At that moment, Vegeta's spirit seemed to tremble. Furrowing his brow, Vegeta abruptly lifted his head. In that fleeting moment, his hair transformed into a deep crimson, as his mortal power transmuted into divine energy. Simultaneously, this vast divine aura emanated from Earth, reaching the underworld, and extending to the God of Destruction's palace. Chapter 153, The Super Saiyan God is a bit weak. Goku bore an uncanny resemblance to the foretold Super Saiyan God. It was he, the prophecy fish, pointing at the image of Goku, exclaimed with excitement. "He is the Super Saiyan God I foretold." "Who was that behind the red-haired Saiyan?" "You mean Goku?" Beerus inquired, gesturing towards Goku. Indeed, the prophecy fish swam in circles, leaping from the water upon witnessing the fulfillment of its prophecy, elated to prove its foresight was not in vain. Especially after Beerus had teased it about the potential falsity of its predictions. "Whis, let us depart." "Very well." Whis soared into the sky with Beerus, leaving the prophecy fish bewildered on the ground. At that moment, Ties emerged from the God of Destruction's palace, calling out, "Lord Beerus, Whis, it's time for dinner." After a while, the prophecy fish returned to the palace. Where the prophecy fish and Whis? They went to find that Super Saiyan God, on Earth. In the celestial realm, wow! All Magic lay on the floor of the celestial realm, gazing towards the direction of the Bowsy Mountain, its round eyes filled with excitement. "Bobo, they really have transformed into Super Saiyan gods." Bobo stood beside the great demon lord, marveling, "Lewis is truly astute. I never anticipated he would discover the method spoken of by the great demon lord. However, the Saiyan race is indeed formidable." Bobo raised an eyebrow, gazing at the sky. "Oh, great demon lord, Beerus is flying towards Earth. Do not concern yourself with that slender feline." "Understood." In the vicinity of Bowsy Mountain, above the clearing by the stream, Vegeta hovered motionless, yet the crimson light he emitted painted the entire sky in shades of red. The divine aura permeated the air, transforming Bowsy Mountain into what seemed like a sacred domain. "It is accomplished," Vegeta exclaimed joyfully as he reverted to his normal form. Goku's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "The pressure is terrifying. I cannot perceive Vegeta's energy at all." Bardock quickly turned to inquire, "Lewis, is this what you referred to as the Super Saiyan God? How peculiar." Lewis did not respond to the inquiries of the crowd. He remained fixated on the celestial figure of Vegeta above. Why does he possess only the strength of the first layer of Divine Realm? Lewis was somewhat taken aback, realizing that it was only by gathering the bloodline powers of 6 Saiyans that Vegeta's strength had ascended to the first tier of the Divine Realm. This was even inferior to the power of Gogeta, born from the fusion of Goku and another. How could this be? As Lewis was lost in thought, a crimson figure materialized before him, clenching its fist and striking towards his face. Lewis was still pondering the power of the Super Saiyan God, yet instinctively, a glimmer of silver radiated from him. Perfectly at ease in the realm of ultimate intent, his body moved in harmony with his thoughts. With fluid grace, Lewis evaded Vegeta's assault before soaring into the sky. Realizing that Lewis had dodged his attack, Vegeta pursued him, unleashing a flurry of strikes, each punch and kick reverberating through the air like a tempest, leaving afterimages scattered across the heavens. Faced with Vegeta's relentless onslaught, Lewis retreated while simultaneously engaging, cradling his chin in one hand, his expression revealing a mind still at work. "Damn it, I can sense your divine aura. Yet why can I not land a blow on you?" Vegeta seethed with fury, believing that his previous defeat in their sparring session was due to his inability to perceive Lewis's divine energy. Little did he know, that was not the case at all. Observing Lewis's evasive maneuvers, Vegeta pondered that if Lewis did not appear so contemplative, he might have genuinely believed Lewis was taking their bout seriously. Upon finally sensing the divine aura, Vegeta realized that Lewis had never unleashed his full power during their exchanges. He had merely been toying with them. "Lewis, you insufferable wretch." A wave of humiliation washed over him, his chest heaving with rage, as the first layer of divine energy erupted within him. He transformed into a colossal crimson dragon, charging towards Lewis. The sky trembled violently, determined to strike Lewis, who seemed lost in thought. Vegeta witnessed Lewis finally lift his gaze with a subtle smile. "Enough of this nonsense." Lewis raised his hand, conjuring a sphere of destructive energy. As Vegeta swiftly approached, he beheld the ominous energy in Lewis's grasp, his pupils dilating with alarm. "Gah!" Vegeta abruptly halted midair. "No more antics, no more." The proud Prince Vegeta quickly adopted a deferential stance. A true warrior knows when to yield. Even the act of bowing, once deemed disgraceful, is not beneath him when addressing a prospective god of destruction. "Let us descend." Lewis cast a glance at the ancient being, ceasing his jest. He retracted his destructive energy and descended towards the ground. Lewis began to comprehend why Vegeta's Super Saiyan God only possesses the power of the first tier of divine realms. It is due to the S-Factor energy. The creation of a Super Saiyan God necessitates the infusion of S-Factor energy by 5 Saiyans, which essentially constitutes the power of their bloodline. However, this method resembles the infusion of Ki. It is not inherently Vegeta's S-Factor strength and, once depleted, it ceases to exist. This contrasts sharply with the Fusion Warriors, who are entirely new beings. Fusion Warriors amalgamate the talents, potential, and strength of both individuals in a seamless union. The abilities and potential acquired post-fusion are intrinsic to the Fusion Warrior themselves, even if only 2 individuals are fused. The power of Gogeta far surpasses that of a mere Super Saiyan God. Furthermore, Gogeta is the fusion of the 2 primary protagonists of Dragon Ball, rendering him incomparable to an ordinary Super Saiyan God. As Lewis and his companion descended, a crowd surged forward. "Vegeta, how do you feel? Can you sense the divine aura? How much stronger are you compared to Gogeta?" Faced with the barrage of inquiries, Vegeta, with an air of pride, elaborated on his condition. Indeed, he had attained the status of Super Saiyan God, and his strength was slightly inferior to that of Gogeta. Upon hearing this, Bardock and the others were taken aback. The combined power of 6 individuals was surprisingly outmatched by the strength of just 2 fused beings. Lewis had to explain to everyone, and only then did they understand the reason behind it. Although the power of the Super Saiyan God was nearly on par with that of Vegeta, The ability to sense divine energy was something that the fused warriors could not compete with. With gains come losses. King Vegeta and the others were thrilled. With the fusion technique and the method to create Super Saiyan gods, it would now be difficult for the Saiyans to remain grounded. Chapter 154, Dr. Gero. Today was indeed a day of good fortune, as Raditz could now transform into a Super Saiyan. Bardock suddenly remembered that his eldest son could also transform. Son Goku laughed heartily. Brother, your Super Saiyan form truly resembles that of a Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta patted Raditz on the shoulder. Raditz was his subordinate. And now that the firstborn could also transform into a Super Saiyan, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Well, my hairstyle is just like this. There's nothing I can do about it. Raditz awkwardly smiled in response to everyone's teasing. Laughter erupted among the crowd. At that moment, Lewis looked at everyone and said, "All right. Since you all have more opportunities to transform into Super Saiyan gods in the future, it's time to focus on the resurgence of the Saiyan race. Vegeta, take your father and the others back, then pass on the fusion technique and the method to create Super Saiyan gods to your kin." Understood. Vegeta nodded. Earlier, Lewis had mentioned encountering difficulties and asked if they would assist him. It was evident that Lewis must have been in trouble to ask such a question. The Saiyan race owed its current state to Lewis. He could be considered another king among them. Should Lewis request assistance, Vegeta would undoubtedly rally his people to support him wholeheartedly. This sentiment resonated deeply within King Vegeta's heart, even if it meant risking annihilation. After bidding farewell to Bulma, Vegeta departed with King Vegeta, Raditz, Gracie, Bardock, and Jine, leaving Earth behind. Only Lewis, Bulma, and Son Goku remained at Mount Payos. Son Goku gazed up at the sky and sighed. Chi-Chi, they have returned. Chi-Chi, cradling little Gohan, felt a twinge of reluctance. Yes, during this time while carrying Gohan. It was my mother who took care of me. Lewis cast a glance at the small Gohan cradled in Chi-Chi's arms, and he too expressed his desire to depart. As his sister Tais awaited his return to the God of Destruction realm to conceive offspring. Brother-in-law, since you're heading back and Vegeta has already left, why not take me along to the God of Destruction realm for a little adventure? Bulma implored eagerly. Lewis, I shall return to procreate, leaving you to wreak havoc upon the divine realm. How am I to fulfill my purpose while you seek to obliterate planets? Where would I find the time to accompany you? Lewis shook his head, then recalled something, turning to son Wukong with a smile. Kakarot, you must endeavor to train diligently. Or else, when the god of war of the Saiyan race returns, I fear you may not be able to withstand it. He was, of course, referring to Broly. Son Wukong, Bardock, and the future son Goten would surely be thrilled to see this family of three together. Ah, son Wukong wore a puzzled expression, just about to inquire further. Suddenly, Lewis looked up at the sky. How did they arrive? Could they have sensed Vegeta's divine aura? He pondered. Who has come? Asked his brother-in-law. Lord Beerus. The slender feline figure appeared. As Bulma finished speaking, two figures manifested in the clearing. Beerus, glaring at Bulma, retorted, You are the one who resembles a slender cat, and your entire family as well. He was about to launch into a tirade against Bulma's family, but upon glancing at Lewis, he thought better of it. Beerus gradually approached Goku, scrutinizing him from head to toe, muttering, This fellow hardly seems to be my formidable adversary. Realizing Beerus's purpose for visiting Earth, Lewis understood that he had come in search of a worthy opponent. Beerus poked Goku's chest with his finger and calmly said, Transform into that Super Saiyan god for me. Goku, with a wry smile, replied, Lord Beerus, transforming into a Super Saiyan god requires 6 Saiyans. I cannot do it alone. Upon hearing this, Beerus's expression turned icy, and the temperature around them plummeted rapidly. Luis approached, wrapping his arms around Beerus's neck, and whispered softly, Lord Beerus, it would be wise to know when to withdraw. It would be unfortunate to find oneself without an escape route. Despite Beerus's fierce countenance, Luis was well aware of the significant regard in which Goku and Vegeta were held in Beerus's eyes. In the ranking of average human capabilities across the universe, divine beings were not included, thus the universe's standing relied heavily on its elite warriors. Goku and Vegeta represented the pride of Universe 7. And Luis understood that Beerus had been closely monitoring their every move. Beerus replied, Could you not show me a modicum of respect? I am merely attempting to ease the tension of the situation. You are clearly undermining my authority here. Frustrated, Beerus retracted his menacing aura, albeit unknowingly. Their hushed exchange was overheard by Goku. leaving him somewhat bemused. What a peculiar god of destruction. Now what is this about the god of Super Saiyans? Beerus pushed Luis aside and fixed his gaze upon him, as Whis also turned his attention in their direction. Originally, Luis intended to return and wreak havoc in the divine realm before providing his explanations. However, since Beerus and his companions had already arrived on Earth, he revealed everything. Upon hearing the entire account, Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief. The Saiyan race could indeed summon a foe deity with just 6 of their kind. Though it possessed the aura of divinity, it lacked the essence of a true divine dimension and could be mass-produced. Moreover, with the addition of the fusion technique, You Saiyans, Beerus stammered, pointing at Luis. Luis chuckled. What is it with us Saiyans? Beerus took a deep breath and exclaimed with excitement, Goodness gracious. We have struck it rich. Luis, Weiss, Sun Wukong, Bulma, Chi-Chi, Little Gohan. Now my 7th universe is taking off. On the lawn, Beerus, as if afflicted by a peculiar madness, twisted his waist, performing a rather distasteful little dance. Here we go again. Luis and Vis felt a shiver run down their spines, for they recalled that Beerus had previously engaged in such a dance, a performance prompted by Luis's act of slaying Ketla. And now it was happening again. How utterly exasperating. Luis swiftly dragged Whis away, leaving Beerus alone on the lawn, performing a rather distasteful little dance. Realizing too late, Beerus gazed at the sky and shouted, Hey, I haven't T-boarded yet. He hurriedly gave chase. In a cave on the southern islands of Earth, an emaciated old man clad in a jacket and wearing a black hat emblazoned with the letter R pondered deeply. The force of power was overwhelming. Why has Son Goku become so formidable? I must expedite the creation of my ultimate weapon. Dr. Gero glanced at the sleeping pods marked with 17 and 18. Then shook his head. He resumed his operations at the supercomputer. Chapter 155. I am finally going to be a father. In the vast cosmos, 2 figures spiraled through the stars, while in the distance, a purple cat swiftly approached. Beerus, fuming, remarked, Luis, Whis, you two are truly insufferable. I haven't even boarded yet. Luis chuckled. Who could blame Lord Beerus for being so intolerable? Besides, Vados and I have been waiting for you. Otherwise, we would have already allowed you to return to the God of Destruction realm on your own. Vados stifled a laugh, recalling how he and Luis had departed the God of Destruction realm without Beerus, leaving him to journey alone from the God of Destruction realm to Earth. Humph. At least you possess a semblance of conscience. Beerus nodded in satisfaction and declared, Let us depart. We shall return to the God of Destruction realm, where a delightful surprise awaits you. He was alluding to the fact that Ties had conceived a child, a piece of news that Luis was still unaware of. What sort of surprise? You shall discover it upon our return. How delightfully enigmatic. Luis shook his head, preparing to employ instant transmission to return with Beerus to the realm of destruction. Ah, indeed. As Luis spiraled through the starry expanse, he turned to face Beerus and his companion, saying, You two shall henceforth refrain from visiting Earth. The atmosphere in the cosmos suddenly grew heavy with tension. A jolt of unease surged through Beerus. What could possibly be amiss? He exchanged a glance with Whis, who inquired, Has something occurred? Whis, did you not previously mention that the Senzu beans possessed by Kakarot were a privilege exclusive to the former Grand Minister? Indeed, Whis replied with a nod. At that moment, an ominous premonition gripped Beerus. A flash of insight pierced through his thoughts, and he blurted out, Luis, are you suggesting that the Dark Lord is on Earth? Luis raised an eyebrow, taken aback that Beerus had considered this possibility. However, he certainly did not wish for Zamasu to be on Earth, as it housed the family of Ties and Goku's kin as well. Who could predict whether Zamasu would unleash chaos on the planet? Meanwhile, Whis also came to a realization, speaking with unwavering certainty. Previously, I was only aware of the former Grand Priest's identity, but I was utterly ignorant of whom he served. Now that I have uncovered all the secrets, it is clear that since the former Grand Priest is on Earth, Lord Zamasu must also be present there. I am left with a perplexing question. Why did Lord Zamasu refrain from taking action against Luis after his recent visit to Earth? It is worth noting that Luis had obliterated the world he had created. This is the source of Whis' confusion, and indeed, it is also a matter that puzzles Luis. Luis captured all the formidable beings of the Dark Demon realm and shattered it to pieces. Upon his arrival on Earth, the entire demonic force astonishingly refrained from attacking him. I cannot fathom the reason behind this. Yet even if the entire demonic horde sought to assail me, they could not extinguish my life. At worst, they could merely seal me away. Lewis gazed at Weiss and remarked, "You are unlike me. It would be prudent for you to refrain from venturing to Earth." "Indeed, Lord Beerus," Weiss responded gravely, "Lewis speaks the truth. The Dark Demon Realm stands as an adversary to our entire universe. We should avoid traveling to Earth if we can." "Damn it!" Beerus clenched his fists, unleashing a destructive aura that shattered the surrounding cosmos. The thought of not being able to visit Earth implied he would be deprived of its culinary delights. How infuriating! Nevertheless, when weighed against his very existence, he had no choice but to forego any earthly delicacies. "Weiss, how many instant noodles do we have left?" 300 million barrels of instant noodles. Only 300 million barrels? That's rather insufficient. Well, this amount should sustain us for several years. We shall address the matter once we have consumed them. Indeed, Weiss nodded earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lewis was left utterly astounded. 300 million barrels of instant noodles? When did these two amass such a quantity, and why was I oblivious to it? Lord Beerus, you should return to the God of Destruction realm with Lewis. I must inform my father of this situation. Weiss waved his hand, and, just as he was about to depart, turned back to Lewis with utmost seriousness, saying, "Lewis, congratulations on your impending fatherhood." With that, Weiss waved his staff and vanished into the starry expanse. "I am to become a father?" Lewis gazed at the spot where Whis had just vanished, momentarily taken aback before an overwhelming joy surged within him. Gripping Beerus's shoulders tightly, he fervently exclaimed, "Lord Beerus, Tais has arrived." Dizzied by the fervor of Lewis's shaking, Beerus quickly interjected, "Tais is still awaiting your arrival. We must hasten our departure from this sector of the cosmos." Is this truly the surprise Whis spoke of? Indeed, it is a genuine marvel. Lewis grasped Beerus and utilized instantaneous movement to depart from the location. In the realm of destruction, Tais lay languidly on a sun lounger by the lake, gently caressing her abdomen, her eyes radiating maternal warmth. After Lewis exited the room, Whis approached her, bearing the delightful news of her pregnancy. This revelation was indeed a monumental surprise. Hadn't Lewis mentioned he would be teaching Kakarot and the others to fuse? Why was he taking so long? A subtle smile graced Tais's lips as she pondered the expression Lewis would wear upon discovering she was with child. Suddenly, by the lakeside, a swift sound echoed, "Sister Tais." In an instant, Lewis appeared beside Tais, gently lifting her from the chair as they embraced tightly. Beerus, who had been brought back, declared, "If I am to leave, then I shall go." He huffed in a petulant manner before gracefully departing from the lakeside. Little did he know, Lewis and his beloved paid him no heed whatsoever. Lewis chuckled, "Sister Tais, am I not remarkable? Did you not express your desire for children? I hit the mark with a single shot." "You little rascal, Lewis, how shameless you are to utter such words." Tais blushed deeply as he held her in his embrace. "Am I not merely following the example you set, Sister Tais? You were the one who repeatedly spoke of wanting to have children." Lewis burst into laughter, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of happiness. The sensation was truly delightful. "Do not utter another word," Tais exclaimed, blushing with embarrassment, reflecting on how she had previously uttered such audacious remarks. At that moment, Tais's cheeks were as red as a ripened apple. She quickly reached out, covering Lewis's mouth with her hand, fearful that he might utter another bold statement. Ha! Lewis had his mouth covered, yet he couldn't contain his laughter. He was genuinely elated, for he was about to become a father. Tais' little face was nestled in Lewis's embrace, listening to the strong rhythm of his heartbeat. Today marked the happiest day of her life. Chapter 156. Bringing back Broly. With Tai expecting a child, Lewis had no intention of leaving the realm of destruction. He would remain by her side. As for the task of annihilating planets, he decided to hand those responsibilities back to Beerus. Although Beerus was quite reluctant, having relied on Lewis's assistance for over 2 decades, he quickly complied upon witnessing Tai's threatening gaze. After all, Tai had playfully threatened him with delectable treats, something he simply could not resist. The duties of planet destruction were returned to Beerus just as Whis returned from the Grand Priest. Upon his arrival, Whis immediately sought out Tai, inquiring if she felt any discomfort. Touched by Whis's concern, Tai assured him that she felt perfectly well. In fact, she felt confident enough to declare that she could defeat Frieza if he were to resurrect before her. Beerus and Whis merely exchanged amused glances, choosing not to undermine Tai's spirit, as they were keen to avoid any emotional upheaval during her pregnancy. Once Tai was reassured, Lewis turned his attention to Whis. inquiring about his well-being. Lewis referred to the Grand Priest's perspective on the existence of the dark magic on Earth. Whis relayed the Grand Priest's words to him, stating that the Grand Priest had advised him and Beerus to act as if they were unaware of the dark magic's presence on Earth, meaning they should continue with their usual duties. Both Beerus and Lewis were utterly astonished, for this was the dark magic that opposed the Omni King's universe. Why would the Grand Priest utter such words? Shouldn't this situation prompt the Omni King to take action personally, unleashing a cataclysmic world war? Lewis felt that his intellect was somewhat inadequate, yet he sensed that something was amiss. The High Priest's indifferent demeanor towards him only deepened the mystery. What hidden secrets lay beneath the surface? The situation was perplexing, even for Whis, who struggled to comprehend it. Eventually, Lewis and his companions decided to cease their speculations, believing that the truth would eventually be revealed. During the ensuing period, Lewis continuously engaged in mischief within the divine realm, accompanying Thais. Meanwhile, Beerus instructed Whis to take him on a rampage across planets, as the seventh universe was undergoing rapid development. Beerus was reluctant to allow subpar planets to hinder the progress of his universe. The swift advancement of the seventh universe was undoubtedly tied to the rise of the Saiyan race. This ascendance was largely attributed to the fusion technique and the method for creating Super Saiyan gods. The fusion technique was brought back by Lewis from the planet Metamor, while the creation method for Super Saiyan gods was also derived from his own explorations. Over the past 2 decades, the Saiyan population had expanded from a mere 2,000 to 10,000. Both the fusion technique and the method for creating Super Saiyan gods were introduced into the Saiyan community by Vegeta. In a remarkable turn of events, every Saiyan mastered these 2 techniques, allowing any pair to fuse together. Presently, even the weakest Saiyans boasted battle powers exceeding 400,000. Although they had yet to transform into Super Saiyans, the fusion process granted them significant strength. The fused warriors surpassed a battle power of 20 million. And each could transform into a Super Saiyan. This transformation amplified their power by 50 times, resulting in each fused warrior possessing a strength of at least 1 billion. Furthermore, every 6 Saiyans could create 1 Super Saiyan god. The Super Saiyan gods emanated divine energy, their power imperceptible to mortals, without engaging in battle. No one could ascertain the true extent of a Super Saiyan god's strength. However, Vegeta had sparred with the Super Saiyan gods crafted within his clan and discovered that they paled in comparison to the fused warriors. This indicated that the strength of the Super Saiyan gods did not exceed 1 billion. This disparity was considerable when juxtaposed with his own Super Saiyan god transformation. It was only natural, as not every Saiyan could be the protagonist. Vegeta felt somewhat dissatisfied with the limited battle power of the Super Saiyan gods within his clan. Yet when compared to the former Saiyans, the current Super Saiyan gods were indeed formidable. Additionally, in combat, the Super Saiyan gods possessed an advantage over the fused warriors, as their energy was undetectable by mortals. Consequently, in the training matches among the Saiyans, the Super Saiyan gods often emerged victorious. With the emergence of fused warriors and Super Saiyan gods, the Saiyan race had undeniably risen to prominence. With the old Kaioshin overseeing the 7th universe, its ranking soared remarkably, ascending from the lower echelons to an impressive 3rd place. Both Beerus and the old Kaioshin were left speechless upon witnessing this. Indeed, the Saiyan race is the true harbinger of fortune for the 7th universe. Should the Omni King ever contemplate erasing a universe again, it would not be their 7th universe that faced annihilation. Thus, 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Thais' belly grew ever larger, while Lewis remained by her side in the realm of the destroyers. The emotions of a pregnant woman are often capricious. Sensing Thais' discontent, Lewis made a trip to Earth and brought Bulma back to keep her company. As expected, when Lewis ventured to fetch Bulma for the realm of the destroyers, the Demon King refrained from taking action against him, just as he had previously. Although Lewis felt somewhat perplexed, it was indeed best that the demon did not take action against him. Half a year later, by the lakeside of the god of destruction's realm, Thais, with her prominent belly, gazed at Lewis, who seemed intent on departing. Bulma, equally puzzled, inquired, "Brother-in-law, why are you leaving your sister behind? Where are you headed?" Lewis approached Thais, planting a gentle kiss upon her pristine forehead, then tenderly caressed her burgeoning belly. "Did I not mention to you 6 months ago that I would take Broly to the planet Metamor to learn the art of spiritual rebirth? The time has come. I must go and bring him back. Then hasten your journey and return swiftly, Thais replied, finally recalling the matter of Broly. Only Bulma appeared utterly perplexed, having no knowledge of who Broly was. Rest assured, I shall return shortly. Lewis smiled, and then utilized instant teleportation to depart from the realm of destruction. On the planet Metamor, under a cerulean sky adorned with fluffy white clouds and surrounded by azure oceans and lush forests, the environment closely resembled that of Earth. In front of a mystical stone tablet located at the heart of the Metamor continent, a robust figure sat before the tablet, his eyes wide open. A grass-green giant ape slowly faded from his gaze. Finally, he had mastered the art of spiritual rebirth. This individual was none other than Broly, whom Lewis had brought to this place. Beside him stood a Metamorian named Sharp, who smiled and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Broly, on mastering spiritual rebirth. Thank you, Elder Sharp, for your care over the past half-year." Broly replied sincerely. At this moment, Broly had learned to communicate and understood some of the nuances of human interaction. We, the Metamorians, welcome every individual who cherishes peace, especially one brought here by the esteemed candidate for the God of Destruction. You need not be modest. As Sharp finished his statement, a figure appeared with a whoosh. Lewis, Chapter 157. Taking you to confront Kakarot, the mystical tablet grove was situated on a small island, entirely surrounded by the sea. Lewis appeared there, glancing at the two individuals beside him, and smiled. Broly, Elder Sharp, it has been a while. Sharp respectfully replied, "Greetings, esteemed candidate for the God of Destruction." Lewis nodded at Sharp and turned to Broly, who was seated before the mystic tablet. "How are you faring? Have you managed to master your tempestuous emotions?" 6 months prior, he and the old Kai had brought Broly to this sacred place. Beyond the pursuit of fusion techniques, another objective was to help Broly discover a profound method for mental cultivation. Indeed, the planet Metamor truly lives up to its reputation as the martial arts sanctuary of the 7th universe, for Lewis had unearthed a technique known as mental nirvana here. Once Broly learns this technique and combines it with the spirit fruit, his mental prowess will ascend swiftly. The stronger his mind becomes, the more easily he will be able to control his raging emotions. Consequently, Broly will be able to maintain his composure even in a state of fury. "Yes, I can now manage my emotions," Broly exclaimed, rising from the ground with a sheepish grin while scratching his head. "That's wonderful," Lewis replied. Luis reached out and poked Broly's robust chest. His muscles were remarkably rigid, harboring an immensely ferocious energy within. This formidable figure had grown even stronger over the past 6 months. "Elder Sharp, I shall take Broly with me. Should you encounter any difficulties, simply call for Whis, and I shall be there to assist you promptly." Although Lewis is merely a candidate for the God of Destruction, he is not akin to that rogue Beerus. Lewis remains profoundly grateful to those who have aided him. "Thank you, esteemed candidate for the God of Destruction," Sharp exclaimed, filled with exhilaration, as this marks a significant promise from a prospective deity of destruction. With Lewis's assurance, the planet Metamor shall rest easy henceforth. Observing that Lewis and his companion were about to depart, Sharp hurriedly approached and implored, "Esteemed candidate for the God of Destruction. While Broly has indeed gained control over his furious emotions, the power within him continues to surge. Should he cease his rigorous training and mental enlightenment, the risk of losing control remains. To avert unnecessary complications, please ensure that Broly persists in his practice of mental enlightenment." "Broly, did you hear that?" Lewis glanced at Broly. Broly, possessing the legendary Saiyan physique, would experience a continuous growth in strength even without training. However, if his mental fortitude did not keep pace with his burgeoning power, he risked losing control. "I am deeply grateful to Elder Sharp. I shall persistently cultivate my mental rebirth," Broly affirmed, nodding with sincere appreciation. After bidding farewell to Elder Sharp of the Metamor Star, Lewis departed with Broly. Elder Sharp watched as Lewis faded from view, murmuring to himself, "With the Kaioshin and the God of Destruction reappearing in the universe, it seems that the 7th universe is poised for a resurgence." Lewis departed from the planet Metamor with Broly, neither returning to the realm of the Destroyers, nor journeying to Earth, and certainly not heading to the Galaxy Patrol headquarters. Lewis arrived outside a verdant planet with Broly. "Let us take a look," he said. Lewis proceeded to unseal the planet. Broly, with a countenance filled with complexity, transformed into a brilliant ray of light and soared into the depths of the planet. Lewis stood outside the planet, awaiting Broly's emergence. Before long, Broly flew out from the depths of the planet, his demeanor despondent. "What has transpired?" he inquired. He still intends to manipulate me. He commanded me to eliminate you and then return to planet Vegeta to slay King Vegeta. Also, he may reign over the Saiyan race. Will you blame me for sealing your father on this planet? Lewis gazed at Broly intently. Lewis, you rescued my father and me from planet Wampa, and then guided me to planet Metamore to learn the art of spirit control. Elder Sharp is a remarkable individual, and during these past 6 months, he has imparted the wisdom of spirit control upon me. I have learned much from him. Broly turned his gaze towards Lewis, shaking his head. I am no longer the person I once was. I have come to understand the distinction between right and wrong, and I bear you no ill will. Moreover, this planet is highly conducive to human life. My father has thrived here. Allowing him to remain is indeed the right choice. Upon hearing this, Lewis exhaled in relief, not out of fear of Broly. In the realm of animation, Goku, Vegeta, and Broly were his 3 favorite characters. He truly wished to avoid enmity with this formidable figure. At that moment, Broly smiled. Also, I recall you mentioning taking me to confront Kakarot. I have eagerly anticipated that. Luis's lips twitched slightly. Kakarot, Bardock, let us go. I shall take you to meet Kakarot. He will undoubtedly be intrigued by you as well. Lewis burst into laughter. And with Broly, he utilized instant transmission to depart from that place. They arrived at the Earth, specifically at the entrance of Goku's home on Mount Pozu, where they appeared with a sudden whoosh. Lewis cast a glance towards the sky, pondering whether the entire magical realm had yet to strike against him. Just as he was enveloped in confusion, Broly, brimming with fierce combat spirit, entered the room and proclaimed, Lewis, you mentioned that Kakarot is here. However, the room was desolate, devoid of any presence. Lewis paid no heed to the affairs of the full magic. He stepped inside, furrowing his brow and inquiring, where have you been? At that moment, a resounding explosion echoed from another direction in the Dumpling Mountain. Boom. Luis and Broly exchanged a glance. Let us go. In an instant, the two vanished from sight. On the other side of Bowsy Mountain, Piccolo exclaimed, will you agree to my terms? If you refuse, I shall continue to pummel you. How dare you, Son Goku? Piccolo struggled to rise from the deep pit, his tattered attire rendering him a pitiful sight. Son Goku descended gracefully from the sky, landing beside Piccolo. I merely asked you to look after Gohan for a year. After all, you have nothing else to do, wouldn't you agree? I curse you. Piccolo's veins bulged with fury, his chest heaving with each breath. Die. He sprang from the ground, conjuring a powerful energy sphere in his hand, which he hurled vehemently at Son Goku. Save your strength. You cannot defeat me, Son Goku remarked with a smile, tightening his fist and grasping at the incoming energy sphere. With a resounding explosion, the sphere was instantly crushed, scattering into countless twinkling lights that dissolved into the ether. Piccolo was filled with rage, perplexed as to how Son Goku had become so formidable. As he contemplated his next move, 2 figures suddenly soared through the sky, appearing beside Son Goku in the blink of an eye. Broly touched down, instantly recognizing the familiar face. Kakarot. Kakarot. Chapter 158, Broly vs. Son Goku. Boom. A surge of uncontrollable emotions surged within Broly's mind. Yet, drawing upon his formidable mental fortitude, he swiftly mastered his fury. Although his rage was subdued, his hair had transformed into a vibrant shade of green, the legendary Super Saiyan state. Now, fueled by his unleashed fury, his battle power soared to unimaginable heights. 500 million, 1 billion, 50 billion. The forest surrounding Bowsy Mountain was instantaneously obliterated by the might of Broly's unleashed power. Lewis observed Broly managing his emotions and nodded in acknowledgement. Yet he was left speechless by the actions of this colossal figure. Goodness. He arrived and immediately demolished Goku's home. Lewis hastily employed the time rule, restoring the surrounding forest to its former glory. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong had soared to Chi-Chi's side, shielding her and little Gohan. As for Piccolo, he had long been swept away by the powerful shockwave. Broly, mastering his emotions, stabilized his strength at an overwhelming 50 billion battle power. Kakarot. I shall deliver a thrashing upon you. Broly emanated an emerald glow, vanishing from sight as he charged towards Sun Wukong. Lewis, who is he? Sun Wukong shouted, positioning Chi-Chi protectively behind him. The pressure exerted by Broly was akin to that of a monstrous beast. Allow him to land a blow. I shall ensure the safety of Chi-Chi and little Gohan. Unbeknownst to him, Lewis had appeared at Sun Wukong's side and took little Gohan from Chi-Chi's arms. With Lewis cradling Gohan, Sun Wukong felt a wave of relief wash over him. Damn it! This green-haired fiend thinks he can simply waltz in and threaten me. As Broly approached, Sun Wukong clenched his fists, an immense power surging forth as his hair transformed to a radiant gold. Super Saiyan at full power. His strength soared from 75 million battle power to an astonishing 3.75 billion. Sun Wukong became a streak of golden light, colliding with the onrushing Broly. Why resist when you could simply let him strike? Such folly indeed. On Lewis's side, he covered little Gohan's eyes to prevent him from being frightened. Indeed, within less than 2 minutes, a harrowing scream pierced through the entirety of Baozi Mountain. Sun Wukong plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. Goku. In this moment, Louise observed with astonishment as Kiki's expression turned to one of alarm. She felt an urge to approach. Kiki, do not worry. Broly will not act recklessly. Lewis grasped Kiki and continued, Kakarot has not fought in quite some time. He is in need of this battle. Kiki gazed at Lewis, her expression tinged with skepticism. Is that truly the case? Lewis nodded. It had been over a year since the battle with Bojack, and during this time, Sun Wukong had scarcely engaged in combat aside from his routine training. It was not that he had entirely refrained from fighting. 6 months prior, during his fusion with Vegeta using the Metamor technique, he had sparred with him. However, that encounter had ended swiftly, with him effortlessly defeating Vegeto, rendering it hardly a proper sparring session. This time, Lewis did not intend for Broly to bully Sun Wukong. Rather, he sought to apply some pressure on Sun Wukong. Perhaps this opportunity might enable Sun Wukong to ascend to the Super Saiyan 2 state. After all, it had been several years since Sun Wukong had transformed into a Super Saiyan, and logically, his bloodline had evolved sufficiently for him to achieve Super Saiyan 2. Reassured by Lewis's affirmation, Chi-Chi felt at ease. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong climbed out of the deep pit, and after consuming a Senzu bean, his wounds healed instantly. As he gazed at Broly descending from above, he inquired solemnly, Who exactly are you? I am one of my kin, Broly replied. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, noticing the tail at Broly's waist. Soon after, he observed the color of Broly's hair and questioned, What is the nature of your current state? Is this a Super Saiyan transformation? Why is your hair green? Broly landed on the ground, not responding to Sun Wukong's questions, and looked at him with mild confusion. After I pummeled you, how come you are unscathed? Sun Wukong's lips twitched slightly. Realizing that Broly was his kin relieved him. Initially, he had thought Broly to be an adversary like Bojack. For some reason, I felt particularly joyful while hitting you, but Lewis advised me not to go too far. So I stopped after giving you a beating. Broly's eyes sparkled as he remarked, Yet you appear perfectly fine. I could deliver another blow. Huh? Surrounded by a vibrant green aura, Broly advanced towards Sun Wukong, an overwhelming power emanating from him. Sun Wukong felt as though he were being targeted by a ferocious beast, an unparalleled sense of pressure causing his scalp to tingle. What manner of creature is this? Amidst his astonishment, Sun Wukong felt a surge of excitement. Battling such a formidable opponent promised to be exhilarating. Having just exchanged blows, he was acutely aware of the gap in their strengths. Broly's power was beyond his capacity to withstand. In that case, let me try this technique. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened. He did not transform into his full power Super Saiyan state, but remained in his normal form. Relaxing his body, a transcendent aura began to emanate from him, rendering his movements fluid and dynamic. From a distance, Lewis sensed a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that Sun Wukong was on the verge of breaking through to the state of transcendence. As Broly observed Goku's state, he was momentarily taken aback. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Goku made his move. He shifted his position and appeared beside Broly, who quickly regained his focus and unleashed a powerful punch at Goku. The impact reverberated through the air. However, Broly's fist passed through Goku as if he were a mere illusion. Right here, big guy? Came Goku's voice from behind Broly, as he launched a fierce side kick, generating an intense gust of wind. Chapter 159. Goku transforms into Super Saiyan 2, gritting his teeth. Goku propelled himself away using the force of the collision, twisting his body mid-air to execute a full 360-degree spin before delivering another kick. But at that moment, Broly reacted. A massive hand shot out towards Goku's right leg. Fortunately, Goku's instincts kicked in, allowing him to evade Broly's grasp. Channeling all his strength into his right leg, Goku struck fiercely at Broly's neck. With a resounding impact, a powerful shockwave erupted, radiating from the two combatants. The howling winds wreaked havoc once more on the already devastated forest. Yet, astonishingly, Broly remained utterly unmoved. In the distance, Chi-Chi covered her mouth in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. Aside from Lewis, Goku was undoubtedly the mightiest Saiyan of his race. Who was this enigmatic Saiyan that could withstand Goku's onslaught not once, but twice? Lewis, cradling little Gohan, gazed intently at the battle unfolding before him and remarked calmly, "Kakarot is nearing the threshold of the Ultra Instinct state. In this condition, despite Kakarot's swift reflexes, Broly may prove to be an insurmountable challenge for him at this moment. However, without the enhancement of Super Saiyan power, Kakarot's strength in this state is significantly diminished. With his current capabilities, he stands no chance against Broly. It is akin to the scenario in the Super anime, where Goku, upon entering the Ultra Instinct, possesses insufficient power to contend with Jiren, regardless of his maximum speed and reflexes. What shall we do?" Chi-Chi expressed her concerns. Unless Vegeta arrives and merges with Kakarot, Vegito might possess the strength necessary to defeat Broly. Luis playfully teased the small Gohan in his arms, then lifted his gaze to the horizon. "Of course, I did not bring Broly here for the purpose of letting Vegeta defeat him. Rather, I wish to see if Kakarot can break through to the Super Saiyan 2 state." Boom. Ahead, Broly unleashed a formidable power, sending Son Goku flying. As he shouted Kakarot, he surged forward in pursuit. One silver, one green. Two beams of light raced across the sky, occasionally colliding, with the ensuing ferocious energy crackling through the air in a symphony of sizzling sounds. In an instant, the landscape was shattered. Countless trees were uprooted and swept into the sky, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Faced with such a formidable adversary as Broly, Son Goku felt his blood surge with excitement. Aware of his own advantages, he utilized his nimble movements and quick reflexes to engage in a guerrilla warfare against Broly. In the legendary Super Saiyan form, Broly possessed immense strength, boasting a battle power of 50 billion, yet he found himself unable to catch up with Goku's elusive tactics. Goku grew increasingly exhilarated, believing that if he continued in this manner, he could eventually wear Broly down. However, what Goku did not realize was that the legendary Super Saiyan was a warrior born for battle. Broly's capacity for learning and adaptation was terrifying. He swiftly acclimated to Goku's fighting style and was able to react accordingly. Kamehameha. In the sky, Goku unleashed a powerful energy wave towards Broly. Boom. Broly was struck, enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke. Under the cover of this haze, Goku swiftly twisted his body and reappeared behind Broly. He aimed to replicate his previous tactic, strike Broly and flee. But Kakarot. Broly's head twisted at an uncanny angle, his gaze fixated on Goku with seething fury. How is this possible? Goku was taken aback. Had this brute not been thoroughly outmaneuvered until now? How could he respond so quickly this time? As Goku attempted to distance himself, he realized it was too late. Broly's fist struck him squarely in the abdomen. Gush! The overwhelming force penetrated his body, causing Goku to double over and violently spit out blood. Ha ha ha, now it's my turn, Kakarot. Broly chuckled, raising his massive fist once more, ready to strike. The weight of Broly's punch was akin to that of a mountain. When it connected with Goku's back, he was propelled like a cannonball toward the ground. Boom. The earth shattered, leaving behind a deep crater over 100 meters in diameter. In the distance, Luis exclaimed, "Truly, Broly is remarkable. He has adapted so swiftly to Kakarot's fighting style. Things do not bode well for Kakarot now." Sun Wukong had consumed the divine beings in the deep pit. Undeterred by misfortune, he soared once more into the heavens, engaging in a celestial tussle with Broly while in a state of ethereal transcendence. Yet, Broly's reaction speed was terrifyingly formidable, landing a single blow that humbled Sun Wukong. Indeed, as Lewis had forewarned, Sun Wukong's ensuing fate was tragically dire. Each strike landed with brutal precision. In the sky, Sun Wukong was mercilessly overwhelmed. Even relinquishing his ethereal state to revert to full-powered Super Saiyan proved futile, as he remained no match for Broly. Before long, his limbs were fractured, and his internal organs sustained grievous damage. The severity of his injuries escalated alarmingly. Had it not been for Lewis's counsel to Broly to restrain himself, Sun Wukong would likely have met a gruesome end. Wukong! In the distance, Chi-Chi cried out in desperation, yearning to rush to his side, but Lewis restrained her. "Do not approach. Kakarot seems poised for a breakthrough." "What?" Chi-Chi turned to Lewis, who had consistently asserted that he had brought this formidable creature to facilitate Sun Wukong's ascendance. Could it be that her Wukong was indeed on the verge of transcending? Lewis nodded. The Saiyan race thrived in an era of peace, and as time progressed, the S-factor within them would become increasingly activated. The quantity of the S-factor determined the extent of the Saiyan's bloodline ascension. Goku's bloodline ascension was undoubtedly sufficient to support his transformation into Super Saiyan 2. From Lewis's observations, Goku's power began to fluctuate. It surged dramatically and then abruptly halted. This was undoubtedly a rhythm indicative of an impending breakthrough. However, it seemed as though something was missing, and Goku had yet to achieve that breakthrough. Furthermore, under Broly's relentless assault, Goku's injuries grew increasingly severe. If he did not seize this opportunity to transcend, it remained uncertain when he would have another chance. Luis was acutely aware of this, and he communicated to Broly, "Take it easy, don't end up killing Kakarot." Ahead of them, Broly, who had been pummeling Son Goku, cast a glance in their direction and obediently softened his blows significantly. After a while, despite unleashing an entire ocean's worth of energy, Son Goku still failed to transform. This was untenable. If this continued, Goku would remain unable to transform until his demise. Upon witnessing this, Lewis ascended into the air, cradling young Gohan, and exclaimed, "Kakarot, have you seen little Gohan? You are his father, yet he has witnessed your pitiful state. Is this truly the example you wish to set for him?" Chapter 160, Do Not Strike the Face. As Lewis's voice faded, Son Wukong, enduring excruciating pain, abruptly broke free from Broly's relentless assault. He cast a glance at the small Gohan in Lewis's grasp, then turned to behold Broly, engulfed in a menacing green aura. Though his limbs were fractured, Son Wukong reached into his possession and retrieved a senzu bean, swiftly placing it into his mouth. Even the searing agony could not stir a flicker of emotion within him. At this moment, Son Wukong exuded an unnerving calm. Suddenly, the atmospheric pressure shifted dramatically. A crackling sound erupted as the ions suspended in the void were drawn together by an inexplicable force, pulsating around Son Wukong. It was complete. Upon witnessing the arc of electricity manifest beside Son Wukong, Luis instantly realized that the moment had arrived. "Little Gohan, you are truly remarkable." Lewis gently kissed the soft, delicate face of little Gohan before gracefully descending to the ground. Chi-Chi hurriedly inquired, "Lewis, is Goku about to achieve a breakthrough?" "Indeed." Lewis nodded, his tone shifting. "However, do not harbor any illusions regarding Kakarot. Even if he were to surpass his limits, he could never stand against Broly. Broly has already mastered his berserk emotions, and the power he has revealed is but a fraction of his true strength. 6 months ago, during their confrontation, Broly entered an extreme rage state, and his power approached the first level of divine realms. Currently, Son Goku possesses a combat power of merely 75 million, even in his Super Saiyan 2 form. He only amplifies his strength by 100-fold. Thus, at most, his combat power could reach 7.5 billion. How could such a level contend with Broly? In the skies ahead, having consumed a senzu bean, Son Goku felt his injuries heal completely. Broly sensed that Goku was undergoing some form of breakthrough and, showing restraint, refrained from taking advantage of the situation. After all, fighting a stronger Kakarot was far more exhilarating. Goku clenched his fists, veins protruding from his forehead. As an overwhelming power surged forth, boom, the world around them dimmed instantly. His hair stood upright, leaving only 2 strands framing his face. Crackle. Countless arcs of electricity danced around him, his eyes icy cold. Super Saiyan 2. His power had surged to 7.5 billion. In that moment, the entirety of Earth was enveloped by Goku's aura. In the Celestial Palace, wow, Son Goku is truly formidable. Indeed, it's a pity he still cannot defeat Broly. On the ravaged Baozi Mountain, Goku had ascended to Super Saiyan 2. This power, clenching his fists, the overwhelming force captivated him. Once more, Goku's expression turned icy as he vanished from the sky, reappearing before Broly, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Thud. Broly remained unyielding. Another punch struck Broly's face. Still, he did not budge. "Kakarot, it seems your strength is still insufficient," Broly remarked, playfully tousling his grass-green hair. "How is this possible?" Goku exclaimed in disbelief. He had reached Super Saiyan 2, yet he could not land a blow on this opponent. He was about to speak when Broly raised his fist once more. "That colossal fist again. Don't hit my face." Chapter 161, Bringing Broly Back to the Saiyan Clan. "Don't be angry. I will restore Baozi Mountain right away." Lewis glanced at Broly in the sky, shaking his head with a smile. Initially furious, Chi-Chi was momentarily taken aback by Lewis's words. What does it mean to restore Bowsy Mountain? She observed as Lewis cradled little Gohan in one arm while raising the other towards the heavens. Rewind. A silver radiance swept across the original site of Bowsy Mountain. A miracle unfolded before their eyes. Fragments of stone reassembled into the shape of Bowsy Mountain as Goku's figure retreated from the deep pit, while Piccolo emerged from the pile of rubble. Bowsy Mountain was restored to its unblemished state. Lewis Yu. Witnessing this spectacle, Chi-Chi was left in utter astonishment, her mind racing with questions about this extraordinary phenomenon. Lewis disregarded Chi-Chi, intercepting the airborne Sun Wukong. With a swift motion, a massive claw fashioned from his purple aura descended from the sky, seizing Broly. Enough of the antics, Lewis declared, as he cradled young Gohan and escorted Chi-Chi back to the ground. Chi-Chi observed Lewis's retreating figure, her desire to inquire about something rising within her. Yet upon glimpsing her husband's pig-like visage, she hurried to Sun Wukong's side. Tenderly, she caressed his face, her heart aching as she exclaimed, "Wukong, are you all right? You look dreadful." "I'm fine," Sun Wukong replied, his speech hampered by his porcine appearance. "I'm perfectly all right, but you've turned into a pig. Wukong, you must eat a senzu bean immediately. It's merely a superficial injury, no need for a senzu bean. How can you say that when you can hardly speak coherently?" Chi-Chi responded, a mixture of exasperation and amusement in her tone. Eventually, Sun Wukong relented and consumed a senzu bean, instantaneously restoring his normal form and healing his internal wounds. At that moment, Lewis approached, with Broly trailing behind him. Lewis pointed at Broly and chuckled, "Kakarot, allow me to introduce you to the god of the Saiyan race I mentioned to you earlier, the god of war." Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated Son Goku's mind. As he recalled Lewis's words from 6 months prior, when he had completed their training in the fusion technique and the method to attain Super Saiyan God. Before departing, Lewis had remarked, "You must train diligently, otherwise, when the god of the Saiyan race returns, you may find yourself overwhelmed." It is him. Goku realized with clarity and urgently asked, "Lewis, the god you spoke of before is Broly?" "Indeed." Luis nodded with a smile. Sun Wukong swallowed hard, turning to fix his gaze intently on Broly. Having witnessed Broly's formidable power during their recent skirmish, he could only describe this individual as a veritable monster. In terms of strength, no matter how much Sun Wukong's own power increased, Broly could effortlessly match him. As for technique and reflexes, Sun Wukong briefly entered a state of ethereal clarity, a precursor to his ultimate form, where he initially toyed with Broly. Yet, it was not long before Broly adapted. Capable of counterattacking, the pace at which Broly grew stronger was astonishing. He seemed to exist solely for the purpose of combat. Sun Wukong shook his head with a wry smile, remarking how it was no surprise that one would call him the warrior god of the Saiyan race. Indeed, Broly was exceptionally powerful, but within the cosmos, there existed many others who were equally or even more formidable than he. Lewis patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder and said, "This illustrates that there are always greater beings beyond us. Recognizing one's own shortcomings is the first step toward relentless self-improvement." Lewis speaks nothing but the truth. At this juncture, Sun Wukong and his companions are still insufficiently formidable. Even Broly and Gogeta are relatively weak entities within the cosmos. Setting aside those latent bosses, consider the current candidates for the god of destruction in each universe. Their powers possess the second tier of divine realm strength. Sun Wukong and his allies can barely reach that level, and only through the fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, or Broly entering a state of extreme rage, can they attain such power. They require additional means to harness the second tier of divine strength, making the notion of battling the candidates for the god of destruction from other universes rather far-fetched. Let us not forget that these candidates can also wield destructive energy. This destructive energy transcends the realm of ki. It is governed by the very fabric of rules. To contend against such rules with mere mortal strength, one must possess at least the third tier of divine realm power. Indeed, Sun Wukong and his companions are still lacking. Upon hearing Lewis's words, Sun Wukong was jolted, realizing that there are many stronger beings, even beyond Broly. At that moment, Lewis turned to Broly beside him. "How do you feel?" "Awesome." Broly, now returned to his normal state, surprisingly grasped Lewis's words with his usual simplicity. Lewis was expressing the exhilarating sensation of confronting Sun Wukong. Need it be said? It must be delightful. Upon witnessing Broly's exuberant expression, Lewis burst into laughter, proclaiming, "You shall experience even greater joy in the future. One Kakarot is insufficient. There's also Bardock and Sun Goten." The Sun Wukong family remarked, "Lewis, you truly are an extraordinary being." Lewis turned his gaze towards the dazed Sun Wukong, inquiring about Kakarot and Vegeta. Lewis's recent words left Sun Wukong's heart in a state of turmoil, and as he regained his composure, he remarked, "For the past 6 months, Vegeta has been stationed at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, returning only occasionally. He should still be there now. If that's the case, I shall first escort Broly back to the Saiyan clan and take the opportunity to observe how our kin have fared. Would you care to join me?" Taking Broly back was merely a facet of Lewis's plan. He still needed Vegeta to transform into a Super Saiyan too. After all, being the perennial second in command, Lewis harbored doubts that Vegeta could ever surpass Sun Wukong. In his efforts to hasten the growth of these two, he felt akin to a parent, juggling responsibilities. "Let it be. I am weary. I still need to thrash Piccolo," ensuring he assists Gohan for an entire year. "You all may go, but I shall remain behind," Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head. Lewis nodded without saying much. He handed Goten back to Chi-Chi and departed with Broly. As he watched Lewis and Broly vanish from sight, Goku let out a sigh. Chi-Chi, cradling Goten, inquired, "Goku, what's wrong?" "Nothing. I just suddenly feel so weak." "No, in my eyes, you are the strongest." Chi-Chi glanced at Goten in her arms and remarked, "That Broly is insufferable. Don't worry, once Goten grows up, you both will take him down together." "Ha ha ha, all right." Goku felt uplifted and flew towards the forest. "Piccolo, how about you help me take care of Goten for a year?" "Goku, who were those two just now?" "They are my kin. I'm asking you, will you help me take care of Goten? If not, I'll keep beating you." "Damn it. You're forcing me to help, huh? Fine, I'll help you raise him, but I'll train him to be your rival, and then you two will become enemies." Ha ha ha. On Earth, in the Southern Islands, within a cave. Once again, that astonishing power. Damn it. Why is that accursed Goku so strong? Soon, my ultimate killing weapon will be unleashed. Goku, just wait. I will ensure your demise. Chapter 162. Meeting Meru's Galactic Patrol Headquarters. The planet was bustling with activity, teeming with beings from various worlds who had come to post mission requests. "Have you heard? Lord Naba can transform into a Super Saiyan now." "Are you talking about the bald Naba?" "Shoo, do you want to die? That's a Super Saiyan." "Oh my. But honestly, Naba's transformation is hilarious." "How so?" "Others' hair turns golden when they transform into Super Saiyans, looking incredibly cool, but Naba's head is completely bald, resembling a giant light bulb. The only thing that changes is his eyebrows turning golden." Ha! At that moment, two figures walked through the crowd. "So Naba can transform now? Interesting." Lewis chuckled to himself as he made his way to the Galactic Patrol building with Broly. Upon entering the building, a gentle voice suddenly reached his ears. "Lewis, I'm on the rooftop." "Merus." Lewis was momentarily taken aback. "What could Mels want with me?" "Broly, remain here and wait for me. I shall return shortly." Without waiting for Broly's response, Lewis vanished into the hall. On the rooftop of the Galactic Patrol building, a slender figure stood, clad in the uniform of the Galactic Patrol, gazing up at the profound starry sky. "Lewis, do you know what I have been doing all these years? Protecting the universe." Lewis appeared beside Miles and spoke softly. Miles turned his head and smiled, saying, "Indeed, unlike my brother and the others, I believe that angels are also human and a part of the universe. Why must we angels adhere strictly to the rules of neutrality?" He gazed up at the profound starry sky, his tone filled with wonder. "The cosmic expanse is truly enchanting. My dream is to safeguard the universe. Yet, there is always malevolence that taints it. Over the years, I have been responsible for 104 star domains, and I have witnessed an overwhelming amount of wickedness. I have captured these evildoers and confined them within the galactic prison. However, this is hardly effective. Malevolence is ever present and soon proliferates once more." While Miles continued his discourse, Lewis remained silent, listening intently. As he absorbed Miles's narrative, Lewis noted a resemblance between Miles and Thomas, both harboring a deep aversion to evil. Yet, there was a fundamental distinction between them. Thomas believed humanity to be the root of all evil, while Miles merely sought to protect the universe, which fueled his disdain for malevolence. Miles did not advocate for the complete eradication of evil in his quest to safeguard the cosmos. His approach of capturing the wicked was closely tied to his identity as an angel. Angels, by their very nature, perceive the duality of existence. Humanity embodies the source of both evil and goodness. Only that which hinders progress can truly be deemed evil. Take Frieza, for instance. He was undoubtedly malevolent. Yet his actions served Lord Beerus and did not obstruct the universe's advancement. Frieza could hardly be classified as evil. Conversely, the Saiyans of that era were unequivocally wicked. They defied Frieza's commands and wreaked havoc across the cosmos, committing countless atrocities. They could be considered the most nefarious race in the Northern Galaxy. This was evidenced by the actions of the Vegeta trio prior to their invasion of Earth. "Lewis, your kind has transformed," Miles remarked, turning to him. "In our eyes, Frieza scarcely qualifies as evil, but the Saiyans of the past were different." "I am aware," Lewis replied. "You are correct. Having become a candidate for the god of destruction, you must comprehend the laws governing the cosmos." Miles smiled, his spirits lifted. The Saiyans were once wicked, but that is no longer the case. Especially since you returned with the methods for fusion and the creation of Super Saiyan God. The number of evildoers confined in my galactic prison has significantly diminished. Chapter 163. Defeating King Vegeta, the god of destruction, Beerus, was momentarily taken aback. In the eyes of angels, the power of the second tier of the divine realm may seem insignificant, yet in the mortal realm, Broly's strength undoubtedly marks him as a formidable warrior. To refer to Broly as the god of war among the Saiyan race would not be an exaggeration. Congratulations. With this, your Saiyan lineage has become even more formidable. Haha, not too shabby. Lewis takes great pride in the remarkable evolution of the Saiyan race, a transformation that he has significantly influenced. Suddenly, a tempestuous aura surged through the Galactic Patrol Hall. It was the unmistakable presence of Broly. Lewis furrowed his brow slightly and declared, "I shall take my leave for now. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." As he observed Lewis vanish from sight, Mel sighed and murmured, "Indeed, the rise of the Saiyans has instilled a sense of dread among many nefarious individuals. The number of criminals confined within the galactic prison has diminished significantly, yet numerous formidable adversaries remain incarcerated. The Saiyan lineage must fortify itself further." In the Galactic Patrol Hall, two factions faced off against one another. On one side stood Broly, while on the other were Bardock, Vegeta, and King Vegeta. Other intergalactic beings lingered in the corners of the hall, watching the unfolding drama. Who is this audacious individual daring to confront Prince Vegeta and his companions? Does he not realize that he stands before Saiyans, beings capable of transforming into Super Saiyans? This young man is doomed. Not necessarily. What do you mean? Have you not observed that this fellow also possesses a tail at his waist? He is a Saiyan. Why does this Saiyan exhibit such an expression in the presence of Prince Vegeta? You inquire of me, yet I have no answers. We shall discover the truth as events unfold. The Galactic Patrol Hall spans approximately 3,000 square meters. In the center of the hall, Broly's eyes gleamed with a verdant light, his emotions running high. "Kakarot, did you not assert that you would not accompany me? How is it that you are here?" Broly had recently pummeled Son Goku, and the visceral sensation of striking him had become etched in his memory. After that encounter, he had become utterly enamored with the thrill of battling Goku, and now, upon seeing him again, his fists itched with anticipation. Across from him, Vegeta turned to Bardock and remarked, "What accounts for your striking resemblance to Kakarot? This will surely lead to further misunderstandings." Bardock's forehead twitched in irritation as he replied, "I am his father. Is it not natural for us to resemble one another?" Beside them, King Vegeta chuckled, "You two are not merely similar. You are practically identical." "Kakarot, I am addressing you," Broly exclaimed, his impatience growing as Goku remained unresponsive, exacerbating his restless fists. Bardock glanced over, taking note of the brown tail coiled around the young man's waist and the robust physique that resembled that of a formidable beast. He further sensed the raw power emanating from Broly, a force that was alarmingly ferocious. Bardock gasped, "Who are you? Why do you possess a tail? And what is this tremendous power of yours?" Vegeta and King Vegeta also recognized the potency radiating from Broly. At that moment, Broly appeared to them as a primordial giant ape, exuding an aura that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Bardock took a deep breath and exchanged a glance with his son. Vegeta, before stepping forward, his brow furrowed. "Who are you, and how do you know my son?" Despite Broly's formidable presence, they were not intimidated, for they could all transform into Super Saiyans. Unbeknownst to Bardock and his companions, Broly too possessed the ability to transform, and he was capable of becoming the legendary Super Saiyan. Son, a flash of insight illuminated Broly's mind, and he blurted out, Kakarot is your son, you are Bardock. As Lewis led Broly through the Wampa Belt, he remarked, I'll have you deal with Kakarot, and if that fails, there's always Bardock and Goten waiting for you. Broly, intrigued, quickly inquired, you are Bardock, aren't you? And Goten, do you know me? Bardock pointed to himself, bewildered, for he had never encountered Broly before. How could this individual recognize him? Furthermore, who was this Goten? The name bore a striking resemblance to Goku. You truly are Bardock, haha. It's no wonder Lewis would say such things. You and Kakarot are indeed identical. To take on both of you, no? All three of you at once would be quite exhilarating. Broly licked his parched lips and cracked his knuckles, resembling a madman who had just spotted an enticing toy. You know Lewis? Bardock and the others momentarily disregarded the latter part of Broly's words, their attention solely fixated on Lewis. Of course, he brought me back. Upon hearing this, Bardock and the others collectively exhaled, relieved. Although they were not particularly fearful of Broly, he nonetheless exuded a certain pressure. With a tail and an acquaintance like Lewis, he likely was not an adversary. Yet, this Saiyan was unfamiliar to them. While Bardock and the others pondered, with a swift motion, Lewis reappeared in the hall. Another unknown Saiyan. Why are there so many unfamiliar faces today? But this new Saiyan has silver hair. Aren't Saiyans able to transform? Perhaps this is a new state. Indeed. You are quite astute. In the hall, Lewis's arrival captured the attention of the observing cosmic beings, who began to murmur among themselves. Lewis, who is he? Is he one of our kin? Vegeta inquired, gazing at Lewis. Lewis approached, nodding his head. Indeed, he is the one I brought back. Come, this is not a suitable place for conversation. Let us find another location. With a grand gesture, Lewis enveloped Broly and Bardock in a shroud of spatial energy. The Galactic Patrol headquarters was left bustling with a myriad of discussions among the aliens. In the inky blackness of the starry sky, 5 figures materialized, none other than Lewis and his companions. Amidst the darkness loomed a solitary yellow planet, pockmarked and barren, a desolate expanse dominated solely by its golden sands. Planet Wampa. The striking yellow of Wampa was unmistakable, and Broly instantly recognized it. With a cheerful grin, he inquired, Lewis, why have you brought me back here? I brought you back primarily for King Vegeta to offer his apologies, Lewis replied. Lewis turned to King Vegeta, his voice frigid. King Vegeta, are you aware of the mistakes you made in the past? Lewis's reaction startled Vegeta, who weakly replied, I have committed numerous wrongs in the past. Which one are you referring to? Lewis. Bardock. Vegeta. Broly, deliver a blow to him, but remember not to kill him. A twitch appeared at the corner of Lewis's mouth. This old fellow is rather infuriating. Very well. Broly cracked his knuckles. Lewis rescued him from the Vampa Star and bestowed upon him the secret technique of spiritual nirvana, while also taking him to confront Kakarot. His father had never shown him such kindness. Lewis's benevolence did not go unnoticed, and he was resolute in heeding Lewis's words. As he braced himself for the impending battle, Broly cast a glance at King Vegeta. Chapter 164, The Ruthless Broly. Lewis's words left King Vegeta and the others somewhat perplexed, especially King Vegeta himself, who had indeed committed numerous transgressions in the past. For instance, he had allowed the Saiyan race to fall under the sway of Frieza. He had also resorted to violence against his own kin out of fear that someone might threaten his throne. In days gone by, King Vegeta would never have entertained such thoughts, but now, after more than 20 years, the Saiyans had ascended to become the foremost race in the 7th universe. Each recollection of his past actions filled Vegeta with a sense of folly, particularly the act of turning against his own people, which King Vegeta still found haunting. During that time, he had truly betrayed many of his talented kin. Lewis, what do you intend to do? Vegeta bellowed. Rest assured, I will ensure that Broly holds back. If you are worried, I permit you to assist your father. Lewis cast a glance at Vegeta and then at Bardock, a faint smile gracing his lips. You may both come at me together. If you do, it would be prudent to fuse, lest you find yourselves overwhelmed. With that, Lewis wasted no breath and waved his hand decisively. Broly, go forth. A thunderous roar erupted as a tempestuous aura exploded from within Broly, akin to a raging flood. His formidable presence resonating through the cosmos, causing the very stars to tremble. Broly's base combat power stood at an astonishing 500 million. In stark contrast, King Vegeta's base power was a mere 5 million. While 5 million is considered formidable within the universe, before Broly, it was akin to that of an insect. With a swift motion, Broly appeared before King Vegeta and delivered a powerful punch. King Vegeta felt his insides churn violently, a mouthful of blood erupting forth as his body was propelled through space like a cannonball, hurtling deeper into the cosmos. Along his path, countless meteors shattered upon impact. "Father!" Vegeta cried out, fury igniting within him. With a resounding roar, he ascended to his full Super Saiyan power. His strength surged to an astounding 700 million, multiplied by 50, yielding a staggering 35 billion combat power. This immense force stirred the heavens, unleashing an unending storm across the cosmos, causing planets within a million-mile radius to tremble precariously. Lewis hastily shielded the planet Wampa. Vegeta transformed into a radiant golden streak, charging towards Broly, while Bardock remained motionless. Lewis crossed his arms and chuckled, "Bardock, why don't you lend them a hand?" Bardock shook his head. "Though this fellow named Broly possesses great strength, Vegeta has already transformed into a Super Saiyan. No matter how formidable Broly may be, he cannot possibly rival Vegeta." "Is that truly the case?" With a chuckle, Lewis elicited an ominous premonition within Bardock. What could it mean? Bardock swiftly turned his head, only to behold a scene that left him utterly astounded. He witnessed Vegeta soaring through the cosmos, instantly catching up with Broly, who was in a full-powered Super Saiyan state, delivering a powerful punch. Broly was struck in the back. Just as Bardock anticipated Broly would be obliterated, Broly turned around, his expression impassive, a surge of green light erupting from his being. The legendary Super Saiyan state. 100-fold increase in strength. Power level, 50 billion. Broly reached out, grasping Vegeta by the throat, exerting force, and hurled him towards King Vegeta. In an instant, both father and son flew through the starry expanse. Chapter 165. King Vegeta's guilt. I had thought the existence of Broly was known only to myself and a few subordinates. Yet here you are, Bardock, aware of him too. King Vegeta sighed, reflecting on his past narrow-mindedness, fearful that someone might threaten his throne. Thus, upon learning of Broly's formidable power at birth, he clandestinely exiled him. "Father, how could you have committed such a foolish act?" Vegeta clenched his fists, fury surging within him. To possess a battle power of 10,000 at birth, such a prodigy could have been terrifying if allowed to grow. King Vegeta, chastised by his son, felt a twinge of embarrassment and retorted coldly, "Vegeta, had you been in my position, you would have made the same choice." Faced with a genius like Broly, his only recourse was exile. King Vegeta knew his son well. The Vegeta of that time would undoubtedly have slain infant Broly. Nearby, Lewis squinted knowingly. Indeed, no one understands a child better than a father. King Vegeta was not mistaken. In earlier episodes, Vegeta was a ruthless Saiyan. For instance, he killed Nappa merely for losing to Goku. If Vegeta had perceived Broly as a threat to his status, the infant Broly would have met a grim fate. King Vegeta glanced at Vegeta, stating indifferently, "It was only after joining the Galactic Patrol that all of us Saiyans underwent a tremendous transformation, allowing you to perceive the folly of my past decisions." Under his father's gaze, Vegeta took a few steps back, desiring to articulate something yet uncertain of his words. For his father's assertions rang true. At that moment, King Vegeta flew before Broly. "In the past, I believed my decision was justified, but now I realize my error. Broly, I am truly sorry." The sincerity in King Vegeta's voice was palpable. Changed. Witnessing this, Lewis marveled within. King Vegeta had indeed transformed, as had everyone else. "Lewis, should we still strike him?" Broly's experiences have endowed him with a heart as pure as that of Son Goku. His innocent nature leads him to harbor no resentment upon hearing the words of King Vegeta. When confronted with King Vegeta's apology, he feels nothing at all. At this moment, Broly appears somewhat at a loss, unsure of what to say to King Vegeta. Truly, he is rather naive. Lewis found himself in a state of bemusement, caught between laughter and tears due to the hulking Broly. He then sighed and remarked, "What you did to King Vegeta, truth be told, even his death would not bear significant consequence." Vegeta and Bardock widened their eyes in disbelief. "Lewis." Lewis cast a cold glance at Vegeta and his companions before turning his attention to Broly, softly inquiring, "So, do you intend to kill him?" Broly scratched his head, gazing at Lewis with uncertainty, murmuring, I don't know. I will follow your lead. If you want me to kill him, I shall do so. Lewis, please don't. Vegeta erupted with an overwhelming surge of power, his combat strength soaring from 3.5 billion to an astounding 4 billion in an instant. If Lewis truly intended for Broly to take his father's life, he would certainly intervene. Lewis, do you genuinely wish to kill King Vegeta? He is the leader of the Saiyan race. Bardock exclaimed, anxiety gripping him at the thought of Lewis prompting Broly to act. Meanwhile, King Vegeta felt a warm surge in his heart as he witnessed Bardock and his son pleading for his life. He never anticipated that the once cold-hearted Saiyans would one day advocate on his behalf. Perhaps such Saiyans are the true embodiment of their race. Upon hearing Broly request him to make a decision, Lewis momentarily froze before shaking his head. No, I will not decide for you. If you truly wish to kill him, I will not stand in your way. This reflected Lewis's genuine sentiments. Only he understood the depths of Broly's suffering over the years, all of which was orchestrated by King Vegeta. He would not usurp Broly's agency. At that moment, King Vegeta and his companions held their breath, their eyes fixated on Broly. Then, let's leave it be. I won't kill him, Broly replied with a naive smile. A collective sigh of relief escaped Vegeta and the others. King Vegeta weakly asked, Broly, why do you choose to spare me? Lewis was also curious as he gazed at Broly. Broly pointed at Lewis and smiled, saying, Lewis claims you are my kin. He asserts that I am the warrior god of the Saiyan race, and he has entrusted me with the protection of our kind. Therefore, I shall spare your life. A tremor coursed through Lewis as he realized that Broly had always held on to the words he had spoken in the past. Lewis rubbed his aching nose, pondering how this hulking figure could be so simple-minded. Lewis, you. King Vegeta gazed at him, at a loss for words. For their Saiyan race owed Lewis an immeasurable debt. Beside him, Vegeta expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lewis. As the son of King Vegeta, he naturally wished to prevent his father's demise at the hands of Broly. Bardock approached Lewis, patting his shoulder. Thank you. The Saiyan clan was rapidly evolving, and a hasty change of leadership could incite severe turmoil among them, a prospect he dreaded. The time for gratitude would come later. Broly, focus on defeating King Vegeta. No. Take down both Bardock and him. Lewis's expression turned stern. Though Broly had spared King Vegeta, his heart ached for the giant. Excellent. I revel in a good fight, especially against Bardock, who bears such a striking resemblance to Kakarot. If only Kakarot and Goten were here. Broly's eyes sparkled with excitement as he began to crack his knuckles, an immense surge of ferocious power coursing through him. Boom. The cosmos trembled with increasing intensity. Broly harnessed his raging emotions, instantly transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan state, his power stabilizing at 50 billion battle units. Let loose upon him. Let King Vegeta witness the might of the Saiyan he once exiled. Lewis bellowed. As soon as Luis finished speaking, Broly transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards King Vegeta. With Broly's speed, Vegeta had no chance to react. A greenish glow flashed past King Vegeta, causing him to spit blood and crash violently into a nearby planet, which exploded with a deafening roar upon impact. Father! Vegeta sensed that King Vegeta's energy had not vanished. Evidently, Broly had held back. Now, I shall witness the true strength of that monstrous being, who was born with a battle power of 10,000. Vegeta felt a sense of relief as he pressed his finger to his forehead. Chapter 166. Ravaging Vegeta in an instant, Vegeta teleported behind Broly. With both hands gathered, a golden speck, no larger than a grain of rice, materialized in his palm, and the surrounding pressure surged dramatically. Buzz. Ultimate Flash Cannon. A ferocious wave of energy erupted from Vegeta's hands, its tremendous force distorting the very fabric of space. Boom. Broly was engulfed entirely by the flames. Bardock, if you wish to avoid punishment, hurry and fuse with my father. Upon witnessing Broly being struck, Vegeta remained on high alert. Broly is not one to be trifled with. Before Bardock could finish his sentence, he was struck in the abdomen by a powerful fist. Looking down, he saw Broly's colossal fist pressed against his stomach. Crash. The immense force instantly sent Bardock flying towards King Vegeta. I knew it. Vegeta swallowed hard. In his senses, Broly's power was terrifyingly immense. He had felt a similar strength from Vegito, but he had never anticipated that Broly alone could reach such heights. Lewis proclaimed that Broly possessed the legendary physique, with his grass-green hair resonating like a thunderclap. Indeed, Vegeta exclaimed incredulously. A Super Saiyan who appears once in a millennium. Once. Vegeta believed that his own transformation was the legendary form that had been passed down among the Saiyans. However, he soon realized that this was far from the truth. The mythical Super Saiyan is characterized by a bloodthirsty nature and possesses formidable combat prowess, with their strength surging relentlessly over time, even without training. It is you who embodies the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta gasped in shock, pointing at Broly against the starry sky. After sending Bardock flying, Broly's expression brightened as he began to glide slowly towards Vegeta. Be Broly, don't do anything reckless. Vegeta suddenly trembled, his body quaking more violently the closer Broly drew. He desperately tried to suppress his own trembling, but to no avail. It felt as if a primal fear was coursing through his veins. How could this be? Vegeta murmured to himself, gazing at his hands. I am the Prince of the Saiyans, and yet I feel fear. Broly, you. Vegeta gritted his teeth, glaring intently at Broly, unforgivable. With a mighty roar, Vegeta unleashed a power level of 4 billion, golden light soaring into the heavens, illuminating the entire starry expanse. In a flash, Vegeta appeared before Broly, delivering a fierce blow. Broly raised his hand and effortlessly captured Vegeta's fist, rendering him immobile despite his frantic attempts to break free. The proud Saiyan prince found his fist ensnared, unable to move, and in a fit of rage exclaimed, "Let me go. If you don't, I shall punish you." Broly grinned widely, his teeth bared, and with a forceful shove, sent Vegeta hurtling backwards like a bowling ball. A streak of grass-green light cut through the night sky as Broly swiftly pursued him, channeling power into his legs. He delivered a powerful kick. Bang! Vegeta was struck, the impact generating a tremendous shockwave that radiated outward. Along the way, every meteorite was obliterated. But the onslaught was not over. Broly caught up to Vegeta once more, the starry expanse now illuminated by two distinct colors, grass green and golden yellow. One pursued while the other fled. Each collision of these hues produced echoes of agonizing cries. At this moment, Vegeta was treated like a mere toy, ruthlessly battered by Broly. The pride of the Saiyan prince vanishing entirely. Aren't you supposed to confront my father and Bardock? Why do you only target me? It was my father who angered you. Please don't come after me. Chapter 167. Super Vegeta, a figure gradually emerged from the flames, crackling arcs of electricity dancing around him. As the figure became increasingly distinct, it revealed golden hair cascading down to the waist, while his eyebrows had entirely vanished. It was Super Saiyan 3. Power, 60 million battle power multiplied by 400 equals 24 billion battle power. Indeed, Vegeta could transform into Super Saiyan 3. In the distance, Lewis gazed at the fusion of Bardock and another warrior, Vegeta. It was within his expectations that Vegeta could assume the Super Saiyan 3 form. After all, Bardock and the other were the fathers of the two protagonists in Dragon Ball, and it was not surprising that they could fuse to achieve Super Saiyan 3. In the Kaioshin Realm, Ashen exclaimed with excitement, "Ancestor, it is a fusion warrior. The current Saiyans are astonishingly powerful." Indeed, the elder Kaioshin lifted his chin slightly, exuding pride. The metamorph fusion technique was a skill he and Lewis had brought back together. With the fusion technique, the Saiyans would only grow stronger, which meant that his seventh universe would flourish. Ancestor, can that fusion warrior defeat Broly? Impossible. The elder Kaioshin's proud demeanor faded as he became serious. Broly is a legendary Saiyan, far beyond what these ordinary Saiyans can compare to. The elder Kaioshin glanced at Ashen gravely. Have you forgotten that Broly's power nearly reached divine levels during his battle with Lewis? Furthermore, the elder Kaioshin lowered his gaze to the crystal displaying the grass-green figure. Broly has already learned to control his berserk emotions, meaning he can now harness the power of his ultimate rage. In the underworld, on North Kai's planet. How terrifying, how terrifying. With this group of Saiyans, my North Galaxy is destined to be as stable as a mountain. Now, who would dare to cause trouble in my North Galaxy? In the starfield near the Wampa Star, golden-green radiance clashed in the starry sky. What kind of technique is this that allows two individuals to fuse together? It feels incredibly powerful. Broly hovered amidst the cosmos, his entire body enveloped in a grass-green glow. Upon seeing the fusion warrior Vegeta, he felt a flicker of curiosity. Come at us if you dare. Vegeta wasted no time, launching two fierce energy blasts towards Broly. Although you seem strong, this amount of power is insufficient. Broly grinned foolishly. clenching his fists and charging forward twice. Boom, boom. The two energy blasts exploded instantaneously, filling the starry expanse with a deafening cacophony of explosions. I am here. A golden radiance streaked through the cosmic expanse as Vegeta, shrouded in smoke, approached Broly and struck his chest with a powerful punch. With a combat power exceeding 20 billion, the impact reverberated. Bang! Broly was violently propelled backward, crashing into a distant planet, which was pierced through, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. In the next moment, another golden figure swiftly pursued Broly. Broly, receive my ultimate move. Ultimate Flash Cannon. Vegeta joined the fray, and just as Broly regained his footing, he was struck by Vegeta's energy wave, sending him flying once more. This time, he smashed through 3 planets before finally halting, suspended amidst a sea of star debris. Broly clutched his slightly aching chest, coughed lightly, and exclaimed with exhilaration, I never expected that the fusion of Bardock and King Vegeta would yield such immense power. What a thrill. Bring it on. The ferocious aura emanating from Broly erupted, and in that moment, he resembled a colossal abyssal ape awakening from slumber. Roar. The entire cosmos trembled. What kind of monster is this? In the distance, Vegeta observed this spectacle, swallowing hard. His previous punch had been delivered with all his might, yet it appeared Broly had sustained no damage whatsoever. My attack felt like a mere tickle to him? Vegeta clenched his fists, feeling a sense of frustration. At that moment, another Vegeta appeared beside him. Vegeta, Broly is the legend of our Saiyan race. The legend. Vegeta's eyes widened in urgency. You mean the legendary Saiyan who appears once in 1,000 years? Indeed. No wonder Broly was born with a power level of 10,000. He is the fabled Super Saiyan. Vegeta was taken aback, but his expression shifted suddenly. We can discuss this later. Broly is coming to strike us. Be cautious. Just as he finished speaking, an almost tangible, violent aura emanated from the direction of the star debris. Following that, a flash of grass-green light flickered rapidly, with Broly's afterimages saturating the starry sky. Vegeta and the other Vegeta exchanged a glance and declared in unison, let's go. With a swift motion, the two vanished from sight. Bang! Bang! In a 2-on-1 confrontation, the deep thuds of their clashes accompanied by dazzling bursts of light flickered throughout the cosmos. They struck from above and below. Each collision unleashed a tempestuous wave of energy, causing planets within millions of miles to tremble, as if they could be shattered at any moment by the unleashed power of the three. Crackle! The ions at the center of the collisions were drawn together by the overwhelming force, forming twisted arcs of electricity. It was reminiscent of a sea of thunder, an utterly terrifying sight. Yet, despite the numerical advantage, in the face of absolute power, their numbers proved to be of little consequence. Bang! Vegeta's cheek was struck by Broly, the ferocious force distorting his visage, as excruciating pain gnawed at his body and spirit. Enduring the agony, he hurled an energy blast towards Broly's chest. Boom! A cloud of smoke enveloped Broly, yet a surge of green energy erupted skyward, dissipating the smoke in an instant. Broly sprang into action, appearing behind Vegeta, and with a slight exertion of his fist, Vegeta spewed blood, hurtling towards the depths of the starry sky. Broly pivoted, aiming at the tattered figure of Vegeta above, raising his hands to unleash a fierce energy wave. As the wave manifested, the starry expanse erupted in fervor. Noticing this, Vegeta relaxed his body momentarily, only to tense every muscle the next second. Starry Sky Cannon. A blue energy wave shot forth from his palms. From a distance, the two energy waves rapidly converged, colliding in an instant. Boom! The tremendous force ignited a violent storm in the cosmos, sending countless sharp wind blades slicing through the surroundings as if attempting to rend the very fabric of the starry sky. Chapter 168. Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta. The two energy waves stood opposed in the celestial realm. ZZZZ. The immense force compressed the space around them, causing a slight distortion accompanied by a piercing sound. Broly had been holding back, otherwise, his unleashed combat power of 50 billion would have obliterated Vegeta and his companions long ago. Ha ha ha, Bardock, King Vegeta, exert yourselves a little more. With a slight increase in pressure from Broly, the opposing energy waves suddenly began to push toward Vegeta. Damn it! Under the overwhelming force of Broly, Vegeta's arms began to bend. Get away from me! In the heavens, Vegeta summoned all his strength, suddenly straightening his arms as his combat power of 24 billion surged forth, causing the energy wave he emitted to expand significantly, halting Broly's wave in its ascent. In that instant, The two energy spheres came to a standstill, continuing their standoff. However, a sudden flash of thunder illuminated the depths of the starry sky, followed by a golden radiance shooting upward. The powerful force caught Lewis, who was spectating, by surprise, prompting him to turn his gaze toward the depths of the cosmos. That was the direction from which Vegeta had been sent flying by Broly. Lewis squinted, realizing that the power emanating from Vegeta was fluctuating unpredictably. It surged and waned, seemingly on the verge of transcending to Super Saiyan Level 2. Lewis was somewhat taken aback. In truth, he had another purpose in bringing Broly back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, which was to compel Vegeta to transform into his Super Saiyan 2 state. He had anticipated berating Vegeta as he had done in the past, believing that only then could Vegeta transcend his limits. However, under Broly's formidable pressure, Vegeta was on the verge of a breakthrough. Lewis stroked his chin, feeling a twinge of regret for not having scolded Vegeta. Vegeta, is this what you call politeness? In the vastness of the cosmos, Broly and Vegeta stood in confrontation. Just as Broly was about to lose interest, he sensed a formidable power surging from the depths of the starry expanse, prompting him to turn his gaze. It was rather peculiar that Vegeta had seemingly recovered. Broly distinctly remembered inflicting severe injuries upon him. How could Vegeta not only recover, but also emerge even stronger? Boom. At that moment, a golden beam of light erupted from the depths of the cosmos, overwhelming with immense power. Power level, 8 billion. It had surpassed all limits. Lewis murmured softly. Following his gaze, one could see Vegeta deep within the starry expanse, clad in tattered garments, with traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. Yet, he radiated an aura of lightning, his eyes glinting with an icy coldness. Broly, it is my turn now. An enraged voice echoed from the depths of the cosmos. Broly, who was locked in a standoff with Vegeta, suddenly sensed the disappearance of that formidable presence. I am right here. Vegeta instantaneously teleported above Broly, seizing the moment when Broly was immobilized in his confrontation with Gogeta. He clasped his hands before his chest. Super Ultimate Flash Cannon. With a resounding crash, a brilliant golden light surged towards Broly, the searing heat generated by his 8 billion battle power threatening to boil everything in existence. Even Broly himself felt the intense warmth. Broly, stop toying around. Lewis, watching from a distance, suddenly interjected. Vegeta had already attained the Super Saiyan 2 state, and although it was not through the taunts he faced, he had accomplished another objective of bringing Broly back. As Lewis's words fell, the starry sky suddenly fell into silence. Broly confronted the energy wave from the hovering Vegeta while the latter schemed a surprise attack from above. The scene appeared to freeze at that moment. Boom! An unparalleled power erupted from Broly, shattering the frozen tableau. In that instant, a gigantic green ape flickered in Broly's gaze, his eyes instantly suffused with a verdant hue. Utterly ferocious power, approaching the first layer of divine realm. Surrounding Broly, emerald flames ignited, enveloping the starry expanse in a brilliant green radiance, exuding an ominous aura of immense pressure, transforming the star field into a domain of slaughter. Crack! Just as Vegeta's super ultimate flash cannon was about to strike Broly, it was dispersed mid-air by Broly's formidable power. Simultaneously, Vegeta's energy wave, facing off against Broly, swiftly disintegrated, and Broly's energy wave surged menacingly towards him. Fortunately, Vegeta reacted swiftly, employing instant transmission to whisk away Vegeta. Lewis told me to stop playing. Now I truly must unleash my wrath upon you. Broly's voice reverberated throughout the cosmos, akin to that of a primordial giant ape. The hunt was on. Chapter 169. Taking Broly to the Kaioshin Realm is his vengeance. Initially, King Vegeta gazed at Broly with fear, but upon hearing Lewis's words, the terror in his eyes dissipated instantly. Indeed, the deeds he once committed against Broly and his father warranted Broly's wrath. Should he choose to slay him, it would hardly be unjust. King Vegeta lowered his guard. Yet Vegeta remained vigilant, determined not to let his father fall to Broly's wrath. King Vegeta. In the starry expanse, Lewis spoke again, drawing the attention of King Vegeta and others. Paragus is not dead. Now that Broly has given you a thorough thrashing, consider it a measure of your retribution. Lewis gazed intently at Broly, softly inquiring, let this be the conclusion. Since you have chosen not to take his life, let us put the past to rest. Broly, with a gentle smile, replied, Lewis, I shall heed your words. Bardock abruptly interjected, Lewis, you mentioned that Paragus is not dead. Hearing Lewis suggest that bygone matters be left behind, King Vegeta remained lost in a realm of joy. Yet Bardock's words jolted him back to reality as he hastily exclaimed, "Indeed, since Broly has returned, what of Paragus? I must extend my apologies to him." "Leave Paragus be," came the bewildered response from the others. King Vegeta, particularly perplexed, recalled that Paragus had once been his subordinate. He was convinced that a sincere apology would earn Paragus's forgiveness. Forgiveness? If Lewis were privy to King Vegeta's thoughts, he would surely wear a sardonic expression. The transformations witnessed among the Saiyans today were largely attributable to King Vegeta's leadership in aligning them with the Galactic Patrol. However, Paragus had not been part of this evolution. He remained entrenched in the malevolence of the past, especially in light of King Vegeta's treatment of him and his son. Paragus had long been blinded by hatred. Such a Saiyan was unworthy of reintegration into the Saiyan lineage. Observing Lewis's silence, King Vegeta and the others refrained from further inquiries. "Lewis, you mentioned bringing Broly back into the fold, but what of him?" Bardock hesitated, his words trailing off. King Vegeta and his son turned their gazes toward Lewis. Lewis remained silent, his hands sweeping through the air, unleashing a profound force of time that enveloped the entire cosmos, restoring the shattered planets to their former glory. Observing this, Vegeta and his companions shook their heads. They had long been acquainted with Lewis's extraordinary abilities. Furthermore, considering that the master of the prospective god of destruction was Whis, who possessed similar powers, they found no surprise in Lewis's ability to reverse time. "Initially, I had intended to bring him back to our clan, but given his recent circumstances, it seemed he was ill-suited to reside within the fold." Lewis restored the devastated planet and then turned his gaze towards Broly. At that moment, with a swift motion, two figures emerged in the starry sky. "Lewis, let him remain in our Supreme Kai realm." The newcomers were none other than the Elder Supreme Kai and Supreme Kaioshin. "Ah, you have arrived." Lewis smiled and introduced the two figures to the gathered crowd. "These two are the Supreme Kais of our 7th universe." With a tone of utmost respect, Vegeta continued, "I extend my gratitude to the esteemed Supreme Kais for the Patera earrings sent during our previous battle against Bojack." Upon hearing this, both King Vegeta and Bardock recalled the skirmish from several years prior, during which they had lamented why Vegeta and Goku had not seized the Patera earrings for themselves. It was only later, upon learning that the Supreme Kais were under the protection of the God of Destruction, that they extinguished such thoughts. Reflecting on those memories, Bardock and King Vegeta promptly approached and respectfully bowed, exclaiming, "It is an honor to meet the esteemed Supreme Kais." The trio spoke with great courtesy, while Broly, gazing at the old Supreme Kai with a beaming expression, exclaimed, "Old man, it's been quite a while." The term old man caused a moment of concern for Vegeta and his companions. They feared Broly might provoke the two Supreme Kais. "That brat, it has been 6 months, and he still calls me old man." The old Supreme Kai flew before Broly, indignantly tapping him on the head. Bang! Ouch! The old Supreme Kai clutched his right hand, grumbling, "How is your head as hard as Lewis's?" The scene was quite peculiar, leaving King Vegeta and the others exchanging bewildered glances. The Supreme Kai was not at all as they had envisioned. Ignoring the expressions of those around him, Lewis inquired, "Elder Supreme Kai, did you witness Broly's condition just now?" "Indeed," the Elder Supreme Kai replied, gently patting Broly's shoulder. He glanced at Lewis and stated solemnly, "When you departed from Metamore, did Sharp mention that Broly should continue his training in the spirit control?" "Yes, he did. That is precisely it. The stronger Broly's power becomes, the more challenging it will be for him to rein in that raging emotion." The Elder Supreme Kai shifted his gaze back to Broly, who remained silent, wearing a simple smile. At this moment, it was evident that Broly's mental fortitude was insufficient, leading to his lack of control. Consequently, allowing him to remain among your Saiyan kin is not advisable. The Elder Supreme Kai continued, "It would be better for him to stay in the realm of the Kais, where the divine atmosphere is abundant and countless spiritual fruits abound, as this would greatly benefit his growth." Upon hearing this, Lewis fell into deep contemplation. The Elder Supreme Kai's words held truth. Broly's mental strength was indeed lacking. Should he stay within the Saiyan community, a loss of control could result in catastrophic consequences. This was far from ideal. The realm of the Kais, with its divine essence and spiritual fruits, not to mention the wisdom of the Elder Supreme Kai, was undoubtedly the most prudent choice for Broly. "Broly, what are your thoughts?" Lewis gazed at Broly, acknowledging that his consent was indispensable. "Ah, this old man is quite amusing," Broly exclaimed with a smile, wrapping his arms around the old Supreme Kai's neck. In contrast to his unfamiliarity with King Vegeta and the others, Broly preferred the company of the old Supreme Kai. After all, it was thanks to him that Broly could leave the planet Metamor and learn the art of mental rejuvenation. The old Supreme Kai speaks wisely. Let us allow Broly to remain in the realm of the Kais. Luis cast a meaningful glance at the old Kai and the Supreme Kai, prompting the latter to retract his neck, inwardly murmuring, "I knew Luis would see through our little ruse." It turned out that the old Kai, having witnessed Broly's uncontrollable fury through the crystal ball, conceived the idea of bringing Broly to the Supreme Kai realm. The suitability of this realm for Broly's existence was the primary reason. The secondary reason was the old Kai's ambition to nurture a supreme warrior. To understand why, one must delve into the events that transpired following the old Kai's sealing. First, the malevolent Majin Buu invaded the Supreme Kai realm. Upon his release from the seal, the old Kai was met with yet another invasion from Bojack in the 7th universe. Coupled with the enmity between Luis and the Dark Demon Realm, the old Kai remained uncertain when the Dark Demon Realm might strike against the 7th universe again. All these factors combined, the life of a Supreme Kai is exceedingly fragile. A moment's lapse could lead to their demise, which would consequently implicate the God of Destruction. If a Supreme Warrior were to protect them, then Luis and Beerus could unleash their full potential in battle. Indeed, with the welfare of the 7th universe in mind, the old Kai aspired to cultivate Broly into the divine warrior of the Supreme Kai realm. Chapter 170, a definitive solution to Broly's fury. Haha. Since Broly has agreed, the old Kai proclaimed, extricating himself from Broly's grasp with a brazen demeanor, "I shall take Broly with me." With that, the old Kai quickly signaled to Ah Shin, who immediately activated instant transmission, whisking Broly and the old Kai away. Luis, Broly. As they witnessed Broly being taken away, Vegeta and the others grew anxious. Broly was the legendary Saiyan brought back by Luis, and they had witnessed the extent of his power. How could a being with such extraordinary potential be allowed to leave? Luis has discerned the thoughts of the elder Kai, and looking at the three with earnestness, he stated, "In truth, with Broly returning to our clan, the Saiyan lineage continues to flourish. Given our current strength, there is no other race capable of opposing us, thus there is no need for Broly to intervene. If he is to be taken away, so be it. The Elder Kai is indeed correct in asserting that the Kaioshin Realm is the most suitable place for Broly, where he can grow at a much swifter pace. Furthermore, you need not be concerned about Broly being abducted, for he is one of our Saiyan kin." Luis cast a glance at the trio and gently remarked, "Broly has promised me that he will safeguard our Saiyan lineage. Should our Saiyan clan face peril, Broly will undoubtedly not stand idly by." Luis stood with his back to the three, gazing steadfastly in the direction of the World King's realm, his eyes brimming with determination. Upon Luis's utterance, Vegeta and the others opened their mouths but refrained from speaking further. Thus, the matter concerning Broly reached its conclusion. The evolution of the Saiyan lineage was revealed through Meruz's words. Luis had accomplished all his tasks and was now poised to return to the realm of destruction. After all, Tais was with child and awaited his return in the realm of destruction. "I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, simply summon Whis." Luis waved his hand, preparing to depart. Suddenly, Vegeta spoke up. "Luis, I have attained the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. I have reached this state before Kakarot. I am no longer the perennial second." Vegeta still vividly recalls the moment he transformed into a Super Saiyan. At that time, Luis had provoked him by mercilessly calling him the perennial second. This was an affront that the proud Saiyan prince could scarcely endure. As Luis turned around, he heard the words, and with a slight smirk, he turned back. "I'm sorry, but I had already visited Earth before coming here. Kakarot surpassed you and achieved Super Saiyan 2 first, so Vegeta, you remain the perennial second." A devastating blow. Vegeta's body trembled. How could this be possible? It's a lie. Absolutely false. Vegeta's fury surged, his chest heaving with rage. Impossible. "Luis, clarify this for me." Yet, Luis had vanished without a trace. Damn it, I refuse to believe it. Vegeta unleashed a formidable power, causing the stars to tremble. Nearby, Bardock and King Vegeta dared not utter a word, fearing a beating from Vegeta. Broly followed the Elder Kaioshin to the Kaioshin Realm, while Luis returned to the God of Destruction's domain. The Saiyans continued their normal development. However, Shortly after Vegeta and the others returned from planet Vegeta, the Saiyan clan learned that Vegeta had attained the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 2. For the Saiyans of the present, this transformation was not particularly astonishing, as many among their fusion warriors had also managed to achieve Super Saiyan 2. Of course, in terms of individual prowess, Vegeta was the first they knew of to attain this transformation. However, it was not entirely accurate to truly recount. Lewis was the first Saiyan to transform into Super Saiyan 2, followed by Goku, while Vegeta couldn't even claim the title of perennial second. Aside from Bardock and King Vegeta, the other Saiyans were unaware of this fact. The entire Saiyan clan was exhilarated. With the emergence of the first individual Super Saiyan 2, a second would surely follow. They all looked up to Vegeta, fervently dedicating themselves to training. Soon, Theodore and Bibert also transformed into Super Saiyans after Nappa. Currently, those capable of transforming into Super Saiyan included Lewis, Broly, the father-son duo of Goku, the father-son duo of Vegeta, Raditz, Nappa, Theodore, and Bibert, a total of 10 Super Saiyans. Moreover, influenced by fusion, many Saiyans began to comprehend the conditions required for the Super Saiyan transformation. As time passed, it was inevitable that an increasing number of Saiyans would achieve the Super Saiyan form. However, it would take time before the entire Saiyan race could elevate to Super Saiyan status. As for Broly, after being brought to the Kaioshin Realm by the Elder Kaioshin, the Elder gathered all the spiritual fruits from the Kaioshin Realm and handed them to Broly, instructing him to consume them constantly. Obediently, Broly indulged in the spiritual fruits at all times, and alongside his training in spiritual rebirth, his mental prowess surged rapidly. In the realm of Vertex novels, the once uncontrollable Broly, upon experiencing a surge in mental fortitude, has attained mastery over his formidable power. However, should Broly's strength continue to escalate, his current mental capacity may prove insufficient. He must persist in honing his mental prowess. As his might grows, so too must his mental discipline, for without it, Broly risks succumbing to chaos once more. This predicament presents a dilemma. The Elder Supreme Kai, concerned for his warrior, began to ponder intensely. After much contemplation, he devised a lasting solution. One must shatter the old in order to establish the new. Since Broly is susceptible to being governed by his tumultuous emotions, it would be prudent to allow him to be overtaken by them, only to subsequently regain his sense of self amidst the turmoil. In this manner, Broly could potentially break free from the shackles of his rage and truly master it. Should Lewis discover the Elder Supreme Kai's proposition, he might exclaim, "Isn't this akin to the method of transforming into Super Saiyan 4? The Elder Supreme Kai increasingly deemed this approach viable, albeit fraught with peril. Should Broly lose himself in his fury, he would become nothing more than a mindless, bloodthirsty warrior. Chapter 171. The birth of Lewis's child. Thus, thorough preparation is imperative, and it is essential to inform Lewis, enlisting his support. Of course, it is still premature for such actions. Primarily, Broly must possess robust mental fortitude to rediscover himself amidst the tempest of rage. During the ensuing period, Broly devoted himself to the cultivation of his mental strength in the realm of the Supreme Kai. Time swiftly passed. 6 months elapsed without significant events in the 7th universe or the Omni King-S universe. All proceeded as usual. Yet on this day, a momentous occurrence unfolded within the realm of the god of destruction of the 7th universe. A cry of anguish reverberated through the realm. "Lewis, I am in pain." "Ties. Is it time?" "Whis, hurry. It's happening." A streak of light illuminated the sky as Whis materialized instantaneously in Lewis's chamber. Lewis sat at the edge of the bed, firmly grasping Ty's delicate hand. Upon seeing Weiss arrive, he hurriedly implored, "Weiss, I beg you." Beside him, Bulma stood anxiously, adding, "Weiss, I entrust my sister to you." Weiss nodded and turned his gaze to the bed, where Tai was drenched in sweat from her pain. "Tai, hold on, it will be over soon." With that, Weiss waved his staff, and a radiant blue light enveloped Tai's abdomen. Moments later, a baby boy emerged, crying lustily in midair. "Tai, are you all right?" Lewis paid no heed to the floating infant, focusing solely on Tai's hand. "Now that the burden is lifted, you must feel much better." Tai sat up on the bed, and Lewis quickly supported her. Hearing the exchange between the couple, Bulma and Weiss exchanged a glance, bemused by the scene. All right, stop crying. Even your father is getting exasperated." As Lewis caught the airborne infant, the little one ceased his cries. The child was pristine, with round, bright eyes fixed intently on Louis, reaching out with tiny hands to touch his father's face. Louis's gaze was gentle as he affectionately lowered his head, allowing the little one to explore. The new life touched his cheek, and Louis felt an inexplicable surge of emotion, as if there were a resonance of blood and kinship. Have I truly become a father? Louis held his son, motionless. After residing in the Dragon Ball world for over 2 decades, he had finally married and welcomed a child into this realm. A profound sense of belonging surged within him. Louis, let me have a look, Tai Si said, sitting at the edge of the bed and tugging at Louis's shirt. Sister Tai Si, he is utterly adorable, especially his little mouth. It resembles yours. Louis snapped back to reality, preparing to present the little one for Tai Si to see. Meanwhile, Bulma and Whis were about to exit the room, allowing the couple a moment of intimacy. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted from the child. 1,000 battle points. 2,000 battle points. 10,000 battle points. The power continued to ascend relentlessly, causing the entire room to tremble. Bulma gasped in astonishment at the terrifying strength of her newborn nephew, while Whis halted in his tracks, equally taken aback. At the moment the child unleashed his power, Louis swiftly embraced him, the newborn's strength still surging. 100,000 battle points. 200,000 battle points. 10 million battle points. A radiant orb of violet light enveloped Louis, encasing the extraordinary power that the little one had unleashed. Ultimately, the strength of the young prodigy came to a halt at an astonishing battle power of 10 million, and in that instant, his hair transformed into a shimmering silver, mirroring that of Louis. Beside the bed, Tai Si covered her mouth in astonishment, her eyes wide. Louis, how can your son's power be so formidable? Bulma swallowed hard, exclaiming, Brother-in-law, what has happened to my nephew? Louis, it appears that your son has inherited your lineage. Whis gazed intently at the little one cradled in Louis's arms, sensing a powerful bloodline force coursing through him. This was a strength unique to the Saiyans. Louis cradled his son, gently stroking the little one's silvery hair, a legacy of extraordinary lineage. Louis pondered to himself, recalling the words once imparted by the old Kaioshin, words that still resonated in his mind. The transformation of his hair to a lustrous silver was indeed a testament to the elevation of his bloodline. Truly, he is my son. Ha ha ha. Louis embraced the little one, his laughter echoing with joy. Louis envisioned that his child, being of mixed Saiyan heritage, would possess remarkable talents. However, he was taken aback to discover that the child had directly inherited his bloodline, a lineage of Super Saiyan level 5. Of course, Louis understood that possessing such a bloodline did not imply that his son could immediately ascend to Super Saiyan level 5. That would be an unrealistic expectation. Indeed, the reality mirrored this understanding. Much like the characters Goten and Trunks from the anime, who could effortlessly transform into Super Saiyans due to their father's elevated bloodline. His son would also need to start from Super Saiyan level 1 and progress gradually. However, with the advantage of a level 2 bloodline, the transition to level 1 would be significantly easier. Presently, Louis's son was in a similar situation. With Louis's formidable bloodline, it was quite possible that within a few days, his son could achieve the transformation to level 1. Louis, may I take him under my tutelage? Whis exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the little one in Louis's arms. He recognized that the child's immense potential stemmed from his inheritance of Louis's bloodline. If entrusted to his guidance, this child might one day surpass Beerus. Surpassing Beerus would mean that the child's power could ascend to the realm of angels. The very thought was tantalizing. Whis licked his lips, prompting Louis to tighten his hold on his son. The resemblance Whis bore to a fish vendor was unsettling. Let us discuss this later. You two should leave for now, Louis expressed with an air of disdain, promptly ushering Whis and Bulma out of the room. Outside the door, Beerus had been waiting impatiently, and upon seeing Whis's insistent expression, he hurriedly inquired, Whis, has Ty's been born? What was that surge of power? And what with that look on your face? Beerus fired off 3 questions at once, but seeing Whis still gazing longingly at the door, he shifted his attention to Bulma. How should I know? Bulma pouted, her thoughts filled with frustration. Her brother-in-law was utterly infuriating. She hadn't even held her newborn nephew yet before being shoved out of the room. With a sulky expression, Bulma departed, leaving Beerus and Whis alone. Whis finally snapped back to reality, glancing at Beerus with a teasing grin. Lord Beerus, your disciple's potential is extraordinary. Perhaps you should consider departing this world sooner, so I can appoint Louis's son to take your place. Beerus. Chapter 172, Douglas inside the room. Lewis was entirely oblivious to the circumstances outside. He cradled his son and approached the bedside, handing the child to Ties. "Sister Ties, what name do you think would be suitable for our son? You shall decide." The sudden surge of power exhibited by her son had startled her momentarily. However, being his mother, Ties felt no fear. Indeed, the little one was giggling contentedly in her arms. "Let's name him Douglas." "Very well, I shall heed your choice." Shortly after Douglas's birth, Bulma learned that Vegeta had returned to Earth, prompting her to request Lewis to escort her back. Following Ties' delivery, Lewis resumed his cosmic destruction duties, taking Ties along with him into the vast universe. As for their son Douglas, he was entrusted to Beerus, Whis, and the Oracle Fish. In Lewis's words, since his sister Ties had just endured the trials of childbirth, he and his wife deserved some quality time together as a couple. After all, with Beerus, the Oracle Fish, and Whis in the God of Destruction realm, they would surely take good care of Douglas. Initially, Beerus was reluctant to look after a child, but upon witnessing Douglas's adorable visage, especially his soft little hands and cherubic face, his once impenetrable heart softened like tofu. When the Oracle Fish expressed a desire to care for Douglas, Beerus swatted it away, insisting that his apprentice should not be left in the hands of such an incompetent creature. Consequently, Beerus found himself taking Douglas on daily escapades, wishing he could secure the little one to his belt. Fortunately, Lewis remained unaware of Beerus's true intentions. Otherwise, the God of Destruction would have faced considerable repercussions. A month later, after Lewis and Ties had traveled through the cosmos and destroyed a subpar planet, Lewis suggested, "Sister Ties, how about we visit the Kaioshin Realm for some leisure?" "That sounds delightful. I have yet to experience the Kaioshin Realm." Lewis was taken aback. It seemed that Ties had never visited the Kaioshin Realm. "Come, I shall escort you to the Kaioshin Realm. The scenery there is truly breathtaking. And I can also introduce you to Broly." Meeting Broly was Lewis's primary objective, for not long ago, the old Kaioshin had sent word through Whis regarding Broly. However, at that time, Ties had not yet given birth to Douglas, and Lewis had to remain by her side, thus postponing his visit to the Kaioshin Realm. Now that Douglas had arrived, Lewis seized the opportunity to journey to the Kaioshin Realm and discover what was amiss with Broly. In a flash, Lewis and Ties vanished from the cosmos. In the Kaioshin Realm, beneath a great tree, a large figure sat cross-legged on the grass, his eyes closed, waves of spiritual energy emanating from him. This individual was none other than Broly. Standing beside him were two figures. Asen, sensing Broly's overwhelming spiritual power, exclaimed in astonishment, "Ancestor." Broly's spiritual energy is immensely powerful. Such formidable spiritual energy was necessary for him to control the raging emotions within. The old Kaioshin observed Broly with a grave expression, remarking, "Yet, this merely addresses the symptoms, not the root of the issue." Asen, puzzled, inquired why. Just then, in a swift motion, Lewis and Ties appeared nearby. "Lewis!" Asen exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him. "You have arrived." The old Kaioshin then turned his gaze to Ties, smiling. "Ties, I heard you have given birth. Why did you not bring the child for us to see?" "Greetings to the esteemed Kaioshins," Ties replied, bowing respectfully, before adding with a smile, "I have entrusted Douglas to Lord Beerus for safekeeping." "Douglas?" The old Kaioshin stroked his chin and laughed heartily. "Whis, Beerus, Lewis. And now Douglas. Each of you has a name that ends with us. How delightful." Suddenly, the old Kaioshin's expression shifted as he realized, staring in disbelief, "Ties, did you say you let that lazy creature look after your child?" "Indeed." Ties chuckled. The old Kaioshin thought he must have misheard, until he caught sight of Lewis's grin. "Goodness, that slothful being, who hardly takes the initiative even to destroy planets, is actually helping you care for a child? Old Kaioshin, what should we do about Broly now?" Lewis redirected the conversation. Hearing his words, Ties finally turned her attention to Broly on the grass. It was her first time seeing him in person. Having only viewed him through Whis's projections, Broly was impressively strong. Lewis had described him as the warrior god of the Saiyan race. It indeed appears to be quite formidable. I have conceived a method that could yield a permanent solution. The old Supreme Kai spoke with a grave expression. However, this approach is fraught with peril, and I will require your assistance when the time comes. What method can I employ to aid Broly? I wish to have Broly completely succumb to the utmost rage, only to subsequently regain his true self while in that state of extreme fury. The old Supreme Kai turned to Lewis and said, "You are the one with the closest bond to Broly. I entrust the task of helping him reclaim his identity to you." "What?" Lewis was taken aback. The method proposed by the old Kai was precisely the means to achieve the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. In Chapter 173, Vegeta is also about to become a father. Observing Lewis's expression, the old Kai inquired with a hint of confusion, "Do you find any flaw in my suggestion?" That should not be the case. He had contemplated this for quite some time, firmly believing that this approach would yield results. It could even extend beyond Broly. Even Saiyans like Lewis could use this very method to eventually transcend to the Super Saiyan 4 state. "No, I am merely surprised," Lewis replied. "I truly did not anticipate that the esteemed old Kai would conceive of such a solution." Luis pondered this method, contemplating its potential utility. Broly, belonging to the ancestral bloodline, diverges from the evolutionary path of ordinary Saiyans. While typical Saiyans must transcend Super Saiyan 3 to achieve Super Saiyan 4 in order to free themselves from the shackles of uncontrollable rage, Broly's ancestral bloodline perpetually subjects him to such tempestuous emotions. However, the former must first attain the primal great ape transformation, which in itself is a form of ancestral reversion. Notably, Broly's legendary physique is often referred to as the human great ape, suggesting that the transformation into a great ape is not dissimilar to his human great ape state. If transforming into Super Saiyan 4 serves as a means to break free from the grip of fury, might Broly also employ this technique to regulate his tumultuous emotions? Perhaps it could even lead him to unlock a new form. Of course. One need only consider my identity. The old Supreme Kai struck a pose with hands on hips, beaming with pride at Luis's commendation. Luis was amused by the appearance of the old Kai and inquired, "Great old Kai, when shall we commence?" The old Kai replied, "The time has yet to arrive. I believe you are not adequately prepared either." Great old Kai, your wisdom is unparalleled," Luis responded. "Do not rush. When the moment is ripe, I shall inform you. At that time, ensure you are ready with a method to help Broly regain his sense of self." The old Kai, with his hands clasped behind his back, cast a glance at Broly, who was resting on the lawn. Indeed, Lewis nodded with a smile. Observing the old Kai, despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, the old man possessed unparalleled wisdom and insight. Lewis held a deep admiration for the old man, understanding Broly's condition and discovering a method to quell Broly's fury. Lewis and Tais lingered in the realm of the Supreme Kai for a while, refraining from disturbing Broly, before eventually departing. After all, they had been away from the Destroyer God realm for over a month, and Lewis feared that Douglas might no longer recognize them. On Earth, at the location of the Baozi Mountain, nearly 2 years had passed since Gohan's birth. On this particular day, at the foot of Baozi Mountain, Piccolo stated, "Gohan, I leave you in my care." With a smirk, he added, "Just wait. I will ensure that Gohan and you become adversaries." Piccolo ascended into the sky with young Gohan in tow. Chi-Chi, linking her arm with Goku's, gazed anxiously at the departing Gohan. "Goku, do you think Gohan might be led astray by him?" "Not at all," Goku replied, shaking his head as he observed Piccolo's figure, smiling as he said, "I have been watching Piccolo for the past 2 years. He is not like his father. Although he remains somewhat cold, his bloodlust has vanished. I have even discovered that he has been secretly protecting Earth." "What? He is secretly protecting Earth?" Chi-Chi's eyes widened in disbelief. Though incredulous, Goku affirmed, "It's true. Previously, while training in the forest, Piccolo encountered humans chopping down trees. To prevent the forest from being harmed, he only injured them rather than seeking to kill. Piccolo has truly changed. Perhaps this is why Lewis entrusted Gohan to him," Goku remarked, gazing up at the sky with a faint smile. Piccolo, on the other hand, thought to himself, "I simply do not want them to interrupt my training. Sigh? JPG, all right, I will secretly follow him. If Piccolo dares to harm my son, I shall not spare him." Goku released Chi-Chi's hand, concealing his presence as he leapt towards Piccolo's direction. Chi-Chi muttered, "A man who speaks contrary to his heart." Meanwhile, in the backyard of Bulma's home in West City, Vegeta approached Bulma, rubbing his hands together, speaking with a slight stammer. "Bulma, I have something to discuss with you." Reclining on a lounge chair, Bulma glanced at her husband, Vegeta, whose hesitant expression was quite amusing. She giggled. "What's wrong? Just say it." Vegeta's cheeks flushed slightly as he said, You see, Lewis. Call him brother-in-law? Well, you see, brother-in-law already has children. Shouldn't we also consider having a child?" Upon finishing, Vegeta's face turned as red as a monkey's behind. "What?" Bulma was taken aback. Bulma suddenly realized, clutching her belly in hearty laughter. She never anticipated such words would escape the lips of the proud Saiyan prince. Vegeta, feeling quite embarrassed, wished fervently for a hole in the ground to burrow into. Yet, he didn't desire this predicament at all. Upon the arrival of parenthood for both Lewis and son Wukong, the absence of such joy for him weighed heavily upon his countenance. Moreover, he had anticipated surpassing son Wukong upon his ascension to Super Saiyan 2, only to find himself still languishing in the ignominious position of second best as termed by Lewis, a title that had become inextricably linked to his identity. As the proud prince of the Saiyan race, how could he endure such a disgrace? Vegeta recognized that while he still harbored substantial hope of surpassing son Wukong, eclipsing Lewis was now an impossibility. Thus, if he could not surpass Lewis himself, he would ensure that his son would eclipse Lewis's offspring. In a sense, this could be perceived as a form of transcendence. What was there to laugh about? Vegeta's face grew increasingly flushed, unable to bear the embarrassment any longer. He hoisted Bulma into his arms and made his way toward their room. "Oh my!" Bulma exclaimed, startled by the sudden lift, as she began to pound on Vegeta's back, teasingly scolding, "It's still daytime. Can't we wait until evening?" Vegeta, utterly mortified, allowed Bulma to strike his back without uttering a word, quickening his pace. "Stop it, you rascal. You'll pay for this, you insufferable Vegeta." Chapter 174. Douglas transforms into Super Saiyan 1 resolute in his decision. Vegeta resolved to have a son of his own, whom he would train to surpass Gohan and Douglas. However, procreation was not solely his prerogative. Bulma's consent was paramount. Vegeta assumed that Bulma would object, but to his surprise, she remained remarkably calm when he carried her into their chamber. It turned out that Bulma envied Chi-Chi and her sister for having children, particularly during their time in the God of Destruction's realm. She had yet to hold her nephew before being unceremoniously ushered out by her brother-in-law. Infuriated, she had firmly resolved to also bear a little one to cherish. Thus, she and Vegeta began their earnest endeavor, laboring day and night in the pursuit of parenthood. While Vegeta was engaged in the creation of a child, son Wukong stealthily followed Piccolo, observing how he guided his own son. On the first day of training, Piccolo cast little Gohan into the woods, compelling him to fend for himself. At that time, Gohan was merely 2 years old, utterly bewildered, upon being left in the forest. He cried beside a river all day long. Exhausted from his weeping, he would eventually fall asleep, only to awaken and resume his cries. Each time little Gohan cried, a powerful surge of energy erupted from within him, causing the forest to tremble incessantly. Hidden in the shadows, Piccolo felt a shiver of acknowledgement. He was indeed the son of that man. Meanwhile, concealed in the darkness, Goku smiled, realizing that his son possessed such formidable strength within. The first day passed, and little Gohan spent the entire day in tears. On the second day, as Piccolo continued to remain unseen, Gohan, weary and famished, longed for his parents and yearned for sustenance. Despite his relentless calls, his father and mother did not appear. Once more, Gohan succumbed to tears. Observing this from the shadows, Goku felt a pang of sorrow. He even contemplated taking little Gohan away, yet recalling Lewis's words, he suppressed his impulse. As noon approached, Gohan was on the verge of fainting from hunger when Goku could no longer restrain himself. Just as he was about to take Gohan away, Piccolo made his move. Piccolo gathered a few fruits and stealthily placed them beside Gohan. Witnessing this, Goku managed to quell his urges and continued to conceal himself in the shadows. Gohan, perched by the riverbank and unable to bear his hunger any longer, took a sip of the river water. Upon noticing the fruits beside him, his instinct for survival kicked in, and he seized the fruits to eat. Throughout those 2 days, Gohan subsisted solely on those few fruits. And thus the second day came to an end. The third day, the fourth day. Meanwhile, Goku and Piccolo were caring for little Gohan, while Lewis and Thais returned from the Kaioshin Realm to the Realm of Destruction. Upon Lewis's return, he was met with a delightful surprise. Beerus, while feeding Douglas, inadvertently pressed the milk bottle against Douglas's nose. Instantly, Douglas erupted into tears, and a formidable force surged within him. A golden aura blazed forth, and his hair shimmered with hues of gold and silver. With a thunderous roar, Douglas's hair ceased its flickering, and his power escalated from 10 million to an astonishing 500 million. He had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Lewis, what a delightful surprise. Who would have anticipated that his son could transform into a Super Saiyan merely a month after his birth? Thais was equally thrilled to witness her son's breakthrough. Having accompanied Lewis through the years, She was well aware of the arduous journey Scions must undertake to achieve the Super Saiyan transformation. Now, with her son reaching this extraordinary state at such a tender age, it serves as a testament to his remarkable talent. Taisi harbored hopes that her son would grow ever stronger, not out of a desire for maternal advantage, but rather in alignment with the aspirations shared by her and Chi-Chi. They both longed for their sons to possess a means of self-preservation in this perilous world. As a prospective destroyer goddess wife, Taisi was acutely aware of the dangers that lurked in their reality. Furthermore, her partner bore enmity with the Dark Demon Realm, and should Lewis find himself unable to attend to her and their child amidst battle, they would be left to rely solely on themselves. Upon witnessing Douglas's breakthrough, Beerus was momentarily taken aback, only to be filled with immense delight thereafter. This young lad had achieved the Super Saiyan Grade 1 at such a young age. Could it be that he would soon ascend to Grade 2? Beerus understood that each transformation for a Saiyan could amplify their strength by tens, if not hundreds, of times. The stronger their base combat power, the mightier they became upon transformation. Once Douglas reached an age suitable for training, he would entrust him to Whis for guidance. Surely, with further transformations, the boy would become even more formidable. Previously, Beerus had perceived Saiyan transformations as a deviation, but the old Kai had enlightened him. The transformation was, in fact, a manifestation of bloodline ascension. Existence itself bears rationale. Whis confirmed this notion, further igniting Beerus's anticipation for Douglas's future. After Lewis and his wife returned, Douglas no longer required Beerus's care. Having spent over a month with the boy, Beerus found himself reluctant to part ways when Lewis reclaimed him. Thus, he challenged Lewis to a duel. The loser would concede Douglas. Chapter 175. New form. Strike me if you lack the physique to ignore any damage, and witness as I pummel you into submission. Ha ha ha, but I possess such resilience. Humph, your bravado is impressive. After more than 2 years without training, I shall see if your strength has indeed waned. Beerus snorted, an ethereal aura enveloping him. Buzz, a silver energy surged forth, engulfing the battlefield as if it were a pot of boiling water. Power level, 5th layer of Divine Realm. State, Free Realm. Lord Beerus, allow me to experience the perfection of the ultimate free state. A faint smile graced the corners of Lewis's lips as he radiated a silvery brilliance. A shimmering silver aura enveloped him, forming a luminous barrier around his being. Power, 2nd level of the Divine Realm. Condition, perfectly at ease in the ultimate state of existence. As Lewis stepped forward into the void, 2 orbs of silvery energy collided. Boom. The battlefield trembled incessantly, waves of immense force crashing against the barriers of the arena. At that moment, Taisi, observing from the ground, furrowed her brow and remarked, Weiss, considering that Lewis and Lord Beerus are in the same state, is Lewis destined to lose? She understood that without transformation, Lewis's power was merely at the 2nd level of Divine Realm, incomparable to Beerus, who wielded the 5th level of that power. Weiss shook his head and replied, You are mistaken. They are not in the same state. Taisi, cradling her son, looked at Weiss with confusion and asked, Isn't the state they are currently in what you previously referred to as the state of freedom? Indeed, Lord Beerus is employing that state, but Lewis is not. Weiss smiled and explained. Lewis is in the perfect state of ultimate freedom, which surpasses the state of freedom itself. Do not be deceived by Lewis's regular power seeming weaker than that of Lord Beerus. In the perfect state of ultimate freedom, Lord Beerus may indeed find himself at a loss against Lewis. On the battlefield of the void, as Lewis and Broly faced each other, a terrifying whirlwind pressed upon them, the overwhelming force distorting the very fabric of space. What a remarkable young man! In truth, while Lewis was engaged in battle with Broly, Beerus had witnessed Lewis exhibit this form through Whis' projection. However, experiencing this state firsthand made Beerus acutely aware of its formidable nature. In Beerus's eyes, at that moment, Lewis resembled an agile monkey, each movement imbued with deceptive finesse. Graceful and nimble, Lord Beerus, exercise caution. Lewis has made his move. With a resounding whoosh, a silvery brilliance sliced through the void. Countless phantoms emerged in the silver-hued battlefield. Here he comes. Beerus let out a cold snort, also springing into action, launching a destructive energy towards one of the phantoms. Truly, Beerus is formidable. The phantom suddenly spoke, evidently the true form of Lewis, and as the destructive energy approached, he deftly twisted his body, effortlessly evading Beerus's assault. Boom! The destructive energy erupted behind him, and Lewis, with an expressionless face, appeared before Beerus in a flash. Moving with the swiftness of lightning, channeling an overwhelming force, he lifted his knee to deliver a powerful strike to Beerus's abdomen. Bang! The sound of an explosion resonated. Beerus scoffed. To others, Lewis's speed seemed remarkable, yet to him, Lewis's movements resembled that of a tortoise. This exemplifies the disparity between the second and fifth tiers of divine realms. With his heart and body in sync, and empowered by his mastery, Beerus sidestepped, causing Lewis's knee to collide with the air. Beerus effortlessly evaded the attack, but the fierce storm conjured by Lewis struck his face. And he felt grateful that both his strength and speed surpassed Lewis's. Otherwise, he would have been unable to handle this blow with such ease. Can he evade it? Just as Beerus reveled in his fortune, Lewis's voice reached his ears. Lewis's knee, having struck the air, now executed a peculiar sideways kick. Beerus's pupils constricted sharply. The silvery radiance surrounding him surged. Instinctively, he attempted to dodge. Yet it was too late. Lewis's knee struck his abdomen. Bang! The sound resonated like thunder. Beerus was sent flying. This is the power of the perfect realm of ease. On the ground, was slowed down the recent scene for Ties and the prophetic fish to witness. The pinnacle of novels, both the realm of ease and the ultimate realm of ease are techniques of the angels, merging instinctual reflexes with the body, allowing one to respond to the external world without the mediation of the mind. However, the former is merely a diluted version of the latter. While Lord Beerus possesses immense strength and speed, his reflexes in this state pale in comparison to Lewis's. So, does this mean Lord Beerus is destined to lose? Ties exclaimed in surprise. Wiss's lips twitched slightly as he shook his head, saying, "No, have you forgotten what I just mentioned about power? Power is the foundation of everything. Even if your reflexes are quicker, what use is it if your strength cannot deliver a fatal blow?" Bang! The celestial battlefield above echoed with earth-shattering collisions. Indeed, as Wiss had stated, Lewis's strike had inflicted no harm upon Beerus. After being propelled backward, Beerus swiftly closed in on Lewis. Boom, boom, boom. A tempest of blows ensued, with fists intertwining, unleashing a force capable of obliterating the very heavens and earth. All that Lewis learned during his previous universe-challenging journey has been summoned for this battle. Although his strength pales in comparison to Beerus, he is nonetheless managing to exert pressure on him. Beerus remains unscathed, yet he is increasingly at a disadvantage. This is primarily due to Lewis's combat skills, which have nearly matched Beerus's, and his reactions surpass those of his opponent. A tremendous explosion reverberates through the void. Fortunately, with Wiss's energy barrier in place, all the force is contained within. However, even so, that terrifying power causes the barrier to tremble incessantly. You are even more cunning than a catfish. Lewis strikes Beerus with a powerful punch, swiftly creating distance as he spirals through the air, cursing under his breath. In the past, Lewis would suffer without retaliation, but the tables have turned now. Lewis's strength has no effect on him. Yet he is utterly unable to respond to Lewis's attacks, leaving him with no choice but to endure the blows. How infuriating. Ha ha, even Lord Beerus has his off days. Lewis steadies himself, refraining from rushing in recklessly. Humph, do not presume that I am unaware of your stamina depletion. How long can you possibly maintain this state? Beerus twists his neck, gazing at Lewis ahead, and scoffs. Douglas is mine. Louise wore a serious expression and chuckled lightly. Lord Beerus, you are quite mischievous. I have not trained in recent years, and I am aware that you wish to see whether I have regressed. If that is the case, allow me to present my new form. Chapter 176, Super 4, New Form. Beerus was momentarily taken aback. What new form? Not only was Beerus puzzled, but Wiss, who stood on the ground, was also somewhat bewildered. Super Saiyan 3? No, if it were Super Saiyan 3, Luis would not refer to it as a new form, for he is certainly aware that I can transform into Super Saiyan 3. Wiss was utterly perplexed, as he had never witnessed Luis transform into any other form. Could it be that a new transformation had been developed? Ties, are you aware that Luis can transform into other forms? I have no idea. Ties shook her head. Over the past few years, she had been accompanying Luis and had not discovered this aspect. In the sky, amidst the void of battle. Upon hearing Luis's mention of a new form, Beerus suddenly felt an ominous premonition and furrowed his brow. What kind of form is this? Super 4. Lewis chuckled heartily, his demeanor shifting to seriousness as he called out, Weiss, summon Shin, Broly, Goku, and Vegeta to my location. On the ground, Weiss, though perplexed, relayed the message to the Supreme Kai of the Kaioshin Realm. Meanwhile, the Elder Kai, Ashin, and Broly, who were observing the battle in the Kaioshin Realm, heard his words. "Young ones, did you hear that? Hurry!" The Elder Kai bellowed, having previously discussed Broly's situation with Lewis. It had only been a month. Could it be that Lewis had made a significant realization? Ashin quickly grasped the situation and utilized instant transmission to bring the others from the Kaioshin Realm to the Destroyer Realm. He then made a brief detour to Earth to fetch Goku and Vegeta. Having already been acquainted with the Supreme Kai, upon hearing the explanation from Kaioshin Shin, Goku felt reassured after observing little Gohan for a month, during which Piccolo had not interfered with him. Thus, he followed Kaioshin Shin to the Destroyer Realm. As for Vegeta, having abandoned his plans of raising a child with Bulma, he too accompanied them to the Destroyer Realm. After Goku and Vegeta departed from Earth, within a cave on the southern islands, Cell exclaimed, "How could you be here? I have not yet fully created you. No, please don't kill me." Simultaneously, in the Heavenly Palace, the demon lay prostrate, casting a glance towards the southern islands, then turning to his companion Bobo. "Bobo, where could Kaioshin Shin be taking those two?" Bobo's expression remained inscrutable as he replied, "I am unsure." The demon bit his fingernail, pondering, could something momentous be occurring? Bobo maintained his stoic demeanor. "I do not know." The demon's lips twitched slightly. "Project it for me." "Yes." Bobo finally responded, projecting the scene from the Destroyer Realm. In the Kaioshin Realm, moments later, 7 or 8 individuals congregated in the vast emptiness. The atmosphere in the Destroyer Realm grew tense. The Elder Kai glanced at the void battlefield before turning to Weiss and inquired, "Mr. Weiss, what did Lewis summon us here for?" Weiss regarded the assembly and slowly replied. "He mentioned he wishes to transform into a new form." "What?" Goku and Vegeta gasped in astonishment, already aware that Lewis would transform into Super Saiyan 3. If he were to surpass that, would he not achieve Super Saiyan 4? It was no wonder Lewis wanted us to witness this. He must have mastered the method I spoke of. The Elder Kai's eyes lit up, recalling that he had discussed a definitive solution for Broly's berserk state with Lewis a month prior. In truth, that method was also suitable for Saiyans to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Hearing this, Vegeta inquired, "What method?" "To regain oneself amidst the ultimate berserker state." As the Elder Kai began to speak, Whis immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Ever since the battle in the Dark Demon Realm, Lewis's bloodline had ascended to an extraordinarily formidable level. Perhaps this method could indeed enable the Saiyans to transcend into the so-called Super Saiyan 4 state. Whis silently acknowledged the Elder Kai's insight. The Elder Kai's vision and understanding were truly remarkable, as he conceived a strategy that even Whis had not anticipated. At that moment, the Elder Kai turned his gaze towards Broly, Goku, and Vegeta, his expression grave. "Lewis must have mastered this technique, which is why he summoned you here. You will eventually reach this stage as well. Remember to observe closely." Goku and Vegeta shuddered with anticipation, quickly raising their heads. Even though Lewis had yet to begin, they remained fixated, unwilling to miss a single detail. Meanwhile, Broly scratched his head, unfamiliar with the concept of Super Saiyan 4. However, he listened attentively to the Elder Kai and Lewis. Thus, he obediently lifted his gaze. In the void above, the battleground awaited. "Have you all arrived?" Lewis observed the arrival of the crowd, then turned his gaze towards Beerus. "Lord Beerus, you may descend first. I shall transform, and then we can engage in battle." He was acutely aware that in his current state of perfect instinct, he was no match for Beerus. Even if he were to transform into Super Saiyan 3, his power would only reach the 4th level of the God Realm. After transforming, he would be unable to maintain the perfect instinct state, rendering him incapable of defeating Beerus with merely the 4th level of the God Realm. Of course, if he were to wield the power of time and space to erase these, he could easily overcome Beerus. However, he had promised Beerus at the outset not to utilize such powers. Therefore, he resolved to transform into Super Saiyan 4. After all, he had prepared for this moment for quite some time. "All right then, in Super Saiyan 4 form? Very well, I shall await your transformation before we clash." A glimmer of excitement flickered in Beerus's eyes. In their previous encounter, Lewis had managed to hold his ground against him for quite a while, which left Beerus feeling somewhat unfulfilled. Moreover, Lewis's power had failed to ignite his desire for combat. If Lewis were to break through once more, he would undoubtedly become even stronger. The mere thought of it thrilled Beerus. As Beerus descended to the ground, Lewis called out from the void battlefield, "Vegeta, create a moon for me." Chapter 177, Summoning Kex. Below in the void, the onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, each reflecting the confusion in their eyes. Only the old Kai and Whis understood Lewis's intentions. There were two conditions for transforming into Super Saiyan 4. First, one's bloodline must ascend to a certain level. Second, one must reclaim their self from an extreme state of rage. The degree of Lewis's bloodline sublimation has undoubtedly reached the requisite standard. To transform into a Super Saiyan 4, Lewis merely needs to reclaim his true self from his extreme berserker state. Unlike Broly, the legendary Saiyan who is inherently a humanoid giant ape capable of effortlessly losing control and entering an extreme berserker state, Lewis belongs to the ordinary type of Saiyans. The only path to achieve this extreme berserker state is through the transformation into a great ape. Vegeta, Lewis must utilize the great ape transformation to achieve Super Saiyan 4. You must act swiftly, the elder Kaioshin elucidated. Vegeta then experienced a moment of clarity and began to gather energy to create an artificial moon. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Broly and warned, "Remember, do not look at the sky." He refrained from addressing Goku, knowing that Goku's tail had long been sealed by the Supreme Kai, rendering him incapable of transforming into a great ape even if he were to gaze upon the moon. Goku had long been aware that Saiyans with tails could transform into great apes, yet he said nothing. However, Broly queried, "Why? There's no moon near planet Vampa. I've never experienced the great ape transformation." Obediently, Broly refrained from looking as instructed. The elder Kaioshin observed that Broly was indeed a humanoid giant ape, though it remained uncertain whether he would still transform upon seeing the moon. To be safe, it was better for him not to look at it. "Oh, all right," Broly replied with a simple smile and a nod. Aside from Lewis, the only one capable of making him listen was the elder Kaioshin. "By the way, Tai. Sister, remember to cover Douglas's eyes." Vegeta turned to Tai's side, attempting to call her name while fearing she might inform Bulma. The thought of Bulma getting angry and refusing to bear his child was quite troubling. Noticing Vegeta's awkward expression, Tai chuckled softly and nodded in agreement. With everything prepared, Vegeta began to channel the power within himself, manifesting a glimmer of white light in his hands, which swiftly transformed into a moon the size of a basketball. "Go!" Vegeta hurled it behind him. As long as he refrained from turning around or merely looked up, it would be fine. In the dim sky, a moon appeared, casting its luminous glow across the God of Destruction's realm, enhancing the already beautiful surroundings with a unique charm. In the void of battle, Lewis floated motionless, gazing at the rising artificial moon. At last, they had reached this pivotal moment. Lewis had never forgotten the harrowing scene of Demigra slaying Ties, nor did he lack the desire to cultivate his powers. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that his base strength had already ascended to the second tier of the divine realm, while transforming into a Super Saiyan would elevate him to the true level of a God of Destruction, reaching the fourth tier of the divine realm. His base form was not comparable to his transformed state. Transformation required merely the elevation of one's bloodline to a certain extent. Yet his base power had long since hit a bottleneck, and it was not as simple as merely wishing to break through. Thus, throughout the years, Lewis had been in a state of self-reflection, and even now, his base strength remained shackled. However, since he could not enhance his ordinary form, he resolved to continue transforming. The Super Saiyan 4 state would undoubtedly bestow upon him immense growth, and since Super Saiyan 4 itself represented a different kind of base form, he could then infuse the perfect state of Ultra Instinct into it. Demigra, brace yourself. Even if the entire demon realm seeks to protect you, your demise is inevitable. The fact that Demigra still lived was Lewis's greatest regret. With a heavy sigh, he released the tail coiled around his waist and fixed his gaze intently upon the artificial moon ahead. In that moment, the realm of the gods of destruction fell into an eerie silence. Every individual on the ground held their breath. Whis felt a sudden jolt of unease, inexplicably sensing an ominous premonition. What was happening? Could it be that he, an angel wielding the power of the second tier, was unable to contend with the raging Lewis? Startled, Whis promptly decided to call for assistance. "Sister, I need your help." A message surged forth from Whis's staff, reaching the attention of Kes from Universe 10. What on earth? Kes was taken aback. She was unaware of why Whis sought her aid again, but it was evident that something was amiss. Without further ado, she turned to Ramses beside her, uttering a brief explanation before departing from Universe 10. In the realm of the gods of destruction in Universe 7, an artificial moon, the size of a basketball, hung in the sky, and the atmosphere was profoundly tranquil. On the void battlefield, Lewis hovered motionless, the pure white moonlight illuminating his figure as his tail began to twitch ever so slightly. This sensation, Lewis merely felt an intense itch at his tail, accompanied by a surge of wild emotions flooding his mind. Was the effect truly that exaggerated? Lewis smiled gently. In a moment of distraction, his expression suddenly contorted into a grimace. Bang! Bang! His muscles swelled, stretching the confines of his destructive attire to their limits. Roar! Unconsciously, Lewis let out a roar towards the moon, the sound waves unleashed by a master of the second tier of divine power reverberating throughout the realms of destruction. Thunderous crashes echoed as the earth trembled and shattered. Vados swiftly erected an energy shield, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Go, Lewis. Tai covered little Douglas's eyes, fixating her gaze on the sky where Lewis's visage twisted in fury. Though Lewis had lost all semblance of humanity in that moment, she found him no less handsome. Suddenly, Vegeta recalled his assertion that elite warriors do not lose their reason, prompting him to inquire urgently, what has Lewis remembered? Goku. Indeed, Lewis is an elite warrior. Can he still enter a state of ultimate fury? Vegeta turned his attention to the Elder Supreme Kai. Do not fret, since Lewis has summoned us. He surely has a plan. The Elder Supreme Kai remained unfazed, for Lewis never undertook actions without certainty. Now, let us continue to observe Lewis's transformation, especially you three, Goku, Vegeta, and Broly. You must watch closely, Vados added. Understood. Chapter 178, Igniting the Fury Factor. In the skies above, Lewis gazed intently at the artificial moon, feeling the tempestuous emotions within his mind intensifying into something truly terrifying. Nevertheless, despite the overwhelming turbulence, that ferocious sentiment ultimately failed to engulf his consciousness. Is this what it means to be a superior warrior? Lewis indeed remembered that he was a superior warrior, but at that moment, his mouth began to reveal fangs, and brown fur sprouted across his form. Boom! The power within him erupted uncontrollably, exerting pressure on the fabric of space, creating a vast vacuum. Buzz! The very essence of space trembled incessantly, and chaos swept through the realm of destruction, as countless lakes surged with colossal waves. Roar! Lewis had transformed into a creature resembling an ape, letting out a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens and shattered the earth. The divine trees of the god realm bowed and snapped under the overwhelming force, and in the next moment, they were reduced to mere dust. Lewis's giant ape form has grown increasingly colossal. 10 meters, 20, 50 meters, 200 meters. A giant ape towering at 200 meters spirals through the sky, its silver mane transforming into a rich brown, while a thick tail lashes wildly in the air. Power, second level of the divine realm. Is this truly Lewis's giant ape form? On the ground, Vegeta is taken aback. Typically, Saiyans in their ape forms reach a maximum height of around 120 meters, yet Lewis's current size is utterly exaggerated. Little Douglas, your father has become remarkably strong. Tai's eyes glimmer with excitement, though she does not release her grip over Douglas's eyes, primarily fearing that the little one might glimpse the full moon. Douglas protests. If you don't let go, how will I know if Daddy is strong or still only possesses the power of the second level of the divine realm? Beerus furrows his brow slightly. Lord Beerus, our Saiyan ape transformation can only enhance battle power by tenfold. Vegeta elucidates. I see, Beerus nods. Yet his gaze is tinged with concern, fearing Lewis might fail in his transformation. The elder Kaioshin beside him also grows anxious. The primary worry is that the power enhancement in Lewis's current state is far too low. Will he truly break through to Super Saiyan 4? At this moment, even though this method of breakthrough was proposed by him, the elder Kaioshin harbors little confidence. Lord Beerus, Elder Kaioshin, please remain calm. Lewis has yet to enter the ultimate berserk state. Once he does, we shall see if he can succeed. Whis' ominous premonition intensifies, his subconscious assuring him that Lewis will undoubtedly achieve the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Upon hearing this, the others resume their focus. In the sky, Lewis proclaims, Attention! I am about to enter the ultimate berserk state. The giant ape version of Lewis blinks his crimson eyes and speaks slowly. He is a superior warrior, capable of maintaining his rationality even in his ape form. However, rationality is not what he desires. After speaking, he closes his eyes. The realm of destruction falls silent once more, and now, everyone dares not to breathe audibly. A tempestuous aura erupts from Lewis, akin to an apocalyptic whirlwind, engulfing the entire realm of destruction, and the recently calmed magnetic field is thrown into chaos once again. Crackling sounds echo as countless arcs of electricity dance across the giant ape's body. Accompanied by a roar, the giant ape suddenly opens its eyes, and at this moment, Lewis has lost all semblance of reason. How could this happen? Isn't Lewis a superior warrior? Why has he succumbed to madness? Vegeta questions in bewilderment from the ground. I understand. The Elder Kaioshin's eyes light up. Elder Kaioshin, what is the reason? Sun Wukong inquires. Before the Elder Kaioshin can respond, Whis interjects. This is Lewis intentionally igniting the berserk factor within him, relinquishing all resistance, allowing the rampant emotions to completely consume his consciousness. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, turning their gaze towards the old Kai. Indeed, it was true. The old Kai's lips twitched slightly. After all, Whis was an angel, and it was unexpected that anyone would question his words. Chapter 179. The arrival of Kess. In an instant, the brown giant ape transformed into a golden giant ape. The golden aura erupted around the golden giant ape, unleashing the power of the 5th level of the divine realm. At the pinnacle of the 5th level, roar! The golden giant ape let out a furious roar towards the sky, a blood-red laser sphere coalescing in its mouth, which it hurled towards the distant mountains. Boom! The million-kilometer-long mountain range was instantly reduced to dust. The ground began to fracture. Countless magma flows erupted. The entire realm of destruction trembled as if it would explode at any moment. Whis quickly led everyone into the sky. So powerful, so overwhelming. Beerus felt the magnitude of Lewis's strength, his voice trembling slightly, realizing that Lewis's power had finally caught up to him. The golden giant ape. There was even a form known as the golden giant ape. Vegeta unconsciously swallowed hard, only to find his throat parched. The golden giant ape. Ha! Did you see that? This is the manifestation of bloodline ascension. The old Kai was immensely excited. If Lewis could regain his sense of self in this form, he would undoubtedly break through to Super Saiyan 4. At that moment, the old Kai realized that his speculations about the Saiyan bloodline were indeed correct. Goku clenched his fists, his eyes filled with yearning. How I wish I could possess such power. Broly remained silent, but his trembling body betrayed his excitement and eagerness. He could hardly contain his desire to battle Lewis immediately. At that moment, Whis suddenly spoke. Be cautious, it seems Lewis has set his sights on us. The group looked ahead into the void, realizing that as Whis had brought them into the sky, they had been targeted by the golden giant ape. Roar! Ahead. The golden giant ape unleashed a beam of laser light, the immense power surging towards the energy shield erected by Whis. The crowd's pupils constricted in fear, a sense of impending doom washing over them, compelling them to close their eyes. Bang! The laser beam struck the energy shield where they stood. Fortunately, this protective barrier was established by Whis, a master of the 2nd level, and the laser beam from the golden giant ape merely struck like a nail against steel, producing only a few sparks before dissipating. Phew! Inside the energy shield, Tais opened her eyes, relieved to see that they were unharmed. She looked down at Douglas in her arms and remarked, You frightened me so much. Your father is truly infuriating. Thank goodness Whis is here. Sun Wukong and Vegeta both breathed a sigh of relief. However, Beerus continued to gaze intently at the golden giant ape, his voice trembling increasingly. Do not rejoice too soon. The old Kai's expression turned ashen with fear. Lewis has lost his sanity, but his original power remains intact. What does this mean? Everyone was taken aback. The old Kai and Beerus shouted in unison. Asen, quickly take everyone and flee. Buzz. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the irrational golden giant ape, upon noticing that Whis's energy shield had not been breached, erupted with fury. Instinctively, the golden giant ape unleashed the power of light within it. It was erasure. It was over. At that moment, even Whis was taken aback, for he had witnessed Lewis wield this technique during the battle in the Dark Demon Realm. It was a move potent enough to slay even the most skilled of angelic mirrors. A blinding white light surged forth. Sister, save me! Whis cried out to the heavens. Here it comes, your sister is coming to rescue you. Suddenly, a petite girl appeared in the sky, wielding a staff. Her priest-level power erupting with thunderous force, forming a silver cross-shaped blade of light that cleaved through the incoming white brilliance. The collision was monumental. Boom! It felt as if the heavens were being torn asunder, a vast force annihilating the entire realm of the destroyers, creating an expanse of void. The radiance faded. Outside the energy shield stood a petite girl. Hee, how daring you are, to allow Lewis to lose his sanity. Chris chuckled, having recognized in that fleeting moment of engagement with the golden giant ape that it was indeed Lewis transformed. Inside the energy shield, everyone, still shaken, patted their chests in relief. Whis wiped the sweat from his brow, grateful. Indeed, my earlier ominous premonition was true. Fortunately, I called my sister over, or I would have met my doom. The old Kaioshin and Beerus all bowed to Chris, astonished that Whis had summoned assistance, thanks to his foresight. They had narrowly escaped calamity. Chris, slightly puzzled, inquired, "What are you all doing?" She was referring to Lewis's loss of sanity, just as the others were about to respond. Chris furrowed her brows. "I will subdue him first." As it turned out, the golden giant ape was flying towards them, and Chris turned to confront it. In the void, a comical scene unfolded. A 200-meter-tall golden giant ape launched an attack at a petite girl. Fortunately, the girl's strength was formidable. With a mere flick of her hand, she could repel the golden giant ape. Seeing this, the old Kai was frantic. Lewis would not undertake an action without assurance. So why hadn't he transformed yet? Damn it. Beerus gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Surely, Lewis must not have failed in his transformation." Vegeta clenched his fists and shouted, "Impossible. Lewis is the pride of our Saiyan lineage. How could he fail to transform?" Yet, Vegeta, Lewis has already lost his sanity. Not only has he failed to transform, but he has also turned against us. Kakarot, silence yourself. Lewis will undoubtedly succeed in his transformation. Vegeta tugged at Goku's collar. Indeed, Lewis must succeed. Goku, taken aback by Vegeta's outburst, felt a flicker of determination. In truth, he wished more than anyone for Lewis to break through. At that moment, Whis shook his head and sighed. "We can delay no longer. I shall have my sister intervene to halt Lewis's transformation." Tai's urgency surged. "Whis, wait. Lewis can do it. He is your prized disciple." Goku, Vegeta, and Broly joined in urging him. Yet Whis remained unmoved, his voice tinged with resignation. "You have no comprehension of the power Lewis possesses. That last strike was not his ultimate move. If Lewis were to unleash his greatest attack, even my sister might struggle to withstand it." Each time Whis recalled Lewis's temporal obliteration, a shiver of fear coursed through him. Such power could only be wielded by the King of Time. Chapter 180. The successful transformation into Super Saiyan for the onlookers were left speechless, aghast at the realization that even Whis could not withstand Lewis's recent blow. Fortunately, Whis's sister arrived just in time, intervening to save them, a testament to her formidable strength. Yet now, Whis claimed that even she might falter against Lewis's strongest strike. "Whis, let your sister interrupt Lewis's transformation." Tai's teeth clenched against her lip. She desperately wished for Lewis to succeed, yet the thought of him losing control and harming everyone was unbearable. "All right," Whis called out to his sister. "Sister, sever his tail." "Young Whis, have you lost your senses? Lewis is immune to all forms of harm. I cannot inflict any damage upon him," came the voice of his sister. Panic washed over Whis as he realized their oversight. Just then, the golden giant ape let out a thunderous roar, followed by a cataclysmic surge of temporal energy. "It's the temporal obliteration. Sister, flee." The temporal obliteration. Lewis had previously wielded this technique against Demigra in the Dark Demon realm, though it did not slay Demigra. It shattered the entire realm into fragments of time. "Lewis, do not act recklessly. Sister, hurry and escape." Meanwhile, within the celestial temple of Earth, the Dark Lord, Lewis, aspires to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Indeed, reclaiming oneself from the depths of primal rage is a commendable approach. Bobo nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "However, what exactly will Lewis do to regain his sense of self?" Who knows? The Dark Lord sat at the edge of the celestial realm, observing the images projected by Bobo. In the visual, the golden great ape unleashed its erasure technique upon Whis. The Dark Lord chuckled. "I never anticipated that this little fellow could wield the power of light even in a state of utter madness." Bobo furrowed his brow. "Then Whis is doomed." The Dark Lord shook his head. "No, Kes will come to his rescue." Just then, Kes appeared in the scene, attempting to subdue the golden great ape, which staggered back under her blows. Its erasure technique was ineffective against a being of Kes's caliber. However, the golden great ape was enraged. It launched a new assault on Kes, utilizing the power of time and space annihilation. The force of time and space. This little creature is truly monstrous. Yet, are the High Priest and the Omni King not going to intervene? If they do not act soon, Kes will surely be gravely injured, if not killed. Bobo could not help but raise an eyebrow. Those two are pushing my patience. The Dark Lord, seated upon the ground, observed the inaction of the High Priest and the Omni King, shaking his head in dismay. He then raised his hand and waved it, summoning an overwhelming surge of dark energy that soared skyward. Bobo's lips twitched at the sight. How meddlesome could this Dark Lord be? Within the Omni King's palace, indeed. Your intuition was correct, my lord. The Dark Lord has truly made his move. The childlike laughter echoed throughout the palace. In the original location of the Destruction God Realm, within the void, a tremendous force of time and space erupted around the golden great ape. Silver light permeated the space, and under the influence of this temporal power, the entire void began to tremble, fracturing into shards of time and space. Sister, run! Whiss's voice rang out. Kes attempted to flee but found that the void had been fragmented into countless temporal shards, rendering escape impossible. No, Kes exclaimed in horror, faced with such an onslaught. Even she, a being of priestly stature, could not withstand it. Just as despair enveloped everyone, a dark force suddenly surged forth, shattering the terrifying silver brilliance in an instant. The temporal shards swiftly reformed into the void, and upon looking again, the Destruction God Realm had been restored. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, everyone stood in utter amazement. Even Kashi found herself momentarily speechless. What could possibly be happening? Could it be her father, or perhaps the great monarch intervening? No, that cannot be. The power just now was undeniably steeped in a dark aura, which could not possibly belong to her father or the great monarch. Could it be the pinnacle of demonic literature? Yet that too seems implausible. Despite the enmity between Lewis and the Dark Realm, the entire magical community has stepped forward to assist him. Just as Kes found herself momentarily stunned, a thunderous roar resonated before her. The sheer intensity of the sound startled everyone present. Within the energy shield, Tai shouted towards the void where the golden giant ape loomed. Lewis, do not act recklessly. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were also poised to speak, but Whis exhaled in relief, stating, "Fear not. It appears Lewis is on the verge of a successful transformation." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze forward with urgency. They beheld Kes spiraling before the golden giant ape, whose crimson eyes began to display a flicker of emotional turbulence. Simultaneously, a radiant golden luminescence surged forth from its form. Ha ha ha! I knew Lewis would not embark on an endeavor without assurance. Inside the energy shield, though the old Kaioshin was uncertain how Lewis managed to reclaim himself from the utmost state of fury, the unmistakably human expression upon the golden giant ape's face could not be feigned. Lewis has reclaimed his true self. At this moment, the smile of the old Kai appeared as radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum. All eyes were fixated on the golden giant ape ahead. Suddenly, a terrifying power erupted from the golden giant ape, the strength of the fifth layer of the divine realm. With a crack, the power of the first layer of the angelic realm surged forth. Chapter 181. The method of reclaiming one's self. The power of the first layer of the angelic realm spread to every corner of the entire universe of kings, causing all the gods of destruction and angels across the cosmos to look up in astonishment. It was the aura of Lewis. How could this be possible? Hadn't he only returned from the dark demon realm with the strength of the fourth layer of the divine realm? How could his power have rapidly ascended to the angelic realm? This was truly monstrous. This fellow was utterly extraordinary. In the seventh universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, a golden stream of light shimmered in the sky, boiling with an ethereal essence in an instant. The form of the golden giant ape began to transform. Its menacing fangs retracted, and its fearsome visage vanished. A sacred aura enveloped the golden giant ape as it let out a thunderous roar. Accompanied by this roar, the golden radiance intensified. Everyone within the energy shield shielded their eyes. Had it succeeded? After all, he is Lewis. He must have succeeded. As the blinding light slowly faded, the crowd gradually opened their eyes. Before them hovered a figure in the void. The individual had black hair cascading over their shoulders, and aside from their face and the palms of their chest, their body was adorned with crimson fur, exuding an endless allure and wildness from every part. How stunning! Upon witnessing this, Tai Si within the energy shield couldn't help but exclaim. Regaining her composure, she swiftly flew towards Lewis, holding Douglas tightly. Weiss did not intervene. He could see that Lewis had regained his sanity. "Lewis," Tai Si cried out, embracing him with tears in her voice. Lewis tightly embraced Tai's and rested his head against hers, filled with remorse as he spoke. "Tai's, I am truly sorry. I failed to maintain control." Tai's remained silent, her thoughts consumed by the terrifying image of Lewis losing control. It was not the fear of death that troubled her, for she believed death was but an end. Rather, her concern lay with Douglas, her son. If Lewis were to awaken and realize he had taken his own child's life, the anguish he would endure would be unbearable. After a moment, Tai's wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and shook her head, saying, "I am fine, as long as you are safe." Upon hearing this, Lewis felt an even deeper sense of guilt. Just as he was about to respond, a crowd gathered around them, prompting Tai's to swiftly extricate herself from his embrace. Beerus chided playfully, "You nearly had us all in peril just now." Lewis, feeling quite embarrassed, spoke up. "Lord Beerus, Miss Kess, the old Kaioshin, Sin, I apologize, I thought I." Lewis wished to sincerely apologize to everyone. However, Beerus, who held no resentment towards him, promptly interrupted Lewis's apology, asking, "Lewis, how did you regain your sense of self from that state of rage?" Although Weiss and Kess were also startled by Lewis's recent actions, they understood that it was unintentional and waved their hands dismissively, indicating that it was of no concern to them. Moreover, given that this incident transpired within the confines of the Omni King's universe, even in the absence of the Grand Minister's intervention, their fathers would have intervened. Kess and her brother were, in fact, more intrigued about how Lewis managed to reclaim his identity from that furious state. A warm current surged through Lewis's heart. Faced with Beerus's inquiry, he fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief contemplation, he finally spoke. "Upon my return from the Dark Demon Realm, my hair transformed into a lustrous silver. The Elder Supreme Kai informed me that this was a result of my bloodline's ascension. At that moment, I realized I had the potential to transcend into the Super Saiyan 4 state." Lewis did not mention the matter of Super 5, and upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward the old Supreme Kai. The old Supreme Kai haughtily lifted his chin, as if to say, "Now you recognize my prowess." The crowd remained speechless. Lewis disregarded the Elder Supreme Kai and continued. "Later, the Elder Supreme Kai informed me about Broly's uncontrollable rage and suggested a definitive solution to this issue. From this, I gleaned inspiration. Perhaps Ultra Instinct could also employ this approach." Lewis cast a glance at the crowd. The old Kai, having set aside his haughty demeanor, looked at Lewis with admiration and remarked, "Indeed, I had once speculated that the Saiyans might also employ this method to achieve a breakthrough. I never anticipated that you, Lewis, would make such a connection. You are truly remarkable." Flattered by the old Kai's praise, Lewis felt a touch of embarrassment. For the truth was that he had gleaned this insight from an anime. Lewis cleared his throat softly and continued, speaking of reaching an extreme state of fury. "I have constantly pondered how to reclaim my sense of self from such a condition." Understanding Douglas's origins, Lewis flew to Tice's side and took Douglas in his arms. "The moment my son was born, I knew the opportunity had arrived." "What does it mean?" The crowd was perplexed. "With passion, with bonds." Lewis embraced his son and jested, "Douglas is my most cherished possession." Douglas retorted, "You are the true possession. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall never forget Tai Si and Douglas." Lewis spoke deceitfully with his eyes wide open. "I firmly believe this. And after igniting the fury within me, it wasn't long before I remembered them. It is certain that the characters Tai Si and her child would not be forgotten." Which was indeed Lewis's intention at that moment. After all, in the GT anime, this is how Sun Wukong rediscovered himself. Yet, Lewis did not speak the truth. He dismissed it all as nonsense. In reality, the reason he could reclaim his identity was due to the system. A sound echoed in his mind, and his consciousness awakened amidst the tumultuous sea of rage. Upon hearing Lewis's words, Tai Si was profoundly moved, casting aside her shyness as she leapt into his embrace. Lewis embraced Tai and her two children, a smile perpetually gracing his lips. The others, however, were left in utter astonishment, realizing that it was through the power of emotion and bonds that one could reclaim their true self. Upon reflection, this notion indeed seemed feasible. Emotions and connections are inherently mysterious, particularly among mortals, and they often wield greater strength than sheer power itself. Observing the amazement etched on the faces of the crowd, Lewis stifled a chuckle and turned to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. saying, "Have you discerned my transformation? You have also heard my method of self-reclamation. In due time, when your bloodlines ascend to such heights, you too shall be capable of this transformation." Lewis asserted that the method of rediscovering oneself through emotions and bonds is undoubtedly effective, as exemplified by Goku in the GT anime. Aside from the somewhat simple-minded Broly, both Goku and Vegeta fell into deep contemplation, reminiscing about the moment when Lewis transformed. Through emotions and connections, is it possible? It dawned on me. I too can achieve the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Goku clenched his fists, declaring, "When I attain Super Saiyan 4, I will also bring Gohan by my side." Vegeta gritted his teeth, proclaiming, "If Lewis can do it, then so can I. I shall return and continue to create a family with Bulma." Luis. Everyone. Chapter 182. The Gathering disperses. "You two rascals." Beerus chuckled at the antics of Goku and Vegeta, playfully admonishing them before turning his attention to Luis. "Luis, has your power ascended to the realm of the angels? To what level do you now stand?" He found himself unable to perceive Luis's strength. At this moment, Luis appeared to him as inscrutable as Whis. "I am not certain." Luis held Ty's mother and child in his arms, then turned to Weiss and Kess. "Weiss, to what extent has my power reached?" Weiss exchanged glances with Kess before responding. "The first layer of angelic realm." Weiss's tone was rather calm, yet those familiar with him could discern the depth of his astonishment. Primarily, Luis's usual state was at the second layer of divine realm, yet upon transforming into Super Saiyan 4, his power had surged directly to the angelic realm. How astonishing. Indeed, Beerus swallowed hard, realizing why he could not sense Luis's strength. It truly had surpassed into the angelic realm. A flush crept onto Beerus's face, feeling rather embarrassed. As the genuine god of destruction of Universe 7, it was quite humiliating to be eclipsed by Luis, a mere candidate for the role. In contrast to Beerus's discomfort, the old Kai and Shin embraced each other in excitement. Luis is unlike Whis, an angel of celestial grace. He possesses the capability to directly intervene in the cosmos. Goodness, a candidate for the god of destruction, endowed with angelic powers, resides in the 7th universe. Now, who among the other 11 universes would dare to challenge him? The old Kaioshin is filled with joy, for the 7th universe has long been resented by all others due to Beerus. At last, he can revel in his vindication. At that moment, Luis chuckled, "Lord Beerus, let us resume our unfinished battle." To be honest, even Luis himself found it hard to believe. He had thought his power would merely surge to the 5th tier of the divine realm. Who could have anticipated that he would transcend the boundaries of divinity and descend to the level of angelic might? "Luis, do you think I am a fool?" "Yes. Get lost. Damn it, I concede. Douglas is yours." Beerus muttered as he stormed away, heading toward the god of destruction's palace. Whis, perplexed, shouted, "Lord Beerus, what is the meaning of this? Luis has already mounted atop me. Should I not train lest he defecates upon my head?" Ha ha. Laughter erupted among the crowd. As Luis's transformation came to an end, Beerus commenced his training. Kess intervened to shield Whis from the obliteration wrought by the golden great ape. After gaining insight into the unfolding events, she exchanged greetings with everyone and chose not to linger. Kess vanished from Universe 7, yet her destination was not Universe 10, but rather the palace of the Omni King. "Luis, wait for me. I shall soon join Bulma to conceive a child, and I am certain I too shall attain the form of Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta refrained from speaking of surpassing Luis, having gleaned from their recent conversation that Luis's power had ascended to the realm of angels. The angelic state is a power unattainable by mere mortals. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Vegeta utilized instant transmission to depart. Goku also expressed his intent to leave, for his son was still with Piccolo, and he needed to return to stand guard behind young Gohan. As for Super Saiyan 4, he would undoubtedly reach that pinnacle before Vegeta. With Goku and his two comrades having departed, only the elder Kai, Ashen, and Broly remained. "Luis, we shall take our leave as well. When I venture to other universes, I shall take you along for some amusement." The elder Kai instructed Ashen to accompany him and Broly, leaving with a radiant countenance. His mention of taking Luis for fun was more about showcasing him. "Luis, what are your plans now?" Whis inquired, observing that everyone else had left. Luis touched his nose and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Tai Si, cradling Douglas, bit her crimson lip and pleaded, "Luis, please do not venture into the dark magic realm. She is Luis's wife, and she is acutely aware of what he is facing at this moment." Chapter 183, The Influence of Super 4. A month has passed since Lewis ascended to Super 4. A month ago, the power he exhibited at the angelic level resonated throughout the entire cosmic universe. All the gods of destruction and angels have come to a renewed understanding of Lewis. This young man is indeed a prodigy. Well, to say it is a new understanding may be somewhat inaccurate. Rather, Lewis has always been an extraordinary being. Lewis has transcended to the realm of angels, and the seventh universe has ascended to the third rank several years ago. The series of transformations within the seventh universe has proven difficult for the gods of destruction and supreme Kais of other universes to accept. They are acutely aware that it is due to Lewis. A multitude of gods of destruction yearn for their own universe to possess a being like Lewis. Such aspirations may be realized in dreams, yet in reality, how could this be feasible? Since acquiring a creature like Lewis is unattainable, why not surreptitiously seize a Saiyan from the seventh universe? This notion belongs to the god of destruction of the 11th universe, who, through his investigations, has discerned that the rise of the seventh universe is indeed attributable to Lewis. However, it is predominantly due to the might of the Saiyan race that the seventh universe has flourished. If he could abduct a Saiyan and enable its proliferation within the 11th universe, his universe would inevitably rise as well. While the idea is appealing, the god of destruction hesitates, for the Saiyan race is intrinsically linked to Lewis, and the last god of destruction who offended Lewis has been eradicated. He considers his own power insufficient compared to Katra, and thus dares not covet the Saiyans. This sentiment resonates among many gods of destruction. Ultimately, they too desire for their universe to harbor a being as formidable as Lewis. Lewis not only exerts a significant influence throughout the entire universe, but also at the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. King Vegeta and Bardock learned about the existence of Super Saiyan 4 from their son. Indeed, within the lineage of Super Saiyan transformations, Super Saiyan 3 is not the ultimate form. Now Lewis has ascended to Super Saiyan 4. Should anyone claim that Super Saiyan 5 exists, King Vegeta and Bardock would undoubtedly believe it without hesitation. The existence of Super Saiyan 4 has also been acknowledged by the Saiyan clan, igniting a fervor among them. The Saiyans are abuzz with speculation regarding the identity of the one who has achieved Super Saiyan 4. Some conjecture it to be Goku. Others propose it is Vegeta. There are those who suggest it might be Vegeto. Even whispers circulate about a mysterious Saiyan with silver hair and crimson eyes. Of course, Lewis's true identity remains known only to a select few within the Saiyan race. It is not that King Vegeta wishes to keep Lewis's identity a secret from the Saiyan clan. Rather, it is Lewis's own request. Lewis once confided in King Vegeta that he was the candidate for the god of destruction, belonging to the divine realm, and could no longer intervene excessively in the affairs of mortals. It is preferable that the Saiyan race remains unaware of his true identity. Consequently, among the Saiyan populace, only a select few at the upper echelons are privy to Lewis's authentic nature. Among the four conjectures, Gogeta is the most widely believed candidate for the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. This is largely because Lewis has never demonstrated his powers before the Saiyan race. As for Goku and Vegeta, although their innate talents are formidable, they remain singular entities. In the future, they may potentially transcend to Super Saiyan 4 through their innate abilities and relentless endeavors, yet at present, such a feat is beyond their reach. Thus, Gogeta is the most likely candidate for the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. The impact of Lewis's breakthrough to the Super 4 extends far beyond mere personal achievement. It has stirred monumental ripples throughout the cosmos, a fact unbeknownst to Lewis himself. At this moment, within the realm of the destroyers of the seventh universe, the sky flickered with the presence of two figures, engaged in a relentless exchange of clashes. These two individuals were none other than Lewis and Whis. With a resounding clash, Whis swung his staff, striking Lewis's abdomen at a most cunning angle. In a sudden turn of events, Lewis was sent flying. Yet, almost immediately, he soared back. Launching a powerful punch, Weiss deftly sidestepped, but Lewis's fist struck his face at an unexpected angle. Weiss's face contorted violently, and he was sent crashing to the ground like a cannonball. The exchanges between the two appeared rather mundane, devoid of vibrant displays or extraordinary phenomena. Those who might presume their strength to be feeble would be gravely mistaken. Upon reaching the realm of angels, their attacks often employ the simplest methods, striking directly at their opponent's vulnerabilities without wasting energy. This epitomizes the clash of masters. Well done. Under equal force, you are no less than I. Weiss remarked as he rose from the ground. At that moment, Lewis descended from the sky, grinning widely. Thank you, Master Weiss, for your guidance over the years. The corners of Weiss's mouth twitched slightly. It was indeed the first time Lewis had addressed him as master. Though the term felt somewhat embarrassing, it inexplicably warmed his heart. Haha, you will soon surpass me, and I shall no longer be your master. Weiss's smile bore a hint of resignation. Indeed, it had only been a little over 20 years since he had brought that little rascal to the realm of destruction. And now that Childish strength was nearly on par with his own. While Weiss felt a sense of helplessness, it was overshadowed by a profound sense of pride and joy. A god of destruction at the 5th level, Beerus. An angel at the 1st level, Lewis. These two most formidable gods of destruction in the multiverse were both nurtured under his tutelage. The pride he felt was beyond words. Hearing Weiss's playful banter, Lewis merely smiled and said nothing more. He returned to the lakeside and picked up Douglas from Ty's embrace. Weiss followed him and inquired, "You have been idling in the realm of destruction, doing nothing at all. What exactly do you intend to do?" Lewis planted a kiss on young Douglas and rolled his eyes, saying, "What do you think I want to do?" Weiss, with a furrowed brow, retorted, "You are fully aware of what I am inquiring." Ty's, gazing at Lewis with a frown, exclaimed, "Even I can discern what Weiss is asking you. Yet you continue to feign ignorance." Lewis was momentarily taken aback by Ty's furious gaze, instinctively retracting his neck before speaking. "I intend to venture into the dark demon realm. I assure you, I will not act recklessly. You need not worry." Lewis could naturally discern what Weiss was inquiring about. It was merely a question regarding his intentions to venture into the dark demon realm. When he ascended to the Super Saiyan 4 state, he indeed contemplated a journey to the dark demon realm with the intent to eliminate Demigra. After all, his power had transcended to an angelic level. And even if he were to employ the technique of temporal erasure once more, it would not inflict irreversible damage upon his body. However, upon further reflection, he deemed this matter to be of no immediate urgency. After all, the Dark Demon Realm is home to formidable beings of dominion. Lewis was uncertain of the full extent of the Demon King's attitude towards him. As it stands, the Demon King appeared to harbor no intentions of taking action against him. However, should he indeed slay Demigula, who could predict whether the Demon King might not retaliate against him directly? Lewis possesses only the power of the first tier of the angel realm. It is inconceivable that he could escape from the grasp of the full demon. Chapter 184. The Arrival of Dater. "It is good that you have come to understand." Vis breathed a sigh of relief. Tai also patted her chest, genuinely fearing that this little rascal, Lewis, would recklessly seek vengeance on her. "Now that Lord Beerus has resumed his training, what are your plans?" Vis inquired once more. "Naturally, it is to continue my training." Lewis had yet to finish his words when a sudden frown creased his brow. Beside him, Wis also appeared momentarily taken aback. Tai inquired, "What troubles you? Such a faint aura of destruction. Could it be that the candidate for the god of destruction has arrived in our 7th universe?" It turned out that both Wis and Lewis had sensed a subtle aura of destruction manifesting within the 7th universe. "Wis, the direction of that aura seems to be towards Earth. Show me what is occurring." "Very well." Wis waved his staff, and a projection materialized in the sky. The image revealed a cephalopod-shaped spacecraft appearing out of thin air above Earth, followed closely by two figures leaping out from within, one male and one female. The man was strikingly handsome, while the woman exuded beauty. Both shared a distinct characteristic, vibrant blue hair. "Bulma," Tai exclaimed upon seeing this, though she did not recognize the other male figure. Lewis furrowed his brow and remarked, "What brings them here?" With a grave expression, Wis replied, "They are not from our timeline." How audacious to manipulate time. Enough. Did I not also traverse time and space? I made countless miscalculations and mistakes. Yet it is of no consequence. Lewis waved dismissively. Wis retorted with irritation, "Could you allow me to finish?" This insufferable fellow, who just moments ago claimed to be his master, now denies him even the opportunity to display his prowess. Lewis chuckled softly. "Well, I am acquainted with them. Didn't I drift through the currents of time into a future realm? They are indeed denizens of that future dimension. However, I am quite curious as to how they arrived here." Before he could finish, Lewis slapped his forehead, recalling that upon departing the future, he had an unsettling feeling of having forgotten something. Finally, it dawned on him. He had neglected to bring the heart medication for son Wukong. "Lewis, who is the man beside Bulma?" "He is Trunks, the son of Bulma from the future," exclaimed Lewis. Bulma's son. Ty's eyes sparkled with realization. No wonder he resembles Bulma so closely. He is indeed her offspring. Lewis, if he is Bulma's son from the future, why does he emanate a faint aura of destruction? Whis was concerned about this particular detail. I am uncertain. Lewis shook his head, stating, when I departed from the timeline of the future, Trunks did not manifest any destructive aura. The only plausible explanation is that he has been taken as a disciple by Lord Beerus from that timeline. This was the sole conjecture that came to his mind. Moreover, Lewis's hypothesis proved to be accurate at the moment of his departure from the future timeline. Lord Beerus from that realm was also seeking to locate Lewis. However, upon discovering that Lewis from the future had perished long ago, and with Whis' counsel, Lord Beerus redirected his attention towards Trunks. Presently, Trunks serves as the prospective god of destruction for the future timeline. Let us proceed and uncover the truth. Whis suddenly expressed a keen interest in this future Trunks. Whis, with all the magic on Earth, I can remain unharmed. My journey to Earth poses no threat to me. But you, rest assured, all will be well. Whis conveyed a meaningful glance to Lewis. Lewis was momentarily taken aback. Another riddle? Weiss, do you know what I despise the most in this life? What? Weiss was perplexed by Lewis's words, as he had asked Lewis to take him to Earth. I loathe riddlers with a passion. I swear, one day, I shall deliver a sound thrashing to every last one of them. Lewis declared through gritted teeth. Observing the lethal glint in Lewis's eyes, Weiss swallowed hard and replied, all right, we can deal with that later. For now, let us first journey to Earth. Nearby, Ty stifled a laugh behind her hand. Lewis said nothing further, since Weiss assured him that there would be no issue with his journey to Earth. It should indeed pose no problem. Additionally, Weiss's words sparked a thought in his mind. If the entire demon realm truly intended to strike against him, what refuge would hiding in the God of Destruction's realm provide? With this realization, Lewis felt little concern. Come, let us return together. Lewis cradled young Douglas in his arms and departed from the realm of destruction, accompanied by Ties and Whis. On Earth, within a forest in West City, a time machine stood quietly from which future Bulma and Trunks emerged. Trunks surveyed his surroundings and exclaimed, is this truly Uncle's timeline? The environment is delightful. Future Bulma chuckled. My dear son, didn't Whis and Beerus advise you against reckless time travel? Here you are, traversing time with your mother. Aren't you afraid of their reproach? Trunks, with a wry expression, replied, but it was you who encouraged me to travel through time. Now you're placing the blame on me. Hee hee, it's all your fault, Mom. Future Bulma stuck out her tongue, her youthful exuberance shining through, a stark contrast to her former weary appearance. It's been ages since I've seen my brother-in-law. I wonder how he is. After all, Uncle is the candidate for the God of Destruction in this timeline, so he must be doing well. Trunks stowed the time machine away and soared into the sky, heading towards West City, with future Bulma closely following. Before long, they arrived in West City, where the surroundings mirrored those of her past timeline, allowing future Bulma to easily find her way home. Brother-in-law, I'm here to see you. She called out excitedly outside Dr. Brief's estate before stepping inside. Trunks, however, gazed around the estate, everything appearing foreign to him. In his future timeline, he had barely been born when the androids ravaged the Earth, leaving this estate in ruins long ago. Inside the room, Vegeta paused in surprise. Isn't that Bulma's voice? He glanced at the Bulma beside him, then sensed again. Astonished, he thought, isn't Bulma right here? How can there be another Bulma outside? In a short while, Vegeta and Bulma had dressed and made their way to the courtyard. Upon their arrival, they spotted Dr. Brief conversing with the other Bulma. You claim to be from another timeline? He inquired. Indeed, in the future timeline, you and Mother were tragically killed by the androids. And who is this next to you? He is your grandson from the future timeline, Trunks. Quickly, greet your grandfather. Hello, Grandpa. I'm Trunks. Under the sunshade, Dr. Brief sat in a chair, adjusting his glasses as he scrutinized future Bulma and her son. Meanwhile, future Bulma took a seat opposite Dr. Brief, eagerly handing food to Trunks, urging him to eat this and that. Trunks glanced at his grandfather and then at his mother, who appeared quite disheveled, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. In my research, the existence of parallel universes is indeed plausible. Utilizing the theories of space-time, I have even constructed a time travel device. If this individual is my Bulma, then it is certainly possible. Briefs gazed upon the future Bulma, whose face bore an uncanny resemblance to his daughter, and his expression gradually softened. The belief in the future Bulma's words was evident in his eyes. Who are you? How can you look so much like my Bulma? Bulma and Vegeta emerged into the courtyard, where she was met with the sight of another version of herself, unable to suppress her curiosity. Bulma. The future Bulma's eyes lit up as she sprang from her chair and rushed over, extending her hand to fondle Bulma's face. You must be the version of me from this timeline. Truly, you are the younger me. Your skin is so tender and smooth. Bulma's expression instantly shifted to one of exasperation. How could this woman, who resembled her so closely, also share her unabashedly flirtatious nature? This was undeniably another version of herself. Turning to Briefs, who was sheltered beneath an umbrella, Bulma inquired, Father, who is she? Unbeknownst to Bulma, the concept of parallel universes was foreign to her, as Lewis had not disclosed the details of his previous journey through space-time. Vegeta, too, wore a look of confusion. Just as Dr. Briefs was about to speak, a sudden voice interjected, She is another version of you. The speaker was none other than Lewis and his companions. It had been over 2 years since their last visit. And aside from Lewis, who had come to Earth several times, the others had returned. Among them was Whis, who was particularly eager to indulge in Earth's culinary delights. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his way to the restaurant at Bulma's house. As for Trunks and his destructive aura, there would be time to address that after he had savored the earthly cuisine. Brother-in-law. Upon seeing Lewis, both Bulma and future Bulma erupted in joy. However, Bulma paused, puzzled as to why this doppelganger of hers referred to Lewis as brother-in-law. At the same moment, the excited Goten, seated across from Dr. Briefs, exclaimed, Uncle. In an instant, Goten vanished, only to reappear beside Lewis, embracing him tightly. Uncle, I've missed you so much. Witnessing this, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not sensed the boy's movement at all. Lewis, upon seeing Goten clinging to him, noted the boy's evident excitement, his face flushed with joy. Trunks. It's been a long time. Lewis patted Big T's back and then released him. At that moment, Bulma broke free from future Bulma's inappropriate grasp, rushed over, and pointed at her alternate self, bewildered. Brother-in-law, did you just say she is another version of me from a different timeline? Both Bulma and Vegeta shared the same confusion. Vegeta inquired, Lewis, what is going on? Lewis had no choice but to reveal everything about the future timeline. There exists another timeline where Kakarot succumbed to a heart ailment. And I too met my demise at the hands of those 2 androids. Lewis, are you certain you are not jesting? Vegeta stood frozen in place, as if turned to stone. Bulma was equally taken aback. She pointed at Date and then at herself. Astonishingly, Date was the son of another version of her from a parallel timeline. This implied that in this timeline, she and Vegeta would also have a Trunks. While Bulma and Vegeta were in a state of confusion, Lewis brought ties before the future Bulma. Bulma, it has been ages since you last saw your sister. Sister. Upon witnessing the living ties, future Bulma covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. Ties, holding little Douglas, stepped forward and embraced future Bulma. Sister, I'm here. Ties had learned about the plight of future Bulma from Lewis years ago. Her sister's fate had been tragically dire. Many years prior, an accident had claimed her sister's life, and her parents were slain by androids. Her husband too had fallen victim to the androids. The sole thing that sustained her was the belief in creating a time machine. Yet the device she constructed could not return her to the true past. Instead, it led her to a parallel timeline utterly disconnected from her future. Seeing future Bulma now filled Ties with empathy. After all, this was her sister. Sister, I have missed you dearly. Future Bulma tightly embraced Ties, her voice choked with emotion. Bulma, do not cry, do not cry. Your sister is here. If you cry more, you shall no longer look beautiful. Observing her other sister in deep sorrow, Ties decided to employ her secret weapon. Nonsense, I am the most beautiful. Future Bulma laughed through her tears, overwhelmed with joy at reuniting with her sister. Only her sister could bring her such comfort. Sister, this is... Future Bulma finally noticed the infant in Ties' arms. Ties gently caressed little Douglas' cheek and spoke tenderly, my son. His name is Douglas. Your nephew. Future Bulma's eyes sparkled as she wiped her tears and inquired, is he your and brother-in-law's child? Ties was momentarily speechless. If not hers and Lewis's, whose could it possibly be? Future Bulma quickly realized her words were somewhat foolish, sticking out her tongue adorably. At this juncture, Vegeta and Bulma had finally processed Lewis's revelations and approached them. Lewis, he is my son. Vegeta pointed at Trunks. He is the son of the Vegeta from the future timeline, not yours. After all that was said, he was still Vegeta's son. Vegeta learned of all the events in the future timeline from Luis. He approached Date, and as he drew near, an inexplicable sensation surged within him. Chapter 186. Are you the candidate destroyer from another timeline? Bulma also gazed intently at Date, her hand instinctively resting on her abdomen. Upon seeing his parents from this timeline standing before him, Date suddenly felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. He instinctively glanced at his biological mother, who was engaged in conversation with Date's aunt from this timeline and appeared oblivious to his presence. Date. He wanted to speak, but was at a loss for how to address Vegeta. He could refer to him as Vegeta, yet he was also his father. Date's face flushed crimson. Here he was, a candidate for the destroyer, experiencing a day of such unexpected anxiety. Lewis stood nearby with his arms crossed, observing the scene before him with a hint of amusement, yet he refrained from interrupting the interaction among the three. After a while, Goten's face grew increasingly flushed. Suddenly, Bulma stifled a laugh and approached to ruffle Goten's hair. Call me Mom. 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 Goten exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. His anxiety stemmed from uncertainty about how his parents in this timeline would perceive him. Now it seemed evident that they had accepted his existence. Dad. Goten turned to Vegeta, tentatively calling out. Vegeta nodded with a sense of pride. Goten's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile. Meanwhile, Lewis was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the old rival's readiness to embrace Goten's presence just as effortlessly as in the anime. All right, let's put your matters aside for now. Trunks, what brings you and Bulma here? Lewis interrupted the trio's conversation, feigning ignorance. Upon hearing this, Tais and future Bulma also gathered around. Uncle, I came to deliver the special medicine for Uncle Goku's heart condition. He would never admit that he had come to this timeline primarily to see his uncle. Goten quickly produced a universal capsule. Future Bulma nodded vigorously. Yes, if we don't bring the medicine. Goku's heart condition cannot be treated with the current medical technology of this timeline. He died of heart disease. Vegeta snatched the capsule from Goten's hand, scolding. That cockroach from the future timeline perished due to heart disease? A Saiyan of such stature, and he succumbed to a heart ailment? Pathetic. Vegeta glanced at future Bulma and then at Goten. Suppressing his anger, he said, Where are those two androids? I will take care of them right now. Dad. According to the timeline of the future, those two androids will not appear for another 7 years. It's still too early. Goten called Vegeta Dad with newfound ease. Feeling no embarrassment, future Bulma saw nothing wrong with Goten addressing Vegeta this way. He was indeed his father. Of course, while Goten could refer to him as such, the two timelines were inherently disconnected. She was another version of Bulma from a different timeline, and it was improbable that anything would transpire between her and Vegeta. Yes, they will emerge on May 12th, 7 years from now, on an island in South City, future Bulma interjected. 7 years later, Lewis only just realized that the young Gohan was merely over 2 years old at this moment. According to the natural progression of events, Gohan would transform into a Super Saiyan 2 around the age of 9, and indeed, the androids should not appear until 7 years later. Vegeta had not yet erupted in fury. The mere thought of another version of Goku perishing from a heart condition in an alternate timeline ignited his rage. What a pitiful existence. The recollection of his alternate self being slain by the androids added to his frustration. How utterly useless. Well, it was still early. Since he had arrived in this timeline, he might as well linger here for a while before returning. With this thought, Lewis narrowed his eyes and gazed at Trunks, inquiring. Trunks, what transpired after I departed the future? Why do you emanate an aura of destruction? Simultaneously, Whis emerged from the dining area of the Tais family home, asking, Are you perhaps the alternate timeline's candidate for the God of Destruction? Chapter 187. Trunks Vegeta's son Vegeta had long believed that Lewis's formidable strength was a result of his status as a candidate for God of Destruction. He was confident that had Beerus chosen him, he too would have excelled. Although he had lost hope of becoming a candidate himself, his son was a different matter entirely. Trunks was now a candidate for God of Destruction in another timeline, also under Whis' tutelage. Considering Trunks was the son of this Saiyan prince, could it be that he surpassed Lewis in strength? Trunks Vegeta's son Vegeta. As long as Trunks was stronger than Lewis, it implied that Vegeta himself was stronger as well. How reasonable. Ha ha ha. Amidst the crowd, Vegeta erupted into an inexplicable fit of laughter. What was wrong with him? Everyone stared at him as if he were a fool. Vegeta cleared his throat, unfazed by their gazes, and turned to Trunks, asking, By the way, how strong are you now? Surely you must be stronger than Lewis. After all, you are my son, and also a candidate for God of Destruction. Vegeta, lost in his thoughts, eagerly anticipated a positive affirmation from Trunks. Releasing Bulma's hand, Trunks scratched his head awkwardly, replying, "Dad, how could I possibly be stronger than Uncle Lewis?" A few years prior, he might have believed that one day he could catch up to Lewis or even surpass him. However, after becoming a candidate for God of Destruction and learning much from Whis in the future timeline, Trunks realized that overtaking his uncle was beyond his reach. "What do you mean, impossible? You are my son, Vegeta's offspring, and a disciple of Mr. Whis. How could you not be stronger than Lewis?" Vegeta shook his head vigorously, muttering to himself, when suddenly he exclaimed, "Ouch!" Bulma had been tugging at his ear, her voice icy as she exclaimed, "Well, you, Vegeta, calling me sister-in-law. You've been shouting that name incessantly, acting so disrespectfully every day. Such a fierce woman. How could he possibly have married someone like her?" Vegeta, being yanked back and forth, feigned innocence. "Let go. It hurts, it hurts." The laughter of the crowd erupted in unison with Vegeta's antics. The atmosphere in the courtyard transformed into one of lightheartedness and joy. Everyone settled down in the yard. Beneath the sunshade, Whis held a teacup, took a sip, and then scrutinized Trunks closely, nodding occasionally. Lewis held young Douglas in his arms while seated, turning to Whis with a smile, inquiring about his disciple. Nearby, Trunks perked up, eager to learn how his master in this timeline would assess him. His power is rather mediocre, if measured by the combat capabilities within the universe. His usual strength barely reaches 1 billion. Upon hearing Whis' words, Vegeta could not help but sense the energy, and indeed, it was as he said. Why is there such a significant disparity between the two candidates for destruction? Wait, how is it that he can perceive Trunks' aura? Was it not said that divine energies are undetectable? Observing Vegeta's expression, Lewis discerned his thoughts and clarified. The reason you can sense Trunks' aura is that he has yet to become a true deity. Whis set down his teacup and nodded, adding, "Indeed. Trunks' dimensional level is at most akin to that of Earth's supreme deity, far from being a genuine divine being." Dimensional? What does that even mean? Vegeta was utterly perplexed. Whis offered no explanation regarding dimensions but turned to Trunks, stating, "Your current weakness in power is likely due to another version of myself advising you to focus on mastering the rules of destruction and the concept of dimensions. Truly worthy of being another master, you even deduce that." Trunks scratched his head, appearing somewhat dim-witted. "That's precisely what the future version of you told me," he recounted. "He said there was no rush to enhance my power. As a candidate for destruction, grasping the rules of destruction is of paramount importance." This resonated with my own thoughts. In Whis' observation, Trunks actually possessed remarkable talent, comparable to that of Vegeta and Goku. And indeed, this was the case. In the anime, future Trunks returned to the past seeking aid, not because his talent was inferior to others. Future Trunks was the protagonist of his timeline, and his abilities were on par with anyone else. His initial journey back to the past was prompted by the tragic loss of all his friends and relatives shortly after his birth, with only his mother and Gohan surviving. Future Trunks spent his childhood fleeing, never having received combat training or guidance. The foes he faced were formidable androids with combat powers exceeding 800 million. This may seem difficult to comprehend. To rephrase, it would be akin to young Goku battling against King Piccolo and directly encountering over 20 Frieza. In such circumstances, even a destined hero like Goku would struggle to prevail. Thus, when future Trunks first returned to the past for assistance, it was because he truly had no other options. Furthermore, after undergoing rigorous training under Vegeta in the past timeline, when he returned to the future, he single-handedly defeated 2 androids, as well as easily overcoming Cell in the subsequent encounters. He even received a command from the Supreme Kai of the future timeline, aimed at preventing the birth of Majin Buu. As for the second time he returned to the past for assistance, he encountered none other than Black Goku, Zamasu. In truth, had it not been for Zamasu's immortality, future Trunks could have slain both of them with his own hands. Unfortunately, Zamasu's terrifying immortality compelled him to seek help from the past. It is no exaggeration to say that future Trunks' talent has already reached the level of the protagonists in Dragon Ball. Chapter 188. Trunks and his mother remain at this stage. It is indeed essential for you to focus your efforts on breaking the rules and dimensions. Whis has already taken Trunks as his disciple. Continuing, the essence of a candidate for the god of destruction is destruction itself. If one cannot even master the rules of destruction, can they truly be called a candidate for the god of destruction? I understand, Master. Trunks nodded vigorously. Although your strength is still insufficient, you have managed to cultivate your dimensional abilities to the level of a divine being on Earth in just a few short years. And you have grasped the fundamentals of destruction rules. Overall, your talent is quite commendable. Whis then assessed Trunks. Delighted, Trunks felt a sense of validation from another master. However, glancing at Lewis teasing little Douglas, he sighed. Despite being a candidate for the god of destruction, I am still far inferior to my uncle. Lewis raised his head and bared his teeth at Trunks. Whis, with an air of irritation, rolled his eyes and remarked, "Do not compare yourself to him. Even Lord Beerus would find himself outmatched. It would be far wiser for you to concentrate on mastering the principles of dimensions and destruction." Whis did not speak the whole truth. In fact, even he himself could not surpass Lewis. Lewis nodded, affirming that the destructive principles he now comprehended were akin to those he grasped at the tender age of 7. "Keep striving, young one," he encouraged. "Is it truly necessary to be so relentless at 7? Trunks found himself momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Vegeta, who had been listening, resigned himself to the reality of the situation. At this juncture, Trunks was comparable to Lewis at the age of 7. Let us not forget that Lewis had only recently ascended to the level of Super Saiyan 4. A power of angelic proportions. The equation, Trunks equals Vegeta's son equals Vegeta, holds true, yet Trunks remains unable to surpass Lewis, which signifies his own limitations. It is indeed a perplexing conundrum. Throughout this exchange, it was primarily Whis who spoke, each of his words resonating profoundly with Trunks' current predicament. Lewis can no longer impart his teachings, and it is evident that Whis has taken Trunks under his wing as a new prodigy. From Whis's words, it is apparent that he holds a fondness for Trunks. Soon, this exchange came to a close. However, just before its conclusion, Whis posed a significant question. The act of traversing time and space freely is deemed a grave offense, strictly prohibited even among the divine. Should one recklessly navigate through time, it could lead to catastrophic consequences, resulting in judgment from the realm of time itself. As a prospective god of destruction from the future, Trunks is well aware of this. Yet his yearning to see his uncle compelled him to disregard the risks and venture into the past. Vegeta, Bulma, and future Bulma remain oblivious to this peril, deeply concerned that Trunks may face the repercussions of the so-called judgment of time. Ultimately, Lewis, unable to remain silent any longer, interjected, reassuring them not to worry. For if severe consequences were to arise, it would be he, Lewis, who is to blame. Louis said to Trunks, "If anyone from the time dimension troubles you, do not hesitate to come to me." Lewis's words were imbued with an undeniable authority, capturing the attention of all present. Upon hearing this, Whis revealed a cunning smile. Realizing his scheme had succeeded, he was, in fact, not lying. For traversing the fabric of time and space would indeed subject one to the judgment of the time realm's guardians. During Lewis's last temporal traversal, he was not judged by the inhabitants of the time realm, and Whis could surmise the reason behind this. Even the Omni King and the Omni Magic paid no heed to Lewis. Thus, it stands to reason that the denizens of the time realm would likewise disregard him. This was Whis's hypothesis. However, Trunks is not Lewis. And should Trunks inadvertently instigate calamity, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. In their recent exchange, Whis had already developed an affection for Trunks, his new disciple. To safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, he felt compelled to enlist Lewis's assistance. Unbeknownst to Whis, this course of action was rather superfluous. Not only is Trunks one of Lewis's most cherished characters from anime, but he is also the son of Bulma, who happens to be his sister-in-law. On this basis alone, Lewis would never permit anyone to bring harm to Trunks. As their gathering concluded, the androids would not emerge for nearly 7 more years. Lewis decided to allow Bulma and her son from the future to enjoy their time in this timeline before departing. This measure was primarily to guard against any potential troubles instigated by the time realm inhabitants regarding Bulma and her son. Once this was conveyed, Lewis vanished without a trace. Whis, uncertain of Lewis's whereabouts, began to mentor Trunks, his new pupil, faced with such advanced training befitting a candidate for the god of destruction. Vegeta was utterly bewildered and chose to leave the estate, flying towards the location of the Capsule Corporation. His intent was to relay the events of the future timeline to Goku and to deliver the miraculous heart medication to him. These were 2 of his objectives. As for the third, it was simply to deliver a sound thrashing to Goku. The idea that Goku, a proud Saiyan, could succumb to a mere heart ailment was nothing short of an affront to their race. Vegeta could hardly tolerate the thought of such a disgraceful weakness in a fellow Saiyan prince. It wasn't long before Vegeta arrived at the Capsule Corporation, only to learn from Chi-Chi that Goku had entrusted Goten to Piccolo and was stealthily following behind his son. Vegeta sensed around him and indeed detected no trace of Goku's energy. Thus, he relayed the events from the future timeline to Chi-Chi and left the heart medication that Trunks had brought before returning to West City. Lewis has vanished, while Vegeta has returned from the Bunsha Mountain. Future Bulma is inseparable from Ties, and they resemble three sisters. Indeed, they could be considered as such. Three stunning beauties, accompanied by a 4-month-old infant, stroll through the streets daily. Along their way, countless hearts of young men are undoubtedly captured. Alas, all of them are already taken. On this particular day, the trio arrived at a small town on the outskirts of West City, situated quite near the Southern Islands. Ties gazed at the deserted streets. Perplexed, why is this town so empty? Bulma nodded in agreement, noticing the garments strewn across the ground. Indeed, why are there so many clothes on the ground? Future Bulma felt a twinge of unease, sensing an ominous foreboding. This apprehension stemmed from the town's proximity to the Southern Islands, where the androids had first appeared. Notification, ding. Please sign in before the mightiest god of destruction, Beerus. Reward, form of the autonomous realm. Ding. Please sign in at the Kaioshin Realm. Reward, Super Saiyan 1. Ding. Please sign in at Frieza's headquarters. Reward, instant transmission of the Kaioshin.